Chapter 1, The New Ranch Owner Takes Office. When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on any man, it will first exercise his mind with suffering, toughen his sinews and bones with toil, starve his body by withholding food, and leave him destitute of all his desires. Xiao Chen lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling while muttering motivational quotes to himself. Ding dong. Host detected. Host locked. Scanning complete. Binding successful. The sudden voice made Xiao Chen, who had been lying stiff as a corpse with great enthusiasm, instantly leap up. What the hell is this? The room remained unchanged, the bedroom door wide open, offering a direct view of the living room that looked as if it had been hit by a hurricane. Scattered across the floor were shards of broken glass, overturned bottles and jars, and books and newspapers stained with unidentified liquids, sprawling messily into every corner of the room. There was no other living being in sight, just him. Had he misheard? Damn, that scared the hell out of him. Xiao Chen rubbed his face vigorously, his gaze involuntarily landing on the pink suitcase by the door, emblazoned with a Hello Kitty print. The longer he stared, the more his eyes stung, and an indescribable heaviness settled in his chest, suffocating and painful. 3 days ago, while delivering a package to the city's most upscale residential area, Iran Garden, he unexpectedly saw his girlfriend Su Jiajiao, who was supposed to be waiting for him at their rented apartment, along with a half-naked stranger the moment the door opened. If someone said they were just having a heart-to-heart talk, Xiao Chen would never believe it even if beaten to death. Fortunately, his girlfriend didn't waste a single second of his brain cells, making what she considered the wisest choice between the two men. One was a successful man driving luxury cars, living in villas, and thriving in his career. The other had just graduated half a year ago, smelling of sweat all day, riding a motorized tricycle and struggling at the bottom of urban society. She chose the former. Xiao Chen only managed to land one punch on the man before being shoved out the door. On his way, he received a call from his company informing him he'd been fired. The reason? A customer complaint accusing him of poor attitude, unreasonable behavior, and violence. After completing the handover at the company, he went straight back to their rented apartment. The hot-blooded young man, with nowhere to vent his anger, smashed everything in the room to pieces. Among the wreckage were all the mementos of their time together, now reduced to debris by Xiao Chen's own hands. Yet, he didn't lay a finger on Su Jiajiao's personal belongings. Instead, he carefully packed them neatly into her suitcase, placed it by the door, and waited for her to come collect it. Hello host, congratulations on binding with the divine level farming and livestock system. I am your little assistant, you can call me Xiao Nong. Would you like to activate the farm now? The sudden voice pulled Xiao Chen, who was lost in memories, back to reality. As he looked up, he saw a cute little loli with beautiful wings floating in mid-air before him, looking adorable with a pleasant voice. Ouch. Even when I'm unlucky, daydreaming can lead to encountering ghosts. The feng shui here is terrible, I need to move. This eerie scene made Xiao Chen's hair stand on end. With a terrified expression, he cautiously hugged the wall to avoid the adorable little loli and prepared to open the door to go downstairs for some sunlight. Isn't it said that ghostly things can't stand sunlight? Host, this is not your hallucination, and little farmer is not a ghost. You have indeed been recognized by the divine level farming and ranching system and are now bound to it. From this moment on, you are the farm owner. Would you like to activate the farm now? The little loli fluttered her wings and flew in front of Xiao Chen, smiling as she spoke. Xiao Chen was dazed for a long while before finally confirming that this wasn't a hallucination but rather a miraculous event that only occurs in fantasy novels. Farming and ranching? Like the QQ farm game? Xiao Chen, now certain that this adorable little loli won't harm him, let out a long sigh of relief. Still shaken, he slumped into a chair, pressing his hands against his trembling legs as he asked. Little farmer doesn't understand what the host is talking about. This is the divine level farming and ranching system. Here, you can not only grow rare and exotic fruits but also cultivate secret manuals, immortal techniques, elixirs, weapons, and more. There is nothing the divine level farm can't grow, only things you haven't thought of. These items can be used by you, traded for other goods, or sold for gold coins. No matter how amazing these virtual things are, they're only amazing within the game. Besides, the craze of stealing vegetables has long passed. Who still plays this game nowadays? Moreover, he wasn't in the mood for it either. Host, you are mistaken. The divine farm is no ordinary creation of the mortal world. Everything grown here can be used in reality, and the gold coins earned can be exchanged for the currency of your world. For example, let's say Chinese yuan. The exchange rate between gold coins and yuan is 1:1000. The things grown can be used in reality? And gold coins can be directly exchanged for yuan? 1:1000. The outrageously high exchange rate gave Xiao Chen immense courage and motivation. His legs no longer trembled as he sprang to his feet, boldly meeting the little girl's clear and beautiful big eyes, and asked uncertainly. The posture suggested that if the little loli dared to say no, he would shamelessly extend two strong, muscular arms, ready to pick a fight with a little girl. After Xiao Nong's explanation, Xiao Chen finally confirmed that he had obtained an incredibly powerful golden finger. After placing his hands on his hips and letting out 3 deafeningly triumphant laughs towards the sky, Xiaochen decisively issued the command. Activate! Is it really that amazing? You'll know once you try it. As Xiaochen issued the command, a flash of light appeared before his eyes, revealing a clear virtual page. At the same time, he heard Xiao Nong's crisp voice saying, "Activation successful. Congratulations on officially becoming a divine level farm owner." Chapter 2, Pulling Radishes. The farm is currently at level 0. To advance to the next level, 200 experience points are required. You can gain experience by planting crops and harvesting fruits, as well as by watering the land, fertilizing, weeding, and pest control. Upon first opening, the system rewards 1 gold coin, and the current total number of farm gold coins is 1. You can obtain gold coins by selling the fruits in the warehouse. There are 2 ways to sell the fruits. Listening to the farmer's rambling introduction, Xiaochen quickly glanced over the page and couldn't help but chuckle. It was just like when he first opened QQ Farm back in the day. There were 24 plots of land, 18 were barren, and 6 had already been cultivated. Some were planted with carrots, others with white radishes. Some were already ripe, some were still growing, some had bugs crawling on them, and one plot was so dry it had cracked and needed watering. Xiaochen knew that this initial state was designed to help new players familiarize themselves with the game's mechanics. At the top of the page, there were icons resembling a store and a warehouse, along with a few grayed out icons that couldn't be opened at the moment. Below the page, there is a backpack, followed by a water bottle, insecticide, herbicide, and a shovel in sequence. At the front of the land, there is a stall icon, with something resembling a small newsstand next to it. As Xiaochen was observing, he heard Little Farmer say, "There will be a beginner's task next, and upon completion, you'll be rewarded with a deluxe gift pack." Would the farm owner like to claim the task now? Claim the task. Successfully claimed. The first step of your task is to harvest the ripe fruits from the land. There are 2 harvesting methods. First, using conscious command to pick. Second, switching to 100% realistic simulation to pick manually on the ground. Since you're in the middle of a task, farm owner, you need to try both harvesting methods separately. The first method, conscious command picking, please proceed. This one is very simple. Xiaochen just needs to focus on the target, and a cluster of fruits floats above it, displaying the number 16, then automatically flies into the warehouse. Interesting! Xiaochen exclaimed in amazement. The second method, switch to 100% realistic scene simulation for harvesting, please proceed. As Xiaochen issued the switching command, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes. The previously hurricane-ravaged rental room disappeared, replaced by a pastoral landscape where his feet now stood on soft, lush grass. Before him stretched a row of fences of varying heights. Opening the simple gate and stepping inside, he found himself in a field planted with radishes. The 100% realistic simulation not only presented lifelike scenery but also allowed him to clearly smell the fresh scent of grass in the air. Reaching out, he touched the emerald green radish leaves, and the tactile sensation felt remarkably authentic. It's just too tall. I've never seen radish greens reaching waist height before. No wonder a single radish can yield over a dozen, otherwise, it wouldn't justify such tall greens. How to harvest in reality. Just now, his conscious command was to harvest that white radish, but now the target is a mature carrot. Xiaochen plucked a carrot green and sniffed it. It smelled amazing. Pull it out, farm owner. Put all your strength into it and pull hard. Come on, Little Farmer is cheering you on from the side. Little Farmer folded its wings and landed beside Xiaochen, waving its tiny white fists and singing determinedly, pull the radish, heave-ho, pull the radish. Xiaochen stared at the mini-sized little lunatic beside him with a dark expression for a while, then helplessly bent down. Gripping the base of the carrot greens with both hands, he mustered all his strength and gave a loud heave as he pulled with all his might. Feeling some movement beneath his hands, Xiaochen looked down and saw about 2 fingers worth of bright orange carrot emerging from the ground. After several attempts, Xiaochen successfully pulled out a large bunch of carrots and collapsed onto the weed-covered ground behind him. The carrots here were more than twice as large as those grown in reality. Not only were they vibrantly colored, but their skins were also incredibly smooth. Even without bringing them close to his nose, he could smell the fresh, earthy fragrance of the carrots. Weeding, watering, and pest control. While exterminating pests, Xiaochen only took one glance at the plump, large worm crawling on the radish leaves before shuddering with goosebumps and switching modes. Yes, the insects were also much larger than in reality, and his senses were utterly repelled. Later, under the guidance of the small farmer, he learned how to extract fruits from the warehouse into reality and how to exchange gold coins for RMB, marking the completion of the entire beginner's quest. Ding! Experience bar full, the farm successfully leveled up to 1. Congratulations, farm owner, for receiving the level up gift package. Ding! The novice mission is complete. Congratulations, farm owner, on receiving a deluxe newbie mission reward package. He didn't have time to check the reward package right now. Xiaochen stared at the genuine white radish in his hands, still feeling as if he were dreaming. The blows he had suffered these past few days were too heavy, and he had barely eaten anything. Looking at this radish retrieved from the divine level farm, he took a big bite chomp. Chapter 3, From Beggar to Heartthrob in an Instant. The white radish is crisp, juicy, sweet, and refreshing, with a faint, pleasant fragrance completely different from any white radish Xiao Chen had tasted before. It couldn't be more delicious. This isn't just a vegetable, it's practically a fruit, no, even better than fruit. After devouring a large white radish, Xiao Chen still seemed unsatisfied. If not for knowing he hadn't eaten much these past few days and shouldn't overindulge, he would have gladly eaten another. Letting out a satisfied burp, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the 2 gift packs he had just obtained. The little farmer said, "Of course. This is a divine level farm. Everything grown here carries divine and immortal energy. Not only does it taste amazing and is highly nutritious, but the immortal energy within can also directly convert into the energy you need." Sure enough, Xiao Chen felt an indescribable comfort after eating that radish, with every cell in his body leaping and cheering. This sensation was different from the usual feeling of simply being full. It was as if his body was brimming with energy, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze lingering on the upgrade gift pack, little farmer immediately asked, "Would you like to open the upgrade gift pack?" "Open it. Congratulations! You have obtained Common Fertilizer X2, Cabbage Seeds X1, Gold Coins X200. Nothing good here." Xiao Chen curled his lips in disappointment. "By the way, you just mentioned getting some kind of deluxe gift pack? How deluxe could it be? Let's open it and see." Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the other gift pack and said, "Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack?" Xiao Nong seemed a bit rigid in this regard, confirming again. "Open it." Swish! Xiao Chen only saw a flash of golden light before his eyes, and a dense array of objects nearly filled the entire page, with information scrolling out in a cascading manner. "Congratulations, you have received Wing Chun Mental Cultivation Secret Manual Seed 1. Internal Martial Arts Mental Cultivation Secret Manual Seed 1. Tang Sect Hidden Weapon Heart Technique Manual Seed 1. Body Tempering Pill 1. Body Shaping Pill 1. Invisibility Pill 5. Cherry Seed 2. Sugarcane Seed 2. Red Date Seed 2. Peach Seed 1. Spirit Bone Grass Seed 1. Dark Wing Seed 1. Regular Fertilizer 20. High Speed Fertilizer 10. Fast Fertilizer 2. Speedy Fertilizer 1. 2,000 gold coins. Land Nutrient Solution Gift Pack 3. Damn, can all these things really be planted? That so-called secret manual, can it be used as soon as it grows? Xiao Chen couldn't sit still anymore. Looking at the items stored in his backpack, he was so excited that he started babbling incoherently. "Yes, farm owner. These are just some basic items. As your farm level increases and you gain more friends, you'll obtain even better things. Those will be the real treasures of heaven and earth," Xiao Nong said cheerfully. Xiao Chen skimmed through the items. Things like seeds needed to be planted and matured before they could be harvested, while items such as body tempering pills, body shaping pills, and invisibility pills could be used directly. "The levels of these seeds are all too high for me to use right now." Xiao Chen scratched his head and quickly browsed through them. He found that the items in the deluxe gift pack required a minimum farm level of 5 just to plant, and that was only for the red date seeds. Those secret manuals required farm levels above 50. The celestial peaches, spirit bonegrass, and those wings even required land levels like immortal amethyst and immortal gold, which clearly looked extremely high-end. "Farm owner," the little farmer said with a smile, "don't worry, the seed level requirement only restricts purchases from the store. Seeds directly gifted by the system can be planted beyond levels. However, items like immortal peaches, spirit bonegrass, and dark wings have requirements for the land itself. They can only be planted after meeting the relevant conditions. Farm owner, don't worry, with little farmer helping you, the farm will level up quickly. Once you reach the corresponding level, you can upgrade the land quality, and then you'll be able to use them." That's more like it. Xiao Chen was quite satisfied upon hearing that those cultivation manuals could be planted right away. As for things like immortal peaches and spirit bonegrass, it seemed he wouldn't need them for now. Cultivation manuals were far more practical. Wing Chun Mind Technique Manual, Level Requirement 52, 3 seasons, Maturation Time 47 hours, Subsequent Maturation Time 20 hours. First season harvest, 22 EXP per season, estimated yield 31 forms per season. Second season harvest, 36 EXP per season, estimated yield 39 forms per season. Third season. Internal Martial Arts Mind Technique Manual, Level Requirement 50, 3 seasons, Maturation Time 47 hours, Subsequent Maturation Time 17 hours. First season harvest, 21 EXP per season. Tang Sect Hidden Weapons Mental Cultivation Manual, Level Requirement 69, total of 18 seasons. What does mature again mean? What do the different stages represent? Isn't it obtained all at once? Xiao Chen was utterly confused as he asked. Farm Master, cultivation manuals are most simply divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The first maturity yields the introductory mental cultivation, the second maturity yields the intermediate mental cultivation, and the final harvest provides the advanced mental cultivation. Only then is the complete set of techniques considered whole. For more complex manuals, each stage may yield not just mental cultivation methods but also different weapons, various skill techniques with different functions, and more. Oh, I see. Xiao Chen nodded, looking at the farmland and pondering how to allocate it. While completing the beginner tasks, I harvested and cleared 4 plots of land. The remaining 2 plots came with the system, planted with 1 white radish and 1 carrot, both still in the growth stage. There's too little land available. I must quickly level up the farm to unlock more plots. Xiao Chen planted 3 cultivation techniques, checked the sprouting time, and used some fertilizer. He then planted red dates on the remaining plot. With limited fertilizer, Xiao Chen was more interested in those 3 cultivation techniques and eager to master them, so he only used fertilizer on those 3 technique seeds. Ordinary crops mature in just about 10 hours. Planting them now means they'll be ready to harvest after a night's sleep by tomorrow morning, making fertilizer unnecessary. After finishing the planting, Xiao Chen retrieved the newly acquired body tempering pill, body shaping pill, and invisibility pill from the storage. The body tempering pill and body shaping pill provide lifelong effects with a single dose. The invisibility pill lasts for 1 hour per use, allowing the user to voluntarily terminate the invisibility state while retaining the remaining time. It also includes a wall penetration effect, but must not be used for theft, destruction, assault, or other malicious acts. Any violation will immediately cancel the invisibility state and prohibit the use of the invisibility pill for 3 months. Xiao Nong promptly explained. So what's the invisibility pill for then? Surely not just for fun? Xiao Chen questioned. It can also be used for escaping, farm master. Xiao Nong replied earnestly. Xiao Chen was left speechless. After asking about the usage instructions, Xiao Chen tilted his head back and swallowed the body tempering pill and the body shaping pill in one go. Soon, Xiao Chen began to feel changes occurring in his body. It started with a warmth spreading across his face, followed by the sensation moving downward his arms, abdomen, and legs, until it coursed through his entire body. Meanwhile, a strange liquid seemed to seep from his skin, alternating between numbness and itchiness, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that gradually filled the room. The body tempering pill and the body shaping pill took effect simultaneously. Under the influence of the body tempering pill, the few acne spots on his forehead, the scars left from squeezing them, and even some faint moles completely vanished without leaving a trace. After the effects of the body tempering pill had completely worn off, Xiao Chen rushed into the bathroom and took a refreshing shower. Once finished, he stood in front of the mirror to examine his completely transformed self. Xiao Chen had always been handsome during his university days. He was even one of the campus heartthrobs, with many girls secretly crushing on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win over Su Jiaojiao, the class beauty. But once he stepped into the great melting pot of society, the beautiful illusions of love were swiftly shattered by harsh reality. Xiao Chen's family was of modest means. His parents ran a small convenience store back in their hometown, which ensured they had enough to get by, but they couldn't offer him much help in his career. Living in a big city like B City, an ordinary undergraduate without any connections had no chance of entering those towering corporate giants. After facing repeated rejections for 2 months, his wallet was nearly empty. With a girlfriend to support, he temporarily chose to become a courier. Growing up in an average family had taught him to face reality early on. He was willing to endure hardship, starting from what others considered the lowest rung of society. Every day, he was busy delivering packages, exposed to wind and sun. No matter how carefully he groomed himself before heading out, by the time he dragged his exhausted body home at night, he reeked of sweat. Eventually, he stopped bothering with his appearance. Despite being 180 centimeters tall, his lean frame made him rather unremarkable. Now, after the subtle adjustments from the body sculpting pill, his flawless wheat-colored skin, more defined facial features, well-proportioned physique, and toned yet not overly bulky muscles along with an additional 3 centimeters in height made him stand tall and sturdy like a pine tree, exuding masculine charm from head to toe. If the previous him was still a somewhat handsome beggar, now he is undeniably a male god. This kind of aura radiates from within, impossible to conceal. Next, Xiao Nong announces a side quest. Speak. His voice also carries more magnetism than before. Side quest, sell radishes to the gods. Upon successful completion, you will receive a gift package. Failure of this side quest will not incur any penalties. Do you accept? Chapter 4, Selling Radishes to Immortals. Xiao Chen stumbled and nearly slipped. Do I need to burn incense to summon the immortals down to earth? Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. No need, farm owner. Just place the radishes on your stall, and the immortals will come to buy them. The little farmer giggled behind her hand, looking indescribably adorable. Xiao Chen gave her a suspicious glance and opened the small stall. Due to his current low level, only 3 storage compartments were unlocked. Upon opening it, the items available for sale from his inventory were displayed below the stall. From previous missions, he had harvested 2 white radishes and 2 carrots. The yield from the divine farm for white radishes was 16, while carrots yielded 17. He had eaten one white radish, leaving him with 31 white radishes and 34 carrots. Can't the system just reclaim the crops? Why bother setting up a stall? Xiaochen noticed that this divine farm had many similarities to the previous QQ farm game, so he asked. That's how it is, farm owner. Little farmer replied with a smile, if the system reclaims them, there's only a fixed price, and it's not high. Take white radishes for example, the reclaim price is 17 gold coins each. But if you set up a stall, you can price them as high as 999 gold coins each, which is much more profitable. Xiaochen gave little farmer a look as if he were an idiot and said, but even with that advantage, selling a radish for 999 gold coins, wouldn't people call me an idiot? It's the same thing. Hee hee, little farmer returned the same look and said, what you have here, the immortals in the heavens might not have. Rare things are precious, and how could someone who owns a divine farm lack money? 999 gold coins is nothing to them. Just go ahead and sell, farm owner. Xiaochen glanced at the number of coins displayed in the upper left corner, 2,200. By the standards mentioned by the little farmer, his entire fortune couldn't even afford 3 radishes. Ahem, the farm has just opened, of course it can't compare to those celestial beings. Side quest, sell radishes to the immortals. Do you accept? Accept. Anyway, if they can't be sold, the store can still buy them back. There's no way he can lose, so he might as well give it a try. However, Xiaochen still felt somewhat uneasy. Plus, he didn't have many fruits at the moment and needed to save some for his own food supply. Therefore, he decided to test the waters by placing 1 radish on each of the 3 stalls, pricing them as the farmer had suggested, 999. After setting them up, he activated the advertising feature that came with the stall. This way, his products could be displayed in the public advertising area, allowing more people to see them. Next, Xiaochen familiarized himself with the farm's processing workshop and browsed through the information about other merchants displayed at the newsstand. What he saw nearly made his jaw drop. Karma Cleansing, 3.2 million gold coins, seller, Guanyin Bodhisattva Mungpa Soup, 6.8 million gold coins, seller, Mungpa 3 True Flame Seed, 1.8 billion gold coins, seller, Red Boy Peach of Immortality, 2.3 million celestial vouchers, seller, Queen Mother of the West. Xiaochen skimmed through it and was truly amazed. According to Xiaonon's explanation, each item for sale has a value difference based on its level. For example, white radish, which is a level 0 item, cannot be priced higher than 999 gold coins when displayed on the stall. Meanwhile, other higher-level items may range from thousands to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of gold coins. As for some premium-grade fruits or seeds, their prices might have no upper limit. Immortal vouchers are another form of currency, with an exchange rate of 12,000 to gold coins. At his current farm level, he still cannot unlock the conversion feature between gold coins and immortal vouchers. After learning all the functions of the farm, Xiaochen, guided by Little Farmer, opened the ranch. The ranch is divided into nests and sheds, and currently, only nests can be opened. After completing the tasks, he bought 2 chicks to raise. To raise more different types of animals and poultry, he needs to level up first. Xiaochen was just getting familiar with some related information about the ranch when he heard 3 crisp notification sounds in a row. Little Farmer exclaimed happily, farm owner, the items on our stall have been sold. Hurry back and take a look. Damn, someone actually bought them? Let's see who the sucker is. Xiaochen used the instant teleportation function of the ranch to return to the farm. Upon checking the stall, sure enough, all the white radishes on the 3 stalls had been sold out. Withdrawing the gold coins, the number in the top left corner instantly surged by 2,997. 3 radishes sold for nearly 3,000 gold coins, which converted to RMB would be 29.97 million yuan. If you told someone that 3 radishes made a fortune, who would believe it? Even Xiaochen now felt like he was dreaming. Damn, who's this rich? I wouldn't buy such expensive radishes, that's for sure. Xiaochen opened the transaction report and nearly jumped for joy when he saw the buyer's information, the great sage equal to heaven. Monkey King, it's actually the Monkey King, haha. There was no helping it. The TV series Journey to the West was a classic from Xiaochen's childhood, the kind he could watch endlessly. He had an inexplicable admiration and fondness for the great sage equal to heaven. His first customer turned out to be the very immortal he had adored since childhood, and he was absolutely overjoyed. Ding dong. Another notification sound rang out. It was a review from the buyer. Xiaochen opened it and felt an urge to do a few somersaults. This immortal fruit called white radish tastes great, just to my liking. Old Sun here gives it a full star review. The only downside is there's too little of it. Hope the seller puts out more next time. Old Sun here isn't short on cash, don't worry about me not being able to afford it. Brother Monkey is awesome. All these years of liking you weren't in vain. Ha ha. This little stall isn't bad either. You can check buyer info and leave reviews. Well, Old Shout here will give this god tier farming system a good review too. Side quest completed. Obtained 1 side quest gift pack. Would you like to open it? Xiao Nong timely reminded from the side. Start. This gift pack is similar to the upgrade pack, except for a few bags of basic fertilizer and ordinary plant seeds. It includes 10 extra stall coolants. Compared to the previous deluxe gift pack, Xiao Chen remained unfazed by such a small reward and simply stored it in his backpack. Seemingly able to sense Xiao Chen's slight disappointment, Little Farmer smiled beside him and said, "Farm owner, after completing 10 side quests cumulatively, you can unlock a wish tree. The rewards inside are extremely generous, even the least valuable one would be of great help to you. Keep it up, farm owner." Little Farmer is about to issue the next side quest, obtain positive reviews from 5 different buyers within 2 days. Upon completion, you'll receive a grand gift pack. If you fail, the farm system will be paralyzed for 3 days. Do you accept? Chapter 5, Divine Friends. Damn, this mission comes with a penalty? Then the reward afterward shouldn't be too shabby, right? Violation issues? This farmer refuses to answer. Side mission, obtain 5 positive reviews from different buyers within 2 days. Completion reward, 1 grand prize package. Mission failure, the farm system will be paralyzed for 3 days. Do you accept? Accept. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth as he accepted the side mission issued by the farmer while eyeing his stall. After tasting the initial success, he saw a bright, dazzling dawn in his life. However, there was a 4-hour cooldown period after each successful stall transaction, during which the stall would be locked and unable to continue selling items. Recalling that he had just obtained a few bottles of stall cooldown potions, Xiao Chen retrieved them from the item slot in his backpack. After using 3 cooldown potions, he unlocked the stall's locked state. Checking the remaining quantity of his produce, he found he still had 28 white radishes left. Xiao Chen listed 10 of them on the first stall slot. Although the goods had already been sold, the previously applied advertisement slot still had less than 2 hours remaining. Therefore, after listing the items, he could still continue to enjoy the benefits of the advertisement slot. The second stall also listed 10 white radishes. Just as Xiao Chen was pondering how many carrots to place on the third stall, he heard 2 consecutive notification sounds. With a quick glance, he discovered that the 2 stalls he had just listed were already sold out. All 20 large white radishes had been purchased. Watching the gold coin count suddenly increase by 19,980, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He was just about to check the buyer's information when another notification sounded. The buyer had left a review. Such a well-behaved seller definitely deserves a good review. Old son will definitely come back to support you in the future. It's the great sage, equal of heaven again. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Brother monkey, leave some room for survival. While good business naturally made Xiao Chen happy, his current side quest required positive reviews from 5 different buyers. Sun Wukong counted as 1, leaving him still 4 short of completing the task. Only 2 days remained, and failure would come with penalties. So when Sun Wukong instantly bought out all the goods Xiao Chen had just put up, his feelings were mixed, both joy and worry. What should I do? At this rate, all my radishes will end up in Brother Monkey's hands, and others won't even get a chance to know such things exist. Xiao Chen stared at the now empty shelves, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Don't worry, manager, just keep restocking. This stall has purchase limits, only 5 buys per day. So the great sage has already hit his limit. Anything you put up now, he can only look at but can't buy. Thanks to the purchase limit. Xiao Chen cheered loudly and decisively placed 2 carrots on the remaining stall. Play the long game. Once the side quest is completed, I'll definitely satisfy you all. You can eat as many carrots as you want. After using 2 more cooling agents, Xiao Chen stocked 2 carrots each on the 2 newly traded stalls, then whistled as he went to weed the Wing Chun seeds planted in the field. Weeding 1 plant yields 2 experience points. After the quest is completed, these tasks can be fully handled by the farmhand. However, Xiao Chen's enthusiasm hadn't worn off yet, so he chose to do it himself. Just finished weeding the grass, when a window popped up on the right side of the page. The great sage equal to heaven requests to add you as a friend. Accept? Of course, accept. Xiao Chen excitedly threw down the hoe and clicked accept. The Divine Farm and Ranch system comes with a built-in chat feature called Field Chat. Opening it brings up a virtual keyboard interface for typing and chatting. He had just seen Sun Wukong's Field Chat ID while checking buyer information, but thought a mere mortal adding a deity as a friend would never be approved, so he didn't bother trying. Now it seems the deities are more down to earth than he imagined, at least the great sages, taking the initiative to add him as a friend. Brother, old son, just wanted to ask which cave abode you reside in. Send me the coordinates, and I'll drop by for a visit. We can trade face to face. I'll buy a few baskets of those white radish immortal fruits to offer to my master. Just as he passed through, Sun Wukong sent a message. Monkey bro, I'm from the mortal realm. Can you come down here? Xiao Chen casually clicked the coordinate send button in the chat window and sent his location over. Great sage equal of heaven, huh? How strange, the mortal realm. You're actually immortal? Ha, interesting, very interesting. Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't look down on him for being immortal, Xiao Chen sighed in relief. Then he received another message, damn it, immortals need to apply in advance to descend to the mortal realm, fill out a bunch of forms and all that. Old son, can't stand the hassle, so I want to come down for now. Tomorrow, just put all those white radish immortal fruits up for sale, and I'll take them all. Xiao Chen replied, thanks, brother monkey, for looking out for your buddy's business. Can we do it in a few days? First, I don't have that much stock, and second, I need to finish a task first. After explaining the situation, Sun Wukong immediately replied, still need 4 more positive reviews? Leave it to me. But I just took a look at your stall. Why aren't you selling white radish fairy fruits anymore and instead switched to rotten carrots? Isn't that what China's rabbits eat? The farmer quickly whispered in Xiao Chen's ear, different farm owners, same plant, but the taste from different farms is absolutely different. The jade rabbit lives in the desolate moon palace, where even birds don't bother to poop, so her farm naturally carries a barren vibe. The fruits she grows definitely won't taste good. You're in the mortal world, infused with its unique vitality, something the moon palace can't compare to. So the carrots from your farm will absolutely have a different taste from hers. I guarantee, if the jade rabbit tries your carrots, she'll go back and plow her own radish field flat. Xiao Chen took a carrot from the warehouse, took a crisp bite, and immediately said, delicious. Even better than white radishes, a whole level above. So besides stall transactions, are there other trading channels here? Like gift giving, for example? Yes, farm owner. You can mail items to the other party. From Farmer Xiao. No matter how eloquently you describe it, nothing beats tasting it firsthand. Xiao Chen opened the mailbox in the chat function, wrapped a carrot, and sent it directly to Sun Wukong. Chapter 6, The Jade Rabbit Comes to Demand Justice. Brother monkey, my carrots are much tastier than those in the moon palace. Give it a try. After sending the email, Xiao Chen's message followed right after. After a few minutes, Sun Wukong's message came through, huh? Carrots are actually this delicious, even better than white radishes. But if I, old son, start munching on carrots too, would I be looked down upon by rabbits? Not at all, brother monkey. Good things are for everyone to enjoy, there's no rule saying only rabbits can eat carrots. Besides, carrots are super nutritious and great for your eyes, Xiao Chen enthusiastically promoted. Old son is left speechless. Alright, let me see who's online and get them to come buy your carrots and give you a good review. While they were chatting, Xiao Chen noticed a notification pop up, the Jade Rabbit requests to add you as a friend. Accept? Speak of the devil. As Xiao Chen clicked accept, he glanced at the stall and noticed the carrots were still on the shelf, unsold. What was the Jade Rabbit up to? Who are you? Send me your coordinates, this rabbit is coming over for a visit. Just as Xiao Chen added the angry emoji, the Jade Rabbit sent a message, complete with a furious expression. Awkward. Xiao Chen was momentarily at a loss for words and simply sent a single character in response. Jade Rabbit brand carrots are the one and only in the heavens, no substitutes. Admit it, did you steal those carrots from my field and then come here to compete with me? Angry pounding. Xiao Chen shook his head with amusement, noticing that although the Jade Rabbit's tone was a bit domineering, it wasn't annoying. So he directly opened his mailbox, wrapped a carrot, and sent it over. Then he replied with a message, this is a carrot from the mortal world. I wonder how it compares to your Jade Rabbit brand carrots. Here's one for you, try it before you speak. Pfft, how could a mortal world carrot compare to my professionally cultivated carrots, grown for tens of thousands of years? Pouts. Xiao Chen smiled and chose not to argue, patiently waiting. Before long, the Jade Rabbit sent another message, holy moly, this is so delicious. Unbelievable. How is your carrot this tasty? It must be that my family's carrot seeds have gone moldy. I want to buy. Alright, if you want to buy. Xiao Chen had just started to instruct the Jade Rabbit to temporarily purchase one stall while saving the others for him to farm positive reviews for a quest. But before he could finish typing, 3 consecutive notification sounds came from the other side. Little Farmer promptly reminded him, goods are sold out. Xiao Chen's face darkened with frustration, feeling utterly helpless. He checked his backpack and found only 5 bottles of stall coolant left. This item wasn't available in shops, it could only be obtained as mission rewards or crafted in the workshop after reaching a certain level. If he used up his current supply now, he'd have to wait a full 4-hour cooldown period. Ding dong. Not bad, he received a positive review from the Jade Rabbit. Then the Jade Rabbit sent another message saying, this bunny is giving you a good review for the sake of those delicious carrots, quick, thank me. Mischievous. Xiao Chen shook his head with a wry smile. First, he expressed his gratitude, then explained the situation to the Jade Rabbit. I only have 5 cooling agents left here. After I finish this mission, I'll send you a few carrots, so don't buy any for now when I list them. Thanks. Just then, a message from Sun Wukong came through. Bro, your stall is out of stock. Hurry up and list more. Zhu Beiji and Sha Sang are waiting to snatch them up. Got it, brother monkey. I'll restock right away, but I'm running low on cooling agents. Could you ask them to limit themselves to 1 each? Thanks, bro. After sending the message and seeing no response from the Jade Rabbit, Xiao Chen was wondering if the guy was angry and whether he should say something nice to smooth things over. Just then, a notification popped up. There was an email. Xiao Chen opened it to find 30,000 bottles of stall cooldown potions quietly sitting in his inbox. Attached was a message, "Oh my, I finally cleared out all this space hogging junk, hehe. Now I've got room to go steal stuff from the dog star." Xiao Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He swiftly lifted the cooldown on his current stall, placed 3 carrots each, and was about to send a thank you message to the Jade Rabbit when another notification arrived. Another email. Xiao Chen opened it and saw it was from Sun Wukong. 100,000 bottles of stall cooldown potions and 500 monthly stall cooldown cards. The aloof Monkey King just gives stuff without a word. What's a stall cooldown card? Xiao Chen asked Xiao Nong. Xiao Nong replied, the cooldown card ensures all your stall shelves won't go on cooldown for a month after use. This thing is super expensive. But the Immortals are rich, they all use the cards and rarely bother with cooldown potions, finding them too troublesome. Still, you shouldn't use it now. It's more cost effective to wait until all your stall shelves are unlocked. Besides, the Jade Rabbit and the Great Sage are both very generous. These cooldown potions they gave you will last a long time. Xiao Chen thanked them both, only to receive disdainful emojis from the rabbit and the monkey. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Buyer Zhu Beiji has given you a 5-star review. Buyer Sha Wujing has given you a full star positive review. Buyer Chang'e has given you a full star positive review. Ha? Chang'e is here too? It must be the Jade Rabbit's doing. Xiao Chen's mind was buzzing with gossip, dying to see what the legendary Chang'e looks like. Zhu Beiji has sent you a friend request. Will you accept? Sha Wujing requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Chang'e requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Congratulations, farm owner. You have completed a side quest and received a grand gift package. Would you like to open it now? A series of trade notifications, review messages, and friend requests kept Xiao Chen momentarily busy. To express gratitude, he mailed each of them a carrot via email. It wasn't that he was stingy, but supplies were running low. There was still a big gift package waiting. While responding to Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, Xiao Chen issued a command without even turning his head, activate. At the same time, he received a message from Chang'e, dear fellow Immortal, are your carrot seeds for sale? My Jade Rabbit just returned and pulled out all the carrots she planted, throwing them away. Chapter 7 had already passed. Looking at Chang'e's message, Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Turns out this rabbit has quite the temper. He couldn't just bluntly tell her that her moon palace is a desolate place where nothing good grows. So after carefully choosing his words, he replied, it's a matter of regional differences, so the taste varies. I can give you some seeds to try, but I'm afraid the soil might still affect the final flavor of the produce. Chang'e replied, oh, that makes sense. The celestial peaches grown here don't taste the same as the ones the Great Sage grows. Still, thank you. Please grow more carrots to sell to my Jade Rabbit, or I'm afraid she'll pester you to death. Xiao Chen instantly replied, of course, Sister Chang'e. And thank you for supporting my business. Seeing that Chang'e understood, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he feared she might misunderstand him as deliberately giving her poor quality seeds out of worry that she would steal his business, which wouldn't be a good look. He certainly didn't want to leave a bad impression of being petty in the beauty's eyes. No sooner had he finished his conversation with Chang'e than Zhu Beiji started spamming his chat box before he could even check what was in the open gift pack. Bro, put up some more carrots. My senior brother has already gone to pay respects to our master, and I, old Zhu, can't fall behind. Hurry up and list more so I can snap them up and go pay my respects too. Zhu Beiji, why aren't you saying anything? Pigsy, I've got some ginseng fruits here, wanna trade for your carrots? Pigsy, bro, who are you chatting with? You're ignoring old Pigsy here. So sad. Xiao Chen chuckled and replied, not at all, brother Pigsy. I'm running low on stock here. You can check out my farm, it's just started with only 6 plots, and I've planted some other stuff too. When the next batch of carrots is ready, I'll message you first before setting up my stall so you can be the first to visit. After calming Pigsy down and replying to a few messages from Sandy, Xiao Chen heard the farmhand say, boss, Pigsy's come to snoop around our farm. Oh, I was the one who invited him. Did he actually come to check it out? He's really too honest. Ha ha. Xiao Chen laughed. The little farmer gave Xiao Chen a disdainful look, scanning him up and down a few times, then howled, farm owner, are you stupid or what? What's wrong? Xiao Chen looked confused. The celestial fruits grown by the Immortals are all top grade, taking years, or at least months to ripen. So even if they wanted to steal from others' farms, there'd be nothing to take. If Zhu Beiji comes and sees our farm has radishes about to ripen, he'll definitely keep a close eye on them and come back to steal them later. The little farmer said angrily. Yes, the 2 existing radishes will mature in just a few more hours. Compared to the months or even years it usually takes for them to mature, a few hours are like mere seconds in their eyes. Xiao Chen thought it over carefully and did some calculations first. Each plot's mature produce can only be stolen up to 5 times. If he were to sell the produce to the system under the old game rules, it would definitely be a bit of a loss. But given the current business situation, he plans to sell his future produce only at his stall. Even if he doesn't sell at the highest price, just half the price would already be super cost effective. Moreover, these friends will become his regular customers in the future. Besides, the Jade Rabbit and Sun Mukong are quite generous, they've given him cooling agents in units of 10,000. So, he can't be too stingy either. Let them steal, consider it an unconventional way of interacting with these celestial friends. After working out the math, he shared his thoughts with Little Farmer, saying, "So, even if they steal, I still come out ahead. Think of it as providing some fun for everyone." Yeah, you're right. Little Farmer, keep an eye on the other Immortals farms from now on. Once something ripens, notify the farm owner immediately and we'll go steal it back. The stuff they grow is truly valuable. If we can successfully steal just one, we'll break even. Hee hee. Alright. Xiao Chen laughed. He also wanted to experience what it felt like to steal from an Immortal's farm. Little Farmer's words reminded him he hadn't even seen what an Immortal's farm looked like yet. Just as he was about to act, his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was his good buddy and roommate from high school through college, Wei Yan, calling. Pressing the answer button, he greeted unceremoniously, "Hey. Damn, you broke up with Su Jiajiao? Didn't affect your will to live, did it? Need some sleeping pills? My treat." Wei Yan on the other end sounded breathless, his tone a bit urgent. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He wasn't the type to wallow in misery or make a breakup public knowledge. Ignoring his friend's sarcastic rambling, he first asked in confusion, "How did you know? Did your IQ subscription expire these past 2 days? Never heard of something called a friend circle?" Wait a moment. Xiao Chen hung up the phone without waiting for the other party's response, then logged into WeChat and started scrolling through his moments. He didn't have to scroll for long before finding the answer he was looking for. The timestamp showed it was posted yesterday. "Sweet and coquettish, men with beards have that little extra bit of sexiness, I just can't get enough of them." The accompanying image beneath the text shows Su Jiaojiao in a pouting intimate photo with a man. It was the same man Xiao Chen had seen when delivering a package that day. Xiao Chen looked at the picture and instantly felt a chill run through his body, yet he quickly scrolled down the page. He flipped to some older messages. The timestamp showed it was from 2 days ago. In a coquettish tone, "I love my husband's slender hands, the most even gripping the steering wheel looks super charming." The accompanying image beneath the text is a car's steering wheel. Honestly, the hand pose is quite average, probably trying to show off the BMW 5 Series steering wheel. There was another post on the same day. In a coquettish tone, "It's so hot today, hubby took me out for some salad to cool off." In the accompanying image beneath the text, there is a plate of salad, but anyone would automatically overlook that inconspicuous salad and instead focus on the half view of the highly sophisticated restaurant. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't continue reading further. Instead, he opened Su Jiajiao's personal information, tapped the upper right corner, found an option labeled Add to Blacklist, and without hesitation, clicked it and confirmed. It's all in the past. Xiao Chen stared at the phone screen, let out a long sigh, and murmured to himself. Chapter 8, Plain Noodles in Clear Broth. Thud, thud, thud. Before Xiao Chen could wallow in melancholy any longer, he was startled by the sudden, thunderous pounding on the door. "Open up, damn it! Your old man's exhausted." The familiar voice at the door was panting heavily. Xiao Chen rushed over and swung the door open, only to see Wei Yan leaning against the stair railing, tongue lolling and panting like a dog. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. "When we were on the phone earlier, were you already in the stairwell?" "Damn, I'm just here to congratulate you on rejoining the Single Dog Club and to enjoy the show." Speaking in a barely audible voice, he walked in and casually shoved the stuff in his hand forward, cursing, "Take it, damn it. Can't you see I'm about to collapse?" Xiao Chen merely smiled at such cheap talk without responding, but after firmly securing the items in his hand, he reluctantly lifted his foot and planted a clear, distinct footprint on his friend's enormous, millstone-sized buttocks. As if by magic, Wei Yan's hefty frame immediately stumbled and crashed heavily into the living room sofa. "Thank God I bought this sofa with my own money, otherwise the landlord would definitely demand compensation when I move out." Xiao Chen thought to himself as he listened to the sofa's pitiful creaking. Though Wei Yan's words were harsh, Xiao Chen didn't see it that way. Although this guy was technically in City B, he was in another district nearly 2.5 hours away by car. In this scorching heat, it couldn't have been easy for him to drag his hefty frame all the way here, risking being roasted alive by the sun, just to console his heartbroken friend. Feeling the refreshingly cool beer in the plastic bag, Xiao Chen pulled out a bottle and popped the cap off against the edge of the table behind him. He took a long swig before opening another bottle and placing it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Carrying all that stuff up 6 flights of stairs in one go must have exhausted the 200-pound guy. He was still slumped on the sofa, panting heavily. After a long while, Wei Yan finally managed to sit up with great difficulty. As he did so, the fat on his belly bulged outward nearly half a meter, its jiggly elasticity visible even through his clothes. With effort, he reached for the beer on the coffee table and downed half the bottle in one gulp. Only after setting the bottle down did he get a clear look at the state of Xiao Chen's place. "Damn," he muttered, "did Bin Laden crawl up from the underworld for a day trip to your house?" "Trip your sister," Xiao Chen retorted, carrying the large watermelon Wei Yan had brought into the kitchen. With a swift chop of the knife, he split it in half, then grabbed 2 small spoons. "Since you're clearly bored out of your skull, you might as well help me clean up the place after we finish this watermelon." Actually, I've got stuff to do. I should head out, no need to see me off, really." Wei Yan decisively rose to his feet, looking as if he were being chased by ghosts, and made a beeline for the door. Xiao Chen turned his head and laughed. "Seriously though, next Saturday, I'm treating you to a trip to the workers' stadium." Despite his weight and the fact that even a short walk left him panting like a dog, Wei Yan was, improbably, a die-hard football fan. Just in time, there's a game at the stadium next Saturday, and it's the team Wei Yan likes. For a die-hard fan, this sentence is far more tempting than any invitation to watch beautiful women. You could tell by how Wei Yan instantly withdrew his hand from the doorknob and swiftly grabbed a broom, wearing an expression of heroic sacrifice. Xiao Chen entrusted the farm and pasture matters to Xiao Nong through telepathic communication, then buried himself in cleaning the house. With help at hand, why wait until next year to clean? Now's the perfect time. As evening fell and the city lights began to glow, Xiao Chen led Wei Yan to sit at a table in a bustling street-side food stall. On a scorching summer day, where's the best place to eat? Of course, it's the roadside food stalls. Skewers in hand, a round of drinks, and a gentle evening breeze, what could be more delightful? By this point, Xiao Chen even felt that these street stalls had more style than any high-end restaurant. Of course, it would be even better if the chubby guy across the table would stop squinting his small eyes and staring at him. "I didn't really look at you properly today, and now I realize you seem to have changed." Wei Yan took a swig from the bottle, then squinted his small eyes and leaned forward to scrutinize Xiao Chen, determined to get a good look. Xiao Chen took a deep drag of his cigarette, then flipped his hair with a cocky gesture and said, "So you think I've gotten even more handsome, huh? Admitting it won't cost you a pound of flesh. Damn, maybe I'm going blind, you're the same as ever, no change." Wei Yan relaxed, patting his chest as if relieved, then picked up a skewer of grilled lamb and started chomping away. Secretly, though, he had to admit that Xiao Chen did seem handsomer than before, and even taller. Could the old saying about growing another inch at 23 be true? But this guy's only 21, maybe he's a late bloomer who hadn't fully developed before? Xiao Chen, however, secretly turned to Xiao Nong for answers. "I've already downed 3 bottles of beer by now. Based on my usual tolerance, I should at least be flushed if not tipsy by this point, so why don't I feel anything yet? And these cigarettes too, they feel weak when I smoke them, with no kick at all. Could it be related to the body tempering pill I took?" "Yes, master," Xiao Nong replied. "After the dual transformation from the body tempering pill and the shaping pill, your physique is now close to that of an immortal. How could these mundane substances possibly affect you?" "I see. By the way, will the future mission reward packs still include the body tempering pill and shaping pill?" "I'd like to give them to my family and friends," Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Nong cannot answer such rule-breaking questions. However, Xiao Nong knows that once your workshop reaches a certain level, you can find the recipes for these 2 pills and craft them yourself. The effects will be the same. After finishing the conversation with Xiao Nong, Wei Yan suddenly asked, "By the way, do you still remember that plain noodle soup?" Xiao Chen had just taken a big gulp of beer and hadn't had time to swallow it when the words plain noodle soup hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. Caught off guard, he choked, unable to expel the beer in his mouth. Under the force of the moment, it shot straight out of both his nostrils and landed precisely on the lamb skewers Wei Yan was holding. Chapter 9, A Friend Who Doesn't TT's Isn't a True Friend. Xiao Chen was busy soothing the discomfort in his nasal cavity and throat. Over there, Wei Yan was grumbling with a look of disdain on his face. Xiao Chen glanced at the beer bottle beside him, feeling an urge to pick it up and kiss Wei Yan's head with it. Qingtang Guamian, originally named Zhou Xia, was a girl with a strong scholarly aura, quiet, well-behaved, and not very talkative. She had once been one of Xiao Chen's many admirers during his university days. Saying she was a pursuer would be an exaggeration for this kind of girl, the term secret admirer would be more fitting. If it hadn't been for their accidental encounter, where Zhou Xia's involuntary, flustered gaze toward Xiao Chen betrayed her feelings, and if, by sheer coincidence, her best friend beside her hadn't noticed and pressed her for the truth, which then reached Xiao Chen's ears, he might never have known that among his admirers was a beautiful academic prodigy. Zhou Xia was beautiful, but her beauty was too understated. If one didn't deliberately take a few extra glances, who could discern her striking features behind the black-framed glasses that covered half her face? As for her figure, she was tall and slender, but Xiao Chen had seen her several times without ever determining whether her loose, casual clothes concealed a delicate, curvaceous silhouette. At that time, Xiao Chen was chasing Su Jiaoju with the shameless persistence of a lovesick fool. Like most arrogant young men, the girls who pursued him were nothing more than bragging rights, something to casually chat and joke about with his roommates after lights out in the dorm. During one of these discussions with his roommates, when Zhou Xia's name came up, someone suggested he give up on Su Jiaojiu and go for Zhou Xia instead. The cocky young man tossed his hair with an air of superiority and declared with a pretentious smirk, "Bro likes them hot and spicy, the kind of bewitching bombshell with curves to die for. Zhou Xia's just a plain bowl of noodle soup, not my type." From then on, plain noodle soup became the nickname for Zhou Xia in that dorm room. Later, he did succeed in winning Su Jiaojiu over. But in a twist of absurd irony, one of Xiao Chen's idiot roommates accidentally let slip in front of Su Jiaojiu about Zhou Xia's existence and the infamous plain noodle soup nickname. How could Su Jiaojiu, who had just fallen in love with Xiao Chen, tolerate the existence of such a potential romantic rival? That very night, she caught the innocent Zhou Xia off guard with a sudden attack. Su Jiaojiu openly mocked the stunned Zhou Xia with the nickname plain noodles. When Xiao Chen hurried over, he saw the misty yet radiant eyes behind Zhou Xia's black-framed glasses and, for the first time, truly understood the meaning of extreme embarrassment. To have the nickname secretly given by the person you secretly admire revealed in public by that person's almost girlfriend, what kind of pain is that? From then on, Xiao Chen avoided Zhou Xia whenever he saw her. He couldn't bear to face those eyes. And this girl became a taboo in Xiao Chen's dorm. Anyone who mentioned her would provoke his anger, the kind that was genuinely fierce. Perhaps no one could understand the complex yet excruciating feeling in his heart? "It's been years, why are you still like this?" Wei Yan said with a disgusted look, tossing the skewer in his hand and picking up a new one. "Teammates like pigs." Xiao Chen gritted his teeth as he wiped the spilled beer off the table with a napkin. That's right, back then the teammate as foolish as a pig was none other than Wei Yan from the opposing side. Not only did Xiao Chen feel guilty towards Zhou Xia, but even Wei Yan knew he had messed up and had been trying to make amends and atone ever since. Through his continuous efforts, he eventually became one of Zhou Xia's many ordinary friends, and the two often kept in touch, nothing more than that. Here's the thing, just yesterday, little Zhou needed a favor. She wanted someone to temporarily act as her boyfriend to ward off some unwanted attention. "Coincidentally, I saw that you had broken up with Su Jiaojiu, so I recommended you to her and gave her your number. She might contact you in the next few days." Xiao Chen stared at Wei Yan with a dark expression and speechless for a long time. All the profanities and exclamations that surged to his lips were condensed into two words: idiot. Because deep down, Xiao Chen knew very well that this seemingly foolish teammate of his wasn't actually stupid at all. Wei Yan was using this method to comfort his wounded heart after just experiencing both a breakup and unemployment. Although facing Zhou Xia would trigger his social awkwardness, only such intense emotions could temporarily overshadow the pain brought by his failed relationship in the foreseeable future. Truth be told, the emergence of the divine level farm had already alleviated some of his distress, but Xiao Chen was still deeply moved. True friends are true friends. They might tease you so mercilessly that you'd consider cutting ties, yet behind the scenes, they'll go out of their way to pull you out of the fire. Damn! Xiao Chen chuckled wryly, raising his bottle in a toast to his teasing friend before tilting his head back to chug his beer, hiding his slightly reddened eyes behind the gesture. Chapter 10, Immortal squatting in the fields. By the time the two took a cab back to Xiao Chen's rented apartment, it was almost 10 o'clock. Wei Yan was drunk into a stupor by Xiao Chen. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's body had become incredibly strong after tempering, allowing him to carry the 200-pound fatty up 6 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. After opening the door, Xiao Chen first stood in the living room with the unconscious fatty on his shoulder, pondering for a moment. Then he entered the bedroom and unceremoniously dumped Wei Yan onto the bed. Grabbing a pillow, he returned to the living room, unfolded the sofa, arranged the bedding, and placed the pillow neatly before rushing into the bathroom for a refreshing shower. There was only one bed in the house, and he had no interest in sharing a bed with another man, let alone sleeping with divided dreams. So, he chose to humble himself and sleep on the sofa. When he finally lay comfortably on the sofa, using a baseball cap as a fan to cool himself before drifting off to dreamland, he suddenly sensed that something wasn't quite right. Calculating the time, his white radishes should be ripening around now. Yet his assistant, Xiao Nong, seemed unusually quiet. Xiao Chen accessed the farm page with his consciousness and indeed found that the white radishes would mature in 10 minutes, while the carrots would take about an hour. However, there was no sign of Xiao Nong on the page. According to what Xiao Nong had mentioned earlier, some things could only be observed by switching to 100% realistic simulation mode. Xiao Chen switched modes and entered the farm, only to be instantly dumbfounded by what he saw. Upon entering the farm, he immediately spotted their adorable little girl suspended mid-air, as if restrained by some invisible force, completely immobilized and unable to make a sound. Only her large, rolling eyes conveyed a mix of grievance and faint anger as they fixed on him. Meanwhile, in the field, a monkey was leaping about, now plucking leaves from the jujube tree, now pawing at the Tang sect's hidden weapon crops, and eventually flipping idly in place out of sheer boredom. Between the two radish patches, a snow-white rabbit crouched beside the carrots, its crimson eyes gleaming with covetous mischief as it eyed the nearly ripe vegetables. In the white radish patch, a pig-headed humanoid creature sprawled inelegantly on its back, belly exposed, lazily brushing a half-eaten radish top against its snout. The only sight that felt remotely normal to him was a graceful young woman dressed in ancient-style white robes, standing quietly at the edge of the field. A faint smile played on her lips as she gazed with affectionate indulgence at the rabbit devoutly worshipping the radishes. Xiao Chen glanced over and was instantly awestruck by her celestial beauty. For her unparalleled beauty. Her skin was like congealed jade, her eyes like pools of ink, with a delicate nose and rosy cherry lips. Her beauty was ethereal, untouched by mortal dust, so divine it forbade any thought of defilement yet impossible to look away from. She must be Chanya. Strange, wasn't it said that Zhu Beiji was banished to the mortal world because he coveted Chanya? Why does it seem now that he's more interested in radish greens? Ha! So you're that mortal Xiao Chen? Sun Dashang was the first to notice Xiao Chen. Without seeing how he moved, Xiao Chen only felt a blur before his eyes, and a furry hand had already familiarly slapped his shoulder. Hee, what a fine-looking fellow. I'm the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, here to steal your vegetables. Come, let's sit on the ground and chat. Stealing from someone else's territory yet acting even more at home than the owner, truly monkey-like behavior. Hello, brother monkey, I'm Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen put the hat on his head and greeted Sun Wukong with a smile. But the next second, he stared speechlessly at the baseball cap that suddenly appeared on the monkey's head, his lips twitching. The great sage Sun didn't see anything wrong with transferring someone else's belongings onto himself. His eyes crossed as he tilted his head upward, curiously examining the brim of the cap. Over there, Zhu Beiji sprang up from the ground, snorted twice, and walked over. He barely managed to say, "How dare you be even better looking than me, old pig. This is outrageous," before the monkey grabbed him by the ear and yanked him aside. Sit. Hey. Sun Wukong grinned mischievously as he looked at the empty ground. Just as Xiao Chen was about to squat down, the Monkey King lifted a furry finger and pointed. A smooth, flat, elongated boulder suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen's body descended right onto the stone stool conjured by Sun Wukong. Sorry. Only Chang'e offered Xiao Chen a gentle, normal smile, her voice as melodious as celestial music, saying, "My jade insisted on coming, and I was afraid she might cause trouble, so I followed along." Xiao Chen shot a suspicious glance at Sun Wukong, thinking to himself, has your jade ever done anything more shameless than wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace? That you'd be so worried. However, faced with such an indescribably beautiful woman, Xiao Chen responded with slight shyness, smiling, "No problem, you're both welcome here." No sooner had he spoken than he felt an itch on his face. Only then did he notice the rabbit, who had also arrived in an unconventional manner, brushing his face with a pair of large, fluffy ears. You deserve to be stolen from, humph. Because of you, this bunny has no carrots to eat tonight. With a flash of white light, the rabbit transformed into a big-eyed, very pretty girl, glaring at him in displeasure. Don't be rude. Even Chang'e's scolding voice sounded melodious, soft and sweet, making Xiao Chen feel as if every cell in his body had been nourished by divine nectar, indescribably comfortable. Humph. The rabbit, now in the form of a beautiful girl, stuck her tongue out at Xiao Chen before transforming back into a rabbit to guard her carrots. The rapid switch between human and rabbit was so fast it left Xiao Chen's head spinning. In that moment, he felt that being friends with immortals was exhausting. Chapter 11, Openly Stealing Vegetables. Xiao Chen pointed at the restrained little farmer and asked, "What's going on here? Let my little farmer down first." Hey, wasn't sure she'd agree to us stealing the vegetables, so old Sun here cast an immobilizing spell on her, Sun Wukong replied. With a flick of his finger and a command of release, little farmer flapped her wings a couple of times before landing beside Xiao Chen, looking aggrieved. Farm master, as soon as they came in and I was about to greet them, the great sage Sun immobilized me, she complained. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had thought it strange that little farmer would disobey his orders and take it upon herself to stop them from stealing the vegetables. It seems the phrase "as impatient as a monkey" isn't unfounded, it's actually quite justified. After comforting the young farmer with a few words, he turned to Sun Wukong and the others, saying, "I've already told the young farmer you're all welcome to visit. Feel free to pick and eat any fruit from my fields. No need to stand on ceremony." Ha! Chang'e's face showed surprise, her rosy cherry lips slightly parted in an alluring way, making Xiao Chen swallow hard and force himself to look away. Ah! Really? I knew you were the best. The rabbit hopped up and down in excitement, seemingly having forgotten who she just called deserved it earlier. What a good friend, so loyal. It's all because my senior brother is too impatient. He went and immobilized such a pretty little girl as soon as he came in. So immoral. Just as Zhu Beiji was about to shamelessly flatter the little farmer to win some favor, Sun Wukong once again grabbed him by the ear and yanked him aside. Ahem, ha! Sun Wukong's furry face actually flashed with a rare hint of embarrassment. One monkey paw scratched the other awkwardly as he grinned and said, "So you agreed after all? Should have said so earlier, wasted one of my spells for nothing." Then he made a funny face at the little farmer. Could that be interpreted as an apology? Bro, you're too kind, Sun Wukong said, patting Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Since you agreed, this doesn't count as stealing anymore. Later, if my master asks about it, well, It was I who invited you all as guests to taste the immortal fruits, Xiao Chen replied, nodding understandingly at Monkey King's meaningful look. Hey, you're really something. You're definitely a friend worth having, old Sun here has decided. Ha ha ha. Who wants to be friends with your butt? Old Xiao isn't into that kind of kinky stuff. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and silently cursed in his heart. Secretly, though, he marveled at how, even without the golden headband, Sun Wukong still cared so much for his master. It seemed the journey to the west had worn away much of his monkey nature. Even after all these years, free from the headband's restraint, the bond between master and disciple had only grown stronger. Tang Sanzang might just be the only deity in heaven who could truly tame the monkey. This wasn't fear, it was genuine respect from the heart. Looks like the great sage truly is a monkey who values loyalty and righteousness. Pigsy grunted and groaned, trying to edge closer to speak again, but the great sage equaling heaven turned his head and bared his teeth with a menacing ha, scaring him into a shiver before he retreated with a pout, looking thoroughly wronged. After some chatter and another round of commotion, the white radishes were ready. At this moment, Xiao Chen stood like an outsider beside Chang'e at the edge of the field, intoxicated by the faint fragrance wafting from her as he watched the three monsters brawl. The little farmer had already accepted Xiao Chen's earlier reasoning. Seeing this scene still made him squat in a corner with a pained expression, sulkily drawing circles in the dirt. Who knows whom he was cursing? In the end, the rabbit and the monkey acted almost simultaneously, but luck knows no order, they each managed to pluck just one radish. Meanwhile, Pigsy, who had been bullied to the sidelines, had a sudden burst of pig-like fortune and harvested 3 large white radishes at once. After picking everything, a message appeared on the white radish leaves: the maximum number of items can be picked. You cannot pick anymore. This means that no one can pick even half a radish from him anymore. The 3 monsters twisted into a ball once more. The rabbit's eyes grew redder, and the impatient Sun Wukong grew even more furious. The monkey and the rabbit pinned the pig to the ground. The scene was too gruesome. Xiao Chen turned away, unable to bear the sight. After all the commotion, Zhu Beiji had no choice but to give up one of his radishes, splitting it into 2 pieces for the rabbit and the monkey. He then clutched the other 2 large white radishes and hid far away, his face full of grievance. The carrot still has an hour left. Xiao Chen, use some fertilizer to make it ripen faster. The rabbit crunched on the white radish and pointed at the nearly ripe carrot. Right, and what's this called? Add some fertilizer to it too. I've never tasted this stuff before, but I'm sure the divine fruit you grow in your field must taste amazing. I want to try it. Sun Wukong wiped the carrot juice off his monkey fur and said. Zhu Beiji nodded in agreement. No problem, but my farm just started up, and I don't have much fertilizer. Go back and rummage through your own warehouses, pack up any low-grade fertilizer or seeds you don't want, and mail them to me. Once my output increases, I won't forget you. He could tell these guys were all familiar with each other and none of them were being polite with him, so he didn't hesitate to ask for favors. After speaking, he opened the warehouse, took out a carrot, and handed it to Chang'e beside him to eat. Only then did he open his backpack to look for fertilizer. No problem, no problem. I'll look for it later. Perhaps it was Xiao Chen's previous generosity that had rubbed off on everyone, or maybe these guys had simply lived too long and had accumulated a lot of things in the warehouse that they no longer needed, so they all nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Even Chang'e looked pensive, then thought for a moment and said, I think I still have a beginner's guide to cultivating immortality. I'll mail it to you later. If you can cultivate, go for it. If not, don't force yourself, just read it to pass the time. Cultivation? To become an immortal? Xiao Chen's heart raced wildly, and he accidentally trembled, using a bag of ultra-fast fertilizer that could reduce the growth time by 5.5 hours on a plant whose current status showed only 1 hour remaining. Chapter 12, Chance Encounter. Under the influence of fertilizer, crops that shouldn't have ripened yet did, and a few greedy individuals quickly snatched some before Xiao Chen could harvest them. He went to the store and bought 10 carrot seeds and 10 white radish seeds, putting them in his backpack. He then planted 1 carrot, 1 white radish, and the red date tree from the previous gift package on the 3 empty plots of land. He checked the fruits in the warehouse. There were a total of 45 white radishes and carrots combined, and 15 red dates remaining after they had been stolen. He kept 5 carrots and 5 red dates for himself as fruit, and sold the rest at his small stall to a few people who came to steal vegetables. Of course, the impatient Sun Wukong had already exhausted his purchase limit, and after tasting the 2 stolen red dates, he was begging Xiao Chen for more. In the end, Xiao Chen only tasted 1 date and mailed the remaining 4 to Sun Wukong. Monkey brother, being the generous one he is, immediately plucked a monkey hair and handed it to Xiao Chen, explaining that if he ever got bullied, he could take out the monkey hair, blow on it, and a little Sun Wukong would appear to help him fight. Xiao Chen treasured it like a precious gem, but after holding back for half a minute, he finally resisted the urge to pluck Sun Wukong's hair. As for the prices at the stall, there was no way he was going to discount them. Anyway, they're so poor they've got nothing left but money, might as well take advantage of them. Therefore, by the time Xiao Chen finished this slightly bizarre yet highly enjoyable visit and left the farm, the number of gold coins on his page had reached 87,232. That's over 8,700,000 yuan. It was equivalent to over 87 million yuan. It's time to consider buying a house and a car. The next day, Wei Yan took the pink suitcase by the door with him and volunteered to deliver it to Su Jiaojiao for his good friend. When faced with the unusually large radish that Xiao Chen gave him, he actually tried to persuade Xiao Chen not to give in to temptation and eat such genetically modified food. After sending Wei Yan off, Xiao Chen hailed a taxi and headed to the sales office of Yuan to buy a house. That's right, Yuan. There's no need to overthink it. As the most upscale neighborhood in City B, Xiao Chen wouldn't give up on Yuan for any reason. He lives by the motto, wherever you fall, get back up and fight your way back with determination. Only then can he live up to the life he has been given, one that has been handed to him on a silver platter. Before arriving, he had looked up information about Yuan online. It was then that he discovered that what Yuan was most famous for wasn't the upscale residential buildings he had come across earlier, but the villa district. A villa. This was something Xiao Chen had never even dared to dream of. He had even thought that after decades of hard work, being able to afford an ordinary residential building in B City would be enough to allow him to return home in glory and bring honor to his family. And now, in just a few days, he could already live in a villa. Hello, I'm Xiao Chen. I called an hour ago to inquire about the villa with the reference number 500900. Xiao Chen entered the sales office and politely introduced himself to the front desk staff. Upon hearing his voice and seeing who it was, the sales agent couldn't help but stare at him in shock. After all, a teenager dressed in ordinary casual attire, carrying an oversized backpack, and arriving by taxi to view a villa was simply too surprising to ignore. However, working in such a high-end neighborhood, these people must be highly professional. Therefore, despite a slight unease in their hearts, some people approached him politely, subtly hinting at the price of the villa, hoping that the young man before them wasn't there to cause trouble. Sir, these types of villas are priced between 8 million and 17 million. Would you prefer to pay in installments or in full? A saleswoman poured him a glass of water and smiled. I'll pay in full. I mainly want to see the villa layout and the surrounding environment. By the way, don't show me any with outdoor swimming pools. Let's not waste time. Xiao Chen didn't beat around the bush. He knew that the paperwork after purchasing the property would be quite tedious, and he also wanted to look at cars. Seeing that the sales agent was surprised but still treated him politely, he didn't want to play any tricks, so he simply took off his backpack, opened the zipper, and revealed a stack of $100 bills inside, speaking succinctly, cash. Ah! The saleswoman who was attending to him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After regaining her composure, she blushed and apologized to Xiao Chen before officially helping him plan the villas he wanted to see and called for the viewing car. In the end, Xiao Chen chose a 900 square meter villa in the Huayuan Villa Complex. The traditional Chinese architectural style, combined with an open-air swimming pool and Huayuan-style landscaped areas, immediately captured Xiao Chen's heart. The entire process would take approximately 1 week, so after paying the deposit, Xiao Chen left the sales office and headed straight to his next destination, the car dealership. Once the villa is renovated, he'll bring his parents from their hometown to enjoy their golden years. But how would he explain the source of the money? After leaving the sales office, Xiao Chen realized there were no taxis in the area, so he walked toward the nearest intersection, planning his future as he went. What are you doing here? Xiao Chen was deep in thought when a sudden voice startled him. He looked up and realized he had just reached the entrance of the upscale residential complex, Huayuan. Right, from the sales office to the next intersection, this residential complex entrance was a must-pass spot. And the person blocking his way was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Su Jiaojiao. I'm telling you, it's over between us. Just give up on that idea. Seeing Xiao Chen's confused expression, Su Jiaojiao was furious. She had just landed a wealthy husband and didn't want him to misunderstand. If news of her meeting her ex-boyfriend reached her current boyfriend's ears, it would definitely strain their relationship. As for Xiao Chen appearing here, she didn't think he was here to buy a house. He must be here to cling to her and try to win her back. Her brilliant life had just begun. Why would she want to go back to living in a cramped rental apartment? Oh, I've given up. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows slightly, feeling annoyed that his thoughts had been interrupted. He prepared to walk past Su Jiaojiao and continue on his way. Lost in his thoughts, he was still dazed and had no idea that he was about to see his ex-girlfriend. Things seemed to be going against her expectations, and Su Jiaojiao grew even more furious. She shouted at Xiao Chen's back, "Don't ever show your face here again. I don't want to see you. And don't even think about coming back." Humph. This string of harsh words finally snapped Xiao Chen back to his senses. If there had been any lingering feelings for Su Jiaojiao in his heart before, they were now completely gone. When Xiao Chen's eyes, now clear and bright again, turned toward her, Su Jiaojiao suddenly felt her heart skip a beat uncontrollably. Handsome. But different from before. It seemed like he had gained a powerful aura and a more captivating charm. She had always known that Xiao Chen was handsome, otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen for his good looks. But after entering society, she finally understood the line she had often heard in cheesy TV dramas: "Can good looks put food on the table?" Indeed, it can't. Especially when she saw her other close friends on social media posting photos of luxury cars one day, designer handbags the next, and high-end tourist spots the day after that, she realized that those things were more captivating to her than a simple handsome guy. Therefore, Su Jiaojia touched the new handbag slung over her arm, quickly regained her composure, lifted her chin slightly, and said with a confident expression, "What are you here for?" She had already anticipated Xiao Chen's response, such as, "I want to talk to you," or a sorrowful, heartfelt plea, "Jiao, don't leave me. Come back with me." Then, she would use the sharpest words to make this poor man face reality and never bother her again. I, Xiao Chen, turned my head to look at the lavishly decorated entrance to the residential complex, wearing a playful expression, and said, "I'm here to apply for a security guard position." With that, he gave a mischievous smile and turned to leave with a flourish. Left behind was Su Jiaojia, lost in her own world, her face as pale as a ghost. Chapter 13, The Wealth and Fortune Amulet. The chance encounter with his ex-girlfriend was a minor mishap that Xiao Chen had already pushed out of his mind as he turned away. He simply had too many things on his mind and too many plans to make. This minor interruption was like a gentle breeze that blew by and left no trace. By the time Xiao Chen returned to his rental apartment under the stars, the issues with the car and the house had been mostly resolved. He had even visited several interior design companies to explore different villa renovation plans and scheduled meetings with several renowned designers to discuss the villa renovation details. The car he had ordered was the latest model of the Maybach, priced at around 50 million yuan, but it wouldn't be ready for pickup for another 2 weeks. The house is the same. After completing the paperwork, renovations and purchasing furniture will likely take at least 2 to 3 months before we can move in. Therefore, he is currently living in a rented apartment and relies on taxis and crowded buses for transportation, despite owning a car and a house. After eating a light meal and giving himself a quick wash, he headed to the farm. This was his life's cheat code. No matter how busy he was, he had to check on its operation. The peasant, seeing that he had finished his work, reported to him with great consideration about the day's harvest and the matters that required his personal attention. For example, requests from friends of the Supreme Elder Lord and King Yama. For example, emails from 5 friends. "They're sending me stuff." After accepting the friend requests, Xiao Chen couldn't wait to open his email. Sure enough, the gods keep their word. He sent over a whole bunch of stuff. Even Sha Sang, who didn't participate in the looting today, sent over a bunch of things he doesn't need himself. It must be Monkey's doing, haha. Among these items, fertilizer makes up the largest proportion, followed by small stall coolants. Ordinary fertilizer reduces the current growth time of crops by 1 hour. High-speed fertilizer reduces it by 25 hours. Ultra-fast fertilizer reduces it by 55 hours, and super-fast fertilizer reduces it by 8 hours. Although they are all low-grade fertilizers, Xiao Chen noticed that their names all include the character Xian, meaning divine or magical. For example, ordinary divine fertilizer, high-speed divine fertilizer, etc. After reviewing the instructions, he discovered that this fertilizer differed from his own. His fertilizer could only be used once at the current stage, while the ones his friends had sent were unrestricted in terms of stage or usage. For example, if a crop is currently at the 6-hour stage, using his own rapid fertilizer to reduce the time by 55 hours would leave only half an hour remaining, during which no more fertilizer can be applied. The only alternative would be to use a bag of ultra-fast fertilizer, which reduces the time by 8 hours, but that would be very wasteful. However, if you use the fertilizer given by a friend, under the same conditions, after reducing 55 hours, the remaining half hour can be used with 1 bag of regular fairy fertilizer that reduces 1 hour, minimizing the loss. This situation is similar to the organic fertilizer in the QQ farm game he played before. However, organic fertilizer has not yet appeared in the God tier farm system, so it remains to be seen if it will be added in future updates. Xiao Chen collectively tallied the amount of fertilizer given by the others. The minimum amount was over 10,000 bags, while the lowest grade ordinary divine fertilizer had even surpassed the 1,000,000 bag mark. Xiao Chen collectively tallied the amount of fertilizer given by the others. The minimum quantity was over 10,000, and even the lowest grade ordinary divine fertilizer had surpassed the 1,000,000 bag mark. Xiao Chen wasn't too surprised by this number. After all, these immortals had lived for countless thousands of years, and during the process of upgrading their farms, they must have received countless rewards, so the amount of stockpiled supplies they had accumulated was beyond imagination. Moreover, the backpacks and warehouses within the divine tier farming and livestock system had unlimited capacity, so even if there were countless items, there was no need to clear them out. Of course, it might also be because so much time has passed that they've forgotten about all these basic items. After Xiao Chen reminded them, everyone went back to clean up and gathered a bunch of useless items, which they then packed up and sent over. Xiao Chen was overjoyed at the prospect of striking it rich. So many? This is like raiding someone's home. Don't they need any of this? Though he said that, Xiao Chen's lips curled up to his ears. These items might have been used before, but now they measured the growth time of their fruits in months or years. Even if they had plenty of fertilizer on hand, reducing the growth period by just an hour or a few hours would be exhausting. Besides, they aren't short on money, and their processing workshops are of a high standard. They've been able to refine top-grade fertilizer for ages. The highest grade fertilizer can reduce the growth period by an entire year. However, the materials required are extremely rare, and the price is sky high. Therefore, the quantity of ultra-premium fertilizer they have on hand shouldn't be that much either. The small farmer analyzed beside him. That's right. Xiao Chen nodded, and the slight embarrassment in his heart vanished without a trace. In that case, we can level up the farm. Xiao Chen, who had been a gaming expert, quickly came up with a plan and explained, after planting crops, we use fertilizer to speed up growth, harvest them, then plant again. Repeat this process: harvest, plant, and not only will the farm level up quickly, but the small stall will also have a steady supply of goods. The farm owner is so smart. Let the little farmer handle this. The little girl was even more excited than him, flapping her little wings eagerly. Xiao Chen chuckled to himself, thinking, if you don't mind the monotony, I'd be happy to step aside and let you handle it. He first extracted all the fertilizer and small stall coolant and placed them in his backpack. The small farmers immediately began their work. Farm owner, are we still just growing radishes? The small farmer asked. What was in that good review task gift package? Xiao Chen asked aloud, but his hands were already quick to open his backpack to check the latest items he had obtained. Sugarcane seeds, orange seeds, grape seeds, pineapple seeds, and cucumber seeds, each with 3 units. Various fertilizers in a pile. The Secret Manual of the 18 Dragon Subduing Palm Seeds 1. The Secret Manual of the 18 Steps of the Water Lily Seed 1. Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt Secret Manual Seed 1. The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms? The Light Steps of the Water? Are these made-up martial arts moves real? Xiao Chen asked in astonishment. As long as it has ever existed in this world, no matter where it comes from, it can be cultivated in the Divine Tier farm. As the little farmer mentioned earlier, there's nothing you can't grow in the Divine Tier farm, only things you can't think of. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can obtain the seeds. The little farmer said proudly. Great! You've truly amazed me. Xiao Chen was utterly thrilled. If it weren't for the little farmer constantly flying around and being hard to catch, he would have rushed over for a bear hug. I'm really looking forward to experiencing what it feels like to possess unparalleled martial arts skills. Alright, let's start by germinating all the seeds of the 3 martial arts manuals we planted earlier, then plant the 3 new manuals we just obtained and germinate them as well. After that, plant all the seeds in your backpack. If you still can't reach level 10, keep farming carrots. Oh, and make sure to set aside a separate plot of land for growing grass. Xiao Chen quickly organized everything logically. The reason for only growing radishes before level 10 is that all fruit stalls below level 10 have a maximum value of 999, and their growth cycles are long with high seed costs, making it more cost-effective to farm radishes instead. Alright, farm owner, you'll definitely have a surprise waiting for you tomorrow morning. The small farmer cheerfully responded and rushed toward the few plots of land that were pitifully scarce. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen discovered something good in his email. Wealth Wish Amulet. Within 24 hours, all wealth-related wishes of the holder will be fulfilled. Chapter 14, Martial Arts Fruits. Just as I was about to doze off, someone brought me a pillow. I was worried about how to explain this sudden fortune to my parents, and then I found this Wealth Wish charm. Xiao Chen didn't bother to look at the other emails in his inbox. He logged out of the farm and checked the latest lottery information first. He needed to give his parents a legitimate explanation for their sudden wealth, and winning the lottery was the most appropriate way to do so. After checking, the next draw was scheduled for tomorrow evening, the Super Lottery. Xiao Chen grabbed a piece of paper and randomly wrote down a string of numbers, planning to buy a ticket tomorrow. Back at the farm, he witnessed the rugged side of the small farmers. Above the 6 plots of land, the small farmer held a bag of ordinary fertilizer in his left hand, a bag of high-speed fertilizer in his right hand, and another bag of rapid-release fertilizer wedged between his 2 white, delicate feet. He darted back and forth between the crops with lightning speed, working with such enthusiasm that he seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. Xiao Chen couldn't bear to let the little girl work alone. Seeing that some crops occasionally sprouted weeds, others had insects appearing, and some suddenly lacked water after entering the next growth stage, he quickly grabbed a watering can in his left hand, a herbicide in his right, and tucked an insecticide under his arm, diving back into the labor of building a prosperous life and striving for a better future. During this time, he also headed to the pasture to swat some flies, cleaned up after the chickens, collected a batch of eggs, added some feed to the chicken's trough, and returned to continue his work. By 3 a.m., Xiao Chen couldn't keep going. The seeds he received as system rewards were all used up. He defarmed dozens of rounds of carrots, and his farm had reached level 5, allowing him to open a new plot of land. He chatted with Shubeiji, who had sneaked in to steal vegetables, for a while, then told the little farmer to rest early before logging out of the farm to catch some sleep. The next day, Xiao Chen woke up feeling refreshed and collected all the harvested fruits: Wing Chun Kung Fu fruits, Internal Kung Fu fruits, Tangmen Hidden Weapon fruits, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms fruits, Lingbo Microstep fruits, and Golden Bell Iron Shirt fruits. The entire coffee table couldn't hold them all. Xiao Chen had to fetch 2 vegetable washing basins from the kitchen and bring out the steamer and pressure cooker to finally fit all the fruits. There are so many? Will I burst? There's just too much. I probably won't be able to finish it all in 3 days. With so many fruits, and the crops grown in the divine level farm naturally emitting a unique fragrance, the entire living room was filled with a refreshingly pleasant aroma, invigorating the senses. Xiao Chen took a look and first selected all the fruits of the Lingbo Weibo, which had the fewest in number, and consumed them one by one. Clearly, he had overthought it. The fruits melted in his mouth, transforming into a stream of mysterious information that surged into his mind. This information then transformed into a natural sensation, flowing throughout his entire body and merging with his soul. Even sitting on the sofa, he felt as light as a sparrow. After fully absorbing the fruits of all the techniques of the Lingbo Weibo, Xiao Chen stood up, moved his mind, and his feet naturally stepped out in an odd pattern. Before a single breath had ended, he had already darted back and forth across the living room dozens of times. Through the mirrors installed in the living room, he could clearly see the trails of illusory figures trailing behind him as his steps began. Amazing! Incredible! These were the powerful emotions surging through Xiao Chen's heart. All of this seemed innate, yet as though it had been rehearsed countless times, as natural and effortless as eating and drinking. However, after performing this series of graceful steps, his powerful physique began to feel slightly strained. The cultivation technique was highly energy-consuming. However, he currently had no idea what kind of elemental energy existed in this world or how to replenish it. He would ask Xiao Nong after he finished his tasks. Since it's not enough to fill the stomach, there's no need to worry about quantity. Immediately, Xiao Chen chose internal martial arts. Internal martial arts emphasized the cultivation of qi. As the fruit was absorbed, he clearly felt a subtle flow of energy circulating within his body, and he felt as though he had become one with his surroundings, with every pore on his body breathing autonomously to absorb energy from the outside world. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within his body, gradually merging with the initial stream of energy and beginning to circulate. Without needing anyone to explain it to him, Xiao Chen knew he had completed a small cycle. The fatigue he had felt from using the Lingbo micro-step technique earlier vanished, replaced by a renewed sense of vitality. The Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt technique was even more powerful than he had imagined. Once he activated this technique, his entire body felt as though it were covered by a thick layer of steel plates, impervious to blades and arrows. The fruits of the Tang clan's hidden weapons were the most abundant, and Xiao Chen took nearly 2 hours to fully absorb them all. Immediately afterward, a tidal wave of information surged forth, all of it merging into his soul one after another. The information covered a wide range of topics, including the names, functions, and usage techniques of various hidden weapons, as well as the techniques for executing single-target and area of effect attacks. After fully absorbing all the information, Xiao Chen naturally picked up a piece of paper and threw it away with a graceful motion. What he thought in his mind, he inevitably achieved. His target was the half-exposed nail on the opposite wall, and the fragment of paper was like a sharp blade, slicing through the nail with a swift motion, splitting it into 2 halves. The force was controlled with masterful precision, and the paper came to a steady halt just inches from the wall, without damaging it in the slightest. After absorbing the techniques of Wing Chun and the 18 palms of the dragon, he dared not release his inner energy outward, fearing the house might collapse. Instead, he skillfully performed a series of empty punches in the living room before promptly stopping. Not bad. Xiao Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body and the boiling blood in his veins. He exclaimed with joy, "Thank goodness I have a set of internal martial arts." Without internal energy to support them, these once legendary martial arts techniques would be no different from empty forms. The cultivation techniques grown in the divine level farm were the essence of their respective arts, encapsulating the most profound insights of each technique. Their power far surpassed even the legendary versions by several fold. Xiao Chen finished his cultivation and felt an intense pang of hunger. Clearly, the frantic eating over the past few hours had done nothing to satisfy the innate demands of his stomach. He retrieved a pile of fruits from the farm's warehouse, prepared a fruit platter in the kitchen, and after finishing it, returned to the farm. Chapter 15, Booming Business. Though they were just fruits, they were rich in a mystical essence. Besides their exceptional taste, after eating them, one felt every cell in their body was fully nourished, leaving a sense of profound comfort. At the farm, the small farmer was busy harvesting crops and didn't even have time to tend to his small stall. "Are you tired? I told you to rest early last night, you didn't have to work so hard." Xiao Chen glanced at the number of fruits in the warehouse, then looked at the farm, which had already reached level 8, and noticed that another plot of land had been unlocked. He knew that the hard-working little bee hadn't stopped for a moment and asked with concern, "I'm okay, just my wings are a bit sore." The little farmer seemed quite satisfied with the results of his all-night work, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He folded his wings and landed beside Xiao Chen, reporting the information. "Lao Jun came to steal vegetables and asked me to tell the farm owner that he has a seed of the cold starfrost grass and wants to borrow our land to grow it. The reward is 10 bottles of Golden Land Nutrient Solution. He wants to know if the farm owner is willing to trade." You reminded me I think there were a few bottles of soil nutrient solution in the previous luxury gift pack. What are they for? Is this trade worth it? Xiao Chen asked. Soil nutrient solution is indeed a valuable item. The field owner should know that the geological quality of the soil can be upgraded, and after upgrading, it can support the cultivation of higher grade crops. The geological levels, from lowest to highest, are ordinary yellow soil, red soil, and black soil. To upgrade further, you need gold coins combined with nutrient solution, leading to levels such as divine gold soil, divine purple crystal soil, divine blue crystal soil, and divine white crystal soil. The better the geological quality, the higher the grade of crops you can grow, and it also reduces crop growth time and increases harvest bonuses. I know that. It's similar to a game he played before, but not exactly the same. Can 10 bottles of Golden Land nutrient solution unlock a piece of divine gold land? How long does it take for that seed to mature? Xiao Chen asked. It can activate the first piece of divine gold land, but the prerequisite is to first upgrade to black soil. Therefore, it cannot be used at this time. The maturation time for the cold star frost is 6 months. Does he provide super grade fertilizer? No, he doesn't. Okay, when he asks you again, just say you know. The little farmer's big, innocent eyes twinkled mischievously, and he giggled. The little farmer knows too, master. Xiao Chen nodded and opened the chat window, which was already filled with various purchase requests. Sun Wukong, it's my turn to listen to the master's sermon today, so I don't have time to snap up any deals. Save my share for me, and I'll call you when I get back. Chang'e, are you there? Why isn't the stall set up yet? Let me know when you're ready to put the fruits on display. I need some white radishes, as many as you can manage. Shu Beiji, no monkeys causing trouble today, so this old pig is going to buy and eat to my heart's content. Give me a shout before you restock, and I'll go set up the stall. Hey, want Chang'e's measurements? 1 pineapple fairy fruit, no haggling. You stole my pineapple and now you want to extort me? We're done in 3 minutes. Xiao Chen gave Zhu Beiji a cold look and replied, then continued reading his unread messages. Last night, while harvesting these fruits, the little farmer had a stroke of luck. However, when it came to collecting the pineapples, he was a split second too slow, and was caught red-handed by Zhu Beiji, who was stealing vegetables, and had 1 pineapple stolen. All the other sugarcane and cherries were collected intact. Sha sang, last night, I helped my master organize his sutras and missed a great show. I'll come find you later to play. Then I'll ask you to buy some carrot fairy fruit. I just used up 2 purchase records doing a task, so see if you can list as many fruits as possible. I'll snap them up. Jade Rabbit, poor Jade has been grinding medicine all day. I need comfort in the highest possible quantity for the flash sale. I accidentally triggered a super troublesome quest, and I'll be swamped for the next few days. I need energy from carrots. P.S. I just let Wu Gang taste your carrots, and I'll probably end up worshipping your little stall. Yan Luo Wang, boss, can I pre-order the divine fruits? Please reply when you see this. In the friend list, only the Supreme Old Lord hadn't sent any purchase requests, not even a single word about renting land. Xiao Chen had no fondness for this old man who only stole his vegetables, ignored his business, and even planned to cheat him out of a piece of land. He was determined to remain aloof and indifferent. Still, life on Earth is better. Seeing this, he suddenly lost interest in becoming an immortal. These vegetables and fruits are nothing compared to the delicious foods on Earth. As Xiao Chen sighed inwardly, he replied to each message one by one. The little scale in his soul tilted toward Chang'e, reminding her to go back to mind the stall first. Based on Xiao Chen's current stall level, each shelf could only hold a maximum of 40 fruits. Due to previous low stock levels, he had never filled them before. But now it was different. His warehouse was now stocked with over 10,000 carrots and white radishes, more than enough to satisfy his foodie friends. For a time, Xiao Chen's stall was bustling with customers coming and going. Except for Sun Wukong, who had gone to listen to the sutras, the other friends were all smiling broadly, each expressing satisfaction, as if the money they had spent wasn't their own. How reckless! Especially Yan Luo Wang. After he had used up all his chances, Xiao Chen generously sent over a pineapple and 2 sugarcane stalks to treat him. Yan Luo Wang was so delighted that he sent several messages of gratitude, directly addressing Xiao Chen, his brother, and even got so carried away in their conversation that he asked Xiao Chen if he wanted to keep a little ghost, offering to help select a few good-looking ones to send over. This scared Xiao Chen so much that he almost accidentally blocked old Yan. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji kept flooding the screen begging for a private purchase of pineapples tomorrow, and he was willing to cover the entire cost. He's flooding the feed again, flipping the script. Chapter 16, Teasing Your Appetite. Chapter 16, Setting Your Appetite Too High. Although Xiao Chen had never been a big boss and knew nothing about running a large business, when it came to managing a small stall, he had his own set of business principles. Just now, when he delivered pineapples and sugarcane to Yan Luo Wang, it was merely a strategic move to entice him with something better, so that he would return in the future. As for Zhu Beiji, he has already tasted the pineapple, so I'll keep him hooked. Once he has leveled up his radish farming to level 10 and cleared most of the radish fruits from the warehouse, I'll decide whether to offer pineapples, sugarcane, oranges, grapes, or cherries based on the situation. First, these items are all high-level items in the store, and if he sells them all now, he won't be able to restock them for a long time. Second, he's worried that once these foodies try better-tasting fruits, they won't want to buy his radishes and vegetables anymore. Raw vegetables are just vegetables, how can their taste compare to real fruit? Xiao Chen opened the warehouse and took a look. After removing the pineapples that had been stolen, given away, and the one he had just used to make a fruit platter, there were 312 left. Pineapples were an 18th level crop, and they were still 10 levels away, way too far. Moreover, the higher the farm level, the slower the progression. Even if he and the small farmers worked themselves to exhaustion non-stop, it wouldn't be resolved in just a few days. And he has no intention of doing that. It's too boring. I wouldn't do it even if you paid me. The remaining quantities are as follows: 278 sugarcane, 233 oranges, 260 grapes, 259 cherries, 20 red dates, and 87 cucumbers. After selling both types of radishes, the total quantity remains over 10,000. Xiao Chen thought about how there were no sugarcane in the fruit tray just now, so he picked out 2 to try. The number of sugarcane then became 276. Crunch! He bit off the sugarcane peel and took a big bite, crunching away. Cough. He chewed it once in his mouth, but was immediately choked by the sugarcane juice that sprayed out. Thin skin, easy to chew, and juicy, that's the most immediate impression. Xiao Chen slowed down, chewing the sugarcane in his mouth and savoring the crisp, sweet juice. This is absolutely delicious. The sugarcane I've eaten over the past few years was like wood. Sweet yet not overly so, it has a refreshing, cooling sensation, accompanied by a unique, subtle fragrance that leaves you wanting more. Xiao Chen took a look at the sugarcane's grade, level 13. After going out to buy the lottery tickets and coming back, he'd have to keep grinding. Xiao Chen sighed as he looked at the farm level, only level 8. There was still a ways to go before reaching level 13. He had always been hoping for a miracle, but now he had raised his own expectations too high. The number 276 flashed through his mind, followed by the price of 1,999 gold coins per piece, which he then converted into RMB. Damn it, that's nearly 2 million RMB per piece for sugarcane. Thinking back to the fruit platter he had just seen, most of the fruits were even more expensive than the sugarcane. Sis! He accidentally ate a villa? He sucked hard on the sugarcane juice on his fingers, suppressing the silly thought in his mind. Jokes aside, as the owner of a divine-level farm, could he possibly afford it? He was just trying to calculate the value to boost his spirits. Watching the small farmer still busy at work, he called out, "Come eat some sugarcane. Or take a look at the items in the warehouse, eat whatever you like, no need to be polite." Xiao Chen felt a twinge of guilt, having completely forgotten about the little girl's basic needs. Although she said she was his little assistant, he hadn't intended to be a boss who exploited workers. He couldn't help but feel ashamed for his carelessness. Small farmers don't eat, landowner. The small farmer flapped his little wings while managing his small stall. The radishes he had just put out were already sold out. After retrieving the gold coins, he rearranged them and walked away without looking back, muttering to himself as he checked the transaction records. How do you survive without eating? Xiao Chen holds a sugarcane stalk in the air, looking astonished. Erlangshan is so stingy. He didn't even give a 5-star review after buying 5 times. If I could restrict buyers, I'd block you first. Humph. The small farmer waved his tiny white fists angrily, venting his frustration at the transaction record. Then he flapped his wings and flew over to take the sugarcane from Xiao Chen's hand, placing it in the warehouse with a smile. Small farmers are one with the farm. We absorb the divine energy and celestial chi from the farm. As long as the farm is active, there are plenty of crops, and it's not neglected, the little farmer won't go hungry. Moreover, as the farm's level increases and higher grade crops are planted, the little farmer's abilities will also improve. So you don't have the ability to eat this? Xiao Chen was stunned, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. Though he had only known the little farmer for a few days, he had grown very fond of this adorable little girl, like his own sister. He didn't want her to be just a puppet but a real, living being like him or Sun Wukong and the others. Xiao Non, of course, had the ability to eat. However, she was bound by an assistant agreement that prohibited her from eating or using anything from the farm. There would be consequences. As for Xiao Chen's sadness, Xiao Non didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Since she had accepted the agreement, she acknowledged it and felt no sorrow at all. Moreover, Xiao Chen, the farm owner, is much smarter than she imagined, and he is particularly skilled at dealing with people. In just a few days, he has already become close with the divine beings, bringing vitality to the farm, which has already been of great benefit to her. She even felt incredibly lucky, and every moment was filled with joy. What if the field owner agrees? Or what if the field owner issues an order? Xiao Chen looked sympathetic, thinking the agreement was too cruel. Especially since the food here was so delicious, how could he not let the small farmers enjoy it too? The small farmer frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I'll ask my superior about this later." He then gave Xiao Chen a curious look and added, "But field master, why are you suddenly so fixated on this?" "I must have hit my head on the door." Xiao Chen's lips twitched as he crunched on a piece of sugarcane, then stepped out of the farm and began packing his things to leave. This ungrateful little brat. The little farmer flapped his wings, stood there looking confused for a moment, then happily picked up the watering can and went back to watering the fields. Chapter 17, A Little Pretend. After locking the door, Xiao Chen listened carefully to the sounds in the hallway, then executed the Lingbo micro-step technique. In less than a breath, he had already positioned himself halfway down the first floor. By the time he had settled into position, the faint afterimage left behind on the sixth floor had already vanished without a trace. Damn, this is convenient. Standing on the stairs, Xiao Chen casually flipped his hair and strolled down. Just as he turned the corner, he encountered the same neighbor from the same unit, exactly as he had expected. After undergoing physical training, his senses were highly attuned. It was precisely because he had just reached the first and a half floor when he heard someone preparing to enter the stairwell that he stopped in time. Otherwise, he might have startled them, which would have been awkward. However, although they were neighbors, and Xiao Chen was only a tenant, their relationship was limited to being acquaintances. They had no further interaction. After leaving the residential area, Xiao Chen headed straight for the nearby lottery ticket shop. As he neared the lottery shop, he glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby. He took out the fortune-seeking charm from his backpack, placed it in his palm according to the instructions, and silently recited, "Activate." Immediately, the wish charm vanished from his palm. Disappeared? Other than that, Xiao Chen felt nothing else. Or maybe he should at least give some kind of hint? Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks, looked around in all directions, then looked up again. There were no changes around him. At least give me a halo of white light above my head, or have a little god of wealth follow me, so I know you're here, for heaven's sake. He looked completely baffled. Make a wish, host. Wishing won't help. It seemed like the small farmer couldn't stand it anymore and finally spoke up to remind him. Right, I forgot to make a wish. Xiao Chen scratched his head awkwardly, glancing at the electronic screen at the sports lottery booth in the distance, which displayed the jackpot amount for the lottery had reached 99.4 billion, urging everyone to hurry up and buy tickets. My wish is to win the entire 994 billion yuan jackpot from the lottery. Xiao Chen stared at the heart-pounding number, clenched his fist, and said with determination. In many places, the sports lottery and the welfare lottery are right next to each other. After intimidating the sports lottery, he glanced at the double colorball jackpot amount at the nearby welfare lottery and once again expressed his wish for wealth. My second wish for wealth is to win the double colorball jackpot of 719.8 billion yuan in one go. Is that okay? Peasant. Xiao Chen calmed his excited heart and asked. It's possible, but it's not very respectful. The god of wealth might not be pleased with your tone. However, it won't affect the effectiveness of this fortune-enhancing ritual. The peasant replied. As long as it doesn't affect it, that's fine. I'll have someone send the god of wealth a basket of radishes later. Xiao Chen wiped his sweat, waved his hand, and said generously. Damn it, his legs were already trembling with excitement. If he didn't act more boldly, he was afraid he'd lose control. No, he was afraid he'd lose his voice from excitement. Winning such a huge prize is completely different from the feeling of getting rich by selling radishes. He is just an ordinary person, he can't control such excitement. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen pulled a mask out of his pocket, put it on, and pushed open the door to the sports lottery ticket booth. What kind of lottery ticket would you like? The lottery ticket seller, a middle-aged man, probably due to spending years in the stuffy little room, had a sullen expression on his face as he asked, his rough fingers already on the keyboard, waiting for Xiao Chen's order. Super lottery, yeah, a single ticket. Yeah, 120 times the bet. Here are the numbers. At that moment, the fortune charm finally sent a message, reminding him that it was still active. Feeling the sudden instructions appearing in his mind, Xiao Chen received them while muttering incomprehensible words. The stern-faced man finally raised his eyelids to glance at Xiao Chen and asked uncertainly, Are you sure? Yes. What's the matter? Can't I buy it? Of course you can. He said quickly while operating the device, as if afraid that Xiao Chen would change his mind. After all, such items weren't common, but what did it matter to him? As long as he made money, that was all that mattered. When his eyes caught sight of the thick stack of $100 bills in Xiao Chen's wallet, his tone suddenly became much friendlier, and he smiled curiously. What's up? Handsome guy, are you so confident because you've discovered some secret to getting rich? Huh? Oh. A large mask covered Xiao Chen's face, and he casually replied, I dreamed of this sequence of numbers last night. It should win, right? Dreaming about a string of numbers should mean it'll win, right? The uncle's lips twitched. Then, noticing the words rich and naive written on Xiao Chen's forehead, he hurriedly began to promote other lottery games to him. No, thanks, uncle. Xiao Chen shook his head honestly, speaking in a very honest and straightforward tone, the prize money is too small. I'd have to go through the hassle of collecting it later. The uncle was struggling to hold back, quietly picking up the wireless POS machine by his side and then quietly putting it back down. He really wanted to smash it. You're such a show-off. I'll give you 100 points. When Xiaochen finally managed to pull out a few bills to pay the bill and was about to leave with the receipt, the middle-aged man couldn't hold back anymore and said through gritted teeth, "Thanks, uncle." Xiaochen shook his hair, turned around, and walked straight out the door, heading toward the nearby lottery ticket booth. The middle-aged man left behind stood there speechless for a moment before slowly uttering 2 words. At the lottery station, he followed the same procedure, selected the multiplier based on the instructions of the fortune-enhancing charm, paid, took the tickets, and left. Chapter 18, The Monkey's Domain. Chapter 18, The Monkey's Land. After leaving the lottery shop, Xiaochen hailed a taxi and headed straight to the mall. Since undergoing body sculpting, which had added 3 centimeters to his height, his previous clothes no longer fit properly. Though it was the middle of summer, and shorts weren't really affected by height, he was someone who frequently met with immortals, especially with Chang'e, the beautiful goddess, among them. Therefore, he had to at least maintain a decent appearance, didn't he? After returning to his rental house, he quickly washed up, drank 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, and headed to the farm to roll up his sleeves and get to work. Upon entering, he noticed that the small farmer wasn't there and started wondering if something had happened. Then he saw the experience bar on the farm flashing 2, 2, 2 repeatedly. Farm owner, I'm at Deshang's farm. Deshang isn't here today, and the fields are overgrown with weeds, insects, and many plants are thirsty. Please come help quickly before other gods take them. Xiaochen finally realized what was going on, but the cheerful tone of the little farmer seemed a bit inappropriate. Ha, I love this kind of immorality. You can gain experience by weeding, pest control, and watering your friend's land. However, these gods seem to be incredibly hardworking. The little farmer had visited several times before, but upon returning, she complained that their farms were too clean. Now she's finally caught them. Xiaochen finally got to see the gods' farms. His current farm mode was almost always set to 100% real-life simulation mode, as he loved the authentic feel of it. He enjoyed seeing little farmers flapping their wings and flying around in the air as soon as he entered, or watching a friend crouched at the edge of his field, idly playing with a half-cut crop leaf, looking bored, not just a static page or an icon. Therefore, when entering Sun Wukong's farm, he also enters in 100% real-time simulation mode. Wow, this place is so vast and beautiful. It's simply amazing. Xiaochen stood under a peach tree in full bloom, occasionally catching pink petals that fell onto his shoulders. He inhaled the fragrance of the peach blossoms and looked around at the decorations, his face filled with nothing but astonishment and delight. In comparison, his own farm looked utterly shabby and run down. Xiaochen currently only has 24 plots of land, but Deshang's farm clearly has several times more plots than his, plus a lush field of crops. Looking out as far as the eye can see, it's hard to make out the end. Beneath his feet, divine mist swirled, and among the crops, numerous exotic flowers and plants emitted a radiant glow. Purple, pink, and blue hues shimmered and sparkled, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Through the drifting mist, Xiaochen noticed that the land belonging to the great sage had taken on a translucent white hue. It seemed almost transparent, yet one couldn't see through the crystalline layer to what lay beyond. Additionally, the land itself emitted a radiant glow, rippling outward in concentric circles like ripples on water. Is this the crystal white land? Xiaochen asked. Yes. The small farmer, holding the herbicide, was spraying it above the crops in front of him, and replied upon hearing this. Is Xianbai crystal soil the highest geological grade? Xiaochen squatted down and peered inside, only to see Xianbai crystal soil as far as the eye could see. Of course not, master. The small farmer stopped what he was doing, looked around, then flapped his beautiful little wings and flew to a certain spot, calling out to Xiaochen, Master, come over here and take a look. Xiaochen jumped 3 feet high and finally managed to see the small farmer's position through the gaps in the lush crops. The distance wasn't close. Xiaochen estimated the distance. In the past, even if he sprinted at full speed, it would take at least 3 or 5 minutes to cover that distance. But now, Xiaochen took a few quick steps, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him, and within a few breaths, he stood in front of the spot the small farmer had pointed out. The small farmer landed, flapping her wings twice, temporarily parting the swirling mist on the ground to reveal the vibrant, colorful terrain beneath. Xiaochen stared intently and couldn't help but exclaim, beautiful. This was a Xiankai crystal land, a geological grade higher than the Xianbai crystal land. Sun Wukong had only managed to open 1 plot, and the second Xiankai crystal land was likely still a distant prospect. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. Oh my gosh, I wish Monkey King would plant me in this land. Xiaochen reached out his hand and gently touched the land shimmering with 7 colored lights, utterly amazed. Hee, master of the field, want to go inside and take a look? If you do, the little farmer will guide you in, because there are many rare flowers and plants with magical attacks that you can't touch directly. You have to avoid those that attack people. Xiaochen shook his head repeatedly and said, you go ahead with your work. I'll just take a quick look around, then switch to page mode to admire Monkey Brothers' farm panorama. Another thought crossed his mind: this is way too discouraging. After seeing the farm decorated so lavishly, how was he supposed to face his own barren land? Xiao Chen walked around the farm for nearly a full circle, looking at the shops, warehouses, and even the doghouse made from glazed tiles, multicolored bricks, and unknown heavenly treasures. He felt like he had taken over 10,000 points of damage. Sun Wukong's land was too vast, and the crops he planted were all rare and exotic plants of the highest quality. Each one emitted a radiant glow, and with the swirling mist of the heavens, it was impossible to see the entire scene at a glance. Therefore, Xiao Chen switched to page mode to admire the full panorama. At first glance, all he could feel was admiration, nothing but admiration. The monkey's nature was nothing like his own unstable personality. From above, the entire landscape resembles a painting, so beautiful it takes your breath away. Xiao Chen, relying on his mastery of the multiplication table, calculated that the great sage's land consisted of 120 plots. The outer perimeter of the land was lined with peach trees, and since it was also the blooming season, they were exceptionally beautiful. Looking inward, the land can be roughly divided into 4 sections based on color. The upper, lower, left, and right sections are planted with crops that either bloom purple flowers or have purple leaves, each occupying 1/4 of the land. Following these are sections with blue, orange, and green crops. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was the almost obsessive crop arrangement. For example, in the purple zone, none of the crops were of the same type. Instead, they had different names and shapes. However, the people who planted them seemed to be extremely familiar with each type, arranging crops of different species but the same color in a way that the shades transitioned from light purple to dark purple. The other areas were the same. Is this Monkey Brothers' doing? Xiao Chen seriously doubts it. Of course not. This is his master's masterpiece. The farm owner can go check out Zhu Beiji and Sha Seng's farms to see for himself they're all the same. The small farmer chuckled. Monkey Brother doesn't bother with such details when farming, he just plants everything haphazardly. His 2 disciples are the same, none of them are disciplined. Their master was so meticulous that he eventually couldn't stand it anymore and took over the farm planning for all 3 disciples himself. Tang Sanzang really has late-stage OCD. Xiao Chen chuckled. Chapter 19, the winner of the 994 billion prize. After returning to his farm from the great sage, Xiao Chen worked silently without uttering a word. He worked tirelessly until his farm reached level 9.5, then felt sleepiness creeping in. Despite this, he yawned and headed to the pasture. The 2 chickens he had raised were ready for harvest. As he packed them into his backpack, he pondered how to cook them before returning to the store to buy 2 more chicks. The pasture finally reached level 1. He gave some instructions to the farmhand before logging out. Looking at the time, it was almost midnight. Suddenly, I remembered that I had missed the lottery draw. However, when it comes to things you're confident about, knowing a moment earlier or a moment later doesn't seem to make much of a difference. But when Xiao Chen opened his phone, typed in the lottery numbers to check the winning numbers, he was still drawn to the news that popped up. The headline read, "Double Colorball jackpot of 99.4 billion yuan cleared, who will claim the grand prize?" As soon as the results were announced, staff from the sports lottery center immediately announced that the double colorball jackpot had been cleared. This major news was quickly picked up by the media, causing a huge stir among lottery players. That night, many people must have been unable to calm down that night. The ancestors of the heavens must have been cursed countless times. Xiao Chen's heart raced as he checked the winning numbers and compared them with his lottery ticket. In an instant, he was so excited that goosebumps broke out all over his body. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, then rushed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, cupped his hands under the cold water, and splashed it on his face. Finally, he filled the sink with water, submerged his entire face, and after a long moment, suddenly lifted his head. Water droplets flew everywhere as he opened his mouth and sprayed a stream of water, roughly wiping his face before finally calming down. He would have preferred to scream, but it was the middle of the night, and to avoid being scolded, he reluctantly settled for dousing his overly excited emotions with cold water. Damn it! This wealth charm is way too effective. Xiao Chen grabbed a towel and roughly wiped his face, then returned to his bedroom and lay on the bed. In his mind, he had already mapped out a complete plan for receiving the award. He didn't plan to make a big deal out of it. After all, the more mysterious he was at this point, the more normal it would seem. The drowsiness he had felt earlier vanished, and Xiao Chen took out the invisibility pill from his backpack. He asked Xiao Nong, "Is it okay if I use the invisibility pill to go claim the award? There might be a need to take a shortcut and walk through walls, and the invisibility pill has quite a few restrictions, so it's better to confirm beforehand." "Of course it's fine." Xiao Nong asked in confusion, "What? Master, don't you want anyone to see you?" She clearly didn't understand the survival rules of the mortal world. After Xiao Chen briefly explained the situation, the peasant said, "That's easy. I remember there was a Cloud Mountain Mist Cloak talisman among the items the Great Sage gave you last time. If you don't want anyone to see your true appearance, you can use that Cloud Mountain Mist Cloak talisman." "Right. You're the expert." Xiao Chen had been overwhelmed by the pile of items. Aside from the familiar street vendor coolant and fertilizer, the rest had such obscure names that he couldn't make heads or tails of them. In the end, he simply selected extract, and the system automatically sorted them, sending items that belonged in the warehouse to the warehouse and everything else into his backpack. Meanwhile, he was sharing tomorrow's plans with the small farmer. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Princess Tianyu sat in her cave, eating radishes. Unlike the reckless way Xiao Chen had seen before, the youngest daughter of the Jade Emperor ate with great elegance. The radish was diced into square pieces, red and white alternating, neatly arranged. She picked up a piece with a white jade fork, placed it in her mouth, and chewed it gracefully, closing her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, her little face radiating contentment. At that moment, a rainbow-colored cloud descended at the entrance of the cave, and a graceful woman dressed in yellow silk robes stepped out and walked inside. After glancing at the plate in front of the seventh princess, she exclaimed, "Zir, haven't you done anything wrong to be punished by the emperor? Why are you eating carrots? If you want something else, just tell your sister, and I'll go get it for you. Third sister has arrived. Please invite her to sit down." Princess Tianyu stood up, smiled, and walked forward to escort the woman in yellow, saying, the visitor was none other than Princess Tianrong, the third princess. She extended her delicate hand to take the radish from the table, but Tianyu stopped her and picked up a piece, holding it to Tianrong's lips. She said, "This radish is delicious. I've never tasted such a delicious fruit in my life. Sister, try it before you speak." The third princess initially intended to refuse, but when a faint fragrance wafted into her delicate nostrils, she found herself involuntarily opening her cherry-red lips and taking the piece of radish into her mouth. Before she could finish the first bite, she widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, then snatched the small jade fork from Tianyu's hand and quickly skewered several pieces, stuffing them into her mouth. Tianyu giggled, covering her mouth, then flipped her jade-like hand to produce another small fork. The two sisters took turns, one piece at a time, until the entire plate of radishes was completely devoured. Delicious. The third princess, Tianrong, looked at the plate with a satisfied expression, then resisted the urge but couldn't help herself. She picked up the plate and drank the remaining radish juice in one gulp, then wiped her mouth and asked, "The red ones were carrots, but what are the white ones? Some kind of magical fruit?" "It's also radish, but it's called white radish." "White radish?" Tianrong repeated the name, trying to search through his vast and distant memories to see if he had ever heard of it before. "Don't bother thinking about it, sister. This doesn't seem like something from the celestial realm. The fruit was given to us by Erlang Shen. When my younger sister asked him about it, he said he had stumbled upon it while browsing a stall out of curiosity, bought it on a whim, and ended up purchasing the rest after tasting it on the spot. However, true to his nature, he didn't remember the stall name, didn't check the vendor's chat ID, and didn't leave any reviews. The transaction record only showed a stall named Xiao Chun, and since the review period had passed, he couldn't view the seller's information anymore. So now he's scratching his head in frustration too. Third princess. However, my younger sister thinks that the only person who sells carrots in the heavenly court is Yor. Suddenly, another carrot stall appeared. Given Yor's fiery temper, she must have gone to confront them. Let's go find Yor and ask her if she can find any clues. My sister is right. Let's go. The two sisters held hands and set off, riding on a rainbow-colored cloud, heading toward the Palace of the Moon. Chapter 20, A Small Gesture. The summer morning sun was already scorching hot. But Xiao Chen sees nothing but brightness. Before leaving, he called the sports lottery center, requested confidentiality, and confirmed the route before boarding the bus to the prize center. No doubt about it, the big prize isn't going anywhere, so there's no need to rush over there and then rush back again. Enjoy the scenery along the way to the award ceremony. It's sure to be different from usual. Another thing that's different from usual is the sports lottery booth where that old man was yesterday. A string of firecrackers couldn't express the man's emotions. After the lottery staff arrived to deliver the prize money and were sent off with drumming and gong beating, he looked around the crowd with eager eyes, hoping that the man from yesterday, the world's most handsome guy, would appear so he could kneel before him. For how many years has it been since his sports lottery station won a third prize, and that was 2 years ago. At the time, he was so excited that he felt 3 years younger. Now, a 994 billion yuan jackpot has been won at his lottery station. Such a prize amount is extremely rare, not just nationwide but even worldwide, isn't it? That kid sure knows how to dream big. I should have bought a ticket too. The old man regrets it now. Old Chow, don't bother looking. That lottery player will never show up. By now, he's probably already at the sports lottery center with his head covered. The owner of the nearby welfare lottery station came out, looking enviously at the bustling crowd in front of the sports lottery station and the many people shouting to share in the good luck and lining up to buy lottery tickets. He said with a touch of jealousy in his voice, "Ha ha." The old man laughed heartily, handing his work to his wife. He then placed his dark, muscular arm on the freshly printed poster frame and said, "That handsome guy yesterday was so funny. He actually said he dreamed up those numbers in his sleep." "Ha! Handsome guy? Wasn't he the one wearing a mask, dressed in a blue Adidas casual outfit, and standing over 180 centimeters tall? Yes, that's him. Did he also go to your place? Yes, he did. He doubled his bet on 176. Damn it, hurry back and prepare the firecrackers. I think that guy has the god of wealth on his side. He looks so laid back and a bit full of himself. I even scolded him earlier. I scolded him too. Tips, reviews. Upon arriving at the sports lottery center, Xiao Chen got off the bus, used the Yunshan Wuzhao talisman as instructed, and then circled the area before entering the back door of the sports lottery center. The Cloud Mountain Mist Veil talisman causes the user to appear with different appearances to different people within a certain time frame, and afterward, no one can accurately describe the user's exact appearance. The user may appear tall, short, fat, thin, or even of the opposite gender. The security measures at the sports lottery center are very strict. There are even armed police officers stationed at the entrance. Even if journalists arrive, they must strictly follow the procedures and dare not act recklessly. After all, ensuring the safety of the prize recipients is of utmost importance. After all, it is essential to ensure the safety of the award recipients. Before entering the building, Xiao Chen made a phone call, and staff members arrived at the designated location to assist him. After entering the award office, after verifying a series of information and deducting taxes, the actual amount Xiao Chen received was 795.2 billion. The entire process took approximately 1 hour. During the segment where he was reminded to make a charitable donation, Xiao Chen did not hesitate, generously waving his hand and donating the entire remaining amount. Donating over 90 million yuan in one go left the staff at the sports lottery center utterly stunned. At first, they couldn't believe it, thinking the young man had been overwhelmed by joy and mistakenly thought 90 million was 9 million. After confirming the amount multiple times, they finally signed the agreement and began to look at this young man in his early 20s with newfound respect. When asked if he was willing to be interviewed, Xiao Chen thought about it and declined, but he stated that someone else could accept the interview on his behalf, though under the pseudonym Qin Xiao. After all, the more low-key one is at such a time, the more one appears to be a normal person. As soon as he left the sports lottery center and stepped out of the secure area, Xiao Chen immediately sensed someone following him. No matter how meticulous the security measures at the sports lottery center were, they couldn't stop some low-quality media who had been hanging around there for years. Imagine if you could capture the true identity of a lottery winner who won such a huge prize. Once published, how high would the attention rate for your article be? What benefits would that bring to you? These people completely disregard the personal safety of those being reported on, caring only about their own gain. Xiao Chen felt the prying eyes behind him, smiled slightly, and quickly turned into a nearby corner. After using an invisibility pill, he emerged leisurely. He then noticed 4 suspicious figures following him. Only one of them had a camera hanging around his neck. The others, Xiao Chen glanced at them quickly, noticed that one of their buttons was different from the others. Actually, with the Cloud Mountain Mist Veil talisman, he wasn't worried about being photographed. What concerned him was that these deranged individuals might follow him to his vehicle, potentially attracting unwanted attention and causing unnecessary trouble. Xiao Chen stood there openly, watching the 4 people walk straight past him, carefully using the wall for cover, crouching down to peek into the corner where he had previously hidden. Then one of them whispered, "This is a dead-end alley. If you go forward 200 meters, you won't be able to move anymore. That guy must be coming back soon. Let's split up." The group quickly dispersed. 2 pretended to stand together chatting, while 2 others pointed at the nearby buildings and moved forward slowly. They were putting on quite a show. Xiao Chen watched for a moment and decided to give these self-serving individuals who didn't consider others a little lesson. He found another corner, cancelled the Cloud Mountain Mist and invisibility charms, and revealed his form. He picked up 4 small pebbles from the ground and clenched them in his hand. When he reached a spot 20 meters away from the group, he flickered his fingers, and the 4 pebbles shot out in 4 directions, targeting 4 different points. As soon as he heard 4 faint pops in the distance, he turned and walked toward the bus stop sign. Just as the bus came to a stop, he heard a heart-wrenching shout from the distance. "What happened to my camera? Damn it, you didn't accidentally drop it, did you? This is company property, you bastard. What happened to my camera?" Chapter 21, An Embarrassing Phone Call. The bus was nearly empty, so Xiao Chen made his way to the back and chose a window seat. He opened the window, letting in a gentle breeze that wasn't too cool or too warm, then took out his phone and stared at the message notifying him of the incoming payment, nearly laughing out loud. With this record, he could finally explain to his family. Just as he was engrossed in reading, the phone rang. Seeing it was the bank, Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before answering. The caller was very enthusiastic, informing him that he had become a senior VIP customer of the bank and asking him to take some time to complete a simple procedure, after which he would enjoy various preferential treatments. Xiao Chen agreed readily, saying he would make time to handle it. He quickly hung up the phone and continued reading the messages, feeling more and more at ease. Just then, an unfamiliar number called in. Interrupting his enjoyment of the beautiful sequence of numbers made Xiao Chen a bit irritable. He had considered hanging up immediately, but worried that it might be something important, so he answered the call. Hello, is this Xiao Chen? A gentle female voice rang out, instantly calming Xiao Chen's slightly restless heart. He cleared his throat and responded in an extremely gentle tone, It's me. Who's this? You might not remember me. My surname is Zhou, and my given name is Shiyu. When the other person mentioned the surname Zhou, Xiao Chen felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck him, splitting him from head to toe. One hand held the phone, while the other pressed against his forehead, slowly leaning against the backrest of the seat in front of him. After the other person finished speaking, Xiao Chen took a deep breath and continued in a gentle tone, Oh, it's Zhou, right? How could I forget? After saying that, Xiao Chen desperately wanted to slap himself. Could the other person misinterpret that as, remember what? Remember the nickname you gave him, or remember when his ex-girlfriend came looking for you and tore you apart? Xiao Chen panicked and hurriedly said, A few days ago, Wei Yin told me. Damn, the more I hear it, the more it sounds like an explanation. And the meaning of the explanation has turned into something else entirely. The reason I remember you is because Wei Yin mentioned you just a few days ago. Xiao Chen gently bumped his head against the seat in front of him, feeling like he wanted to die. In contrast, Zhou Shiyu on the other side was clearly more generous, her tone tinged with familiarity and a touch of playfulness as she said, I suppose you wouldn't forget, after all, I'm the only plain noodle soup in your life, aren't I? Cough, cough. Xiao Chen turned bright red and said, That incident was truly regrettable. I was being pretentious at the time and caused you significant harm. I sincerely apologize. Really sorry, the other person asked playfully. Ha? Of course, I'm really very sorry. Hearing the other person's playful teasing, Xiao Chen's feelings of shame and embarrassment gradually subsided, and he replied seriously. Alright, then do me a favor, and we'll call it even, okay? Alright, but no. Is it good or not? Alright, I'm more than happy to help you, but the harm I've caused you can't be compensated by this small favor. If you ever need anything in the future, even if it means going through fire and water, just give me a call, and I'll be there immediately to make amends. Ha, I didn't expect you to be so smooth with your words. Of course, if you weren't, how would so many girls like you? No, don't tease me. Alright, add me on WeChat later and send me the time, address, and any important notes. I'll do some prep work beforehand. Ha, no need to be so nervous. Just be yourself. As long as you successfully help me get rid of that troublesome person, it'll be fine. Otherwise, it'll really affect my work. The two chatted for a while longer. Xiao Chen learned that Zhou Shiyu currently worked at a listed company and was still in her internship period. The person constantly harassing her happened to be a junior manager at the same company. If handled improperly, this could jeopardize Zhou Shiyu's job prospects. Moreover, from the way she spoke, it seemed she was quite fond of her current job. It aligns with her field of study, it's a large company, and if she performs well, the prospects are quite promising. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen calmed himself down and instinctively looked out the window. He froze for a moment, and his expression immediately changed. About 200 meters away, in a residential area, thick smoke was billowing into the sky, with occasional flashes of firelight. Xiao Chen focused his senses and could faintly hear cries for help filled with panic. Stop the car. Driver, stop the car. The residential area over there is on fire. Several people in the car looked over and saw the billowing smoke. Stop the car, driver. Stop the car. Many people shouted. The driver over there hadn't reacted yet, but Xiao Chen quickly opened the window all the way, glanced back swiftly, saw no vehicles following, and with a swift forward flip, jumped out of the window. Ignoring the reactions of the others in the car, he sprinted toward the fire. Chapter 22, Rescuing People. Stay calm, you must stay calm. At this point, speed wouldn't solve the fundamental problem, because he wasn't familiar with the area and couldn't accurately locate the entrance to the residential complex. Moreover, he couldn't guarantee that entering through any random entrance would lead directly to the fire zone. Therefore, maintaining calm at this point is absolutely essential. Acting blindly could lead him in the wrong direction and waste time. Field Master, you can't just go through like that. Seeing Xiao Chen quickly find a corner to hide his figure and attempt to use the wall-passing effect of the invisibility pill to go through, the farmer hurriedly said, This is an ordinary invisibility pill. It can pass through walls, but it can't see through them. When you pass through obstacles, your vision will still be blocked by them. In this situation, with too many obstacles, it will actually hinder your ability to discern and your speed. It's better to use conventional methods to get there directly. What a hassle. By the time Xiao Chen had asked several people and rushed to the fire zone, the flames were already shooting into the sky, and the entire stairwell was filled with thick smoke. At the front of the residential area, many people were crying in fear, shouting that the fire truck hadn't arrived yet. Others were shouting at the top of their lungs toward the upper floors, trying to alert residents who hadn't yet noticed the fire. In this dry and windy season, the fire spread at an alarming rate, and it had already begun to spread outward. Golden Bell Shield and Iron Shirt. Xiao Chen activated his martial arts techniques and charged straight in. As soon as he entered the stairwell, he executed the Lingbo micro-step technique and sprinted upstairs. Oh no, get out quickly, it's too dangerous. The fire truck is almost here. Oh no, someone's rushing inside. Oh, it's too dangerous. By the time their voices faded, Xiao Qin had already reached the top floor of the building. Xiao Nong, hurry up and find something to protect us from the fire. The golden bell robe and iron shirt won't hold out for long. As he spoke, Xiao Qin channeled his inner energy, violently smashing the door lock and bursting inside. Because he heard the cries of a child in the house. Good host, but you have divine protection, so you won't be in danger. I'll help you look for it too. As soon as I entered, I heard a little girl coughing uncontrollably from choking, her voice hoarse and tinged with tears as she called out for her grandmother. Xiao Chun, with his keen senses, found the unconscious elderly man and a little girl around 5 years old in the living room without any hesitation. Little sister, don't be afraid. Big brother is here to save you. At that moment, Xiao Chen's mind was as calm as ice. He rushed into the bathroom, grabbed 2 towels, soaked them in water, and folded them neatly. He then tore another towel into strips, soaked them in water, tied them into a long rope, and returned to the living room. He spoke in a calm voice, "Be good. Use this towel to cover your mouth and nose. That's right, like that. You're such a good girl." After speaking, he adjusted the old man's position, placed the wet towel over his mouth and nose, and secured it with the newly tied rope, ensuring it was firmly in place. Immediately, he lifted the old man onto his shoulders, picked up the child, and using his agile footwork, rushed downstairs. Amidst the billowing smoke, Xiao Chen emerged, sprinting out, causing the anxious crowd waiting outside to erupt into cheers. "Help catch him! Call an ambulance! I already called. Don't go in. Why did you go back in? The fire truck is almost here. I can already hear the siren. Hurry up! Who can run the fastest? Go and meet the fire truck again." By the time everyone reacted, Xiao Chen had already charged inside again. As he climbed upward, he channeled his inner energy, darting left and right, swiftly breaking open one door after another. He hoped that any residents inside who were still conscious but unable to open the doors due to the extreme heat or other reasons could escape safely. At the same time, Xiaoqin took a deep breath and shouted, "When you come out, remember to wet a towel and cover your mouth and nose, or wet a bedsheet and drape it over your body. Crouch low and stay close to the ground as you move forward. The smoke is toxic, those escaping must protect their mouths and noses." The sound rolled like thunder, echoing throughout the entire building. He didn't stop moving, continuing from the top floor, carrying out the 2 elderly people from another household. He now understood that at this hour, those still at home were mostly elderly people or children who couldn't take care of themselves. Thinking this, he sped up. The young farmer also brought out a fire-resistant pearl, but unfortunately, she couldn't touch other ordinary people normally. She could only help Xiaoqin enter other households to check if anyone was there, how many people there were, whether they were elderly or children, and their condition. This actually provided Xiao Chen with significant assistance. Here, take the fire-resistant bead. Keep an eye out for any houses with intense flames, but make sure there are elderly people or children inside who can't move easily. Use the bead to help control the fire and prevent them from getting trapped. I'll speed things up on my end, everything will be fine. Xiao Chen once again carried the 2 elderly people out of the stairwell and handed them over to the crowd rushing to assist. Kids, don't go back in. The fire trucks have already entered the neighborhood. It's dangerous. An anxious elderly woman urged. It's dangerous, child. You've done great already. Little hero, don't go in there. I'm fine. Everyone, please help take care of the elderly and children. Don't get too close to avoid being choked by the thick smoke. Xiao Chen quickly finished his instructions. As he turned around, he suddenly noticed a man not much older than him standing nearby, holding his phone and taking photos with a blank expression on his face. "What the hell are you taking pictures of?" Xiao Chen said as he bent down, grabbed a stone from the ground, and threw it at the man's phone, shattering it into pieces. He then continued rushing into the smoke-filled hallway without slowing down. At that moment, the fire trucks arrived. One after another, fully equipped firefighters jumped out of the trucks, holding fire extinguishers, and rushed into the hallway in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, another group of firefighters evacuated the crowd, prepared high-pressure water cannons, and turned on loudspeakers to begin shouting instructions to those upstairs. In an instant, the tense atmosphere intensified. Many elderly residents from other units and neighborhoods even knelt on the ground, bowing their heads in prayer, pleading for the safety of those trapped inside. Chapter 23, The Danger is Averted. When Xiaoqin carried a young boy and an elderly man down to the 3rd floor, he happened to encounter firefighters heading upstairs. Without waiting for them to speak, Xiaoqin reported the situation accurately. The 2 households on the 6th floor have been successfully rescued. The area has been checked, and there are no remaining occupants. The east side of the 5th floor has been inspected, and there is no one there. The person I am carrying is from the west side of the 5th floor. You can begin your search from the 4th floor down. The firefighter who had been given a gas mask was about to remove it when he saw that, aside from the thick smoke swirling around him, there was no one else in sight. It was as if everything that had just happened had been nothing more than a hallucination. However, hearing several familiar voices shouting "Move aside! Move aside! Move aside!" from downstairs, he realized it wasn't an illusion after all. The people from the East Unit on the 4th floor had just escaped and collapsed on the stairs. "Hurry up and go!" Upon receiving the message from Xiaonon, Xiao Chen shouted, looking up. The firefighters, trained and experienced, quickly made their way over and rescued the person. Meanwhile, 2 firefighters continued to ascend, rechecking the 5th and 6th floors to ensure no one was left behind. When Xiaonon relayed their diligent attitude to Xiao Chen could only express his respect. After all, a meticulous work ethic is essential to minimizing errors. He was merely offering a friendly reminder. After he put the little boy and the elderly man down, the little boy burst into tears and threw himself onto the elderly man, crying, "Grandpa." Then he continued crying, "Wah, wah, the photos, my parents' photos, wah, wah." "What photos? Little brother, tell your brother clearly, what photos?" "My parents' photos. I won't be able to see them anymore." "Wah." Someone nearby whispered, Koen's parents died in a car accident at the beginning of the year. Now he's only being cared for by his elderly grandfather. Before the other firefighters and medical personnel could react, Xiao Chen had already disappeared into the thick smoke. Seeing this, a firefighter shouted and quickly grabbed a gas mask before following after him. "Xiaonon, 5th floor, West Unit, contain the fire. I need all the photos inside to be intact." "Got it, boss." Everyone on the 4th floor has been rescued. Only the East Unit on the 3rd floor has someone inside. It seems to be a younger woman who looks a bit off. There's no one on the 1st or 2nd floors. They probably escaped right away or weren't home to begin with. "Alright, I got it." As he spoke, Xiao Chen had already activated his invisibility ability, avoiding the firefighters on the stairs, and stood in the living room of the West Unit on the 5th floor. His vision was sharper than that of ordinary people, and with Xiaonon controlling the fire, he quickly located all the photo albums and several crystal display stands, clutching them to his chest as he rushed out. As soon as he stepped outside, the firefighter who had followed him arrived just in time. Seeing him unharmed, he shouted, "You fool! Put on your gear!" Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, shook his head, and obediently fastened the gas mask. Under the constant reminders of the firefighter, he finally crouched down and carefully descended the stairs step by step. The high-pressure water cannon was highly effective. After all personnel had been rescued, the firefighters began extinguishing the fire and successfully contained it, preventing further spread. Xiao Chen handed all the photos to the medical staff who were treating the little boy, inquired about the hospital they were affiliated with, and then turned to leave. "No, you must come with us for a checkup. We just heard that you went in and out several times, and you might have been exposed to smoke. You must get checked out." A medical staff member stepped forward to stop him. Many elderly men and women around them also chimed in, insisting that Xiao Chen go to the hospital for a thorough checkup. But Xiao Chen knew better. Anyone could have been poisoned, but he was the only one who was fine. Moreover, given his swift actions and skill in saving lives earlier, once those present reacted, they would inevitably raise questions or offer descriptions that might sound exaggerated to outsiders. Additionally, such a major incident would inevitably attract media attention, and he clearly did not want to explain himself publicly, thereby revealing certain details about himself. Therefore, "I'm fine, look, I can still jump." Xiao Chen acted like an idiot, suddenly jumping up and down in place twice, then slipped away before anyone could react. As soon as he stepped out of the residential area, a wave of intense fatigue swept over him. Xiao Chen's body swayed, and he quickly reached out to grab the trunk of a tree to steady himself before he fell. Having simultaneously practiced 2 martial arts techniques and carried people up and down the stairs, he was truly exhausted. Leaning against a tree to catch his breath, he channeled his internal energy to complete a small cycle of circulation before feeling slightly rejuvenated. However, he still felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the bed and sleep soundly. The smoky smell on his body was starting to get a bit overpowering, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but wrinkle his nose in disgust. He himself hadn't been burned, but his clothes had been accidentally singed by the flames during the constant back and forth movement, leaving some parts charred and others burned through. Looking so disheveled, he was walking down the street as if nothing had happened, which was really eye-catching. Xiao Chen, enduring the strange glances of passers-by, dragged his legs forward for about a mile before finally spotting a casual clothing store. He rushed inside, grabbed a set of in-season clothes at random, changed into them, and borrowed the restroom to wash his face. Finally, looking presentable and stylish, he confidently stepped back into the warm embrace of the sun. Chapter 24, Blocking the King of Hell. After hailing a taxi back to his rental house, Xiao Chen entered the door and collapsed onto the bed. In a daze, he muttered to Xiaonon, "Even if the sky falls, wait until I wake up before saying anything." Upon receiving Xiao Chen's instructions, Xiaonon turned to the figure sitting on the ground, dressed in a black, wide-sleeved robe with a high collar, and said to the Yanluo king, "Please forgive us, your majesty. Our farm manager is exhausted and said he won't enter the farm until he wakes up. As soon as he wakes up, Xiaonon will inform him that you have something to discuss with him. Please have him contact you privately." These few radishes just need a bit more fertilizer and they'll be ready. I've come all this way, I can't just leave empty-handed, can I? Yan Luo Wang stood up, patted his butt, pointed at the nearly mature crops in the field, and changed the subject. The small farmer gritted his teeth in frustration, enduring the pain of parting with the fertilizer, and applied several bags of it to the crops, instantly transforming the nearly ripe plants into harvest-ready produce. Old Yen waved his hand, uprooting a patch of radishes, and stored them in his own warehouse. Satisfied, he rubbed the fragrant pouch on his clothes, looking deeply regretful, and said, "Hey, what's wrong with your estate manager? Why meddle in others' affairs? You've disrupted the 6 realms of reincarnation. Now you've caused trouble. Once he wakes up, have him contact me immediately." With that, he swept his sleeves and walked away with a flourish, looking as dashing as ever. Xiao Chun slept like a log. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. Lying in bed, I stretched lazily, feeling all the fatigue from before disappear, replaced by a sense of clarity and refreshment. If I hadn't forgotten to turn on the air conditioner before going to bed, I wouldn't feel like I just stepped out of the water, which would be even better. Now is the perfect time for some ice-cold draft beer, grilled skewers, a plate of spicy and sour potato strips, and a serving of spicy stir-fried clams. Absolutely amazing. Xiao Chen rushed into the bathroom to wash off the sweat, then headed downstairs to find a street food stall to satisfy his cravings. Since he had sweated so much, the bedsheets were probably ruined for the night, and he would have to wash them after dinner. However, even in the most frustrating moments of life, one can always find ways to encourage and motivate oneself. Glancing at the beautiful numbers on his phone, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that even washing bedsheets could be a pleasure. Just as he was about to leave with the keys, Xiaonong said, "Master, the Lord of the Underworld is looking for you." "What's the matter? Is it urgent?" "It must be. He said you caused trouble by saving someone." "I saved someone and caused trouble?" Xiao Chen paused for a moment, then realized what he meant. I must have delayed his work, right? What kind of trouble did I cause? Forget about him, I'm going to grab some skewers. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled a proverb: "If the king of hell wants you to die, who dares to keep you alive?" Life is a source of deep anxiety for Xiao Chen, whether it's facing strangers or the unimaginable loss of loved ones in the future. It's something that makes it hard to breathe freely. But for the king of hell, it was as ordinary as a flower wilting and withering, or leaves turning yellow and returning to the earth. There was no pity, no sorrow. Therefore, he decided to first see what the king of hell intended. Upon entering the farm, he began crunching on carrots while opening his chat app, only to discover that the king of hell had already sent him several messages. "Yan Luo Wang, damn it, what are you doing meddling in other people's business? Yan Luo Wang, you dared to disrupt the 6 realms of reincarnation. The Jade Emperor will hold you accountable. Can you bear the consequences? Yama, karma, karma. Those people sowed the seeds of evil in their past lives, which led to this painful outcome. You have disrupted the natural order of things. Yama, answer me." Xiao Chen glanced at a few messages, stuffed a carrot into his mouth, and typed back rapidly, "Are all those people today deserving of death?" Yan Luo Wang was online and replied, "You've finally woken up." "Of course not. Only 2 of them committed evil deeds in their previous lives and are now receiving such punishment in this life." "Xiao Chen, what about the others? Are they innocent bystanders?" "Xiao Chen, what about the others? Are they innocent bystanders?" Yan Luo Wang, "Of course. Who told them to be at home at that time?" Xiao Chen cursed and replied, "If that's the case, what if the damned ones don't die and instead the innocent ones are dragged into it and die? Don't even mention letting the wrongly killed be reincarnated into a good family in their next life." "Yama, how do you know? Once they're dead, what else can be done? I know your sister." "Xiao Chen, how do you explain the saying, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? Does saving a life count as a good deed?" "Yama, well, yes, it does." Yan Luo Wang, it does. "Xiao Chen, how can you tell whether someone deserves to die or not when saving them? Did you give any hints?" Yan Luo Wang, how can you give hints for something like that? "Xiao Chen, are there any penalties for your mistakes?" "Xiao Chen, how long would you be fried in oil for accidentally killing someone?" "Xiao Chen, may I also ask how many layers of the floating pagoda tower my good deeds today can reach?" "Yama, huh? Xiao Chen, FCK your mother. FCK your ancestors for 8 generations. Don't even think about stealing a single radish from me again. After sending this, block them immediately." Yan Luo Wang is still spitting out words one by one, but no matter what, Xiao He and Xiao Bai waited there for a day and a half and didn't bring back a single soul. They are now being punished. You have to give them some compensation to comfort them, right? After sending the message, I was completely baffled. Chapter 25, The Fruit of Buddhahood. Yama, the king of the underworld, requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? No. Yama, the king of the underworld, is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you accept? No. Xiao Chen decided not to bother with Yan Luo Wang's friend request anymore. He planned to go grab some skewers first. As an ordinary mortal, he had all the normal human emotions and desires. With such desires, he naturally has a temper. Faced with the ruthless and shameless attitude of the king of hell, he cannot remain calm and composed. When it's time to roll up his sleeves and take action, he must never bow and scrape. Sun Wukong has arrived. Wearing that baseball cap crookedly. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He walked over to greet them, had Monkey Brother conjure up a plate, and then generously arranged a fruit platter to warmly entertain them. The monkey picked up a bunch of grapes and bit into them. Delicious, delicious. How could you wait so long to bring out such delicious divine fruit? You deserve a spanking. Has Monkey Brother returned from listening to the sutras? Xiao Chen smiled and reached out to take a cherry, but the monkey slapped his hand away. Dante from Old Sun. Friends shouldn't act like this. Xiao Chen blinked his eyes, but his cute act didn't seem to work. I'm back. I saw you hanging around my field, so I came to check on you. Hee. The monkey's mouth was covered in purple grape juice, and it kept popping cherries into its mouth one after another. Xiao Chen stared at the fruit platter and swallowed hard, regretting his decision. If he had known this guy was so ungrateful, he should have just cut a plate of radishes instead of pretending to be so generous. Did you buy the radishes? While Sun Wukong was looking up to catch the cherries, he quickly grabbed a handful of dates and stuffed them into his mouth, asking with a mouthful. I bought them. My master really likes them, and I need to take some over to him later. You could have your master buy it. 999 gold coins isn't that expensive. Xiao Chen thought this to himself but didn't say it out loud. He watched the monkey eat happily and said, Hey, monkey brother, can you ask him something? Otherwise, we'll waste this expensive fruit platter. Just ask. As long as it's from the heavenly court, there's nothing this old monkey doesn't know. The monkey noticed Xiao Chen sneaking a bite, so he immediately picked up the plate and tucked it into his chest, taking a bite of grape, then a cherry, and then a piece of pineapple, eating with great delight. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, feeling he shouldn't deprive himself, so he reached into the warehouse and pulled out a piece of sugarcane that hadn't been mixed into the fruit platter. While chewing on the peel, he recounted today's events in broad strokes, then concluded, snap, gulp, spit, spit. Would the Jade Emperor bother with such trivial matters? Crunch, gulp, gulp, spit. The monkey, however, was fixated on the sugarcane that Xiao Chen was munching on with relish. Suddenly, it grinned mischievously, raised its furry finger, and tapped it. By the time Xiao Chen had finished spitting out the last bits of sugarcane and went to take another bite, the monkey had already snatched it away with a swift gah. Xiao Chen looked at the green stone stick in his hand, touched his aching front teeth, and felt like crying but couldn't. This is so unfair. My heart is so full. Click, gulp, gulp, this stick tastes pretty good. Pfft, such a small matter, how would the Jade Emperor bother with it? Pfft, click, that fair-faced fool, gulp, I was just scaring you, pfft, pfft. Don't bother with him. Click, if he dares to compare again, I'll smash his underworld palace for you, spit, spit. Click. Snap. Xiao Chen glared at the monkey and bit into the carrot fiercely. At least you have a conscience. Xiao Chen also came to his senses. Thinking back to the King of Hell's tone later, it didn't seem as enraged as before, nor did he show any signs of sacrificing family for the greater good. Instead, he seemed less intimidating than Xiao Chen. Probably that guy wanted to give him a harsh lesson first, then offer some sweet rewards to show he'd help keep things under control, and then take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits once he was disoriented and grateful. The gods are all so cunning. Not only did they steal his food, but they were also so ungrateful. I'll definitely get you back for this. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the brilliant minds that evolved through the great history of human development. Spit, spit, give me another stick. I've got something good for you. The monkey laughed shamelessly. Perhaps this fellow had come with a gift all along. Xiao Chen decided that he would never be so naive again. One hand hands over sugarcane, the other hands over something good. When he looked at it, it was a white bead spinning rapidly. About the size of a pigeon's egg, it shone with a pure white light, and from time to time, golden swastika symbols would float out from it, dispersing into golden light and vanishing into the air. Upon observing it, I first felt a surge of excitement, followed by a deep sense of guilt, and then my heart grew still, leaving me calm and at peace. Though he still did not know the purpose of this object, Xiao Chen was certain that this pearl was indeed a precious item. But what on earth is it for? Xiao Chen looked at Sun Wukong with a curious expression. This is the Buddha's fruit from the 35 Buddha Repentance Sutra, accumulated over more than 30,000 years of good deeds and pure energy. Its merit is so great that it can eliminate all your past karma and sins from countless lifetimes. After using it, you will return to a pure state, with boundless blessings. Click, gulp, spit. This is what my master instructed me to pass on to you. You're pulling my leg. Just as I was about to roll up my sleeves and fight Sun Wukong to the death, a rabbit appeared in the farm. Following closely behind, China, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing emerged like grasshoppers strung on a string, all jumping out in a row as someone pulled the end of the string. Xiao Chen's face trembled, and his heart bled. He snapped his fingers and calculated, damn it, I'm going to go bankrupt today. Chapter 26, The Immortal Fruit Wine Banquet. Well, it's just not meant to be for me to enjoy skewered meat today. Xiao Chen has accepted his fate. But we can't just keep everyone waiting around forever, can we? No furniture? But we have monkeys. He pulled the monkey out and turned it into a large round table and several chairs. However, we couldn't let everyone just grab a radish and start munching away like before, eating like there's no tomorrow. Not enough food? There are monkeys. Ha! Where did monkey go? Xiao Chen looked around but didn't see any sign of the monkey. Sun Wukong said someone sent him a message, so he went back to the farm to check and would be back soon. The rabbit hopped around Xiao Chen's feet and said, "Didn't you hear?" No. Xiao Chen bent down, grabbed the two rabbits by the ears, and lifted them up, pointing at the table and saying, "Turn these into a few plates, a cutting board, and a knife." Let me do it. Yuer's magical powers are limited, and she's never seen these items before. She'll probably just mess everything up. Chang'e walked over with a smile, her voice gentle. Xiao Chen held the rabbit up to his face and examined it closely. Its red eyes blinked at him, its two tiny front paws scratched the air, and its three-lobed mouth twitched up and down, looking adorable. But it had eaten so much carrot. Without caring which direction it went, he tossed it aside. After flying through the air, the rabbit landed with a roll, transforming into a beautiful girl with big eyes. She stood up, crossed her arms over her waist, and glared at Xiao Chen with a furious expression, stomping her feet and shouting, "You little brat! I'm not talking to you anymore." Humph. With that, she turned around and went to play with the little farmer. He was just trying to be cute with you, and you threw him out. The little rabbit feels so wronged. Cut the radishes, white radishes, and pineapples into cubes. Slice the cucumbers into segments. I also bought some tomato and jujube seeds from the store. Since there weren't many cucumbers, I bought some cucumber seeds as well. I pulled out the current batch of radishes and replanted the tomato, jujube, and cucumber seeds. Added some ready-made peaches, grapes, and other fruits, arranged them on a plate, and filled the table. Chang'e contributed some osmanthus wine, conjured up a set of wineware, and poured the wine into the cups. She then called out to the jade rabbit, telling her to go home and make 2 portions of pastries in the workshop and bring them over. The rabbit responded with a nod, turned to whisper something to the little farmer, and then hopped away. Shu Beiji took out several ginseng fruits, while Shaseng produced a few called millet-flavored fruits, rare items found only in the celestial realm. The monkey returned and brought out dozens of peaches. The table couldn't hold everything, but no problem, there was monkey. Just blow on it, and the table will expand by a whole circle. In an instant, the air was filled with the fragrance of fruit and the intoxicating aroma of wine. Just as Xiao Chen was inviting everyone to take their seats, the Supreme Elder Lord, with his beard twirled and exuding the ethereal demeanor of a Taoist sage, made his grand entrance. "Hey, old man. Did you come here to steal vegetables from my brother?" Sun Wukong, upon seeing the Supreme Elder Lord, greeted him enthusiastically, darting over and instinctively reaching out to tug at the beard on the Supreme Elder Lord's chin. "Oh, Sun Wukong is here too? Everyone's here? How lively." After the Supreme Elder Lord settled down and saw the scene before him, his hand, which had been twirling his beard, paused. His face first showed surprise, then more surprise, and finally he forced a stiff smile as he greeted everyone. He quietly dodged the monkey's claws reaching out toward him, flicked his wide sleeves, and turned his head just in time to see the jade rabbit arriving with pastries. He smiled and said, "You've gotten even whiter," he chuckled. Chang'e. Jade rabbit. Shu Beiji looked curious. Lao Jun, have you ever seen Yuer look blacker than this? Lao Jun. Chang'e. Jade rabbit. Hey old man, come sit down. The monkey continued shamelessly pulling on the Supreme Elder and said, "We're preparing a small immortal fruit wine party here. You've come just in time. Come eat with us. Come eat with us." After saying that, he looked up and winked at Chang'e. Chang'e chuckled but graciously agreed, "Lord Laozi is a rare guest. If you don't mind our humble wine and fruit, please join us for a taste." Lao Jun sniffed the refreshing fragrance of fruit and wine in the air, stroked his beard, and laughed, Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll just stay and make myself comfortable. What a wonderful feeling. What a wonderful feeling. Hey, the monkey darted over to the chair next to the old lord, quickly reached out with his monkey claws, and gave the old lord's beard a tug, saying, "Old man, are you just going to eat for free?" Xiao Chen heard this and turned to leave, his shoulders trembling violently. Shaseng clenched his fist, placed it by his mouth, and coughed twice. Feeling that one cough wasn't enough, he turned around and coughed forcefully twice more before finally feeling relieved. Chang'e had the strongest composure. She smiled as she held the rabbit that had reformed into its original shape, gently rubbing it with her delicate hands as it rolled around in her arms. Only Zhu Beiji was the most curious, grumbling, "Master, how could the immortal Lao Jun be an idiot? When we get back, the master will scold you again." Laozi's beard trembled, and he flung his sleeves aside, snorting, "Old man, of course I wouldn't eat for free." With that, his wide sleeves swept across the table, revealing 3 golden plates piled high with pills. He said, "Here are several plates of Tianqing Dan. Please, all the immortals, and Xiaoyu, taste them." "No problem, no problem. The old man is so generous. He. The monkey laughed heartily. Damn it, I've been tricked by that monkey again. Every time I meet him, nothing good happens. The Supreme Old Lord gripped his trembling beard and thought he should consult a fortune teller before going out in the future. Chapter 27, Level 10 Farm. Between eating and drinking. Xiao Chen glanced at the small farmer moving back and forth between the stall and the crops, and still felt that this was something on his mind. Crack. Sun Wukong chewed on a divine pill and complained, "Old man, this batch of Tianqing Dan isn't as crispy as the last one." He didn't slow down, tossing another pill into his mouth and crunching away happily. He then picked up his wine cup and took a sip, feeling utterly content. The Supreme Elder Lord spat out a date pit, rolled his eyes, and ignored the monkey. He reached out to grab a bunch of grapes. Damn it, how did these grapes get here so fast? I guess I need to speed things up. Last time the Tianqing Dan was ready, the monkey happened to be there. Without a word, he grabbed a bag and slipped away. He was so angry he could have died, yet the rascal still had the nerve to speak. Xiao Chen took a bite of the millet-flavored fruit, chewed it quickly, and swallowed it with a frown. He looked like he was taking medicine. There was no way around it. The items from the immortal realm were indeed extraordinary, but he was still merely a mortal approaching the immortal body, unable to withstand such intense energy. The only exception was this millet-flavored fruit, which, though it tasted awful, was the mildest in nature, harmless to his mortal body, and could suppress the overwhelming energy of the osmanthus wine, peach, and ginseng fruit. At the beginning of the divine fruit wine gathering, he only dipped his lips into the osmanthus wine, not daring to drink more. His meridians were instantly filled with surging energy. If not for China, who was sitting beside him, acting quickly, he would have been in trouble. Sha Seng hurriedly activated a spell, sending the effects of the millet-flavored fruit to him. He immediately took a bite of the peach, quickly followed by a bite of the millet-flavored fruit bit into a pastry, quickly followed by another bite of the millet-flavored fruit, and after eating a piece of ginseng fruit, swiftly took another bite of the millet-flavored fruit. Although the process wasn't pleasant, he couldn't resist the waves of energy surging into his dantian and being stored there. However, in front of him lay a row of fruits that had been bitten into. As for the Tianqing Dan, after experiencing the potency of the osmanthus wine, he dared not touch this rare treasure, which had been refined with the 3-flame true fire, fearing it might explode. Fortunately, he didn't consider himself an outsider, so he calmly picked up a plate of Tianqing Dan in front of everyone and stored it in his own warehouse. Listening to Sun Wukong tease the Supreme Elder Lord, and watching Zhu Beiji eat without shame, with tomato juice dripping from his pig snout. Sha Seng seemed the most honest at first, but when it came down to it, his reflexes were as quick as a monkey's. China, though she ate the most elegantly, didn't seem to have missed a single bite. This level of skill can only be cultivated over thousands of years. As for the rabbits, there's no need to mention them. With their 3-part mouths, they chew quickly. Even though their fur was already a rainbow of colors, it couldn't stop a gluttonous rabbit's appetite. Laozi must have been slashed by a monkey, venting all his hatred on the table full of delicacies. Though he looks old, his teeth are as sharp as a young man's. Monkey. Monkeys are a given. Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup, brought it to his nose, and took a whiff. The aroma of the wine filled his body, instantly sending a surge of heat coursing through his veins. He quickly bit into a grain-flavored fruit and swallowed it whole. An extremely gentle force instantly restrained the overwhelming energy, forcing it to flow obediently into his dantian, where it settled calmly. After tasting it thoroughly, he finally understood why his fellow immortals were so fond of the fruits here. Compared to the taste of peaches, millet-flavored fruits, and ginseng fruits, his radish was simply delicious. However, they lacked the divine energy and spiritual essence that the immortals sought. While they were suitable for a treat, they were insufficient for actual cultivation, so the immortals still had to rely on their own provisions. Oh, right. The rabbit's 3-lobed mouth chewed swiftly, able to speak without letting any air escape, which impressed Xiao Chen greatly. The 3rd princess, the 7th princess, and Erlangshan want to add you as a friend. They asked me for your chat ID. Have you added them yet? It seems like you haven't yet. The 3rd princess and the 7th princess actually know about me, a mere mortal? They even went out of their way to ask you for my chat ID? Xiao Chen spoke humbly, but his face was smiling broadly, and he rubbed his hands together mischievously. The Emperor of Jade's own daughters, alas! As for Erlangshan, he seemed not to hear. The rabbit waved its paws and said, Erlangshan bought some radishes from you, then sent a few to the 7th princess. Coincidentally, the 3rd princess was visiting the 7th princess. After eating them, she wanted more, but that fool Erlangshan never buys anything with a backup plan. He had no idea where to buy more radishes. But what puzzles me is how they were so sure I'd know about you, so they went straight to the Palace of the Moon. I was already annoyed by that task and wanted to pull out my hair, but I kept holding back and didn't go out. Then they went there, and everyone gathered around to talk about your radishes, and then they talked about the thrill of successfully stealing the vegetables, so I couldn't resist and came here. Erlangshan added you, so his dog will definitely follow. Zhu Beiji said, that's just a cheapskate. He personally guards his own farm and tries to steal a leaf from Xiao Tianquan. Unless it's a divine great item, forget it. Shu Beiji's pig face was full of anger, clearly having suffered losses at Xiao Tianxuan's hands. However, Xiao Chen was puzzled. If you can't steal it, will there be a loss? Look at your pained expression. The other immortals looked at Xiao Chen in slight surprise, but it was Taishan Laojun who spoke up to explain. Xiao Chen, you haven't stolen an immortal's food before, have you? No. Xiao Chen shook his head, thinking to himself, your crops are so slow to grow. It takes forever for them to ripen. Where would I even steal them from? After Taishan Laojun's explanation, Xiao Chen finally understood that, aside from his own place, stealing from other immortals' farms carried risks. Once a farm reaches a certain level, it will activate an interception feature. Players can also purchase guardian beasts from the store to protect their farms. If one is unlucky while stealing crops, not only will they fail to obtain a single fruit, but they may also be penalized with a deduction of gold coins or divine vouchers as punishment. The penalty ratio is absolutely heartbreaking. As for it was originally a guard dog, and besides its intercepting function, it also personally lay in the doghouse on the farm to guard the place. After hearing this, Xiao Chen was relieved that the farm had a theft limit. Otherwise, he would have been robbed of everything, not even a pair of underwear left. After hearing this, Xiao Chen was relieved that the farm had a theft limit. Otherwise, he would have been robbed of everything, not even a pair of underwear left. As they were chatting animatedly, suddenly a golden light flashed across the farm. After the light faded, a faint mist began to drift over the farmland. At the same time, a loud, unfamiliar notification sound rang out. Congratulations, farm owner. Thanks to your hard work, your farm has reached level 10 and can now unlock the first main quest of this system. If you have any questions, your assistant, Little Farmer, will be happy to assist you. Wishing you a pleasant farming experience. Xiao Nong waved his little hand at the void. Goodbye, sir. Xiao Chen. Chapter 28, Congratulatory Letter. The immortals all sent their congratulations, expressing their honor at being able to collectively witness Xiao Chen's farm entering a new phase and officially triggering the main quest. Xiao Chen had no choice but to pull out a few sugarcane stalks to express his heartfelt gratitude for the immortals' verbal congratulations. The scene was immediately filled with the sounds of crunching and spitting. The little farmer was overjoyed, flapping his tiny wings and circling around Xiao Chen several times before finally coming to a stop. His little face was flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, Master of the arena, look at my wings. Quick, look at my wings. Xiao Chen finally noticed that after the farm reached level 10, besides the pitifully small amount of divine mist that had appeared, the little farmer had also undergone a transformation. Her previous wings had light blue edges, with the central patterns predominantly light pink, and the blank areas transparent, with extremely fine, milky white veins visible only upon close inspection. Now, not only have her wings grown longer, but the overall color has darkened, and a hint of light purple has appeared. It's even more beautiful than before. Xiao Chen couldn't help but reach out and touch it. It was soft like silk and felt great. Beautiful, so beautiful. Hee hee, I'm flying faster now. Oh no, I can't fly anymore. What should I do? The little farmer flapped his wings and flew happily around the crowd in a circle, then darted back and forth between the crops, refusing to stop no matter who tried to persuade him. I want to fly too. I've had too much to drink, I'll fly a few laps to sober up. After finishing the sugarcane, the rabbit's feet were surrounded by a cloud of auspicious mist, and it shot off after the little farmer. Xiao Chen. Fortunately, the remaining few immortals didn't lose their minds and sat together at the table reminiscing about the past. They all shared their experiences and challenges from their years of farming and livestock tasks. Xiao Chen learned from their experiences that his main quest was still in the process of being activated and wouldn't start anytime soon. He'd have to wait a few more days. The most humiliating main quest I've ever done was apologizing to the Jade Emperor for the chaos I caused during the Great Uprising in heaven. It left me utterly ashamed. The monkey spoke of the bitter past, feeling deeply depressed. Xiao Chen. Senior brother, don't be sad. Sha Seng said, back then, the bull demon king was running naked in front of the electric mother's cave and nearly got struck by lightning. He was chased out by the thunder god and the electric mother for tens of thousands of miles. The immortals, They all banged on the table and laughed wildly. Even the jade rabbit chasing the peasant nearly fell off the auspicious cloud. Later, after successfully completing the task, they had to go to the door to apologize profusely before being allowed to leave. Upon returning home, they were again driven away by the Iron Fan Princess for 10,800 miles, nearly being divorced. Sha Sung said. Xiao Chen. The Supreme Old Lord stroked his beard and laughed. Although the task involving the Bull Demon King back then was somewhat indecent, it was still much better than the main quest that was stuck for nearly 1,000 years. The other immortals nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with circles, and he finally couldn't help but ask, are all these main quests? Can we even have fun anymore? The variety is mind-boggling. Some tasks are as simple as picking a leaf from a plant, others are as bizarre as dealing with a demon like the Bull Demon King, and some are as complex as collecting numerous rare treasures. There are also extremely ordinary challenge tasks. In short, no one can predict what kind of task they'll receive. Xiao Xiao, wish yourself good luck. Ha, Laozi said, then turned and added, speaking of which, I would like to ask Xiao Xiao for a favor. May I borrow your precious land to plant a crop? I suppose you were going to mention this sooner or later, weren't you? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, task? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, mission? Exactly. I've been working on this task for 3 years, and now I'm stuck at a certain step. I urgently need the fruit of the cold star frost to refine that elixir. However, all the plants I've cultivated are task items, and I can't uproot them. That's why I'm asking for your help, young Xiao. Ding. D. Before Xiao Chen could respond, an unfamiliar alert sounded from the farm. Immediately afterward, the small farmer cheered, farm owner, there's a congratulatory message. Quick, take a look. Xiao Chen and the other immortals looked up and saw a large subtitle appear above the newsstand. It was actually a message from Yama, the king of the underworld. King Yama, on behalf of all the ghosts of the underworld, sends congratulations from the 18th layer of hell to celebrate Xiao Field Master's farm reaching level 10. P.S. Xiao brother, congratulations. Wishing you smooth missions and thriving business in the future. Stock up on radishes, will be leading the ghosts to raid soon. The subtitles quickly change. The black and white impermanents send congratulations from the gates of the underworld, warmly congratulating Xiao Changju's farm on reaching level 10. P.S. I am the white impermanent. I'm here to promote the black and white impermanence duo. Please add me as a friend and compensate me. Adding friends he knows, but what the heck is compensation? Xiao Chen blinked, completely confused. Then he looked again. The goddess Mengpa sent a congratulatory letter from Mengpo's Inn, warmly congratulating Xiao Field Master's farm for reaching level 10. P.S. By the way, according to the instructions of the King of Hell, the congratulatory letter has been sent. Could someone please explain who this person being congratulated is? Nyotu and Mamian have both sent congratulatory messages from the River of Blood, warmly congratulating Xiao Field Master's farm on reaching level 10. P.S. To the previous post, it's supposedly a person. Mengpa quickly followed with another congratulatory message, adding, please ignore this message, new farm owner. This old woman is just here to scold the two upstairs. You said it, but it's as if you didn't. I'll spray you both with Mengpo's soup until you die. Xiao Chen. The Immortals. What the heck is this? Xiao Chen pointed at the scrolling subtitles and turned to ask the Immortals, saying, how did Yama know my farm reached level 10? The monkey enthusiastically pulled Xiao Chen toward the store, raised his hand to point at the gray building beside them, but then looked confused and lowered his hand, scratching the back of his hand awkwardly and said, I forgot how many levels we need to reach on the ranking list. Level 35. Xiao Nong flew over and laughed, Master. This is the ranking hall. Once you reach level 35, you can activate and view the 3 realms farming and livestock ranking. After our farm reaches level 10, it will appear on a list called Farm Newcomers, so it's no wonder the King of Hell knows about it. The underworld is really bustling. Xiao Chen looked at the names of the ghosts and their locations appearing one after another, feeling utterly exasperated. Chapter 29, The Hardcore. He could only accept the congratulatory letter, but Xiao Chen couldn't respond directly. He had no choice but to obtain the chat IDs of Mengpa, the black and white impermanents, and the ox-headed and horse-faced demons from other deities. With a trembling heart, he added them one by one, preparing to send some fruits as a token of gratitude once they accepted his requests. Although these ghosts might have been forced to send these messages under the tyranny of Yama, the King of Hell, ignoring them would be too impolite. He also casually accepted Yama's friend request once again. Everyone else was sending him congratulatory messages with their ghostly followers, so he couldn't very well refuse. Besides, it wasn't for anything else, he might as well accept it to open up a market for his fruits in the underworld. The small stalls were filled with the clinking sounds of goods being sold, and the beeps indicating that items were sold out alternated with the beeps from positive reviews from buyers. The small farmer had a pile of cooling agents under his feet, and their number was decreasing at a visible rate. Seeing how busy Xiao Chen was, and with the effects of the wine kicking in, the immortals all stood up to take their leave. The joyful immortal fruit wine party officially came to an end. Before departing, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun once again offered his assistance. Perhaps he had drunk too much osmanthus wine, as even the gods became more generous. With a slightly stiff tongue, he voluntarily mentioned the reward, 10 bottles of golden nutrient solution plus a magical artifact. Xiao Chen secretly gave a thumbs up, and after gaining insight into the perilous path of the future main storyline, he considered the importance of connections and divine lineage. After delivering a passionate and friendly speech, he nodded in agreement. Then he subtly hinted that the old sage should send over his magical artifacts as soon as possible. Don't go back on your word once you sober up. Both parties expressed satisfaction with the cooperation, and all that was left was to shake hands and take a commemorative photo. Xiao Chen had just finished cleaning up the mess when a man wearing a black hat, a long black robe with a high collar and wide sleeves, and looking clean-shaven and well-mannered appeared in Xiao Chen's farm. The clever young farmer, fearing Xiao Chen might not recognize him, hurriedly greeted him first and pointed out the man's identity as the King of Hell. Xiao brother, did old Yen offend you before? You're so handsome? Yan Luo Wang said, fluttering his nostrils and sniffing, osmanthus wine, and the scent of divine fruit. Xiao Chen. Is this really Yama, the king of hell? This image is completely different from what I saw in the TV series. No wonder Sun Wukong called him Little White Face. He really is that pale. Xiao Chen yawned widely, swaying as he approached Yama to greet him. The effects of the alcohol were starting to kick in. After Sun Wukong and the others left, the various pieces of furniture they had conjured up with their magical powers vanished as well. If it weren't for the lingering scent of alcohol and fruit in the air, everything that had just happened would have seemed like a dream. Xiao Chen could only motion to Lao Yan to sit down on the ground and pulled out a few cucumbers to offer as a gesture of hospitality. Such a rich, smoky aroma. Its fragrance so fragrant. It feels like eating it here is different from buying it and eating it at home. What kind of magical fruit is this? I just bought all the radishes, and there are no more left. Tomorrow, Xiao brother, you should set some out. He waved the cucumber in his hand, looking puzzled. Cucumber. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen said as he exited the farm, then picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 3:30 a.m., no wonder he was so tired. He glanced at the WeChat message Zhou Shiyu had sent, then reached for the cigarette and lighter on his bedside table and returned to the farm. He had eaten too much tonight, so he let Lao Yan eat the cucumber alone while he squatted beside him, smoking a cigarette to stay awake. Different perspectives lead to different attitudes toward things. Let's just move on from this and remain good friends. Xiao Chen exhaled a large smoke ring and said. Exactly. I'll pick out 2 young apprentices for Xiao Chen to train later. Cough cough. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and refused without hesitation. No way. Here, pick 2 white ones. Click. Lao Yan picked up the 3rd cucumber, took a bite, and said cheerfully. Humans and ghosts are of different worlds. He didn't have such a peculiar hobby. Keep ghosts? Let that suggestion go to hell. Yama, no chest. That's even worse. I said, extinguishing the cigarette in my hand, is there nothing else there besides little demons? Xiao Chen's gaze implied that he thought it was obvious things like rare treasures or magical artifacts, which are far superior to little demons. Little ghosts are the most luxurious and prestigious gifts we have. Especially those personally selected and trained by Lord Yen himself. Are you sure you don't want them? Yan Luo Wan looked utterly defeated. How could this human be so ungrateful? He was being so sincere, practically begging him to take them, and yet he refused. Xiao Chen, you're right, there's a boundary between worlds. He shook his head. I don't want my yang energy to be drained, ending up neither human nor ghost. I appreciate your kindness, but rest assured, if there are new varieties of fruit in the future, I'll still send you some to taste. The little ghost is off the table. He thought to himself, old Yen is such a cheapskate. He knows I don't want the little ghost, yet he insists on giving it to me. He won't even give me something better. This is too hard to deal with. It turns out you were worried that this Yan Luo king didn't know about Xiao Chen's inner thoughts. He always thinks his little ghosts are perfect in every way and refuses to share the good stuff with others, making him feel uneasy. So he said, the little ghosts I've chosen aren't ordinary ones. They've already cultivated to the level of ghost immortals. They don't harm people, don't absorb yang energy, and can even help you in critical moments. This way, I'll send you 2 over later for you to play with for a couple of days. If you really don't like them, just send them back to me. Can they do household chores? Xiao Chen decided to compromise because he was too tired. Even cigarettes didn't help. Since Lao Yan was so insistent, he would just endure it for now. At worst, he could let those 2 little devils rest in peace in the mailbox. All he wants to do now is sleep. Pick 2 who can do housework. That's it. I can see you're tired from your glazed eyes. I'll go first. Remember to sell me cucumbers tomorrow. Yan Luo Wan was finally satisfied and smiled broadly. Oh my, it's not easy being in someone's debt. They gave me such delicious fruit without hesitation, but if I don't show my gratitude, I'll feel like there's a knot in my heart. I felt that a small gift wouldn't be appropriate for someone of his stature, so I finally decided to give him the highest form of respect. Perfect. Chapter 30, Capturing the Little Ghost. 2 days later, at noon, Xiao Chen was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It rang repeatedly with great persistence, and he didn't know how many times he had dozed off and turned it off. Finally, when it rang until it hung up automatically, he managed to open his eyes. Damn it! Xiao Chen sat up with sleepy eyes, stared blankly for a moment, then reached for his phone on the bedside table to check. He discovered that it wasn't just one person calling. An unanswered call from Iran Huayuan. 2 missed calls from a designer surnamed Zhang. 1 missed call from someone named Zhao Ge, plus a text message. There's also one from Zhou Shiyu. Seeing Zhou Shiyu's, Xiao Chen finally snapped out of it and fully woke up. He hadn't replied to Zhou Shiyu's WeChat last night, so she probably thought he had something important to do. I got up first to freshen up, then called Zhou Shiyu back after feeling refreshed. Hello, sorry, I was out with friends last night and got back late. My phone happened to die, so I didn't reply to your WeChat. I apologize. Xiao Chen had no choice but to tell a white lie. Technically speaking, it wasn't a lie, but he simply couldn't explain the situation to her. Oh, it's okay. I thought something happened. Did the morning call wake you up? Jo Shiyu's background noise sounded chaotic, like she was outside. No, I should have charged my phone and called you back last night. I'm sorry for making you worry. After chatting for a few minutes, they hung up. After all, there wasn't much to talk about at the moment. Xiao Chen glanced at Zhao Ji's text message and called him back to express his gratitude. This Zhao Gu was a former colleague from his previous courier company, and the two had a good relationship. This time, he called him for no other reason than to kindly remind him that the company had issued salaries and to make sure he didn't forget to collect his. Xiao Chen hung up the phone and checked the date. It was indeed. He still had over half a month's wages left to be paid. Although he's not short of money now, that's money he earned with his own sweat and hard work. He can't just give it up. Thinking back to the company's harsh treatment when they fired him, and now that he has been paid, they didn't even bother to notify him to come sign the settlement papers. Xiao Chen felt a surge of anger rise within him, and he couldn't possibly compromise now. On the other hand, Iran Huayuan had notified him that all the procedures for the property deed were complete and asked him to come by to pick it up. This was earlier than the agreed upon time. I also called back the designer surnamed Zhang and scheduled a meeting for tomorrow morning to review the blueprints. After finishing up, I went to the farm. I switched to page mode to take a look and found that the main quest progress bar was only at 103. It seemed like I'd have to wait a few more days, so I switched back to 100 simulation mode and went inside. Walking through the thin mist, Xiao Chen's lips curled up to his ears. Just a few days ago, he had envied Sun Wukong's farm, which seemed like a fairyland. Now, his own place was beginning to resemble a fairyland as well. Though the mist was so sparse it seemed as though someone's fairy mist had leaked over to his place, it couldn't dampen his joy. Little farmer, you don't need to keep planting radishes anymore. Try growing strawberries and apples instead. Of course, radishes should still be the main item sold at the stall for now. Strawberries and apples can be stockpiled first, and once the radishes are mostly sold out, you can introduce the new varieties. Unlike the early days when he was penniless, his gold coin count has now reached 7 digits, nearing the 8-digit mark. Once the stockpiled radishes are sold out, it's time to treat his fellow cultivators to something new. Innovation is the best way to maintain continuous profitability, no matter where you are. Great host. After improving the flight speed of small farmers, the advantage lies in the significantly enhanced efficiency of shuttling between harvesting crops and restocking stalls after they sell out. Field owner, the quality of the small stall cargo containers has been upgraded, allowing you to place 2 more now. Once upgraded again, you can unlock another cargo container. The small farmer said cheerfully. The activity level of the farm and the development speed of its various functions are directly linked to her benefits. Especially when the farm or ranch reaches major milestones like level 10, 20, or 30, her own cultivation progress becomes even more significant. Originally, I thought it would take at least a month or two, but unexpectedly, after just a few days, it has developed so well. The small farmer feels extremely fortunate to have encountered a farm owner like Xiao Chen. So fast? It's truly one piece of good news after another. Xiao Chen heard this and went over to take a look at the small stall. Afterward, he went to the chat room because he was thinking about his friend's request from last night. He found that all of them had accepted, and there were a few messages. Forever 18-year-old Meng Pei, hey, young hunk. Xiao Chen suddenly shuddered, breaking out in goosebumps. He had known it all along. Meddling with ghosts was never a pleasant experience. Black Wu Chang, compensate me, big brother. You can't take advantage of me. Xiao Chen was still completely confused. He opened Bai Wu Chang's message again and finally understood. Bai Wu Chang, you really screwed us over, Xiao Chen. We couldn't retrieve the souls we were supposed to capture, and the boss gave us a good scolding. Don't you owe us something? No too, you really screwed over the black and white duo, but I, old ox, like it. Ha! Come visit the underworld someday, and I'll take you to see the lotus flowers of the afterlife. They're absolutely stunning. Horse-faced demon, humans. Someday we should gather together so the old horse can smell the scent of humans again. Oh my, it's been ages since I last smelled the scent of humans. I miss it so much. Xiao Chen, this is ridiculous. Why did I get involved with these things? He closed the chat window, not wanting to reply to a single message. He took a bunch of carrots and some other fruits from the warehouse, packed them up, and mailed them out. This was his way of expressing gratitude for yesterday's congratulatory message. Of course, he also sent the compensation demanded by the black and white ghosts. Otherwise, those two would come knocking on his door with their morning clubs while he was sleeping, which wouldn't be very pleasant. After shipping the goods, he saw an email from Old Yan. Inside were 2 boxes containing little ghosts, along with Old Yan's note, carefully selected. They can do housework, accompany you while eating and chatting, fan you while you sleep, fight off wandering spirits if you encounter them, and assist you with your main quests afterward. The key point is that they're very white, with smooth, flowing body contours. They're the cream of the crop among ghosts. Please accept them with a smile. After retrieval, they won't go through the farm, they'll appear directly in your home. You can assign tasks to the two ghosts first and focus on managing the farm without distraction. Xiao Chen's fingers traced circles over the extraction function, but he still felt a bit reluctant. Just as he was about to close the email, Old Yen sent another private message. How are those two little ghosts? White, right? Didn't let you down, did I? Just as he was about to close the email, Lao Yen sent another private message. How are those two little devils? White, right? Didn't disappoint you, did they? Xiao Chen. Forget it, extracting it would be too much of a blow to Old Yan's self-esteem. Xiao Chen rejected his previous plan and reluctantly decided to extract it. Then he replied to Old Yan, I haven't seen it yet. I'm at the farm. Let's talk about it after I finish up. Yan Luo Wang, alright, I also need to inspect the oil cauldron. A subordinate reported that this batch of new souls are misbehaving and refusing to burn. We'll talk later if you have time. Xiao Chen. Chapter 31, We're not adapting well to the local environment. After talking with Old Yen, Xiao Chen felt a sudden wave of nausea. Especially after going to the farm with that unpleasant feeling, the strong smell of chicken manure made him finally unable to resist letting out a few dry heaves. After quickly collecting eggs, swatting flies, shoveling manure, and refilling feed, I hurried back to the farm. The small farmer brought out a batch of strawberries for him to taste. Taking a deep sniff of the strawberry's fragrance, Xiao Chen finally felt a little better in his stomach. He had intended to pick one and pop it into his mouth, but then remembered he hadn't washed his hands after cleaning up the mess, so he put the strawberries back in the warehouse, exited the farm, and planned to wash his hands first before retrieving the strawberries to eat. He had entered the farm from the side of his bed in the bedroom, and after exiting the farm, he was still in the same spot. He habitually checked his phone, then just as he was about to head to the bathroom, he heard someone speaking in the living room. I can finally move. Can you move yet? It was a girl's voice, soft and cute. I can move, but I feel really stiff. A man's voice, with a decent tone. Me too. Let's move around a bit more, and it should feel better. Yeah. Then came the scraping sound of two hard objects rubbing against each other, like some rusty thing being forced to turn, making one's teeth ache. Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Damn it, he had completely forgotten that there was a ghost in his house. Fortunately, Old Yan emphasized repeatedly that the little ghost he sent was a good one and wouldn't harm anyone. Xiao Chen exhaled deeply, steeled himself, and took a step forward to open the bedroom door. The next moment, he was stunned by the two creatures in the living room. They were extremely white, with sleek, well-defined contours, as Old Yen had described them. Yes, it's really white. There isn't a single blemish or impurity on the entire surface. It's so pure and white, it shines with a glaze-like luster. But these are just two bleached white skeleton frames. Xiao Chen felt as though 1,000 divine beasts were roaring and charging through his mind, rushing into the underworld to pay their respects to the king of hell on his behalf. Oh, our master has finished his farm work and returned. Quick, let's go give our master a ghostly massage so he can rest. The female-voiced skeleton said. The master smells so good, or rather, he looks so handsome. He looks so delicious, he looks so pleasing to the eye. The male skeleton turned his head and said flatteringly. Xiao Chen. As the two ghosts' heads turned, the creaking sounds echoed through the room once more. Xiao Chen also caught a glimpse of the two skeletons' faces. The contours of their eye sockets were smooth and rounded, with pink flames flickering inside. When they noticed him looking over, the flames flickered faster, flashing twice before returning to their extremely regular rhythm. Then, Xiao Chen stared in disbelief as the two ghosts lifted their bony feet, moving awkwardly toward him with a clattering sound. As they slowly lifted and lowered their stiff legs, the living room once again echoed with the piercing sound of friction. Stop! Xiao Chen, exasperated, hurriedly reached out to halt the two ghosts' movements, helplessly pressing his forehead and exclaiming, Will you two be this incapacitated forever? Thinking about the days ahead, Xiao Chen shuddered. No, master. The female ghost said, We have just arrived from the underworld to the mortal realm. Without the nourishment of ghostly energy, this is only temporary. It will improve once we adapt after a few days. Yes, master. The male ghost hurriedly nodded vigorously and said, We're just a bit homesick. It'll be fine in a few days. Just speak. Don't nod. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, enduring another wave of demonic sounds piercing his ears, his expression as grim as someone suffering from constipation. All right, master. The two ghosts replied in unison, about to nod instinctively, but then remembered Xiao Chen's order and quickly stopped themselves. Now I have a few questions for you. Xiao Chen stepped past the two ghosts, doing his best to avoid looking at their pure white bodies, sat down on the sofa, and asked, Can you return to the underworld on your own? If they can, let them go back on their own. It's just not very fun. The female ghost hesitated to shake her head before answering, but quickly restrained herself and said, We can't, master. At least not now. Because we came from the underworld to the mortal realm with the help of the Lord of the Underworld, we've already consumed a lot of ghostly energy. If we try to go back now, we might turn into dead ghosts along the way. Does that mean we have no choice but to stay? Xiao Chen stared at the ceiling in silence for a moment, feeling utterly exhausted and mentally drained. Alright, come over here. Xiao Chen patted the sofa beside him and said, sit here and don't move. Get used to the environment first. I'll lie down for a bit to rest my mind. Alright, master. Remember, don't make that squeaking sound. Xiao Chen walked to the bedroom door and turned back to remind him. He had lost all desire to eat strawberries, he just wanted to be quiet. Chapter 32, So-Called Compensation. Xiao Chen collapsed onto the bed, exhausted from lack of sleep. He didn't even bother to think about Jingjing, he simply drifted off to sleep. Much later, in the living room, a woman's voice whispered softly, this position is so tiring. Male ghost, yeah, me too. The sofa in the master's house isn't very good quality. I'm afraid if I sit too hard, I'll break it, so I have to support myself with my thigh bones. After a while, my thigh bones start to ache. Female ghost, me too. Our ghostly strength is weak now, I really want to rest and relax. Male ghost, I want to fall apart too. Maybe we should just fall apart. The master seems to be asleep. Female ghost, but the master doesn't let us make that creaking sound. Male ghost, when we fall apart, it makes a clattering sound, not a squeaking sound. It's okay. Let's just fall apart. I can't hold on much longer. Female ghost, you're right. I'll count to 3, and we'll fall apart together. Don't let the clattering sound last too long. Male ghost, alright. Keep an eye on your bones, don't roll around, and try to let your head land on the sofa. If your head hits the floor too hard, it'll wake the owner, and that wouldn't be good. Alright, get ready, 1, 2, 3. Clatter. Gurgling. Oh no, my leg rolled away. Watch your bones. At least it didn't roll too far. Let's take a break. Yeah. The living room fell silent. A welfare lottery station not far from the residential area. The old man surnamed Chow from the sports lottery station was standing at the door chatting with people across the street. He really didn't claim it. I just checked the news, and it said that the winner of the 71.98 billion yuan jackpot hasn't shown up yet. The previous 9 billion yuan prize could be claimed as soon as the sports lottery center opened that morning. What's going on this time? Now it was the turn of the boss across the street to rest his arm on the newly posted large notice, one hand on his hip, his face glowing with excitement, saying, I hope they haven't been targeted by someone and something bad happened. After all, it's too eye-catching. It's hard to say. Let's wait and see in a few days. With such good luck, it can't be someone unlucky. You're right. If he dares to come back, I'll treat him to a meal. When Xiao Chen woke up and saw the living room littered with bones, he thought the two ghosts had gotten into a fight while he was sleeping and torn each other apart. Oh, the master is awake. We overslept. Quick, get up. The female ghost noticed Xiao Chen first and hurriedly woke her partner. Then, under Xiao Chen's gaze, they began to reassemble their bodies as if nothing had happened. Xiao Chen stared speechlessly at the scattered bones lying on the ground, resembling marionettes on strings, all drifting in the same direction. With a clatter, two white skeletons returned to their previous state, sitting upright and composed, their pink flames flickering innocently in their eye sockets, as if nothing had ever happened. Do as you please. As long as you're happy. Xiao Chen heard the phone ringing in the bedroom, turned around, went back to the bedroom, picked up the phone, and said, Hello, Xiao Gu. I haven't gone to the company yet. I have something to do tomorrow and need to go out. I was planning to finish up and then stop by the company to pick up my paycheck. He assumed the other person was calling to inquire about his pay, so he replied accordingly. Chenner, your salary is going to be a problem. I suggest you don't come to the office. On the other end, Zhao Gu seemed to be out delivering something, with the sound of passing cars in the background. Oh? What's going on? Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. The guy who got you fired earlier said you broke one of his items and is demanding compensation. Based on the compensation amount he requested, the company calculated that your salary wouldn't cover it. I'm worried that if you come to the company, you won't only fail to receive your salary but also have to pay part of the compensation. That's why I'm calling to let you know so you're prepared. However, the final decision is up to you. After all, I was the one who brought you into the company when you first started, and I never expected you to end up in such a predicament. Is the evidence provided by the other party complete? How far has the process gone? Xiao Chen picked up a cigarette and lit it, showing no emotion on his face. Process? Ha ha. Initially, when the company received the call, they intended to follow the standard procedure. However, do you know who the other party is? Before Xiao Chen could respond, the other party continued, It's Blue Hair, our major client. The other party is a department manager at the company. To avoid losing this important client, the company has no choice but to comply with their demands. For now, my client is here to collect an item, so I must hang up. Please consider this matter carefully. Got it, Zhao Gu. I understand. Thanks for letting me know. Let's grab a drink sometime. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen's fingers unconsciously rubbed the phone screen. Compensation? Ha ha. When he opened the door and saw the situation, the item in his hand fell to the ground. If I remember correctly, judging by its shape and weight, it should have been a pair of shoes. Chapter 33, A Series of Kicks. Xiao Chen called Yuan. It was clear that he was also someone else's benefactor, as the person who answered the phone greeted him enthusiastically as Mr. Xiao. Here's the thing, I was wondering if there are any available units in the high-end residential buildings at Yuan? If there are, I'd like to buy a few. Xiao Chen asked. Yes, sir. Do you have any preferences regarding the floor or unit number? Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was looking to buy another property, the agent became eager and enthusiastic. Having dealt with many clients, he knew that some placed great importance on lucky numbers, so he proactively asked. Yes, I'd prefer the location to be in the central part of the community. Xiao Chen recalled the location and unit number from his memory and said slowly, the unit number should ideally include the number 5, and the floor should be either the 8th or 9th floor. If all units on the same floor are vacant, that would be my top priority. Alternatively, units connected to adjacent floors are also acceptable, but I would need to purchase at least 2 to 3 units. Of course, if there are no units on the same floor that are empty or connected to adjacent floors, that is also acceptable. However, if it's the latter case, I might need to get a general understanding of my neighbor's circumstances because I'm concerned they might have certain habits that could make it difficult to get along with them in the future. Do you think that is okay? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's final request, the other party hesitated slightly. However, after hearing the reasons Xiao Chen explained, they found them reasonable and agreed readily. Alright, Mr. Xiao, I'll look into it for you. Does your building number include the digit 55? We have Mr. Xiao from building 55 here. The voice on the other end sounded excited as he said, the 9th floor of building 55 is completely vacant. Would you like to consider it? Completely empty? Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, a guess forming in his mind. In an instant, he changed his original plan and said, that's perfect. Can we view the property tomorrow? If I'm satisfied, I'll make the reservation right away. Are you sure the 9th floor of building 55 is completely vacant? Certainly, Mr. Xiao. Will you come to view the property tomorrow? Yes, that's the plan. Unit 9101 in building 55 is currently occupied, but if you decide to book it, we'll arrange for the tenant to vacate as soon as possible. That's great. I was just trying to find out more about the other person in a roundabout way, to get a feel for them and make it easier to approach them. But I ended up giving him an unexpected surprise. It was actually a rented house. Xiao Chen recalled the man's appearance. He was around 35 or 36, tall and burly, with an average-looking face. Thinking back to the air of superiority the man had exuded at the time, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. Besides these 3, are there any other available properties? Currently, there are only 7 vacant units available in the high-end residential buildings of Yuan. However, the remaining 4 units are scattered across different locations and have all been rented out. Alright. I'll start by purchasing a villa from you, and then I'll buy another floor. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, and the other party immediately said, Mr. Xiao, please feel free to make any requests. We will do our utmost to ensure your satisfaction. The other party's voice trembled slightly, unable to hide their nervousness. Alright. I want 9101 to be gone from my house by tomorrow night. The other party fell silent for a moment, clearly taken aback or considering their words, but Xiao Chen didn't give them a chance to speak, saying, Can you make the decision? If not, can someone else come? Yes, no problem. It is clearly stated in our contract with the tenant that we have the right to terminate the agreement at any time. That's great. Please calculate the total amount and send it to our company account, and I'll transfer the full amount immediately. Sold. Alright, Mr. Xiao. Do you have any other requirements? No, all my documents are with you. Please process the paperwork as soon as possible. After hanging up, Xiao Chen dialed the phone number of his former company, Kita Express. Salary? Oh, I've been so busy these past few days that I forgot to notify you. The client you upset last time is demanding compensation. Your salary isn't even enough to cover it, and the company has to clean up this mess for you. We've already paid 300 yuan on your behalf. Here's what we'll do, come to the office tomorrow and make up the difference. I have requested to follow the standard procedure and demand that the other party provide purchase records and evidence of the damaged items. Evidence? Xiao Chen, the other party initially wanted to go through legal channels. If it comes to a legal lawsuit for compensation, can you afford a lawyer? It was only after I pleaded with them that they agreed to settle privately. Don't be ungrateful. Alright, the 300 yuan compensation will be considered the company's loss, and we'll cover it for you. Don't mention the wages again. I'm busy here, I'll hang up now. I suspect it's to keep the client happy and secure your position, isn't it? Xiao Chen dialed the headquarters of Kita, inquired about the compensation process for damaged items, and then chose to file a complaint. Immediately afterward, he searched online for a law firm with good reviews in the same city and made another call. Of course, it wasn't over yet. Chapter 34, Preparing to Close the Net. Lu Zhifei felt that his life had entered a smooth and prosperous phase. After spending the entire day attending to clients, pouring tea, fetching water, and smiling politely, he was exhausted, but he felt it was all worth it. He had already secured 3 major deals this month, and although the contract for today's deal hadn't been signed yet, he was confident that the client wouldn't back out, thanks to his years of experience in the field. Once the contract is signed, he'll be the envy of his colleagues. Thinking about being able to step on the head of a competitor who was transferred to headquarters a year before him, he felt a surge of satisfaction. The position of regional general manager is mine for the taking. Ha ha. Lu Shifei closed his eyes, sat in the boss's chair, and slowly spun around, his face radiating with self-satisfaction. Ding-ling. The phone rang. It was from Iran Huayuan. Out of habit, he glanced at the small calendar next to him, puzzled that it wasn't time to pay the rent yet. Why was the property management calling at this hour? Lu Shifei loosened his tie with one hand and answered the phone with the other. Hello, which young lady is on duty today? His cheerful tone revealed his good mood. Hello, Mr. Lu, this is the property management of Iran Huayuan. We would like to inform you that the property you are renting has been sold, and the owner requests that you vacate the premises by tomorrow evening. Please make arrangements as soon as possible. Lu Shifei stopped midway through undoing his tie, paused for a moment, then said, Are you kidding me? By tomorrow evening? Don't joke around. I haven't even found a new place yet. Where am I supposed to move to? How can you be so irresponsible? Why didn't you explain the situation to the property owner? I'm sorry, that's the landlord's request. Lu Shifei's expression turned grim in an instant. A life that had been smooth sailing shouldn't end like this. But thinking about what he still needed from him, he couldn't afford to turn against him just yet. He swallowed his anger and said, Alright, Unit 9102 is vacant, isn't it? I'll sublet it to you. But if I really can't move out by tomorrow, how am I supposed to move all my belongings and furniture in one day? Plus, I have an important client to meet tomorrow. I'm truly sorry, but Unit 9102 has already been sold. This is the owner's request, and we sincerely apologize. How about 9103? Don't tell me 9103 is sold too. Sorry, 9103 has also been sold by an owner. Is this Xiao Zhang? I recognized your voice. The home purchase procedures can't be processed that quickly, and the property can't be handed over immediately, right? Why don't you give us a few more days? I know that according to our contract, you have the right to terminate the agreement, but legal principles should also consider human feelings. It's already dark outside, and I haven't even found a place to stay yet. Lu Jiwei suppressed his frustration and spoke with a pleading tone. The procedures are almost complete. The other party purchased a villa here a few days ago, all the documents are in order, and they paid the full amount up front. Therefore, the property you are staying in tonight is no longer under our management, it belongs to the homeowner. Alright. Lu Jifei's face turned ashen. The property owner is your god, your master, your father. Is that clear? Damn it. The homeowner said that if you don't hand over the property by tomorrow night, they will file a lawsuit against you for trespassing. You decide what to do. The other party was also provoked by Lu Jifei's tirade and, after forcing themselves to finish speaking, hung up the phone. He stood up and paced back and forth in the office, grabbing a file folder from the desk and slamming it to the ground. What's so great about a few stinking dollars? You money-grabbing scum. I'll make you beg me on your knees someday. Damn it. The phone rang again. Lu Jifei picked it up and felt a sudden headache. He was about to hang up, but after thinking it over, he answered in a gentle tone. Hello, Jiao Jiao, I just finished a meeting. Husband, what's going on with our house? Isn't this your house? Why did the property management come to evict us, saying it's rented? You're lying to me. Jiao Jiao, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. You know, I just transferred here for work not long ago. I haven't received confirmation yet from the company whether they can fulfill the promise they made to me earlier, so I didn't dare to buy the house so quickly. Jiao Jiao, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. You know, I just transferred here for work recently. The company hasn't confirmed yet whether they can fulfill the promise they made to me earlier, so I didn't dare to buy the house so quickly. I just didn't expect the house to sell so quickly. I was planning to wait until things were settled here, then buy the house we're living in and quietly add your name to the deed as a surprise for you. Besides, you know how I feel about you. Whenever you like a dress or a handbag, I buy it for you without hesitation, right? Alright, don't cry. I'll go back right away. You start packing up the things at home. Xiao Chen hung up the phone shortly after and received a call from the regional manager of the express delivery company. The customer service was efficient. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, opened the recording, and then pressed the answer button. You're pretty bold, complaining like that. Do you think I'll let you get away with this? You think a few years of education make you some kind of intellectual? You think you know how to stand up for yourself? Let me tell you, in this branch office, I'm the one with the power. Do you really think a complaint will make my life difficult? You're so naive, kid. You've got a long life ahead of you. This time, I'll make you know what it means to feel defeated. You poor bastard, do you think I can't get you your first court summons with just one phone call? What are you going to use to hire a lawyer? Your university diploma? You're really ungrateful. Speak up. You were so talkative when you were complaining. Why are you silent now? Oh, Mr. Chiu, you've scared me speechless. Xiaochen placed his arm on the bedhead, tapping the slightly stained leather trim with his fingers, and replied calmly. Ha, you know your place. Let me tell you, the customer service team will call you shortly. Just tell them we've reached a private agreement and the complaint has been withdrawn. Got it? How does Mr. Chiu plan to handle this privately? What? Have you read yourself into a stupor? I'm being kind enough not to kill you, which is the best treatment you'll get. Do you understand? Xiao Chen hung up the phone, ended the recording, and turned to go to the living room. Chapter 35, Ghosts on Both Sides. Do you two know how to use high-tech gadgets? Like phones. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa, with one on each side. Oh, no, it was just that these two ghosts were too good at choosing their spots, one on each side, leaving just enough space in the middle for him. Not really, master. But we can learn. The female ghost instinctively turned her head, but stopped as soon as the creaking sound came out, and said. Xiao Chen looked around and thought of a question, asking, Do you two have names? Names? The male ghost looked deep in thought, though his expression wasn't very noticeable on his angular face. He really did think about it before continuing. We had names in life, but we can't remember them anymore. Sigh. He raised his bony hand and sighed as he tapped his skull. Listening to the crisp clinking sounds, Xiaochen looked up at the ceiling in silence, then swept his hand to the left and right, saying, Xiaozhua, Xiaoyu, that's settled. He then asked, Can you use earthly objects? Can others see you? Or, to put it another way, can others see the earthly objects you hold, but not you yourselves? Could such an odd situation arise? No, master. The female ghost, who had been named Xiaoyu according to Xiao Chen's earlier gestures, replied, We can assimilate objects, so mortals can't see them. However, if the master wishes, we can make them visible, including allowing them to hear our voices or even see us directly. So I could see you as soon as I left the farm? Was that on purpose? This isn't exactly a pleasant special treatment. Although Xiao Chen knew the two ghosts wouldn't harm him, he still felt a chilling breeze whistling past his sides, perhaps due to psychological factors. Adapting to this would likely take a few days of adjustment. No, it's because we were specifically assigned by the Lord of the Underworld to serve the Master. We are ghost servants designated by our birth charts, so the Master can see us at all times, and we have no right to hide from him. All the little ghosts sent out are the same. Oh, I don't understand. But it doesn't matter. Xiaochen stood up, went to the bedroom to get his phone and keys, and said to the two ghosts, Come on, I'll go buy you guys something, then I'll take you to a place to help you adjust to the environment. Great, we can go out. Both ghosts looked very happy. The younger one said, The yang energy is strong outside, and the smoke and fire are thick. That will help us adapt to the environment faster. Xiao Chen went downstairs and was surprised not to hear the expected noise. He turned around and saw that the two ghosts were floating away. Xiao Chen went downstairs and found it odd that he didn't hear the expected noise. Turning around, he realized that the two ghosts were floating. When he got into the taxi, the two ghosts were still there, one on each side, making him feel like he was being kidnapped. Xiao Chen hadn't fully adjusted to their presence yet, so he glanced worriedly at the driver in front of him, who was focused on driving, and realized he was overthinking things. Xiao Zui, the human scent is so strong in here. Xiaoyu, it is, but not as fragrant as the host's. Xiao Zui, the master has an ethereal aura, so it's very fragrant. Xiaoyu, I really want to hug the master and sniff him hard. Xiao Zui, me too. It smells so good. I'm drooling. Xiao Chen, shut up. Driver, what did the gentleman say? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. Xiao Chen explained awkwardly, giving the two ghosts a warning glance. They entered a digital specialty store, where Xiao Chen selected two smartphones with excellent photo and video recording capabilities and ample storage space, asking the salesperson to install the necessary apps. He also upgraded his own phone to a more powerful model. After some consideration, he decided to purchase a computer as well. After paying, he went to a small shop, bought two phone cards, and then found a quiet, secluded spot to patiently teach the two kids how to use them. Fortunately, although the two ghosts might not have been modern people in their previous lives, they learned quickly, which made him quite satisfied. After that, we hailed another taxi and headed straight for Yuan. He didn't alert the property management, but instead went invisible and led the two ghosts in a grand procession to the place where they had once fallen. Good. Lu Zhifei has returned. Although he didn't understand why Su Jiajiao looked so unhappy, as if she had been crying, Xiao Chen didn't care. He pointed at Lu Zhifei indifferently and ordered the two ghosts, See that man? Follow him for the next 2 days and use the camera and video functions to record all his movements, including his interactions with that woman and all the calls he makes and receives, especially the clients he's been in contact with recently. Find an opportunity to note down their phone numbers as well. Send me a WeChat message. Got it? Got it? Understood, master. Should we scare him? The two ghosts weren't stupid. They could tell that the two people in front of them had angered their master. Though bound by their cultivation, they couldn't freely absorb the young energy of mortals to harm their lives, but scaring them was within their capabilities. It doesn't matter. Just have fun. Xiao Chen finished speaking, turned around, and glanced at the two people who were packing and organizing the furniture. He gave a meaningful smile and left. Chapter 36, A Penny in the Face. In the middle of the night, Xiao's was sat on the bedside table in room 9101 of Iran, swaying his two slender, flawless legs while charging his phone. The flickering pink flame watched Lu Zhifei and Su Jiao, who had just finished washing up and were getting ready for bed. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, crossed his legs and sat at the foot of the bed, holding his phone up to snap photos of the two of them non-stop. Stop, I'm really tired. After the lights were turned off, Su Jiao's whining voice could be heard from inside the room. Be good. It's because you're tired that your husband wants to compensate you mentally. The man's voice was lazy, clearly revealing his fatigue. You're so bad. Come on, let your husband kiss you. Ha? What are they doing? Xiaozhua asked curiously. Then the two ghosts recalled something together, and Xiaozhua said, their movements are so familiar. I think I did something like this when I was alive. Oh well, I can't remember. Let's record it. Ha? Why can't I film it? It's too dark. I'll go turn on the light. Oh no, I've been sitting too long, my legs are sore. Xiaoyu, it does look familiar, but I can't remember either. Let me check his phone contacts and take a photo to send to the owner. A beam of light suddenly appeared in the dark room. The two people who were busy working both noticed that Lu Zhifei's phone screen, which was placed on the bedside table, suddenly lit up. Especially Lu Zhifei, who was above, could clearly see the phone screen continuously switching automatically, scrolling up and down. This made him shiver violently, and his confidence vanished instantly. A cold sweat broke out on his back. What's that, honey? Su Jiao, sensing something unusual about the person beside her, looked up and saw the scene, her passion instantly extinguished. She pushed Lu Zhifei aside and asked in a trembling voice. What's going on? It must be the phone breaking. It's okay, I'll lock the screen. Lu Zhifei suppressed the fear in his heart, cleared his throat to steady himself, and reached out to grab the phone on the bedside table. But before he could pick it up, the lights in the room suddenly came on. Two screams filled with fear echoed through the 9th floor of Building 55 in Iran. The next morning, Xiao Chen woke up feeling refreshed and immediately called the property management of Iran to inquire about his apartment. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. We've already dispatched security to keep an eye on it. Regarding progress, since the two ghosts report back at any time, Xiao Chen naturally knows the situation, but he still needs to make a show of it. As for progress, since the two ghosts are reporting back at any time, Xiao Chen naturally knows the situation, but it's still important to show some consideration. He flipped through the various exciting photos sent by the left and right ghosts, smiled, and dialed the law firm's phone again. After confirming his decision multiple times, the other party no longer pressed the matter, stating that they would follow his instructions and convey his intentions to the defendant this afternoon at the specified time, accompanied by all necessary legal documents and personally. After all, Xiao Chen was straightforward and settled the fees in advance, even including a handling fee. He also stated that regardless of whether the case ultimately goes to court, he would not require the other party to refund a single penny of the legal fees. There were 2 missed calls from that show manager from yesterday on his phone, along with a threatening and abusive text message. Xiao Chen forwarded both the text message and yesterday's recording to his lawyer. As for the customer service follow-up call, he naturally stuck to his position and refused to change his stance. After checking the time, I went to the location agreed upon with the designer surnamed Zhang to review the blueprints. Lu Zhifei felt that he must have attracted some kind of evil spirit. Besides being forced to check out suddenly, the strange incident that occurred last night kept him awake most of the night. Fortunately, everything returned to normal later, and he dozed off briefly just before dawn. As for the rest, he was no longer able to continue. Especially today, after dragging his weary body to pack up the things that needed to be moved, finding a moving company, and moving into the hastily arranged new home. Before he could even sit down to catch his breath, a lawyer showed up at the door. His new home, he hadn't even memorized the address himself. How did the lawyer find out? Recalling last night's strange incident, Lu Zhifei's psychological defenses collapsed in that moment. He felt a chill run down his spine. But who would believe him if he told anyone? We have obtained the compensation proof between you and Kwai de Company, including the compensation remittance record from Kwai de Company to you. My client requests that you provide the relevant purchase records and evidence of damaged items to reopen this compensation case through legal proceedings. I will return the compensation money and no longer demand compensation. Lu Zhifei's face turned an unnatural pale color as he spoke. I'm sorry, but if you cannot provide relevant evidence, my client will sue you for defamation, demand that you publish an apology in the newspaper, and in addition to returning the previous compensation amount, you will also be required to compensate the client for mental distress valued at 1 cent. Lu Zhifei, 1 cent? At this point, if he still didn't realize that the other person was humiliating him, he must have had his head stuck in a door. Lu Zhifei instinctively glanced at Su Zhaozhao, who was standing beside him, equally stunned. Before he could say anything, his phone rang. It was his immediate superior. Lu Zhifei, what the hell are you doing? What's all that nonsense on the company forum? And what the hell do you mean by sending those pictures to my wife? Don't come to work tomorrow. We'll talk about this when you come to collect your things. Chapter 37, Xianlei Armor. Is this the cold starfrost? The rare unrestricted crop seeds? Xiao Chen let others handle matters outside and returned to the farm after his trip. He was now admiring the beautiful object floating in the air, resembling a miniature blue planet, and spoke with a look of appreciation. Unrestricted means that these seeds are not bound by geological constraints, allowing them to be planted in any type of soil. This is also why Xiao Chen was able to assist. The seed is approximately the size of an infant's head, emitting a blue glow throughout its body, with a misty aura carrying a chill surrounding it. Upon its appearance, the entire farm space felt as though an air conditioner had been turned on, creating a very comfortable environment. Fortunately, the Supreme Elder hadn't lost his wits. He had sent a private message beforehand, warning him not to touch the seed directly with his hands after extraction, as it would freeze him into an ice sculpture of fate he wouldn't want to endure. But he was curious. So the little farmer used a little trick, making the seeds float in the air, allowing him to stand with his hands behind his back, adopting the posture of a high-ranking official inspecting the grassroots, and he admired them to his heart's content. Pretty cool, isn't it, farm owner? Maybe one day we'll get lucky and obtain seeds for such rare crops too. The small farmer flapped his pretty little wings, and the seed transformed into a streak of light, flying toward an empty patch of land and disappearing from sight. After planting, the coolness in the space also vanished. Xiao Chen sighed disappointedly, feeling a bit regretful. Otherwise, having such a thing hanging in the farm would be like having a natural air conditioner. He could stay here all summer, even chill some fruits, using it as both an air conditioner and a refrigerator. How convenient. Plus, it wouldn't be harmful to your health. A layer of crystalline frost slowly appeared, covering the ground where the cold starfrost was planted. Under the two people's gaze, the originally earth-colored soil turned frost-white, then froze into ice, occasionally flashing with points of blue light before disappearing into the void. Beautiful. Xiao Chen waved his hand, looking at the unique patch of ground, and said, "Let's use it as a decorative feature for the farm." Based on the small farmer's previous explanation, Xiao Chen knew that the seeds for the cold starfrost crop were not available for purchase in the farm store. Instead, they could only be obtained through various main and side quests, harvesting or removing withered crops, or even stealing crops from others, all of which had a chance to trigger a lucky event, rewarding the player with system-provided items. As for the probability of this happening, well, Xiao Chen's farm has now reached level 10, with countless cycles of harvesting and clearing crops, yet not a single lucky event has been triggered. What a bummer! At that moment, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, dressed in the robes of a Taoist sage, descended from the heavens. "Thank you, Xiao Lao Di." Ha ha. From Xiao Xiaoyu to Xiao Lao Di, it turns out it's just a matter of one character. Xiao Chen couldn't help but blush as he called out, "Old Master Xian," and said, "Old Master Xian, can we please stop laughing so easily from now on?" Tai Shan Lao Jun. What kind of magical artifact is this? Xiao Chen waved the silk-smooth pair of trousers in his hand and asked. This is the magical artifact equipment that the Supreme Elder Lord promised earlier. It's so ridiculous, no explanation needed. This is one of the treasures from the Xianlei set, the treasure pants. They can be upgraded and enhanced. After use, all skill attributes increase by 10. If you can find the upgrade materials, the attributes can be enhanced infinitely. Let me put it this way, even if you punch someone out of nowhere, the power of that punch will surpass your usual attacks. And the extra 10 points of power don't consume any stamina. Do you understand now, Xiao brother? That sounds great. So his skills like the Lingbo Micro Step and Wing Chun Fist will all gain an extra 10 in power without consuming additional internal energy when used. Though it's a peaceful era now, these skills seem pretty useless at the moment. But you can't help but love them from the bottom of your heart. Probably influenced by all those wuxia TV shows or fantasy novels, seeing these things just makes your blood boil for no reason. But the most important question is, has anyone ever worn these before? If the old man says it was him, or if any divine being were to take his place, even if this thing were powerful enough to allow him to unify the realm and rule for thousands of generations, he would absolutely refuse to wear it. He simply couldn't get past the psychological barrier. Just the thought of wearing someone else's underwear sends chills down his spine. He'd never do it. If the old man dared to say it, he would turn on him. After all, there are rules in the spiritual realm, and he couldn't do anything to him. No, once the Xianlei set is used, it is permanently bound and cannot be removed. If forced to remove it, the equipment will vanish into thin air and become useless. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun did not know what Xiao Chen was thinking and reported it truthfully. A perfect ending. Everyone can now happily call each other brothers again. Xiao Chen finally realized that he needed to entertain his guest. He hurriedly took out a tomato, rolled up his t-shirt, wiped it off, and offered it to Lousy. Xiao Chen finally realized he needed to entertain his guest. He hurriedly picked a tomato, rolled up his t-shirt to wipe it, and offered it to Lao Jun. The old man and the young man squatted in front of the cold star covered in frost, engaging in a heartfelt conversation about life. Xiao Chen. In addition to these magical pants, I'm giving you a limitless transformation scroll. With this, you can transfer any items from the mortal realm to the farm warehouse at any time. Hey, what happened to your clothes? For the sake of the conversion talisman, I won't say anything. Xiao Chen took the light as feather talisman and was quite satisfied. Xiao Chen took the light talisman and was quite satisfied. He could bring small items into the farm but couldn't store them in the warehouse. With this conversion talisman, it was like gaining an extra storage space, which would be much more convenient in the future. Xiao Chen decided to take out another apple to entertain his guests. Chapter 38, The King of Hell's meal is ready. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun must have had something urgent to attend to. He simply left while still munching on an apple. After that, Xiao Chen handled the friend request from the 7 heavenly feathers, took a stroll around the farm, teased the chickens, and then logged out of the farm. Since the farm blocks mobile phone signals, Xiao Chen always leaves his phone outside whenever he enters the farm. After leaving, he instinctively checked his phone first. There were several missed calls, most of them from the same number. Although there was no name, Xiao Chen knew immediately who had called Su Jiaojiao. Looking at this number he once knew by heart, Xiao Chen chose to block it. A WeChat notification appeared, and upon opening it, it was a friend request from the same person. Xiao Chen clicked reject. For those who have already given up on him, he has erased them from his heart and will never have any further connection with them. Looking at another missed call, Xiao Chen dialed back and heard the other party say, Mr. Xiao, Lu Shifei has agreed to your apology and compensation demands, but he suspects you arranged for someone to frame him intentionally and has already reported it to the police. However, without any evidence, the police are unlikely to take the case. Additionally, based on Lu Shifei's description, the police believe he may have been under some kind of influence, so it shouldn't have much impact on you. But you should be aware that if he insists on blaming you, it could cause you some extra trouble. Oh? I have taken all legitimate measures to protect my rights, and I have evidence to back it up. I don't think there should be any issues. There are some matters that don't need to be brought to the lawyer's attention, Xiao Chen said with a smile. Nevertheless, thank you for your reminder, Mr. Sunday. I will be cautious. What about the express delivery service? They're handling it quickly over there. They've already suspended Xiaozhen for investigation. From my interactions with him, this person seems more difficult to deal with than Lu Shifei. He appears to be planning to go all out and seek revenge through other means. If I'm not mistaken, it's likely related to the underworld. I've looked into this person on your behalf, and he does indeed have connections to the underworld. You should be extra cautious. Alright, Attorney Sun, thank you for your hard work today. Let us grab a drink sometime when you're free so I can thank you in person. Having a lawyer involved really makes a difference in how quickly things get handled. I'm sure no company wants an employee causing legal trouble for the company. He is still considering his options. If the other party chooses to cover for their employee, he doesn't mind exposing the matter through other channels. It seems clear now that the other party's stance is firm. There's no need to thank me further. If I have the opportunity, I would indeed like to get to know you. However, Lu Shifei managed to track down a phone number, but there's no registered information associated with it. If the police decide to take this case seriously, they will likely investigate based on this lead. But this has nothing to do with you. I suppose this Lu must have offended someone else. Ha ha. Ha, I'm sure that's the case. Let us stay in touch. Of course, if there are any more troublesome matters to handle in the future, I'll have to trouble you again. No problem, just give me a call. However, I hope you'll call to invite me out for a drink, not because of any troublesome matters. Ha ha. After hanging up, everyone understood without saying a word. Some lawyer might have some suspicions, but Xiao Chen didn't take it to heart. Since this person chose not to press the matter but hinted at it instead, he must be a smart person. Early this morning, when Xiao Chen received various messages from the two henchmen, he discovered that Xiaoyu had not only taken photos of Lu Shifei's contact list and recent call history but had also sent over the other party's notes. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give this ghost a big thumbs up for his ability to think on his feet. In the other party's contact list, there was an unexpected record of Lu Shifei's company forum account and password. Xiao Chen connected to teach Xiaoyu how to use Lu Shifei's phone to log into his company's forum, post some nonsense, and upload a wonderful photo of Lu Shifei himself. After that, Xiao Chen carefully reviewed Lu Shifei's recent contacts and, based on the notes next to the names in the contact list, selected the person named Fang Zong and another person named Wei Zong's wife, instructing Xiaoyu to send them each a photo of Lu Shifei. However, since the photos were taken using Xiaoyu's phone, he couldn't avoid connecting it to Lu Shifei's phone during the process. It now appears that Lu Shifei obtained Xiaoyu's phone number as a lead and provided it to the police. Xiao Chen didn't take this to heart. If they were willing to chat with a ghost, let them have their fun. In the living room, the two ghosts who had already returned were playing around by making phone calls to each other. Xiao Zui, hey, I've swept the floor. Have you finished wiping the table? Xiao Yu, yeah, I'm done. By the way, your voice on the phone sounds a little different from your voice in person. What about mine? Xiao Zui, it's a little different too. But you were speaking too loudly, which drowned out the sound coming through the phone. Xiao Yu, oh, I'll speak softer. Let's go wash the master's clothes. Xiao Zui, no, I want to clean the toilet. Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiaonon's voice rang out in his mind, Field Master, big news. Has the farm been upgraded? No, it's not the farm. The King of Hell's food is almost ready. Hurry up and guard it. Chapter 39, the first time stealing vegetables. It wasn't easy, but finally it was his turn to steal someone else's vegetables. Besides wanting to experience the thrill of stealing a deity's food, there's also an important factor, the side quest. After completing the last side quest, the farmer didn't assign any more side quests. Later, Xiao Chen found out that the side quests in the divine level farm are interconnected. You can't proceed to the next one until you've completed the previous one. Therefore, he was effectively stuck at the stealing vegetables stage. In the farm, he's stuck on the vegetable stealing part in the ranch. It's the side quests that require a certain ranch level, so he hasn't even started any of them. This is a major issue. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with vibrant fireworks as he entered the farm. He needed to give old Yen a heads up, lest the old man be faster than him and clean up the goods before he could steal them. If that happened, his task would have to wait until the next monkey year and horse month. How difficult it is to wait until their crops are ready. I remember their dishes always took a long time to cook. What's going on here, old Yen? Xiao Chen said, sending a message to Yen Luo Wang. Xiao Nong replied, I don't know. I checked just a few days ago, and the fastest option was still 6 months from now. So there must be another reason this time. Old Yen was online at the right time, clearly waiting for the food to be ready. Yen Luo Wang, I just completed a task and triggered some luck. All crops on my farm now have their growth period reduced by 6 months. The entire farm, Xiao Lao Di. All my crops have their growth period reduced by 6 months. By the way, how's the little ghost doing? Xiao Chen, I can calculate it. I understand. Why isn't this luck coming my way? No time to talk, I'll steal yours first and then collect mine later. The little demon is good, satisfactory, and pure enough. After the luck trigger, there happened to be a few crops in Yen Luo Wang's fields that originally had a growth time of 6 months and 20 minutes. With this time reduction, only 20 minutes remained. For the harvest time of the year of the monkey and the year of the horse, triggering such luck was truly a cause for celebration, leaving Xiao Chen so jealous he wanted to scratch the walls. Yen Luo Wang, I knew you'd love it. There aren't any as white as that in this batch. Wait until the timing is right, and I'll pick a few for you to play with. As for stealing vegetables, that's no problem. However, the farm's interception system cannot be disabled by the farm owner, so it all comes down to your luck. But I can order my divine beast not to attack you, so I'll make things easier for you when the time comes. Xiao Chen, we can discuss the little demon's issues later. I'm a bit confused right now. The most urgent matter is stealing vegetables. Is there any deity I can burn incense to for blessings? Something that works but doesn't deduct gold coins? He had learned from the conversations of those few divine friends that the gold coin deduction rate in this interception feature could, if one's luck was particularly bad, potentially reduce one's gold coin count to 0 in an instant. Of course, there was also a chance that it would only deduct a symbolic few hundred or thousand coins. However, he dares not take that risk. After sending the message, Xiao Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He recalled that when he played the QQ farm game earlier, stealing vegetables had a chance of being bitten by a dog, resulting in the loss of a small amount of coins. However, later, everyone discovered a bug. If you emptied your coins first and then stole vegetables, although it still showed that coins were being bitten off, there was actually no loss at all. Even if you earned more coins later, the system wouldn't deduct them. How do I clear it? Buy seeds? He currently has millions of gold coins, but can only buy seeds up to level 10. How many seeds would that cost? Not worth it. The only way is to exchange it for RMB and withdraw it from the farm. Small farmer, if I exchange the gold coins for RMB and withdraw them, can I reverse the exchange in the future? Yes, you can. You can deposit the Chinese yuan into the warehouse, where there will be an exchange function, though a small fee will be charged. Great. Whether it's gold coins or RMB, it's all his money, and he's going to protect it. His current gold coin count is equivalent to over 100 billion yuan when converted. Convert all of it and withdraw it to the house. The living room was completely filled. The two ghosts who were working in the house were startled by the sudden appearance of all these items. They were about to pick them up to see if they were edible when they suddenly vanished again. Xiao Chen used a conversion symbol to transfer all the Chinese yuan to the farm's warehouse. Although the process was a bit troublesome and he wasn't sure if it would work, he decided to give it a try anyway, just to gain some experience. Yen Luo Wang had already given him a serious answer: it's not possible. Gods aren't omnipotent. You'll just have to rely on your own efforts. Ha! He clearly looked like he was gloating over someone else's misfortune. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and walked straight into the farm of the King of Hell. At least he should get familiar with the vegetables he planned to steal, right? The farmer once again issued the task with strict instructions: within 3 days, successfully harvest any crop from a friend once. Upon completion, you will receive a large gift package. If you fail, the farm system will be disabled for 7 days and your level will be downgraded by 1. Do you accept? Xiao Chen, accept. Why is this punishment so severe? If I fail to complete it, I'll be paralyzed for 7 days and demoted? Xiao Chen felt a sense of tension in his heart. Chapter 40, First Lucky Trigger. As soon as Xiao Chen entered Lao Yan's farm, he was stunned by the scene before him. Is this heaven? Heaven! The swirling mist at his feet didn't even reach his knees. Yet the crops in his field were shrouded in black mist. It looked just like the descriptions of the demon realm in legends, but it did fit his identity. After all, he came from the underworld and was in charge of the underworld. Additionally, this system categorizes store crops and seeds based on the region where the host is located, and assigns various tasks accordingly. For example, the crops in his store, such as potatoes, cabbage, wheat, and cucumbers, are likely not available in any of his friends' farm stores at the moment. Conversely, the crop varieties that appear in their stores will not be available in his store. Old Jan's store probably sells items related to ghosts or something like that. What a pity about that handsome face. Looking at the overall environment of Lao Yan's farm, it's black on top and white on bottom. Xiao Chen deeply suspects that this guy is trying to convey some meaning to the black and white guards. A row of ghost flags lined the outer perimeter, with various oddly shaped, unidentifiable crops in the center. All of these are super-grade crops. Once they reach a certain stage of growth, they develop sentient beings. So many of these crops with different names are rampaging wildly, occasionally letting out a few eerie screams. On the other hand, the flag-like crops and several other meatball-shaped crops on the outskirts appear docile and well-behaved, behaving as crops should. Ah, the scent of fresh meat. The hoarse voice seemed to be forced out from between some friction-causing objects, making it hard to get used to. What a rich fertilizer! Is this what the Lord of the Underworld has sent to honor us? The sound was extremely sharp, causing Xiao Chen's temples to throb. Little one, come let me feel you. Xiao Chen shuddered, peering through the gaps in the crops toward the horrifying sound. In the middle of the field stood a tree with a completely jet-black trunk, and beside it, a flower with vibrant, almost unnatural colors. It was just the two of them talking. How many years have you been farming here? Xiao Chen found it unsettling but wasn't truly afraid. As long as he didn't enter the fields where crops were being grown, there was no danger. Therefore, he casually struck up a conversation with the other person. Hey, come over here and I'll tell you. The flower made a strange, eerie sound. Forget it, I'm not really interested anyway. Xiao Chen said, walking around the vast land, looking for the crops that were about to ripen. It's been ages since I last smelled the scent of humans. Come, let me have a whiff. The tree twisted its thick trunk and said. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, just stay put where you are. Before even completing half a circle, Xiao Chen gave up. Even if he could use his Lingbo micro-step technique, Old Yan's land was as vast as Sun Wukong's, too vast for him to see the crops in the middle even if he jumped up. Therefore, he decisively switched to page mode. After switching modes, it was easier to find. There were 4 crops shaped like bamboo, with no leaves, just bare stems reaching toward the sky, and some holes on them. Xiao Chen looked at the crop's name, Soul Binding Flute. That explained the row of holes on the bamboo pole. However, during the crop's growth period, outsiders can only see the crop's name and current growth status, but cannot view its related information. They must wait until they successfully steal it to see the details. After waiting a few minutes, the crop matured. Xiao Chen, filled with anticipation, excitement, and nervousness, reached out his hand toward the one at the very front. Xiao Nong also came over to his side, joining him and watching intently. Pick it! Xiao Chen gave the order. However, what floated above the crops were not crop icons, but the number 1200, accompanied by a prompt. Sorry, failed to harvest your friend's crops. Leave 1200 coins and come back later. Damn it! Xiao Chen looked at his current 0 gold coin count, took a deep breath, and issued the harvesting command to the second soul binding flute. This time, the page popped up with a critical hit notification. Before Xiao Chen could react, a prompt appeared. Sorry, failed to harvest your friend's crops. Leave all your belongings to me, the great Yen Jun. Ha, my character is top-notch, so you unlucky vegetable thief better kneel and cry. You idiot! I should have known better than to gamble. Xiao Chen stared at the critical hit text fading away at the top of the screen. It turned out the critical hit was targeting his but not a lucky event or the number of crops to harvest. Damn it, give me another pick. This is the third one. As for gold coins, he's got nothing to lose now. Even if the system doesn't have the bug he thinks it does, the worst that can happen is they take all the RMB from his warehouse or deduct it later. Either way, he'll just be penniless. In a few days, he'll be back on his feet. The most important thing now is to successfully steal the vegetables. There are only 2 more chances left. If we fail, it will be a complete loss. A week of inactivity and a demotion. Xiao Chen exhaled and issued new instructions. Pull it out. Extraction successful. Seeing the words Soul Calming Flute 2 floating above the crops, Xiao Chen was so excited he almost wanted to take off his pants and spin around. At that moment, another prompt popped up at the top of the screen. Congratulations! You have been blessed by Lady Luck and discovered a treasure chest in the realm of the underworld. Hurry and open it to see what treasures await. 66666. Is this finally my lucky break? Field owner, there's one more. Are you going to steal it or not? Steal it. I've taken what I needed and left the rest. This last one is just for the experience. Xiao Chen looked at the last crop and issued the harvesting command. Chapter 41, The Processing Workshop. Successfully extracted. The word Soul Flute 2 appear again at the top of the page. At the same time, another massive treasure chest appears out of nowhere. Congratulations! You have been blessed by the God of Fortune and discovered a treasure chest in the realm of Yama, the king of the underworld. Hurry and open it to see what treasures await. Another lucky find. Ha! They didn't come for a while, and now 2 at once. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? My lottery ticket. Ding! Friend's crop task completed. Congratulations to the farm owner on receiving a big gift package. Would you like to open it? Farm owner? Sorry, the farm owner you called is currently out of service. The little farmer flapped his wings in frustration and flew back to his own territory. 28, 32, right, the blue ball is 7, right. I won. Xiao Chen grinned, slapped the lottery ticket on his forehead, and puffed out his cheeks like an idiot, blowing on it. He'd been so busy these past few days that he'd completely forgotten about the lottery ticket. Luckily, it hadn't exceeded the claim period. Xiao Chen took out his phone to check the date and realized that the time he had agreed with Zhou Shiyu was the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, he also had an appointment with 2 other renowned designers to review the design plans. He planned to select one from among them to entrust with the renovation of his villa. After some thought, Xiao Chen sent messages to the 2 designers to reschedule their meeting times. He then called the lottery center, also requesting confidentiality, and arranged to go there early tomorrow morning to collect the prize. As for the 3 houses, Xiao Chen came up with a plan: rent them out as a package. He got right to work, turned on his new computer, logged into a local real estate website, created an account, and posted the property listings. Recalling the 2 lucky treasure chests he had just obtained, Xiao Chen returned to the farm with a mischievous grin. After finding the 2 treasure chests and selecting to use them, a processing workshop access card and an expansion permit appeared. The chat box kept flashing, but Xiao Chen was intently studying the usage instructions for the workshop access card and land expansion permit. Once he understood them, he cheered up. The processing workshop is divided into farm processing workshop and pasture processing workshop, both of which require level 35 to unlock. However, this processing workshop access card allows you to bypass the farm and pasture levels and unlock all workshops directly. Use it. After using it, the gray building icon on the right side of the field lit up, and a sign was posted at the entrance: Processing Workshop. The land expansion permit allows you to expand the land beyond the original 24 plots. This raises a question for the assistant, Xiaonon. After using this, will the land be in an unlocked state or an unlocked state? It's in the unlocked state, farm owner. I guess the system doesn't love me that much. Xiao Chen put it into his backpack's inventory, probably to be buried there for a while. Xiao Chen entered the workshop and took a look around. Currently, he was only qualified to process 4 items: white bread, popcorn, corn porridge, and whole wheat bread. However, the only 2 he could actually process were white bread and popcorn. The latter 2 required purchasing secret recipes. Each recipe cost 500 gold coins, and Xiao Chen proceeded with the purchase. Sorry, you don't have enough coins. Please earn more coins and try again later. Xiao Chen, forget it. All the gold coins were already exchanged by him and are still in the warehouse. Xiao Chen went to the small stall to take a look. The goods had already sold out, but because of his previous instructions, the small farmer hadn't withdrawn the gold coins. Thinking back to being humiliated by the system earlier, Xiao Chen still felt a chill coursing through his body. He carefully withdrew a gold coin from the cargo container, and the top left corner immediately displayed a row of numbers: 41,958. He held his breath and waited, but the amount of gold coins remained unchanged. Does this mean his previous method worked? The intelligent brain that humans evolved isn't just for filling in blanks. Xiao Chen whistled as he removed all the gold coins from the other 2 containers, rearranged them, and opened the reviews to take a look. The small stall can be upgraded, which is directly related to the number of purchases made by buyers and their reviews. Positive reviews increase experience points, while negative reviews deduct experience points, no exceptions. Neza, these are excellent divine fruits with a great taste and reasonable price. My entire family loves them, and we've purchased them multiple times, always giving them a full 5-star rating. Niu Wang, delicious, highly recommended. Xiaotian dog, recommended by my owner, it's indeed excellent. Woof, 5-star review, added as a friend, please accept my request. Nine-tailed fox, after eating the boss's carrots, I'm considering going vegetarian. A positive review is a must. By the way, do you have any chicken? Oxhead, I only managed to snag 2 batches today. Why aren't you restocking? I'll leave the positive review first. Hurry up and restock. The Horseface is still waiting. Tai by Jean Xing, recommended by Lao Jun, it's good. Let's give it a good review. Xiao Chen, there's actually a demon here. I'd better go back to my workshop. Xiao Chen went back to buy the recipes for corn porridge and whole wheat bread, and upon seeing them, he burst into tears. Although these 2 items appear in the list of items that can be processed at the first level workshop, the minimum crop level required in the recipes is 39. What a bummer. What a bummer. It's been buried in the back of the closet again. Switching to the farm, the processing workshop here has also opened. However, as soon as Xiao Chen entered, he happened to see this batch of chickens reach their growth limit, so he casually collected the old hens, and the system prompted that he had leveled up to level 2. Finally level 2. That wasn't easy. Now I can finally open the barn. The Ding Dong system has detected that your divine tier farm has reached level 2. Congratulations on unlocking the new series of breeding zones. Please continue with the remaining beginner tasks. Upon completion, you will receive a luxurious gift package. Would you like to accept it? The small farmer returned to his duties, meticulously assigning tasks. Chapter 42, The Pasture Processing Workshop. Accept. For Xiao Chen, who had been a gaming enthusiast since childhood, this task was as easy as eating and drinking. Hearing that the gift package included the word luxury made every cell in his body tingle with excitement. Following the steps, he opened another farming area. After opening it, a makeshift shed resembling a donkey stable appeared next to the existing farming area. He purchased 3 lambs and placed them inside, then used the canned food provided by the task to speed up the process. Once the lambs were ready to produce, he harvested their first batch of wool, collected the newly born lambs, and completed the beginner's task for the farm. Ding! The beginner's task for the Divine Tier farm has been completed. Congratulations to the farm owner on receiving the beginner's task luxury gift package. Would you like to proceed? Enable. Just waiting for it. As a golden light flashed by, Xiao Chen widened his eyes and looked closely. Seed of the Language of 10,000 Beasts 1. Beast Mastery Seed 1. Sword Control Technique Seed 1. Foundation Pill 10. Soul Condensing Pill 1. Spirit Elevating Pill 5. Duckling 5. Yak Calf 2. Flamingo Chick 2. Alpaca Calf 2. Young Yak 1. Clouded Leopard Cub 1. Mini Can 20. Regular Cans 10. High-Speed Canned Food 2. Rapid Canned Food 1. 2,000 coins. Due to the system detecting the presence of a soul-binding flute in the warehouse, we are offering an additional copy of the Complete Flute Score Collection and the Master Flutist's Quick Start Guide each. Hey, I also know Tangman Hidden Weapons. Why didn't you send me a bunch of those instead? I only wanted the soul-soothing flute to use as a dog whipping stick. However, the Language of 10,000 Beasts, Beast Control Technique, and Sword Control Technique look promising. As for the foundation building pill and such, those are probably things you can use after you start cultivating immortality. Xiao Chen thought about the introductory book on cultivating immortality still lying in the warehouse and decided to take a look at it when he had time. He headed to the workshop that was the real reason he had come here. The Tonkai card is great, both processing workshops are open. Compared to the farm's processing workshop, the one at the ranch is much cuter. However, currently only one processing base can be opened, but Xiao Chen is quite satisfied. This is because the processing workshop at the ranch not only processes some beverages, snacks, and dishes but also crafts tools, farm decorations, and synthesizes rare seeds. Firstly, recipes do not need to be purchased, they are directly linked to the farm. As long as the warehouse has sufficient materials, the processing option will be available. However, he currently faces severe shortages of various materials, so other options are temporarily unavailable. The only materials available in sufficient quantities are cherry juice and apple vinegar. 2 cherries plus a processing fee of 74 gold coins can produce 1 cup of cherry juice. 2 apples plus a processing fee of 182 gold coins can produce 1 bottle of apple vinegar. That's a good deal. When more guests come, we can serve each one a cup of cherry juice. It's affordable and still upscale. Xiao Chen held a glass of cherry juice in his left hand and a glass of apple cider vinegar in his right, sipping as he looked at his friend's farm. He thought to himself, he was probably just looking for a thrill. In the ranch friends list, the highest ranked character was Taishan Laojun, so Xiao Chen selected him first. In Laojun's ranch, amidst swirling divine mist, various rare and exotic beasts stretched their necks and let out long cries. Some danced and played in the air, while others rolled and played on the ground. Each of them had colorful clouds swirling around their feet, and the entire place was filled with auspicious energy. The surrounding decorations need no further description, even the feed troughs appear to be crafted from precious gems. Xiao Chen glanced at the information prompt and noticed that all his friends' farms were clean and showed no lootable items. He decided not to seek further thrills and returned to his humble domain, re-entering the workshop. He needed to quickly level up his farm. This would require a large number of canned goods. The farm processing workshop's tool processing category includes canning, but it can only process mini cans, which reduce animal growth time by 1 hour. However, one of the required ingredients is milk, which cows produce, and cows require level 4 to be raised. Take a look at your backpack. The task reward gave you some canned goods, but it's not enough to upgrade to level 4. The farm upgrades slowly, and there are no extra items available, so I'll just have to work harder. I'll keep an eye on my friends' farms over the next few days and try to snag some flies and dung. Maybe they let me put flies on my farm. Right, how could I forget that? The chat system is currently only available on the farm. Xiao Chen placed the empty bottles from the cherry juice and apple cider vinegar into the recycling bin at the processing workshop, reprocessed them into 2 new items, and returned to the farm. Opening the chat system, he found a bunch of messages from Yan Luo Wang. You were intercepted? Completely cleared? Haha, I sent it. Yan Luo Wang, you thief. You stole 4 of my flutes. Each one is worth at least 1.3 million gold coins. I'm going to lose a fortune. Yama, strange, my records clearly show that I received over 1 million gold coins from you. Why isn't my count increasing? Yama, ask your little farmer what's going on. This has never happened before. Yan Luo Wang, ask your little farmer what's going on. This has never happened before. Yan Luo Wang, I've got to go handle some business. Make sure to reply to me when you see this. Sell the flute, it'll be in high demand. Don't go below 13 million gold coins, or else you'll mess up the market price for me. Closed old Yan's chat window and received friend requests from Erlang Shen, Xiao Tianquan, and the 3 heavenly beauties. Except for Xiao Tianquan, the others are all offline. Xiao Chen sent out a message asking for seeds on the farm and for someone to release flies on the pasture, and received a response from Xiao Tianquan. Xiao Tian dog, idiot. Xiao Chen, you're the idiot. I'm leveling up, you dumb dog. Xiao Tian dog, woof woof, you can actually do that? Xiao Chen, I'll teach you a few more tricks when I'm in a better mood later. I've got something to do tomorrow, so I'll have to go now. If you're bored out of your mind, go to the pasture and chase flies for me. Once you're done, send my assistant to take pictures. After giving the peasant a few instructions, Xiao Chen stepped out. Seeing Wei Yan's missed call on his phone screen, Xiao Chen checked the time and called back. Chapter 43, Renting an Apartment. Dinner tomorrow night? Who organized it? Why the rush? After hearing the reason for Wei Yan's call, Xiao Chen furrowed his brows. It's organized by Zhou Yu from room 201. Just our group, a big gathering from rooms 201 to 205. Forget it, I'm not going. That guy is so annoying. If I go, all he'll do is brag about how cool he was in college and how successful he is now. Is there anything else to talk about? Ha! You really saw through him. Zhou Yu used to make micro movies in college, didn't he? Even though no one watched them. But now he's actually starring in a romantic drama, which is supposed to air next month. It's the kind where they film and air it at the same time. I guess he really wants to show off, but we'll just treat it like a monkey show, sit there, eat and drink our fill, and leave. Who cares about him? I'm not going. I'm not interested. He's already posted on the school forum and shared the list of attendees for our gathering. If you skip this time, he might just start spreading rumors on the forum. Go ahead, someone else is picking up the tab, might as well go. He really thinks he's some kind of leader. Alright, let's go then. Let's see how well Zhou the big star is doing. Zhou Yu, that playboy from university days, has now been thrown into the crucible of society, yet he hasn't managed to shed his pretentious and arrogant ways. As for this classmate who always steps on others to highlight his own advantages, he doesn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for him. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen shook his head in silence, went to freshen up, and then collapsed onto the bed to catch some sleep. The next morning, Xiao Chen had already grown accustomed to the bones scattered all over the floor. One of them had even rolled all the way to the door of his bedroom. When he opened the door and took a step forward, he nearly stepped on it. Xiao Chen had no choice but to kick it aside with his foot and head toward the bathroom. Xiao Yu, hee, ticklish. Xiao Chen. I arrived before the welfare lottery center opened. Although the previous one was the sports lottery and this time it was the welfare lottery, the procedures were essentially the same, so Xiao Chen went through the entire process with ease. After deducting taxes and making donations, a full 500 million yuan ended up in his pocket. After leaving, Xiao Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight to the location where he had arranged to meet the designer to review the blueprints. On the way, he received a call from an unfamiliar woman. It was about renting a house. Hello, I just saw your rental listing. Is the apartment unrenovated? I was wondering if I could renovate it myself if I were to rent it. There's one room that might need to have the partition between 2 bedrooms removed. Is that possible? The voice sounded confident and assertive, with a pleasant tone that immediately made a good impression. Could I take a look at your renovation plans first, or specify which unit you'd like to have the walls removed in? Also, I'd like to know what industry you're in. If it's not too unreasonable, he'd be happy to save on renovation costs. Sure, here's the situation. I'm from Feiwu Cultural Communication Company, Limited. We have a film production scheduled to begin here by year-end and require a filming location. The Yiran Huayuan community meets our requirements for both the surrounding environment and the facilities and scenery within the community. We'd also like to source indoor scenes from within the community. We noticed that you're renting out an entire floor, which aligns perfectly with our needs. Could we arrange a meeting today to discuss the collaboration details? Would today be a good time for a meeting? Yes, I have a lot of tedious work to finish, and I have to go on a business trip early tomorrow morning. If we can finalize this today, it would be a great relief for me. There are some renovation plans that need to be discussed in detail, and once you agree, we will need to sign a contract. Therefore, today's meeting may take some time. As for the rental period, it will be at least 2 to 3 years. How about noon? I've already made plans for the evening. I have a class reunion later tonight, so noon is the only time I'm available. Here's what we'll do. Once you've chosen a place, send it to my phone, and I'll treat you to lunch. We can discuss everything in detail then. Mr. Xiao is such a busy man. The other person joked lightly, then added, alright, I'll pick a place and send it to you later. But let me treat you. After all, finding such a nice spot is a small reward for my hectic schedule. So I really should thank you. Alright, you go ahead and get back to work. I'll contact you later. Feiwu Cultural Communication Company, Limited. That sounds familiar. Xiao Chen hung up the phone and searched on his phone. Sure enough, the 2 popular TV dramas that were released consecutively last year were both produced by this company. The reason he remembered was probably because he had rarely taken the time to watch the credits. Meeting with the designer didn't take much of his time. The blueprints had already been designed, and after Xiao Chen received all of them, he compared them with the one from a few days earlier and ultimately decided on designer Lu from Wanning Decoration Company. However, he had some of his own ideas, which he discussed with Lu. Lu agreed to make some revisions to the drawings before they could officially begin construction. After finishing up here, Xiao Chen checked the new address that had been sent to his phone and hailed a taxi to head over there. Chapter 44, An Unexpected Invitation. Jinchang Mansion, yes, this is the place. Master, please stop the car here. After paying and getting out of the car, Xiao Chen took out his phone to check the message the other person had sent, then walked inside. Whether from the surrounding environment or the interior decoration, the restaurant exuded an air of high-end elegance. Good evening, sir. How many guests will be joining us today? The waiter approached and asked. I have a reservation, Xiao Chen said, opening his phone and handing it to the waiter. He had never been to such a high-end restaurant before and was completely unfamiliar with the seating arrangements and names of the tables, so he asked, could you please point it out for me? Which side is it? Oh, sir, please follow me. The waiter glanced around and led Xiao Chen in a certain direction for a few steps before pointing and saying, those 2 people wearing a red dress and a light blue shirt are the ones you're looking for. Alright, thank you. Xiao Chen straightened his white shirt and walked over. From a distance, she saw someone approaching. The girl in the light blue shirt on the seat quietly nudged the woman beside her and whispered, Qing, is that him? He's so handsome. The woman, who had been typing furiously on her laptop, looked up, startled, and saw the other person smiling politely. Hello, I'm Xiao Chen. May I ask if you are Ms. Lu? Wow, it really is her. Qing, what a handsome guy, such a young hunk. The girl beside her lowered her head and touched her eyes, but was actually whispering to the woman next to her. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao to be so young. The woman tilted her head and gave a coy smile, saying, he's still a pretty handsome young guy. The woman ignored the glasses-wearing girl's whisper and stood up, waving at Xiao Chen to greet him. As she stood up, her graceful figure was immediately on full display. The red form-fitting dress accentuated her curves, her skin as smooth and white as lotus root, and her complexion fair and radiant. Paired with her short, shoulder-length hair, she exuded both professionalism and grace, and the 2 qualities blended together seamlessly. Xiao Chen glanced at her briefly, his face wearing a polite and gentle smile, while his mind quickly assessed her. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with an impeccable figure. Though her beauty wasn't the kind that immediately took one's breath away, she exuded a captivating femininity, a true enchantress. My surname is Lu, and my name is Manqing. This is my cousin and assistant, Wang Xiaoning. Lu Manqing smiled. Hello? Xiao Chen greeted the girl with a scholarly demeanor with a smile. Please sit down. If you don't mind, you can just call me Qing. Lu Manqing smiled, her natural charm making her incredibly alluring. In that case, I won't hesitate. You can just call me Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I won't be polite either. You can just call me Xiao Ning. We should be around the same age. Wang Xiaoning was very lively and sincerely praised him. You're so handsome. Your looks could easily outshine all the popular young heartthrobs. She then turned to look at Lu Manqing beside her and asked, what do you think, Qing? Look at his skin, so smooth. His features are so well defined. If he were to act in a movie, he could go makeup free and still look perfect. Oh my gosh, how can someone look so flawless without any makeup? After speaking, she stared at Xiao Chen with an exaggerated expression of astonishment. My cousin speaks her mind, she says whatever comes to her head. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Chen. But what she said is true. Lu Manqing waved her jade-like hand, summoning a nearby waiter to take their order. Xiao Chen, however, was overwhelmed by the two women's enthusiastic advances, his face flushing slightly, which drew a burst of laughter from the sharp-eyed Wang Xiaoning. Does Xiao Chen have any interest in acting? Lu Manqing's eating speed matched her personality perfectly. She ate quickly yet gracefully, without any pretension. Those dining with her couldn't help but follow her lead, their appetites whetted. Someone asked Xiao Chen. You're too kind, Qingqing. I've never studied acting, and I feel awkward around large groups. I don't think I'd make a good actor. Xiao Chen smiled. He spoke the truth. Though the spotlight may be dazzling, not everyone harbors a star dream. To make a living in this field, one must have the ability to endure it. What he said was true. Though the spotlight of stardom is dazzling, not everyone harbors a dream of becoming a star. To make a living in this field, one must have the ability to endure it. Besides, he isn't short on money. His goal is to run the farm well, study cultivation in his spare time, take his parents on trips, get married, have a child, and live a happy family life. How wonderful that would be. Many popular actors started out as amateurs, and their acting skills are better than those of professional actors. This is something that can be honed. No one is born with it. Besides, how will you know unless you try? I'm not just saying this off the cuff, I truly believe you've stumbled upon a gem. What do you think? Are you interested? Lu Manqing said earnestly. Exactly, Xiao Chen, it's such a shame you're not a celebrity. Wang Xiaoning looked deeply regretful, as if something she cherished had been accidentally knocked over. I'm serious, Qingqing. I've never even considered it. I think we should talk about renting a place first. Xiao Chen felt that discussing this issue further might be too much for him, so he quickly changed the subject. But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but grimace slightly. Two skeletal frames squeezed their way into the wall next to their dining table. Chapter 45, Negotiations. Think it over carefully. I won't give up on this. Lu Manqing smiled, feeling no trace of annoyance at Xiao Chen's refusal. On the contrary, she found Xiao Chen sincere and charming. After all, there was not a trace of affectation or pretense in Xiao Chen's words and actions. Some people overestimate their own worth and resort to putting on a show, while others may genuinely not need external validation to demonstrate their value. For example, Xiao Chen, who at such a young age already owns 3 properties in the prestigious Iran community, is undoubtedly from a wealthy family, even if not a super-rich tycoon. She is well aware of the high property prices in Iran. Moreover, Xiao Chen's own qualifications are more than sufficient. In this era where talent shows are everywhere, if this young man wants to become famous, he wouldn't need to exert much effort at all. Perhaps he truly doesn't want to enter the circle, but Lu Manqing refuses to give up. She can even envision the storm he would create in the entertainment industry once he debuts. Such a promising talent, we can't let another company snatch him up first. With this in mind, Lu Manqing became even more enthusiastic toward Xiao Chen. Alright, Qingqing. Xiao Chen gave a wry smile, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the 2 skeleton frames curiously moving about in the hallway. He felt a bit uneasy as he looked at the 2 beautiful women across from him and the other guests around them. Seeing that they didn't react unusually, he finally exhaled in relief and relaxed. Damn it! Xiao Chen watched as either Xiaozhua or Xiaoyu boldly walked through the body of a waiter carrying a tray, nearly causing him to shout out in surprise. Xiaozhui, the people here smell nice, much better than the car that day. Xiaoyu, that human scent was so pleasant. I didn't get enough of it. I'll go back and experience it again. Saying that, he lifted his slender feet and followed the service staff with a clattering sound. Xiao Chen was speechless. The warning glances he shot their way were completely ignored by the 2 of them. He could only give up and focus on the 2 beautiful women across from him. Fortunately, these 2 were ghost immortals, not ordinary ghosts. They did not absorb human yang energy and would not cause any harm or discomfort to humans. Even if they possessed someone, they would not inflict the negative effects of a lingering spirit on the human host. It's purely for fun. Of course, if they were to do it intentionally, all the aforementioned negative phenomena would also occur. However, Xiao Chen knew that without his instructions, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu would not act in such a manner. Because once they were immersed in it, the ghost immortals they had worked so hard to cultivate would be destroyed in an instant. Xiao Chen, of course, wouldn't do such a thing to them. The rent is set according to the market rate in City B, and considering it's a raw apartment, the price I'm offering you is already high, 4,600 per month, paid quarterly in advance, with the next quarter's rent due 2 weeks in advance. What do you think? After finishing their meal, the staff cleared the table of the mess and brought out dessert and drinks. Lu Manqing took out the contract and showed it to Xiao Chen, saying. Wang Xiaoning, standing nearby, looked at Xiao Chen with eager anticipation, fearing he might refuse. The price is acceptable. Qingqing showed me your sincerity. Is this the renovation plan? Xiao Chen took the contract, reviewed it carefully, and upon finding no issues, picked up another renovation plan along with the floor plan marked with annotations and began reviewing them. Yes, one is the master bedroom, with a more masculine style, and it also needs to have the partition removed. Take a closer look here. Lu Manqing moved to sit beside Xiao Chen to explain further, pointing to a certain spot with her slender fingers as white as spring onions. Alright. The faint fragrance wafting from her side made Xiao Chen's mind wander, and he quickly refocused his attention, fixing his gaze back on the blueprint. The main female lead's room and the other supporting character rooms are just standard decorations. After filming is complete, we will remove all the furniture and decorations inside. If you plan to rent the space again, you will only need to purchase basic furniture. Is this floor plan for Iran Huayuan? Xiao Chen finally noticed something amiss. They were still just discussing the contract, and the other party hadn't even seen the house yet, but the floor plan on the drawing was exactly the same as Iran Huayuan's. He asked in confusion. Lu Manqing waved the phone in her hand and smiled triumphantly, and it's the floor plan for Building 55. It's just a phone call. Getting a floor plan is no big deal. If I had to go house to check, I'd probably be exhausted by now. Your efficiency is too high. As a newbie in the workplace, Xiao Chen couldn't help but admire them. After all you have to do is make a call saying you want to buy a house and want to see the floor plan first, and any real estate company would be more than happy to send one over. Alright, no problem. My only request is that the unit with the partition removed is the 9,101 among these three properties. The rest can proceed as per the contract. Xiao Chen picked up the pen and noted his requirements on the contract. No problem. Lu Manqing's phone rang. She handed the contract and computer to Wang Xiaoning, gesturing for her to send it to the company for reformatting and resending, then answered the call with a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Hello. Lu Manqing's expression changed slightly after hearing the other person speak, and she quickly gave Xiao Chen an apologetic look before standing up and walking aside. Xiao Chen, however, noticed that Lu Manqing's expression had grown unpleasant. Chapter 46, Main Quest. Xiao Chen's senses were now unusually sharp, and he seemed to faintly hear voices from the other side. We agreed that you would invest 10 million, and we would fully integrate your company's product advertisements throughout the project. Mr. Zhao, last year's TV ratings rankings had our shows in first and second place. Our strength is something you can hear from anyone. How could that be possible? The high audience demand is just rumors. Wang Xiaoning noticed Xiao Chen's attentive gaze toward her cousin and quickly turned to glance at her before whispering that Zhao Zong is one of the investors for our upcoming TV series and the largest investor. However, our upcoming series has already gained significant attention before filming even began, sparking jealousy from several competitors. They've employed various tactics, including hiring large numbers of online trolls to slander us. They're saying that our regular actors are already boring everyone, and that the plot of the TV series we're going to shoot is trashy and melodramatic, and it definitely won't match last year's success. The more they say it, the more people start to believe it. It seems like Mr. Zhao is starting to waver. Xiao Chen could understand Zhao Zong's feelings. Even if it's for advertising, one must calculate whether the advertising costs are worth it. If the show turns out to be a flop, even if every actor is given a copy of the advertised product, it would all be in vain. With that million, it would be better to just hire a popular celebrity to endorse it and air it every day. Xiao Chen took out his phone and searched online. Sure enough, the upcoming TV series starring Fei Wu was receiving mixed reviews, but the negative ones were in the majority. Xiao Chen had watched the two TV series from last year, and they were truly well made, with a large budget and every detail meticulously crafted. They could be considered rare classics of Chinese television. Most TV dramas nowadays are only worth watching once, but these two from last year, Xiao Chen watched each one 2 or 3 times and still finds them worth revisiting. Fei Wu truly has a keen eye for selecting scripts and put a lot of thought into it. With the original team and Fei Wu production, why would the investors pull out due to online comments? Xiao Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his mind racing. Lu Manqing returned, her face looking pale. Sorry. Lu Manqing forced a stiff smile at Xiao Chen, while Wang Xiaoning stood by cautiously, dared not speak up. It's okay. Xiao Chen placed his phone face down on the table, picked up his drink, took a sip, and said, I'm still very much looking forward to the TV series your company is about to start filming. The two from last year were rare classics in recent years, and I'm sure the one you're about to start filming will also become a classic in the future. Thank you for your encouragement. I also believe my judgment won't be wrong. The one we're about to shoot will definitely not be any worse than last year's too. Let those waiting to see us fail go to hell. Lu Manqing couldn't help but let out a curse, gave Xiao Chen an apologetic smile, and said, I need to make a few more calls. The contract was still pending, so Xiao Chen couldn't leave immediately. He smiled and said, Go ahead, Qingqing. No need to be so formal. After Lu Manqing walked over to make a call, Wang Xiaoning whispered, It seems like my sister has to start looking for new sponsors again. Now that Zhao Zong has pulled out his investment, the other small investors are following his lead and will likely withdraw as well. This is trouble. How could we not trust Fei Wu's capabilities? Everything was already settled, we just needed the other party to transfer the funds, and we could start filming right away. Now this has happened. The young woman's complaints sounded a bit childish, but Xiao Chen didn't see it that way. He had just checked online and saw that public opinion was quite powerful. It seemed that Fei Wu's opponents were spending a lot of money. At that moment, the small farmer suddenly said, "Master, the main quest has been completed. Shall we proceed?" Xiao Chen's heart trembled. The previous conversation between Laozi and Sun Wukong had left a significant psychological shadow on him. Wait. Xiao Chen quietly gave instructions to the young peasant, then apologized to Wang Xiaoning and turned to head to the restroom. Behind him. Xiao Zui, the master is leaving. Little right, then let's stop playing and hurry up and follow him. Clap, 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 clap. Ha! Something doesn't taste right. The two skulls looked at each other in confusion, then immediately stood outside the bathroom door, acting as door gods. Xiao Nong, go ahead and assign the task. Xiao Chen was genuinely afraid of receiving an unusual assignment, as he couldn't control his excitement and feared losing his composure in front of a beautiful woman. Therefore, he hid in the bathroom, closed the door, and only then began to accept the task. Alright, host. Main quest is now active. Successfully activated, congratulations, farm manager. You have triggered a limited time quest. Please collect 1,000 screams from beautiful women within 3 months. Success, reward the farm manager with a practical seed gift pack. In real life failure, force the farm manager to scream 1,000 times at beautiful women, and reduce the levels of the farm and livestock areas by 2 each. Oh no! Xiao Chen slumped onto the toilet seat, looking utterly dejected. I knew the system didn't love me. Chapter 47, The Decision. Chapter 47, Final Decision. At present, aside from Lu Manqing's displeased expression, Xiao Chen's face also looked rather grim. In 3 months, even if he immediately agreed to the terms and started acting, he wouldn't even be able to finish filming, let alone start airing. Who would know him? With no fame and no female fans, who would scream for him? Wang Xiaoning leaned her upper body on the dining table, waved her hand in front of Xiao Chen, and said, "How did you go to the bathroom and come back acting like an idiot? Is there something wrong with your little dick?" Cough cough. Lu Manqing, who had just taken a sip of juice, sprayed it out, and unfortunately, it landed all over Wang Xiaoning's back. Ching, Wang Xiaoning turned her head and gave Lu Manqing a resentful look. Her clothes were brand new, bought just yesterday. Xiao Chen also wanted to splash her with juice. Are girls these days so outspoken? Want me to prove it to you? How dare you doubt his? However, after Wang Xiaoning's shameless outburst, the atmosphere at the scene improved slightly. Xingqing, how much investment is needed for the upcoming drama you're about to start filming? Xiao Chen asked. The first season is estimated to cost 25 million yuan. We had secured 20 million yuan in investment earlier, but once Mr. Zhao withdrew his investment, the other 3 companies followed suit. Lu Manqing spread her hands helplessly and smiled wryly. I was actually planning to travel to City Y tomorrow to negotiate the remaining 5 million yuan in investment, but I just received a call saying it's no longer necessary. May I take a look at the script for the upcoming drama you're about to film? If that's possible. Ah! A shriek erupted from Wang Xiaoning across the room. The tomboyish girl twisted restlessly in her seat, her face brimming with excitement. You want to invest? Xiao Chen, do you want to invest? Lu Manqing couldn't help but cover her face. This was a high-end restaurant, and although it was past mealtime, there were still many customers enjoying afternoon tea. Now, with that loud scream from the girl, their table had become the center of attention. Xiao Chen also leaned back as much as possible, clearly indicating his stance. Who is this person? I don't know her. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving one beautiful woman's scream. 999 remaining. Please keep up the good work. Xiao Chen, wow, is that even possible? Cough, cough. If the script allows it, I'll invest 25 million. Ah! Wang Xiaoning wanted to scream again, but Lu Manqing quickly covered her mouth. No problem, no problem. Lu Manqing's previously gloomy face showed a hint of excitement, but she was someone who had seen it all and could control herself. She took the script out of her bag and handed it to Xiao Chen, hesitating. Do you need to inform your family? After all, this is such a big deal. No need, I can handle it myself. Xiao Chen smiled, took the script from Lu Manqing, who was still in shock, and began flipping through it. 25 million, and he can just move it around without even telling his family? When did B City get such a rich second-generation heir? Lu Manqing grew increasingly curious about Xiao Chen, while Wang Xiaoning looked at him with admiration. The entire afternoon was spent by Xiao Chen poring over the script. The drink in front of him was replaced several times, and he hurriedly got up to use the restroom before rushing back to continue reading. He was completely engrossed in it. It wasn't until Lu Manqing quietly asked him what time the class reunion was and where it was being held that Xiao Chen snapped out of his trance. Oh, that's not important. Xiao Chen closed the script, slapped his head in realization, and said, I didn't finish it, just read half of it, but I've decided to invest. Qingqing's taste in scripts is really sharp. The screenwriter she chose is top-notch, with a plot that's intricately woven and full of twists and turns. I'm sure this show will be a hit. A Fei Wu production is always a guarantee of quality. I'm confident. He waved the script in his hand and said, I'm hooked. Does Qingqing have any extra copies? I want to take one home to read more. That's wonderful. Xiao Chun, you're truly my lucky star. Lu Manqing smiled with delight, pulled out the contract, and explained the profit-sharing arrangement to Xiao Chun. He glanced through it, signed immediately, and transferred the payment to the account specified in the contract. Everything was settled. Qingqing is also my lucky charm. We benefit each other, and I'm grateful to the previous investors for giving me the opportunity to invest in such a great show. Xiao Chen raised his juice glass and toasted the two beauties. Let us work together smoothly. I wish our TV series a successful shoot and ratings that keep soaring. Alright, does Mr. Xiao have any requests? Lu Manqing tilted her head and teased Xiao Chen with a smile. Qingqing, stop teasing me. What do you mean by requests? Money makes the heart bold. If it weren't for the over 100 billion in his warehouse and the tens of billions in his bank account, he probably wouldn't be so generous. And he really likes this show, not because it's about a hero saving a damsel in distress or for any other reason. After all, the actors who have already been cast are a mix of idols and talented actors, and with their previous track record, the ratings are sure to give him a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen even began to doubt whether the previous investors had even read the script. But now it doesn't matter anymore. Chapter 48, The Gathering. Well, Lu Manqing swayed the juice in her hand with a playful smile. Generally speaking, many investors will pull out the originally cast actors and force in their own favorites. Or they'll insist on having a particular actor they like join them for meals. Some investors with better connections might even demand to play the lead role or a supporting role they prefer. In the end, they don't care if it makes money or not as long as they have a good time. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, that's probably how many shows get ruined. I don't have those demands. The regular actors from Fei Wu are great, they're both good-looking and talented. I wouldn't want to ruin such a good show. My only request is... Lu Manqing and Wang Xiaoning perked up their ears, listening intently as Xiao Chen laughed. It's all about confidentiality. In any situation where the investor needs to appear on or off screen, you two handle it. Just arrange it yourselves. I'll only be responsible for watching the show after it airs and collecting the money. That's a tough request, Lu Manqing sighed, shaking her head. It's possible, but there are a few key figures within the production team who can't be kept secret. As for her previous idea, we'll just have to wait for another opportunity. That's fine, I understand. Just don't make me appear on camera, I can't handle that kind of situation. Xiao Chen spoke, then heard a WeChat notification on his phone. He picked it up and glanced at it before saying to Lu Manqing and Wang Xiaoning, Sister Qingqing, Xiaoning, let's call it a day for today. If there's anything else, feel free to give me a call. Alright. How did you get here? Do you need a ride? Lu Manqing stood up and asked, feeling a bit disappointed. She had originally planned to have dinner with several prominent figures in the industry tonight, and if Xiao Chen didn't have a dinner engagement, she really wanted to bring him along to introduce him to those people. Thanks, Qingqing, but it's not far from here. I'll just take the subway. Watching Xiao Chen's departing figure, Lu Manqing sighed wryly, now you're the boss. If you sit there and don't speak, who dares to say a word? But such a young and unpretentious young man is rare. I have high hopes for him. Wang Xiaoning, standing nearby, adjusted her glasses and nodded vigorously. The key is that he's also handsome. You. Lu Manqing, looking disappointed, tapped Wang Xiaoning on the head and scolded with a smile. It's just that Xiao Chen has a good personality and doesn't hold a grudge. How dare he make such a joke? You can't be so reckless in the future. This industry is full of pitfalls. One wrong move and you'll be tainted for life. By the time Xiao Chen arrived at the bustling private room, almost everyone had arrived, except for tonight's main guest, who hadn't made an appearance yet. Damn it, Chenzi is here. Oh my, he's so handsome. It seems like Chen has grown taller. He looks stronger, and he's got muscles. Is it because there aren't enough girls at school to flirt with, so he went to the gym to pick up girls? Tell me, how many good girls did you mess up? Get your hands off me. Xiao Chen laughed and swatted away the reaching hands, punching one guy in the chest and slapping another across the head without mercy. He was greeting his close friends with this unique form of communication. Ah, Senior Xiao Chen. Ah, he's truly my idol, even more handsome than before. Handsome guy, ah. Please take a photo with me. Please take a photo with me. Ah. Let me do it. No. You perverts. Ah. This fresh meat is mine. Whoever steals it is out of my life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 screams from beautiful women. There are 994 remaining, please keep up the good work. This is also acceptable? Xiao Chen stared in disbelief at the girls rushing toward him, looking confusedly at his friends and asking with his eyes, isn't this a dormitory gathering? Why are there girls here? Wei Yan and the other sighed wryly. After Joe the celebrity posted on the school forum, many female students saw it and commented asking to come. Joe the celebrity replied generously and agreed. I bet there's a whole bunch of girls on their way over, said Wang Hao, another guy from Xiao Chen's dorm. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. This was probably Zhou Yu's real intention. Using this method to showcase his influence, he must have attracted a lot of unsuspecting fans at their alma mater. This guy is really something else. Just as we were talking, another group of female students rushed in. Those who knew Xiao Chen couldn't help but start bombarding him with questions. Even those who didn't know him couldn't resist joining in the commotion after seeing his good looks. Who would be shy enough to attend such a gathering? People were feeling each other's abs, asking for photos, and the entire room was about to be torn apart. The other beggars looked on with envy, jealousy, and hatred as Xiao Chen was surrounded by girls. Each of them clenched their fists, eager to pin Xiao Chen down and beat him up. Before he arrived, they could at least chat with the girls, but now he had taken all of them for himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen's main quest to collect screams from beautiful women had dropped to 982. It turns out that a beautiful woman screaming repeatedly also counts. At that moment, the door to the private room opened. It wasn't tonight's main guest, nor was it the restaurant's waiter. Instead, it was a slightly overweight man with slicked back hair, wearing a light pink shirt and light blue denim overalls. He shouted into the private room, made an exaggerated inviting gesture, and added his own voice, "Everyone, pay attention. Our handsome Yu has arrived. Let's give him a warm welcome." After saying that, he clapped his hands enthusiastically on his own. The private room fell silent, with many people wearing expressions of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 49, What's Flying? Many people felt like they were about to have an embarrassing moment. Their eyes are filled with a question, oh my gosh, who's this person? Even the many female students who had come for Zhou Yu's celebrity status looked stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning, standing there motionless. The private room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Cough cough. Xiao Bao, step aside. Perhaps Zhou Yu outside the private room also sensed the unusual atmosphere inside, so he pretended to joke around, pushing aside the fat man, one hand in his pocket, smiling broadly, and walked in with great flair. It was just like a scene from a romantic drama where the male lead makes his grand entrance. Xiao Chen looked at him and thought, this guy is really into his role. Xiao Chen looked at him and thought, this guy is really getting into his role. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I just rushed over from the set and didn't even have time to take off my makeup. Zhou Yu, equally handsome, walked in, shrugged helplessly, spread his hands, and continued smiling at everyone, saying, I rushed here as fast as I could. What's the matter? Are you all stunned by my good looks? What are you all standing there for? Come on, aren't you going to give your brother a warm hug? Even without him saying anything, everyone noticed that his haircut and styling were flawless. Many people secretly admired Zhou Yu's stylist and makeup artist in such hot weather. They rushed all the way here, yet his hair didn't get messed up and his makeup didn't smudge. If he were to walk onto the stage like this, he'd definitely cause a frenzy of screams from the girls. However, the scene before us is a bit odd. Fortunately, they explained that they had just finished filming and rushed straight here without time to remove their makeup. Everyone had their doubts but didn't dare to ask. Ha. Our big star has finally arrived. He's late, so he has to pay for the drinks. Even if it's awkward, we still have to smooth things over, right? As soon as someone shouted, the atmosphere in the private room shifted from awkward silence to lively excitement. Many girls screamed and rushed over to ask for photos and autographs. But then the overweight man made his entrance. Hey, slow down, don't push our handsome Yu. One at a time, everyone gets a turn. After speaking, he rolled his eyes disdainfully, causing a classmate who noticed his expression to want to punch him. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, smiled warmly and politely, taking photos with each girl one by one, signing autographs with a cool and stylish demeanor. However, the atmosphere inside the private room remained somewhat eerie. His roommates glanced awkwardly at Zhou Yu and quietly moved closer to other tables, afraid that if they got too close, they might accidentally breathe on Zhou Yu and ruin his makeup. Some people were discreetly glancing back and forth between Zhou Yu and Xiao Chen, whispering to their friends beside them, look at Qinzi. He's more handsome without makeup than with it. I never noticed how good his skin was before. It feels like if Qinzi were to wear makeup, it would definitely ruin his looks. When Qinzi stands there, it's like he's the center of attention. Any celebrity or heartthrob would be left in the dust. Who is Qinzi? Is he as handsome as our Yugu? That chubby guy has sharp ears, he's rolling his eyes and looks like he's ready to pick a fight with whoever he's talking to. His voice was so loud that it caught the attention of Zhou Yu, who was surrounded by a group of girls. Qinzi is here? Where? Zhou Yu looked up and searched the crowd exaggeratedly before his gaze fixed on a certain spot and froze. Even the fat man stared blankly at Xiao Chen for a moment before muttering, he is pretty handsome. Zhou Yu's expression froze for a moment before he walked over and punched Xiao Chen, saying coldly, we haven't heard from you since graduation. Have you been so caught up in the good life that you've forgotten your old friends? Wei Yan, standing nearby, grew impatient, but Zhou ignored the signals he was sending his way. No, the big star is just busy, right? I didn't want to bother you with your work. Xiao Chen smiled casually, not seeming to mind. The slightly aggressive-looking, overweight man from earlier couldn't bear to look and turned his face away. Though he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't help but feel that his own artist, standing next to this Chen Zi, not only seemed shorter but had lost all his star quality, not a trace of it remaining. Many people in the private room felt the same way, exchanging awkward small talk with those around them and trying their best not to look over there. Others might not know, but those in the dormitory, which were so close together, were well aware that Zhou had a rather fragile ego. Earlier, someone had joked that he wasn't as handsome as Xiao Chun, and Zhou had immediately scowled, leaving everyone speechless. Who would have thought that two best friends who spend all their time together would actually care about who is better looking? However, Zhou accidentally revealed the truth to everyone: the girl he liked Xiao Chun. Everyone suddenly understood, but still thought Zhou was too sensitive. Who can control who a girl likes? It wasn't Xiao Chen who went to flirt with her. He was the one who was pursuing Su Jiaojiu at the time, and everyone knows that. I heard you're working in the delivery industry now? That's pretty good. You earn a living through hard work and have some freedom. Unlike us, who have to endure the director's scolding if we don't perform well. Zhou pulled out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to each of the guys around him, lit one, took a drag, and said casually, our production team has a lot of celebrity staff members who shop online. Do you handle that side of things? If you do, I can hook you up with some leads to boost your sales. Everyone present could tell that Zhou was using his current celebrity status to boast in front of Xiao Chun. However, many girls seemed oblivious to Zhou's true intentions, instead exclaiming in awe, wow, this must be the hottest delivery guy ever. Should Xiao Senior deliver packages to our alma mater? I need to go on a shopping spree. I have to capture Xiao Senior's handsome delivery moments and set them as my screensaver. Me too, me too. Please give us Xiao Shixian's phone number, we'll order from you. A girl's thoughts can be hard to figure out sometimes. Zhou froze again. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't his intention. No need, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Big Star. I've already resigned from there. Xiao Chen smiled. Oh, you quit? Where are you working now? Zhou's expression couldn't help but show his curiosity. Fortunately, a friend interrupted and asked, which company did you sign with? Is it Fei Wu? I heard Fei Wu is pretty impressive. Xiao Chen also perked up his ears. Flying dance? Zhou felt like he was finally the center of attention again. He shook his head and laughed, you guys aren't in this circle, so you don't know. Flying dance has already. I signed with 100 Butterflies. What flying dance? From now on, it's all about Bai Dai. Several shows this year are produced by Bai Dai, they'll dominate the screens. The chubby man regained some confidence, standing in the middle of the crowd and waving his plump arms, speaking enthusiastically. The scene was filled with young people, many of whom were intrigued by the gossip, especially since the information came from someone inside the industry. Everyone was immediately hooked. Although Zhou's words were vague, they were full of substance, sparking everyone's curiosity. They quickly gathered around, asking all sorts of questions in a chaotic mix of voices. Only Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Chapter 50, Life is full of pitfalls. The ambush went wrong. Two skeletons had infiltrated the crowd surrounding Zhou. They skillfully held their phones, one recording video and the other taking photos in perfect coordination. This was the order Xiao Chen sent to the two ghosts via WeChat after Zhou had spoken those golden words, whetting everyone's appetite. Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu would squeeze into this girl's body one moment and overlap with some guy the next, leaving Xiao Chen's eyes spinning. Thankfully, it was just his eyes playing tricks on him, not his mind. However, Xiao Chen felt that if he continued to watch such a scene, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose his mind. Fortunately, the peasant interrupted his thoughts. Master, Sun Wukong has arrived. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation inside the private room. The main character was so caught up in his own triumph that he didn't even bother to respond to the waiter's request to serve the meal. It seemed unlikely that the gathering would get down to business anytime soon. Sitting beside him, Wei Yan was still asking him with concern about how his contact with Zhou Shiyu was going. Xiao Chen gave a vague response to the nosy busybody and whispered to the young man beside him, let the monkey play his own games. I can't leave here. Sun Wukong had just picked a few strawberries, tasted them, and for some reason said he wanted to cut ties with you. Xiao Chen, tell him we'll sell him a bunch tomorrow. Sun Wukong said not to cut ties yet, you're still his good brother. What the heck is going on here? Xiao Chen didn't have time to continue talking with the peasant. He noticed that among the girls gathered around Zhou, there was a beautiful young woman in a very short skirt secretly recording a video with her phone. Then it seemed like she received a call. She glanced at Zhou and the fat man, gave a mysterious smile, and walked away with her phone. I'm going to take a leak. Xiao Chen pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to his best friend. He glanced at Zhou, who was being bombarded by the girls and looked dazed, shook his head, and walked out. Having just entered the entertainment industry and not yet familiar with the ropes, he was easily swayed by flattery and blurted out whatever came to mind. His intelligence was truly concerning. "Junghwa, come on, guys, let us split it." Not a single one left. "Damn it. I'll take one. Shinzi is impressive, he's already smoking Junghwa." A pack of cigarettes diverted everyone else's attention, and Xiao Chen walked out of the private room. His senses were sharper than those of ordinary people. He paused for a moment, then turned and walked a few steps toward the nearby corner. "Are you coming over?" "Emma, I've seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. Even saying things like flying dance is no good, flying dance is trash, Bai Dai is way better than flying dance, and those actors are past their prime?" Not having any emotional intelligence is one thing, but having such low intelligence is truly heartbreaking. "I'm almost moved to tears. I have no idea how someone like this even got into the industry. The assistant they hired is also a complete idiot. Seeing their artists spouting nonsense, they didn't even try to stop them or save the situation. What's the point of standing there adding fuel to the fire? I can't listen anymore, I feel like I'm going to throw up." I know. Did you see the photo I sent you of the other guy? Is he handsome? Super handsome, right? He's our senior, named Xiao Chen. He's way more handsome than that Joyu, but he's so low-key, just sitting there. But his aura is so strong, the girls are all blushing. Pfft, the girls would love to throw themselves at him, but they lack the courage. Otherwise, you come over and we'll all go for it together, hee hee. Xiao Chen. Hey, I really want you to jump on me. Come on, go ahead. I promise I'll undress myself so you don't have to lift a finger. Your boss is here too? Great. Are you coming? Alright, I'll go back and come up with some more golden lines for you. What do you girls do? Just a quick blast and those two won't even know their own names. I spend my free time learning how to dig holes, you know? I've gotta go now. The girl looked at Xiao Chen leaning against the wall with a smile, her face turning red. Are you here to stick up for your buddy? The girl's embarrassed expression faded quickly, as if she had forgotten what she had just said. She crossed her arms, glared at him, and said angrily, he was just picking on you the whole time. I know, Xiao Chen smiled and said, it doesn't matter. His sister bit her lip, looking determined, and said, the video and recording have already been sent out. With your brother acting like that, his career won't go far. In this industry, if you don't even have basic emotional intelligence, you'll eventually be eaten alive and left with nothing. Besides, he has no background, no talent, and among the crowd, he's just an average-looking guy. As for his acting, my sister showed me her phone and said, it's terrible. He can't even survive 2 episodes in this show, yet he's bragging about just coming back from the set. He's blowing it out of proportion. Even after all that, he doesn't learn to be humble and instead copies others' criticism. Don't worry, I didn't say anything. Yeah, why did I say so much? The girl blinked her eyes, looking innocent and cute, making Xiao Chen want to reach out and ruffle her hair. Don't worry, just have fun. I'm not like him. I was just a little surprised. I thought all the girls here were here to chase after celebrities. After saying that, Xiao Chen really did feel like going to the bathroom and turned to head there. Senior Xiao Chen, my name is Yili. Yili didn't know which way to go, so she followed him, walking side by side with Xiao Chen. She pouted and said, chasing stars? I've seen so many top-tier celebrities before. How lacking in taste would you have to be to chase after him? Where are we? This is one of life's pitfalls, girl. Chapter 51, The Hands-Off Manager. Xiao Chen, do you know Fei Wu? After Xiao Chen finished washing his hands and came out, he walked ahead, with Yili following behind, chattering like a little bird. Last year's The Path of the Storm and The Legend of the Shepherd King were both produced by Fei Wu. They were super popular, you must have seen them, right? Fei Wu has extremely high standards. Even if they have an artist they like, they must undergo various assessments and evaluations, followed by internal discussions before making a decision. A company with such standards naturally has unmatched strength. That certain someone initially wanted to join Fei Wu, submitted several video auditions, and even pulled strings, but Fei Wu didn't even invite him for an interview. On the other hand, Bai Dai is more open to signing newcomers, but they don't just take anyone. Apparently, that person had to go through several layers of connections and his family had to pay a large sum of money for him to land a role in an upcoming romantic drama. He's also rumored to be appearing in another one of Bai Dai's shows, though it's just a minor role. As for a formal contract, it seems like they secured it by throwing money at them, but Bai Dai definitely won't be promoting him. Yili is a year or two younger than Joyu, not from the industry but better at small talk than those who are. As soon as he saw other guests approaching, he immediately stopped mentioning Joyu's name and replaced it with someone else's. If he were more low-key and humble, spending the time he uses to brag on improving his acting skills, he might even make it to the 2nd or 3rd tier in a few years. But look at him. Yili shook his head disdainfully and said, not only is he bringing shame upon himself, but he's also bringing shame upon his company. What's even more tragic is that he's completely unaware of it. Xiao Chen happened to stumble upon this secret by accident. I never expected things to be so complicated. It really is true that different fields are like different mountains. He had assumed that Joyu had been cast in a few short films because of his good looks or acting skills, and had been noticed by a director who invited him to star in a film. After all, there are plenty of artists who have made their debut through such means. It seems like he was overthinking it. However, there's no need for him to take action against Joyu. He can just sit back and wait for the outcome. It was a pity about the front-on shots of Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. Those two skeleton frames weren't easy to make, weaving in and out of a pile of human bodies. He'd have to give them a verbal commendation later. This Joyu, not only did he inadvertently offend the big boss behind Fei Wu's new drama, but he also personally dug up a hidden entertainment reporter. This reporter just happens to have a direct line, either directly to Fei Wu or to another company closely connected to Fei Wu, digging a big hole for Joyu. Life is full of traps, and one wrong step can lead to a devastating fall. As for who Yili had just connected with and their relationship to Fei Wu, Xiaochen didn't ask. He wasn't particularly interested in such gossip. Being a hands-off boss is just too easy. Sigh, senior brother Xiaochen, I don't plan on attending this gathering. It's making me feel sick. The young lady said shyly, can you leave me your phone number? Sure, I can do anything. Alright. Xiaochen maintained a humble demeanor, smiling shyly with an air of refined elegance. He took Yili's phone, entered a series of numbers, and asked, shall we go back in? No, I'm afraid my beautiful eyes might get blinded. Besides, I'm not really here to freeload. By the way, does senior brother Xiao have any interest in becoming a celebrity? Yili blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiaochen with a hopeful expression, asking. It's like life is full of talent scouts. Xiaochen sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have any plans to stay right now. Since you don't want to stay for dinner, you should go now to avoid any trouble. What other trouble? Xiaochen looked at Yili in silence. How could her intelligence fluctuate so wildly? You've exposed yourself. I'm sure your friends will take action soon. Even if they don't start a major conflict with Bai Dai over this, suppressing someone is inevitable, right? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by someone? There are still your classmates inside, right? Do you know why you're here? Should I remind them not to slip up? After all, someone is still quite charming in the eyes of girls, and attracting a few brainless fans is no big deal. Forget about it. Yili waved his hand dismissively and said, I don't know anyone, and no one knows me. Alright, it's my IQ that hasn't been updated yet. I underestimated this little girl's abilities. Yili bid farewell to Xiaochen, her steps light and cheerful as she walked away. Xiaochen smiled as he opened the door and entered the private room. He didn't expect there to be much left in the pack, but not even letting him take one last look at the box was really unfriendly. I feel like something's off. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something's happening over there, and Joyu heard wind of it? Looking at the once bustling scene now gone, the entire private room was filled with a sense of gloom, and Xiaochen couldn't help but feel anxious for Yili. I don't know. Someone suddenly asked when Joyu appeared in the show, and that was it. Nothing else happened. Wei Yan and the others looked puzzled. Xiaochen, haha. Chapter 52 Part 1, a joke? With Wei Yan and his roommates around, everyone was bragging and joking around, one hilarious scene after another, so Xiaochen ended up having an incredibly enjoyable meal. At Joyu's table, most of the people were girls. They were discussing other entertainment gossip, and since they shared the same interests, they talked enthusiastically, making the atmosphere lively as well. The other two tables hadn't managed to attract any young women, but they were each sharing their experiences after graduation and reminiscing about the past. They raised their glasses and toasted one another, and the atmosphere remained lively. In short, everything seemed perfectly normal. Of course, if the fat guy hadn't blocked Joyu from drinking and started arguing about how our handsome Joyu couldn't drink anymore because he had a single coming out soon and his voice would be ruined, and then said, oh, this dish is too spicy, our handsome Joyu can't eat it, it'll give him acne, that would have been even more perfect. Does your handsome you need to touch up his makeup? During this time, Xiaochen suddenly received a WeChat message from Lu Mancheng. I didn't expect you and Joyu to be classmates. The big boss heard someone slandering us. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Xiaochen replied, so the one who leaked the information was Qingqing? It wasn't me. Lizzie called Xiao Ning. The young lady is very interested in entertainment journalism and plans to enter the industry after graduation. Mr. Xiao actually knows Lizzie's name. It seems like he has some skill in flirting. What do you think? Does she have what it takes for this line of work? Qingqing, don't tease me. The girl is nice. As for such professional questions, what advice could I possibly give? I won't tease you anymore. When does your gathering end? Come over to my place early, and I'll introduce you to a few people. Address. Xiaochen felt a headache coming on and hurriedly replied, I have a few close friends I haven't seen in a while, and there might be another gathering later. I won't be able to make it. Qingqing, enjoy your meal and have a good time. Ha ha. Are you really going tomorrow? Are you free? Don't say you're busy. I still need to borrow your keys to look at an apartment. Xiao Chen hurriedly replied, I really have something to do tomorrow. The keys are at the property management office. You can go get them, and I'll give them a call. Once I'm done, I'll apologize to Ching Ching for canceling the invitation. I really can't make it tomorrow. Alright, I'll let you off this time. But your classmate might be in trouble. I plan to teach him a lesson, especially how to behave as an artist. But for your sake, I won't make it too harsh, just a quiet dismissal will suffice. The conflict between our side and the other side is just missing a spark, and your classmate is the perfect spark, a juicy one at that. I've already asked Li Zi about her conversation with you, so you shouldn't have any objections, right? The words were filled with a sense of impending doom, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but shiver. For an artist who hasn't even had a chance to shine yet, being sidelined isn't enough? He silently lit a pile of candles for Zhou Yu in his heart. Then look at Lu Manxing, who keeps saying we, and immediately puts him in Fei Wu's camp, as if she's afraid he'll jump ship. Zhou Yu, you're in big trouble this time. As the gathering drew to a close, everyone was well fed and well drunk, and began to leave the private room in small groups. Someone called out to Zhou Yu to go karaoke, but the chubby guy beside him jumped out and said, we can't go. Our handsome Zhou Yu can't stay up late, he'll have dark circles under his eyes tomorrow. Damn it, you're such a pain in the ass. All night long, all I hear is your nonsense. Get lost. Exactly. We stayed up all night watching movies together before, and he didn't even get dark circles under his eyes. But after staying up all night, his eyes are brighter than a thief's. Someone couldn't take it anymore. The girls who hadn't left the private room had expressions that were quite something. Zhou Yu saw that things were getting awkward, as his embarrassing past was about to be exposed, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. My assistant just likes to joke around. Don't take it to heart. Come on, I'll treat everyone to karaoke. Xiao Bao, go settle the bill. The overweight man looked very displeased, but seeing that everyone seemed eager to confront him, he reluctantly pushed past the crowd and headed toward the front desk. Xiao Chen heard the fat man mutter under his breath, such good food, and you feed it to those ungrateful bastards. A bunch of poor beggars. As everyone was about to enter the hall, the fat man hurried back, glanced at Xiao Chen discreetly, then said with a sour expression, Xiao Chen, settle the bill. The other students who heard this were all a bit surprised. Zhou Yuding's restaurant wasn't the most upscale, but it was still pretty well known in B City. Based on the going rate, that meal would have cost at least 1,500 yuan. There were many of them, and Zhou Yu had also invited a large group of young women, so they ended up opening 4 tables. Adding in the various drinks and beverages, the total bill would easily exceed 10,000 yuan. This was no small sum for them, who had just entered society. Xiao Chen's gesture was far more generous than they could have imagined. After all these years as classmates, who doesn't know each other's background? Zhou Yu invited these people here, and not a single one of them is a wealthy individual. When he pulled out tens of thousands of dollars to treat everyone to a meal, almost everyone felt the pressure. Zhou Yu felt even more embarrassed, thinking that Xiao Chen's aura was too overwhelming. He couldn't help but say, Chenzi, do you really need to pretend to be something you're not? How much money do you have in your pocket? Do you think you can compete with me? Just show us you're a loyal friend. Take the money back quickly, don't make a spectacle of yourself here. It doesn't matter. Let's just consider it a joke for everyone. Xiao Chen kept his hands in his pockets and said, there's nothing I can do. Your assistant really disgusted me. If I didn't make a joke, I might have thrown up. He then turned to the others and smiled, guys, when we have some free time, I'll tell you more jokes. After finishing, he motioned to Wei Yin and the others, let's go. Head to my place to sleep on the floor. We'll squeeze in. Chapter 52 Part 2, Keeping the Appointment. Xiao Chen was so busy tonight he was about to split into two. After the event wrapped up, he didn't actually take his brothers back to crash on the floor. Instead, they hailed a taxi, found a spot to set up a makeshift stall, ordered a few dishes, grabbed a case of beer, and let loose, drinking until they were all slurring their words. Finally, they found a nearby hotel to call it a night. During this time, his farm was bustling with visitors, and Xiao Chen was too busy to attend to them, so he had the farmhands send them away. Some had even suggested gathering at an internet cafe for an all-night gaming session to relive the exhilarating days of university, but seeing Xiao Chen occasionally zone out and drift off, the others had to bang on the table and shout to snap him out of it, leaving him staring blankly with his mouth agape. Everyone assumed Xiao Chen must have been exhausted from something he did during the day, so the idea was scrapped. As for why Xiao Chen was being so generous tonight, everyone found it hard to believe, but since they weren't the gossiping type, they all chose not to ask. However, when it came time to book the hotel, one of the other guys stepped forward with perfect timing, giving Xiao Chen a humiliating bear hug from behind, successfully allowing the others to pay. They all agreed that if Xiao Chen ever found himself in a bind, he could give them a call, and they'd each send him a box of instant noodles to help him out. This touched Xiao Chen so much that he didn't know what to say. However, he refused the pleas of several close friends and returned to his rented apartment that night. He had a date with Zhou Shiyu tomorrow, so he needed to change his clothes and get ready. On the way, sitting in the taxi and yawning constantly, Xiaochen decided that once he got back, he would pack up all his belongings and store them in a warehouse, so that no matter where he went in the future, he could quickly set up a home. Late at night, when everything was quiet, it was also a good time to tend to the vegetables. Since the farm was busy tonight, although he had instructed the farmhands to go home, Xiaochen still couldn't help but worry. After arriving home, he resisted his drowsiness and went to the farm. All the other cultivators had left, but the farmhands were still diligently working away. The farm had also reached level 11, and another plot of land had been opened. Xiaochen took a look. He now had 10 plots of land available. He had lent one to the Supreme Elder to grow cold starfrost, and another was reserved exclusively for growing grass. That left him with 8 plots of land to use as he pleased. Remember the side quest gift package from the vegetable stealing side quest hasn't been opened yet? After the farmer opened it, Xiaochen took a look at it and saw 2 forsythia seeds in the package. What's the deal with that? Instantly felt so ripped off. The seeds of the remaining peaches, pears, and oranges are still acceptable. There are also 2 golden gloves. Their function is to triple the number of fruits harvested from all crops in the field after use. This is great, but it's not suitable for use right now. I'll save it for when I have more land and can plant higher value crops. It'll be a real treat. Xiaochen looked at this and decided to be magnanimous and not hold it against him for the spring flowers. The next seed, however, truly caught Xiaochen's attention. The seed of the Alchemy of Clothing Manual 1. After use, this guide encompasses the entire history of clothing development spanning 5,000 years in reality, as well as all garments that have ever appeared in the 3 realms, including clothing-related equipment. Even with the right materials at hand, creating clothing-related equipment or designing and drawing clothing patterns is not out of the question. This is great. Xiaochen took matters into his own hands, harvested the current crops, and planted the seeds for the clothing forging manual along with the previously obtained language of 10,000 beasts, beast control technique, and sword control technique seeds, all of which he then cultivated. He then checked the farm processing workshop, bought wheat and corn seeds from the store, had the small farmers rush a few batches, then exited the farm, retrieved all the freshly harvested fruits, and sat on the sofa, munching away under the watchful eyes of the 2 ghosts. These techniques are all information-packed masterpieces. Especially the clothing refinement manual, whose information was so vast it made his head spin. It wasn't until dawn that Xiaochen finally absorbed it all. With a vast amount of information now integrated into his soul, especially the mastery of new abilities in the sword control technique, Xiaochen, who had not slept all night, felt not the slightest bit tired. Instead, he was abnormally excited. After washing up, he activated his internal cultivation techniques and performed a full cycle of energy circulation, leaving him radiating vitality from head to toe. He used the farm workshop to make 2 white bread loaves, then went to the pasture workshop to squeeze a cup of cherry juice. After eating his fill, he headed to the nearby square. There was a large grassy area in the square. In the early morning, there are many people out exercising, and there are also quite a few people walking their dogs. As Xiaochen stepped onto the gravel path in the middle of the grass, he saw a golden retriever and a German shepherd playing together ahead. The golden retriever wagged its tail and barked twice at the German shepherd. To Xiaochen's ears, it sounded like, "Did your owner forget to bring the frisbee?" The German shepherd barked back, "No, my owner slept in today. I'll wait until I finish my business, then we'll go back. My owner has to go to work. Golden retriever, come play with my ball. Let's fight over it. Otherwise, I'll be bored." German shepherd, play with your owner. My owner is calling me. Golden retriever, my owner is busy looking at their phone and isn't paying attention to me. Well, make sure you lick your owner awake early tomorrow so they'll come out and play with me. German shepherd, I didn't get enough exercise this morning. I'll make sure my owner takes me out early tomorrow. I'm off now. Golden retriever, bye, I'm going to go play with that bulldog. Xiaochen watched as the golden retriever, holding a red ball in its mouth, scampered off toward a bulldog in the distance. Interesting. Xiaochen wandered around the square for a while, finding the dog's conversations quite amusing. It wasn't until his phone rang that he reluctantly left the square, hailed a taxi, and hurried to the location where he had agreed to meet Zhou Xiyu. Chapter 53, Reunion with the Beauty. Chapter 53, Reunion with the Beloved. Xiaochen got off the car at the designated location and stood on the sidewalk, preparing to look for the figure he remembered. Xiaochen. A voice as sweet as music echoed from behind him. Xiaochen turned around and saw the woman walking toward him gracefully. For a moment, he was speechless. Her slender and tall figure looked stunning under the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. Her slightly curled wavy long hair fell gracefully over her high, full chest. A water blue fitted dress hugged her delicate waist, which was faintly visible through the flowing strands of hair. Her fair skin had a subtle pinkish glow. Her almond-shaped eyes, as beautiful as stars, held a faint smile, a touch of shyness, a hint of surprise, and the remaining joy that couldn't be concealed. When she reached a distance of 4 or 5 steps from him, she stopped, pressed her pink lips together, and smiled lightly. The scorching air around her suddenly turned cool. Under the shade of the trees, the young girl stood still beneath the vibrant green canopy dancing before her eyes, a pristine water blue figure. Even as passers-by hurried by, they couldn't obstruct this scene from transforming into a natural masterpiece of beauty, rushing into Xiao Chen's heart. After a moment, Xiao Chen finally found his voice and laughed, "You've changed so much. If we had suddenly met on the street, I probably wouldn't have recognized you." "You too." Zhou Shiyu used the gesture of lifting her hand to tidy her hair by her ear to hide her nervousness, and laughed, "You've changed a lot too. It seems like you've grown taller. Right? And you're more handsome too. Though you still have a touch of youthful innocence, your overall demeanor has undergone a complete transformation, giving off a very mature and composed vibe." Although he was already tall before, he was too skinny, and he didn't pay much attention to his appearance, always giving off a slightly hunched over vibe. He was nowhere near as tall and straight as he is now. However, the way he smiled on the field, full of vitality, remained vividly etched in her heart, impossible to erase. Cough, cough. Xiao Chen eased his slightly awkward expression and smiled. "I'm not late, am I?" Zhou Shiyu's transformation was completely unexpected. She was like a completely different person from the student she had known in college, who had always worn loose, casual clothes and a pair of slightly old-fashioned glasses. A complete transformation. That's exactly what this change must be like. It seems that after starting work, she has really come into her own, learning to dress herself well, whether it's her clothing or hairstyle, and even her personality seems much more outgoing. Such a beautiful woman, it'd be surprising if she didn't attract some bad attention. No, Zhou Shiyu's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head slightly, whispering, "We're a couple, we have to interact a bit." Xiao Chen looked at the restless hands fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, smiled slightly, stepped forward, and took her hand in his. Soft. It felt like there were no bones, and it was very smooth. Xiao Chen couldn't help but gently rub it. On this side, Zhou Shiyu felt Xiao Chen's movements and lowered her head, revealing a slender, fair neck. In Xiao Chen's line of sight, it slowly turned pink. Zhou Shiyu's small hand was held by Xiao Chen's large hand. She felt a momentary numbness in the arm where his hand was holding hers, as if it had lost sensation. Soon, a different sensation began to spread from her hand to her heart, leaving her feeling soft and tingly. Even on such a hot day, Xiao Chen's palm was surprisingly dry, with just the right temperature. Being enveloped by that sensation felt incredibly comfortable. "Have you eaten yet?" "I've already eaten." Zhou Shiyu's heart was pounding wildly, and she still felt dazed. She led Xiao Chen with light footsteps toward the gathering point. The guy she had been crushing on for 3 years. I wonder if his heart is still available. Thinking back to a few days ago when she saw his WeChat moments, there were still photos of his ex-girlfriend and their couple shots. Zhou Shiyu felt a sudden pang of pain in her heart. She felt as though she had been suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water, snapping her back to reality. On such a hot day, how could one possibly feel cold? "Ha? Why did your hand suddenly get cold? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Chen turned his head and asked with concern. Although Zhou Shiyu was tall, standing next to Xiao Chen, who was 183 centimeters tall, she looked like a delicate bird. The distance was so close that Xiao Chen had to tilt his head slightly when speaking to her. "No way. My company is right up ahead, it's not far at all." Zhou Shiyu changed the subject, diverting her attention. "What kind of event is your company having today? You can even bring family members." After walking a short distance, Xiao Chen felt much more at ease, his tense arms relaxing as he asked. She only knew that Zhou Shiyu's company had an event today and allowed family members to attend, so she thought she'd take this opportunity to find a temporary boyfriend to make certain people give up their fantasies. To be precise, it was organized by our department. Since our department's performance this month was commended by the company, we were allowed to organize an activity on our own initiative for some fun. Zhou Shiyu gradually relaxed and said naturally, "They say it's an initiative, but it's just the leaders organizing it according to their own preferences. We're going to some large indoor parkour facility, and apparently many parkour enthusiasts will be there, not just from our company." Parkour base? Parkour? He knew about parkour. He had often watched videos online of domestic and international masters performing incredible stunts, which were simply mind-blowing. Xiao Chen could only admire them in awe. He always thought he didn't have the talent for it, so he never got involved in that scene. But now that Zhou Shiyu mentioned it, he found it quite intriguing. "I never expected your manager to have such a hobby." However, Xiao Chen looked at the building in the distance and said confidently, "The one chasing after you is the manager organizing today's event, right?" Zhou Shiyu softly hummed in agreement, a lingering sense of unease tangling in her heart. Chapter 54, You Don't Deserve Her. When the two of them walked into the first-floor lobby of Zhou Shiyu's company holding hands and chatting, it caused a small stir. The lobby wasn't very crowded, with only about 10 people, 3 of whom were women, and the rest were men. These 3 girls were all dressed in sleek casual attire, with ordinary appearances, but every movement they made exuded the essence of a tomboy. "Oh my gosh, yeah, is that your boyfriend? So you really do have a boyfriend? I thought." Cough cough. One of the 3 women, who was slightly curvy, shouted in a loud voice. The other two girls followed with a few unashamed tisk-tisk sounds, then sighed, "He's hot. On point my ass. Is that how you describe someone?" The other men, upon seeing Xiao Chen standing side by side with Zhou Shiyu, couldn't help but utter a few exclamations. One of them even glanced meaningfully toward a certain direction behind him. "Let me introduce you to Zhou Shiyu." Her other hand couldn't help but brush against Xiao Chen's arm as she smiled charmingly. "This is my boyfriend, Xiao Chen." "Everyone, be gentle with the comments. Why criticize? I love you, Shiyu." "I can't even criticize your boyfriend, how could I criticize him?" The slightly plump woman finished speaking, turned around, and glared at the other men in the hall. "Look at how handsome Xiao Chen is. Take a look at yourselves. This handsome guy is under my protection. Who dares to criticize him? Xiao Chen. Hey, are you really sure you don't want to compete with Yaya? This is Yan Ningning. She has a straightforward personality. She didn't scare you, did she?" Zhou Shiyu turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen beside her with a gentle smile. "She is pretty straightforward." Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. However, the tomboy Yaya, after scolding a dozen men, turned to Zhou Shiyu and said, "You're so ungenerous. Such a great boyfriend, why didn't you bring him out sooner? Are you afraid your sisters will steal him? But I really want to steal him. Come on, handsome, shake my hand first. Let me have a taste of your charm." The tomboy was so confident, leaving Xiao Chen feeling helpless. Fortunately, he wasn't shy. He remained calm and composed as he shook hands with Yan Ningning, keeping it brief before letting go. "Speaking of which, the name really doesn't match the person. I want some too." Me too, me too." The other two girls also took turns rushing over to shake hands with Xiao Chen before finally returning to their seats satisfied. The rest of the men all turned green with envy. Let's not even talk about the rest. Just having a good-looking appearance is enough to make you stand out. They just can't compare. But they all endured their frustration and exchanged a few polite words with Xiao Chen. Their goddess had just flown right under their noses. Someone else glanced discreetly in a certain direction, and Xiao Chen noticed the hint, pretending not to see. "There's the entranceway too. Has Manager Mo arrived yet? What time are we leaving?" Zhou Shiyu led Xiao Chen to sit down on the sofa in the lobby and asked. "The boss said he has some things to take care of and should be here soon," one of the men said. At that moment, the front desk phone rang. The receptionist answered it, listened for a moment, then turned to the crowd in the lobby and said, "Zhang Jie says everyone should go to the finance office immediately. Hurry up." After speaking, she stood up first and went to press the elevator button. "The finance office? What for?" "I don't know, maybe it's to distribute bonuses? It must be a bonus. Why are they giving it out now? But I like it. Let's go." "Great, bonus time." Everyone rushed toward the elevator entrance all at once. Strange, they're distributing bonuses at this time. Zhou Shiyu frowned in confusion and turned to Xiao Chen apologetically. "Please wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." "Go ahead, don't worry about me." Soon, the hall was empty. Tap, tap, tap. The direction that had been frequently glanced at by others earlier was now emitting footsteps with an extremely regular rhythm. Was this deliberately arranged? Xiao Chen raised his eyes and saw a person emerging from the staircase. He didn't look much older than him, standing at 180 centimeters tall, dressed in a white tracksuit, and moving with a certain air of confidence. As for his appearance, he was somewhat handsome, but his wandering eyes gave him a playboy-like appearance. Feeling the other person's slightly hostile gaze, and looking at his demeanor, Xiao Chen immediately guessed the identity of the person who had arrived. However, why had only one person come out? Xiao Chen discreetly glanced past the person toward the staircase before withdrawing his gaze. Before coming here, Xiao Chen had planned to help Zhou Shiyu screen the candidates. If the person was outstanding, he intended to encourage her to try interacting with them, as it might lead to a meaningful connection. However, after meeting Zhou Shiyu just now, this idea was immediately squashed by him. Looking at the person in front of him now, who was abusing his power to show off, it was completely out of the question. Therefore, he sat on the sofa without moving a muscle. "Are you Yuer's boyfriend?" The moment he spoke, his tone was brimming with provocation. Not a hint of restraint. "You dare to call her Yuer?" Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. This nickname made him feel uneasy for no apparent reason, and he replied in an annoyed tone. "Hoof." The other person sat down casually on another sofa. "Did you take a taxi here? You've got a good-looking face, but you're not even as good as my employees. What qualifies you to be Bud's boyfriend? You're actually spying on me? What does that have to do with you?" Xiao Chen rested his arm on the back of the sofa, smiling with a playful expression. After saying that, he noticed the vein on the other person's temple twitching. "What field does Mr. Xiao work in?" The other person narrowed his almond-shaped eyes, revealing a hint of darkness. "Farming. Mr. Zhao's plot of land, where exactly is it in B City?" "I'm afraid my ignorance is showing, but I had no idea that the bustling city of B even had a place suitable for a vegetable garden." The disdain in his words was evident, and as he spoke, he glanced at his phone, as if waiting for some news. "Just a small plot of land not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen remained calm and composed, showing no signs of being affected by the remark. Humph. Ignorant fool. She's just a newcomer to society and can't yet discern a person's true worth. Do you really think you can keep her? The other person casually played with his phone, looking confident and triumphant, and said, I'll give you 200,000 yuan. Leave her. Otherwise. He finished speaking and snapped his fingers. Four burly men burst out from the staircase, surrounding Xiao Chen and glaring at him menacingly. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, a faint chill emanating from his body, and sneered, I'll give you 2 million yuan to get out of this company, or else. The other person saw a flash before their eyes and didn't have time to react before feeling a tight grip on their collar. Their body was lifted off the ground, and their jaw was struck with a heavy blow. With a loud thud, they flew through the air and landed on the empty floor of the hall. The four people surrounding Xiao Chen were still glaring angrily at the sofa in front of them, completely taken aback. Chapter 55, Sweeping Through. The loud thud, accompanied by muffled groans, finally snapped the four men out of their stupor. They then realized that Xiao Chen was no longer in his original position. At the same time, damn it! Mo. The four of them didn't have time to wonder why Xiao Chen was so fast. They only felt that the four of them couldn't stop Xiao Chen, and instead, he had beaten them up, leaving them feeling pain on their faces and fearing for their futures. One of them rushed over to help the dazed MO manager, while the other three shouted and charged toward Xiao Chen. Damn it, are you looking for trouble? The wind whistled as fists flew, and his movements were agile. You can tell that these four are all trained fighters. This guy surnamed Mo has really prepared well. However, if these few people were ordinary people, most people wouldn't stand a chance against them. But when it comes to Xiao Chen, they're no match for him at all. He didn't even need to use the Lingbo micro-step technique. As one of them swung a punch at him, he calmly raised his hand, grabbed the other's wrist, twisted it, and with a faint crack of breaking bones and a scream, he flung the person away. The other took the opportunity to kick toward his abdomen, not even bothering to dodge. Xiao Chen simply activated his golden bell and iron shirt techniques. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't flinch or evade, the attacker thought he had outmaneuvered him. He had put all his strength into that kick, and if the kid took the hit, his internal organs would be shattered enough to send him to the hospital. Then, he could impress Mo and perhaps earn the favor of the person behind him. With that, his future path would surely be smooth sailing. At that time, he could earn a merit in front of Mo, and perhaps the person behind Mo would take notice of him. Would his future path be anything but smooth sailing? Ding! Ka! Before the joy in the man's heart had faded, he felt as if he had kicked a steel plate. He couldn't stop himself in time, and a sharp pain shot through his leg. He flew backward and crashed into the corner of the sofa behind him, sending both himself and the sofa flying. The man he had kicked, however, stood as steady as a rock, not even swaying. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his clothes. The man clutched his leg, rolling on the ground, his face ashen, too pained to even utter a sound. The remaining attacker, who was still looking for an opportunity to strike, stood there in shock, hesitating to move forward. Xiao Chen sneered and beckoned to the other with a flick of his finger. The man shuddered and took a few steps back, trembling as he said, I won't fight anymore. You say we're not fighting anymore, and that's it? What if he can't win? Will you kindly stop? Before the opponent could even see how Xiao Chen moved, he felt a punch land on his abdomen, followed by a searing pain in his abdomen. His body grew light, tracing a beautiful arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. It all happened too quickly. By the time the manager was being helped to his feet, the lobby was already filled with cries of pain and chaos. The person supporting him watched the scene unfold, feeling his legs tremble uncontrollably, barely able to stand steady. Who the hell is this guy? He looks so weak, but how can he be so fierce? Only 4 people? Xiao Chen clapped his hands, turned to look at Mo manager with an innocent smile, and asked in a casual tone, as if inquiring about his meal. You. Mo manager was startled, but just then, the phone rang suddenly, making him shiver involuntarily. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, should he answer or not? That was the question. Ding, ding, ding. Xiao Chen took a step toward the other man. Mo's face turned pale as he slowly backed away, his steps in perfect sync with the person supporting him, as if they had been trained to do so. Don't do anything rash. This is Fanfan's territory. What the heck is Fanchuang? Xiao Chen snorted and asked. Yes, Fanchuang, the company name. Mo swallowed hard, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back in waves. The plot of the story shouldn't be like this. You. Xiao Chen pointed at the man supporting manager Mo and said, restore this place within 3 minutes and leave here with your companions. Otherwise. Everyone standing and lying on the ground shuddered. The horrific scene that had just unfolded had occurred after the word or else. Hurry, hurry. Big brother, don't get angry. They say that heavy rewards lead to extremely high efficiency. The same applies when faced with absolute strength. The opponent even performed exceptionally well, restoring the entire hall to its original state in just 2 minutes. The uninjured helped the most severely injured, while the other two supported each other by linking arms and left the area. The two sat back down in their original positions, with the same arrangement as before. Answer the phone. It's been ringing non-stop. Xiao Chen nodded toward MO manager's phone, which was ringing non-stop, and smiled. Hello? The other party glanced at Xiao Chen warily and reluctantly put the phone on speaker. Mo Go, why did you take so long to answer the phone? Hearing the other person's voice, manager Mo felt like crying. He had been waiting for this call all along, but now it had become a hot potato. If only the other person's phone had died and turned off automatically. However, I checked, and this guy's surname Xiao doesn't have much of a background. He's poor, unemployed, doesn't have a car, and currently seems to be renting a place to live. Cough. After hearing the first two sentences, manager Mo felt a chill run down his spine. He was about to change the subject when he heard a light cough from the other end of the line. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and forced himself to continue listening to the phone call. However, his expression looked as though he was about to burst into tears. However, I found out that someone bought a villa and 3 high-end residential buildings in Iran, also under the name you mentioned. However, I can't confirm if it's the same person. Mo Ge, send me this guy's name, and if possible, get his phone number or ID number. I'll confirm it on my end and investigate him thoroughly. No need. Upon hearing this, MO manager couldn't help but feel immense pressure. He hurriedly hung up the phone, his face pale as he stared at Xiao Chen, his lips trembling so much he couldn't utter a single word. Everything stays the same. Let me see your parkour skills. Xiao Chen noticed the numbers on the elevator display screen moving and said, Manager MO. Hey, can we not jump topics so quickly? This is serious business. Chapter 56, Let's Party. When everyone rushed out of the elevator, the lobby instantly became lively again. However, among the group of girls, Zhou Xiyu, who appeared the most gentle and reserved, was the first to break through the crowd and quickly made her way to Xiao Chen's side. Because she had spotted Mo Rui sitting across from Xiao Chen. Fearing that Xiao Chen might be mocked, she sat down nervously and whispered, Is everything okay? The chatter of the crowd drowned out her voice, so she continued, Mo Rui is a bit arrogant. If he says anything offensive, just ignore it and pretend you didn't hear him. Don't take it to heart. After contacting the finance department to have them sign and collect their bonuses but still not letting them leave, a small meeting was held. When Mo Rui finally appeared after everyone had left, she instantly understood what was going on. Her beautiful eyes flickered with anger, and her fair face grew cold. It's nothing. What are you worried about? Xiao Chen smiled and said. Zhou Xiyu stared at him for a few seconds, confirming there was nothing amiss, before finally relaxing. At that moment, someone with keen eyes noticed something unusual about Mo Rui and asked in confusion, Hey? What's wrong with the boss's mouth? I didn't even notice. How did Mo get injured? Another person asked immediately. Those who understood Mo Rui's thoughts couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chen, who was chatting and laughing with Zhou Xiyu over there, looking completely unfazed by the situation. However, after hearing the two speak, Xiao Chen kindly stepped in to smooth things over for Mo Rui. It's all my fault. I got so caught up in talking about parkour with Mo manager that he ended up demonstrating a few moves on the spot, and accidentally bumped into the corner of the sofa. He then turned to ask Mo Rui, Are you okay, Mo manager? Will this affect your schedule for today? The poor sofa corner. No big deal, I just didn't get off to a good start. This little scratch is nothing for a parkour enthusiast. Mo manager's cold sweat had just subsided, and he didn't want another round. Seeing Xiao Chen give him a face-saving hand, he gritted his teeth and got up, saying, Everyone, get ready. Let's go. A few straightforward guys were still puzzled about how Mo Rui, an old pro, could have messed up his start, but when Mo Rui changed the subject, they had no choice but to suppress their doubts and turn to discuss how many cars to take. The three of us rode in Chen Feng's car. Alright, then we'll take Wu Ji's car. Xiao Zhou, or you can sit with your boyfriend in my car. As soon as Mo Rui spoke, many people realized something was wrong. Has the dynamic between rivals changed these days? I thought there would be another showdown, but it looks like they're all getting along just fine. Zhou Xiyu didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking. She naturally took Xiao Chen's hand, gave it a gentle shake, and said softly, You promised to accompany me on the subway. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes held a pleading expression, and her soft, sweet voice melted everyone's hearts, leaving her colleagues, who were used to her usual demeanor, speechless. This was a completely new side of Zhou Xiyu that no one had ever seen before. This girl. Are you afraid he'll be embarrassed? Xiao Chen chuckled, reaching out to pinch her little nose, his tone filled with affection. Of course not. Are you worried I'll back out? But in his heart, he was thinking, I need to call the car rental place and give them a nudge. Without a car, this is really inconvenient. Their interaction was natural and smooth. The affection in Zhou Xiyu's eyes was genuine, and Xiao Chen also made an effort to connect with her. He didn't seem like a temporary stand-in boyfriend but more like the real deal. All the single people present felt like they had been hit with $1 million worth of heartbreak. Over there, Mo Rui was hiding in the crowd, watching the scene unfold, and quietly clenched his fists. The unexpected turn of events was due to his miscalculation and underestimation of his opponent, but it did not mean he would give up so easily. Thinking of Joshiyu's little-known powerful background, Immortal lowered his eyelids, hiding the greed and darkness in his eyes. Everyone began to depart in small groups, and Xiao Chen also took Joshiyu's small hand and walked out. As soon as they stepped out of the gate of Fanchuan Company, they received a WeChat message from Xiao Zhua. Master, can we follow them? Although today's meeting wasn't a normal date, Xiao Chen felt a bit awkward interacting with Joshiyu while being watched by the two ghosts, so he specifically instructed them not to follow. To his surprise, the two ghosts were unwilling to be left out, but he resolutely refused to respond. No, stay home and behave yourselves. No, we sense someone with an extraordinary destiny near the master, but the distance is too far to confirm. We want to go and investigate. Please grant us permission. A person with an extraordinary destiny? What is their purpose? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and agreed to the suggestion of the two ghosts. The message was sent back in less than a second, and two skeletal frames appeared behind him. These two ghosts were just like the baby characters from the games he had played before, capable of teleportation. No matter how far away they were, as long as they wanted to, or as long as Xiao Chen agreed, these two could instantly appear by his side. We didn't sense it wrong. It's indeed someone with a unique destiny, and she's a woman. Fantastic. The master's future is secured. Xiao Chen stared speechlessly at the sky. Would it really speak? He was only just over 20 years old, and already entering the second half of his life. After passing through Joshiyu's body, Xiaoyu turned back and examined her up and down several times. The pink flames flickering in his eyes sparkled with excitement as he chattered to Xiao Chen. If you decide to cultivate immortality, this woman would be the perfect immortal companion. Cultivating together with her would bring great benefits. I think I remember what that man and woman were doing earlier. It was yin-yang union. Master, hurry up and unite with this woman. There are so many benefits. No need to waste time. This woman is still intact, don't let others hurt. Should we help you, master? No time to waste. This woman is still intact, don't let others take her. Should we help you, master? No, it's useless to have intercourse now. We have to wait until the master starts cultivating immortality. Otherwise, we'll watch over her for the master first, to prevent others from defiling her before we do. Xiao Chen. Cultivating immortality. Xiao Chen thought of the book still lying in the warehouse, which he hadn't taken out to study yet. Out of consideration for those around him, Xiao Chen didn't continue talking with the two ghosts. Instead, he chatted and laughed with Joshiyu as they took the subway to the Fita parkour base. By the time they arrived, Mo Rue and the others had already gone inside. They left Yan Ningning at the entrance to meet them. The venue was enormous. It is divided into an outdoor parkour area and an indoor parkour area. At this time of year and with these temperatures, anyone still able to do parkour outdoors must be superhuman, truly worthy of admiration. Clearly, as they made their way through the open air area, they didn't spot a single person worthy of admiration. As soon as they stepped inside, a cacophony of shouts, cheers, and screams greeted them, deafeningly loud. The venue is quite large, with numerous obstacles scattered around. Many parkour enthusiasts are already gracefully leaping over the obstacles, their stylish moves drawing waves of cheers and applause. How about it? Pretty crowded, huh? Yan Ningning asked. Yes, it is. Xiao Chen replied. Yes, it's very crowded. There aren't many people doing parkour, but there are quite a few spectators. Xiao Chen estimated that there must be over 100 people watching. Most of them were girls. Handsome guy, you sit with Yaya. I'm going to join in. Don't forget to clap for me later. After Yan Ningning finished speaking, she rubbed her hands together excitedly and headed toward the parkour area. Are Yan Ningning and the others also doing parkour? Xiao Chen looked on in surprise as the other two girls skillfully navigated through various obstacles. He then turned his attention to Yan Ningning, who, upon entering the area, let out a loud shout, sprinted forward with agile movements, and in a few swift moves, scaled a wall-like obstacle with her bare hands. She then vanished in a flash and landed on the opposite side. Everyone in our department does this except me. It was Mo Rue who taught us. Zhou Xiyu led Xiao Chen to sit down on a chair, watching the action with great interest. This is my first time here. It's also the first time I've seen Ningning and the others play. Looking at her build, I never would have guessed she could do this. Xiao Chen watched the scene with interest and smiled. As his gaze swept across the arena, he saw a person leap over an obstacle without slowing down, crouch down, and dart through the gap in the railing in front of him. Upon landing, he immediately performed a forward roll, stood up neatly, and raised both hands in a graceful salute to the audience. This immediately drew loud cheers and screams from a large crowd of young women. On the empty lot to the right, people were playing with something similar to skateboards, performing all sorts of fancy jumps and spins, looking extremely cool. Of course, there were also those who lost their balance and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen looked around and finally spotted Mo Rue among the crowd. He ran up to a clear area, performed 3 consecutive side flips, drawing cheers from the crowd. He then climbed onto a high platform, stood steady, and executed a backflip, landing perfectly. This immediately caused a large group of girls in the audience to scream his name. More! 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 Mo good, do a high platform flip. A girl made a trumpet shape with her hands and shouted loudly. After landing, Mo Rue took the opportunity to wave at the audience, his eyes darting quickly to spot Zhou Shiyu sitting beside Xiao Chen. Clearly, he had also heard the young woman shout and turned to climb onto the elevated platform. After performing 3 consecutive elegant side flips on the narrow, elongated platform, he executed another backflip and landed gracefully. Cheers echoed throughout the venue. Perhaps due to his long time in this circle, Mo Rue had made many friends, and many people watching his performance came forward to clap hands with him. The face he had lost at Xiao Chen's place was now regained here. After whispering to the people around him, he glanced at Xiao Chen and then turned to go over to Yan Ningning and the others. No one knew what he had said to the others, but soon Yan Ningning came running toward Xiao Chen and the others with an excited expression on her face. Alright, Xiao Chen, you're quite the hidden talent. Come on, let's play a few rounds. Yan Ningning said as she reached out to grab Xiao Chen's arm, but was stopped by Zhou Shiyu. Ningning, what's going on? Just now, the boss said Xiao Chen's flips were impressive. His technique of jumping over the sofa in the living room was just as good as his. With such great skills, it'd be a shame not to let him show off a bit. What do you mean? Zhou Shiyu's face tightened, her tone tinged with coldness. What do you mean? Zhou Shiyu's face tightened, her tone tinged with a hint of coldness. She had been a university classmate of Xiao Chen for several years, and due to her secret crush on him, she paid close attention to him. She was well aware that Xiao Chen couldn't perform those parkour moves. Mo Rue was clearly doing this on purpose, aiming to make Xiao Chen look foolish and embarrass him. He's just waiting here for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, come on, don't be so shy. Hurry up, the goddess is watching you. Zhou Shiyu's male colleagues were cheering her on, and their shouts attracted the attention of many people in the audience, who all turned to look in their direction. Some of those sitting in the same row as Xiao Chen, after getting a clear look at his appearance, couldn't help but let out a shriek and encourage him, shouting, "Handsome guy, don't back down. We're rooting for you, keep it up. Handsome guy, you don't need to play, just standing there is enough. We'll cheer for you anyway. Go on." Zhou Shiyu bit her pink lips, grabbed Xiao Chen's hand, and tried to pull him out. She couldn't let Mo Rue get away with it, and she certainly couldn't let Xiao Chen end up looking like a fool here. What's wrong, Yaya? We just want to hang out with your boyfriend. We're not after him. Don't be so petty. Yan Ningning, clearly unaware of Zhou Shiyu's thoughts, spoke loudly. Over there, Mo Rue gave Xiao Chen, who looked like he was in a tough spot, a cold smile. Parkour is not a sport that can be mastered just because one knows martial arts. No problem. I'll go down and give it a try. Don't worry. Xiao Chen understood Zhou Shiyu's meaning and reassured her. Exactly, play something simple. We'll take care of him and make sure he doesn't get hurt. I'll go ahead. Xiao Chen, make sure you take the day off. Yan Ningning also noticed Zhou Shiyu's unusual mood and quickly left the scene, leaving Xiao Chen to comfort her. Xiao Chen, this situation was completely unexpected. I'm truly sorry. Let's leave immediately. Zhou Shiyu said seriously. Don't worry, I know exactly what he's up to. I can handle this. Trust me. Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Shiyu and couldn't help but reach out to stroke her hair gently, saying softly, I came here today to support you. I can't just let you lose here. Trust me. The repeated trust me calmed Zhou Shiyu's heart slightly, and she could only look tense as she urged, just be careful. I don't care about those superficial things. To me, your feelings and safety are more important than anything else. Don't push yourself too hard. Alright, I understand. Xiao Chen smiled, turned around, and walked off the audience seats toward the arena. It's just parkour. He didn't understand where Mo Rue got the confidence to think he'd trip up. How do we play? You decide. Xiao Chen wasn't one to beat around the bush. He headed straight for Mo Rue. As he stood before him, the tension that had vanished earlier resurfaced. However, he reminded himself that this was almost his turf, and he had some fame in the parkour scene. Like the people in the audience, most of them were there for him. There were also quite a few brothers inside the venue. As a result, he regained some confidence and said, this isn't about following a set pattern. I just think you're pretty skilled, so I let you come down and give it a try. Don't read too much into it. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly turned his body, and sprinted toward a nearby high wall. Using the powerful momentum, he kicked off the wall and climbed up, his body forming a 90-degree angle with the wall as he took a few steps. Then, with a powerful push from his feet, his body darted out horizontally. Just as he was about to land, he executed a smooth forward flip, landing gracefully and standing steadily on the ground. Wow! Xiao Chen must have jumped at least 3 meters high. Yan Ningning, who was also somewhat of an expert, exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the height Xiao Chen had reached. Mo Rue's face also showed a look of shock. No argument, just go straight to the wall. Inside the venue, the screams were almost loud enough to tear the roof off. Only Zhou Shiyu's face was slightly pale, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her skirt as she nervously watched Xiao Chen inside the arena. Upon seeing him land safely, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and a faint mist of emotion floated in her eyes. Compared to the cheers of others, she felt only tension and worry. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 86 beautiful screams. There are still 896 left, please keep up the good work. Right, the main quest. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and his body moved again. He didn't know if parkour had professional movement standards or any rules, he just felt that the obstacles around him had become the foundation stones for his tasks. With a swift climb up a high wall, he side-flipped all the way to the top, then crouched and leaped, his body twisting in mid-air before landing on another wall 5 meters away. His toes touched the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water, and he leaped again, performing a 360-degree spin in the air before landing steadily on the ground. The entire sequence was smooth and fluid, without a single pause, executed flawlessly in one fluid motion. Ah! You're so good. Handsome guy, do it again. Ah! So handsome. Such a cool move. The venue was filled with screams and cheers. Other parkour enthusiasts who were performing nearby stopped in their tracks, wide-eyed, as they watched Xiao Chen showcase his skills. Master! When did such a skilled practitioner emerge in our circle? This move is so amazing, all we can do is bow in admiration. If we recorded this and posted it online, it would blow away all the parkour pros in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 121 beautiful screams. There are 775 remaining, please keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 32 beautiful screams. Remaining. Ding! Congratulations. Ding! Xiao Chen, stop ringing. It's distracting me. System. Screams echoed throughout the venue, almost bringing the crowd to a frenzy. Chapter 57, The Invisible Mission. The situation once again slipped out of Maurice's control. He urged everyone to force Xiao Chen off the stage, but he wasn't going to let him steal the spotlight by acting cool and showing off. Instead, they wanted Xiao Chen to make a fool of himself. Damn it! How did he manage to not fall when he kicked the wall? How did he not slip when he flipped sideways on the narrow platform? And after flipping and landing, why didn't he twist his ankle? Immortal watched as he moved up the railing with the agility of a sparrow, his feet seeming to have suction cups, each step steady enough to make Immortal want to run over and shake the railing. As he neared the finish line, Xiao Chen suddenly plunged downward with a sudden jerk. This unexpected turn of events caused the cheers to abruptly cease, replaced by a collective hold of breath. Many hearts began to race with anticipation. Some even let out terrified screams. At that moment, Xiao Chen was standing at the very top of the railing, at least 4 or 5 meters above the ground. If he were to fall headfirst, a serious injury would be inevitable. Zhou Shiyu in the audience felt a sudden tightness in her chest, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. Xiao Chen! Only Mo Rue almost shouted in approval. Damn it, you'll fall and break your neck. However, as Xiao Chen's body began to tilt downward, one foot remained firmly planted on the thick railing, while the other swiftly twisted and hooked the bottom of the railing. Both feet now clung to the railing like a sturdy grip, tightly wrapped around it. Despite the downward momentum, he drew in his abdomen, arched his back, and in an instant completed the movement at the optimal angle, diving headfirst through the gap in the railing. As he emerged, his arms stretched out straight, and with a powerful push from his feet, his entire body glided smoothly forward, securely grasping the opposite railing. His arms and waist exerted force simultaneously, flipping him upside down on the opposite railing. He then moved his hands steadily, walking down the railing and landing safely on the ground. When he reached the finish line, he flipped over and landed on his feet. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, deafening screams, and cheers. Zhou Shiyu patted her chest, feeling her legs tremble uncontrollably, and hurriedly sat back down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 189 screams from beautiful women. There are 68 remaining, please keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 132 beautiful screams. The task has been completed beyond expectations. You have earned a practical seed gift pack, which includes a mystery reward. Would you like to open it? Finally done. Huh, a mysterious reward? I'll open it later. Xiao Chen exhaled, preparing to head to the audience seats to find Zhou Shiyu. The task was completed, and the gift package was in hand. There was no need to linger on such trivial matters anymore. If this had been earlier, seeing the parkour enthusiasts inside the arena performing their acrobatic moves would have left him in awe. But for him now, these moves were simply too easy. If the place were empty, he could probably pull off some impressive tricks, but to maintain harmony with society, he had to suppress his true abilities, feeling frustrated beyond words. It's not worth it, better not to play at all. As for the main storyline gift pack, I'll just hold off for now. Once I've wrapped up things here, I'll open it when I get home. He was even more excited about the so-called mysterious reward. Just as he was about to take a step, another notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, the host has been favored by the god of luck and triggered a hidden quest. The quest requires you to go to the Flaming Mountains to find the lost furnace flamestones. Approximately 3,000 furnace flamestones are scattered throughout the Flaming Mountains, but only 49 of them are genuine. If you unfortunately find a fake furnace flamestone, these sentient beings may unleash their various negative emotions, causing some trouble for the seeker. If you are fortunate enough to find a genuine furnace flamestone, it will grant the task giver some luck points, and there might even be an unexpected surprise in store. Task duration, unlimited. Task map, maximum capacity of 7 players excluding the host. Lucky hosts, gather your friends and embark on a wonderful quest adventure. Ah! A shriek echoed in his mind. Before he could react, everything before his eyes blurred, and Loli Nong flapped her beautiful little wings and flew away. Xiao Chen quickly looked around. The excitement of the audience on the stands hadn't subsided yet, and they were still cheering at him. The shock on the faces of the other parkour practitioners in the arena hadn't faded yet, and their admiring gazes were almost too much to handle. Everything seemed normal. No one had noticed Loli Nong. Xiao Chen sighed in relief. To be honest, he still wasn't used to seeing the peasant and the ghost appearing in his field of vision, while only he could see them. This complex and awkward sensation was something no one else could perceive. I want to fly. I want to fly. The peasant flew while cheering. The estate owner is so lucky. An invisible quest. Many divine farmers have played to the max without triggering a single one, and we triggered it so quickly. Ah! No one can stop me from screaming. I want to fly higher and higher. Oh. Xiao Chen forced himself to shift his focus, keeping himself as composed as possible. After all, he was now the center of attention in the entire venue. While singing, he walked over to the stunned Imorue, raised his hand, and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Thanks, buddy. The person who was patted! Chapter 58, Understanding the Situation. Release comments. Damn it. Thanks a lot. I bought a super durable backpack last year, you idiot. A torrent of profanity raged between Mori's lips, but strangely, it seemed as though an invisible force had sealed his mouth. After being purified by this mysterious energy, the words that finally burst out were, "Well done," accompanied by a smile. Xiao Chen had no interest in the rich inner worlds of others. In any case, he was overjoyed inside, pure and innocent, like 24-karat gold. Let's not even mention the main storyline gift pack. That unexpected hidden quest that triggered itself even though he has no idea how good it is yet. Just seeing the small farmer's excitement go into overdrive is proof enough of its value. Unexpected. So many things happened unexpectedly today. Especially the hidden quest that was triggered. That was an unexpected surprise within an unexpected surprise. If that guy surnamed Imo knew that not only did he fail to make a fool of himself, but he also inadvertently handed me a huge gift, I wonder if he'd die from spitting blood. Xiao Chen gave a shy smile to the audience, shouting, "Handsome guy, do it again." He waved politely and walked toward Zhou Xiyu. With such a stunning beauty waiting for him, he certainly didn't want to go bothering other girls. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Xiao Chen looked at the mist in her almond-shaped eyes with some surprise, then looked at the sudden wrinkles on both sides of her previously smooth skirt. A wave of warmth and emotion welled up in his heart, and he instinctively reached out and embraced Zhou Xiyu in his arms. In a low, gentle voice, he said, "Don't worry. I'll woo." Oh, my idol. Hey, handsome, would you mind having another girlfriend? The sound of whistles and screams overlapped. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end. He quietly separated from Zhou Xiyu and focused his senses on the dangerous, unsettling aura that had just emanated from the crowd. Who could it be? The sensation had come from all directions, not from a single source. Mori? Xiao Chen turned to look at the unlucky kid, noticing that although his face was pale, he no longer exuded the same sense of danger as before. If he really had that kind of ability, he wouldn't have ended up kissing the ground earlier at the company. The one who could make him feel that way must be a true master. Let's go. After experiencing such emotional ups and downs, Zhou Xiyu felt exhausted and didn't want to stay there any longer. Alright. Xiao Chen didn't care. He experienced everything he wanted to, and even looking back at those parkour moves, they seemed imperfect to him. Rather than sitting here and straining his eyes, he'd rather go out and find a quiet place to chat with a beautiful woman. The two turned to Yan Ningning and gave her a hand signal, ignoring the enthusiastic pleas of the surrounding audience, and walked out. However, even after leaving the FIDA parkour base, Xiao Chen was still unable to accurately identify the person who had made him feel endangered earlier. Of course, that feeling never resurfaced. The small farmers are already cheering and returning to the farm. Farm owner, Sun Wukong has arrived. Let Monkey Brother go back first. I'll call him over after I finish up at the farm. Shu Beiji has arrived. Let Pig Brother go back first. I'll let him come play after I'm done. Sha Seng has arrived. Xiao Chen, is the food almost ready? Did you attract these wolves? Chang'an and the Jade Rabbit have arrived. Chang'an and the Jade Rabbit have arrived. Xiao Chen, hurry up and serve the food so they can sneak some. Consider it a gesture of hospitality. I can't leave right now. Host, someone is threatening to give you a bad review if you don't accept their friend request immediately. Who? Who the hell is so shameless? The Ox Demon King. Xiao Chen sensed something was wrong and hurriedly found a shady spot to settle Zhou Shiyu. He apologized and said he needed to buy a pack of cigarettes, then found a corner and seriously asked the farmer, "What's going on?" "It's like this, farm owner. Hidden tasks are rare tasks with a low trigger rate, but the rewards are extremely generous. Additionally, all participants who complete a hidden task will receive farm attribute points. The higher the attribute points, the greater the chance of triggering luck in tasks such as planting, harvesting, breeding, or stealing. The probability of obtaining rare rewards from main and side quests also increases. Therefore, attribute points are something every farm owner strives for their entire life. Once any farm owner triggers a hidden task, their friends will receive an immediate notification and also appear on the leaderboard. So everyone is here to compete for spots to assist the farm owner with their tasks. Is this a group dungeon run? By the way, where are my mission coordinates? Which world is it in? Does the system provide any hints? Are there any other requirements for group missions like this? Like attributes or something? Xiao Chen asked uncertainly. There are no specific requirements, just be strong enough. The host's friends are all pretty powerful, so just fill in anything. The coordinates should be related to the host's own world, and this needs to be activated by the host themselves. A flame mountain related to the host's own world. Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of Xinjiang. Chapter 59, The Old Lady Speaks Nicely. After Xiao Chen left, Zhou Shiyu answered a call. "I'm just worried about Xiao Chen's safety." "Alright, have someone keep an eye on the Mo family. I hope they don't cause trouble for Xiao Chen. The rest is between you and my father, don't get involved. Don't investigate Xiao Chen. I just want to live my life the way I want. Are you coming today? I'll head back shortly. I'll hang up now." After hanging up, she just happened to see Xiao Chen walking over from the other side, holding 2 cups of drink. Zhou Shiyu, who was preoccupied with her thoughts, kept pondering how to tell Xiao Chen that they should each go home now without making him feel upset. As a result, the delicious cherry juice that Xiao Chen had praised with each sip tasted like plain water to Zhou Shiyu. Xiao Chen noticed Zhou Shiyu's pensive expression and subtly raised his eyebrows at the little ghost standing nearby, who was busy counting bones. You know what? The little informant really came through. After copying Zhou Shiyu's words, Xiao Chen understood. He had also been thinking about the task, so he apologized first. "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't accompany you today. I just received a call and need to handle something immediately." Zhou Shiyu's face flushed slightly. She tried hard to recall if she had spoken too loudly and been overheard by Xiao Chen, or if he truly had something important to attend to. However, as she exhaled in relief, she also felt a touch of reluctance. With a hint of shyness, she whispered softly, "Actually, my grandparents called from the countryside and asked me to go back home. I was just trying to figure out how to tell you. I feel so sorry for keeping you waiting and for asking you to help me so much, yet I couldn't even treat you to a meal." "Silly girl. There's plenty of time later. This just gives me an excuse to invite you out to dinner next time. Don't back out then. Come on, don't worry about it. I really do have something to do." "Next time?" Everything else Zhou Shiyu said was ignored. All she could hear was "next time" echoing in her ears. Her heart pounded wildly, and she blushed slightly as she murmured softly, "Alright." After sending Zhou Shiyu off, Xiao Chen also hurried back to his rental apartment as quickly as possible. After washing his face, he couldn't wait to enter the farm. "Ha! Whose territory is this? Did I come to the wrong place?" In the open field of the farm, there was a large round table set up, laden with fine wine and delicacies, surrounded by all manner of immortals and demons. Everyone was already eating and drinking. Without an owner. Xiao Chen looked at the unfamiliar guests but recognized them immediately. He had forgotten that there was a ghost in his friend list. Mangpa, the black and white impermanents, and the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. And a dog. Not bad, his friends are getting weirder and weirder. I hope their appearances don't catch. But where is Erlang Shun? He just let his dog out. Here he comes, Xiao Chen. I knew the rabbit had the sharpest eyes. This mission definitely needs her. She's the best at finding things. Humph, Xiao brother, hurry up and bring out your fruit. I've already bragged about you to everyone. You can't let me lose face. Shu Beiji munching on a peach said. Ox head, blow one for me to see. Piggy, humph. You fool, you're so greedy yet you have no shame. Come on, Xiao brother, hurry up and bring the fruits. The ox's head has been blown apart by the fool, and the monkey waved its fluffy paws, calling out. Xiao Chen, shame on you. Only Lao Yan sat there calmly peeling the skin off some unfamiliar fruit. He rolled his eyes and said, the human scent on you is off. Found a mating partner? Are you a dog-nosed person? Xiao Chen burst into sweat. Woof woof, let me sniff. A large, unfamiliar dog suddenly darted over, its long snout quickly pressing against Xiao Chen's buttocks. Xiao Chen quickly sat down, determined to defend the dignity of his rear end. What the hell is going on here? Do you think I'm a or something? Where's your dog walker? Xiao Chen picked up a peach and was about to take a bite when he remembered something. He sheepishly put the peach down and started searching for something on the table. If we all behave ourselves, we can still call each other brothers. But if anyone acts like a stray dog again, we're done. Shasang quickly noticed the hint and took out a grain-flavored fruit, placing it in front of Xiao Chen. This fruit is too bitter to eat, so it wasn't even put out. Xiao Chen, brother Sha, try not to tell the truth. Chewing on the millet-flavored fruit, he turned to the big dog and made a couple of sounds. The dog rolled its eyes, wagged its tail, and rubbed against the rabbit before sitting down properly. Hey! Xiao Chen, feeling a chill run down his spine, looked up at the elderly woman and said, just speak, old woman. Don't make strange noises. Mang Pa. Old Yen, oofed. Xiaonon's timely reminder, host, the chat room is blowing up. Should you go handle it? Everyone's added each other as friends. Chapter 60, Coldwell. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. Honghire is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Neza, Bull Demon King, Iron Fan Princess, Tai Bai Jin Xing, Nine-Tailed Fox, Snow Wolf, Spirit Monkey, Zhogongming, Southern Pole Immortal, Taishan Water Spirit Black Ling Zunshan, Taishan Fire Spirit Black Ling Zunshan, Aoguang, Lei Gong, Yunxiao Fairy. Xiao Chen looked at each one in turn, the variety was so vast it left him dazzled. They were all here for the mission. Xiao Chen decided not to accept any of them yet, feeling it was necessary to finalize the list first. In such matters, it was only natural to prioritize those with connections. The main issue was that there were too few spots available, so it was inevitable that some demons and monsters would be offended. However, it was simply unavoidable. Xiao Chen instructed the small farmer to follow him to the processing workshop at the pasture to fetch a few cups of grape juice and cherry juice, one for each person. Xiao Chen had the peasant follow him to the farm processing workshop to get a few cups of grape juice and cherry juice, one for each person. He also brought out a few plates of strawberries and apples. Then I bought a few watermelon seeds, planted them, and grabbed some fertilizer to get them growing. His farm had reached level 11, so he could now grow watermelons. While he was busy, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons and the black and white impermanents were circling around him non-stop. This made Xiao Chen feel like a chilling wind was constantly blowing around him. That smells good. The bull-headed creature took a deep breath, almost climbing onto Xiao Chen's body. It's been ages since I've been able to smell a human scent so openly. Ma Mian sniffed the air and sighed with genuine emotion. When I'm not busy, I'll come find you to play. Bai Wu Chang sniffed twice and said to Xiao Chen. Black Wu Chang, although I often wander the mortal realm, most people there don't smell very good. Someone as exquisite as this is hard to come by. Xiao Chen caught a glimpse of the old woman moving out of the corner of his eye, sending a chill down his spine. He hurriedly turned to Old Yen and said, control your subordinates. Old Yen, 2 sniffs are enough for now. We'll sniff more later. Take it slow and steady. Xiao Chen. When the watermelon was served, he noticed Zhu Beiji's belly twitch and instinctively raised his hand to touch his face. Watermelon. Old Pig glanced at the watermelon, but reached out to touch the strawberries instead. He lifted his eyelids to take another look before finally picking up the watermelon and biting into it. You fool! Monkey Brother shouted suddenly, startling Old Pig so much that he nearly dropped the watermelon. He then complained, Monkey Brother, just speak when you have something to say, don't scare the pig. Hey, it's been years since you've had watermelon, hasn't it? The monkey always knows how to bring up the most embarrassing topics, making Old Pig's face turn red. He could only hug the melon and turn away, devouring it voraciously. Ha! I remember now. Xiao Chen slapped the table and burst into laughter, recalling the scene from Journey to the West where Zhu Beiji was teased by the monkey while eating the watermelon. You're no better. Old Pig turned and gave Xiao Chen a resentful glance, then his pig face filled with confusion as he asked, how did you know? Everyone on Earth knows. Xiao Chen said while munching on a melon. Woof woof, this watermelon is delicious. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Xiao Chen tapped the table and said, is the staff just a bunch of peasants? 7, the farmhand replied crisply. The two of them were in perfect sync. So, there's always somewhere you can't go. We all know that. Sun Wukong wiped his mouth and said, before you arrived, I had already discussed this with them. I just sent Lao Jun away. He has the highest agricultural and pastoral attribute points, so he was generous enough not to participate in this competition. Is that really the case? Xiao Chen looked at the monkey with disbelief. I want to join the mission with you, China said, her jade-like hand brushing against her sleeve, revealing a strange object in her palm. As soon as the object appeared, the temperature in the entire farm space dropped suddenly, bringing an indescribable coolness. The eyes of the other immortals and demons lit up. The small farmer over there also put down his work and flew over, his little face full of excitement. Only Xiao Chen remained composed, his deep eyes fixed on the object like a still pond, showing no emotion. His demeanor suggested he had seen countless treasures before, and nothing could impress him. In truth, what is this thing? Xiao Chen pointed and asked. That thing looks like a well, but the edges are lined with oddly shaped rocks. Water with a white mist is cascading down, like a waterfall, into the lower part. Yet it never seems to fill up. This is the celestial cold well, a unique creation of the Palace of Eternal Cold, revered for 800 years. A single drop of the cold water from this well can irrigate 10,000 acres of fertile land. The soil it touches carries a natural coolness, and vessels made from it possess the ability to automatically lower temperatures. Burying fruits or beverages in the cool soil enhances their flavor, making it ideal for use during the hottest summer days. Alternatively, if one were to obtain seeds of cold-natured crops, this cold water could enhance their properties, significantly improving their performance. This is quite remarkable. Xiao Chen rubbed his hands with a mischievous grin, intending to ask Shina for a drop of water, but before he could speak, she said, "I will trade this heavenly cold well for the task quotas for myself and you." Ha! Chapter 61, Quota. Xiao Chen turned to look at the others, who all wore indifferent expressions, unfazed by the situation. He could only shift his gaze toward the peasant. "It's like this, field master. Small farmers understand him best, so there's no need to beat around the bush. The probability of triggering an invisible task is too low, and there are numerous immortals, demons, and ghosts. Each task has a strict limit on the number of participants, ranging from as few as 7 to a maximum of 108, with the latter being extremely rare. Therefore, any field master who triggers an invisible task will use these rare spots to obtain the treasures they need. Farm attribute points are in short supply and extremely important, so everyone is willing to spend heavily to secure a spot. Even so, there are still those who can't get one. Yeah, the Bull Demon King is so desperate he's even threatening to leave bad reviews that shows just how valuable they are. Can we?" Chang'e the fairy looked at Xiao Chen nervously and asked. Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment, not because he disagreed, but because he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Moreover, he felt that he had already received a lot from everyone, and this task was probably not that easy. He even thought that everyone was coming along to help him. Therefore, he couldn't bring himself to ask them to take the items back. Sure, no problem at all. Great. I knew you were the best, Xiao Chen." The jade rabbit shot up and darted into Xiao Chen's arms, rolling around. Its fur was so smooth it felt like it had been coated with lubricant, not a single strand felt rough. "Could you transform first before jumping into my arms? You didn't transform when you were supposed to. What a letdown." Old Yen pulled out a piece of armor, bamboo silk cloud robe. "Wearing it, you won't fear the cold in winter or the heat in summer, and when attacked, it reduces damage and grants an extra life." Xiao Chen caught a glimpse of the young farmer nodding vigorously out of the corner of his eye and realized that this item was also quite good. "I'll trade a jar of divine soil for a spot I can't let Xiao brother lose out. The purpose is to sprinkle this soil on the soil of Xiao brother's world, transforming ordinary land into divine land. The effective range is 5 acres. While the crops grown there won't match those of a divine level farm, they'll be hundreds or even thousands of times better than those grown on ordinary land. Higher yields and faster growth make them incredibly practical." That's right. His farmland is too small to use this on a large scale in the real world. Setting aside its value, this jar of divine soil is more than satisfactory in terms of practicality alone. "I'll trade my divine grinder for a spot. This is Sun Wukong's thing." Sun Wukong wiped his hands, and a beautifully crafted, antique-style small house appeared in his hands. He said, "This is the Yunyan Hall. It can adjust the time ratio and divine energy. When you begin your cultivation, practicing here will make your efforts twice as effective. This is indeed a wonderful item." Before the monkey could finish speaking, another scroll of bamboo appeared in his hand. He said, "This scroll is called the Great Scroll of Secrets, containing the profound teachings of the divine arts. It is worth dedicating one's entire life to study. Once fully understood, its transformative power is beyond description. However, it requires you to ponder it deeply. Whether you can comprehend it and to what extent depends on your personal divine affinity and innate abilities. In everyday use, this scroll can serve as a flying artifact, capable of traveling 10,000 miles a day to help my master secure a spot. Tang Sang? One day, he'll be able to follow Tang Sang on his journey to the west to complete his mission." Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel excited just thinking about it. Even without these treasures, he would be more than happy. But upon calculation, it was already at capacity. What about these ghosts and the dog? "Hey, old woman, you're here to check out the young hotties." "Woof woof, I'm just here to join the fun. My owner is on a mission and can't get away, so he can't compete. I'll have to help out when I can, but I can only watch and envy. I can't participate. I'll just sniff around and head back." And so it was decided. Xiao Chen had the peasant fetch the mission map and, following the instructions, wrote the names of the participants one by one on it: Shina, Jade Rabbit, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Xiao Wujing, Tang Sanzang, and Yama. Once the task map was finalized, it dispersed into a beam of light and vanished. At the same time, in the hall of the farm, the status of this task was also changed to fully staffed. Many demons and monsters let out heart-wrenching cries of sorrow. How difficult it is to wait for an invisible task. Everyone is regretting not adding this person as a friend sooner, otherwise they could have found out right away and had a chance to try. Once the spots were secured, Xiao Chen finally reopened his chat account and accepted all the friend requests. Then he received a flood of complaints. At the same time, the target at the mission location was activated. It's definitely the Flaming Mountains in Xinjiang. However, the exact situation can only be confirmed once we arrive there. Unfortunately, even with the coordinates, Xiao Chen couldn't teleport because he wasn't an immortal. He could only take a car there. There's no time to waste. Let's go ask the Jade Emperor for permission to descend to the mortal realm. Chang'e stood up and said. Let's go find the Jade Emperor. Sun Wukong also clapped his hands and stood up. Xiao brother, you should go back and prepare as well. This task won't be accomplished in a day or two. Use this time to cultivate your immortal powers. If you can catch a glimpse of the threshold, that would be best. Even if you can't, we'll still be here. Alright, how long will it take to apply for permission to descend to the mortal realm? Xiao Chen asked. Without a mission, the old man Ud almost never approves it. With a mission, it's at most half a month. Lao Yan stood up to sweep the table, but found that all the plates were clean beyond belief. Erlang Shen's dog was clutching a plate and licking it. Old Yen waved his sleeve, and even the table disappeared. Xiaotian dog, woof. Woof you sister. Chapter 62, Preparations before the mission. All the immortals took this mission very seriously and did not linger any longer. They quickly departed to retrieve their divine tablets and request leave from the Jade Emperor. When Old Yen departed, the few demons and monsters hurriedly followed him back to the underworld. Except for the dog. Come on, let's dance. Xiao Chen raised his hands above his head and said. I'm thinking about buying 2 balls and a frisbee to bring in later. Big Wang gave him a disdainful look and wagged his tail as he wandered around the crops. Wang, it's better here. The crops ripen in just over 20 hours. Planting is fun, and harvesting is even more fun. He curled his tail and sat down leisurely. He seemed fully prepared to wait another 20 hours. Xiao Chen didn't want to talk to it and threw a cucumber at it. The big dog opened its mouth and caught it steadily, crunching it happily. When Sha Sang left, Xiao Chen told him to leave some millet-flavored fruits behind. The big dog ate the cucumber, while he endured the taste, wrinkling his brows and forcing himself to swallow. The mortal world lacks divine energy and spiritual power, so he needed to consume more celestial foods to store energy and prepare for his cultivation journey. He has no choice but to cultivate. Given his current physical condition, aside from these bitter-tasting millet fruits, he can't eat anything else directly. He might just explode. While eating, he chatted with Xiao Tian the dog, discussing matters related to the mission. So even if I can't use immortal techniques for now, I can still hold my own for a while with the techniques I've learned in the mortal world? Xiao Chen munched on a piece of fruit while holding the heavenly cold well in the other hand, wandering around the farm looking for a suitable place to put it. He had to consider both aesthetics and the need for future land expansion. The small farmers flew to other divine beings' farms to assist with the investigation. Upon returning, they pointed out a location, which Xiao Chen inspected and deemed suitable. With a thought, the heavenly cold well in his hand flew out and landed on the left side of the small stall, in the upper left corner of the entire farm space. Once the Tianhan well was successfully activated, its volume immediately expanded several times over, becoming the tallest structure in the entire farm space. The sound of flowing water echoed loudly, its source and destination unknown, as clear and melodious as pearls falling onto a plate. The splashing water droplets danced joyfully in the thick white mist, and against the backdrop of rugged, oddly shaped rocks, the farm gains another picturesque scene to admire. Xiao Chen shielded his eyes with his hand, peered down, but couldn't see the bottom. Instead, a chill crept up his spine, nearly freezing him in place. He quickly jumped back and dodged out of the way. A layer of frost had already formed on his eyebrows. At the same time, the overall temperature in the space dropped significantly, giving off a refreshingly cool breeze. Xiao Chen felt it was necessary to bring in a bed and stay here for the summer, going nowhere else. Wang could hold out for a while, and besides, there were the others like Desheng following them. However, such matters were unpredictable, as once they entered the mission-specific area, anything could happen. It was best to bring as much equipment as possible. Did you have any ghost servants or divine beasts? De Wang swallowed the last bite of cucumber, stood up, and walked over to the cold star frost seat of Tai Shan Lao Jun, lifting his hind leg. Xiao Chen sensed something strange mixed in the lingering scent of alcohol in the air. He turned his head and exclaimed, "Where's my dog beating staff?" A dog's urine is the finest fertilizer, capable of boosting crop yields. This is the highest grade crop here, otherwise, my supply wouldn't even be enough to share. Such precious urine must be used where it matters most. The big dog didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. He circled around the seat covered in frost and ice, nodded satisfactorily, and said, "The quantity is sufficient. It's enough to irrigate this crop. When you plant other super grade crops in your field later, I'll come back and bring you more urine. I'll definitely find you the sharpest blade." Xiao Chen waved his hand to dispel the smell in front of his nose and decided that from now on, if he steals vegetables from anyone, he won't steal from a dog's food. Damn, that's disgusting. I hope it doesn't ruin the effects of the immortal herb from the Supreme Elder Lord. Otherwise, he'll come after me for my underwear. Xiao Chen browsed through the farm stalls, looking for a suitable weapon to purchase. However, a single remark from a small farmer quickly dashed his hopes. Even the farm owner can't lift these divine weapons. Xiao Chen, alright, I'll just stick to my own world for now. He chatted with Big Wang for a while longer, patted its head, let it play on its own, and then stepped back. There were too many things to prepare, and time was a bit tight, so I didn't have time to play with the dog anymore. What can you expect from a servant? It seems I'll have to bring the two ghosts along when I go. I wonder how strong these two skeleton frames are in battle. Once we stepped out of the farm, a wave of heat hit us, and we were instantly drenched in sweat, just like stepping out of an air-conditioned room into the blazing sun. Xiao Chen took a quick shower, put on the large pair of shorts given to him by the Supreme Elder, and then slipped into the bamboo-threaded robe gifted by Old Yen. Instantly, the heat in the air seemed to vanish, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Not bad. Shu Si Yin Shang also has a feature that impressed Xiao Chen, which is the ability to freely change styles and colors. Otherwise, wearing such a traditional style outfit in public would be troublesome if people kept asking to take photos. He doesn't want to become famous. He turned on his computer and searched for the nearest hardware manufacturer, planning to custom order a few hidden weapons that wouldn't seem too outlandish to others. Chapter 63, Preparing to tackle both tasks. To avoid unnecessary inquiries and complications, Xiao Chen divided the large quantity of hidden weapons into several batches and selected multiple manufacturers for production. The best materials were selected for quality. As for the needle-shaped hidden weapons, he had to keep the small hole at the tip of the needle, yes, just like a sewing needle. It was like a flawless piece of white jade suddenly marred by a black spot, leaving a lingering irritation in Xiao Chen's heart. Annoying. Ugh. I'm thinking about whether to add a few spools of different colored thread, so that if someone's clothes get torn on the way, it will be easy to mend them. While complaining to myself, I compared a few outdoor folding knives and shovels and placed an order for them all. A bit inconvenient. After placing the order, Xiao Chen frowned, staring at the few hidden weapons he had already decided on. At that moment, his OCD symptoms flared up again, and despite the unsatisfactory quality of the hidden weapons, he had no other options. In today's society governed by the rule of law, the designs of the hidden weapons he favored were not suitable for mass production. Most manufacturers could only produce items with some connection to daily life, which limited the design flexibility. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Take daggers, for example. He had seen stylish designs in various novels and TV dramas, but after searching everywhere, he couldn't find any. Even if there were similar designs, the materials and sharpness couldn't guarantee they'd meet the standards. Given the tight timeline, Xiao Chen considered searching for the legendary black market, but that seemed unlikely to yield results in time, so he reluctantly settled for a folding knife. If only he could make one himself. However, the technical aspects of production such as materials, craftsmanship, and so on present a significant barrier that is difficult to overcome. Oh, right, Xiaonon, open that main quest reward package. Xiao Chen remembered that the package contained a mysterious reward and hoped it would be something he liked. Even the lowest tier weapon would be fine. As long as he can use it, even if it's ugly, it's better than nothing. After all, he's facing something extraordinary in this mission, and he fears that the custom-made hidden weapons and the folding knives that cost thousands of dollars would be as useless as tofu in front of those creatures. Alright, host. Alright, host. Xiao Chen switched to page mode and stared intently at the slowly opening gift box. The main gift box contained mostly seeds of various kinds. Xiao Chen's gaze swept past them, fixated on the so-called mysterious reward. Weapons. 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 It has to be weapons. A flash of light appeared, and a pitch-black iron chain materialized in the center of the page. The chain was as thick as a thumb, about 3 zhang long, with sharp, pointed ends at both ends, slightly shorter than ordinary gun tips and flatter. The middle section was not interconnected like regular links but consisted of a ring connected to an elliptical, disc-shaped iron plate. This structure was only about half a meter long, with the rest of the chain forming a normal chain pattern. Praying for success, Xiao Chen had never realized his mouth had been blessed. Staring at the black chain that seemed to have a life of its own, slowly spiraling across the page, Xiao Chen's lips twitched. What the hell? The system had granted him what he desired, a weapon. What more could he possibly want? What could he possibly say? Another glance at his attributes: wearing a star chain, no rank, foundation establishment stage usable. Xiao Chen forced himself to look extremely happy, clapped his hands, and smiled broadly before closing the page, his temper completely gone. Ah, life is full of disappointments. We must learn to look forward. After finishing this bowl of chicken soup, Xiao Chen felt that old Yen was still the more caring one. He waved his hand, summoning the two ghosts over, and said, "In a few days, come with me to complete a task. I'm not sure what we'll be facing, but I just want to ask you two if this setup is any good? Is it sturdy? Do you need me to apply some glue, equip you with some weapons or something? Mission? When are we going? Where?" Xiao Yu asked excitedly, jumping up and down. Your way of expressing happiness is really unique. What weapons are available here? Let's take a look. Although Xiao's way isn't as lively as Xiaoyu, the frequency of the flames flickering in his eyes is enough to show how excited he is. Xiao Chen wanted to take out the star chain and give it a try. He couldn't use it, but maybe the ghost could. After several unsuccessful attempts, he reluctantly pulled out a bamboo stick with an awkward smile. Soul binding flute? The two ghosts stared at the emerald green bamboo flute in Xiao Chen's hand, their expressions betraying a hint of apprehension. Xiao Chen was puzzled as to how he could understand the expressions of the two ghosts. After all, their expressions weren't that expressive. He silently prayed once more that their odd appearances wouldn't affect his handsome and dashing looks. Can you use them? Can't this flute skeleton frame be used? Then we'll have to spend some money. However, the prices of weapons at the small stalls were shockingly high, and he wasn't sure if he could earn enough money to buy a weapon before setting off. There was an even more critical issue: he couldn't withdraw any money. Xiao Chen had just decided to wait until he reunited with Lao Yan and the others in the mortal realm before humbling himself to borrow some weapons for the two ghosts. But before he could speak, the two ghosts exclaimed excitedly, "We can use them." However, Xiaoyu twisted his fingers nervously and stammered, "Will the master really let us use them?" "Of course he will. Finally, there's still hope." Xiao Chen quickly tossed one over and took another out, throwing it to Xiao Zhua. Xiao Chen quickly tossed it aside, took another one out, and threw it to Xiao Zhua. "Ah, there are two of them?" The two ghosts cheered, though they had no idea why their master was being so generous. In the underworld, given their status, they had no right to use the soul-binding flute. As soon as the soul-binding flute sounded, 10,000 ghosts trembled and knelt in submission. "Ah! I really want to hold it and pretend to be cool in the underworld." The two ghosts hugged each other tightly, jumping up and down with excitement. When they were ready to part ways, a little accident happened. "Don't move, you're hooked on my ribs." "Wait, my fingers are stuck in your spine." "Xiao Chen. Everything has been given to us. What will the master use?" After separating from his companions, Xiao Zhua inserted the soul-binding flute between his ribs and said. Then, under their stunned gazes, Xiao Chen pulled out another one. "Using a stick as a sword it'll have to do." Let's not talk about the rest for now. At least the standard equipment looks neat and uniform. Is there any more, master? If we can collect all 7, we can set up a simple soul-binding array. It should be able to withstand anyone who isn't too powerful. Xiao Yu said excitedly. 7 pieces, huh? Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, feeling a bit nostalgic for Lao Yan. Yan Luo Wang, who was on his way to the Celestial Palace, suddenly sneezed, then extended his long, slender white hand and began to calculate with his fingers. Who the heck is trying to frame him? Xiao Chen waved the soul-binding flute a couple of times, listening to the mournful sounds emanating from the flute holes, and said with satisfaction, "Let's not talk about its destructive power for now, the quality is pretty good." Someone's focus seemed to have strayed. After resolving the issue, Xiao Chen let the two ghosts go off on their own and retrieve the Yunyang Palace. If he could reach the Foundation establishment stage before the mission began, he could use the star-piercing chain, which would significantly boost his strength. Even if you can't quite reach the threshold, it's still worth giving it a try to see what the situation is like. This kind of thing requires a two-pronged approach. Both hands must be strong. Chapter 64, Step Aside, Everyone. I must cultivate to become an immortal. Chapter 64, Step Aside, I'm going to cultivate immortality. Placing the miniature Yunyang Palace on the coffee table, Xiao Chen took out the book on the basics of cultivating immortality. Just as he was about to open it, he thought better of it, put the book down, washed his hands, rinsed his mouth, then turned on the water dispenser to boil some water and brewed himself a cup of clear tea. No good tea doesn't matter, it's the feeling that counts. Make way, make way. I'm off to cultivate immortality. What a terrifying thing. Xiao Chen leaned back on the sofa behind him with an air of importance, crossed his long left leg over his right, took a sip of tea, and then slowly turned to the first page. 5 golden characters were vertically aligned in the center of the page, refining essence into chi. Refining essence into chi. The characters are glowing? Oh. Xiao Chen shook his head, and just as he finished reading the 4 characters, he felt a sudden emptiness in his hands. The entire book turned into a golden light and shot into his third eye, entering his spiritual sea. The path to enlightenment and immortality is divided into 4 major realms: refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into the Tao. This book is merely an introductory guide to the first stage, refining essence into chi. The content is broadly divided into 3 categories: foundation building, opening the light, and fusion. Xiao Chen closed his eyes to process the information in his mind. After a long while, he opened his eyes, stood up, and walked to the window, pulling the curtains closed. He didn't want any unexpected disturbances to cause trouble on Monday. After finishing his tasks, he thought for a moment, and the Yunyang Palace on the coffee table appeared in the living room. When the doorway had expanded enough to allow a person to enter, Xiao Chen stopped it from growing further, gave instructions to the left and right ghosts and the peasant, then stepped inside. Inner space? Inner space? Upon entering the Yunyang Palace, information about its usage methods and rules automatically appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The space wasn't very large, approximately 120 square meters, but it was sufficient. Regarding the issue of adjusting the time ratio, it is a step-by-step process and not something you can adjust arbitrarily upon entering. It's not that simple. Once the Yunyang Hall changed hands, all previous usage traces were completely erased, and time adjustments could only start from the lowest stage. Initially, the time ratio between the outside world and the Yunyang Hall is 1 to 7. Those 7 days constitute one phase, which can be set with reminders or left unset. If stage reminders are set, when the stage is reached, the Yunyang Hall will cease the flow of spiritual energy or emit a distinctive signal to awaken the cultivator. I haven't yet reached the threshold of the immortal realm, and the legendary fasting realm is still out of my reach. What if I get too immersed and end up starving to death while practicing? I'll skip the settings. Xiao Chen rubbed his chin, trying to reassure himself with a touch of self-doubt. In any case, he had never become engrossed in his lectures in class, so he had no idea how long he could endure such tedious meditation. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on a cushion in the middle of the hall. After thinking for a moment, he asked the peasant for a few more bread rolls and cherry juice, arranging them neatly in front of him. Still feeling a bit insecure, he took a sweet corn snack and crunched it down, then wiped his mouth and closed his eyes to rest. What I meant to say was, he began his practice. As for cultivation, it's nothing more than contemplation at this stage. Laying the foundation. What is being built is the foundation of the Great Way. To capture any mystical point within the heavens and earth is to glimpse the gateway to the path. This is something no one can help with, it all depends on one's personal understanding. In the farm, a stunningly beautiful woman stood in front of the heavenly cold well, her delicate tongue licking her thin lips, her voice filled with seductive charm as she giggled. What a precious thing! Chang'a actually dared to trade the heavenly cold well for a spot. She really went all out. As she spoke, 9 fox tails flared up behind her, one of which darted out like lightning, touching a droplet of water from the well's flow. The tail that made contact with the water droplet instantly froze over with a thin layer of ice. The 9-tailed fox paid no heed, extending the tail in front of her to examine it before gently shaking it off, dispelling the ice entirely. When she looked back at the Tianhan well, a hint of warmth flickered in her eyes. The Tianhan well, revered for 800 years, probably doesn't have more than 3 such beings at Chang'a's place, does it? Changing 2 spots seems a bit of a waste. Ask your landlord if he'll swap the well on this cold day. Any rare treasure will do. She tucked away her tail, becoming a normal woman again, graceful and elegant, swaying with each step, so beautiful that even the peasants were mesmerized. She immediately replied, "Oh, our master is currently in meditation and cannot be contacted. We'll ask him for you once he wakes up. As for whether we'll replace it, that's hard to say." Xiaonong couldn't make the decision for Xiao Chen, but she could tell that the field master seemed to really value this heavenly cold well. Although it is currently of little use to the estate master, if it could be exchanged for more valuable treasures, it might not be a bad idea. However, whether the field owner is willing or not is another matter entirely. Are you here to cultivate immortality? The 9-tailed fox's seductive eyes twinkled as she extended her delicate hand, revealing a crimson pill in her palm. The outer layer seemed to be sealed with some kind of enchantment, and faintly visible within was an object struggling and pulsating. The 9-tailed fox chuckled, "I have a 3,000-year-old demon pill here. Now that all realms advocate peaceful development and harmonious coexistence, whether one chooses to cultivate immortality, demonic arts, demonic cultivation, demonic reincarnation, or Buddhist enlightenment is all the same. While cultivating immortality is certainly commendable, there are no shortcuts, and it can be rather monotonous. Why not ask your field master if he's interested in harnessing demonic power? If he is, this demon pill could help him directly attain great power." The peasant rolled his eyes secretly. "You understand the logic, but why don't you dare go to the Palace of the Moon? You turned pale just hearing Sun Wukon's name?" But he replied, "I'll pass it on to our field master." "Alright, I won't bother you anymore. Don't forget to ask about the cold well." "Oh, aren't you going to keep the demon pill? Even if you don't need it, it's still a valuable item. It can be sold for money." Chapter 65, The Indecisive Lotus. Xiao Chen had no idea how others cultivated their spiritual insights. He simply kept replaying the foundational cultivation techniques in his mind, reading through them once, then replaying them again, repeating the process endlessly. Isn't there a saying that reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning? He could only understand the literal meaning of these dry words and did not understand the profound meaning, so he read them over and over again. The cycle repeated itself, and Xiao Chen felt his consciousness slowly fading away, as if he were entering a dream devoid of any context. His consciousness was a chaotic mess. Time was slowly slipping away. If he were conscious at this moment and able to focus inward on his dantian, he would notice a pure white lotus petal slowly taking shape within his dantian. The petal becomes clearer from blurry to distinct, from a simple outline to the appearance of patterns, and when the patterns cover the entire lotus petal, another petal slowly emerges. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. When the number reached 9, the speed slowed down. The ninth petal had just begun to take shape when it slowly began to fade, reappear, fade again, and repeat this cycle, yet it remained stagnant. After an unknown amount of time, a rumbling sound emanated from Xiao Chen's stomach, and the meditating figure opened his eyes. First, he yawned widely, then stretched lazily. He then grabbed a piece of bread with his right hand and a glass of cherry juice with his left, shoving them into his mouth greedily. He had prepared 6 large loaves of bread and 6 bottles of cherry juice, enough for 3 meals. The products from the processing workshop are abundant in quantity and aromatic in flavor. Now, as soon as I open my eyes, I feel as though my stomach is completely empty, as if my internal organs have vanished. After eating 2 large bread rolls, I didn't feel anything, so I immediately reached for the third and fourth ones. When he reached down to grab another one, he came up empty-handed, realizing that he had eaten all 6 bread rolls, including the drinks. Damn, I'm still hungry. Feeling like there's still something missing in his stomach, not like he's about to burst, Xiao Chen pulled out another millet-flavored snack, crunched it up, and finally let out a big belch. He muttered, "No wonder they say meditation can calm the mind in health books. I was so calm I almost fell asleep." After saying that, he yawned widely in an unscientific manner, blinked his eyes, looked at the empty hall, and said, "I need to change my practice method. Coming here to take a nap, I'm really drunk." He suddenly realized, wait a minute. That's not right. If he really had slept, why did he still feel so tired? Xiao Chen staggered to his feet and checked the time 6 days. Damn it, no wonder I'm starving to death. At least I didn't starve to death, which must be some kind of good karma. After leaving the Yunyan Palace, Xiao Chen checked the time on his phone. Sure enough, it hadn't even been a full day yet. This time ratio is pretty good. But what exactly did I do during those 6 days? If I just slept the whole time, that would be a bit too much, especially since I'm really tired now. But if I didn't sleep, what was I doing for those 6 days? Did I start cultivating immortality? Right, a test. You can test it in the Yunyan Hall. Once you successfully establish your foundation, you can be detected by the black stone at the entrance of the Yunyan Hall. Xiao Chen felt that the past few days had been too surreal. Was he really one of those legendary geniuses? In just a few days, he had mastered the basics of cultivation, and now he was on the path to becoming a powerful cultivator. Xiao Chen felt that these past few days had been too surreal. Could he really be one of those legendary geniuses? In just a few days, he had entered the realm of cultivation, and then soared to the heavens, embarking on the path to becoming a mighty cultivator. Excitedly, he entered the Yunyan Palace and placed his hands on the black stone at the entrance, following the instructions. After a long time, the changes he had imagined did not occur. Xiao Chen, looking disappointed, withdrew his hand and walked out with a sullen expression. Though it had only been a day outside, both his body and mind felt as though 6 days had passed. Fighting off the overwhelming drowsiness, he asked the ghosts on either side. The younger one replied, "Master might have entered a state of enlightenment." Enlightenment is a good sign. Master? Master? Snoring sounds came from the sofa. The 2 ghosts looked over and agreed that the master's sleeping posture, with his legs spread wide apart, was not very presentable and might affect his dignity. Therefore, one ghost lifted a foot, the other supported the arm, and in unison shouted, 1, 2, 1, 2, release. Their master fell onto the bed. After Xiao Chen had completely relaxed and entered the realm of true sleep, the 9th petal of the lotus flower within his dantian reappeared once more. This time, it did not fade away but formed seamlessly in one breath. Then, the 10th petal emerged. Xiao Chen had no idea that the lotus flower within his body was so unstable. By the time he woke up from his third moment of enlightenment and stuffed 10 bread rolls into his mouth yet still felt hungry, he was craving a llama. The 2 ghosts explained it as an epiphany. In his understanding, sudden enlightenment meant understanding the meaning of cultivating the way, but when he looked at those complicated mantras, he still couldn't understand them. The 2 ghosts explained again that sudden enlightenment was a good thing and would accelerate the pace of cultivation. Xiao Chen touched the bruises that had mysteriously appeared on his body, then placed his hand on the testing stone with suspicion. Still, no signs of his successful foundation building or stepping through the threshold into the void appeared. Therefore, after he had eaten his fill, drunk his fill, and slept soundly, he took his phone and entered the Yunyan Hall. He adjusted his phone and pressed play. The vast space was filled with the most vibrant ethnic music. Sitting cross-legged, this time he was determined to practice clearly and distinctly, no longer in secret. Otherwise, he would truly begin to doubt whether there was an issue with the testing stone inside the Yunyan Hall. Chapter 66, Waking Up Hungry Leaves No Room for Negotiation. Chapter 66, Waking Up Hungry, No Negotiation. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, listening to the rhythmically pulsating music, his body swaying slightly from side to side, just like the sunflowers in Plants vs. Zombies. Unfortunately, no matter how rhythmically he swayed, no sunlight would ever peek through the sky above him. On the other hand, while swaying and listening to the song, he could still focus his mind to review the incantations for the foundational cultivation practice repeatedly. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give himself a mental pat on the back for his lack of focus. It was a clever and resourceful move. He decided to wait until after this round of cultivation was finished before going out to download some more explosive music, so he could listen to it during each session in the future. Damn, my head is starting to feel heavy again. What's going on? As the song reached its final notes, Xiao Chen's slightly swaying body slowly came to a stop, returning to a serious expression. He then fully reverted to his previous state. The number of lotus petals in his dantian had reached 37, all piled up together and extending toward a single point, resembling one corner of a whole lotus flower. Looking at the overall distribution, it was barely 1/5 of a lotus flower. In the face of intense hunger, what's music? Woke up starving. Xiao Chen looked at his phone, which had shut down due to a dead battery, feeling helpless and on the verge of tears. Even such rhythmic music could put him back to sleep. Maybe next time he should try Little Apple, damn it. Is this the enlightenment spoken of by the two ghosts, or am I simply unsuited for cultivating immortality? Even heaven can't bear to look at me, causing me to fall into a coma every time I try to cultivate and then ignore me completely? This time, he thought he could maintain a clear state of mind while cultivating, so he didn't prepare any provisions. The intense hunger made him feel as though golden light was flickering before his eyes. Without bothering to have the peasant process the bread, he grabbed a pile of fruits and devoured them voraciously. After filling the emptiness in his body, Xiao Chen, as usual, touched the stone, but the stone, as usual, ignored him. Dejected, he emerged, drooping his eyelids, and waved his phone at the two ghosts, muttering two words, charge. He couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness and collapsed forward. The two ghosts were well versed in this situation. It had been days since they'd had a proper good time. They were just waiting by the door for their master to stumble out. Hurrying forward, they steadied the person and, with practiced cries, led them toward the bedroom. The only thing that needed correction was that when placing the master on the bed, they should have been gentler, kept the height lower, and waited until his body made contact with the mattress before letting go. Otherwise, everything else was perfect. Each time they were hungrier than the last, and each time they were more tired than the last. After sleeping soundly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and felt an indescribable sense of comfort from the inside out. But his mind was exhausted. Lying in bed, he stared blankly ahead. He had asked Xiaonong about this before, but Xiaonong didn't know either, because he had been able to control the energy within his body and fly freely since he was a child. It's like when the Monkey King first emerged from the stone crack, not only did he leap straight into the sky, but he could also immediately claim a mountain as his kingdom. None of them followed the traditional path of cultivating immortality. Sigh, that's the difference in starting points. Xiao Chen tightened his abdomen and sat up. He looked at the pillow by his feet and froze. Why isn't the pillow under my head every time I wake up? Damn, what's this bump on my head? Who the hell hit me while I was asleep? Shaking his head, Xiao Chen turned on his phone and received several message notifications. He checked the time and realized that 7 days had passed in the real world. The folding knife and the entrenching tool had arrived after he had woken up feeling refreshed from his 2 previous training sessions. The quality and craftsmanship were decent, and they looked so cool that they made one's blood boil. Xiao Chen held the folding knife in his hands, admiring it more and more, even using it to peel and eat several apples. This time, it was information from the logistics company, informing him that several large boxes had arrived. And it's from 3 different logistics companies. It seems that the custom-made weapons have mostly arrived. Xiao Chen called each of them back and instructed the logistics companies to find vehicles to transport everything to the underground warehouse of the villa in Irenhuayuan. This would make it easier for him to transfer the stolen goods to the farm warehouse. The house he was currently renting only had a basement small enough to fit a few bicycles and did not come with a garage. Therefore, when he was planning the route for disposing of the hidden weapons, considering the current situation, he couldn't help but sigh deeply a few times. I wonder how the approval for Monkey Brothers' request to descend to the mortal realm is coming along. Xiao Chen closed the Yunyang Palace and hailed a taxi to the car dealership. Yes, his car had also arrived, so they could handle everything at once. There's also the phone call to Lu Manqing. Make sure to emphasize again that he hasn't had enough of being a hands-off manager and has handed everything over to someone else. The design plans for the villa have been finalized, including the brands and styles of the furniture. A substantial sum has been transferred to the responsible designer, who has been instructed to proceed as he sees fit. Xiao Chen originally planned to remove all the greenery in the garden and convert it into farmland, spreading sacred soil and planting crops, but after considering the situation with the property management and assessing the area, he decisively abandoned the idea. He decided it would be better to wait until the task was completed and then find a secluded spot to clear and cultivate land. Chapter 67, Setting Off on the Journey. When Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the Irenhuayuan Villa district in his brand new Maybach, he happened to come across a delivery truck from the logistics company. The delivery driver was surprised to see such a young, handsome guy receiving the delivery, living in a villa, and driving a luxury car. Taking advantage of Xiao Chen's inattention, he quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a few photos, thinking he could brag to his colleagues back at work. The property management had already received Xiao Chen's call and sent a young woman over to wait, handing over all the necessary documents, access cards, and keys to Xiao Chen. As a homeowner, Xiao Chen was at least considered a VIP in their eyes. As long as he didn't make unreasonable demands, like trying to sleep with the front desk staff, they would go out of their way to accommodate him. He chatted briefly with the property management staff, arranged the details for the upcoming renovation, and then led the delivery truck that had arrived first straight to his front door. After the delivery crew left, he began unpacking the boxes one by one, checking the steel needles, small iron balls, and small knife blades for folding knives. He examined each item carefully before dismissing them with a wave of his hand, then stored everything in the farm warehouse. After making a few more trips back and forth to collect all the goods from the other households, Xiao Chun drove out for a spin, found an outdoor gear store, and bought a full set of outdoor equipment, which he threw into the trunk. He didn't want to talk about the specifics of the task, yet he couldn't shortchange himself. As an ordinary person, eating, drinking, sleeping, and other basic needs are unavoidable. Especially since he started cultivating recently, sleeping and unconsciousness have become synonymous in his mind. If the bed is uncomfortable, even if he sleeps soundly, it will still leave him feeling uneasy. That's right, he's handsome and dramatic, but who can do anything about it? Look at him, he's even bought an outdoor grill, metal skewers for the meat, charcoal, and all that stuff. He's so worried the wind might blow out the lighter that he bought 3 just in case. The sky is vast, the earth is wide, but he's the biggest. The next few days were as dull as ever, until the young farmer told him that the leave requests for the great sage and the others had been approved. He finally booked his flight, packed up all his belongings, gave notice on the rental apartment, and called his parents to check on the family situation. After confirming that everything was fine at home, he looked back at the rental apartment he had lived in for nearly a year with a look of sadness, then hailed a taxi and headed to the airport. During this time, Xiao Nong took every opportunity to share the good news with him. His stall had been upgraded and gained an additional cargo container. The farm had reached level 13 and gained an extra plot of land, and the ranch had been upgraded to level 4, allowing him to start raising cows. The barn in the farmyard housed both cows and sheep, while he had been raising chickens in the nearby pen. This idea had been planted in his mind after the nine-tailed fox had asked in the comments section of his small stall if he had any chickens. Items from the farm can also be brought to the stall for sale, though the quantities are smaller, so stockpiling is necessary. Especially now that the nine-tailed fox has appeared in his friend list, the stall space is insufficient. He could trade items instead if the fox happens to like his chickens. Therefore, he has been constantly breeding chickens without stopping. But I've only managed to save up a few so far. After boarding the plane, the ghosts on both sides started to get excited. They picked and chose where to sit. The person next to the master smells bad. I don't want to sit next to him. Let's go to the back and look for another spot. Xiao's was said. The people over here don't smell good either. I'll go to the back too. Xiao Chen looked speechless as the two ghosts were dissatisfied with this and dissatisfied with that. Clearly, everyone looked clean and fresh, so why did they smell bad? Xiao Chen looked at the two ghosts in silence, dissatisfied with this and dissatisfied with that. Clearly, everyone looked clean and fresh, so why did they smell bad? He could only let the two ghosts roam freely around the plane, searching for someone they wanted to sleep with. Cough, cough. How envious. Xiao Chen pretended to be naive and inexperienced, standing up to admire the interior of the plane. He saw Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu each choose a beautiful woman with delicate features, sitting boldly into their seats, their expressions looking incredibly content. Though his ghostess little hobby wasn't very polite, at least it didn't harm anyone. The key was that the possessed individuals were unaware of it, so they let it be. Xiao Chen fastened his seatbelt, put on his eye mask, and adopted a "I'm asleep, don't bother me" attitude, then entered the farm in page mode. The chat section there had been neglected for some time, piled high with various messages. Xiaonong had already told him about the demands made by the nine-tailed fox. Tian Han well? No way. He finally managed to install air conditioning on the farm. Not even the nine-tailed fox offering herself would make him change his mind. Opening the chat, the first message he saw was from Neza. I see you're growing strawberry fairy fruits in your field. Are they tastier than radishes? When will you start selling them? Let me know in advance so I can come and help you sell them. Xiao Chen checked the inventory and found that the radish stock had already dropped by half. Especially after the hidden quest triggered and added a bunch of new friends, business had become so busy it was almost chaotic. If it were just a regular stall, transactions would only occur when customers browsing the stalls happened to see the items he had listed during their advertising time, which would then appear on the newsstand and be seen by the customers browsing the stalls. After all, not all stall owners browse the stalls, and even if they do, they might not happen to see Xiao Chen's stall displayed. Therefore, there are always a few time slots throughout the day when no transactions occur. Now that he's added friends, things are different. The stall has a feature that shows friends' stalls, allowing direct access to any friend's stall, and the inventory on the shelves is immediately clear. He now has many friends, and a significant portion of them had never purchased his goods before. After adding him as a friend, many of them, including various supernatural beings, found his items intriguing and decided to give them a try, as they were affordable. Take a look at the goods randomly displayed on his stall now. There's only one place selling items priced in the thousands. Once you try it, you're hooked. It's like getting on a pirate ship you can't get off. After all, in his world, radishes are the worst tasting vegetables. Even cucumbers taste better than them. Chapter 68, Swearing Never to Be in the Same Frame as a Pig. While replying to Nez's message, Xiaochen heard Xiaonong say, "The great sage and the others have arrived at the farm. Ask the farm owner if they can come in now. When should we send them the coordinates so they can teleport to the mortal realm? Hurry up! Hurry up!" Xiaochen laughed. "I'm currently on a plane and can't switch to simulation mode. I can't provide the coordinates yet. Let's discuss it after I land and find a hotel to stay at." "Xiaonong, they're asking what the plane is. Everyone wants to see it. Can the field manager send the coordinates?" "Xiaochen, no way. Although these few can all turn invisible, Monkey King's unpredictable temper, who knows what trouble he might cause? And then there's Zhu Beiji. With so many beautiful women on the plane, what if something goes wrong? Even if we don't cause trouble for others, we're afraid those guys will cause trouble for us. Let's just wait until we land and deal with it then. Having little left and little right is enough. Too many gods would only tire his heart." Xiaochen continued to watch the chat. First, he filtered through the simplest purchase requests and replied to them one by one. I took another look at the message from Niu Wang. "Brother, I've been looking for you several times, but I can't find you anywhere." Xiaochen replied telepathically, "I've been busy cultivating these past few days and haven't gone in." After sending that, he sent another message, "Monkey brother and the others are at my farm. They're probably drinking. Go over there and hang out with them, brother Niu." After sending that, he sent another message, "Monkey brother and the others are at my farm. They're probably drinking. Cow brother, go over and hang out with them." After sending the message to Niu Wang, Xiaochen opened the chat interface with the nine-tailed fox. "Nine-tailed fox, has your little beauty told you about the demon pill? Human Arena Master. By harnessing the power of demons, you can soar to new heights instantly. Nine-tailed fox, I went to your farm and saw the chickens you're raising. They look so plump and delicious, and the aroma of their meat carries the rich, earthy scent of human life. It's making me drool. Hurry up and bring a few over for us to try. I have many little fox spirits here, and if they're good, we'll make you our regular supplier from now on." Xiaochen replied, "Do you raise chickens yourselves? What kind of demon beast is that demon pill from?" After sending the message, Xiaochen directly entered the nine-tailed fox's pasture. When he saw that the nine-tailed fox's location displayed as the 10,000 Demons Garden rather than the same divine tier pasture as his own, he was momentarily stunned. There's even a distinction? Looking into the nine-tailed fox's demon garden, scorpions, centipedes, rats, and lizards each occupied a separate area, crawling everywhere. Xiaochen only glanced once before his scalp prickled, and he retreated. He was relieved that he had used the page view mode instead of the 100% panoramic mode. A wave of discomfort washed over me. The nine-tailed fox replied, "This demon pill is the essence of an 8-legged spiny crocodile beast with 3,000 years of cultivation. It is rich in spiritual energy. After use, it can fuse part of the 8-legged spiny crocodile's abilities and transform into an 8-legged spiny crocodile for battle, instantly making you a powerful figure in the region. As for cultivation, it can directly advance you to the spirit condensation realm, which is the out-of-body realm in the cultivation world. Interested? Whether it's the spirit condensation realm or the spirit departure realm, I have no idea what any of that means. All I know is that I haven't even entered the foundation establishment realm yet." Xiaochen replied, "No, it sounds ugly." Nine-tailed fox. "Xiaochen, let's talk about chickens instead." Nine-tailed fox, "Hee, we don't usually keep chickens. We prefer to find other demon beasts with spiritual energy and raise their young in the 10,000 Demons Garden. They grow quickly and have a higher chance of producing demon pills, which is highly beneficial to us. Eating chicken was something I did before I was fully formed. Now that I've met a human arena master for the first time, I thought you must be able to raise chickens, so I plan to buy some to satisfy my craving and have a little feast." Nine-tailed fox, "After all, at our level of cultivation, enhancing our strength is the top priority, indulging our appetites comes second. However, occasionally I do feel a craving. But I can't just randomly cross the barrier to the mortal realm to steal chickens. If I break the rules, I'd be struck by a thunderbolt." Scary. Xiaochen didn't respond directly. He was calculating in his mind. Although chickens were the lowest tier livestock on the farm, their price far exceeded that of level 0 carrots from the same farm. Take the system buyback price as an example. White radishes sell for 17 gold coins, while eggs produced by chickens sell for 16 gold coins. Once the chickens are fully grown and sold back to the system, each one fetches 860 gold coins. Of course, the costs are higher. However, it is still a profitable venture. If you sell the chickens at a small stall, the price can be set as high as 99,999 gold coins per chicken. That's much more profitable than farming. It's probably because the system is trying to maintain balance. Even if the farm doesn't have as much fertilizer, developing the ranch will still be much slower than developing the farm if you follow the standard process. He asked his divine friends about it, but they didn't have any special canned food for the ranch either. From the beginning, they only had something called Divine Feed, which enhances the cultivation abilities of rare and exotic beasts and accelerates the formation of the Dan, but it doesn't have any time-saving functions. As a result, Xiao Chen's ranch developed much more slowly compared to a farm. He hasn't even tasted the chicken he raises yet, so he doesn't know how the meat tastes. He plans to learn how to make roasted chicken or stewed chicken online one day, prepare it, and let the fairies try it. Then, while they're still excited about it, he'll trade it for some things he can use, rather than just selling them to the foxes to eat raw. Just thinking about it made him unable to make such a deal. He's the owner, he can do whatever he wants. If the way the customers eat is too pitiful to watch, he can't accept it either. So, Xiao Chen didn't do what he usually does, pack it up and send it over for them to try first to build anticipation. He was afraid of spoiling his own appetite. As he pondered, the Ox Demon King replied, "Humph. Are those who are on your mission with you? I won't go. I swear I won't be in the same frame as a pig." Xiao Chen. Chapter 69, Opening the Door to the Immortals. Niu Wan, he killed my beloved jade-faced fox. Not cutting off his pig nose to use as a drinking vessel was showing Tang Seng some face. Damn it! Xiao Chen tried hard to recall a scene from Journey to the West. However, there are many versions of how the Cow Demon King's concubine, the fox with the jade face, died being killed by Zhu Beiji with a rake is one of them, and now it seems like this is the official version. Seeing how devoted the Bull Demon King was, Xiao Chen felt awkward about lecturing him on the saying brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes. After all, there's also the saying whoever wears my clothes, I'll cut off their hands and feet, isn't there? Besides, the other guy's clothes had already been torn to shreds by Zhu Beiji and hadn't even been repaired yet. Xiao Chen didn't want to continue discussing the issue of the jade-faced fox with the Ox Demon King, as he simply didn't care about it. He wanted to ask if his child had been returned by Guanyin to reunite with his family of 3. However, he feared that this might not have happened and would only add to the Bull Demon King's grief over his missing child. After some thought, he decided to ask instead, now that the two-child policy has been relaxed, have you and Iron Fan Princess considered having another child? Niu Wang. The Ox Demon King then sent another message, hey, brother, do you have many fox spirits among your friends? If so, introduce one to me, and I won't let you down. Damn it, I actually respected you as a loyal man, but now you're already thinking about other fox spirits again. Curious, I wanted to ask the Ox Demon King why he didn't switch things up, but Xiao Chen replied seriously, pimping? That's not my thing. He then asked curiously, you've been playing Farmville for so many years, don't you have any friends in your list? Damn it, if he fell for this trick and Iron Fan Princess found out, she'd probably beat him to death with her fan. He couldn't guarantee he'd have Monkey King's luck and land in front of some Bodhisattva's cave after being blown away. He might get torn to pieces by the strong winds on the way. Xiao Chen looked around the chat page and realized there was still a lot of room for improvement in this system. It doesn't even have a screenshot function. If that feature existed, he could take a screenshot and use it as leverage to threaten Iron Fan Princess and give Bull Demon King a good scolding. Damn it! Luckily, he had strong self-control, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Bull Demon King, hey, I dare not add it. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and really wanted to flip the middle finger at the Ox Demon King. The Bull Demon King spoke again, brother, you're being too ungenerous. I've got some good stuff here. Xiao Chen replied sternly, I will never do anything that compromises my moral principles. I wonder what good things the Ox Demon King will give him. If he could just give him the water-splitting golden-eyed beast to play with, that would be great. Xiao Chen suppressed the urge in his heart and decided he couldn't continue the conversation any further. Temptation is a tricky thing. Maybe I should go talk to the nine-tailed fox about her tail instead. Those 9 tails just pull one off and it'd make a great scarf. I wonder if she'd be willing to part with it. Along the way, I banter with the immortals, listen to the gossip from the celestial realm, and occasionally hear the peasant farmers relay a few words of monkey wisdom. It's not so boring after all. A few hours passed quickly. At around 10:30 p.m., the plane landed at Urumqi Airport. The hotel had been booked online in advance. Considering the issue of meeting up with the gods, I went ahead and booked an executive suite. The facilities aren't that important, he just needs a large enough space. As long as the monkeys and rabbits have enough space to jump around, that's fine. After arriving at the hotel by taxi, checking in, and entering the room, Xiao Chen hung up the Do Not Disturb sign, then sent the coordinates to everyone one by one, and informed Xiao Nong to relay the message to the others. Being able to send messages is so convenient. Unlike him, he had to waste money on plane tickets and transportation. Xiao Chen had just hung the backpack he used to distract others on the coat rack when he saw beams of light descending into the room. After the beams dissipated, various deities appeared. Everyone else recognized them, but Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on a middle-aged man who was tall and handsome, with a noble demeanor, fair skin, and red lips, appearing even more refined and scholarly than himself. Tang sang. Xiao Chen began to feel torn. He didn't know whether, in Buddhism, clasping both hands together was a sign of deep respect, or if using one hand was more formal. I should have asked Baidu first, damn it. Both hands were hesitating there, rising and falling. Then he saw the other person gaze at him for a few moments before clasping his hands together first and saying, "Mr. Xiao, how are you?" His voice was like soothing Buddhist chants, making one feel at ease and peaceful upon hearing it. Snap! Forgive him for being too wild and unrestrained. He clasped his hands together and replied, "Thanks to the High Monk's blessings, this young one is doing well. Please convey my regards to Elder Tang. Hey, he looks like a human being, but he's really just a dog in human form." Xiao Chen gave himself a thumbs up. "Please sit down, Reverend. There's no need to be so formal." Xiao Chen's tone unconsciously slowed down, completely different from how he usually spoke with the monkeys. The others had already grown impatient, and the monkey, as expected, was jumping around excitedly, finding everything new and fascinating. Even Tang Sang couldn't help but glance around curiously at the interior decorations. The rabbit was hanging on the LCD TV and refused to come down. Shu Beiji is rummaging through Xiao Chen's backpack. Lao Yan was carefully studying the buttons on the wall. Xiao Chen was busy with one thing and couldn't pay attention to the other. Before he knew it, Sha Sang had opened a packet of instant noodles. Just as he turned his head, he saw Chang'e pick up a delicate little box from the bedside table, open it, and take out the condoms inside, curiously feeling the raised rings. Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat. These were standard hotel amenities, and he had forgotten to ask the housekeeping staff to remove them first. Wait, who turned on the TV? The volume is so loud. Ah! In rabbit terms, I really want to pull out my fur. Chapter 70, Curiosity Can Get You Into Trouble. There was no time to worry about anything else. Xiao Chen swiftly executed the Lingbo micro-step technique, appearing beside Chang'e in an instant. He almost snatched the item from her hands, then swiftly grabbed other items from the table, shouting, "These are someone else's belongings. Don't touch them! Don't touch them!" He then spun around like a whirlwind, opened the door, and threw everything out. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt he had done the right thing. Because among all those things, the condoms were the most refined. I threw the items away, closed the door, and called the front desk to have a customer service representative come to the entrance to collect them, with the cost deducted from the deposit. The entire process was carried out smoothly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen finally exhaled in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn, that was terrifying. Please forgive my rudeness, but there are just too many people here to explain it to you, Chang'e. If it were just the two of us, I'd let you have your way. Xiao Chensong hadn't finished letting out his breath when he saw Chang'e giggling and raising her small hand, teasing him with a mischievous smile, saying, "There's one more." "What the heck is this?" Xiao Chensong hadn't even finished letting out the air when he saw Chang'e giggling and raising her little hand, giving him a mischievous smile and saying, "There's one more." "What on earth is this?" "Xiao Chen. Curiosity can get you into trouble, you know? Why don't we go to a private room? How about it?" "Yes, it's for treating physical ailments. Don't open it under any circumstances. Opening it will render it ineffective." Xiao Chen fell backward onto the bed. Since the Immortals had descended, the two ghosts had been huddled in the corner, too afraid to come out. They saw their former leader standing with his hands behind his back, studying the protruding buttons on the wall with great seriousness. The two ghosts nudged each other, then nodded in unison before holding hands and walking up behind Old Yen. With a look of reverence, they said, "We have come to pay our respects to Lord Yen." Old Yen turned around, paused slightly, and then suddenly realized, "Oh, it's you too." Immediately, Old Yen's demeanor changed from the previous calm and easygoing manner to an extremely authoritative one, exuding the oppressive aura of a superior. He spoke earnestly, "You two must obey the new master's orders, serve him diligently, and not show the slightest sign of slackness. Do you understand?" The two ghosts nodded in unison, their expressions resembling those of students who had just been scolded by their teacher. They replied, "We understand, thank you for your guidance, Lord Yen." Old Yen nodded sternly and said, "That is very good." Xiao Chen weakly lifted his eyelids and glanced sideways. "Be serious. Don't scare my ghost." Old Yen. Who the hell was it who refused to come no matter what? I really want to hit someone. Before the thought could fully form, Lao Yen glanced sideways and noticed the soul binding flute stuck in the two ghosts' bodies. His lips twitched slightly, and with a complex expression that masked his true feelings, he looked at Xiao Chen and said in a hoarse voice to the two ghosts, "It seems you two have really won the new master's favor." The two ghosts, trembling with fear, replied in unison, "Thanks to Lord Yan's blessings." Sha Sang came over holding the bucket of opened instant noodles and asked Xiao Chen, "What is this? Is it edible?" "It's edible." Xiao Chen stood up, took the instant noodles, and went to turn on the water dispenser. Then he thought of a question and asked, "Can it be eaten with meat?" Amat Ba Buddha. Upon hearing this, Tang Sang immediately wore an expression as if he had committed a heinous crime, looking so pitiful it was unbearable. Xiao Chen thought he was doomed. He had planned to lead the other immortals to taste the famous roasted whole lamb from Xinjiang. Now not only is that plan ruined, but he probably won't even be able to sneak a bite. What a shame! What a shame! Never mind. Xiao Chen picked up a packet of seasoning and tossed it into the trash can, saying, "There you go, it's vegetarian now." As the aroma of instant noodles filled the room, the immortals who hadn't fully mastered furniture research rushed over in a crowd. Seeing the eyes of several people begin to glow green, Xiao Chen had no choice but to call the front desk. Please send up 6 packs of instant noodles and some pickled vegetables. Do you have vegetarian instant noodles? The front desk girl hung up the phone and turned to her colleague. There's someone upstairs asking if instant noodles come in vegetarian. Someone upstairs sneezed. The air conditioner is a bit cold. Who turned it on? It's freezing, Xiao Chen said, grabbing the remote control and pressing the air conditioner repeatedly. When the knocking sound came, Xiao Chen whispered, "Everyone, stay hidden. Don't scare the kind humans." The immortals obeyed and quietly made themselves invisible. Xiao Chen felt a surge of grandeur, as if all the ministers were rising to their feet. He shook his head and stood up to open the door, where the housekeeping staff pushed in a cart with instant noodles and pickled vegetables. Soon afterward, the sound of clattering and crashing filled the lavishly decorated executive suite. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Xiao Chen was also satisfied. Saving money. Now that everyone's basic needs are taken care of, it's time to think about clothing. On TV, a melodramatic soap opera was playing, with female actors exposing their white, tender arms and legs, causing Tang Seng to chant Umatba Buddha repeatedly. Xu Beiji, on the other hand, was muttering "I'm a sinner" while his eyes sparkled with excitement, secretly giving Xiao Chen a thumbs up. Xiao Chen comforted him, stay calm. Keep up with the times, you old monk." He then opened his computer, found a few pictures of handsome men and beautiful women in summer attire, pointed at them, and said to the other immortals, "Transform yourselves. From head to toe, except for your faces, feel free to copy everything else." The immortals, who were always powerful and fearless against demons, were startled by the images on the computer. Chapter 71, Spending the Night in Such a Manner. There must always be the first to take the plunge. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate to drag Xu Beiji over, pointing at a male celebrity on the computer screen and said, "Try to transform into him. There's a reward if you succeed." Xu Beiji blushed, glancing from one to the other, then hummed a couple of times before awkwardly twirling around in the spotlight of everyone's attention. Then, a lecherous, overweight man dressed in a flowery shirt and white pants appeared before everyone. His ears are tucked in. Not bad. The nose is tucked in too, very good. The stomach doesn't matter. After all, there are always fat people in every world. Xiao Chen gave Xu Beiji a thorough patting all over, nodded in satisfaction, turned around to cut out another image, and then shifted his gaze toward the rabbit. "I don't want it." The rabbit instinctively crossed its arms over its chest. What did that mean? Xiao Chen saw the other immortals staring at him with expressions of deep resentment, as if he had done something beastly to the rabbit. "I'm not taking the blame for this." Xiao Chen stared at the rabbit with a grim expression, his face darkening. "I've never seen you in your transformed state, but you're flat-chested, rabbit. What are you protecting? Be good, transform quickly. Once you transform, I'll give you a lollipop." Xiao Chen forced a kind expression and coaxed him gently. You bad guy." The rabbit puckered its 3-lobed lips but couldn't pucker them properly. With a flash of light, a beautiful girl with big eyes, a ponytail, a short skirt that barely covered her buttocks, and white high-heeled sandals appeared in everyone's field of vision. Xiao Chen watched as a string of 6666 floated up in his mind. The exposed skin was white and tender, like the egg white of a freshly boiled egg after being peeled. Cough, I got that backwards. Xiao Chen's fingers trembled uncontrollably, and he had to resist the urge to reach out and pinch Xin a chibunchcone of it. "You sinner!" Tang Seng trembled, turning his head away in anger and sorrow. Xiao Chen took his sunglasses and put them on Tang Sanzang. What a difficult situation for him. Then he cut out another image and fixed his pure gaze on China. China's delicate face flushed slightly, but she knew the importance of adapting to local customs. She bit her lower lip, hesitated for over 10 seconds, and finally, with a resolute expression, turned around gracefully under everyone's gaze. Then, a beautiful woman dressed in a white knee-length dress, with long hair flowing down her shoulders, appeared before everyone, her graceful and enchanting beauty captivating all who saw her. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Chen was momentarily blinded. After that, Sun Wukong, Xia Sang, and Yan Luoweng all wore expressions of tragic loss, transforming into men of various appearances yet distinctly modern in style. Only Tang Sanzang remained. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, cut out a set of conventional attire, and pointed it out to Tang Sang. A short-sleeved white shirt, black suit pants, and black leather shoes. Very elegant and proper. Tang Elder closed his eyes and recited the name of Umatba Buddha repeatedly, begging for forgiveness, then sighed helplessly, swept his sleeves, and transformed successfully. Quite the showman. The current Tang Elder is no longer the Tang Elder of the past. Though he still recites the name of Umatba Buddha, he at least possesses a formidable level of magical power. Transforming into something else is as easy as playing a game. That's good. Everyone knows how to keep up with the times. You deserve a verbal commendation. Remember your current looks tomorrow, do the same. That's excellent. Xiao Chen clapped his hands twice to encourage them. There's one more issue that needs to be addressed. Will everyone be sleeping with me? After asking this question, Xiao Chen realized he had gained a special ability. The corners of his eyes could simultaneously look in different directions. For example, Chang'e and the jade rabbit standing to his left and right. With anticipation, he waited for the two women to nod. Of course, if the rabbit decides to change back while sleeping, it doesn't matter. It can sleep wherever it wants. I felt that Chang'e awkwardly tugged at her skirt, still feeling uncomfortable with her outfit. The others felt the same way. Hearing Chang'e say, "It's rare for us to gather with Elder Tang. Why don't we all listen to the elder's teachings tonight?" "Ha? Lecture? Chang'e, are you sure your intention is to listen to the sutras and not to lust after Tang Zhang's physique? How clever." Old Yen clapped his hands in admiration, and the two ghosts beside him nodded wildly. Xiao Chen was speechless. It seemed everyone's tastes really needed some adjusting. The rabbit said, "I completely agree. Listening to the elder's sermon for an hour is equivalent to 100 years of arduous cultivation for us. Back in the heavenly court, we couldn't even get tickets to the elder's cave, but now we can finally have a small gathering. I wonder what the elder thinks. There's also this feature? What's the use of that? Damn it, Xiao Chen is rummaging through everything looking for headphones. You guys listen to the lecture, I'll watch cartoons instead. Everyone's busy with their own things, we'll all get along just fine. Or else, you can go to the farm, set up a table, drink some wine, listen to the sutras, and live your comfortable little life. I'm going to sleep." Of course, Xiao Chen dared only think this in his heart. He didn't have the guts to say it out loud and embarrass Tang Sang. After all, the four of them were his direct disciples, and their master-disciple bond had been forged over tens of thousands of years. Even if they weren't biologically related, they were as close as family. He doesn't have the guts to rebel, for heaven's sake. Xiao Shizhu. Let's listen together. Listening to the monk's rhythmic and melodious tone, Xiao Chen felt as though he were sitting in a classroom facing a math problem he couldn't solve on the blackboard, yet he was singled out by the teacher, leaving him filled with admiration. "I have no objections. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters," Xiao Chen said with a smile. Chapter 72, Strange Phenomena in the Heavenly Court. "That's excellent." Tang Sang felt a sense of relief, his satisfied expression resembling that of someone who had saved a wayward youth, leaving Xiao Chen speechless with emotion. I wonder which sutra Xiao Layman is more familiar with. The three-character classic? No, may I ask which sutra is the shortest? The Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita. Has Mr. Xiao ever read it? No, please enlighten me, Venerable One. The shortest sutra should be the quickest to explain, right? Xiao Chen, who knew nothing about Buddhist scriptures, thought to himself. In that case, let's discuss the Heart Sutra. Amitabha Buddha. Elder Tang recited a Buddhist mantra and then said, "The Buddha fruit I gave to Mr. Xiao, have you not used it yet?" "No, should I just swallow it?" Xiao Chen asked. He had been worried about one thing: wouldn't swallowing the Buddha's fruit mean he'd have to become a monk? He had elderly parents to support, was planning to start a family, still harbored feelings for a woman, and was still deeply attached to the pleasures of the world. He didn't want to become a monk at such a young age. Practicing immortality was acceptable, but the Buddha's taboos were too numerous. One careless mistake could lead to breaking a taboo, and that would make life so much more difficult. After all, not everyone can be as carefree as Ji Gong. With this thought in mind, even though I knew it was definitely a good thing, I didn't dare to take it before fully understanding its functions. At the same time, I immediately brought this question to the small farmer, who replied, "I don't know about the others, but I won't just give up and become a Buddhist monk. After all, the field master has started cultivating immortality, hasn't he? As far as I know, the Buddha fruit is just for purifying the negative karma that hinders the field master's cultivation. After using it, one returns to a pure state, eliminating the greatest negative karma, which is beneficial to the field master. Doesn't that conflict with cultivating immortality? According to Xiaonon's understanding, it doesn't conflict. It should provide an extra boost. That's good then." Xiao Chen relaxed and listened as Tang Sang said, "Just use it directly." As Xiao Chen retrieved the Buddha fruit from the warehouse, the little peasant suddenly darted out. Xiao Chen was puzzled when he heard the young farmer say, "I want to absorb some of the Buddha's essence that's emanating out." Sun Wukong saw that the Buddha's fruit had been summoned, so he quickly performed a spell and set up a barrier here. Seeing everyone looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy, Xiao Chen also grew solemn. Seeing that none of the other immortals had any objections, Xiao Chen swallowed it directly. It melted in his mouth, slightly sweet with a hint of acidity. After eating it, he didn't feel anything unusual. Blinking in confusion, he muttered, "Is that all?" He didn't feel anything, but when he swallowed the Buddha fruit, the entire heavenly court trembled. He felt nothing, but when he swallowed the Buddha fruit, the entire celestial realm trembled. Countless beams of colored light erupted, transforming into the forms of dragons and phoenixes, soaring through the sky in all directions, while various extraordinary phenomena emerged. Many immortals were startled into action, some with expressions of enlightenment and awe, others with confusion and puzzlement, all staring intently at the changes unfolding above the celestial realm. The Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Emperor, and Guanyin Bodhisattva also emerged from their meditation, gazing at the extraordinary phenomena filling the sky and said, "The Buddha is compassionate." The Buddha's enlightenment from the 35 Buddhas Repentance Sutra has finally found its destined recipient. The Tathagata gazed at the violent, struggling image hidden within the celestial phenomena and chanted a Buddhist mantra, Amatba Buddha. It was indeed the high monk who had the means to resolve that karmic entanglement that had persisted for 10,000 years. May this matter now come to an end, and may no further disturbances arise. Amatba Buddha. Meanwhile, in another world completely cut off from the celestial realm, something sensed the disturbance and erupted in chaos. Only Xiao Chun, after taking it, felt no stomach pain and no unusual lightness in his body. The only change was a faint fruity aroma lingering between his lips and teeth. He directed the other immortals to move the furniture around, arranging it into a simple classroom. Afterward, Tang Elder sat on the chair across from him, while the immortals, ghosts, and humans lined up on the sofa, with a tea table in between, on which several cups of clear tea were placed. Even if Xiao Chen was completely unaware, he knew that it was inappropriate to eat while listening to the sutras. It's just like not being able to crack sunflower seeds during class. You still have to show the proper respect. And seeing everyone looking so eager to learn, it's clear that a lecture by a high-ranking monk these days is worth its weight in gold. Whether you can understand it or not, it's worth participating first. The Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita, the opening verse of the sutra, recited by the Bodhisattva of Compassion, echoed through the room in a melodious tone. Xiao Chun, who hadn't been paying close attention, noticed that everyone around him had suddenly entered a state of reverence, their expressions solemn and devout. Even the most restless monkey had fallen silent. Xiao Chen listened to the incomprehensible scriptures, growing drowsy. As the Buddhist chants faded from his ears, the mantras for cultivating the foundation of immortality automatically surfaced in his mind. The lotus petals within his body, which had opened when he swallowed the Buddha fruit, suddenly bloomed in unison, their number increasing to 89 petals. However, their color changed from pure white to transparent, and each petal was edged with a golden border. Golden swastika symbols continuously flickered, transforming into strands of golden light that rose from his dantian and stopped at his third eye. Tang Sang, who was in the midst of delivering his sermon, cast a deep glance at the swastika symbol glowing with golden light on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a faint sigh escaped his lips. He then continued his lecture to the other immortals. Chapter 73, Resolving Doubts. Chapter 73, Resolving Doubts. Xiao Chen didn't find it at all strange that he could enter a state of sudden enlightenment while listening to Buddhist scriptures and the words of the two ghosts. To him, it was the same as listening to the most vibrant ethnic music while cultivating immortality. Same wine, different bottle. Relatively speaking, he was more concerned about whether Tang Sang had noticed, and if he did, whether he would feel a slight sting of embarrassment, prompting the monkey to give him a good thrashing. Therefore, after Xiao Chen woke up from his meditation, he didn't bother with his growling stomach and nervously glanced around. While Old Yen and the rabbit were crowded around the TV watching cartoons, Monkey and Piggy were fighting over the keyboard, looking completely bewildered at the computer screen that had suddenly gone black for no apparent reason. Xia Sang was testing the air conditioning by blowing into it, and Tang Sang was meditating. Everyone was busy having a good time. Xiao Chen quietly nudged Chang'e, who was sitting on the bedside like a maiden, and whispered, "What time did you guys go to bed last night?" "What time?" Chang'e's serene demeanor was broken, and she looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. "What time did you guys go to bed last night?" "It's just a lecture." "What time does it end?" "Oh, you mean that one?" "Tang Elder has been lecturing for 2 days and has only covered half of it. Isn't it the shortest Buddhist scripture? How could it take 2 days to cover just half of it?" "Wait, it seems like the focus is wrong. 2 days? It's already been 2 days?" Xiao Chen jumped up suddenly, looking terrified, and said, "The hotel staff didn't notice anything unusual or anything like that. Nothing happened, right? These are all troublemakers. If they cause any strange incidents, he'll be sent off for research or something, and that wouldn't be good. Damn it. After all, once the mission is over, everyone else will be promoted except him. It's the most spectacular example of getting out of there while the going's good in history." Seeing Chang'e look puzzled, he hurriedly explained, "It was just the kind-hearted auntie who came to deliver instant noodles that day." "You didn't notice anything unusual, did you?" "Oh, you mean the person who knocked on the door? She came before. Monkey King turned you into her, then made her bring in instant noodles and pickled vegetables again." "Well, that's good. Everyone's pretty smart." Xiao Chen sighed in relief. As for Monkey King turning him into nothing, he could only feel gratitude. After all, Monkey King still had a kind heart and turned him back, didn't he? One shouldn't expect too much from life. Xiao Chen glanced back at the other immortals and saw that they were all deeply engrossed in their practice. He then whispered softly, "I don't know how I ended up so deeply immersed in cultivation. It's quite disrespectful to the high monks." Chang'e, who was as clever as ice, noticed Xiao Chen's embarrassed expression and immediately understood what he was worried about. She smiled and said, "It's no problem. Whether it's cultivating immortality, Buddhism, or even demonic paths, they are all forms of the Tao. It's just a matter of personal pursuit. For example, Yen Jun and your two little demons are cultivators of the demonic path. During the lecture, they might also gain sudden enlightenment about a certain aspect of the Tao, but that doesn't necessarily mean they've chosen the Buddhist path. Tang Elder often gave lectures on the scriptures in the heavenly court, but he never restricted the categories of cultivation. He treated everyone equally. If you can gain sudden enlightenment about your own path of cultivation while listening to the scriptures, that is great enlightenment, and you are a wise person. Tang Elder and we others can only respect you, we have no other thoughts. I haven't congratulated you yet. You must have gained a lot from this experience, right? Yama's notes at the bottom have a request. Oh, haha, hee, that's profound, very profound. As long as everything is fine, it's hard to say whether there was any profound benefit or not. Xiaoqian scratched his head, laughed it off, and rubbed his growling stomach, secretly relieved that he had only fainted for 2 days. Otherwise, if everyone had seen him looking like a starving wolf, how could he ever use his handsome face to flirt with the immortals in the future? He had the peasant throw out a loaf of bread, and Xiaoqian grabbed a bottle of unopened cola from the room, devouring it all in one go. Chang'e frowned and said, "Why are you still eating such things?" "What?" Xiaoqian looked at the bread in his hand. It was beautifully crafted and had no issues with its shape. He looked at Chang'e in confusion. "Ha?" Xiaoqian looked at the bread in his hands. It was beautifully crafted and seemed perfectly shaped. Confused, he turned to Chang'e. Chang'e said, "Now that you have begun cultivating immortality, you should eat more foods with higher spiritual energy content. Eating these low spiritual energy grains will not benefit you." "Wait," Chang'e said, extending her jade-like hand. A peach appeared in her palm, which she handed to Xiaoqian. "In the past, you couldn't absorb the spiritual energy of the peach. Now that you've begun cultivation, after achieving sudden enlightenment and opening your spiritual orifices, you must immediately replenish the depleted energy in your body. Otherwise, you'll feel an intense emptiness in your abdomen and may fall into a deep sleep from which you won't easily awaken at present. The time for enlightenment is short, so you may not yet feel the effects. However, given your current state, it is not uncommon for enlightenment to take several months or even years in the future. If you continue to eat such coarse grains, you may suffer from depleted vital energy at best, and death at worst." Damn it! So the answer to the question was here all along? Xiaoqian turned around and gave the two ghosts a cold glance, then took the peach from Chang'e's hand and bit into it suspiciously. Instantly, a surge of energy swept into his abdomen, swiftly filling his meridians and dantian with a powerful force, causing a slight tingling sensation. Just as Xiaoqian felt he was about to explode and was about to shout for help, the energy inside his body suddenly vanished in an eerie manner. The hunger in his abdomen and the slight drowsiness subsided considerably. He took another bite, slightly larger than the previous one, and noticed that the swelling and pain in his meridians and dantian had increased slightly, but it was still within his tolerance. He relaxed and continued eating. After eating 3 bites of the peach, he felt a sense of fullness in his body, and all traces of sleepiness vanished, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. "Thank you, Sister Chang'e." Xiaoqian blinked cutely, implying that he wanted a few more peaches, and it didn't matter if they weren't sweet. Peaches are very expensive. With his current farm income, he could easily outdo any wealthy individual in real life. However, even the cheapest ones at the farm stall start at several million gold coins, and they're still subpar. For example, mangpo's soup. Who in their right mind would spend millions of gold coins to buy a bowl of mangpo's soup to drink like porridge? Xiaoqian couldn't help but wonder if Mangdama's brain had grown hair from being deprived of sunlight for so long. Chapter 74, Escaping the Immortal. And what about the path of enlightenment you mentioned? What exactly is that like? Xiaoqian, satisfied, accepted the dozens of peaches Chang'e had given him and continued to seek further explanation. At this point, he could only recognize all the characters in the foundational cultivation mantra. As for understanding the underlying principles? It's about gaining a profound understanding of the Tao. Such things are hard to explain clearly. In any case, sudden enlightenment is the best way to assess one's potential. The earlier one achieves sudden enlightenment, or the more times one does so, the better their potential, and their subsequent cultivation path will be smoother than that of their peers. He had already heard this kind of inspirational talk before, and it made him feel bloated. Xiaoqian rubbed his forehead and changed the question. "How far have I progressed in the foundation establishment stage? Is there any way to verify my cultivation level?" Chang shook her head and said, "During the foundation establishment stage, since one has not yet begun to communicate with the celestial and earthly energies, the Dan Sea remains closed, so it is impossible to measure one's potential." Dan Sea? Yes. After entering the opening of the Sea of Dan, the Sea of Dan will open, and only then can you use external objects to detect your cultivation level. Breaking through the foundation establishment stage is something that can only be understood intuitively and cannot be put into words. You will naturally understand when you reach that stage, so do not be impatient. Moreover, try not to tell others about your cultivation progress. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, it will only cause trouble for you, and you will be the one to suffer in the end. Xiaoqian nodded in agreement, finding the advice quite reasonable. It seemed he had been too impatient. Indeed, he was just an ordinary mortal. Such aimless cultivation was like an insomniac waiting endlessly for dawn, causing him to grow restless. From now on, besides cultivating his spiritual powers, he must also cultivate his mind. Listening to Chang'e continue, she said, in summary, building a foundation is the foundation of the Tao. The stronger the foundation, the more advantageous it is. At present, you should focus on internal cultivation and avoid allowing your internal energy to become too depleted, as that would also be detrimental. Xiao Chen acknowledged the advice. It's time to hit the road. Let's take the gods out for a stroll. The immortals were still upset about him not letting them see the airplane earlier, so this time they refused to sneak around. They insisted on making a grand appearance in the mortal world. Is descending to the mortal realm easy? Every day, they have to report to the leader's office, fill out various forms, memorize all sorts of rules and regulations, and pledge with their chests pounded that they won't cause trouble, harm mortals, or speak ill of the leader once they're down there. So, whoever hides is the smart one. Xiao Chen glanced at the completely transformed room furnishings, casually plucked the nearest divine artifact, and restored it to its original state. He then gathered his belongings and led the other immortals out in a grand procession. The front desk had already been staffed by new personnel. Xiao Chen sighed in relief. After all, when he booked the room, he had said he was staying alone. Now that he had brought down such a large group, there was no way he could explain it. However, the male and female staff members at the front desk were still stunned. The woman's gaze kept darting between Xiao Chen, Lao Yan, and Tang Seng. The man's gaze kept darting between Chang'e and the rabbit, unable to look away. Lao Yan and Tang Seng were already quite handsome to begin with, and when they transformed, their appearances didn't change much, only their clothing and hairstyles were altered. Thus, their dashing charm remained intact. Far from being shy under scrutiny, old Yan secretly whispered to Xiao Chen, "There are quite a few friends lurking around here, but they all run away as soon as they see me." Roaming friends? Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. As for the transformed monkey, Fool, and Sandy, only their appearances were passable. Furthermore, Pigsy was staring at the receptionist with a lewd look on his face. The male receptionist who noticed this thought to himself, "Are you blind? There are beautiful women around you who look like goddesses, but you're staring at this ordinary girl? Is this what they call getting tired of fine cuisine and craving simple fare? Are you guys celebrities?" The male attendant scratched his head, unable to look away. Judging from his experience with plastic surgery, these two beauties are definitely all natural. They're so beautiful it's almost unbelievable. Xiao Chen noticed the man secretly reaching for his phone, so he hurriedly waved at the other immortals and said, "You all wait outside," before slapping the room keycard on the front desk. "You're not celebrities, you're just here on vacation. Time to settle the bill." The young woman blushed as she helped Xiao Chen with the paperwork. Xiao Chen looked at the bill showing he had used a box of condoms, and silently rolled his eyes, silently taking the blame. After settling the bill and stepping outside, Xiao Chen took out his sunglasses and discreetly had Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit swap places so he could wear them, avoiding any trouble caused by the attention-grabbing beauty. Hee, the human world is so much fun. The rabbit held the sunglasses in her hands, putting them on, taking them off, putting them on again, and taking them off once more, just to see the color change between wearing them and not wearing them. With so many people trying to catch a taxi to the bus station, they had to split into two groups. Xiao Chen was worried that they might accidentally reveal their true identities while talking to the taxi driver, so he decided to play a magic trick on a whim, which scared the innocent humans. He had no choice but to ask for directions and lead the group of immortals to take the bus to the station. On the way, Tang Seng looked at the street food stall with a pitying expression, as if he saw countless souls crying out for justice. Just as he was about to clasp his hands together and recite a Buddhist mantra, Xiao Chen, who had been watching him closely, quickly reached out and pressed his hand down. "Tang brother, stay calm." Tang Sanzang sighed deeply and said, "When will this cycle of revenge ever end?" Xiao Chen replied, "There will always be a day when it ends." Xiao Chen, "There will always be a day when it all comes to an end." Tang Seng turned his head and gave him a deep look. "Don't look at me like that, I'm not into that," Xiao Chen said. Chapter 75, The Pig Trap. "Thanks for the bus ticket to the mission location, no ID required." "Thank you. I'm also grateful that I didn't mention other modes of transportation to the immortals earlier. Otherwise, these guys would have insisted on taking the train, and that would have caused trouble. After all, I've already refused their request for a plane once, and I'll need their help later. I can't go back on my word. It's just that everyone's curiosity could really get the whole country into trouble. Look at those eyes that can't see enough. What's so interesting about the sunshades people use to block the sun? You monkey, you even reached out to touch it, and you even pulled it." Xiao Chen looked at the confused expression on the man holding the umbrella and felt his own mood getting messed up. "Ah. Damn it, rabbit, watch your image. If you bend over to look at the wheels again, you'll expose yourself." "Oh my goodness, Chang'e knows better." She bravely stood behind the rabbit with its butt in the air, risking being stared at by everyone. Tang Lao looked at the female devotees walking past him, dressed in various strappy tank tops, hip-hugging shorts, and ultra-short skirts, exposing their smooth, wheat-colored skin, and he looked utterly dejected. To make matters worse, a young woman in a low-cut, off-the-shoulder miniskirt approached Tang Xing to ask for directions. The way her breasts bounced with each step, as if they might burst out of her sheer fabric at any moment, nearly scared Tang Xing to death. Old Yen, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to save the nearly collapsing Tang Xing, and in a refined manner, slowly uttered 3 words to the young woman, "I don't know." Xiao Chen feared that any further delay might lead to an accident, so he hurried to buy train tickets and picked up a bunch of iced drinks and ice cream, letting the immortals enjoy themselves in the sweltering heat, though they seemed unaffected by the extreme heat. Now he felt the same way. The treasure old Yen had given him was incredibly practical. But looking at the blazing sun shamelessly radiating its heat, he felt the heat inside him rising. "Alright, I'll admit it, I'm just craving something sweet." I grabbed a bag of cold drinks and ice cream, found the curious kids, handed out the tickets along with the drinks, and led them to the ticket inspection line. There were quite a few people heading to Turpan, and the ticket inspector directed them to form 2 lines, waiting for the buses to arrive. "Where are you from, little girl? Where are you going?" Old Pig, noticing the young girl beside him, put on a friendly smile and spoke softly to her, while mimicking the other children in tearing open the packaging of the mysterious, icy cold object. He then caught sight of Xiao Chun, who had torn open the packaging of a square stick, shoved half of it into his mouth with a slurp, then pulled it out and licked his tongue. "Simple. That's how you eat it." Shu Beiji imitated all the movements, looking at the young beauty across from him with an expectant expression, waiting for her response. Slap. A hard slap landed squarely on Zhu Beiji's face, and he spat angrily, cursing, "Spit! You fat pig, you filthy rogue! How clever!" Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, snapped off a piece of the ice pop, and chewed it happily with a crunch. Not bad, mint flavor. You're humming, you female bodhisattva, hitting people for no reason, that's so unreasonable. Shu Beiji covered his cheek with one hand, held an ice cream bar in the other, and had a bottle of Sprite tucked under his arm. Every feature of his face looked aggrieved. The old pig, who had been slapped, wasn't overly angry. The slight force felt more like a tickle, but he was annoyed by the beauty's attitude, thinking that mortal girls weren't as temperamental as certain female demons. "You must have had your brain fried by the sun. Keep spouting nonsense, and I'll beat you to a pulp." "Whoa, several people are looking over here." Shu Beiji glanced warily at his master and senior disciple, who were looking this way, snorted twice, turned his head away in a pout, and took another lick of his ice pop. Sha Seng sympathized with his second senior brother, took a similar lick of his ice pop, and saw Xiao Chen directly crunching it with his teeth. He followed suit and ate in the same manner. Sun Wukong saw Zhu Beiji struggling and covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, looking delighted at Zhu Beiji's misfortune. He whispered telepathically, "Serves you right, you stupid pig. You should have known better than to tease the female bodhisattva." Zhu Beiji's face twitched, and he was so scared that his nose almost popped out. Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit couldn't help but find the scene amusing. The Jade Rabbit playfully stuck out his tongue at Zhu Beiji, while Chang'e quietly gave the fierce woman a thumbs up. "Well done." The scorching heat felt like it was about to ignite the air. Many people were sweating profusely under their sun umbrellas, staring at Xiao Chen and his group of pale, odd-looking individuals. A kind-hearted passenger, speaking broken Mandarin, warned them, "You'll get sunburned if you stay out in the sun like that. There's a place selling umbrellas over there. They're not expensive. Go buy one to shield yourselves from the sun. Otherwise, you'll get heatstroke before the bus even arrives." "Thank you, Auntie, we're not hot." The person who had reminded him finally noticed that Xiao Chen and the others didn't even have a hint of sweat on their faces, they were dry as a bone. Xiao Chen changed the subject to ask about the detailed route to the Flaming Mountains, chatted with everyone for a moment, and then saw the car approaching. He hurriedly called his friends to get in. Once the car was on the monotonous highway, the monkey's various curious expressions finally settled down. Xiao Chen finally exhaled in relief, wiping away the imaginary sweat from his brow. He had no idea how much pressure he was under answering questions that any normal person would find slightly ridiculous in the quiet bus. Being stared at like a freak the entire journey, Xiao Chen felt like dying. Chapter 76, Searching for Coordinates. Several hours later, Xiao Chen and his group finally arrived at the entrance to the Flaming Mountain scenic area. The monkey tried to leap into the clouds to survey the entire scene, attempting to find familiar terrain from his memories, but Xiao Chen stopped him in time. "Don't rush, monkey brother. Wait until nightfall, then hide yourself and go up to take a look." Though I've already transformed, some unconscious habits are hard to break." The monkey scratched one hand with the other, gazing at the completely unfamiliar buildings, and sighed, "This change is truly immense. It's nothing like when we first set out for the western heavens to retrieve the scriptures." "Master, look." The monkey was about to jump around again, but Xiao Chen quickly grabbed him. After all, there were still many tourists in the area. "I'm so tired." It's just a habit." The monkey obediently walked over to Tang Xing and said, "I never imagined that after tens of thousands of years, there would be so many male and female bodhisattvas coming to watch. Tang Sanzang instinctively raised his hands to clasp them together, but stopped midway inside. 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. It feels like another world. That's right. It's been several lifetimes. Xiao Chen was chatting with the farmer. Is this really the mission location? Bathed in sunlight, he looked slightly disheveled. Wasn't it said that finding fake furnace stones would trigger their negative emotions and cause trouble for himself? This could lead to a fight. Was he really going to cause a commotion right under everyone's noses? Could it affect innocent bystanders? This is a society governed by the rule of law. Xiaonong asked, have we entered the task area yet, Field Master? However, Xiaonong hasn't detected any energy fluctuations from the furnace stones. Can you sense it? That's great. We just arrived at the entrance and haven't gone inside yet. Let's go in and take a look around. Alright, Master. However, Xiaonong can only sense a slight fluctuation. The exact situation is unclear. It's best for you to investigate yourself, Xiaonong said firmly. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and thought to himself, here we go again with the heavenly secrets must not be revealed nonsense. I really want to fight. Let's go. Come on in, everyone. Xiao Chen held the tickets and looked at the tourist map. The area was indeed quite large. He led the other immortals to enter the underground scenic area ahead of the other tourists. A long corridor stretched ahead, with carvings on both sides depicting scenes from the legendary journey of the four disciples of Tang Sanzang to the western heavens. Xiao Chen looked at a few of them and became interested, pulling the monkey aside to ask questions, and had the monkey relay the answers to him. Back in my day, I was much more heroic than this. Who drew this fool? It's not realistic at all. Fools don't look this good. Look at this one back then. I just swung my staff once, and that demon was sent straight to the underworld to report to Old Yen. My master wasn't that disheveled. This one is, this one isn't, but this one is. Look, not bad, not bad. The mortal world is still the best. They recognize me so much. I'll go talk to the Jade Emperor and see if I can stay here instead of going back. Xiaonong didn't move, so Xiao Chen just listened to the monkey boast about his greatness. Whenever the pictures depicting his embarrassment were shown, he shook his head and refused to acknowledge them. But when the pictures praising his wisdom and bravery were shown, he laughed and nodded repeatedly. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, and his desire to uncover the truth gradually faded away. At the end of the long corridor was a massive circular underground palace. The immortals, curious about the unfamiliar scene, scattered in all directions. Xiao Chen gave the place a quick once-over, finding nothing of interest. Just as he was about to signal the other immortals to leave and explore the outer areas in search of a breakthrough, Old Yen approached. It seemed he had been temporarily elected as their spokesperson. He said, I heard from other humans that there's a shopping center over there where you can buy things. Old Yen rubbed his hands together and chuckled, I only have spirit money on me. Oh, Xiao Chen pulled out a stack of bills and handed them to Old Yen, saying, let's discuss the task together. Hey! His companions seemed to have forgotten the purpose of their journey, completely captivated by the dazzling items before them. Watching Old Yen take the money and leave, he went over to give a few bills here and there, acting like a savior, dividing the cash among them. The others were delighted, following the crowd into the shopping center, leaving Xiao Chen standing there alone, confused and disoriented in the air conditioning. Once everyone had had their fill of excitement and satisfied their curiosity, carrying a pile of mysterious items, Xiao Chen could only lead the other immortals out in silence. Xiao Chen, look, there are so many strange things. There are even grapes this small, and they're shriveled, but they're super sweet. Xiao Chen looked at the raisin the rabbit handed him and thought to himself, be generous and at least give me a handful. You're so stingy. As soon as they emerged from the underground palace, many other tourists who had also come out shouted, it's so hot. I'm dying of heat. I feel like I'm already 7/10 done. Yeah, it's so hot here that you could fry an egg on the ground. As he looked at one scenic spot after another, Xiao Chen's heart grew increasingly impatient. The other immortals, however, were thoroughly enjoying themselves, touching this sculpture and commenting on that one, not finding the experience the least bit boring. Seeing someone taking photos, Chang even pulled Xiao Chen over to take a photo with her and the rabbit in front of the sculpture of the Bull Demon King. Then she complained, the Bull Demon King is way uglier than this. Xiao Chen. There are coordinates, but Xiao Chen currently cannot use them. Others cannot use them either, they can only keep exploring and wait for the so-called perception from the peasants. The arena master. As Xiao Chen stepped on the soft ground, staring at the air in front of him that was so hot it seemed to twist and distort, the voice of the small farmer sounded like a heavenly melody. Did you sense it? Chapter 77 is about to be missed. Listening to Xiao Chen's slightly excited voice, the small farmer calmly poured a bucket of cold water over him and said, Master of the arena, don't get excited. It has nothing to do with the furnace flame stone. Are you a monkey sent here to make a fool of yourself? The monkey is in trouble, caught by a passerby who wants to take a photo with it? There's also a rabbit nearby eager to join in. Great. Monsieur, take a look at the photos I took for you. How do they look? The confused woman came over to take a look and said regretfully, "It's blurry, huh? Now it's clear. Oh no, I hope the camera isn't broken. Thank you so much, young man." The monkey stood there, retracting the fingers he had just used to cast a spell, silently grinning. "I'll take a photo for you. I'll take a photo for you." The rabbit's eyes sparkled with excitement, and its enthusiasm made the older woman feel a bit awkward. She reluctantly handed the camera to the rabbit, her expression oddly mixed, then took a few steps before turning back to remind her, "Little beauty, remember not to shake your hands. Don't shake. Don't shake." The rabbit had already taken several photos, the lens moving around randomly. Xiao Chen. As long as it doesn't suddenly transform, let them do as they please. Fortunately, he's a bit far away from everyone else, so he can pretend not to know them. After all, there are more important things to focus on, right? The soil here is a bit special, the small farmer said as he flew out of the farm. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. After confirming that no one else showed any unusual expressions, he rubbed his temples and exhaled. This sudden attack would probably take some getting used to. Watching the young farmer land, he knelt down and placed his pale hands on the soft soil, sensing something. The soil here has been soaked in earth fire for years and has absorbed its properties. Even if taken away from this place, it can maintain the same temperature for a long time. The field owner can take some soil back with him when he leaves. It might come in handy someday. Although we don't yet know what it might be used for, it's best to collect it first. Xiao Chen also squatted down, glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, scooped up some soil, and started to put it into the warehouse. In his mind, he was thinking about how to collect the wool evenly, grabbing a handful here and then moving to another spot. He had to be careful not to be noticed by other tourists or the site staff, or else that would be trouble. The field owner shouldn't rush. The soil with fire attributes isn't on the surface, and the fire attributes here are quite weak. The small farmer should look further ahead. After speaking, he flapped his wings and flew away. Xiao Chen grimaced, brushed the soil off, and clapped his hands. "Don't take such deep breaths when you speak, dear. It's embarrassing." Watching the small farmer fly forward several miles before returning, he said happily, as expected, "The further forward we go, the stronger the fire attribute in the soil becomes. It seems this place isn't far from the center of the flame mountain. Let's keep going forward, master. The furnace flame stone might be there. Going any further is off limits." Xiao Chen looked at the signs nearby warning tourists to stop and cautioning of extreme heat ahead. Seeing that most of the other tourists had already stopped and were beginning to retreat due to the unbearable heat, Xiao Chen could only signal the other immortals to follow him back. "It seems we'll have to wait until nightfall to sneak in." He said it himself. How could the location of the mission be in broad daylight? This is ridiculous. Come on, give me some. When the night sky was filled with stars, everyone emerged from a hotel room, having made themselves invisible. Wukong then set up a barrier to block their voices from the outside world, then summoned his cloud to signal everyone to get in the car. All the immortals leaped gracefully and effortlessly, landing steadily on the cloud of the 8 trigrams, as steady as a rock. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before cautiously stepping onto the clouds. The ground beneath his feet felt soft and spongy, like he was walking on cotton, making him fear he might sink through at any moment. Feeling insecure, Xiao Chen instinctively grabbed the robe of a nearby deity, only to receive a shy yet firm rebuke. "Why are you pulling my robe? Let go." "I won't let go. If it falls down, you're responsible. Let go. Don't let go. Ah, it's going to slip. Monkey, slow down. Activate the cloud somersault and take off." Xiao Chen lost his balance and suddenly pulled down, his body lowering and leaning to one side. In his panic, he changed his grip to a hug, clutching a smooth cylindrical object through the skirt. A fragrant scent filled his nostrils, and at the same time, a teeth-gritting voice rang out, "Let go, or I'll throw you down." What a cruel heart. Xiao Chen reluctantly let go, but turned around and grabbed something behind him. A piercing scream echoed in his ears. "You bastard, you pulled my hair." Due to their invisibility, everyone no longer needed to maintain their transformed forms and return to their original appearances. Finally, he had to rub his aching ears and grip Piggy's belt tightly to steady himself, then stood up with trembling legs. "I wish I could be turned into a mini morning gown by a monkey and tucked into any immortal's pocket. That way, I could avoid being scared out of my wits. Monkey brother, give your brother a sturdier board for his feet. I keep feeling like it's going to give way. Hey, my somersault cloud is as sturdy as a rock. You're just not used to it yet." As he spoke, he unleashed a burst of magical power, propelling the somersault cloud forward like a bullet from a gun. Xiao Chen was caught off guard. With a loud cry, his body jerked backward. In his panic, he reached out to grab something to steady himself, but his hand landed on something soft. He felt a moment of confusion before realizing he had grabbed something. The next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and his body flew into the air, soaring out of the cloud of somersaults range. He seemed to have left the other immortals behind, gliding through the night sky. Ah, help me. Chapter 78, the scene reenacted. Die, Xiao Chen. Let you dare to touch Chang'e's teeth grinding in the night sky. The sound is simply too loud. Ha! Where did my brother go? The monkey was confused, so he cast a spell, and a certain tired and unloving child came flying back, screaming and flailing his arms and legs wildly, landing on the cloud with a thud. Damn it, this is making me dizzy. I'm just immortal, I'm just immortal, I'm just immortal. Important things must be said 3 times. Xiao Chen reached out and pulled hard on Zhu Beiji's belt to stand up, then turned and gave Chang a resentful glance. Fortunately, Old Pig was heavy enough that he didn't lose his balance. He didn't do it on purpose. If you hadn't refused to keep holding onto his leg earlier, would the awkward incident that followed have happened? So you were grabbing Chang Yi's chest. Xiao Chen grinned silently. Chang's ears turned slightly red as she glared at Xiao Chen. She could still feel the sensation on a certain part of her body, making her ethereal form grow weak. Fortunately, what had just happened was too sudden, and no other immortals had noticed. Otherwise, how could she continue to maintain her pristine reputation and mingle among the immortals? You bastard, Xiao Chen, you actually raised your hand to smell it. I really want to kick you again. We've entered the Flaming Mountain Range. Keep your eyes peeled, brother. Let me know as soon as we arrive. The monkey instructed. What? The wind is too strong. Xiao Chen could barely hear himself speak as the gale blew directly into his mouth, causing him to cough a few times. Old Yan listened to the deafening roar, snapped his fingers, and Xiao Chen felt the satisfyingly enclosed quiet space. He touched his face, which was stinging from the wind, and gave Old Yan a grateful glance. Magic was indeed useful. After entering the Flaming Mountains, Sun Wukong slowed down the speed of his somersault cloud. They flew over the area they had passed through during the day and headed deeper into the mountains. Even though Xiao Chen had a treasure to protect him, he still felt a wave of heat hitting his face. Just as the burning sensation was about to spread throughout his body, the silk robes adjusted the temperature, and a cool breeze surrounded him, dispelling the discomfort. As they drew closer to the core of the Flaming Mountain, even in the dead of night, Xiao Chen, with his heightened senses, could see that the air before him was more distorted than during the day. Especially when looking down from above, the sky was a sea of crimson, tinting the night sky with an otherworldly hue. If one were to disregard the danger, the overall scenery was actually quite beautiful. Hey, host! Again with this line? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and asked, is it soil or furnace flamestone? Neither. The peasant had sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, as if there was an entrance to a hidden task area. The arena master had ordered the great sage to land so the peasant could observe first. Clap, clap. Xiao Chen patted the monkey on the shoulder and said, stop the car, monkey brother. The cloud of somersaults descended, and as soon as Xiao Chen touched the ground, he caught a whiff of a pungent odor in the air, like something gelatinous had melted and burned. The shoe covers were still on his ankles, and Xiao Chen felt the soil beneath his feet grow even softer, giving him an incredibly comfortable sensation. He couldn't resist taking a few more steps and asked the peasant, Where is the entrance you mentioned? Wait a moment. The young farmer flew out of the farm, flapping his wings and circling around before landing and pointing to a spot. Farm owner, stand here and recite the coordinates silently. There's actually a secret door? And you need a password? But this feeling of walking barefoot on the beach is really nice. Xiao Chen walked over, stood at the spot the farmer had indicated, silently recited the coordinates, and then vanished before everyone's eyes. Tang Seng murmured from behind, Xiao Chen's shoes seemed to have melted. Xiao Chen felt a sudden dizziness after finishing the coordinates, and the previous scene vanished. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Night had turned into day. The flaming mountains he had seen before, though scorching hot, still had oases in the valleys between the mountains. But the scene before him now, though the mountains stretched endlessly, was nothing but barren, desolate hills as far as the eye could see, not a blade of grass in sight. At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, casting its rays down upon the land. The rising mist swirled around the mountains, creating a scene that resembled a fairyland. In the distance, it appears as though a vast expanse of mountains is ablaze, with flames shooting straight into the sky, turning the mountain peaks a fiery red. The continuous ridge of mountains resembles a massive red dragon lying dormant among the peaks, creating a truly awe-inspiring sight. What on earth is going on? This is the flaming mountain from 10,000 years ago, master. However, it was extinguished by the great sage and has slowly reignited. Its power has been greatly weakened, but even mortals cannot stand here for more than 3 breaths. Damn it, the flaming mountain from 10,000 years ago. Right, how do we get Monkey King and the others in here? Xiao Chen plopped down onto the ground, pulled the shoe covers off his ankles, and tossed them aside. As soon as the shoe covers hit the ground, they instantly turned into a cloud of black mist and vanished. The pungent stench he had smelled earlier reappeared. The bamboo silk robe is still the best. No wonder it's a treasure from the celestial realm. Even now, with his bare feet on the scorching ground, he feels no heat at all, only his shoes are unable to protect him. The field owner silently recited the coordinates and added the names of the immortals. The small farmer said. Xiao Chen followed the instructions, summoning his companions inside and responding to the 2 ghosts in the process. Soon, everyone arrived, not a single one missing. Amit Ba Buddha. No one stopped Tang Sang from chanting loudly. After the elder finished his heartfelt chant, he looked deeply moved and said, "Those days are still vivid in my memory. Let's talk about the past later. See who can get a pair of shoes first," Xiao Chen said solemnly. New book by a Twitter friend, The Sword in Fantasy Journey. Chapter 79, A fight breaks out at the drop of a hat. Xiao Chen looked at the pair of large red silk shoes with black trim and intricate embroidery that Lao Yan had thrown at him, and he felt like cutting ties with him. "Where the hell did you get these from? Some female ghost's feet?" Xiao Chen shot Lao Yan a sideways glance. His disdain for him was all too obvious. "I didn't know you had a thing for this kind of thing. You know nothing. Have you ever seen a female ghost with feet that big?" Lao Yan glared back at Xiao Chen with an even more disdainful expression and said, "These are the step cloud in bowed toe shoes. They're the same as the soul binding flute and silk and bamboo cloud robe, all unranked divine artifacts. Otherwise, which of the magical artifacts and equipment we're wearing could you possibly wear? Alright, you're not human, you win." Xiao Chen backed down in an instant. Cultivation was now his Achilles heel. Whistling, he flicked his fingers at the windshield in front of him, then picked up a pair to try on. It was a bit too big and a little too loose. "You can adjust the size to your liking." Lao Yan generously offered his advice, and Xiao Chen gratefully gave it a try while listening to Lao Yan continue. "These were actually wedding shoes I prepared for Tang Elder back then. Who knew that this monk would end up walking all the way to the western heavens without ever getting married himself? What a pity. Marry him off, marry him off, marry him off." Xiao Chen froze in shock. Tang sang, "Old Yan, come fight me." A flash of golden light appeared, and Wukong drew his weapon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He came over wearing only half of his shoes, reached out to touch the texture, and hummed, slightly cool. "Not bad. Go, monkey." Beiji reached into his waistband, pulled out the 9-pronged rake, and slung it over his shoulder. Xiao Chen reached out to touch Beiji's weapon and tried to pick it up, but the 9-pronged rake seemed glued to Beiji's shoulder, not moving an inch. Xiao Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand. It was so heavy. These two divine artifacts were renowned divine weapons in the Immortal realm, both forged by the Supreme Elder Lord. Xiao Chen realized he needed to cultivate a good relationship with the Supreme Elder Lord. After all, his future show-off artifacts would depend on him. Sha Sang extended his hand, and the demon-subduing true treasure staff appeared out of thin air. He casually swung it once, and a deafening sound of tearing through the air echoed. Xiao Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "The weapon is truly powerful, but I prefer your style of jumping into a fight at the slightest provocation." Just as I was about to reach for the leftover sunflower seeds I had been munching on and move further away to watch the immortals clash, Old Yen waved his hand and said, "Let's go." He then took a step forward and walked away. Tang Sanzang and the others followed, with Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing trailing behind. Chang'e called out to the rabbit and glared at Xiao Chen before striding forward. "Aren't we supposed to fight? I thought I was going to see an epic showdown. Is it really okay to deceive people like this?" Xiao Chen picked up his shoes, took out the soul binding flute, and held it in his hand, following after them with a disappointed expression. "Ha! These shoes felt like they could carry him 10 steps with each stride, as if some magical force was propelling him forward, making his steps light and his speed much faster than before. In just a few strides, he caught up with the other immortals, walking shoulder to shoulder with them like monkeys. Back then, when my master was imprisoned, Old Yen intended to secretly assist him. He planned to use the wedding of that female demon as a pretext to give my master the shoes to wear, allowing him to escape while Old Yen covered his retreat. But who would have thought that old son was so wise and brave? I rescued my master, and the shoes were never used. These shoes have no other use except for running fast, and the faster you run, the faster you go. They're perfect for traveling or escaping, and they don't consume any of the wearer's magical power. After all, my master was still just an ordinary mortal back then and didn't have any magical power to activate them." "I see." Xiao Chen felt the breeze beneath his feet and sighed with emotion. This wasn't mentioned in Journey to the West, but now that the monkey mentioned it, I finally understand. No wonder the fight stopped. Everyone still feels grateful. Now these two precious shoes are a bargain for him, even if they are a bit ugly. If only they could change the color or style, they'd be perfect. But why are everyone taking out their weapons so seriously? What's the point? Xiao Chen looked back over the past week and realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had been surrounded by the immortals. In front of him were Old Yen and Tang Sang, to his left was Sun Wukong, to his right was Zhu Beiji, and behind him was Sha Sang. Chang'an and the rabbit were trailing behind Sha Sang. This imposing array made Xiao Chen feel tense as well. He instructed the two ghostly beings, if any other beings appear, as soon as they dare to show themselves, you two attack them immediately. Don't wait for my orders. Deal with them first and ask questions later. Understood, master. Upon hearing this, the monkey chuckled and continued walking while answering Xiao Chen's questions. Every pattern on these shoes is a specially crafted talisman. If the color or design is altered, the talisman's effect will be nullified. Alright, to match the shoes and make his outfit look less ridiculous, I had to change the style and color of his clothes. At least now he won't look so awkward and can continue to show off happily. According to what the peasant had mentioned earlier, within 100 meters of the furnace flamestone, Xiaochen would sense it. There was no other way to guide him. Now that there is no sensation, there is nothing left to do but continue forward in frustration, hoping to find the furnace flamestone sooner rather than later. Just as I was walking with renewed vigor, suddenly, a humanoid creature appeared from the mountain ahead, about 100 meters away. Thanks to Xiaochen's earlier instructions, the two ghosts didn't hesitate. They instantly teleported to the creature's side, raised the soul-binding flute, and swung it wildly, causing the creature to scream in agony. Hit it hard. Hit it. It's clearly just a fake stone. Xiaochen, with his eyes sparkling, clenched his fists and cheered from behind. It feels so good to have a baby. I wonder how strong these two demons are. If they die in battle, can they be summoned back like in the game? Hey, stop it, you bastards. Hey, you killed the little fairy. Stop hitting her. The master said, if you have anything to say, wait until we've beaten you senseless first. Xiaoyu swung the soul-binding flute with such force that it whipped the creature's body with a loud crackling sound. Xiao's way, execute the master's orders without question. Watch and take a beating. Slap. Xiaochen watched from behind and felt like his bones were about to break. Stop. If you don't stop, you'll never find a single trace of the furnace flamestone. Great sage, stop laughing. Hurry up and plead for mercy, draft a petition to Old Yen, and make your ghost stop. Oh my. Xiaochen, who was in the rear, noticed something was amiss. He nudged the monkey and asked, Monkey brother, who are we dealing with here? Hey, ha, it's the old earth spirit. The monkey laughed so hard he was bending over. The other immortals were also laughing uncontrollably. Xiaochen. Damn it, you guys are really screwing me over. How am I supposed to move forward now? Hey, stop fighting. The other guy is already down. Xiaochen held his forehead and said weakly. Weibo Post, Entertainment, Didi's Ordering System. Chapter 80, The First Stone. Xiao Field Master, you're really not being nice. I was just about to show myself and guide you, but you went ahead and had your ghost servants attack me without a word. Ouch, that really hurt me. Now I've wronged Yen Jun. Speaking of Old Yen, are these soul-binding flutes now commonplace? Even these two low-level ghost immortals are using such advanced weapons? If they were ordinary weapons, it wouldn't be so bad, but they're soul-binding flutes. I can't even escape. Oh my goodness, this is killing me. The earth spirit sat on the ground, rolling around like a child, his whole body aching. He felt like his bones had been beaten out by the two ghosts, and he kept groaning in pain. Xiaozuo and Xiaoyu saw the old earth deity giving them a warning, so they clutched the soul-binding flute tightly to their chests and collectively pleaded with Xiaochen to allow them to beat him up again. If one beating doesn't solve the problem, then two beatings will do the trick. Seeing the two ghosts determined to fight to the death and refusing to give up their weapons, the land god calmed them down. Don't worry. What's meant for you is yours. No one else's words matter. What's the commotion about? These two ghosts were his ghost servants, equivalent to his personal bodyguards, guarding him 24/7, and conveniently saving him the trouble of hiring a maid. They were incredibly useful. If he could be easily swayed by anyone, that would be tantamount to betraying himself. Cough. Xiaochen gave a mischievous smile and kindly reached out to use all his strength to rub the purple-blue wound on the earth deity's forehead, causing the earth deity to let out a series of agonized cries. The two ghosts watched with envious eyes. If not for Xiaochen holding them back, they would have wanted to help the earth deity as well, pointing out, Master, the worst injury is on his back. Xiaochen, you're trying to kill him. Oh my goodness, Xiao Field Master, you're going to get yourself killed. As a divine being, you can't even heal this minor injury? Xiaochen glanced sideways at the shameless earth deity and sneered with disdain. Earth deity, cough, this land is barren, and there aren't many households to offer sacrifices. I'm poor, so poor that my magical powers have weakened. The earth deity spoke, then secretly rubbed his fingers together, making his meaning crystal clear. Xiaochen rolled his eyes and pulled out a pile of white radishes from the warehouse, offering them to the land god. Ah, Xiao the field master is truly generous. With this pile of divine fruits, the little immortal's injuries will heal completely. The earth deity chuckled, collected the radishes, kept one for himself, and began to crunch on it. Then, a flash of white light enveloped his body, and all the bruises and marks vanished, leaving him as lively and energetic as ever. These are the white radish divine fruits that are always sold out at the farm stall. They have a perfect rating. Though they're not expensive, free ones always taste better than bought ones, no matter how you look at it. The immortal sat cross-legged on the ground, each holding a radish and munching away, while listening to the earth god explain the so-called route. This furnace of fiery stones, according to the mission guidelines, provides no hints whatsoever. However, as the guardian of this area, the young immortal noticed unusual activity on his territory when Xiao the field master activated this mission. Out of a desire to cultivate a good karmic connection, the young immortal took the risk of potential punishment and paid special attention to the situation. When the earth deity mentioned this, he suddenly stopped speaking and glanced meaningfully in his direction. Xiao Chen smiled in understanding, thought for a moment, reached into his robe, and pulled out a handful of strawberries. He said, "Thank you for your hard work, Earth Deity. These are divine fruits that have not yet been put up for sale. Though they cannot compare to the super great divine fruits you cultivate in your fields in terms of spiritual energy, their taste is quite good. Please accept them as a gift. Eat the date pills." What the hell? Are you trying to help him find his way or rob him? The fragrance of strawberries mingled with the rich, fresh scent of the farm, filling the air. The Earth Deity had never tasted them before, but all the immortals present except for Tang Sang had, and they knew how delicious they were. As soon as the strawberries appeared, the immortals' eyes lit up. The Earth Deity reached out happily to take one, but his hand was slapped away by a furry paw. Sun Wukong grabbed several strawberries with one hand and reached out with the other to twist the Earth Deity's ear, saying, "Stop dawdling. You're forcing this old monkey to act. Spit it out if you have something to say. Don't try that trick again without asking my weapon if it's willing first. Hey, great sage, let go. Let's talk this out. This little immortal has something to say." That pile of strawberries was only tasted by the Earth Deity, but it was all snatched away by a group of bandits. He could only rub his sore ears with a look of unsatisfaction, occasionally glancing at Xiao Chen, and said with a frustrated expression, "To find the furnace flamestone, we must first find the headstone. Only after finding the headstone will the other furnace flamestones be activated. Otherwise, even if we dig the flaming mountain to the bottom, it would be in vain." Does the Earth Deity know the location of the headstone but not the distribution of the other furnace flamestones? Xiao Chen asked. The Earth Deity knows the location of the headstone but not the distribution of the other furnace flamestones? Xiao Chen asked. The Earth Deity shook his head and said, "Only after the first stone is found will the other furnace flamestones appear. I cannot know that. You're making such a fuss over a broken stone? Look at that." Monkey King was about to lose his temper, but the Earth Deity quickly darted behind Xiao Chen, cautiously glancing at the great sage's expression, and hurriedly explained, "The headstone is of utmost importance, it is the key to this mission." "I understand, thank you for your guidance, Earth Deity." Xiao Chen scratched his nose and smiled, saying, "I'll need your help to guide us later. But I have one more question I'd like to ask the Earth Deity." Xiao Chen didn't feel the least bit embarrassed about asking for favors. After all, these immortals were here to help him complete his task, and he had paid a hefty price for this opportunity. He might as well ask now instead of waiting until they ascended to heaven. He took the opportunity to ask, "Where in the flaming mountains is the soil with the strongest fire attribute? I need to take some with me when I leave, just in case." Xiao the field master said fire essence soil? As for the name, he didn't know, but he was certain it was related to the Earth Deity, so he nodded in agreement. The Earth Deity said, "As for this fire essence soil, it's everywhere on the flaming mountain. You can grab a handful anywhere and it'll be imbued with fire attributes. But if you're looking for the most potent one, this little immortal knows of a mountain peak where the fire attributes are the most concentrated. When Xiao Field Master is ready to leave, just give this little immortal a shout, and we'll take that mountain with us." "A mountain?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and he said, "Won't that destroy the Earth God's territory?" "No problem. To be honest with you, Xiao Field Master, I've already applied for a transfer. If everything goes smoothly, someone else will take over this territory in the future. While I still have some influence here, let's just consider this a good deed." "Really?" Xiao Chen laughed. "Where did the land god take over after he passed away? If it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat later. In the future, if I ever need to find a large plot of land for farming, and by some chance it happens to be the land god's new territory, I'll definitely ask for your help then." The old Earth Deity perked up and hurriedly said, "That's no problem. However, this humble servant is still awaiting instructions. If the application is approved, once the transfer order arrives, I will send a message to Mr. Xiao. At that time, you are welcome to visit my territory as my guest." "That's excellent. This Earth Deity has keen eyes." He saw that although Xiao Chen was just an ordinary mortal, he remained humble yet confident in the presence of the immortals. He also noticed how naturally Xiao Chen had just pulled everyone else's tiger skin, and that the great sage had no intention of showing impatience, but was instead intentionally elevating Xiao Chen's status. He silently concluded that this mortal arena master must have a good relationship with the great sage and the others. If he could connect with this line, it would greatly benefit his future divine status. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong and Lao Yan immediately asked Xiao Chen if there was any place he liked. If so, they would help him find a suitable location to develop. "Once the task is completed, I will return to conduct a thorough investigation. If there is any assistance required, I will come to the farm to seek your help." Xiao Chen also thought this was a good idea. He would be staying in the mortal realm for a long time, and in the future, he might need to expand his business. If he had a local deity to look out for him, it would certainly make things much easier. Xiao Chen also thought this was a wise decision. He would be staying in the mortal realm for a long time, and in the future, he might need to expand his business. If he could have the protection of a local deity, it would certainly make things much easier. Thus, everyone agreed without hesitation. After chatting for a while, we set off again in a large group, with the land god leading the way, and our goal was much clearer now. Chapter 81, Character Explodes. The earth god led the way, heading west. Their route deviated significantly from their original path. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this little old man suddenly seemed much taller. As the task issuer, the small farmer had various taboos and couldn't reveal too much. Xiao Chen decided to consult the land god for more information and asked, "What is the probability that the first stone is real or fake?" 50-50. The earth god walked steadily, suddenly pulled out a walking stick, and coughed a few times in a serious manner, instantly transforming into a genuine old man, as if assessing Xiao Chen's character. "Xiao Chen, all we can do is hope for a burst of good fortune. However, if this mission is genuine, the reward will be quite generous. On the other hand, if it's a fake, the first gift alone will be enough to give everyone a run for their money. The summoned spirits aren't easy to deal with, so Xiao Field Commander should be mentally prepared." Xiao Chen. The team's progress is steady, and Xiao Chen, with the aid of his magical shoes, is keeping pace and not holding back the other immortals. Since the earth deity only knew the general direction and couldn't pinpoint the exact location, they had to make judgments along the way. By the time the sun was about to set, Xiao Chen finally felt a faint stir in his heart. This feeling was indescribable, but he was certain it was connected to the headstone. "Got it! Everyone!" Everyone stopped in their tracks. Xiao Chen walked in different directions to check, then quickly determined their positions and sprinted forward. The other immortals saw this and hurriedly followed suit. This was the foot of a mountain, barren and covered in large rocks. Xiao Chen walked back and forth a few times, then stopped in front of a large, angular rock. He paused, pointed at it, and said, "This must be it." No sooner had he spoken than the system prompt sounded, "Congratulations, the arena master has successfully found the first furnace flame stone. Would you like to activate it?" "No doubt about it." He crouched down and examined the stone closely, then reached out to touch it. It looked exactly like the other rocks in the area, with the only difference being the system prompt indicating it could be activated. "Come on, brother, let me draw a circle around it. Just in case. Don't step outside the circle, okay? Back in the day, my master didn't listen and caused me a lot of trouble." "Tang Sanzang, why did the Bodhisattva take away thee back then?" Sun Wukong drew a circle on the ground with his weapon. A flash of golden light appeared, and the ground returned to its original state, showing no signs of having been altered. Xiao Chen, who had read Journey to the West, knew the importance of the circle and hurriedly stepped inside with a solemn expression. At such a critical moment, one's life was at stake. There was no room for showboating. Otherwise, one might truly be struck by lightning, leaving nothing but ashes. The earth god isn't involved in this mission. He's afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. He immediately dug into the ground and fled, but before leaving, he didn't forget to wish everyone good luck. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to thank him or give him the middle finger. The expressions of the other immortals were a mix of tension and excitement, each of them eager to get started. Finally, it's time to fight. Lao Yan took out a judge's pen and a notebook. Xiao Chen glanced at the cover, which read Soul Binding Register. Chang'e took out a white silk scarf. It was soft and delicate, and at first glance, it seemed harmless. Its true power would only be revealed once the battle began. The rabbit took out a mortar pestle. Everyone stared intently at the so-called head-striking stone. Regardless of whether the activated stone was genuine or not, they adopted a cautious stance first. What if the owner turns out to be of poor character? Wouldn't showing a firm stance now make us seem insincere later? Xiao Chen gripped the soul-binding flute tightly, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and finally said, "Activate. Better to die sooner than later, damn it. I hope the monkey's charm works, and I hope my karma pays off." Bang! The rock exploded. A chilling laugh echoed out, "Hee hee, finally unlocked. Ah! Such delicious meat. I can finally feast to my heart's content. Yeah. Damn it, my luck has gone to hell. It's turned into a pile of crap." Xiao Chen looked on helplessly, tears welling up in his eyes. In the instant the stone exploded, a massive shadow engulfed the sky. Simultaneously, from the ground around the stone, strange creatures of various shapes emerged suddenly, like a rising tide, and charged toward him and the other immortals. Some of these creatures had distinct forms, while others were formless and semi-transparent, resembling ghosts. Those with physical forms resemble wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards, yet each spews fire, ice, and lightning spells, launching an attack on Xiao Chen and his companions. "Hey, look at the staff." Sun Wukong leaped forward first, simultaneously throwing his weapon, which danced through the air like a living entity, charging toward the swarm of spirit monsters. Uncontrolled, it swept through the crowd, slashing and smashing, sending countless spirit monsters flying backward with piercing screams. A few were killed, but the rest quickly regrouped and charged forward again. So tough? Xiao Chen was stunned. Many of them rushed toward him, but upon touching the circle drawn by Sun Wukong, a layer of yellow light shield rose from the ground, repelling all the spiritual monsters. After wave of failed collisions, the spirits licked their lips, cast a few lingering glances at Xiao Chen, and then turned to charge at the other immortals. Shubeiji swung his 9-pronged rake, and 9 beams of white light shot out, carving 9 paths through the air. Soon, countless spirit beasts gathered once more and charged toward them. Humph, look at the rake! Shubeiji let out a loud cry, leaped into the crowd of demons, and swung his 9-pronged rake with lightning speed, carving out a path through the chaos. Shaseng was nothing like the monk from Journey to the West who only knew how to shout for his senior brother and whine about the master being captured by demons. He wielded his demon-subduing staff, forming a circle that shone with talismanic light, repelling countless spirit demons. Lao Yin fought with grace and elegance, his body emanating no trace of killing intent. A judge's brush in his hand danced through the air, writing out the graceful strokes of a dragon and a phoenix. With each stroke, a wisp of a soul flew into the soul marking book in his hand and vanished without a trace. Now look at Tang Sanzang. Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. Damn, these instant attacks are just too cool. At that moment, Tang Sanzang stood on a cloud, slowly rising into the air. His hands were clasped together in front of his chest, and he murmured continuously. Golden swastika symbols swirled around him, forming a golden chain that expanded outward, exploding upon contact with any creatures in its path. This attack is most devastating against the transparent, ghost-like spirit monsters. All those hit are instantly defeated, letting out an agonizing scream before exploding on the spot and vanishing into a burst of light. For other spirit monsters, while they weren't instantly defeated, they were still severely wounded and forced to retreat. With a single swing of his fist, the monkey plucked a single hair, blew on it, and instantly, hundreds of Sun Wukongs appeared, each wielding a weapon, joining the battle to target the supernatural creatures wounded by Tang Sanzang. Chang'e, draped in a white silk veil that seemed to have a life of its own, darted through the crowd of demons, leaving a trail of light in her wake that extinguished wave after wave of enemies. The rabbit's mortar pestle was also highly effective. With her light command, the pestle plunged like a meteorite, enveloping over a dozen spirit monsters and reducing them to a pulp. Some were struck by a flash of light and met their end, while others struggled to get back up and rejoin the battle. The 2 skeletal frames, which always looked as though they might be kicked apart at any moment, now seemed to be protected by some divine force, with no spirit creature daring to approach within 2 meters of Fang Yuan. Everyone was busy at work, but Xiao Chen, though appearing idle, was inwardly shaken to the core. Every move and technique of the Immortals left a deep impression on his mind. This battle would have a profound impact on Xiao Chen's future cultivation of the immortal path and his future battles against masters. Whether it was Sun Wukong's bold and aggressive fighting style, Zhubeiji's shocking and brutal attacks, Xiao Wujing's precise footwork, or Tang Sanzang's calm demeanor even as a mountain collapsed before him, or Lao Yan's carefree and unconstrained style, his brushstrokes as bold as ink on paper, or Chang'e's seemingly delicate demeanor, which hides a deadly strike with every step, or the rabbit's straightforward approach, which appears unassuming yet seems to condense countless techniques into one, with a single strike leaving monsters unable to escape within a 3-zhang radius, inevitably falling to the seemingly simplest of moves. Each has its own unique charm and merits worthy of careful study. After the initial shock, Xiao Chen's eyes grew increasingly clear. He raised his hand and casually swept the soul-binding flute, unleashing a wave of attacks. Chapter 82, Fragmented. Xiao Chen's strike was the simplest technique of the sword control art, the Emerald Sea Slash. At that moment, his aura suddenly shifted, and a fierce intent to kill erupted simultaneously. With a single strike, several spirit beasts closest to him were hit, their bodies sliced in half at the waist. With no distractions, only instinctive sword techniques and battle intent. The Lingbo micro-step moves unfold instinctively, as if ingrained in his very bones, seamlessly coordinating with his attacks. A few ghostly evasive steps later, the soul-soothing flute in his hands is no longer a simple bamboo stick, it is transformed into a sword. With a flick of his wrist, he twists it into several elegant yet deadly sword flowers, thrusting them toward the ape-like spirit creature charging toward him. Do! Do! Before the bamboo flute could even approach the strange creature, a fierce sword chi erupted, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the chest of the ape-like spirit beast, leaving a hole through which light shone through. That's how the flying thrust is used. Roar! The ape-like spirit creature, feeling the pain, erupted into a furious rage. It raised its palm-like hands, as large as fans, and struck fiercely toward Xiao Chen. A ball of white light, as solid as substance, emanated from its palm, radiating a chilling aura of intent to kill, causing its opponent to dare not underestimate it. As the target of the spirit creature's attack, Xiao Chen felt this sensation acutely. A chill swept over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. A sense of danger enveloped his entire body, but Xiao Chen remained calm. His feet seemed to move unpredictably, yet each step was precisely calculated to evade the spirit monster's attacks. With the added benefit of the stepping clouds and leaping peaks technique, regardless of the attack's power, dodging was no problem at all. The extraordinary spirit monster was left helpless, with all its attacks missing their mark. The commotion on this side caught the attention of the other immortals engaged in fierce battle within the arena. My brother's disobedience is on par with my master's, isn't it? The monkey was just about to come to the rescue when he saw Xiao Chen dodging the spiritual monster's magical attacks with ease. He couldn't help but wonder, what an odd set of moves, but they're worth studying. Yan Luo Wang's judgment pen danced in his hand as he glanced over here, his expression suddenly changing. He then said in a deep voice, "Everyone, do not disturb. Xiao brother has achieved enlightenment." Another enlightenment? How does it feel like this guy can enter an enlightened state at any moment, as easily as eating or drinking? The cultivation practice from a few days ago has now led me to another enlightenment in the technique under these circumstances. The immortals, busy with their tasks, glanced up at the sky in frustration. Though they couldn't disturb him, they couldn't help but worry about the situation here. The monkey gave a signal, and dozens of small monkeys he had summoned gathered around to clear the spiritual monsters surrounding Xiao Chen. Helping to ease the pressure on him, Zhu Beiji was also shifting the battle circle towards Xiao Chen's direction. The two skeletal frames, seeing their master had left the circle, abandoned the spiritual beasts they were holding and teleported instantly to a nearby spot, fighting while keeping a close eye on the situation, ready to act if anything went wrong. Xiao Chen seemed oblivious to the changes around him, his deep eyes fixed with calmness and contemplation. A faint ripple flashed across his eyes, as if he had found a breakthrough in a problem. A strange fluctuation flickered in his eyes, followed by a flick of his wrist. The bamboo flute shot upward, unleashing a sharp sword chi that sliced through the air like a curved blade, shattering a fireball attack from a leopard-shaped spirit creature and striking it directly in the face. Roar! The spirit creature sensed danger and retreated rapidly, but saw Xiao Chen's lips curl slightly, revealing a cold smile. The bamboo flute in his hand had already lowered to rest against his slender thigh. The other hand rose, and with a flick of his fingers, the crescent-shaped sword beam transformed from vertical to horizontal, making a sharp turn in midair. It spun at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, hurtling toward the spirit beast's neck. With a flash, a white light erupted from that spot, and the spirit beast fell to the ground. The floating leaf 3 strikes technique only needed the second strike to defeat the opponent. Not bad. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. But just then, his expression suddenly changed, and he shuddered violently as he noticed 2 attacks flying toward him from the left and right. By the time he regained his senses, the fierce killing intent was already closing in on him. If he had been hit, he would have been sliced to pieces. Master! The 2 ghosts teleported instantly, one on each side, blocking Xiao Chen's path. What's going on? Xiao Chen stretched out his arms, grabbed the 2 ghosts on either side, and took a step forward to dodge. Just as his feet left the ground, the 2 spirit creatures attacking him transformed into 2 balls of white light and vanished from their original positions. It was Old Yen and Old Zhu acting simultaneously to prevent a horrific scene from unfolding. Monkey brother, the circles you drew don't last long enough. They need improvement, damn it. This position is wrong. Who the hell dragged me out of the circle? More spirit beasts pounced from both sides, and the ghostly guards couldn't protect him completely. Xiao Chen could only howl and dodge awkwardly, his momentum nowhere near what it had been earlier. Though it looked somewhat comical, he managed to slip through the crowd unscathed. However, he could no longer enjoy the leisurely ease he had once felt. Sun Wukong didn't respond, swinging his staff with such force that it seemed to cut through the air. His momentum was far stronger than before, and all the spirit monsters hit by his staff were doomed, each meeting their end. Who could have known that the sudden burst of killing intent from this monkey was provoked by a certain human? It was clearly him who came out on his own, yet he dares to say he's not durable. Damn it, he can't go beat up his own brother, so whoever gets in his way is just unlucky? Brother, you came out wandering around on your own. Did you forget? Zhu Beiji grunted a few times, his fat body moving with surprising agility. In a flash, he was by Xiao Chen's side, blocking a wave of attacks for him. Oh my god! Xiao Chen was on the verge of tears. He had been so overwhelmed by everyone's battle that he had unconsciously started practicing in his mind, imagining how he would use his sword techniques to defend against such attacks. He wondered how he could block, dodge, and counter those seemingly simple spell attacks. He had no idea why he had suddenly started wandering around while watching the battle. There was a safe zone, after all. Why would a weakling like him be so foolish as to seek his own demise? Sword writing technique? He had just been practicing sword writing techniques against these spirit monsters. Why not give it a try here? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He unleashed the sword writing technique, but after 3 moves, he quickly retracted his sword. Damn it, he couldn't even kill the weakest-looking ghost monster, and now he's accidentally drawn their attention. Ordinary martial arts are just ordinary martial arts. The techniques may be polished, but they have no lethality against these spiritual creatures. I'm out of here. I turned around to avoid the ghost, but a big gorilla pounced on me. Xiao Chen leaped into the air, landing with a thud, and swung his staff at the gorilla's head. Seeing the spirit creature shake its head, he shouted, "Pig brother, there's a monster attacking you. Quick, fight it." He finished speaking and quickly fled, leaving the pig behind. He turned around and swung his staff at another spirit creature that was charging toward him. Zhu Beiji. Brother, you just killed several spirit monsters, and your moves were so cool that even I was stunned. Stop joking around, pig brother. That bowl of chicken soup is poisoned, whoever drinks it will die. I'm not falling for that. I'll distract the monsters for you. Go ahead and finish them off. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. He had just swung his staff down, but the spirit monster looked more confused than anything else. It didn't look like it was about to die. There's no way that was Pig Brother's doing. After he finished speaking, Jubeji was truly dumbfounded, his 9-pronged rake in his hands flailing wildly, relying solely on his powerful magical abilities to stay upright. Brother, you must have blacked out. Chapter 83, The Ultimate Boss. Master, you just killed several spirit monsters. That was so cool. Why can't you kill it now? Xiao Yudao. Xiao Chen almost lost his footing, looking completely bewildered. Does anyone have a replay function? Let the evidence speak for itself. Such a heroic moment not being recorded is simply too regrettable. If possible, I'd watch it 1,000 times over. The other immortals were speechless upon hearing this. This fluctuating strength, completely unaware of one's own condition, what a ridiculous display of fighting spirit. Fortunately, although these minor enemies are numerous, the immortals handle them with ease, and clearing the area is merely a matter of time. Although Xiao Chen's attacks were weak and ineffective at this point, lacking the fierce momentum he had earlier, he dodged skillfully. With Old Pig providing support from the side and a large group of mini monkeys assisting, there was no real danger. The immortals focused on clearing the monsters, each fighting with great enthusiasm. Sun Wukong, while fighting, couldn't resist mocking them with words, "These little demons are too weak. I, the old monkey, am standing here letting you cut at me, and you can't even scratch me. You're just tickling me. Come on, your old master is right here. Where are you running? Where are you running off to? Take this." The rabbit on the other side rolled its eyes and said, "Monkey King, just be quiet. If you keep talking, Tang Sanzang will mess up the sutra recitation. What will we do then?" Tang Sanzang turned his head and gave them a faint glance before turning back to continue reciting the sutras in a low voice. The swastika symbols remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had truly become a monster magnet. He struck left, poked right, then handed the task to Zhu Beiji to handle, while he took the opportunity to vent to old Yen. "Hey, Yin family elder, shouldn't that flute be used as a staff? It's way too weak. You can't even kill a single monster." Swish. Old Yen wrote his own remarkable life story with a calm demeanor, watching as more and more spirits were harvested in the soul register. He transferred their magical powers to his judge's pen, greatly increasing its power. As he wrote, he said, "Of course, but you can't boast about it yet. Even if you could replace it with a mortal flute score, the music would only intoxicate mortals and make them unable to escape. It has no destructive power. This flute also has another use, forming arrays. There are the 7-star soul sealing array, the 49-star soul pressing array, and the 108-star soul binding grade array. You still can't use them. So just stick to playing a little tune to cultivate your refined tastes. Xiao Chen, one day when I can travel freely between heaven and earth, I'll pay you a visit in the underworld and pull a few bamboo stalks out of your great array." Guanghan Wansha. A faint rebuke echoed from the distance. Simultaneously, a violent wind swept across the battlefield. Xiao Chen turned to look and saw China's white veil flowing backward like a waterfall, shooting straight toward the sky. Instantly, the veil reversed direction, spiraling downward at an ever-increasing speed. Gradually, it formed a massive white light screen, enveloping the hundreds of spirit beasts surrounding her. The spiritual energy and gale-like winds it generated carried an overwhelming sense of pressure and intent to kill, resembling a massive meat grinder. The hundreds of spirit beasts, accompanied by their agonizing screams, exploded into balls of light and vanished without a trace. The white veil retracted, neatly folding onto China's delicate white hands. Her face solemn, she stood mid-air. Within dozens of meters around her, a blank space appeared, devoid of even a single shadow of a spirit creature. Xiao Chen stared in disbelief. "Damn it, I have to get stronger. Those guys just now were so fast. Even though she's a girl. It's been ages since I used this move." Chang'e gracefully descended, her lips curled slightly upward, clearly satisfied with the impact of her strike. Tang Sang also descended on a cloud, his chanting growing louder. Golden swastika symbols swirled around him, forming a golden river that darted back and forth among the spirits, leaving trails of white light in its wake. The golden river then vanished into the palms of Tang Sang's hands, which he held together in front of his chest. They're all unleashing their ultimate moves. And critical hits. Xiao Chen looked around, seeing the immortals fighting even more fiercely, their momentum unstoppable. Countless white lights exploded in patches, and soon, only 3 or 5 spirit monsters remained on the battlefield. They were overwhelmed by a group of little monkeys and were swiftly defeated. Then the little monkeys all turned into strands of monkey hair and returned to Sun Wukong's body. One of them passed by Xiao Chen's side, and Xiao Chen jumped up to catch it, but he missed. He could only watch helplessly as the monkey hairs returned to their original forms. Roar! Roar! When the last spirit creature was defeated, the earth shook violently, and a long, thunderous roar echoed from beneath the ground, as if it were coming from the distant heavens, causing the eardrums to ache. "Xiao, quickly protect your ears with your inner energy," Sha Sun warned. Without needing to be told, Xiao Chen had already sensed the ringing in his ears and mobilized his internal energy to protect them. Even so, he still felt a slight tingling sensation in his ears, followed by 2 streams of heat sliding down his cheeks. When he touched them, he realized his eardrums had been ruptured. Shubeiji, standing beside him, flapped his ears and a white light appeared, enveloping Xiao Chen. A cool breeze flowed into his ears, alleviating the discomfort. Ha! Shubeiji is still a healer. This completely shattered Xiao Chen's perception of the stunningly beautiful healer in the game. You can't judge a book by its cover. Xiao Chen sighed in admiration. At that moment, the earth trembled violently, and a supergiant figure appeared in the sky, coming into everyone's view. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever he passed, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. With every step he took, an earthquake was triggered. Xiao Chen struggled to maintain his balance, quickly channeling his internal energy into his feet to steady himself. It was a white giant ape as tall as a mountain. As it emerged from the evening glow on the horizon, it moved through the swirling dust and mist with deliberate steps. Yet, after just a few strides, it appeared several miles away, and with another step, the distance had shrunk to just a kilometer. Roar! Roar! What a huge ape! Xiao Chen was facing such a massive demon beast for the first time and was utterly shocked. HM? The ape stopped in its tracks, its 2 eyes as large as the sun glaring directly at Xiao Chen, who had spoken. Even such a soft voice could be heard, and it could understand human speech. It must be a gorilla that has attained sentience. This is the Snow Sovereign Ape, a demon beast of the Heavenly Gang's rank. It was created by the system by extracting a fragment of the Snow Sovereign Ape's soul and shaping it into this form. If it were the true form of the Snow Sovereign Ape, we'd be in luck. Old Yen had somehow appeared beside Xiao Chen, staring at the Snow Sovereign Ape with excitement. He said, "But it's still good for honing our cultivation." Then he shouted, "I'll go first. Anyone who tries to take it is asking for trouble." As he finished speaking, his body moved, soaring into the air. At the same time, the judge's brush in his hand expanded in the wind, and Old Yen danced gracefully through the air. Soon, a massive black character appeared out of thin air, radiating a soul-sucking power, and enveloped the giant ape. I wonder if this big boss will drop loot when it dies. Xiao Chen's focus was always so unconventional, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he muttered to himself. As for the so-called Heavenly Gang's rank mentioned by Old Yen, Xiao Chen could only nod in admiration, not quite sure what it meant. Chapter 84, Light a Candle for Old Yen. Chapter 84, Light a Candle for Old Yen. Xiao Chen believed he had prepared thoroughly for this trip, including storing all his belongings from the apartment he had vacated in a warehouse. But even the most meticulous plans can have flaws, and now he regretted not buying one thing, a telescope. I said, "You're all so into it, at least consider my feelings." Xiao Chen rubbed his hands nervously, pacing back and forth, and protested to the few friends who were intently watching the battle zone 10 miles away. That gorilla is of too high a rank. The wave of spirit beasts it sent out was 10,000 miles away. The fluctuations in its battle with Old Yen were enormous. Just as the seal character hadn't yet touched Shuezumen's chariot, he suddenly felt dizzy. When he looked up, the other immortals had already carried him to a mountain peak 10 miles away. Without even a word of greeting, they simply grabbed him and took him away, leaving Xiao Chen feeling quite frustrated. At this point, no matter how sharp his senses were, he couldn't make out what was happening 10 miles away. Instead, the monkey stood there, watching Old Yen and the Snow's battle with great interest, occasionally letting out a few envious exclamations, then exchanging comments with each other. Old Yen was knocked flying by that snow. Excellent! Excellent! Let him be so shameless! The monkey, wielding his weapon, said excitedly, then turned to ask Xiao Chen, "What is the way you mortals express excitement when you see something thrilling? Is there any gesture to cheer?" Clap your hands, like this," Xiao Chen demonstrated by clapping his hands twice, looking puzzled. Oh. That's a good move. Oh no, Yan Jun cut off half of Shuezuan Yuan's arm. When the rabbit arrived here, it turned back into a rabbit, snuggled into Chang'e's arms, and waved its paws in excitement. Look at someone else's pet so cute and adorable. Xiao Chen turned to look at his own 2 skeleton frames and didn't even feel like hugging them. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Chang'e's embrace. Just as the rabbit finished speaking, it felt its ears tighten and its body grow light, as Xiao Chen had picked it up and held it in his arms. The rabbit remained unfazed, its eyes fixed excitedly on the battle circle in the distance, occasionally waving its soft little paws. I see it. How weak is that ape? I really want to go help it. Shu Beiji flapped his ears and looked anxious. Ha! The Snow's arm has regrown, and its magical power has increased significantly, doubling its attack power. It truly lives up to its reputation as a heavenly guardian-level demon beast. Chang'e nodded in agreement. Excellent. With the Snow's combat power doubled, Old Yen is in for trouble. Now I finally feel balanced. Fantastic, come on, clap your hands. The monkey leaped into the clouds, looked around, then landed back down. He sheathed his weapon and joined the other immortals in clapping their hands. The rabbit was clapping too, but her voice sounded like boo. Xiao Chen. Those who don't know would think these guys are possessed by something. Which side are they on? Quick, does anyone have a telescope or something? Let us take a look. Xiao Chenguan listened to their comments, feeling restless. He rubbed the rabbit in his arms and paced back and forth impatiently. The monkey shook his head and said, "Their magical power is too strong, and the symbol lights are too dazzling. You're not a true immortal yet, so even if we help you weaken the battle shadows, your eyes might not be able to handle it. Just listen to us tell you about it. Is there no way to resolve this situation?" Xiao Chen said with a dark face, gritting his teeth. "You've just been complaining about old Yen eating all the good stuff. Have you said a single word of value? Besides complaining about old Yen hogging everything, have any of you said a single thing of value?" Xiao Chen silently lit a candle for old Yen in his heart. Chang shook her head and said, "Even if we weaken the combat shadow light, aside from not being able to guarantee you won't get hurt, the battle trajectory between Yen Jun and the Tiangang ranked demon beast is beyond your current eyesight. So just endure it this time. The road ahead is long, and you'll have opportunities to witness such battles in the future." I remember there's a quest at the ranch. The quest item is a spirit eye. Once you receive that quest, you can choose to keep the spirit eye. In the future, you can use it to observe battles between great beings from all realms. By then, your understanding of the techniques will be much deeper. The spirit eye can also see things that are invisible to the naked eye, but I've forgotten the specifics of the quest and how to activate it. Can the quest item be kept instead of handed in? Xiao Chen asked. Yes, you can. For example, you can keep the furnace flame stones from this mission. The system will prompt you later, and you can choose not to hand them in. What is the purpose of the furnace flame stone? Could it actually work like this? Xiao Chen found this to be an unexpected bonus. I'm not sure what use it could have here, but Lao Jun will need it for the furnace flame stones. Adding them to the alchemy furnace or forging furnace will grant additional attribute bonuses to the elixirs refined or the weapons and equipment crafted. It's a valuable treasure. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. What he currently lacked was weapons, including the sword forging manual he had received as a reward from a previous mission. Inside were several pieces of equipment with relatively simple forging techniques and decent attributes. If he could keep this furnace flame stone and find an opportunity to gather some forging tools, he could forge his own equipment. Xiao Chen made up his mind to keep the furnace flame stone. Chapter 85, Triggering the Curse. The monkey couldn't hold back any longer and charged into the battle zone, forcing old Yen back. He then swung his weapon and engaged the snow in a fierce fight. As soon as Lao Yen landed, he didn't have time to share his battle insights with the other immortals. Instead, he sat down immediately to meditate and process the lessons learned from his recent battle with the snow sovereign ape. Xiao Chen was puzzled by Lao Yen and the monkey's eagerness to fight. The rabbit explained, "The rules between the realms are now very strict. Only those from the next lower realm can travel to the previous higher realm, but the great beings from the previous higher realm cannot freely travel to other lower realms. It's like us, we can't freely go to the demon realm or descend to the mortal world. Once our mission here is completed, we must return to the heavenly court immediately. Otherwise, we'll violate the heavenly laws and be punished. Of course, if demonic beings run rampant and harm humans or other weaker races, we can go to maintain order. However, we hope such situations do not occur." Xiao Chen nodded in agreement with the rabbit's viewpoint and listened as the rabbit continued. "Currently, the immortal realm is peaceful and prosperous, especially at our level of cultivation. There are simply no suitable training grounds available. This situation means that even if one's cultivation improves or new techniques are discovered, there is no way to hone them through real combat. While one can spar with fellow cultivators, it lacks the true thrill of battle, so everyone is growing restless. Now, thanks to this mission, we've finally encountered a Heavenly Gang's level demon beast. Though it's not its true form, the snow monkey of the Heavenly Gang's rank is still tough to defeat, and after being injured, it has 3 opportunities to double its combat power. It's the perfect target for practicing techniques. In the eyes of the immortals, it's more exciting than any rare treasure, so we naturally must engage in a friendly spar to stretch our legs." After speaking, the rabbit muttered, "If we weren't a group, this rabbit would have already gone to steal the monster long ago. So that's how it is." Xiao Chen chuckled and gently rubbed the rabbit in his arms. "They say heroes are lonely. Even if there are peers around, when they spar, they hold back, mindful of casualties, so the fight never feels satisfying. No wonder this ape has become so sought after." Xiao Chen also learned that demon beasts are classified into 3 tiers, Su Gang, Di Gang, and Tian Gang. Those of the Tian Gang tier and above can transform into spirits, entering a new realm of existence. Within each of the Shugang, Daigang, and Tiangang tiers, there are also sub-realm divisions. Even below the Shugang tier, there are ranks, but such levels are so low that they are considered insignificant by the immortals, not even worth mentioning. One day, when you become powerful enough to cross the barrier and venture into the demon realm, the underworld, or other minor immortal realms for training, you will understand. Each realm has its own unique system of ranking. The rabbit stood up straight to watch the great sage and the ape engage in battle. That's true, those things are still too far out of reach for Xiao Chen right now. He should focus on completing his foundational cultivation first. Xiao Chen felt his stomach growling with hunger.
Although the peasant couldn't provide any task spoilers at the moment, he could still make 2 loaves of bread.
Holding the rabbit in one hand and eating the bread with the other, he listened to the latest round of complaints with relish. As for the topic of the complaints, it was stuff like monkeys have no shame, and gorillas, keep up the good work.
At this moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to the arena master for successfully defeating the snow monkey.
You have activated a large number of lava stones hidden within the flaming mountains.
Hurry up and find them, there might be a surprise waiting for you.
Regardless of who on the task list defeats the final boss, the system will credit the field master with the achievement.
Shuesuan Yuan is dead?
Xiao Chen's heart leaped with joy. Just as he was about to summon the other immortals, another alert sounded. Unfortunately, the arena master accidentally triggered the snow monkey's hidden curse while killing it. The curse has taken effect and activated. By the time Xiao Chen had finished chewing his noodles and spoke incoherently, he managed to ask, "What curse?
What the heck is being activated?"
The spacetime here was distorted, accompanied by the world spinning wildly. Xiao Chen had a piece of bread stuck in his throat, choking him until his eyes rolled back. Then with a thud, his body crashed heavily onto the ground, forcing the piece of bread out of his throat.
Cough. You're going to kill me. Damn it. The master has fallen. Quick, help him up. 2 ghosts followed closely behind.
Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, one ghost grabbed his arm and yanked him off the ground.
Xiao Chen.
Once the mission is over and we're out, we need to give those 2 ghosts a proper lesson and teach them how to be ghosts.
Cough, cough.
Xiao Chen pounded his chest to catch his breath. That fall wasn't light, but fortunately, he had the protective barrier of Zhu Si Yunshang, otherwise he would have spat out a mouthful of old blood. However, he still felt a bit out of breath. He looked around, seeing nothing but barren mountains as far as the eye could see. Not even a hint of firelight was visible. Where had the system dumped him? And besides him and the 2 ghosts, there wasn't a single trace of a divine being in sight. He tried to ask Xiao Nome, but discovered that the farming system had restricted certain functions. While he could still access the warehouse, all communication with Xiao Nome had been severed.
This doesn't look good. Xiao Chen brushed the dust off his body and muttered, could the curse from the snow monkey have sent Monkey Brother and the others back to heaven? He shook his head and said, probably not. I guess they want me to go alone and fight the enemies. This is going to be troublesome. The 2 ghosts on either side watched their master digging a hole in the ground with his butt in the air. Their angular faces were filled with confusion. Little Left asked, Master, what are you doing? Let us handle it. Oh, while we're separated from Tang Sang and the others, let's catch a chicken to eat. My mouth is so dry I could die. Damn, this shovel is red hot. I wonder if burying the chicken in the ground will turn it into ash. Clang! Clang! The engineer's shovel seemed to have hit something, and at the same time, the system's alert sounded. Chapter 86, Disdained by a Weasel. Congratulations to the arena master for successfully finding a furnace flamestone. Would you like to activate it? Xiao Chen bent down and reached out to clear away a layer of soil, revealing a stone beneath the ground. He thought to himself, is his luck about to change? After all, he was just planning to roast a chicken for dinner to fill his stomach before continuing his search for the furnace flamestone, yet a stone appeared so effortlessly while he was digging. In a short time, Xiao Chen found himself caught in an intense internal struggle between the idea of roasting a chicken and the pursuit of the furnace flamestone. Ultimately, he decided to activate it first. Whether it was genuine or not didn't matter with such a matter at hand, he couldn't eat in peace. He put the red-hot shovel back in the warehouse, took out the soul calming flute, and said solemnly to the 2 ghosts, get ready for battle. If anything comes out, beat it. The 2 ghosts gripped the soul binding flute and stood on either side of the pit, forming a formation. Only then did Xiao Chen say, damn it, activate. Click. Damn it. Xiao Chen felt a flash of light before his eyes and instinctively stepped back a few paces, but a bolt of lightning, faster than him, suddenly shot up from the ground and instantly struck him, leaving him charred on the outside and tender on the inside. At the same time, a purple figure darted out of the pit. The 2 ghosts pounced forward. Xiao Chen's movements froze as he held the soul-binding flute, feeling a tingling sensation throughout his body. A streak of lightning flashed by, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, both pleasant and piercing to the ears. Then it vanished. What the heck? It's fake again. After a long while, Xiao Chen finally regained his voice, shook his numb and weak arms, and coldly watched the weasel-shaped spirit monster struggling with the 2 ghosts in the distance. This spirit creature attacked with lightning and dodged at an unimaginable speed, moving between the 2 ghosts' attacks as if strolling through a garden. Xiaozhuo was unfortunately struck by a bolt of lightning. Purple electrical sparks streaked across his white skeleton, causing him to tremble violently in place. His bones clattered loudly, and after shaking himself off, he shook his head, gripped the soul-binding flute once more, and charged forward with a loud howl. You bastard! You dared to electrocute me! You dared to electrocute me! Xiao Chen also charged forward, swinging his stick and shouting curses, striking wildly with a series of loud cracks. Not a single blow landed. That doesn't matter. Let's just get that anger out of my chest first.
Once he had vented most of his anger, Xiaochen shook his wrist, pulled out a few iron pellets, and flung them out with a flick of his hand. The sharp whistling sound caught the attention of the weasel-like creature, which opened its mouth and spat out a web of electricity. The iron pellets, now close to its body, melted into droplets of iron and fell to the ground. The aftereffect lingered, leaving several deep craters in the ground. What the heck? One person and two ghosts can't even handle a single weasel? This is embarrassing. Swoosh! He executed the light steps on water technique, leaving several afterimages behind him as he swiftly circled around the weasel. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand and hurled several small daggers without handles with great force. Zzz. The mysterious creature, surrounded by electric arcs, saw the iron projectiles flying toward him. Its dark eyes glanced at Xiao Chun with a hint of contempt, ignoring the projectiles that had already closed in. The electric arcs swirling around its body flickered, and all the iron projectiles melted into molten iron, crashing into the ground with a series of exclamations from Xiao Chen. He was looked down upon by a weasel? Xiao Chen widened his eyes, confirming that the look he just saw was indeed one of contempt. He twitched his lips and stepped back out of the combat circle. Of course, he wouldn't back down just because he'd been looked down on. He needed to figure out a way to deal with this little brat. The two ghosts were no pushovers. Their strength was evident from the previous wave of spirit monsters. He hadn't truly assessed their cultivation levels yet, because even if they told him, he probably wouldn't understand right away. He hadn't even fully grasped his own future cultivation level yet. How could he spare the mental energy to worry about others? As long as they can fight effectively, that's all that matters. The two ghosts' ghostly energy and magical power were sufficient, and their attacks looked terrifying, but they couldn't withstand the speed and tight defense of the weasel spirit. Every time, it slipped away from the two ghosts' attacks like an eel slipping through their fingers. That speed Xiao Chun, as a mere mortal martial artist, couldn't match it even with his Lingbo micro-step technique. However, with the large pair of pants given by Lao Jun and the awkward shoes on his feet providing an extra boost, he estimated that he could give it his all and have a chance. The key is the weapon. These earthly weapons made of steel are too weak to harm spiritual monsters. Currently, he only has a soul-binding flute at his disposal, but its true potential remains untapped. It's so frustrating. Xiao Chen suddenly had an epiphany and thought of something. The cold well. During the mission, you cannot enter the farm in 100 mode. Now that you've been cursed and cut off from the small farmers, at least you can still use the items in his farm, so the system has at least shown him a little mercy. Thank goodness. Xiao Chen glanced at the two ghosts and the weasel spirit monster engaged in fierce battle over there, his mind flickering. He retrieved several daggers from the warehouse and threw them into the icy well to absorb the cold energy. However, as two loud thuds echoed, Xiao Chen felt the daggers unable to withstand the biting cold of the heavenly cold well, shatter, and be expelled by the well. A pile of shattered metal landed at his feet, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but grimace in disbelief. Recalling the time it took for the dagger to be thrown into the Tianhan well and explode, Xiao Chen thought again, but this time he didn't send the weapons in to be destroyed. Instead, he controlled himself and took a drop of water out. The crystal clear droplet, emanating a faint chill, floated before Xiao Chen's eyes. He swiftly drew several steel needles with eyes, executed the soul-snatching finger technique, and sent the needles through the droplet, shooting toward the fox spirit beast. Chapter 87, Embarrassment, Losing Face. The steel needles, coated with droplets of cold-attributed water, whistled through the air with a piercing sound as they shot toward the weasel-like spirit creature. Before Xiao's spell attack could reach the weasel spirit monster, Xiao Chen's needle-shaped projectiles arrived first, appearing before the creature's eyes. The weasel spirit creature had intended to return a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen, implying that these mortal weapons were nothing to it, but suddenly felt an overwhelming chill sweep over it, causing the electrical arcs surrounding its body to falter momentarily. Zip! The weasel spirit hurriedly summoned an electric net to block the attack, successfully deflecting most of the steel needles. However, one needle suddenly split into two, with one half breaking through the net. Carrying a bone-chilling coldness, it pierced its body, causing it to let out a piercing scream. Success! The ordinary steel needles with cold attributes successfully withstood the electric high-temperature spell defense of the weasel spirit monster and struck it. Although that single needle wouldn't kill the weasel spirit monster, it managed to hit the target before the needle froze and exploded, causing some damage. Whether the target would be frozen to death by the cold after the needle entered its body was irrelevant. All of this proves that the method he came up with is feasible. Xiao Chen made a V sign with his fingers and raised his eyebrows challengingly at Diao Lingue. Damn it, dare to look down on me. If that weasel spirit could speak human language, it would probably be cursing me out right now. Is this some kind of deep well ice? Xiao Chen pulled out another set of steel needles, circling around the strange creature, searching for a weak spot. After all, it was a spirit beast with magical power, and its defenses were far beyond what ordinary humans could match. Therefore, Xiao Chen dared not treat it as a weak opponent but instead focused all his attention on it, treating it as a formidable foe. He intended to use this weasel spirit beast to hone the Tangate's hidden weapon techniques he had already mastered. As for the damage inflicted on the spirit beast, setting aside the temporary enhancement from Xiao Chen's steel needles, this technique, known as finger twist soul snatch, strictly adhering to the weapon specifications of the Tang clan's hidden weapons, requires the needles to be poisoned. The technique involves concentrating powerful internal energy onto the fingertips at the exact moment the needle-shaped hidden weapons are launched, twisting one of the needles, and then launching it among the other needles toward the target. The other needle-shaped projectiles serve as cover, striking in different directions, while this single needle targets the vital areas. Even if it is blocked by the opponent, it splits into two in an instant, with the split needles altering their trajectory to strike the opponent again, catching them off guard. If an ordinary person were hit in the heart or other vital acupoints, even without poison, they would either die or be severely injured. However, Diao Lingbue was no ordinary mortal. Relying on his powerful magical electricity, he could transform ordinary steel-made hidden weapons into liquid to block them, thereby neutralizing their effects. Although Xiao Chen temporarily altered this situation by using the icy water from the heavenly cold well to imbue the ordinary steel needles with the cold attribute, the needles could only withstand the cold for a brief moment, no more than 3 breaths. They would inevitably freeze and shatter. Even if the needles did not shatter from the cold, they would be destroyed by the Dianling monster's powerful magical energy upon entering its body, preventing the projectiles from penetrating further. Therefore, despite Xiao Chen's skillful execution, the true threat to the weasel spirit monster was not the steel needle itself, but the trace of coldness it carried into its body. Too little? No problem, just add more. Xiao Chen curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, finding a breakthrough point. He moved forward with the graceful steps of the Lingbo micro-step technique, each steel needle he wielded having been soaked in the icy water of the Tianhan well, now carrying a formidable killing power as they struck toward the fox spirit monster. Let you look down on me, let you look down on me, let you look down on me. Let you look down on me, let you look down on me, let you look down on me. Gah! The weasel spirit creatures were hit one after another, and in their rage, they let out several shrill screams, their furry faces filled with confusion. What the hell is this strategy? What kind of spell is this idiot reciting in front of me? I've never heard of this before. The two ghosts stood by Xiao Chen's command, watching their master whirl like a tornado. The afterimages in the center of the arena stretched out into strips, spinning madly around the weasel-like spirit beast. One after another, steel needles were fired out, continuously piercing into the weasel spirit's body. The creature, in pain, let out several sharp screams and opened its mouth to unleash a bolt of lightning at Xiao Chen. However, the lightning struck and shattered the afterimage in front of him, only the afterimage was hit. Xiao Chen's main body was barely touched by the residual electrical energy, causing his footsteps to hesitate for a moment. His body went numb, and the steel needles in his hands nearly slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen's attacks were ineffective against the weasel spirit monster, but the constant pain was relentless. Especially as the cold began to freeze its body from within, the biting chill was overwhelming, as if it were freezing its very soul, causing the weasel spirit monster's attack speed to slow significantly. A flying knife appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. The tip gently touched the droplet of icy water, then his wrist flickered, and he executed the blood chase technique, sending the knife whistling through the air with a sharp piercing sound, striking fiercely toward the weasel spirit monster. Die, you little demon! Remember to leave your skin behind before you explode. At the same time, the two ghosts raised their palms together, their hands shrouded in ghostly energy, emitting a pulsating vibration that sent shivers down the spine, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A powerful sense of danger enveloped the weasel spirit, its large, black eyes darting around. With a pop, the weasel spirit creature exploded into a cloud of mist and vanished. Only a faint purple electrical glow remained, accompanied by a crackling sound, before it too vanished into thin air. Xiao Chen and the two ghosts rushed over, but aside from the traces of the recent battle, there was no sign of anything else. The system did not emit any sound indicating a successful kill. Xiao Chen slammed his fist on the ground and cursed, "Damn it, they must have escaped. This is unfair. How could this happen? Lack of experience, and my combat strength is too weak." Xiao Chen awkwardly scratched his nose and forced a laugh at the two ghosts. Damn it, how am I supposed to lead these two ghost servants with any authority now? In an instant, Xiao Chen's mind was filled with 100 ways to kill that fox spirit monster. Face is important. At that moment, a notification sound rang out, but it wasn't related to the fox spirit. Congratulations, the arena master has successfully found a furnace flamestone. Would you like to activate it? Ha! Another team member found a furnace flamestone. Xiao Chen was delighted and said, "Activate." Master, there's something in the pit. Something? Xiao Chen looked over in the direction of the sound. Chapter 88, The First Spell. Xiao Chen bent down and retrieved the items from the pit. It was an old-fashioned blue-covered book. What is this? The characters on the book's title are in ancient script, and Xiao Chen could only recognize the first one with certainty. He showed it to the two ghosts and asked for an explanation. Mist transformation technique. Master, this is a magical skill. It belongs to the minor left path. Spell skill? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and he flipped open the book cover to reveal its contents.
However, he couldn't recognize a single character. But as he waited for him to open the book, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind: trade a treasure for a life. A request from the purple lightning weasel. Do you accept? Trade a treasure for a life? Accept or decline? Xiao Chen asked in astonishment. Trade a treasure for your life, he asked in astonishment. Once again, his senses were blown away. He couldn't help but become curious about the things the system had created. The previous batch of spirit monsters didn't bleed when they were killed. Instead, they turned into a ball of white light and disappeared. Clearly, they weren't physical beings. Now, these non-physical weasel-like spirit monsters were actually willing to trade their lives? Except, the system assists in learning this skill. The purple lightning weasel survives and is retrieved by the system, to be deployed for future missions. Reject, the skill is lost and cannot be learned. The purple lightning weasel will wait elsewhere for the arena master and resume combat. How about this skill? No? Xiao Chen nudged the little left figure beside him and asked. Xiaozhua shook his head and said, Master, the skill is unknown even to the gods. We can't determine its rank. Maybe we should ask the other immortals when we encounter them? At that moment, the system prompted him that this request had a time limit, only a few minutes. If the time expired, it would be automatically rejected, and the skill would disappear. This left Xiao Chen with no choice but to roll his eyes in frustration. As for the ranking system, its favor toward him had vanished, leaving only silence in its wake. Xiao Chen held the book of magical skills in his hands, analyzing it quickly in his mind. He had just lost face to the purple lightning weasel, but no matter what, the purple lightning weasel was merely an obstacle on his path to finding other furnace flamestones. Since this obstacle had chosen to show weakness in this manner, it also proved his own strength. Not only had he regained his face, but he had also gained a spellbook, and one less obstacle to deal with. It was a fair trade. Xiao Chen erased the 100 ways he could have killed the fox spirit from his mind, grinned, and chose to accept the offer. As the command was issued, the mist transformation technique in his hand transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his brow, leaving behind a stream of information that seamlessly integrated into his mind. Before he could delve deeper into the function of the mist dissolution technique, the system prompt sounded again. Since this is the first time you've activated the exchange life for treasure technique, this spell can be used beyond your current level. Even with the body of an ordinary mortal, you can channel any energy to cast it. Congratulations, Arena Master. Please continue your efforts. That's a good point. That's good. But if he doesn't notice, won't the deal fail? After passing the problem to the system, the other party coldly replied with a yes and then went silent. No matter how much Xiao Chen shouted and cursed, there was no response. Facing such a shameless system, Xiao Chen looked up at the sky in frustration. A thought flashed through his mind, and his body twisted in mid-air, transforming into a cloud of mist that floated into the sky. Facing such a shameless system, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly, looked up at the sky, and with a flick of his thoughts, his body twisted into a cloud of mist and floated into the air. At the same time, he quickly reviewed the effects of this technique. Besides being able to transform into mist and float through the air, it could also be used for attack. The mist could penetrate anything, and when combined with poisonous gas, it was most effective. Once inside an enemy's body, it could destroy their magical power and skills or cause them to become poisoned. It can also be used for concealment and escape. Xiao Chen ordered the two ghosts to attack him. The two ghostly figures shook their heads violently, their movements so forceful that their heads creaked loudly, making one worry that they might fall off. In the end, Xiao Chen could only order the two ghosts to try again. The two ghosts pushed each other back and forth, and eventually resorted to rock paper scissors to decide who would attack their master. Xiaozhua lost. He approached with a sorrowful expression, as if he were there to mourn Xiao Chen. However, he dared not use the soul-suppressing flute to attack, so he could only use his magical power to grab a handful of dirt from the ground and throw it at Xiao Chen. The dust pierced through Xiao Chen's mist and fell to the ground, but he felt no discomfort. I'm pretty impressive, right? The mist emitted a voice, and the two ghosts nodded in agreement, praising him enthusiastically. Impressive. Our master is the most impressive. Xiao Chen gave a shameless smile and transformed back into human form, descending to the ground. Not bad. Flattery, even when insincere, is a skill. You two will be rewarded handsomely once we're out. Now, what would you like to eat? Xiaoyu shook his head and said, It's not necessary, master. You've already been very kind to us. He raised the soul-binding flute in his hand and added, Not only have you bestowed such a high-grade weapon upon us, but you also don't absorb our spiritual energy for your own cultivation. We are already deeply grateful. Absorbing our cultivation energy for your own cultivation? The flame flickering within the right eye socket stared at the stunned Xiao Chen, then slapped his head, wondering if he had said something wrong. Xiaozhua shrugged indifferently and explained, Many other races ask the Lord of the Underworld for ghost servants and then devour their cultivation and spiritual power to enhance their own magical abilities. Master. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, You can rest assured about that. I wouldn't do something so heinous. But old Yen is also at fault. He knows those ghost servants he sends out will all die, so why does he still send you to your deaths? This is a common occurrence in the underworld.
Xiao Yu's expression betrayed a mix of helplessness and sorrow as he explained, sending ghost servants is the highest form of ceremonial respect. Many souls who cannot be reincarnated voluntarily choose to be trained as ghost servants, hoping to be sent out and die. Because after dying in this manner, the Lord of the Underworld will retrieve them and send them to be reincarnated. It's a form of reincarnation, I suppose.
However, the process of having one's cultivation and spiritual power absorbed is extremely painful.
According to the Lord of the Underworld, it is a form of atonement. As for the reason behind it, why it is considered atonement, we do not know.
Once one signs the contract to join the Ghost Servant training program, all previous memories are erased, and one remembers nothing. If you don't sign the contract to become a Ghost Servant, can't you cultivate to become a Ghost Immortal?
Yes.
Ghost Immortals cannot be cultivated casually.
If a ghost with deep-seated resentment were to cultivate into a Ghost Immortal and gain supernatural powers, it would cause chaos in the underworld. Only after signing a contract as a Ghost Servant will the Lord of the Underworld grant permission for contracted ghosts to cultivate into Ghost Immortals. Of course, malevolent ghosts are exempt from this rule.
The waters are so deep. Xiao Chen sighed in admiration. Ghosts who can't be reincarnated? Could it be that they were all once ruthless and wicked, committing heinous crimes? It must be that such people lose their right to reincarnation after death, right? Xiao Chen pondered this in silence.
However, judging from the state of the ghosts on either side, their memories had been erased, so they should have forgotten everything they had done before.
Maybe I should ask Old Yen about it another day. It depends on your wishes. If you're willing to be reincarnated, I'll talk to Old Yen and see if there's another way.
The two ghosts shook their heads vigorously and said, "A master as kind as you is truly rare. We feel very comfortable staying by your side and don't want to be reincarnated. Our goal is to continue cultivating our abilities and become stronger Ghost Immortals.
If we have enough good fortune, we might even be able to attain true immortality."
Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. "As you wish.
I won't force you. Since you have such aspirations, I won't try to change your minds.
However, before I become stronger, you must protect me for a while."
"Master, your words are too kind.
We are your ghost servants, bound by our birth charts.
Protecting you is our lifelong mission.
No matter how powerful we become in the future, even if we become true immortals, we will still be your servants. Our lives are in your hands, and we will protect you with all our strength," the two ghosts said solemnly. Well, Xiao Chen knew it was pointless to explain further to them, and he couldn't pry any more valuable information out of them either. He'd just have to ask Old Yen about it another day when he had the chance. The most important thing right now is to catch a chicken to eat before everyone gathers. Xiao Chen pulled out a carrot and tossed it onto the ground. Chapter 89, Guidance. After testing, the items in the farm could withstand the high temperatures of Flame Mountain and did not melt upon contact like ordinary objects. However, after a few minutes, they turned into cooked carrots. Xiao Chen whistled as he began to slaughter the chickens. Amidst this, 3 more sounds rang out, alerting him that his companions had all found the furnace stones. Another alert sounded, indicating that a spirit creature transformed from a fake stone had been defeated. Xiao Chen felt that everyone spreading out wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He also believed that the curse was likely more than just separating him from the other immortals. There were probably further consequences to come. However, no matter how urgent the matter, it must wait until after he finishes eating the chicken, plucking the feathers and cleaning the innards. Then he took out the remaining half barrel of water, gave it a quick rinse, and stood before the pit holding the cleaned and seasoned chicken, momentarily speechless. Without anything to wrap it in, how to dispose of it in the pit became a problem. "We can't just smear mud on the chicken, can we?" When Lao Yan arrived, he saw his own brother holding a plump, white chicken in front of a pit, muttering to himself, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Chen looked up and saw Old Yen approaching. He hurriedly waved him over for help. Old Yen paused for a moment, then picked several large palm-sized leaves from his farm, watched Xiao Chen wrap the prepared chicken, and buried it underground. While Lao Yan was there and there were more leaves available, Xiao Chen took advantage of the time it took for the chicken to cook and processed 4 more chickens, digging holes and burying them all together. Once they were ready, he stored them in the warehouse for later consumption. The warehouse on his farm has a cooling effect. Once everything was ready, the previous one emitted a tempting aroma. Xiao Chen could almost taste it. He calculated the time and decided it was about right. Since it was the underground fire of Flame Mountain, he worried that if he left it too long, the chicken might actually melt, making all his effort for nothing. Under the watchful gaze of Lao Yan, who was twitching the corners of his mouth, Xiao Chen remained calm, using the soul calming fluid like a shovel to clear away the soil covering the chicken and pull the cooked chicken out of the ground. "Brother, even if this soul calming fluid can't help you much right now, you shouldn't treat it like this. It's a high-grade divine artifact from the underworld, and here it is being used as a hoe. How can he bear it? There's nothing we can do. Look at all the things I've prepared, which one of them can be used?" Xiao Chen spread his hands innocently and said. After digging several holes in a row, the edges of the entrenching tool began to show signs of melting. However, the tool he had thrown into the warehouse after heating it red hot before battling Diao Lingue was still as hot as before when he retrieved it, showing no signs of cooling. Therefore, Xiao Chen had no intention of using it anymore. He casually tossed aside the soul binding flute, carefully peeling away the leaves wrapped around the chicken. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the air, causing Lao Yan to momentarily forget about the soul binding flute. His eyes gleamed with greed as he crouched beside Xiao Chen. "Ha? You can eat meat?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. "Of course I can eat meat. Besides the stubborn old Tang, who doesn't eat meat?" Old Yen said as he reached out his claw-like hand, snatching a chicken leg before Xiao Chen could react, and began to gnaw on it. His words were muffled as he said, "The poultry and livestock raised on the ranch don't go through the 6 realms of reincarnation, so it doesn't count as killing. Buddhists can eat them, but old Tang is too stubborn and has never eaten them." Xiao Chen remained silent. At that moment, eating chicken faster than anyone else was more important. Everything else could be put on hold. The taste was delightful, with a chewy texture, and the spiritual energy contained within was far superior to that of farm-grown fruits and vegetables. As Xiao Chen devoured a chicken leg, he felt his meridians begin to heat up, accompanied by a faint sensation of swelling and pain. While guiding the increased energy within his body into his dantian, he tore off a chicken wing and ate it as well. The chickens raised in this pasture not only had a rich chicken aroma but also a unique fresh fragrance that was absent in chickens raised in real-world farms. A single chicken was quickly divided between him and Old Yen, leaving Xiao Chen feeling half full but still craving more. However, the energy within his body had already reached its limit. He couldn't eat anymore, but Lao Yen wasn't giving up. As the second chicken was being pulled out of the ground, he didn't hesitate, using his magical power to pull it toward him, then peeled off the leaves covering it, and began to devour it greedily under Xiao Chen's disbelieving gaze. He put the remaining cooked chickens in the warehouse, sent one to the 9-tailed fox for her to taste, and then, lured by the enticing aroma of roasted chicken, ground his teeth and swallowed the bread dry. Trade a treasure for a life? Lao Yan spat the chicken wing bone onto the ground. Upon hearing Xiao Chen recount the previous events, he was utterly shocked. His lips twitched violently, and he then wailed, "This is utterly infuriating. I, on behalf of the immortals, gods, demons, and monsters, seriously suspect you are an illegitimate child of the system who has been abandoned. I must report this." The farming and livestock system had only been active for a few days, and he had already been lucky enough to activate a hidden quest. That alone was enough. He had also triggered several hidden quests before, and had completed countless main and side quests of all sizes, yet he had never once encountered a situation where he had to trade a treasure for his life. What the heck? If he couldn't beat Old Yen, Xiao Chen really wanted to go up and fight. This sentence, which didn't contain any swear words, implicated his entire family. Old Yen looked at Xiao Chen's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, and immediately realized something was wrong. He gave a nervous laugh and moved to a spot several meters away to focus on eating chicken. It seems the odds of this trading a treasure for one's life incident are pretty low after all. Xiao Chen transformed into a cloud of mist and floated in front of Lao Yen, asking, "How about it? Am I handsome?" Old Yen raised his eyelids and glanced at him, saying, "You transform so obviously. Are you trying to get yourself into trouble?" Xiao Chen. The previous debt is forgiven. Hurry up and say something practical. I'm completely confused. Xiao Chen's voice echoed through the mist. Lao Yan put the remaining half of the chicken into the warehouse, condensed a stream of water to wash his hands, then cleaned up the scattered chicken bones on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he instructed, "You may have mastered the spell, but that doesn't mean you can perform it flawlessly. For example, the mist you transformed into is too dense, and your aura isn't well concealed. Ordinary mortals might not notice, but those with even a little ability can detect the human scent. Even if you happen to encounter a foggy day and hide within it, you'd still be easily detected. Therefore, you must continue to practice, striving to fade yourself into nothingness, colorless, odorless, and formless. This is the first step. Second, set a direction and try floating forward." Xiao Chen heard this and chose a direction to drift forward. Lao Yan waved his hand, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing the mist's trajectory to shift away. Xiao Chen felt powerless against that wind. "Look, the wind I just created didn't have any magical power, I simply waved my hand. Yet you couldn't control its direction. Even if you use it in the future, you'll be at a disadvantage. Therefore, you must focus on cultivating stability. Even if you face the wind head-on, no matter how strong the gale, it won't alter your path. Thirdly, whether it's the martial arts of the mortal realm or the cultivation techniques of the celestial realm, you're currently unable to project your inner energy outward. This indicates a fundamental issue. If you use the mist transformation technique to attack an opponent, you can only dissolve into mist to enter their body and cause damage. Against weaker opponents, this might work, but against a powerful foe, you would be walking into a trap. However, if you can project any energy outward, you can use energy to form mist and attack your opponent. Therefore, you must continue to train diligently. Whether it be mortal martial arts or immortal cultivation, you must quickly master the ability to project your inner energy outward. Only then will the mist transformation technique truly become an unexpected killing move in your arsenal, one worthy of being your trump card. Even if you fully understand the essence of a technique, you must continue to practice diligently, study it carefully, and strive to incorporate your own unique elements into it. This way, even if you encounter an opponent who is familiar with this technique, you will still be able to catch them off guard. The mist lingered motionless, and Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Chapter 90, You're Not a Rabbit. The sky in this space had not yet completely darkened. Xiao Chen transformed into mist and drifted away with Lao Yan for a distance before once again catching sight of the distant flames. As he drifted, he tried to practice how to fade himself away. During this time, several more messages appeared, informing him of the location of the furnace flame stones and the need to eliminate the fake stones that had transformed into spirit monsters and were causing trouble. After activating the response, Xiao Chen watched as Lao Yan swung his hand to cleave open a chasm, simultaneously receiving another notification sound. This time, the furnace flame stone did not take shape. The system prompted again, "Congratulations, Arena Master. The first genuine furnace flame stone has appeared. However, due to the curse, the reward has been cancelled. Please keep up the good work." This left Xiao Chen feeling utterly frustrated. However, the first day was still a good start. The furnace flame stone drifted toward the mist, and Xiao Chen transformed back into human form and reached out to catch it. It was about the size of a bottle of mineral water, diamond-shaped. Its entire body was fiery red, with a smooth surface that shimmered with translucent light. Xiao Chen examined it closely and could see flames flickering within the crystal stone, yet the surface felt cool to the touch, like jade. How can this curse be dispelled? The system remained silent on this matter, but Old Yen narrowed his eyes and watched a rabbit approaching from the distance. He said, "Kill that rabbit, and the curse will be lifted." "A rabbit?" Xiao Chen looked over and said, "Isn't that you?" "Xiao Chen, you're here. I've been looking everywhere for you. Yen Jun is here too." The rabbit hopped over. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen whispered. He seemed to sense something amiss in Lao Yan's previous words. Old Yen transmitted his voice through spiritual energy. "The rabbit is fake. Don't panic, and don't show any suspicion. Act according to the situation. Don't let it notice anything and escape." Xiao Chen quickly suppressed the emotion in his eyes, extended both hands toward the rabbit, and smiled. "Come here, let me hold you." As the words left his mouth, he could feel a protective barrier form around his body. It was Old Yen who had quietly added it for him. Whoosh! A ball of white light flew toward him. Xiao Chen caught it with his hand, rubbed it, and curved his lips slightly. "This is interesting. I want to eat carrots." The rabbit rolled around in his arms, its smooth fur feeling like silk and incredibly soft to the touch. Xiao Chen took out a carrot to feed the rabbit and asked quietly, "You didn't go with Chang'e?" Click. I was distracted. I just happened to pass by here and saw you with Yen Jun." After saying this, Xiao Chen heard a faint warning sound in his ear. "Watch out for Yen Luo Wang." Xiao Chen's heart stirred. He continued to rub the rabbit in his arms and smiled. "I wonder where the others were sent. This place is so big it's hard to find anything. This place is so vast it'll be hard to find them. However, I recently activated a fake furnace flamestone. During my battle with that spirit beast, I sensed combat fluctuations nearby. But before I could finish here, the fluctuations from there vanished. Why don't we head east? We should be able to encounter other immortals there." The rabbit pressed one paw against Xiao Chen's chest, then resumed chewing on the carrot with a crunching sound, and said, "Don't go. I can sense an array fluctuation there, it's a trap." The old demon's warning voice echoed in his ears. As Old Yan's words trailed off, the rabbit immediately transmitted to Xiao Chen, "The fluctuations I sensed earlier contained the aura of a great sage. If we can find the great sage, we'll have an extra ally." Xiao Chen seemed not to hear, walking toward a mountain ahead. "This area hasn't been checked yet." He placed the rabbit on the ground and began feeling his way toward several large rocks on the mountain. "Ha! What's this?" Xiao Chen turned around, and a droplet of water was spinning in the palm of his hand. "Strange, how could there be water here?" The rabbit exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be a fake stone that's been transformed?" "Xiao Chen, throw it away quickly. There's a trick." Xiao Chen didn't respond. A needle pierced through the water droplet and shot toward the rabbit. The distance was close, and the attack was sudden. The needle pierced the rabbit's body with a sharp sound. The rabbit darted backward swiftly, a flash of panic crossing its eyes, and it shrieked, "Xiao Chen, you're crazy. Why are you hitting me? You're not a rabbit." As he spoke, he had already thrown several more steel needles. The rabbit dodged repeatedly, moving swiftly out of the way, while saying, "Yama has the problem, he's fake. Don't let him deceive you. Ha ha. You don't even recognize the water from the cold well, yet you dare to call yourself Yuer." Xiao Chen unfolded his Lingbo micro-step technique, closing in swiftly, drew a dagger, dipped it in the cold water, and flung it toward the rabbit. "Hee hee, you fell for my trick. But with just the two of you and 2 skeletons, you think you can trap me?" The rabbit cackled and tried to use the earth escape technique to flee. At that moment, a massive seal appeared out of nowhere, covering an area of 5 miles in all directions.
The rabbit's earth burrowing technique failed, revealing its true form.
Simultaneously, a fiery dragon, radiating intense heat, opened its massive jaws and lunged toward Xiaochen. Lao Yan put away his judgment pen and took out a jet black flute, placing it to his lips.
This rabbit must be hit with one strike.
If it escapes, since it escaped from 2 taskers, its curse ability will be doubled. The effect is that this demon's ability to hide its presence and blend in with any one of us will be doubled, making it even harder to tell the difference between it and us. At that point, even if all of us gather together, no matter who it transforms into, it will cause us great trouble. After receiving Old Yan's warning, Xiaochen continued to chat with the rabbit without giving away any signs of his thoughts, while simultaneously contemplating ways to distinguish it. After all, the rabbit's interactions with him were extremely natural. If it weren't for Lao Yan's prior warning, he might have genuinely believed the rabbit was real.
This thing even tried to frame Old Yan.
If it weren't for their prior interaction, he might have been fooled by the rabbit. Of course, after hearing the rabbit's words, he didn't blindly trust it. Instead, he carefully reviewed his recent interactions with Old Yan once more. The only evidence he had to confirm Old Yan's identity was the detail that Old Yan cherished the soul-binding flute, something that couldn't be faked. Therefore, he came up with the idea of using water from the Tianhan well to test the rabbit, and sure enough, it couldn't withstand the test. As soon as Old Yan pulled out his flute, the 2 ghosts, who had been locked in a fierce battle with the rabbit, suddenly leaped out of the combat zone and crawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Revealing its true form, the rabbit had transformed into a sheep-like spirit creature with 4 sharp horns. Upon seeing Old Yan pull out the jet black flute, a flash of fear crossed its eyes, and a burst of flames erupted as it attempted to flee.
Chapter 91, Where did the brothers go? Chapter 91, Where did the brothers go? The fire dragon charged fiercely, and even Xiaochen, in his mortal form, could clearly sense the change in the surrounding aura. Under this aura, his Lingbo micro-step technique was somewhat difficult to execute. This was the effect of magical power. Just as the fire dragon was about to strike, Xiaochen crouched down, transforming into a cloud of mist as he neared the ground. He clung to a rock, sliding to its base, and then glided along the ground, moving swiftly toward the distance. Below the mountain, Old Yan and the spirit beast were engaged in battle. Though the combat fluctuations were not as intense as those caused by the previous ape, Xiaochen, with his keen senses, felt that this calm was even more dangerous. Perhaps Old Yan was deliberately avoiding him with his techniques, but the sheep was another matter. If it were caught in the crossfire, would Old Yan prioritize saving him or continuing the fight? Therefore, Xiaochen hugged the ground and fled toward an area far from the fire dragon's attack range and the battle zone between Yan and the sheep. At the same time, Xiaochen noticed that by sliding along the ground, some of the mist could penetrate into the earth, accelerating his movement and making him much faster than if he were floating in mid-air. The fire dragon lost its target the moment Xiaochen transformed. Additionally, its master was preparing to flee with all his strength, so the fire dragon, deprived of spiritual energy control, did not pursue Xiaochen but instinctively opened its mouth to bite the spot where he had vanished. With a loud crack, the mountain collapsed in an area several feet wide, while the ground trembled violently. An extremely fine crack began to snake forward, widening as it spread. Xiaochen, who was floating close to the ground, couldn't help but glance at the spot where he had just disappeared. Seeing that the fire dragon, being made of fire, didn't burn but instead bit, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Damn it, magic is magic, anything can become a spirit. Just as he was distracted for a few seconds, the crack had already extended beneath him, and he felt a massive suction pulling him down. Before he could turn back, Xiaochen was dragged by the force, plunging toward the abyss. As the sheep exploded into a ball of flame, a black thread formed a net out of thin air, enveloping him from above. The black net seemed unable to contain the flames that were about to dissipate after the explosion. Just then, a silent wave drifted over. This silent wave was the sound of Old Yan blowing his black flute. Though soundless, it not only caused the 2 ghosts to tremble and crawl on the ground but also made the 4-horned sheep cower in fear. As the old demon's slender fingers danced nimbly across the flute holes, ancient musical notes hung on the black net like strings. A breeze swept by, and the notes, as if enjoying the breeze, seemed to sway gently. The exploding flames had already sent some sparks flying beyond the black net. Among them, a black streak of light darted out of one spark, vanishing at a speed so swift it was impossible to react. At that moment, the musical notes hanging on the black thread seemed to come to life, calmly waving their tails at the streaking light. The escaping light suddenly halted in mid-air and obediently returned to its original position. A painful cry echoed from within the black net, filled with fear, submission, and pleas for mercy. You! How dare you press the heart-disturbing needle into my brother's chest? Old Yan, who had been holding a needle as thin as a cow hair in his hand, sneered, I'll refine your soul and turn you into a beast servant for my brother. As he spoke, he flickered his hand, and the needle, as thin as a cow's hair, pierced into the black light within the black net. The black light trembled slightly and spoke in an extremely painful voice. The little demon was careless. No wonder I couldn't deceive Immortal. Yan Jun's soul-summoning melody, this little demon submits.
Those who recognize the times are the wise. Old Yen looked into the void and said, I never expected the fire-horned ram to appear in this mission. This system really has me fed up. I deliberately used the soul summoning melody to control the soul binding net and seize this demon soul essence. If the system has the guts, come and bite me. Old Yen turned around triumphantly, ready to tell Xiaochen about the fire-horned sheep, but the words that came out were, huh? Where's my brother? Old Yen flicked his hand, storing the black net and the ink-black flute in the warehouse, then rushed toward the mountain with a grim expression. As the jet-black flute was retracted, the two ghosts lying on the ground stood up with a clatter and teleported over as well. You're the ultra-white ghost servants Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu, right? Quickly find out where your master has gone. Lao Yen made a decisive gesture and reached into the crack. Xiao Chen's aura finally lingered at this location. Old Yen followed the lingering aura, pinched a seal, and chased after him downward. The two ghosts also focused their senses to sense the situation. Damn, we're blocked. Yen Jun, the connection failed. It seems like something is blocking us. Is the master in danger? Lao Yen and the two ghosts spoke at the same time. I don't know, were they taken by some demon? Damn it, I was just finishing the soul summoning melody and didn't notice what happened over here. Old Yen scratched his head in frustration, then said, something's wrong. This barrier is so strange and powerful. It's beyond the scope of our mission. Let's leave Flaming Mountain and find the Great Sage and the others. Old Yen waved his sleeve, and an array sealed off the area. In a pitch-black space, Xiao Chen's mist seeped down from the thick layer of soil, paused for a moment, then attempted to condense into a ball. It slowly descended, testing the ground before transforming back into human form upon contact. No matter how sharp his eyesight was, he couldn't see a thing at that moment. The face in the darkness was filled with immense shock. After regaining his composure, he held his breath for a moment before finally uttering, "Who dragged me in here? At least make a sound. Or light a lamp. This mission is way too unfair." There was no response, but a message was transmitted directly to his mind. What is a mission? What does unfair mean? And who are you? The message came out of nowhere, startling Xiao Chen so much that he shuddered and reached for the soul calming flute. Then, he realized he had completely lost contact with the farming and livestock system. Chapter 92, They're Still Just Embryos. Faced with this phenomenon, Xiao Chen felt like tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the sky, then engaging in a 3-day, 3-night verbal battle with the system in a pretentious manner. Here we go again. First, they cut him off from the peasants, and now they won't even let him take his belongings. If he's stuck here for too long, he'll starve to death. Xiao Chen was grateful that he had never let his stomach go hungry. He believed that no matter what happened, he must always prioritize eating first. Even if the sky were to fall, he would eat first before doing anything else. You don't even know who I am, yet you drag me in here and try to talk to me? I'm breathing, and you just happen to get sucked in. Another message was transmitted into his mind, and it emitted a melodious sigh, saying, almost choked. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, so I'm in your way now? Although everything was quite strange, Xiao Chen couldn't help but speculate whether this unexpected incident was completely unrelated to the mission, or if it was truly just a coincidence. At the same time, he didn't sense any hostility, so he exhaled in relief, crouched down on the ground, and gently rubbed his trembling legs. Deciding that it would be safer to leave immediately, he spoke up, well, as the saying goes, green mountains remain green, and flowing waters ever flow, we'll meet again someday. As he spoke, he began to transform into mist, preparing to slip away. Wait. Since you're here, could you help me clear out this trash? There's way too much of it, I might accidentally choke on it. Xiao Chen's head was spinning. He was still trying to figure out what the difference was between himself and the so-called trash that could choke this mysterious object. Suddenly, he felt his body lose control and turn back into mist, continuing to seep into the ground. Damn it, this feeling of always being summoned without a fight and then casually dragged away is truly awful. This is so frustrating, damn it. Because of the suction force, Xiao Chen descended rapidly. After about 10 minutes, a huge space appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Due to the suction force, Xiao Chen descended rapidly. After roughly 10 minutes, a massive void came into view before Xiao Chen's eyes. This space was not as pitch black as the previous one, it was bathed in a fiery glow and even quite bright. It covered an area of nearly 1,000 square meters, with a large pool in the center, measuring about 500 or 600 square meters. The pool was filled with fiery red liquid that churned violently, occasionally erupting into clusters of flames that spread outward in ripples. Occasionally, droplets of fire would splash out, dancing before falling back into the pool. The ground around the lava is truly piled high with all manner of trash. It was so full that there was no place to stand. Xiao Chen floated in the air, looking at all the trash, and was so shocked he coughed up a pound. Bones, all kinds of massive bones from unknown beasts, humans, and even ancient-looking garments, or oddly shaped stones. Xiao Chen circled around, taking it all in. He even spotted a pile of weapons, books, and numerous ancient-looking items that seemed like equipment. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. If these were all considered trash, then they were the VIP trash. Transforming back into human form, Xiaochen struck out with a palm wind before landing, clearing his spot to stand and prepare to confront the unknown entity. As the palm wind swept through, the piled-up bones were scattered in all directions, with a few pieces falling into the pool of molten fire below. Oh no, what a sin, what a sin. Though he didn't know whose bones were being burned to ashes, before Xiaochen could finish muttering, a displeased message entered his mind. Cough, stop messing around, you're choking me. Cough, cough. As he coughed, Xiaochen felt the ground tremble rhythmically. At the same time, the bones that should have been reduced to ash by the intense heat flew out of the pool of molten fire, unchanged, and landed back in the pile of debris. Xiaochen stared in disbelief. How? Aren't you fire? I am fire, but I cannot allow any impurities to enter, so I must control myself from burning them to ashes. Otherwise, it would be difficult to expel them, and it would become very dirty. Is this being picky or just having a cleanliness obsession? Hey, if I were to fall in, would I die? Xiaochen looked at the pool of fire and liquid, eager to try. You won't die, but your size would choke me and make it really uncomfortable. Oh, Xiaochen spread his arms wide, just about to dive in for a feel, when the message came, but you'll be sprayed out, and you might fall to your death. All these bones are from people who fell like that. Xiaochen, my arms are a bit sore, I'll stretch them out. He then asked again, did they all ignore your feelings and insist on swimming in your body, only to be thrown out by you? Luckily, he moved slowly. Xing Chen. No. The message that came through contained a faint sigh, saying, at that time, I had only just begun to develop consciousness and couldn't control my abilities well. When I breathed, I sucked them in. Because it was so painful, I instinctively expelled them, and they died. I'm really relieved you didn't suck me in directly. Xiaochen expressed his gratitude. People should be polite, right? Especially to such a kind creature that dragged him in without a word and didn't even kill him. A wave of fire rippled through the fire liquid pool, and a message entered his mind. I still can't control my abilities very well, but I'm a bit stronger than before. I hope that after another few hundred years of cultivation, I won't accidentally inhale any debris when I breathe. Xiaochen, this piece of trash, whistled as he pretended to examine the ceiling of the space, then accidentally kicked a massive vertebrate into the fire liquid pool. Cough, stop it. Cough, stop messing around. The vertebrae fell back to Xiaochen's feet. He knelt down without a hint of guilt, measuring the length of the vertebrae. They were nearly 3 meters long, likely belonging to some unfortunate wild beast. Xiaochen could even imagine a male and female beast walking together in a loving manner, perhaps just getting into the mood for mating, when suddenly an inconsiderate creature came along to breathe, causing the innocent beast to be brought here and die for no apparent reason. Xiaochen lit a large number of candles for the pile of bones. Glancing at the mountain of trash, he sighed in frustration. There's so much of it. How am I supposed to get rid of it? Did you seal off my system space? How am I supposed to handle this? Information flashed into his mind. There's a large array set up here by my clan elders. It can seal off all information. Otherwise, if something were to detect me, I'd be in trouble. After all, I'm still just a child, and my offensive and defensive abilities are still weak. Xiaochen was utterly shocked, grimacing wildly as he exclaimed, but that's just an embryo. A giant embryo, 183 centimeters tall. Just look at the style of these clothes, they're clearly from a very long time ago. If not thousands of years, then at least hundreds. And you're telling me you're just a child? I feel like I need to build a steel wall around my heart, otherwise I won't be able to handle the shock, it'll explode in an instant. As for how to take them away, you'll have to look carefully. There should be some magical artifacts inside that can hold these things. A magical artifact? Like a spatial device? Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he began sifting through the trash heap, searching for items that might be spatial artifacts. As he searched, he said, once we find it, you'll be responsible for putting it inside. I don't have any magical power. No magical power? You really don't have any magical power. That's unusual. The information displayed, I can only barely detect it now and cannot use those spatial equipment yet. I'll infuse you with a little magical power to help you collect things later. Due to the large amount of accumulated items, Xiaochen had to be careful not to choke anyone. While moving the bones to a safe location, he carefully picked out rings, bracelets, pendants, and cloth bags that might be spatial equipment, then placed them by the pool for the fire liquid to inspect. These spaces are too small, and they're all filled with stuff. Take another look and see if you can find any larger ones. Looking for things is so boring. Xiaochen chatted while asking, what race are you? How long have you been here? Chapter 93, busy, but not helping for nothing. Currently, I only know that I belong to the Fire Clan. Some information remains sealed due to my young age, so I am still unaware of my exact identity. As for the timeline, based on what I recall from my earliest memories and occasional visits from elder clan members, it should be several thousand years before I enter adolescence. The juvenile stage lasts 3,000 years, so I must have been alive for over 2,000 years since my birth. Among these beings are demon beasts and humans. Of course, you are the first human of such weakness to be drawn into me. Fortunately, I have already gained control over some of my abilities and did not fully absorb you into my body.
Otherwise, you would have ended up like them. I actually don't like sucking them in because when their bodies rot, it gets really stinky here, and I have to spend some time expelling that foul odor. But I also hope these bones will rot, and even if it's a bit more trouble to expel the gases, it's better than this crowded state, where a single misstep could cause something to fall in and choke me. However, these things seem to be sustained by some kind of magical energy. Not only do they not decompose, but they have also absorbed new attributes from my aura over time, making them even harder and more difficult to remove. Dealing with these things would be a huge waste of my cultivation, and I feel it's not worth it. Ugh, I'm so torn. What a super indecisive kid. Indecisive for over 20,000 years, it's kind of pitiful. Perhaps it was rare for any trash to be sucked in and still survive, so the fire liquid pool seemed to be a little excited, sending wave after wave of information into Xiao Chen's mind, turning it into a chatterbox. At this, Xiao Chen was speechless. Who the hell is so crazy as to come here looking for a way to die? It sounds like they're deliberately coming here to cause trouble. It's like they're risking their lives to cause trouble for him. Xiao Chen hoped that the souls of these fallen demon beasts and humans would come together to settle the score with this creature. Xiao Chen hoped that the souls of these fallen demon beasts and humans would come together to settle the score with this guy. He could only continue searching while changing the subject and asking, "What do your clan members look like?" Well, the elders never come inside. They mainly check the array and then say a few words to me before leaving. I've never seen them. However, the rule of our clan is that those who haven't reached adolescence aren't allowed to see the clan members. Fortunately, in a few thousand years, I'll be able to leave here and be summoned back by the clan. Xiao Chen deduced that this clan must be extremely powerful and rare. They also have some traditional constraints that prevent them from leaving their offspring at the main clan. Sending the young ones to other places to train is also risky, as they might not be able to protect themselves, see the appearance of clan members, or learn too much about the clan. If a young one were captured by a powerful being, it could lead to the disclosure of the clan's secrets. Therefore, he asked, if you were unfortunately captured, would you immediately die or disappear from this world? Ha? How do you know? How do you know? I'm smart. Xiao Chen held up the selected equipment again and asked, take a look at these. Let's look for some more. Xiao Chen discovered a sword and wanted to pick it up and swing it around, but despite using all his strength, he could only move the blade slightly, causing him to give up in disappointment. This is a serious injury. When will you heal? At the same time, he thought of a question and said, if I manage to survive and escape from here, will your clan members sense it? Yes. However, I can now vaguely sense the range of the formation. I'll guide you later, and you can exit from another location. Fortunately, you can turn into mist, otherwise, you might have posed a certain danger to me. Additionally, I will leave a friendly mark on you to indicate that our relationship is extraordinary. Your clan should not cause you trouble, but they will come to reinforce the formation, as I have reached the most critical moment. Should? Is such an uncertain guarantee even useful? Are there any unusual relationships involved? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, unconvinced. He didn't even know if the other party was male or female, let alone what form they took. He wasn't about to use the term unusual lightly. Up until now, every time a stream of information came through, Xiao Chen noticed that first, a series of ancient, non-human characters appeared, and only then did they transform into information he could understand, without any sound. As a result, he couldn't help but grow curious about this mysterious race. By the time Xiao Chen's waist ached, his back was sore, and his legs were cramping, he had finally gone through all the trash thoroughly. He laid out the equipment along the edge of the pool and confirmed that these items were not merely human-made. The demon beasts that had caused trouble for the fire liquid pool were likely of considerable cultivation, having already attained the ability to transform into human form. This was because the number of human garments here far exceeded the number of human skeletal remains. That's why Xiao Chen made such an inference. Transform yourself into mist. I will infuse a thread of my magical power into you. Open these spatial devices and collect the trash one by one. Note that you must operate in mist form. Transforming into human form will render you useless. Xiao Chen, with a dejected expression, complied and transformed into mist. Afterward, he didn't notice any fluctuations, but felt that his form had gained an extra layer of energy. I couldn't hold it for too long, so I quickly withdrew. The baby is very curious about what's inside these space-themed items. I don't want to mention the flaws. Xiao Chen barely had time to check what was inside the spatial rings before following the method taught by the fire liquid pool and began clearing the trash pile one by one. Once he had finally cleared the area, Xiao Chen selected a pendant-shaped piece of equipment with some remaining space and stored all the other spatial items inside it. Clang! Clang! As the pendant hit the ground with a crisp sound, the mist surrounding Xiao Chen seemed unable to hold itself together, transforming back into human form and crashing onto the edge of the pool, nearly falling in. At least give me a little more magical power. Let me see what's inside those spaces. Xiao Chen looked exhausted. After all, this power wasn't his own, and controlling it was difficult. Moreover, manipulating such power was extremely draining. This tiny bit of magical power took me years to cultivate. However, using this method to clean things up is really worth it. Don't worry, once your cultivation reaches a higher level, examining those things will be simple. As long as you're happy. Xiao Chen lay on the ground recovering his strength while saying, "So, are you planning to make me do this favor for free?" He had received quite a bit, but he couldn't estimate its value yet. Besides, one thing was one thing, and he had rarely caused trouble for the fire liquid pool, yet he had helped out so generously. He had to negotiate a little. At the same time, he was quietly sorting through their interactions in his mind. Hopefully, this is really just a simple, childlike old man. No ulterior motives. Chapter 94, Demanding Compensation. Chapter 94, Demanding Compensation. Clearly, Xiao Chen had overthought it. In front of Xiao Chen, who was skilled at preparing chicken soup in various flavors, this child, abandoned by his clan to fend for himself, was nothing but confused. Stop hesitating. Be a good kid and just do it. Come on, don't drag your feet. Xiao Chen, like an enthusiastic neighborhood committee anti-mediating a family dispute, served up a bowl of heartfelt, persuasive advice. Look, all these years, no one has come to help you clean up the trash, right? I came in, and it just so happened that you were able to control yourself, so no more souls were added to the list. Not only that, but I'm still alive to help you take the trash out, and we had such a pleasant chat. How can you say this isn't fate? So, you should thank me. I'm sure your elders taught you that when someone helps you, you should show your gratitude by giving a gift, right? Well, the elders from my clan never mentioned that. But what you said makes sense. And I do plan to thank you for helping me clean up the trash. Because the information I had imprinted into Xiao Chen's mind carried a touch of sadness, I said, apart from speaking with the elders of my clan every few hundred or thousand years, this is the first time I've ever had such a long conversation with a human. It was very enjoyable and quite interesting. I'm glad you think that way. Should we teach this child to be more proactive in expressing gratitude when the time comes? Don't wait for others to ask. Then another message came in. I have a feeling we'll definitely meet again someday. Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Be clear, how far in the future are you talking about? Well, it has to be after I enter puberty. Well, that's good. I'll take your word for it. I also hope I can live as long as the King of Qi. Those words just now made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat. He thought that when this guy mentioned meeting again, he meant waiting for him to leave here before immediately capturing him again to exchange greetings. As for whether there was any fate between them, Xiao Chen didn't care anymore. He just wanted to prove that he wouldn't be silenced by the fire liquid pool. Xiao Chen didn't know where this guy's confidence came from. He could only assume it was an innate ability possessed by this unknown race. So, what are you planning to do about the reward? Show it to me first so I can take a look. Others are honest enough to see themselves as children, but Xiao Chen can't really see himself as an embryo. Anyway, they're from different races, so he just boldly calls himself brother. The fire liquid pool remained motionless for a long time. Xiao Chen felt puzzled and sensed that he was being watched from head to toe, examined thoroughly. It felt as though he had been completely seen through. This was the first time in his life he had ever felt this way. It wasn't just being stripped naked, it was as if his internal organs had been turned inside out and examined in detail. At that moment, Xiao Chen truly realized how vast the gap was between himself, a mere mortal, and this mysterious creature. Not to mention that the other party might have ulterior motives. Even if they did, he could only scream more dramatically in his final moments. There was nothing else he could do. As Xiao Chen was being scrutinized, cold sweat pouring down his face, he pondered whether to try struggling, when that message entered his mind again. Your lotus is quite good, but it hasn't fully bloomed yet. Unfortunately, your constitution is too weak, but your potential is excellent. What an odd creature. What lotus flower? Could it be a nickname for chrysanthemums within this mysterious race? You're peeking at my chrysanthemum. Xiao Chen jumped up, ready to confront him. He had even planned his escape route, whether to dive in and swim the breaststroke, backstroke, or freestyle to give this guy a good choke before quickly turning into mist and escaping, risking his life to make him suffer. Screw it, what's the worst that could happen? There's still old Yin, right? He's willing to die, but is old Yin willing to take him in? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen got excited again. He swung his arms, bent his legs, and watched as a small flame rose from the center of the fire liquid pool, swaying as it flew toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen froze, halting his movements as he examined the flame. Its tail was pale blue, the middle was orange-yellow, and the tip was a blood-red hue, twisting toward him. The pool of fire sent over a message: I have nothing else to give you. After all, before entering adolescence, everything the clan bestowed upon me, my abilities and all, was sealed away. Moreover, those things must not fall into the hands of outsiders. So, this flame is my token of gratitude. Just one? You have so many, and you're only giving me one? Then who can tell me your name first? Xiao Chen picked up the pendant, hung it on his finger, and swung it in a circle, making a whirring sound that echoed loudly in the quiet space. Don't just say it. Alright, fine. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes as he saw the message come through. You have not yet been granted a name by the clan.
Not having a name makes it hard to address you, though I won't be staying with you for long.
For now, let's just call you Xiaohua. Xiao Chun thought he must have a natural talent for naming people. Look, he came up with it on the spot without hesitation.
Before the other person could respond, he added, Xiaohua, there's still some space left in this pendant.
The requirements aren't strict, so just fill it up. Whether it's useful or not, we'll figure that out later.
Xiao Chen said, extending his other hand to touch the small flame curiously, wanting to test its temperature.
Xiao Chen said, extending his other hand to curiously touch the small flame, wanting to test its temperature.
However, the moment his fingertips made contact, a brilliant light erupted from his fingertip, swiftly disappearing into his hand and vanishing without a trace. As he felt a surge of heat flowing toward his dantian, he simultaneously received a message from the small flame, this is my heart flame, not the ordinary fire liquid you see. While your innate talent is passable, everything else requires improvement and change. This heart flame can only remain within your dantian for now, suppressed by your foundation building lotus, and will not harm you in any way. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, you can transfer the flame to your soul valley and utilize its energy, which will greatly aid your cultivation. For now, the faint energy emitted by the flame can help refine and strengthen your body, accelerating the transformation and enhancement of your physical constitution.
Foundation building lotus? Chapter 95, Unknown. Is there really a lotus flower inside me?
The intense heat did not cause Xiao Chen excessive discomfort, and he finally grasped the crux of the matter.
Foundation building lotus and chrysanthemum. This point is very important. Prove that he is still as pure as 24K gold.
Wu Xiaohua couldn't help but add his usual preface before speaking, then transmitted the message, your foundation building is not yet complete, you cannot perform internal vision.
I had no idea. Your lotus is a bit special, but I think it's a good sign. Now that my heart's flame is refining yours, your foundation should be even closer to perfection. But why is there an odd color in your great fortune?
It seems to be fading slowly, but my abilities are still limited, and I can't figure it out.
If only an elder from my clan were here.
Before Xiao Chen could process all this confusing information, the little flame transmitted another message, try transforming into mist again. Xiao Chen followed the instructions and transformed into mist, only to discover that his mist had taken on the color of fire, even resembling the previous flame. At the base, it was blue, the middle was orange-yellow, and the top was a blood-red hue. Without considering whether this would increase the difficulty of his dilution cultivation, Xiao Chen spun around, searching for something flammable to test it. He felt that the mist he had transformed into was now imbued with extreme heat. However, after searching around for a while, he realized that this place was way too damn clean. Especially after the trash was picked up, it was spotless. Xiaohua's obsession with cleanliness has definitely reached an extreme level.
I sense an intruder here. Enemy? No, they must be my companions coming to find me. Don't attack them, Xiao Chen said.
I can't attack them, I'm just worried they'll disrupt the formation and put me in danger.
Oh, I forgot you're still a child.
Xiao Chen transformed back into his true form and felt he had to go out. If the array were destroyed, it would endanger the child, which would be troublesome. Rarely speaking so seriously, he said, little fire, it's nice to meet you. Though I still don't know what your true form is, you're truly an honest child. You're just a bit too frugal. I really want to teach him how to write an IOU.
We'll part ways here for now, looking forward to seeing you soon. Well, this flame of passion has consumed much of my cultivation. I must now enter a deep slumber. I will send you the route information.
Follow this path, and it will reduce the hostility of our clan members toward you. Then add that so-called friendly message to me instead. After all, I'm no better than a child. Xiao Chen said sadly. Well, then the fire in my heart proves everything.
What?
I just thought you were being stingy, but you really are.
This can't be compared. Fire, you're so mean. After just being praised, you instantly turn into a scheming.
Xiao Chen wasn't happy and said, little fire, use your brain and think about it. You were the one who brought up the friendly message, right? Xiaohua also fell into confusion, seeming to think it over before replying, yes. I only asked for the fee later, right? Yes. So, do you think it's appropriate to merge the two things that should clearly be given to me into one? It seems to make sense, but no, it's not appropriate. Xiao Chen spread his hands and pleaded earnestly, look, it's so inappropriate. So, bring me another batch of things that prove our friendship, and I promise I won't complain.
Thank you for reminding me. But I really can't come up with anything else. The heart fire is the best thing I have right now.
The other fire liquids are useless to you. What should we do?
Just write me an IOU, kid. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you.
In the end, after Xiao Chen forced down a bowl of steaming hot nutritious chicken soup, the poor boy reluctantly agreed to a verbal IOU. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't expect him and Xiaohua to actually meet again in the future. After all, such mystical matters, who could guarantee they would ever come to pass? He did it just to tease this lonely, conflicted, and obsessive-compulsive child. The fact that he could persist in staying trapped here for tens of thousands of years without going mad already filled Xiao Chen with admiration.
Besides, who would keep a verbal promise for thousands of years without forgetting it? Anyway, Xiaochen doesn't think he can do it. As he transformed into mist and prepared to follow the path indicated by the small flame, he paused and asked, "What kind of flame is your heart flame? Something like the three true flames or something with a similar name?" "I don't know." Alright, Xiaochen got his answer. He drifted around the pool of fire liquid once, officially bidding farewell to the little fire, then began to seep outward. What he didn't know was that years later, because he didn't know those three words, they would cause him no end of trouble. Many influential figures, who believed they were approaching him with sincere intentions, only received those three words in response. As a result, they collectively concluded that Xiaochen was being overly arrogant and decided to team up to teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that this sincere young man wasn't lying after all? Let's not talk about that for now. Chapter 96, Flaring Up at the Drop of a Hat. Xiaochen had no idea how long he had been climbing upward in the darkness. All he knew was that he kept climbing, struggling to stay awake. As a mist, he couldn't even yawn, and he had to keep reminding himself to get out as soon as possible to stop his companions from attacking the small fire SRA, which would only cause trouble for both sides. Therefore, even as overwhelming fatigue washed over him, he gritted his teeth and continued to climb upward. At the same time, he confirmed that the mist, due to the heat from his heart, could indeed burn things. As he passed by some fluffy particles, a flash of light would appear and disappear around them, and there were also burn marks where he had walked. Xiaochen decided to practice the mist transformation technique thoroughly first, aiming to control this phenomenon. Otherwise, if he ever encountered danger and needed to escape, leaving a trail of marks behind would be quite embarrassing. He also didn't know that shortly after he left, the molten lava pool beneath the ground suddenly stirred, followed by a faint, self-reproachful sigh. "Oh no, I forgot to tell my friend how to control the tip of the heart flame." He also forgot to ask their names. After a long climb, Xiaochen finally emerged from the ground as he neared the brink of collapse. As soon as he emerged, he returned to his original form, lying on the ground gasping for breath. This time he was truly exhausted, his face pale. He forced himself to get up and look around, only to see everything was a bright red again. Xiaochen composed himself and realized that the child had pointed him directly at the center of the flaming mountains. He muttered under his breath, "What a mess," then summoned two ghosts. The peasant also called out anxiously, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm still alive and holding on," Xiaochen replied. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he was still connected. Was the curse broken by Old Yen, or was this the system's way of making amends? Xiaochen calmed the two excited ghosts and then asked, "Did Old Yen and the others disappear from the place where I was before?" "Yes, Master." "Yes, Master. They discovered a very strange and mysterious array and believed you were swallowed by it, so they are currently attacking it, attempting to break the array." Xiaochen was deeply moved by his companion's sense of justice for not abandoning him. He hurriedly said anxiously, "Quick, Xiaozhua, teleport over there and tell them to stop their actions. Then lead them here to meet up with me." He put the pendant away in the warehouse, then wandered around the area, looking for a place to rest. Being drawn in by the small flames was involuntary and happened extremely quickly. However, climbing out on his own took a considerable amount of time, and he had no idea how long he had been climbing. He found a clean spot to sit down, took out a peach, and took a bite to replenish his energy. Then he asked the young farmer, "Did the system react to this unexpected incident?" Xiaonong flew out, confirmed that Xiaochen was unharmed, and then said, "Yes. We were so worried. What good does worrying do?" Luckily, he was lucky. Otherwise, he would have definitely been killed here. No compensation? Well, compensation wasn't mentioned. Normally, tasks do involve a certain level of risk, and whether you can handle it depends on your own skills. However, the system's reaction to the host's disappearance was a bit excessive. The host might try to bring it up later. It must be mentioned. It must be mentioned. It must be mentioned. Although this accident was a stroke of good fortune for Xiaochen, he always kept things separate. Xiaochen has always been clear about such matters. One shouldn't be too honest in life. I hope the system doesn't have the nerve to avoid the issue. Xiaochen saw that the little farmer's eyes were still filled with deep concern. He reached out and gently touched her soft wings, saying, "It's okay." Xiaonong nodded vigorously and said, "As long as the farm owner is okay, that's good." At the same time, she reported to him that the farm had leveled up twice, the pasture was about to level up as well, and her chat account was flooded with messages. Moreover, after someone found out about Xiaochen's task, they left a message at the small stall asking to buy furnace flamestones. Looking to buy furnace flamestones? Xiaochen raised an eyebrow and told the peasant to ignore him for now. He only had one himself at the moment. As they spoke, everyone else had already gathered around. It was clear that the monkey was getting impatient, his eyes turning red. Tang Sang, upon seeing Xiaochen, sighed deeply and recited the name of Amitabha Buddha. Shu Beiji grunted a couple of times, then came over and started groping him all over. Shaseng held a divine pill in his hand, examining Xiaochen's pale face with concern and asking if he was injured. Chang'e and the rabbit didn't say a word, but their expressions clearly showed their worry. Only Old Yen.
with a guilty expression, looking as though he had committed a grave error, fidgeting with his hands and remaining silent. He slapped away the old pig's hand, calmed his companions down, and before Sha Sang could retrieve the pill, he snatched it first and threw it into the warehouse. He then brazenly declared, "I'm a bit tired, but my body isn't injured. However, my mind was greatly startled. After all, I'm just a mortal. This divine pill should be able to heal me." He then asked Lao Yen, "Did you kill that sheep?" "I took it." "What, brother? This was an accident, a real accident. I didn't protect you well." Xiao Chen finally understood why Lao Yan was acting like his wife had been slept with. He waved his hands and said, it's okay. You were busy exorcising demons, and I was too careless." Seeing how concerned his friends were about him, Xiao Chen felt a surge of emotion. This surge was no small matter. He suddenly felt 2 streams of scorching heat erupt from his nostrils. The crowd of immortals collectively gasped in shock, staring intently at his nose. The monkey even jumped out and started drawing circles. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and looked at his hands. No blood was flowing. The rabbit hopped over, waved its paws, and said, "Xiao Chen, why is fire coming out of your nose?" "Fire? I was trying to keep it a secret from you, you little brat. I hadn't even figured out how to cover it up yet, and here you are ruining everything." In his excitement, Xiao Chen felt a wave of heat in his ears, and the other immortals gasped in surprise. It can't be hidden anymore. As he climbed upward, Xiao Chen imagined several possible scenarios. Though he had gotten along well with these immortals and found them to be of good character, worthy of deeper friendship. However, he dared not guarantee how the other immortals would react if he were to reveal Xiao's situation. Moreover, he had no idea whether Xiao's race was an ally or an enemy of the other immortals. To avoid complicating matters, Xiao Chen decided to tell a white lie to explain his unexpected situation. But the unexpected trouble that arose was truly unforeseen. Here's what happened. Xiao Chen thought about it and decided not to reveal too many details. He only said that he had fallen into a pool of lava, but fortunately, the silk robe given to him by Lao Yan protected him. Though he wasn't burned to death, his body seemed to have absorbed a significant amount of fire-attributed energy on its own. The other immortals didn't know whether to believe him or not, but they all nodded in agreement. Chapter 97: The Eruption of the Flaming Mountain. The immortals could tell that Xiao Chen was hiding something. After all, this fellow still hadn't learned how to conceal his aura, and the dense aura he emitted, which was distinctly different from that of the Flame Mountain, was simply too obvious. However, when it comes to matters of fate, everyone has their own understanding after living so many years. Regardless of which path one follows, every cultivator has things they must keep hidden. If Xiao Chen were to spill everything like an open book, it would actually seem too naive, making everyone worry that he might one day reveal their own secrets as well. Knowing how to keep secrets is a sign of maturity. After all, Xiao Chen has always been generous and straightforward. While this trait is beneficial when encountering kind-hearted individuals, it could prove detrimental when dealing with those with ulterior motives, as he might unwittingly compromise himself. The immortals nodded in agreement, all looking satisfied. Xiao Chen was unaware that in the eyes of the immortals, his status had risen significantly, and he had even become a naive youngster in need of guidance and education. They were all contemplating approaching him privately after the task was completed to discuss the intricacies of the path to immortality. Upon seeing Xiao Chen yawn widely, they all sensed a fluctuation in his aura. Just as he was about to take out a pack of cigarettes to perk himself up, he was interrupted by Tang Sang reciting the Amitabha Buddha mantra, who then instructed him to go to the Yunyang Palace to rest. Xiao Chen also felt he couldn't hold on much longer, especially after spending so much time underground in his mist form, feeling a deep exhaustion seeping out from his very soul. He handed the cigarette to the curious Shubeiji, then took out some fruits for the other immortals to snack on. He entered the Yunyang Palace, adjusted the time ratio, and went to sleep. If he could wake up on time, sleeping for 7 hours inside would only be 1 hour outside, and it wouldn't delay him too much. With this understanding, Xiao Chen slept even more soundly. He took out his sleeping bag and pillow, yawned, and crawled inside. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he lost consciousness. After he fell asleep, a lotus flower bloomed inside his body, with a small flame circling around it. As Xiao Chen's breathing stabilized, the small flame also gradually settled down, no longer flickering wildly. However, it emitted a faint fluctuation, with most of it being absorbed and suppressed by the lotus flower, while a tiny fraction quickly penetrated Xiao Chen's muscles, bones, meridians, and cells, igniting a silent combustion. A massive, elongated ball of fire suddenly appeared in the Yunyang Hall. Blue, orange, yellow, and red flames engulfed every part of Xiao Chen's body. In an instant, the sleeping bag and pillow were completely burned to ashes, turning into black powder that scattered throughout the space. Xiao Chen, who had fallen into a deep sleep, had a dream. In his dream, he found himself plunging into a sea of flames, with his silk robes and musical instruments rendered useless, leaving him to endure the agonizing torment of the flames. The searing pain caused his body to twitch slightly as he grimaced and wriggled on the ground. He had previously taken the body tempering pill, which had expelled most of the impurities from his body. The current burning was a process of refinement, simultaneously incinerating the small amount of impurities that the body tempering pill had been unable to remove. As Xiaochen felt he could no longer endure the pain and his breath began to weaken, the lotus flower within his dantian, which had not yet fully bloomed, trembled slightly. All the flames on his body were suddenly drawn back by a mysterious force. On the petals of the lotus flower, a flame-like pattern appeared, and several more petals bloomed, bringing the total to 128. After that, no further changes occurred, and everything fell silent. Xiaochen's breath, however, was significantly longer and more sustained than before. After he had slept soundly and felt refreshed, he sat up and stared blankly for a moment before glancing around him and looking utterly bewildered. Where were his sleeping bag and pillow? What was that black powdery substance? Xiaochen blinked, trying to recall if he had hallucinated due to exhaustion before falling asleep. Had he crawled into the sleeping bag to rest in his hallucination? But when he checked the farm warehouse and couldn't find either of those items, he was once again baffled. What the hell is going on? Xiaochen picked up a pinch of black ash and sniffed it, surprised. Could there have been a fire? Fortunately, his clothes weren't ordinary, or he would be naked now. He stood up and stretched, feeling a series of crackling sounds inside his body, which made him unable to resist letting out a comfortable moan. That feels good. He glanced at the time and realized he had slept for over 13 hours. It seems like I was really exhausted. Xiaochen walked out, and the immortals were setting up a banquet. The rabbit and the old pig were sparring, enjoying themselves immensely. When he came out, the monkey waved him over. Come here, let's see if we can drink this osmanthus wine now. Xiaochen responded with a nod, first putting away the Yunyang palace, holding it in his hand and tilting it downward to pour out the black ash inside. Worried it wasn't clean enough, he blew into it a few more times before finally satisfied, he put it away and walked over to sit down. He couldn't help but envy the status of the other immortals. At their level of cultivation, they didn't need to eat or sleep, yet they didn't starve or develop dark circles under their eyes or acne. The best part was that they had all the time in the world to cultivate and play. It was simply perfect. Just as Xiaochen had settled into his seat, raised his wine cup to take a sip and test if it would explode, a violent tremor shook the ground, followed by the heart-pounding sound of an explosion. The immortals and Xiaochen looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, a mountain erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. A massive flame shot straight into the sky. After rising into the air, the flame transformed into a vague dragon-like form, opened its mouth, and emitted a loud roar. The fire dragon suddenly exploded, sending countless flames and debris scattering in all directions, landing around the area. Many of them flew toward this direction. Lao Yen waved his sleeve, creating a barrier to block them, and said, "The flame mountain has erupted." At that moment, Xiaochen's heart also stirred slightly, as if he sensed several furnace flame stones appearing nearby. Before he could sense them further to confirm, the system's prompt sounded at the perfect moment. Chapter 98, Scenic View in the Safe Zone. Just like that, it blew up. As the massive boulders mixed with flames crashed down with a thunderous roar, thick smoke mingled with dust and mist rose into the air, forming a wave of fog that engulfed the area. After the towering fire dragon descended, countless sparks erupted from it, resembling a blazing furnace fueled by several pieces of charcoal. Though the central part of the mountain had not yet completely exploded, several wide cracks had formed, revealing streaks of crimson red within. The sight was utterly breathtaking, both awe-inspiring and breathtakingly beautiful. As for the task, Xiaochen hadn't forgotten it, but he simply didn't feel like dealing with the system right now. Therefore, he ignored the several consecutive sounds that came through. Instead, he was eagerly admiring the spectacular sight before him, regretting that he hadn't bought a bag of popcorn and a soda before coming. But there was still half a bag of sunflower seeds left. Xiaochen reached into the bag and poured a handful into his palm, but before he could take a bite, the monkey snatched it away. Xiaochen spat out the seed husk and asked, "Monkey brother, did you ever see a scene like this on the Flaming Mountain back then?" With Tang Sanzang around, Monkey didn't dare to eat alone, so half a bag of sunflower seeds was quickly divided among everyone. As they crunched away, Monkey said, "Back then, it was a sea of fire, very evenly spread out, not like this concentrated area now." That's true. This is just a sudden outburst after years of building up. Watching a live volcanic eruption up close, with a safety zone, and tables nearby set with fine wine and delicacies, how delightful. If it weren't for the fear that his phone would melt the moment he took it out, Xiaochen would have loved to capture this breathtaking moment. Especially the earth-shaking tremors visible to the naked eye, which left Xiaochen utterly speechless. The reason why he was observing rather than experiencing it firsthand was because the safety zone old Yen had set up was truly remarkable. Dust couldn't penetrate it, and the vibrations hadn't reached this area yet. The silence was so profound that Xiaochen felt as though he were sitting in a movie theater watching a 3D film. He took a deep sniff of the wine aroma while munching on sunflower seeds, skillfully channeling the energy into his dantian. Feeling unsatisfied, he finally dared to touch his lips to the wine. He discovered he could withstand that energy now. At least it wouldn't explode. Has my cultivation improved, or what's going on here? He just felt that his body had undergone a noticeable change since waking up, but when asked to specify what it was, he said he didn't know. Xiao Chen couldn't help but think of that dream where he was trapped in a sea of flames and being burned. That dream was way too real. It felt like it was actually happening. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, taking another sip of wine. The rich aroma of the wine transformed into surging energy that coursed through his body. At the same time, Xiao Chen felt that his capacity to absorb energy seemed to have increased. But it was still not magical power. It seems that the current changes in the body are not a breakthrough in cultivation. Now is not the time to dwell on such matters, as the monkey has summoned the Earth Elder for no apparent reason. What is going on here? It was clear that the Earth Old Man had no intention of engaging with the monkey. Who would want to be grabbed by the collar, lifted into the air with both feet off the ground, and forced to answer questions? Cough, cough. Could the great sage please put the old man down first? I called you earlier, why didn't you come out? You want me to put you down? I'm giving you face by not letting you taste my weapon. It's a misunderstanding, great sage. At that time, I had entered the farm and didn't sense you. It's truly a misunderstanding. May I ask what the great sage called me for last time? The monkey snorted coldly and did not respond. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been in a life-threatening situation. Everyone had detected that strange ancient array, but even by combining the powers of all the immortals, they couldn't break through it. They had planned to ask the local tyrant for help, but no matter how they summoned him, the creature didn't respond at all. In the end, Xiao Chen, with his great fortune, managed to escape on his own. Would he ever admit to such an embarrassing incident? The old earth spirit landed and immediately rushed toward Xiao Chen, hiding behind him and peeking out half his head. He said, "The flaming mountain erupts every 300 years, but this time it erupted early." This old man felt several tremors beforehand but hadn't yet determined the cause before it erupted. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows in disbelief, thinking the old earth spirit was trying to cover something up. Just moments ago, he claimed not to sense anyone's calls in the farm, yet now he casually revealed that he was aware of the multiple tremors. If there were abnormalities, why did he hide in the farm? It's clear that they knew about the large formation, but they couldn't afford to offend the powerful forces behind it, so they fled. Looking at the earth deity hiding behind him, Xiao Chen was speechless for a moment. Doesn't this old man know he's the weakest among them? At the same time, he wondered if the consecutive tremors were related to the little fire's coughing. In other words, Xiao was coughing later on was all his own doing. Does that mean he essentially triggered the eruption of the flame mountain himself? Xiao Chen clenched his fist and coughed into his mouth to hide the complex emotions churning in his heart. The earth-shattering scene before him was actually his doing. If he were to tell others about it, wouldn't they think he was exaggerating and come after him? He asked calmly, "Does the flame mountain always tremble before erupting?" The earth deity replied, "No, Xiao Field Master. The flame mountain trembles once a year, but the true eruption occurs only once every 500 years. And before the eruption, there may be tremors as a warning, or it might erupt suddenly without warning. This flame mountain is quite unpredictable." Xiao Chen observed the expressions of the other immortals and noticed that everyone was looking at the earth deity with a mysterious expression in their eyes. It seemed that not only had he noticed the lies in the old man's words, but the other immortals had as well. Chapter 99, Doing Business Anytime, Anywhere. Chapter 99, Doing Business Anytime, Anywhere. The old man seemed unaware of what he had inadvertently revealed in his words. He stared at the few sunflower seeds left in Xiao Chen's palm and asked, "What is this you're eating, Mr. Xiao?" "Just call me Xiao Chen. Here, these are sunflower seeds with a creamy flavor. There aren't many left. Why not try some?" Xiao Chen generously handed over a few seeds, brushing off the crumbs from his hand. While admiring the breathtaking scenery, the young farmer said, "Master, the nine-tailed fox has arrived. She's asking why you haven't replied to her message." "No time." Xiao Chen replied succinctly. He knew exactly what the nine-tailed fox wanted, that roasted chicken wasn't given away for free. Sure enough, the young farmer continued, "The nine-tailed fox asked me to ask the master if there were any more chickens left. She's willing to pay a high price for them." Then the little girl whispered in a sly voice, "She even bribed me with a chi-nourishing pill." Xiao Chen chuckled. He knew full well that the chickens on the farm were of no use to the nine-tailed fox in terms of cultivation, but he couldn't resist the temptation of a foodie's heart. "Alright, tell the nine-tailed fox that purchasing is unnecessary. Have her help me obtain the secret technique for refining magical artifacts instead. I'll give her 5 chickens, let us see if she is willing to trade." Xiao Chen knew he was asking for a lot, but if he didn't ask, how would he know if there was a chance? Anyway, the other party couldn't see his flushed face. Anyway, the other party can't see that he's already blushing. A secret manual for refining magical artifacts? Is it related to weapons or equipment? Doesn't the arena master have a seed for the master of refining technique? Just have the small farmer use it to refine it for the arena master. Why bother sacrificing 5 chickens? The alchemy master's seed? When did he acquire such a precious item? Xiaochen paused for a moment, then recalled that he had obtained several seeds when he opened the main quest reward package earlier. However, at the time, he had been too preoccupied with the mysterious reward and hadn't even glanced at the seeds. Upon hearing the farmer's words, he hurriedly switched to page view to check the farm warehouse and discovered the seeds for Master of Alchemy. In addition, there were also seeds for ceramic vessel shaping and firing techniques, architectural design master, Joey Fengshui treasure forging secrets, and Shinnon's art fragments, each of which he had one.
Hurry up and bring them all out. I'll take a look when I have time, Xiaochen said.
Whether we can use it or not is another matter, but having more skills never hurts.
Mastering the techniques first is the way to go. Alright, host, what about the nine-tailed fox? Alright, ask her if she can help me find some alchemy tools.
We'll figure out how many chickens to give her later.
After a moment, the young farmer replied. The nine-tailed fox agreed, but she has two conditions. First, all the chickens given to her must be processed by the farm owner personally, and they must taste the same as before. Second, the farm owner must pay a deposit for 2 chickens in advance. Damn it, I have to work for free as a chef. And I have to pay a deposit first. Whether he's a chef or not, what if the other party can't be found later, and the nine-tailed fox reneges on the deal? That would mean losing both deposit chickens for nothing. However, while he thought about it, Xiaochen wasn't the type to be overly stingy over such matters. He immediately wrapped up the 2 chickens and sent them to the nine-tailed fox. In his mind, he was already planning to develop a whole roasted lamb dish, expand into other demonic creatures, or perhaps attract divine guests who could eat meat. Who knows, maybe he could score a few valuable treasures before everyone's novelty wore off. After finishing his conversation with the small farmer, he heard old Pig's voice by his ear. Brother, what are you ing about? You're laughing so lewdly? Drooling too? That's disgusting. Disgusting my ass. Xiaochen raised his hand and flicked the pig's ear, then turned around to check if there were any pigs for sale at the farm store. From now on, whenever he saw Beiji, he would eat pig's feet right in front of him. Seeing that mentioning the old pig had drawn everyone's curious glances, Xiaochen forced a laugh. I just made a big deal, hee. What kind of deal? Did you get something delicious again, Xiaochen? As he spoke, a white figure darted by, and Xiaochen found a rabbit rolling around in his arms. The rabbit lifted its head and blinked its big eyes at him, utterly adorable. Xiaochen couldn't resist giving it a gentle rub, then glanced sideways at Tang Sang and whispered to the rabbit, I'll tell you later. The rabbit puckered its 3-lobed lips and gave him a wink, indicating that it understood. Though everyone has different tastes and doesn't interfere with each other, shouldn't the high monk at least consider others' feelings here? Alright, he's actually afraid that Tang Sang will keep chanting endlessly. The tremors on the flaming mountainside have gradually subsided. No more flames erupt, only wisps of smoke rise into the air, adding a touch of mystery to the place. Lao Yan removed the barrier, and the mist swirling around them rushed toward them. Xiaochen felt a bit restless and wanted to turn into mist to race with them to see who could drift faster. After thinking about his current slightly mutated state, he decided against it. Earlier, when the mountain had exploded, several rocks had rolled to a spot not far from them. Xiaochen felt an unusually strong connection to those rocks. As he began to walk toward them, the system beeped again, asking him if he wanted to activate it. Xiaochen rolled his eyes in exasperation, but the system replied, under discussion. Negotiating? Seriously? Are the higher-ups having a meeting? By the way, how many leaders are there in total? Please. Xiaochen took a deep breath and said, you must fight over this matter. Make it intense, no bloodshed won't show your sincerity. After a long silence from the system, Xiaochen finally cheerfully called out to his teammates, let's get to work. Everyone to their positions. Get in position? You're just messing around. Just mark the address already. Lao Yan dropped the sunflower seed shells he was holding, thought for a moment, then picked up a few more and put them away, not sure what he was going to do with them. Xiaochen held the rabbit in one arm and pointed at the pile of stones in front of him with the other, saying, there's a big pile here. Come and surround it. Then, he spoke to the system in a gentle tone, activate. Chapter 100, The Unlucky Sandy Monk. The earth deity left promptly, disappearing at such a speed that Xiaochen couldn't help but admire him. As Xiaochen finished speaking, the rock closest to him suddenly exploded. The rabbit also slipped out of Xiaochen's arms and stood firmly in front of him. This made Xiaochen feel embarrassed. But there was nothing he could do about it after all, his combat strength was currently lacking. He needs to step up his game, damn it. He shouldn't stand behind the female rabbit. As the stone activated, the system prompt sounded, congratulations, the arena master has obtained a genuine furnace flame stone, which comes with a lucky attribute. Would the arena master like to activate the lucky attribute? Activate it, of course. The system then stated, trigger successful. You have obtained one wishing tree fully open card, which has been added to your inventory. The field owner can view it at any time. What is the wishing tree fully open card? Xiaochen asked. The person who answered him was a small farm owner. The wishing tree has a total of 10 items, and only one can be unlocked at a time. Whether you get the best item depends entirely on luck.
With this all unlocked card, the farm owner can collect all 10 items.
This is a great item. If it's a good thing, then it's a good thing.
Xiao Chen got his answer and noticed that the gazes of the other immortals were beginning to glow green.
What's going on? Xiao Chen wondered. Damn it, I knew you were a system-rejected outcast, cough cough. Lao Yen rolled his eyes, his face filled with envy and resentment.
The other immortals hadn't heard old Yin finish, but they all had automatic imagination, and nodded wildly.
Chang even said, we should cultivate a good relationship with you. Maybe the system will take you into consideration and increase my luck. I've already latched onto your leg, don't even think about shaking me off. It's rare for the usually composed Sha Sang to lose his composure. From now on, I'll stay on your farm. Don't even think about kicking me out.
The monkey bared his teeth and twisted his weapon in a fit of rage.
Amitabha Buddha, Mr. Xiao has truly been blessed.
When I go to heaven, I'll give you a few tickets to listen to the sutras. It turns out that Tang Sang wasn't really as pure and selfless as he claimed to be. Xiao Chen felt something on his leg. Looking down, he saw that the rabbit had somehow transformed back into a rabbit and was now hugging his thigh, trying to be cute. This system must love me. Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled mischievously. His face darkened instantly, and he said, the monsters are out.
Damn it, get to work. Whoosh.
The other immortals were also quick to transform into streaks of light, rushing toward the 3 stones that had exploded, colliding with the spirit monsters that had emerged. The immortals were quick to act, transforming into several streaks of light and charging toward the spirit monsters that had emerged from the 3 stones, engaging in fierce combat.
Even the thighs were speaking up if they didn't act quickly. How could they avoid being defeated?
Xiao Chen's agricultural system was established late and had little experience, yet he had obtained in such a short time what other immortals, demons, and gods had not achieved in hundreds, or even thousands, of years. Ignorance is no excuse, so Xiao Chen decided to refrain from criticizing the system in the future. After all, if it were to take away this immense fortune, he wouldn't know where to turn for solace. The 3 spirit beasts didn't last long before they were overwhelmed and killed by the swarm of immortals. However, just as one of the creatures was about to explode, it suddenly emitted a flash of black light, which transformed into ancient characters and adhered to Sha Sang's body. The other immortals saw this and looked displeased. They approached Sha Sang with sympathy and patted his shoulders to comfort him.
What's going on? What was that just now? Xiao Chen noticed everyone's unusual expressions and asked. The monkey cursed angrily and said, my junior brother has been cursed. He's lost all his magical power. We might not even be able to get the reward at the end of the mission. What the hell?
Xiao Chen's face darkened. This was no small matter. They came here to follow him on a mission, and now they've lost all their magical power.
What is he supposed to do now?
The magical power will recover in 7 days, but the reward depends on old Sha's judgment. Old Yen sighed. He was secretly relieved that the cursed immortal wasn't himself. What the hell is this curse?
It actually interfered with a powerful immortal?
You must know that Sha Sang is a high-ranking immortal, yet he was killed by a spell?
Who would believe that?
There are always people more skilled than us, and there are always immortals beyond the realm of immortals. Even at our level, we dare not claim to be invincible.
For instance, I am no match for the great sage. Chang said.
That's true. The path of the Tao is endless, and there is also the saying that all things are interdependent and mutually restrictive.
No one dares to claim that they are invincible.
Who knows, maybe Sha Sang will encounter a curse that can defeat him. At that moment, Xiao Chen, having calmed down, suddenly felt that he had gained some sort of enlightenment. Standing there in contemplation, he was equally confused about which truth he had grasped. That feeling is like parting the clouds to find what you need, only to realize, once the clouds have cleared, that you no longer know what it was you were searching for. Shaking his head to shake off that strange feeling, he asked the other immortals, as long as my magical powers aren't completely lost, it's fine.
But if I really can't get the task reward, it'll be a shame. Is there any way to solve this?
Before anyone else could respond, Sha Sang waved his hand and said, Xiao brother, don't worry about it.
This kind of situation is very common. Don't dwell on it.
Sha Xiong, although I'm happy to be a little stronger than you for a short time, it's not a big deal. Xiao Chen's sarcastic words made Sha Sang's lips twitch.
I really want to slap him. There is a way. But it depends on your character.
Old Pig said.
Depends on my character?
Yeah, I think it should be fine. After all, you're the system's illegitimate child, cough cough. Old Yan's jealousy is particularly intense. The other immortals don't know about Xiao Chen trading his life for a treasure, but old Yan has suffered repeated setbacks right under his nose.
He said he's tired of it all and doesn't care anymore. Aren't there only 2 real stones?
I think the chances are still pretty high. When we open the real stones later, there might be a lucky break called trouble solving, which would eliminate all the negative status effects the task members have incurred during the mission.
Yes, if no members are injured or cursed, that's a very unlucky kind of luck, known in the industry as cheating luck.
But in the current situation, it's useful, as it can salvage Sha Xiong's losses.
Chang said. Let's hope so. Xiao Chen gazed into the void and sighed softly. System, love me one more time. Chapter 101, what the heck is going on here? The mission had barely begun, and before it could even get started, they lost a key member. Xiao Chen felt utterly defeated. To comfort the unlucky Sha Sang, Xiao Chen offered him a piece of sugarcane. The expression on his face was as if he were handing a lollipop to a child crying so hard it seemed like their heart was breaking. This made Lao Sha feel extremely uneasy. However, he was a laid-back guy. When he saw his senior disciple failing to get what he wanted from Xiao Chun and staring at his own sugarcane while swallowing his saliva, he couldn't help but laugh. He immediately started crunching away. He didn't feel like he had incurred any mysterious enmity. The route to find stones was full of twists and turns. Was there a fixed shortcut? I had no choice but to wander aimlessly around the flaming mountain area. Along the way, Tang Sanzang suddenly closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment before speaking. Xiao Layman, are you selling that furnace flamestone? No, I have a use for it. The more people are looking to buy it, the higher the value of the furnace flamestone must be. Although Xiao Chen also wanted to use it to trade for treasures, he also needed the furnace flamestones. He planned to add it to his forging process in the future. Who knows? Maybe he'd get lucky and forge a top-notch treasure. Its value would certainly be far greater than that of a single furnace flamestone. So, whoever sells it is the one who loses out. Xiao Chen felt that his composure and vision were worthy of praise, and couldn't help but give himself a mental pat on the back. Xiao Chen felt that his composure and vision were worthy of praise, and couldn't help but give himself a round of applause. However, he was curious about who the buyer was, so he asked, who asked you to help me get this? Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Xiao Chen swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips, rubbed his chin, and once again estimated the value of the furnace flamestone. Of course, he still wouldn't sell it. Although Tang Seng had been a bit talkative before, he did not utter a single word of persuasion on this matter. He immediately replied to Yuan Shi Tianzuan, clearly stating Xiao Chen's stance. Instead, he told Xiao Chen, Xiao Layman, your approach is correct. This item is truly rare. Moreover, after this task is activated here with you, it is likely that the system will not issue this task again for a long time. Whether you choose to keep the item or not, its appreciation potential is significant. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Xia. Xiao Chen replied politely. Xia Elder's guidance. Xiao Chen replied politely. Don't mention it. Xiao Chen is actually quite proper when he's in a serious mood. Even without that, he had already decided not to sell it to outsiders. Unless he is certain that the item cannot achieve its maximum value in his possession, then that would be a different matter. During this time, Xiao Chen ran to the eruption point of the flame mountain and looked down. Even with his keen eyesight, he could only see a faint red glow, estimating that the depth was considerable. During this time, Xiao Chen ran to the eruption point of the flaming mountain and looked down. Even with his keen eyesight, he could only see a faint red hue, estimating that the depth was considerable. As he neared the end of his circuit, he came across a rock. The proportion of fake stones was too high, so Xiao Chen had already prepared himself mentally. After activation, the stones exploded, and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared gracefully before everyone's eyes. Before anyone could react, she raised her jade-like hand, and a transparent light aura, pulsating with intense energy, enveloped her. This was a high-level protective array. Once activated, it could block any magical attacks. Upon seeing this, the monkey hurriedly exclaimed, Xiao brother, close your eyes quickly. It's too late. This kid is so curious. After all, such a beautiful woman not admiring her would feel like missing out. When the slightly upturned eyes across from him, exuding an irresistible allure, gently swept over the crowd of immortals, Xiao Chen felt a rush in his mind, and in an instant, he lost all ability to resist. His eyes were fixed solely on the woman before him, whose beauty was so overwhelming it was almost unbearable. The feeling of being completely at her mercy. Unconsciously, he took a step forward, wanting to throw himself into the woman's arms. Xiao Chen! Chang'e cried out, a beam of light enveloping Xiao Chen, attempting to dispel his current state. All the other immortals turned pale with shock. It's useless. You've fallen victim to my mind control spell. You won't die, but you'll be left skinless. Come on, come and fight me. Let's see if your speed is faster than mine. Tang Seng recited a Buddhist mantra and sent it toward the woman. All he got in return was the demoness mocking laughter. What a pity. The high monk's cultivation is now so profound that he can't be affected by my mind control spell. Otherwise, I would have really wanted to keep him here. He would have been both fun to play with and delicious to eat. What a shame. The woman giggled, then turned to Xiao Chen, her voice dripping with seduction. Handsome, be a good boy. Follow my orders, interrupt their mission, and stay here with me. I promise you'll be so intoxicated you won't want to leave this place. She giggled again. Upon hearing this, the other immortals broke out in cold sweat. The monkey raised his staff and charged at the woman, swinging it toward her. Unfortunately, the weapon was deflected by a powerful force when it struck the large array. This caused the monkey to let out a series of shrieks. If this demoness succeeds, they will all be wiped out. Mission terminated.
After all, this demoness has trapped the mission spokesperson. China and Zhu Beiji condensed soft white lights and poured them into Xiao Chen's body without hesitation, attempting to restore his consciousness before he could utter another word. Just then, a heavy thud was heard nearby, followed by, "You're dead." The immortals all sighed in relief. This time, it was the demoness' turn to turn pale with shock. She exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Xiao Chen casually played with the soul-binding flute in his hand and laughed, "Though you have a big chest, it's useless." He then examined the demoness from head to toe, then disdainfully waved his hand in front of his nose and said, "Even if you're beautiful, your body odor is too strong. Men don't like that. There seems to be some excess fat around your waist. What did you eat to grow like that, girl?" A flock of crows flew over the demoness' head. She was teased back. Just then, the demoness' mind became chaotic, and her protective array weakened. The monkey struck with his staff, causing the array to dissipate. The demoness' face turned pale as she struggled with the monkey. No one should interfere with this demoness. "Let me, old son, handle her. I'll beat her with hundreds of sticks and make her taste the pain so she'll know what it feels like. Monkey brother, keep it up. Be careful not to create any little monkeys." Xiao Chen cheered him on, but the rabbit had already grabbed his ear so tightly that he couldn't let go. He growled, "You traitor, Xiao Chen. Are you helping the great sage or that demoness?" "Of course I'm helping, monkey brother." "Rabbit, let go, or I won't give you a lollipop." Xiao Chen spoke lightly, but he was still shaken by the close call. He had indeed almost fallen into that demoness trap just now. Just as his mind was wandering and he felt a sense of submission toward the demoness, he felt a slight vibration in his dantian, followed by a surge of intense heat flooding his mind. The chaos he had felt was instantly burned away. In that instant, Xiao Chen even seemed to catch a glimpse of half a lotus flower. Chapter 102, Spiritual Assistance. Pulling the rabbit's claw off his ear, Xiao Chen finally asked China beside him, "What the hell is this thing? It almost cost me my virginity." Facing such shameless words, China rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and said, "This is a mind control spell. If it were used on other immortals, it wouldn't be a big deal. We'd just have to put in some effort to save them. But the problem is that it was you who was targeted. If you hadn't woken up in time, our mission would have failed completely." Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but thank Xiaohua again, realizing that it was the flame on his heart that had just lifted the confusion from him. "I didn't expect it to work so well. If I had known, I would have insisted on getting another one. Monkey brother, how many sticks do you plan to use to beat them to death?" Xiao Chen asked as calmly as possible to prevent himself from losing his temper. "I'll beat her 300 times first, let her taste the pain before I finish her off." The monkey gritted his teeth, clearly furious. 300 blows should be enough. Monkey brother, make sure to hold your breath when you hit her, or you'll be overwhelmed by the stench coming from her body." Xiao Chen clenched his fist in encouragement and added, "How much cultivation do you have? How many thousands of years have you been practicing?" "Shut up." A cold voice rang out, and Xiao Chen grinned silently. He was causing trouble, trying to help the monkey get his stick. Damn it, he never hits women, but that's a different story with the female demons. Of course, he can't beat her right now, but he's pretty good at mental support. Monkey brother, fight nicely. Let's take care of that guy later. What kind of demon is that? A fox demon. Great, I need a scarf, and the nine-tailed fox is so stingy, refusing to part with one of her tails. So he raised his voice again and said, "Monkey brother, don't hurt her tail. Get me a scarf to wear." After saying that, he muttered to himself, "I wonder what color she is in her true form. White would be best. It would make me look more energetic and increase my attractiveness. Of course, if it's not white, I'll settle for whatever. As long as it's furry." Though he was muttering to himself, everyone present heard him clearly, causing the demoness fighting with the monkey to turn pale. She immediately summoned a spell to protect her ears, lest she be so enraged by Xiao Chen that her breathing became unstable, allowing the monkey to take advantage of her again. Having already lost her protective array due to her unstable mind, she had now taken several more blows in the fight. She regretted not having issued orders to Xiao Chen directly earlier, instead choosing to compete with the other immortals. Old Pig stood by, grinning from ear to ear, admiring Xiao Chen to no end. He grinned and said, "Brother Xiao, I really admire you. You saw such a beautiful female demon and not only did you not stare at her, you even let my senior brother beat her up." Xiao Chen twirled the soul-binding flute in his hand, glancing sideways at Old Pig and said, "Is the female demon more important than our lives? If you had mentioned it earlier, we could have let the female demon keep you here, and we could have parted ways. You could have stayed here to enjoy the good life. What do you say, Elder Tang?" Xiao brother, don't speak nonsense. I'm a disciple of the Buddha. It's inappropriate for me to marry. It's inappropriate. I must not break the precepts of celibacy. Don't betray me." The fool stammered, complaining to Xiao Chen while secretly glancing at Tang Seng's expression. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle, even the usually composed monk was smiling silently. Hey, the 263rd strike. The monkey was filled with fighting spirit, or more accurately, anger.
That stance, he won't let the female demon be released until he finishes the 300 strikes. The female demon was clearly at a disadvantage and tried to escape, but the battle circle seemed to be enchanted by the monkey, and she couldn't escape no matter what. Her beautiful face lost all its color, and a flash of demonic red appeared in her eyes, attempting to seduce the monkey. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the monkey had closed his eyes first, yet his staff never missed its mark, striking her repeatedly. The female demon regretted her actions deeply and pleaded with Xiao Chen, "Handsome sir, can you really bear to let the great sage harm me? Please spare me this time. I will lead you to all the fake stones, so your mission can end sooner." Sacrifice, sacrifice, such a sacrifice. Demon sister, enjoy yourself to your heart's content, don't be so polite. Xiao Chen was equally straightforward, his generous demeanor causing the demoness, who had regained her hearing, to nearly bite her teeth to pieces. Is this even human? Of course it's a human being, and definitely a human being with normal senses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cast under a mind control spell because of his obsession with beauty. However, Xiao Chen was well aware of the greater good. That phrase doesn't quite fit. It should be distinguishing right from wrong. He was pretty clear-headed about that. He knows what is important and what is not. This is clearly a demon with considerable cultivation, yet he acts like a ticking time bomb. Why would he stay by his side and court death? Sure, she's got a big chest, but what good is that? If that demoness knew what Xiao Chen was thinking, she'd probably be so angry she'd die, even if the monkeys didn't beat her to death. Hey, third 100 blows, demon, come and face your fate. Hey, third 100 blows, demon, hand over your life. Monkey brother, keep going. Don't forget the tail. What tail? With a burst of light, the female demon exploded, leaving not a single hair behind. What a pity. If it had been a real fox demon, we could have had a scarf to wear. Xiao Chen sighed regretfully. Chang'e chuckled and teased Xiao Chen, "Don't you still have the 9-tailed fox? How do you know? Didn't you just say so yourself?" Chang'e laughed lightly. Cough, cough. Xiao Chen whistled and looked up at the sky, pretending not to hear. How could he possibly get a tail from the 9-tailed fox? Not getting eaten would be a miracle. He had just witnessed the power of the fox demon's mind control spell and was already thinking about how to avoid meeting the 9-tailed fox directly in the future. He'd just used the chat app to stay in touch. After all, we're just each getting what we need. We're not planning to develop any other kind of relationship, right? Chapter 103, Mutual Praise. Chapter 103, Mutual Praise. Xiao Chen really wanted to fight like a man. But at that moment, only a lingering sense of sadness filled his heart. Squatting on the ground, watching the female spirit creature leap out of the fake rock in the distance, I felt like cursing. He felt that he must be the one cursed, otherwise why would all the troublesome spirit monsters that appeared after the demoness be so difficult to deal with? What really annoyed him was that it was another woman. She was playing the flute. Old Yen, on the other hand, saw the other person and his eyes lit up with a green glow. It was unclear whether he was admiring the other person's appearance or if their weapon had hit his G-spot. In any case, with a lecherous grin that was easy to misinterpret, he flung his sleeves aside and struck what he thought was a graceful pose as he charged forward. The expression on his face as he greeted her was utterly despicable, and he spoke in a gentle voice, "The weapon you're using is called the heartbreaking flute, isn't it?" That expression made the gods watching from behind cover their cheeks in laughter. My teeth hurt. As her dress swayed in the breeze, she exuded an irresistible charm. Her voice was so sweet it sent shivers down his spine. With a delicate smile, she said, "Lord Yen, you have such keen eyes. I never imagined I would have the honor of exchanging skills with you. It is truly a blessing for me. The Luoqing flute is also quite impressive. I have heard of its fame but have never had the chance to see it in person. It is a great regret of mine. Today, to be able to play against you, miss, is indeed an honor for me." She then looked up to the sky and let out a sigh, saying, "What a pity. It is only the illusion of the Luoqing flute. If I could see its true form, I would have no regrets in this life." "This life?" he retorted. "You make it sound like you're going to die." "This life?" Xiao Chen followed behind the other immortals, rolling his eyes in unison. Lao Yan seemed to want to chat with them some more, but clearly had no intention of pressing the matter further. He held the jade flute horizontally, parted his cherry red lips slightly, and placed his tender, onion-white fingers on the flute holes, beginning to play. This female spirit knows exactly what's what. She knew that the pretentious fellow in front of her wouldn't hesitate to act, so it was best to get down to business. Old Yen sighed reluctantly, then blew his flute as well. As the female spirit began to play, Xiao Chen saw Tang Seng shake his hand. Just as he was about to lean forward to ask the elder for instructions, a flash of light appeared before him, and a transparent shield enveloped him. The shield was adorned with golden swastika symbols that slowly rotated. That hand gesture was truly unique. Xiao Chen silently retracted his head, simultaneously realizing that all sound from the outside was completely blocked. He obediently sat down and pretended to watch the battle. Damn it, there's nothing to see here. The surrounding immortals watched with great interest, but Xiao Chen found it boring.
After all, there was nothing much to see between the man and the woman. They were simply standing 100 meters apart, facing each other and boasting. Xiao Chen couldn't tell much else, but he could tell that the two of them were blowing pretty hard. The hems of their clothes were billowing out, as if each of them had a fan placed beneath their feet. However, as time passed, the female spirit's face turned pale, and sweat began to form on her nose. Old Yen remained as steady as a rock, as tall and straight as a pine tree. As if nothing were amiss. Keep blowing each other up. Let's see who can knock the other one down first. The winner takes all. Xiao Chen watched for a while, yawned widely out of boredom, and noticed that the monkey and Sha Sang were enthusiastically discussing something nearby. Tang Sung was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed, reciting sutras. Whether he was simply reciting sutras or secretly plotting against the female spirit demon remained unknown. Chang'e, however, remained quiet, staring intently ahead. Her beautiful eyes flickered with confusion at times, then clarity at others. She nodded to herself silently, as if someone were feeding her inspirational words, and she found the words to be quite meaningful. Her expression was solemn and focused. Shubeiji and the rabbit seemed the most lively, moving about with wide gestures, pointing here and there, and opening and closing their mouths as if engaged in a heated debate. All of this, Xiao Chen could only infer from the expressions of the other immortals, as he could hear nothing else besides his own voice. Just as he was about to doze off from boredom, he noticed that the expressions of Shubeiji and the rabbit nearby had suddenly become excited. Old Pig seemed to be about to make a gesture to express something, but the rabbit swiftly slapped his hand down, then his three-part mouth moved at an incredible speed, and his two small paws flapped at a frequency that reached a new height. Old Pig, whether out of defiance or still holding a grudge over being slapped earlier, raised his hand and gave the rabbit a light tap on the head. The rabbit's eyes widened, and it jumped up with a swift movement, biting the old pig's ear fiercely. The old pig was also in a hurry, pulled the rabbit off his ear, and threw it away. The rabbit flew back, kicking with its two short legs, seemingly dissatisfied with its short legs. Midway, it transformed into a fierce little girl and kicked the old pig in the stomach. The pig and the rabbit began a brawl that seemed utterly baffling yet incredibly thrilling to Xiao Chen. What was suspicious was that no one came out to intervene. Old Pig's master continued to chant, and the rabbit breeder remained focused on the battle, seemingly having gained some insight from the showdown between Old Yen and the female spirit, allowing the rabbit to roll around with Old Pig. Xiao Chen finally felt less bored, facing the old pig and the rabbits, chewing on a piece of sugarcane with great interest. Occasionally, he would shout, "Go, rabbit! Beat the old pig! Old pig, don't give up! How can you be defeated just because the rabbit grabbed your snout?" He couldn't hear the sounds outside, and others couldn't hear his voice either. Judging by his excited movements, one might have thought there was a mentally ill patient locked up in there. When the soundproof shield around him was suddenly removed by Tang Sang, he just happened to shout an encouraging phrase, "Old pig, don't cry. Get up and fight." Then the whistling wind rushing past his ears startled him, and he suddenly realized that all the immortals had been stunned by him. The rabbit was riding on Zhu Beiji's plump belly. Upon hearing this, it stopped what it was doing and glared at Xiao Chen with a hostile expression. Old Pig also looked up and shouted, "Brother, what did you say?" "What? Ah! The battle is over." Xiao Chen stood up in a daze, still holding half a piece of sugarcane in his hand, and looked at Lao Yen, who was standing 2 meters away from him, grinning at him. Cough, cough. Lao Zhu and the rabbit had already gotten up from the ground, tidying up their clothes. Xiao Chen felt a bit awkward and didn't look at the two of them. He turned to Old Yen and asked, "Was the female spirit monster blown to death?" Lao Yen's face darkened, and he snapped, "Do you think I'm bragging?" Chapter 104, Alas, a Major Blunder. Hee hee, Xiao Chen chuckled dryly, this is way more impressive than just bragging. Chang'e went to seek advice from Old Yen about her insights. Monkey and Sandy followed suit, while Tang Sanzang stopped meditating, stood up, and walked over. It seemed as though he hadn't missed the exciting exchange even with his eyes closed, and he too had some insights or questions he wanted to discuss. Only Xiao Chen had no intention of going over to listen to the heavenly scriptures. After all, he hadn't noticed anything special, and he hadn't even been paying attention. He put away the remaining half of the sugarcane, saw Old Pig grumbling as he walked over, and rubbed his pig nose, which had been roughly twisted by the rabbit, looking utterly unconvinced. The rabbit transformed back into its rabbit form, fiercely waving its little paws, and charged at Xiao Chen, shouting, "Let us fight." "No way. You're all chest and no, but who'd want to fight you?" "Xiao Chen, I'll fight you." The rabbit squealed wildly, flew over, and swatted Xiao Chen with a meat paw. It was soft and didn't hurt. Xiao Chen grabbed the rabbit and pressed it against his chest, rubbing the incredibly soft fur. He realized he had become addicted to rubbing the rabbit. "Hey, what were you two talking about just now? How did you end up rolling around together?" Xiao Chen wasn't particularly interested in how Lao Yan had killed a female spirit monster, but he was more intrigued by the argument between Lao Zhu and the rabbit, and asked curiously, "Whomf?" The rabbit was displeased with the question, rolled around in Xiao Chen's arms, and raised its little paws to scratch his clothes in protest. But Xiao Chen wasn't giving up. Although the protective shield had instantly transported him to a safe zone, preventing him from being injured by the female spirit monster's sonic attacks, he had no idea that the rabbit and the old pig had put on such a performance. He was filled with excitement but didn't understand what had happened and felt even more frustrated. Therefore, he walked over to the old pig while holding the rabbit, nudged him with his elbow, and said slyly, "Tell your brother what happened. I was cheering for you just now." The old pig gave him a disdainful look and said, "Brother, what kind of oil did you just cheer with? I don't understand a word of it." Cough, cough, well, of course I added the best fuel for you. You two should stop now, otherwise, if you keep going, you'll definitely overturn the rabbit. Cough, cough, well, you know, I added the best fuel for you. You two stopped, otherwise we'd have beaten the rabbit to a pulp. Noticing that the rabbit in his arms was about to get agitated, Xiaochen gently rubbed it and said in a soothing voice, "Be good, don't cause trouble." Rabbit, fool you. Have you ever seen such a shameless human being? While clinging to someone, they're prying into their private affairs and won't even let them speak. The rabbit starts grinding its teeth. Old pig chuckled, "You're a true brother. From now on, when I'm fighting monsters, you just shout that slogan beside me, and I'll definitely be unstoppable." Xiaochen twitched his lips. Should he shout or not? That was the question. What should he do? He was waiting online, and it was pretty urgent. Old pig said, "That tree spirit monster wasn't very pretty, was it? Did you notice that its eyes looked a bit like those of a rabbit when it turned into a human form? Similar to a rabbit?" Xiaochen didn't notice. He was too busy admiring the female spirit monster's figure and secretly measuring her dimensions. He really didn't notice the resemblance to a rabbit. However, when Old Pig mentioned it, he realized that the female spirit monster's eyes did indeed resemble those of a rabbit in human form. Could it be that Old Pig's remark about rabbits resembling fairies caused the rabbit to turn hostile? No, that's not right. Technically speaking, rabbits are also demons, but they entered the palace of the moon from the very beginning and became gods. Just as I was puzzled, Old Pig said, I think that female fairy's transformation was more beautiful than the rabbit's, and she's taller with a better figure. I told the rabbit that when she transformed, she should have chosen someone more beautiful to imitate. Not only is she short, but she has no chest. The tree spirit transformed better than her, with a taller, more slender figure, a bigger chest, and a narrower waist than the rabbit. The rabbit refused to agree, insisting that having bigger breasts was a disadvantage during battle because they would jiggle around. What's so good about having a slimmer waist? You're just blowing smoke, old yen. You decide who's right. The rabbit transformed into something less attractive than the others, yet she wouldn't let me speak and even beat me up. Xiaochen laughed, finding the protective shield even more annoying. He couldn't get involved in such an exciting scene. It was a major regret in his life. Of course it's Pig Brother. The rabbit was right to beat him. Xiaochen sucked in a breath, grimacing as he spoke, then forced out a sentence from his throat. Rabbit, if you pinch me again, I'll change my mind. Alright, let's just get along peacefully. No need for violence. We can talk things out. As he spoke, he rubbed his chest and sighed. Sometimes strength really has nothing to do with size. The problem is that this damn rabbit was pinching the protrusion on my chest. Damn it, that was way too hard. Luckily, he had agreed with Old Pig and swallowed quickly. Otherwise, if the rabbit had bitten off his nipple, where would he go to cry? Pig Brother, you're so vulgar. Discussing a woman's figure so brazenly in public, don't you know shame? No wonder Tang Sang and Chang'e didn't say a word to stop you. Discussing such shameless topics, if they tried to stop you and failed, they'd just get dragged into it. How would they explain themselves? I bet when those two were fighting, Tang Sanzang and Chang'e were cheering in their hearts, fight! Fight harder! You won T, show how much you care about this until there's blood. Old Pig wasn't happy and said, Brother, you were just cheering me on a moment ago. How could you lose your dignity so easily after being pinched by a rabbit? What? Xiaochen immediately turned sour. We need to talk about this properly. When did I ever ask you for your face? Tell me, when did I ever ask you for your face? Old Pig's expression turned even more confused. He blinked, his pig face full of confusion, and said, Brother, the rabbit just pinched your meat, not your brain, right? Chapter 105, Driving the Rabbit Crazy. Xiaochen twitched the corner of his mouth, unwilling to answer this question. That idiot deserved a beating. After being ridden by a rabbit without letting it vent its anger, it curled up in Xiaochen's arms and waved its claws at the old pig, issuing a challenge. After all, the two of them had just engaged in a pure physical brawl, without using a single thread of magical power. Old Pig grumbled, with my brothers cheering me on, you can't beat me. Even without Xiaochen's encouragement, the rabbit couldn't beat Old Pig. He was just venting his frustration. After all, there's no real grudge between them, right? Plus, these two had already sparred before, so they were probably just eager for more. It had nothing to do with fighting to the death. Xiaochen's face turned red, and he unconsciously moved away from the old pig to chat with Chang'e. After all, he needed to take some time to interact with normal people. Otherwise, if he got infected by the pig's slightly lower intelligence, how would he survive? He also very cleverly stuffed the angry rabbit back into Chang'e's arms, letting the rabbit keeper comfort the poor creature properly. The monkey suddenly walked over and suggested, let's split into groups. Spread out the route so we can move faster. Old Yen agreed, nodding and saying, that's a good idea. I'll team up with Xiao brother to make up for our previous mistakes. I hope everyone will give Yen some face. Is that feasible? Alright. The immortals naturally had no objections, but they agreed reluctantly, not knowing why. Chang'e had raised the rabbits for so many years, and the coordination between her and the rabbits was more seamless, so it was only natural that she and the rabbits were paired together. The monkey was worried about Sha Sang losing his magical powers. He thought his magic circle was effective at warding off demons and truly durable. As long as he didn't disobey orders and act on his own, he would definitely survive. Tang Sanzang cast a sorrowful glance at Old Pig, causing his ears to twitch violently. He then shot a resentful glance at Old Yen, thinking to himself, how could he be so quick to act? He snatched Xiao Chen, who was carrying all those delicious foods, away first. Monkey brother is the same, he didn't even consult with Pig before making a suggestion. They're fellow disciples, yet he doesn't show any consideration at all. But there was no other option. He could only walk up to his master with a hesitant expression, smiling in a way that was anything but sincere. He reached out to brush away the non-existent dust from Tang Seng's robe and said with a flattering expression, Master, your disciple will protect you. I won't let you be captured by the female demon and forced into marriage. Tang Sanzang. Hey, you fool, you're really asking for it. The monkey jumped over and grabbed Old Pig's ear, pulling it hard. No need to say, he's been twisting ears for thousands of years, a pro, with guaranteed quality and enough force to make Old Pig can't help but open his mouth and let out a pitiful cry. Put. Despite it being a bit unethical, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh. After knowing the Old Pig for so long, this was the first time he'd ever heard the Old Pig let out a genuine pig squeal. That's damn annoying. The other immortals couldn't help but chuckle, but none were as shameless as Xiao Chen. Brother, you're just grumbling, that's not very loyal. Old Pig shot Xiao Chen a disapproving glance, rubbed his ears, and obediently followed Tang Seng in choosing a route to go. Xiao Chen waved at Lao Zhu's retreating back, silently shedding a tear of sympathy for him, and offered his most sincere blessings. Brother Pig, you must come back alive. Watching Old Pig, who had been walking steadily, suddenly stumble, Xiao Chen thought to himself that what he was worried about was that this guy would definitely be scolded to death by Tang Seng, not killed by the spirit monster. Therefore, he didn't think there was anything wrong with the blessing he had just given. Brother, I'm heading this way with my junior disciple. Here, take this talisman. It could save your life in a pinch. Having learned from the previous incident, the monkey refused to trust Old Yen, no matter what he said. He handed the talisman over openly, shoved it into Xiao Chen's hand, and ignored Old Yen's face turning from white to red. He said, that guy acted too quickly. Otherwise, I would have teamed up with you. Sha Sang nearly cried in front of the monkey. Damn it, we're fellow disciples, how could he treat us so badly? Hee, thanks, monkey brother. Anyway, Sha brother, take care on the way. Even if you're captured by the female demon, don't worry. Just wait for your brother to master his divine powers and come rescue you. Sha Seng's face darkened. He decided he would never be so honest again. He would find an opportunity to beat that guy senseless. He was so damn angry. The rabbit was overjoyed in Chang'e's arms, covering its eyes with both paws and peeking out secretly. After seeing the Monkey King and Sha Sang leave, it finally burst into laughter, holding its stomach. However, the next moment, it couldn't laugh anymore. Be a good rabbit, okay? Don't let Pig Brother's words get to you and affect your pursuit of the path of enlightenment. Remember this, even if you're flat-chested, thick-waisted, and short, your older brother still loves you. If you ever have little rabbits, make sure to give one to your older brother. I've gotten addicted to cuddling them, and now I feel empty-handed. After speaking, he turned to Old Yen and shouted urgently, stop laughing. Hurry up and take your brother away. Don't let the rabbit kill us. Old Yen laughed as he dragged him away by the arm, fleeing hundreds of meters. Behind them, the rabbit's cries echoed like a child wailing for its parents, Xiao Chen, I'll kill you. Ah! A cute little girl was forced into the role of a shrewish woman, and it was unclear if she could ever return to her former self. Ha ha! Brother, you're such a walking joke. Lao Yen grabbed Xiao Chen and flew through the air, sincerely praising him. Yen brother, you're too kind. Speaking of which, when you were bragging about that female spirit earlier, were you intentionally complimenting her skirt? I could see you almost lifting it up. What's your plan? Tell me so I can give you some advice. Don't let go. You're still floating up there. Xiao Chen dissolved into mist and landed gracefully on the ground, smiling gently at Old Yen. Chapter 106, Something's Not Quite Right. Wait, buddy, change back and take another look. Old Yen really wanted to slap someone, but when he saw Xiao Chen turn into mist, he was startled for a moment. Xiao Chen sighed deeply in his heart. Forget it. The mist he had transformed into was different from before. Although the other immortals were still unaware of this ability, Old Yen knew. It seems like he even scolded him. However, Xiao Chen noticed something more important. Lao Yen had just used the word change. I have an inexplicable fondness for that word.
He's been admiring everyone's magic for a long time.
Therefore, Xiaochen transformed back into a cloud of mist with a sense of relief. Old Yen circled around the mist, examining it closely, and after pondering for a long time, he asked, "What on earth have you created?"
Damn it! Xiaochen was displeased. I thought you knew. Turns out you don't either. You're such a show-off. I'll give you a 0. No.
Lao Yen shook his head, his fair face filled with confusion.
This aura is so strange.
It feels like it belongs to a powerful race, but it's not quite right.
Strange.
Xiaochen wanted to roll his eyes at Old Yen, but then realized he was currently a cloud of mist and lacked the ability to do so.
He could only ask, which race? Why does it seem like it, yet not like it?
In his mind, he speculated that Old Yen's judgment was probably spot on. The little fire was likely the powerful race Old Yen had mentioned, but this was the tip of the iceberg. Such a powerful race wouldn't just reveal itself to anyone. Therefore, few people knew about this heart-tip fire, which might also be the uncertainty Old Yen had mentioned.
A powerful race?
Xiaochen estimated the value of the heart-piercing flame and concluded it was beyond measure. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had encountered an innocent child who would so freely give such a precious gift. Who knows if that child will one day regret it so much that he cries himself unconscious, and then goes to great lengths to hunt him down.
Old Yen looked extremely serious and said, "It's a terrifying race. It's not something you or I can provoke.
Besides, it doesn't belong to this realm and definitely won't appear in the next generation.
So it's definitely not that. Don't ask me anymore. It's pointless to tell you."
I wonder how strong Xiao's heartfire is. Could it burn this pale-faced guy to death?
Xiaochen really wanted to splash Lao Yan's face with it. Even if it couldn't kill him, disfiguring him would be enough. Damn it!
Seeing Old Yen's cautious expression, Xiaochen knew he wouldn't get an answer.
However, Old Yen had a point. Even if he knew, what good would it do?
Therefore, he gave up and asked another question. Next time?
Isn't the place we traveled to last time the next destination?
This place clearly isn't it.
Of course it's the next session.
Old Yen rolled his eyes and said,
"Do you think you could have come in otherwise? It's just a different entrance.
If you send a location now, it'll still show the mortal realm. But it's the mortal realm where demons once roamed freely." Xiaochen returned to his original form and said, "I don't get it, but it's impressive. But I guess we've gone back to the time when Tang Sanzang was on his journey to the west. You're not completely clueless after all."
"Xiaochen. Let's go. We'll follow this ridge."
Just as Xiaochen finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
A teammate has found a stone.
Once he sends the activation code, listen to Old Yen, no rush, no rush.
Let's get some chicken to eat first.
We've been fighting all this time, and we're starving. Xiaochen felt he had found a colleague even more shameless than himself.
You're not human, you get hungry? Don't you still have half a chicken left?
Xiaochen was slaughtering the chicken, sighing with relief that he had such a capable assistant who managed the farm so efficiently and raised a few more chickens. Otherwise, all the chickens they had saved up for so long would have been ruined by Old Yen.
Half a chicken isn't enough. You know how big my appetite is.
Lao Yan sat beside Xiaochen, watching him clean the chicken feathers, and said, "The delicacies of this world are endless.
Don't flatter me.
There is no need for compliments or kind words.
I'm just giving you the chicken to eat. You're making it so pretentious. No need to flatter me or say nice things. I'm just giving you the chicken. Don't be so pretentious." Xiaochen wasn't buying it. There were so many gold coins.
He was starting to wonder if Old Yen was planning to make up for the 4 lost soul binding flutes by taking them back. Before he could finish with one chicken, another wave of system notifications came in, leaving Xiaochen feeling uneasy. Everyone else was busy searching for stones to fight monsters, but he was busy slaughtering chickens for Old Yen. It must have been because he accidentally bumped his forehead when he first emerged from the ground.
"Hey, big brother. You can't just eat this chicken for free.
You've got to teach us a few powerful techniques later, or else how can you justify eating the chicken?" Xiaochen shook off a handful of chicken feathers and said. Old Yen stared at Xiaochen with a peculiar expression and said slowly, "I do feel a bit indebted to you, brother." Xiaochen blinked, as if sensing something was off. Before he could figure it out, he heard Lao Yen say triumphantly, "Even if I wanted to give it to you, could you even practice it?" Xiaochen blinked, sensing something was off, but before he could figure it out, he heard Lao Yen say triumphantly, "Even if I wanted to give it to you, could you even handle it? If you can't practice it now, does that mean I can't give it to you in the future?" Xiaochen glared at him. "I can't practice it now, but that doesn't mean I can't practice it in the future. Are you going to give it to me or not?" Xiaochen glared at him. Lao Yen said he wasn't scared at all and explained, "There are no lower level techniques here, and there are no ready-made scrolls or books. To pass on techniques, you have to use mental energy. You haven't yet achieved the foundation establishment stage. Forcing it into your mind would cause your head to explode. Otherwise, I would have already passed on the hidden breath technique to you so you could control your own energy. So, mortal, hurry up and cultivate. I'll be waiting for you on the path to enlightenment." Watching Lao Yan shake his head arrogantly, Xiao Chen really wanted to slap him in the face with chicken dung. Well, facing Lao Yan, whose shamelessness far surpassed his own, Xiao Chen admitted he was no match for him. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't outsmart him either. What could he do? Fuming, he flung chicken droppings onto the ground, imagining it was old Yen's face, and snarled, "I'll remember this, brother. Once I've completed my foundation cultivation, I'll come find you in the underworld realm. Don't you dare renege on this debt." "No reneging, no reneging." Lao Yan smiled as he watched Xiao Chen clean the chicken, coat it with seasoning, wrap it in leaves, dig a hole, bury the chicken, and then drag out another one. He just loved watching this guy get so angry he could jump up and down yet couldn't he do a thing about it. Damn it, he actually said he lifted the female demon's skirt. Does he have no taste at all? There are plenty of female ghosts in the underworld who are more beautiful than that female demon. Why would he be interested in a female demon? Speaking of which, I was planning to take you to the underworld for a couple of days so you could see the grandeur of my vast underworld. Old Yen said earnestly. No way. What's there to see in such a gloomy place? Chapter 107, The Ranch Level Up Card. The old man of the land suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No one had summoned him, he had come out on his own. Xiao Chen stared at the old man in disbelief. You're so selfish, old man. You didn't even say goodbye when you left, and now you come out without a sound. Are you trying to scare someone to death? He was indeed startled. A head suddenly popped out from half a step in front of him, gave him a smile, and then his body squeezed out. The entire location was very close to where the 5 chickens had been buried. If he had been off by another 30 centimeters, he would have hit one of the chickens that was emitting an enticing aroma. Old Yen would have flipped out on the spot, even though he didn't destroy the hole. Could you have at least asked where it was before you came out? You almost ruined the chicken. How are we supposed to eat it now? Old Yen said angrily. The old man looked wronged, sniffing the air filled with the rich aroma. How could the little immortal do such a wicked thing? Lord Yen, please don't accuse the little immortal wrongly. Dealing with chickens was something I did before I became an immortal. Now I'm devoted to the path of immortality. How could I still be obsessed with women? Wait, what? Eat? Oh, just say so earlier, he. He laughed so hard his face was wrinkled, looking utterly lecherous. He also complimented Xiao Chen. It's been a few hours, and Xiao brother has gotten even more handsome. You're up to no good. There's definitely something fishy going on. Xiao Chen felt he had to pay a price for that compliment, but before that, he reached out to poke the old man and said, You were quite the ladies' man back in the day, weren't you? Lao Yan was a bit confused and asked, What does raising chickens have to do with beauty? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Keep an eye on the pot. Let me chat with the old master about the good old days. Xiao Chen brushed off Lao Yan with a casual remark and turned to the earth deity to chat, saying, Hurry up and tell me, before the old master passed away, no, before he became an immortal, was he also immortal? Which dynasty was he from? How was his combat prowess in that area? The earth deity's old face turned red with embarrassment. He waved his hands and whispered, Those are old stories. Let's not mention them. Let's not mention them. Speaking of which, is that the scent of chicken? Your old man here was led astray by Brother Xiao. I came over just because of the scent. I know Brother Xiao has good things there. Haha, he. You know, in this remote and impoverished place, there's no one to offer sacrifices to me, and I'm almost starved to death. So when I caught that scent, I knew Brother Xiao was nearby, so I came out. He sniffed the air, took a deep breath, and sighed contentedly. It's so fragrant. I haven't smelled this aroma in ages. It's been so long. Ha. He, your nose is really sharp. The female spirit that appeared earlier must have had perfume on her. Why didn't you go over to sniff it? Xiao Chen turned his head away, feeling that being praised wasn't a good thing. This was like inviting trouble. Today was going to be another day of bankruptcy. Why again? Why again? Why again? After thinking about it, I realized he had gone bankrupt multiple times. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. This isn't just any ordinary chicken, it's one that can be traded for a magical artifact. I hope old Yen keeps his word and gives him the martial arts techniques later. While the other players were diligently fighting monsters, Xiao Chen, feeling guilty, received 2 notifications while playing the game, thinking that everyone else was pretty lucky. While eating chicken, Xiao Chen didn't idle either. He glanced at the 2 ghosts playing in the dirt nearby and asked Lao Yan, What can Xiaozhuo and Xiaoyu eat? Can the lack of ghostly energy in the human world affect their cultivation progress? Oh, you mean those 2 ghost servants? Whether they eat or not doesn't matter. Of course, if there are any high-quality incense or candles, you can feed them to them. As for cultivation, it's just slower in the human world. But as long as they can cultivate, it's still better than being in the underworld. Oh, you mean those 2 ghost servants? Whether they eat or not doesn't matter. Of course, if there are high-quality incense candles or something, you can feed them to them. As for cultivation, it's slower in the human world, but if they can accumulate merit, it can be converted into ghostly energy for their cultivation.
Incense and candles are just candles, right?
They should be available for purchase. I'll look them up online later.
As for how to accumulate merit?
Killing ghosts, capturing them, and sending them back to the underworld. Of course, you can't just kill or capture ghosts indiscriminately. Xiao brother might not know this, but in the mortal world, there are actually many ghosts.
And they're not like you imagine. Ghosts aren't only active at night.
Many ghosts without evil karma aren't afraid of the sun, so you can't just kill them. However, ghosts with evil karma who linger in the mortal world without permission from the underworld can be captured, even if they don't harm anyone. There are also vengeful ghosts, which dare not walk openly in the mortal realm.
These can be eliminated.
Therefore, if Xiaozuo and Xiaoyu can capture vengeful ghosts that feed on human yang energy to cultivate, or ghosts with evil karma, or those that intentionally harm others, they can accumulate merit.
There is one more point: ghosts that harm others can be divided into many types. For example, some ghosts were innocently killed by others in their previous lives.
These ghosts harbor a desire for revenge and refuse to report to the underworld. However, they specifically target the enemies who killed them and do not harm the innocent. Killing such ghosts before their revenge is fulfilled will not accumulate merit but will instead generate ghostly resentment, which is detrimental to cultivation. However, if such a ghost, after avenging itself, refuses to report to the underworld and instead secretly remains in the human world, it should be killed.
This is so complicated.
Of course, without rules, there can be no order. This principle applies everywhere, in heaven and on earth.
Otherwise, everything would be in chaos. But even if some ghosts don't harm people, why don't they reincarnate? Why stay in the human world? Xiao Chen wondered.
Old Yen shot him a disdainful glance and said, "The number of ghosts is countless.
Do you think the underworld's ghost officers can handle them all?
Besides, those ghosts have already made arrangements with the underworld and are registered on the rolls.
As long as they follow the rules, they can stay in the human world if they wish, enjoying its bustling atmosphere. Where else would I send them?
Even if they qualify, the number of ghosts waiting to be reincarnated each day is incalculable.
Where would we find enough reincarnation opportunities for them all?
Besides, those good ghosts who choose to stay in the human world haven't committed any major offenses. We can't just send them to other realms without considering the circumstances. If they're sent to other realms, they don't even have the qualifications for those realms.
How would we arrange that? The underworld is already full. There's just no way to handle it all. It's so frustrating. I'm exhausted every day. Speaking of which, we can't even handle the current situation. It's so frustrating. I'm exhausted every day.
I really can't tell where you're getting so tired from.
You're the laziest one in the whole team.
Xiao Chen muttered to himself about Old Yen, while his worldview was once again turned upside down. However, he didn't take it too seriously. The specific arrangements would depend on the opinions of Xiaozuo and Xiaoyu regarding the matter. Moreover, he couldn't very well lead the two ghosts on a grand ghost hunting expedition, since he couldn't see ghosts himself. Moreover, he couldn't lead two ghosts on a grand ghost hunting expedition. He couldn't see ghosts. It was just that he didn't know before, but now he knows that in his daily life, he might come across certain creatures, which sends a chill down his spine and makes him shiver. I wish I hadn't asked about these things. I'm just making myself feel uncomfortable for no reason. Xiao Chen strictly limited the number of chickens everyone could eat this time, giving one each to Lao Yan and the land god, and then promptly collected the rest. As for himself, he tore off a chicken leg from one side, then another from the other side. That was enough. Of course, he wouldn't bother to open another one just for himself. After eating their fill, the earth god made his usual exit, and Xiao Chen followed Old Yen along the path they had chosen. Since Old Yen already knew about his unusual mist, he no longer bothered to hide it. He transformed into mist, practicing to conceal his aura and fade the color of the mist while searching for stones. Before they could find the stones, Xiao Chen received another notification from the system. Congratulations, the arena master has successfully located the furnace flame stone.
Would you like to activate it? Activate.
As soon as Xiao Chen issued the command, another message followed. Congratulations, the arena master has obtained a genuine furnace flame stone, which comes with a lucky attribute.
Would the arena master like to trigger the lucky effect? Xiao Chen started to scheme in his mind. He tried to communicate with the system first. Could luck be swapped?
He was thinking about Sha Seng's situation. Though he had been joking around casually before, Xiao Chen actually cared more than anyone else. Although he currently had no idea how important attribute points were, seeing everyone willing to spend large sums of money to secure a task slot made him realize that attribute points were as vital as life itself for every field master. This isn't even about the item itself at worst, he can just return the divine grinder to Sha Seng.
But such tasks aren't something you come across every day.
Even if you do encounter one and someone has activated it, there's no guarantee they'll deem the item you offer worthy enough to grant you a spot. Therefore, Xiao Chen wanted to ask the system if there was any way to switch. If not, he would wait until the end. If he still couldn't obtain the lucky item that could lift the curse, he planned to use that unexpected opportunity to negotiate with the system.
In any case, he absolutely couldn't let Sha Sang return empty-handed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get over it. It will affect his spiritual cultivation. That's a good reason. If it affects his Tao heart, I wonder if the system can take responsibility for that. At that moment, the system responded, no, and asked Xiao Chen again if he had triggered that lucky event. Alright. Trigger it. Trigger successful. Obtained 1 ranch level up card, which has been added to the warehouse. The ranch owner can view it at any time. What is the ranch level up card used for? Old Yen clutched his chest and collapsed on the ground, twitching dramatically before slowly uttering a sigh. Damn it. Why does everything good always happen to you? Screw you, can't you use a better word? Xiao Chen scowled. Chapter 108, Anonymous Purchase Request. The ranch level up card comes in 3 tiers, low, medium, and high. The low tier skips 5 levels, the medium tier skips 10 levels, and the high tier skips 30 levels. Old Yen is willing to lie there convulsing, let him convulse. It won't cost him a single piece of flesh. Xiao Chen went to check the ranch warehouse and found that the card he had obtained was a low-level card, allowing him to skip 5 levels directly. The small farmer also said happily, farm owner, we really have good luck. A low-level ranch level-up card doesn't come out even once a year, and a mid-level card is rare even after 10 or 8 years. As for a high-level card, it seems like only one has ever been released. However, it appeared in the demon realm, but strangely, that card hasn't been used yet. Can you tell if a level-up card has been used or not? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Yes, after using a level-up card, it will be displayed on the Hall of Fame rankings. Since this is a rare item, the names of farm owners who have used a level-up card will have a small title next to them. For example, the farm owner here, if they use it, their name will have a level-up card user title next to it. Yes, after using the level skip card, it will be displayed on the Hall of Fame rankings. Since this is a rare item, the names of field masters who have used the level skip card will have a small title next to them. For example, if the field master here uses it, then their name on the Hall of Fame will have a small title saying level skip 5, and everyone will see it. What rewards does this small title grant? Xiao Chen is more concerned about the practical benefits. Before the farmer could answer, Old Yen slowly got up from the ground and casually remarked, what rewards? Just one move and the ranch instantly levels up multiple times, getting several gift packs. What else do you need? As for that title suffix, it's just for show, to look cool. I see. It's like a rare title or special suffix, something I'd never seen before, but it must be pretty cool. That's not bad. Xiao Chen was satisfied. After all, he could tell by now that the ranch's leveling up was really slow, far behind the farm. However, the items produced in the ranch are significantly more valuable than those from the farm, so the level of the ranch is crucial. It's pretty impressive. Lao Yan gave Xiao Chen a cold glance and said, lucky for you that you're in the next generation. In this world, you're the only mortal ranch owner. If you were in other realms, especially the demon realm or the demon realm, you'd be targeted by many, and they'd come looking for you for no reason. So, young man, hurry up and get stronger. Otherwise, one day you might cross over, and that title will attract all sorts of demons and monsters to come find you for a chat. Xiao Chen grinned widely, showing his pearly whites, and said, do you think I'm stupid? Using this level skipping card later is much more cost-effective than using it now. I'd have to be really bored to use it on such a weak version of myself and attract so much trouble. Xiao Chen grinned widely, showing his pearly whites, and said, do you think I'm stupid? Using this level skip card later is way more cost-effective than using it now. I'd have to be really bored to use it on such a weak version of myself and attract so much trouble. Old Yen sneered. When a junior level up card appears, the system will make a big deal out of it and display it prominently. Your coordinates? The mortal realm. In the entire divine level farming system, you're the only mortal. What do you think? Xiao Chen, damn it. Xiao Chen, damn it. Let's go. Lao Yen waved his sleeves and hummed, I just wanted to catch a chicken to eat, but who knew I'd get so worked up? How unlucky can I be? Xiao Chen floated in the air. Although Old Yen sometimes seemed a bit off kilter, he was actually quite kind when he acted up. As long as there was nothing else to do, he would urge Xiao Chen to practice his cultivation, telling him to quickly dispel that seductive mist and stop being so flirtatious. The mist transformation technique was quickly mastered with the system's assistance, but as Lao Yen had said, it still required thorough practice to achieve seamless execution, allowing its full power to be unleashed. Old Yen would occasionally wave his sleeves to fan the air, guiding Xiao Chen to control his body and maintain his direction. However, Xiao Chen felt that since he had burrowed through the ground, his control over the mist transformation technique had improved significantly compared to before. As he walked along, he was constantly being playfully slapped by the old demon. After enduring hundreds of such attacks, Xiao Chen finally managed to stand against the wind. Though it was still somewhat forced, it was progress, wasn't it? At the same time, he noticed a problem while receiving 4 or 5 system notifications about the furnace flamestones. How come we've been walking for so long and haven't even come across a single stone? You wouldn't really be possessed by the god of misfortune, would you? What else have we been doing all day besides eating chicken? You're the one who's cursed by bad luck. But it is strange.
Where did all the stones go? No one knows where the stones went, but the peasant informed him of the latest news. Master, someone left a message asking to buy that ranch level up card. The price and treasure are up to you. Ha! Who's so generous? Someone is offering a high price for a low level up card. What if it were a mid-level or high-level one? Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel tempted. He decided to focus more on the farm, plant more crops, and weed more often to level up quickly. Maybe he could take on more tasks and, who knows, get lucky one day and obtain some rare items. As he daydreamed happily, he heard the little farmer say, I don't know. It's an anonymous purchase request. An anonymous purchase request? Xiao Chen thought about the status display after using the level up card and said, as a newly appointed field manager who doesn't know much about the level up card, I was looked down upon by Yen Bian. Does that anonymous fool not understand either? Once he uses the level up card, everyone will find out anyway. And how should I respond to him? If I add him to a chat, how can he remain anonymous? Sighing, he muttered, if you're going to buy something, just buy it openly. Why make it so underhanded? Do you think buying my stuff is beneath you? Ignoring the cold glances from old Yen, Xiaonong explained, it's not like that, field master. The other party obviously knows about the level up card. As for anonymity, there are many reasons, but the most important one is probably that revealing their identity could provoke malicious competition from their rivals, which might cause unnecessary trouble for the field master. For example? For instance, if this person is from the demon realm and they don't hide their identity when leaving a message, this transaction might be obstructed by powerful beings from the immortal realm, the demon realm, or even the underworld. They might openly or covertly threaten the auctioneer. Although there is currently a policy advocating peaceful coexistence among all realms, there are always undercurrents. One side may attempt to suppress another in terms of overall strength, and thus doesn't want to see the other obtain such rare items. Don't underestimate the 5-level jump. Upgrading the ranch becomes extremely difficult in later stages. Just ask the Yen Jun by the host's side. The most important thing is that later stage upgrade packages and main quests may yield game-changing treasures. Opening 5 levels grants 5 upgrade packages. If you can time it to open at a round number of levels and trigger a main quest, the chance of obtaining rare items increases significantly. Yeah, saving up a bunch of packages and opening them all at once might actually increase the chances of getting good stuff compared to opening them normally. Oh, I just need to understand the situation. As for that purchase request, just ignore it. Xiao Chen said. He really had no intention of selling it. He wasn't aware of the situation with the level up card earlier, so he didn't hide it from Lao Yen when discussing it with the small farmer. Besides, there was no way to hide it anyway, since he was the only field master in the mortal realm. Everyone will find out eventually. Old Yen spoke up, this level up card, if we were to issue it at our level, no one would ever ask to buy it. By this point, everyone knows how important this thing is. If you can use it yourself, keep it. Never give it away lightly. Hold on to it. One day, when you've been playing the system for a long time, you'll realize how wise this decision was. Xiao Chen nodded seriously, I can't relate to that, but at the farm, due to the low level, the number of animals is too few, and there aren't even enough chickens to eat. I'd never sell the level up card. Lao Yen, though your way of understanding is a bit off, at least you got it right. Thanks for the compliment. Xiao Chen said solemnly. Chapter 109, Applying Eye Drops to the Nine-Tailed Fox. I wonder if the system knew that old Yen was a lazy bum, so it secretly moved the stones on their route to other teams. Xiao Chen drifted along the way, feeling increasingly exhausted. A cloud of mist grew lower and lower, eventually scraping the ground as he moved, and the two of them didn't even come across a single piece of furnace flamestone. During this time, other teams found 5 stones, though they were all fake, they were still far superior to what they had, leaving him, as an important figure, feeling deeply ashamed. He couldn't help but think that old Yen must have been cursed, causing the stones to avoid him and refuse to show themselves no matter what. Xiao Chen snorted, I won't even say you're possessed by a curse. Can you at least let me stand up like a human being? I'm about to sink into the ground. No way. You have to keep pushing your limits. That's how you improve faster. Lao Yen rolled his eyes, swept his sleeve, and sent Xiao Chen flying. Xiao Chen didn't bother fighting against the wind wherever it blew, he drifted. There's a pile of rocks 500 meters ahead. Let's go check it out. Lao Yen remained calm, saying to hurry up, but his steps didn't pick up speed at all. Xiao Chen perked up at the words, straining to stand taller, at least to match old Yen's waist height. Otherwise, if he deliberately stepped on him later, it would ruin their relationship. Meanwhile, they were heading toward the rock. At the farm, the nine-tailed fox, a regular visitor these past few days, arrived with a mysterious smile and remarked, your farm owner is truly cunning. The small farmer was busy setting up his stall, just about to report the good news to the farm owner that business had been unusually brisk these past few days. The nine-tailed fox arrived, walked in without a word, and dropped that bombshell right away. Our field master is busy with a task right now and doesn't have time to check the chat channel. What's the matter? The small farmer flapped his wings, feeling a bit annoyed by the nine-tailed fox's words. Last time she came, she complained that the farm owner didn't respond to her chat account. This time, she directly called the farm owner cunning. Let's see if we'll bother helping this fox pass messages in the future. Humph. The nine-tailed fox snorted coldly. There are plenty of purchase requests on that little stall. You should have told your host about them, right? Is that task so urgent that you don't even have time to check the chat? I think you're just avoiding it. I wonder who the nine-tailed fox is here to reprimand on behalf of. Besides, the field master has his own considerations. What business is it of yours? The small farmer was displeased and retorted angrily. The nine-tailed fox narrowed her eyes and chuckled. You're quite the sharp-tongued one. Speaking of which, little sister, once the farm assistants have served their time, they must be summoned back, right? Just say what you mean. You've had an assistant before, you should know that when the time comes, the assistant has to leave. But why are you suddenly bringing this up? The young farmer asked in confusion. Giggle, you really are a simple little girl. The nine-tailed fox rolled her eyes and said, after completing your assistant tasks and returning, you'll be unbound from the system and gain freedom to pursue the path you desire. However, most assistants are influenced by the masters they served and end up choosing the same path as their former masters. If nothing unexpected happens, you should probably choose the path of immortality when you return, right? Xiaonong just wanted to know what you meant by bringing that up suddenly. For some reason, Xiaonong felt a bit irritated. What is this nine-tailed fox up to? No particular reason. I just wanted to ask you, once you regain your freedom, would you be interested in having me find you a master from the Shueishu realm to become his direct disciple? Your human domain lord might not fully understand the value of this, but I'm sure you do. What do you think? Xiaonong narrowed his eyes and said, is it for a low-level farm upgrade card? The Shattered Void Realm, no wonder the demons are coming to buy it. Xiaonong smiled innocently. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. As an assistant, I can't interfere with the field master's decisions. Xiaonong is the same no matter what choice the field master makes. Xiaonong will stand by the field master's side. If you want Xiaonong to persuade the field master to sell the upgrade card to that mysterious demon cultivator, Xiaonong can't do it. Little farmer, what if you could find a way to regain your freedom early? The nine-tailed fox paused, clearly surprised by little farmer's response, and added another condition. The great demons of the Shattered Void Realm, there are only a handful of beings in the entire demon realm who have reached this realm. Even among those who have, the requirements for their direct disciples are extremely stringent. Not everyone who seeks to become a disciple is accepted. This young woman clearly knows how formidable this realm is. Why would she refuse? Just ask her to say a word on your behalf. A single word could secure an opportunity for rapid rise to prominence. Anyone would know this deal was incredibly advantageous, yet this young woman refused without a second thought. Was she trying to drive up the price? Fortunately, the person said to try their best to negotiate. Then let's try our best. After all, it's not coming out of our own pockets, and she's just passing on the message. But she was also puzzled. Was a low-level promotion card really worth it? This little girl didn't seem particularly talented. Taking her as a direct disciple, wouldn't that person be worried about it affecting their own status? At that moment, the young peasant girl grew displeased. She crossed her arms at her waist and glared angrily, exclaiming, "Who needs freedom? I was planning to ask the leader to let me stay a few more years. What do I need freedom for? And that so-called great being from the demon realm is really something. If he wants to buy something, he should just ask for it openly. Why act like a thief? Does he think buying something from our field master is shameful? Humph." The nine-tailed fox was startled into silence for a moment, her beautiful face looking dazed. She soon burst into laughter, no longer bothering to pretend, and returned to her usual self. This is truly ridiculous. Does having such a master mean having such an assistant? Your master is a weirdo. Last time, he actually asked me for a tail. Forget it, I'm not getting involved in that. However, little sister, we're still even. I'm just here to deliver a message. As for the chicken matter, our cooperation remains unchanged. After speaking, the nine tails shook collectively, and she twisted her slender waist, preparing to leave and give an answer. Just then, a dog's shadow flashed across the farm. The heavenly dog had arrived. Woof! Little fox? Come, let me take a bite. The nine-tailed fox, who had been swaying gracefully moments ago, turned pale with fear upon recognizing the intruder, let out a shrill scream, and retreated immediately. Woof! What's this little fox doing here? Xiao Tianquan curled his tail and sat down on the ground. He realized he was growing increasingly fond of Xiao Chen's place. Though it wasn't as scenic or spacious as his own, watching the crops here ripen in just 10 to 20 hours was simply delightful. Alright, I'm just here to steal vegetables at the right time. Though these days the small farmer has been on guard against him, either urging him to harvest an hour early or 2 hours early. Finally, the heavenly dog lost his temper. Whenever he saw that there were less than 8 hours left and he happened to be free, he would go find the small farmers to chat. Yes, he would chat for several hours at a time, and he didn't charge them a penny. Shame on you. The small farmer looked at the big dog and rolled his eyes. But then she remembered how the big dog had scared the nine-tailed fox so badly that she had lost her composure, and this made her happy again. She greeted him with more enthusiasm than usual. "Dog brother, you're here? The nine-tailed fox just said she wanted to have sex with you." Chapter 110, The Power of the Mutant Mist. Xiao Chun transformed back into human form, standing before a pile of large rocks with trembling legs as the system issued a prompt. The recent cultivation had not only depleted his internal energy but also his physical strength. At that moment, all he wanted was to sit down and catch his breath, with no other thoughts in his mind. However, Lao Yan was not pleased. Before finding the rock, he had been constantly nagging Xiao Chun, claiming that he was cursed and couldn't find a rock. Now that they had finally found one, how could he let Xiao Chun rest? "Open, open, hurry up and open. If you open it too slowly, I won't be happy." Lao Yan was overjoyed, his expression resembling that of a man who had been single for thousands of years and finally found a wife. He pulled out his weapon and prepared to attack. There was a pile of stones of various sizes in front of him, and not far away was a larger one. Xiao Chun thought for a moment, dragged his legs over to the larger stone, leaned against it, and said weakly, "Activate." Bang! Damn it! Spit! The rocks exploded, and Lao Yan turned around at the sound, grimacing slightly. He glanced sideways at Xiao Chun, who was being wrapped by a large serpent-like spirit creature, and said, "Who the hell is cursed? Why didn't you hide somewhere else? You had to hide behind that monster." As he finished speaking, his shoulders trembled violently. Xiao Chun wanted to grin at old Yen to get him to come to his aid out of past favor. But the giant python was wrapped too tightly around him, choking him so badly he couldn't even smile. Xiao Chun quickly turned into mist and drifted away before the giant python could react. To be honest, he had been exhausted earlier, but in this critical moment, an unknown source of strength surged forth, allowing him to perform beyond his limits. With a swift movement, he darted far away and evaded the attack. It seems like sometimes you just have to push yourself to the limit. However, at the moment the giant python turned into mist, it raised its head and let out a loud roar, then flipped over, covering the red scars on its body that had peeled off. A flash of fear even flickered in its cold, gleaming eyes. But Xiao Chen and the other were too preoccupied. One was busy fleeing for his life, the other was busy watching someone else flee to notice. "Hurry up!" Xiao Chen shouted. Without waiting for him to speak, Lao Yan gripped the judge's brush and drew a line in the air, then charged forward to wrestle with the giant python. Xiao Chen sat on the ground, regulating his breath, took a bite of a peach, and exclaimed that he had made a mistake in his judgment. Damn it, what's the point of playing tricks with a rock? The other teams were still doing a great job, not only clearing monsters quickly but also encountering furnace stones at a high rate. Xiao Chen, who kept receiving updates, couldn't help but wonder if they had chosen a route lined with furnace stones and were actively inviting the Immortals over to play. Lao Yan, after fighting for a while, started feeling lazy. As soon as he noticed Xiao Chen's expression improving, he began waving his judgment pen in the air while calling out to Xiao Chun, "Most of the spirit monsters are dead. You take care of the cleanup. Try using the mist attack and see how effective it is." Xiao Chen knew full well that old Yen was testing him, helping him hone his skills, but he pretended to be annoyed and said, "All you know how to do is slack off." As he spoke, he transformed into a mist and charged forward. However, the giant python seemed to prefer old Yen. No matter where old Yen tried to hide, it followed him, leaving old Yen helpless. "Damn it, you fight that guy. He's weak. Beating him will boost your confidence. What the hell are you doing? Keep chasing him? He'll beat you up again." Old Yen is running, the big python is chasing old Yen, and Xiao Chen is chasing the big python from behind. A marvelous sight appears on the flaming mountain. Unfortunately, the person and the python ahead were moving too quickly, and Xiao Chen, exhausted from chasing after them, could not catch up. When he was in mist form, his speed wasn't that fast. There was room for improvement. After chasing for a while, Xiao Chen looked at Lao Yan and the big python 100 meters ahead and said angrily, "Damn it, I'm not chasing anymore. That big python loves you more. Look how persistent it is. Just give in. Damn it, I'm exhausted." Lao Yan was amused by his own words. He turned around, swept his sleeve, and a powerful force wrapped around the giant python, flinging it toward Xiao Chen. He said, "You stupid python, you're blind. Can't you tell who's stronger? Why are you clinging to me so stubbornly?" Though the giant python couldn't speak, it cursed inwardly, "You're the one who's blind. That's not just an ordinary human." Luckily he escaped quickly. Earlier otherwise, the python would have been burned to pieces by him. Xiao Chen saw the giant python being thrown back by Lao Yan. He smiled kindly at the python, waved his hand, and said, "Come play." "Play with you? I'd rather be struck dead by Yan Luo Wang. At least that would be quick. If you burn me to pieces, I'll suffer for ages before I die. That's the real torture." Seeing that it couldn't resist that force, and seeing that the human being, despite his cruel methods, was smiling harmlessly, the giant python raised its head and let out a despairing roar. Then, with a loud bang, it turned into a ball of white light and killed itself. Not only was Xiao Chen stunned, but Lao Yan was also speechless. "My heart is so tired." Xiao Chen sighed. Does this big python really like old Yen that much?
Watching Lao Yan walk over with a blank expression, Xiaochen looked defeated and said, "This is a female, right? But that doesn't make sense. I'm clearly more handsome than you." Old Yan ignored Xiaochen's nonsense, rubbing his smooth chin and frowning in thought. After a long pause, he said, "When I was fighting the giant python earlier, I seemed to catch a glimpse of a burn mark on its abdomen. Now that I think about it, you must have injured it when you turned into mist to escape." As he spoke, Lao Yan stared at Xiaochen oddly and said, "I never gave you a proper look before. Transform back so I can take a closer look." Xiaochen ignored the remark that could affect their brotherly bond and addressed the previous statement, "Is my mist that powerful?" Xiaochen ignored the remark that could strain their brotherly bond and responded to the previous statements, "Is my mist really that powerful?" Lao Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Your fog wasn't this powerful before. Now, who knows?" Xiaochen floated in front of Lao Yan, letting him take a good look at him. He hesitated whether to call out to that fair face. After all, it was pretty infuriating to look at. Lao Yan extended his pale, slender fingers, tapped Xiaochen, shook his head, and said, "Average temperature. Average temperature is enough to make that giant python rather commit suicide than fight me?" Xiaochen protested. "I scared the python to death, and you still look down on me." "I understand now." Lao Yan said solemnly, "Emotions and mindset influence temperature. When I tested it earlier, I didn't use any of my cultivation. The temperature was indeed average, only enough to burn some dry grass. Of course, ordinary people would still be injured by that temperature, but not severely. If they retreated quickly, they might not even lose any skin. Do you understand now?" "Got it. I understand that emotions and mental state can affect temperature. After all, I do get angry and feel hot when I'm upset." Xiaochen couldn't nod to indicate his agreement with this assessment, so he simply floated up and down, beginning to experiment with how to control the temperature. However, pretending to be angry and feeling it from the heart are completely different. After trying various methods for a while, he couldn't figure out the trick, so he gave up. "I decided to stick to practicing the mist dissipation technique and aim to make it less noticeable. Otherwise, the current color scheme might make people think he has demonic energy." Chapter 111, Practice Battle. Chapter 111, Practice Battle. Xiaochen is on the rise, don't ask why. Flammable and everywhere. I'm increasingly convinced that trading my treasure for my life was well worth it. Even when he encountered another spirit beast, he spun the soul-binding flute in his hands and asked the bird in a rather dramatic manner, "Little bird, let's make a deal. Give me something, and I'll spare your life." Xiaochen probably didn't expect the bird to understand him, and it responded politely, "You're the bird. Your whole family are birds. I'm an eagle. Can you understand what this thing is saying?" Xiaochen turned to ask Lao Yan. "Can you understand what that bastard is saying?" Xiaochen asked Lao Yan. Lao Yan held back a laugh and politely shook his head. Xiaochen felt relieved, picked up the stick, and swung it at the man while dodging his attacks. He even found time to hurl insults. "You're a bird. I said you're a bird, so you're a bird." Although the bird spoke in its own language, Xiaochen could understand it as long as it responded. Of course, if it remained silent, there was nothing he could do. But clearly, he had encountered a brazen bird. Seeing that Xiaochen could not only understand its bird language but also respond accurately, it grew bold, flapped its wings, and circled around Xiaochen's head before defecating on him. "Damn it, you weakling! You just drop it on me without a word? You think you're so tough? Come down here if you dare. If you want me to come down, I will. If it weren't for that pretty boy standing next to you, you think I'm afraid of you?" Old Yan's face darkened. He grabbed his pen and stepped forward, saying, "Brother, step aside. I'll take care of it. You said you didn't understand, didn't you?" Cough, cough. I couldn't stand seeing this happen to my brother. However, after Old Yan finished speaking, he didn't force the issue and continued to step back to watch Xiaochen fight. Xiaochen didn't bother with Old Yan. He turned into mist and tried to float over to burn him to death, but the other guy flapped his wings and sent him flying to the side. Xiaochen slowly stabilized his body, gritting his teeth in anger. Currently, the speed of transforming into mist is indeed a problem. The large bird opened its mouth and fired a fireball at him. Xiaochen transformed back into human form and dodged it, then summoned several hidden weapons, which shot through the droplets of water from the Tianhan well and flew toward the bird. The eagle's eyes flashed with surprise before it took the situation seriously. He humbly asked, "What kind of technique is this? What use would it be to you? It's not your true form." Xiaochen mocked, using the Lingbo microstep technique to circle around the spirit beast, throwing a few feints before taking advantage of the creature's momentary distraction. In an instant, he closed the distance and struck with a palm strike. "What good would it do you to know? It's not your true form." Xiaochen mocked, then used the Lingbo microstep technique to circle around the spirit beast, feigning several attacks. Taking advantage of the creature's momentary distraction, Xiaochen approached it in the form of mist. Although he didn't kill it immediately, he did give it a good scare. As for Xiaochen, he finally managed to figure out a way to control the temperature during the battle. As he fought, he also refined all the skills he had practiced.
Due to issues with the materials for the hidden weapons prepared earlier, his performance was affected, but after combining them with the water from the cold well, the results were satisfactory. In close combat, the focus is on honing evasion and offensive skills. Once the opponent creates a strong sense of danger, the user transforms into mist to counterattack. Under the pressure of danger and stress, the mist infused with the Heartscore Fire attribute becomes extremely hot, catching the opponent off guard. Xiao Chen has even mastered the technique of clinging to the large bird in mist form, splitting into two separate mist bodies. One distracts the bird's attention while the other searches for its weaker defensive areas, then penetrates through its pores and releases high temperatures to destroy its structural integrity. However, Xiao Chen found this attack method somewhat unsettling. After all, the mist was a manifestation of his own essence, not an external energy projection. As soon as he entered the spirit beast's body, he could see its internal condition, which made him feel as though he had literally burrowed into its abdomen, causing him some discomfort. Therefore, he decided that before he could project his abilities outward, he would avoid using this combat method whenever possible, even if it takes a little longer. As he used the mist dispelling technique more frequently, Xiao Chen grew increasingly convinced that this skill was no ordinary ability. He now understood that his current mastery of the technique was merely superficial. Once he reached a higher level of cultivation, the combat potential of the mist dissipation technique would be truly extraordinary. As for Old Yen, he is just sitting back and doing nothing, truly lazy. He is staying by Xiao Chen's side as a reliable alarm clock, occasionally sounding the alarm to prevent Xiao Chen from getting too carried away in battle. After half an hour of intense combat, the eagle finally exploded into a ball of light, accompanied by a horrifying scream, and vanished into thin air. After the battle, Old Yen came over to analyze the situation with him, pointing out some areas for improvement and urging Xiao Chen to work on them. Then, in a serious tone, he said, "Once you master the mist transformation technique, your combat power in the later stages will be extremely formidable. However, if you cannot split the energy to transform into mist, your true form will still need to be cautious of your opponent's magical artifacts. If you encounter an artifact that can absorb objects, given your current control over mist, you will be in danger." Xiao Chen thought about it and realized that no matter how powerful a technique may be, there will always be something that can counter it. However, this couldn't be achieved by simply cramming knowledge, it required practical experience. With enough real-world experience, you'll naturally figure out what can be tackled head-on and what requires a different approach. Once you reach a certain level, your body will instinctively make the right decisions to resolve the situation. Practical experience is crucial. Before he was completely exhausted, Xiao Chen managed to defeat 4 spirit monsters, including a humanoid flower demon spirit monster. When he couldn't handle it anymore, Lao Yan stepped in at the right moment to finish them off, leaving them half dead so Xiao Chen could continue practicing. However, although the Lingbo microstep was a mundane martial art, it was more than sufficient for dodging enemy attacks, and he also had the bonus of a magical artifact, so dodging wasn't an issue. The same applies to the Tang clan's hidden weapons. Xiao Chen is contemplating this and plans to try integrating his spiritual energy into his mundane martial arts once he successfully establishes his foundation. If successful and the power is not too weak, it could temporarily bolster his martial arts techniques. If not, he will have to explore other options. After all, there's still that old demon who owes him a debt. By the time they had dealt with the last spirit creature, it was nearly midnight. Lao Yan could go without eating, drinking, or sleeping without any issues, but Xiao Chen couldn't. So the two sat down for a late-night snack, and this time Lao Yan was unusually generous and treated them. He pulled out 2 bear paws from the warehouse. Xiao Chen, of course, didn't think these were ordinary bear paws, because his folding knife couldn't cut through it at all. This time, Old Yen took action, pulling out a black dagger and skillfully handling the bear paw. When the bear paw was finally served, Xiao Chen felt like he'd been tricked by Old Yen again. Because Xiao Chen had only taken a single bite before he had to begin meditating to digest and channel that wild energy. By the time he had channeled all the energy, the bear paw on Lao Yan's side had been completely eliminated. Xiao Chen quickly took a bite and then casually stored it away in the warehouse. The energy within his body had reached its maximum capacity. Xiao Chen gained some insight, nodded to Lao Yan, retrieved the Yunyang Palace, and entered it to begin meditating. Chapter 112, It Ignited Again. Although he had gained some insight, Xiao Chen still felt a bit lost. It was as if an invisible membrane had been pierced in the depths of his mind, yet he could not touch what lay beyond it. After sitting for a moment, he not only failed to enter any state of focus but instead felt a slight irritation flit across his heart. Xiao Chen realized he was too fixated on that mysterious realm. If he continued to obsess over it, allowing his irritation to grow, it would be detrimental to his state of mind. Therefore, he abandoned his pursuit of that intangible thing and instead focused on cultivating his martial arts skills using his internal energy techniques to divert his attention. After circulating his energy through several major cycles, he felt both energized and his mind gradually returned to a state of calm. He thought that since he couldn't grasp the so-called Tao, he might as well digest the insights gained from the battles he had witnessed and experienced in recent days. At the same time, he recalled how he had been enchanted by the fox demon's mind control spell earlier. When he broke free, he vaguely saw a half-bloomed lotus flower within his body. If he remembered correctly, that fleeting glimpse also revealed the patterns on the lotus flower. He couldn't understand why, despite its lotus-like appearance, it didn't resemble the lotus flowers he had seen in everyday life. He was also puzzled by the number of petals. I recalled what Xiaohua had mentioned earlier. Since he hadn't yet successfully established his foundation, he couldn't see his inner self. Could the faintly visible lotus flower he saw earlier indicate that his cultivation had improved and he had successfully established his foundation? Xiaochen stood up to test it again, but there was still no response. After thinking for a moment, he sat back down, cleared his mind of all distractions, and tried once more to communicate with the lotus flower. What if he wasn't following the conventional path? Maybe the initial stages of cultivating immortality were different for him. Xiaochen thought optimistically, trying to calm his mind. As he gradually entered a state of focus, he failed to achieve the so-called internal vision to peer into the lotus flower. Instead, he felt an intense heat suddenly surge from his dantian. He didn't see the lotus flower. Instead, he saw a ball of flame explode out of nowhere in his mind. He felt as though he had drunk a bottle of gasoline and then swallowed a ball of fire, causing his body to burn wildly. First, the fire burned within his body, then it spread outward to his skin, every inch of his flesh enduring an indescribable pain as if it were being burned by fire. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Opening his eyes, he saw flames bursting through his clothes. The color combination was just like the first time he saw the flame of his heart. The outer edges were a vibrant red, the center was orange-yellow, and the flames closest to his body were blue. Xiaochen furrowed his brows, clenched his fists tightly, and let out a muffled groan from his throat. He felt as though every cell in his body had turned into a tiny, dancing flame, and his body was the finest kind of combustible material, being consumed by the flames with wild abandon. Damn it, that dream was real. Xiaochen gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Fortunately, he had experienced self-immolation in his dream, and upon waking, he was unharmed and felt surprisingly light. Otherwise, he would have been rolling out of there in a heap, desperate to find old Yen to put out the flames. He also realized that this was likely what Xiaohua had referred to as forging and refining the body. But this kind of pain that directly reaches the limit is also making him want to curse. Damn it! Xiaochen grunted, clenched his teeth, and curled up on the ground, trying to relieve the pain with a curled-up position. However, it was useless. It only changed the shape of the fireball. To distract himself from the pain, Xiaochen forced himself to recite the foundational cultivation mantra. At that moment, he desperately needed to return to that previous state, a state of unconsciousness more effective than deep sleep. Outside the Yunyang Hall, old Yen summoned Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu over. Ever since it was decided to let Xiaochun practice and get used to combat, these two ghosts had become idle, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Since they had their master's orders, even if they occasionally saw their master in danger, they could only stand by, twisting their fingers, and silently cheer for Xiaochen. Yen Jun. The two ghosts bowed their heads and stood still. Old Yen waved his hand, signaling them to sit cross-legged, then said, "I will pass down a martial art technique to the two of you. Cultivate it diligently, quickly enhance your strength, and protect your master well." The two ghosts first trembled, then nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lord Yen. We will protect our master with our lives." Old Yen nodded, raised his hand, and pointed at the two ghosts, sending two streams of light into their foreheads. He said, "You are currently only at the spirit-devouring realm. This realm is not considered particularly powerful in the underworld. Moreover, your potential is not the most outstanding among the ghost servants of your batch. However, if your master does not enter another realm in the short term and remains in the mortal world, your current cultivation will be sufficient to deal with minor demons and spirits. This technique, the Netherworld Rift, can be used as a cultivation method. Once you find a Yin path in the mortal realm, you can sit at its entrance and absorb the ghostly energy within to enhance your cultivation. Once you master the second layer, your combat power will surpass those generic skills you've been practicing by 1,000-fold. If your netherworld energy is sufficient, you could even escape from a soul refinement realm expert. Practitioners in the underworld absorb ghostly energy and convert it into underworld energy. Xiaozhua expressed his gratitude. In the underworld, ghost servants are not qualified to practice such advanced techniques. Now, thanks to the kindness of Lord Yen, I will do my utmost to protect my master and not bring dishonor to Lord Yen. Xiaoyu was also overjoyed, thinking that they must be foolish ghosts with good fortune. When they were selected by the Lord of the Underworld and sent out, they had already prepared themselves to lose all their cultivation. They never expected to encounter such a kind master who made them feel at ease, and even refrained from using their cultivation. The Lord of the Underworld had also bestowed them with soul-binding flutes, and now, out of respect for their master, he was imparting cultivation techniques to them. The mighty Yen Jun personally teaching ghost servants cultivation techniques? Who would believe that? When the Lord of the Underworld selected ghost servants back then, he picked out dozens of ghost servants of the same rank and asked who was willing to go and assist. However, when they heard that the object of their service was immortal and that they would have to act as their true caretakers, handling household chores, not a single one stepped forward. Instead, they pushed her and Xiaozhua forward. These two ghosts had no objections, as Yen Jun had always selected powerful beings from other realms when sending out ghost servants. During the competition for these positions, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu, being the weakest among the ghosts, would always be suppressed by others if they volunteered. Afterward, those who had failed to volunteer would even come to scold them. So when it came time to select the ghost servants that time, the two ghosts hid in the corner, intending to just go through the motions and return as usual. But to their surprise, they were pushed forward by the other ghosts. They had no choice but to comply. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. As a ghost servant, no one can predict one's fate. Many ultimately choose to absorb the cultivation of ghost servants to strengthen themselves, while some powerful beings enlighten the ghost servants, allowing them to rise to great heights. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, every ghost servant believes that serving under a powerful being is always more honorable than serving under a mortal. Even if their cultivation is absorbed into the cycle of reincarnation, other ghost servants would still consider dying at the hands of a powerful being and being reincarnated as a form of supreme honor. After a moment of reflection, Xiaoyu immediately immersed himself in cultivation, determined to thoroughly comprehend the newly acquired techniques and enhance his combat prowess. Old Yen, however, was drawn by a surge of energy and turned his head toward the Yunyang Hall, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise and suspicion. Chapter 113, Breaking Through the Foundation Establishment Stage. When Lao Yen sensed the energy fluctuations, he first closed his eyes and opened the farm, then used his chat account to send a message to his other task companions, informing them that Xiao Chen was currently in the midst of cultivation and might not activate the furnace flame stone, so they should go ahead and do their own thing for now and not rush to continue searching. Inside the Yunyang Hall, before entering the state of enlightenment through self-combustion, Xiao Chen murmured to himself, "This world is still full of love." Otherwise, he believed he would have been burned alive, and it might have been the most logically consistent act of self-immolation in history. After the epiphany, the flames on his body didn't stop but instead burned even more fiercely, as if they had nothing to do with what Xiao Chen was practicing. "I burn mine, you practice yours, none of us are getting in each other's way." Meanwhile, the lotus flower within his body continued to bloom one after another without stopping. It had started with 128 petals and was steadily increasing 129, 132, 136, 140, 180, 240. Finally, it came to a halt at 297 petals. And the lotus flower finally became complete. At the center of the lotus, a pale yellow stigma slowly emerged and began to grow. Soon, a tender yellow lotus pod appeared, slowly stretching upward. When the lotus pod stopped growing, its outer edges had turned from yellow to pale green, but the pale green did not extend inward, it stopped spreading once it formed. The lotus flower has temporarily taken shape. At that moment, the flames on Xiao Chen's body extinguished, all absorbed back into the heart-shaped flame within his dantian. The heart-shaped flame leaped up, settling onto the lotus core, its flame tips trembling slightly, emanating a hint of satisfaction. As long as there's something to burn, I'm satisfied. The lotus moves again, but not to grow, but to merge. Starting from the bottom, the 3 petals merge into one large petal. After the entire lotus flower has merged, the total number of petals becomes 99. The petals, once transparent, are tinged with a faint pink hue, their edges shimmering with golden light. One by one, swastika symbols float within the dantian before dissipating. However, the lotus pod at the center and the flame of the heart tip perched atop it remain unchanged. The lotus flower finally reaches perfection and begins to emit light. This light does not remain confined to the dantian but travels along the meridians throughout the body before surging toward the heart and slowly rising to the third eye. Wave after wave of light repeatedly cycles through this process, eventually coming to a halt at the third eye, as if accumulating in quantity. Xiao Chen also awoke from his enlightenment and observed the changes within his body. At that moment, he felt an intense swelling in his forehead, as if something was about to break through. The foundational cultivation mantra began to circulate on its own for the first time without him consciously observing it. Xiao Chen instinctively realized that a breakthrough was imminent. He hurriedly refocused his mind on cultivation, unable to spare a moment to marvel at the extraordinary changes within his body. Once he got past this current stage, he could take his time to observe it later. There was no need to rush and act like a curious child right now. Xiao Chen was working to break through to a new realm. The abilities he had stored in his dantian began to slowly transform. After his physique was infused with the lotus light, that wave of energy officially converted into spiritual energy. However, during the transformation process, it expelled a significant amount of impurities, which dissipated through Xiao Chen's pores. Breakthrough! I hope this time I can succeed. Xiao Chen's mind followed the incantation, and naturally, he grasped some things, roughly the intangible insights he had gained through years of cultivation. He began to activate the foundation establishment incantation to accelerate the breakthrough. When he felt the light at his forehead about to explode due to the intense pressure, Xiao Chen vaguely caught hold of a point and gave that sensation a gentle push. The door opened. Breath. Foundation building successful. The gates of the Yunyang Hall opened, and Xiao Chen's lips curled up to his ears. Seeing old Yan's sharp gaze fixed on him, he knew the old man had noticed his successful foundation establishment. He couldn't help but flash his pearly whites and boast, "How about that? See me now? I'm not looking. Xiao Chen, damn it, let's fight." "What's the point of fighting? It's just completing the foundation establishment stage. What's the use of that?" Old Yan glanced at Xiao Chun, who couldn't stop grinning, and sneered, "Look at yourself. Do you even look like a cultivator? Mind your mindset. Got it? Of course I understand. I've made progress, can't I enjoy it a little?" Xiao Chen sat on the ground, pulled out a divine peach, and crunched into it bite after bite. This felt so satisfying. After finishing the peach, he pulled out the Tianqing Dan he had forcibly stored in the warehouse earlier, intending to throw it into his mouth. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. At his current cultivation level, consuming such a pill would be a waste of its potency. He decided to keep it for emergencies. "You haven't started cultivating the opening light realm yet, have you?" Old Yan asked. "Have you started cultivating the opening light realm yet?" Old Yan asked. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "No, I feel there are some things that need to settle first. I sense that the foundation is still a bit unstable." Having such insights is commendable. Cultivation emphasizes stability, one must never rush. Lao Yan sensed Xiao Chen's aura and sighed inwardly. This foundational cultivation base is truly remarkable. However, after his moment of admiration, he did not intend to say anything to Xiao Chen. He felt that there were certain things that were not yet necessary for him to know, as they might hinder his cultivation. Just as he was about to take out the star-piercing chain to play with it, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Just as he was about to take out the star-piercing chain to play with it, a system prompt sounded in his mind. After responding to the activation, Xiao Chen was informed by the system that this was indeed a genuine furnace flame stone, accompanied by a lucky reward of reducing 1,000 fake stones and providing the coordinates for 5 genuine stones. A reduction of 1,000 fake stones? Plus the coordinates for 5 genuine stones? Is this to speed up the task? Not bad. Xiao Chen, well fed and rested, packed away the Yunyang Palace and, full of energy, called out to Lao Yan, "Let's get to work. With the coordinates, this will be much easier." Xiao Chen sent the coordinates to the other 3 groups and transmitted one of them to Lao Yan's chat account. After Lao Yan collected them, he would send the coordinates for everyone to converge. He left the 2 ghosts behind to continue their cultivation while he went to extract the real furnace flame stone. Congratulations to the Arena Master for obtaining a genuine furnace flame stone, which comes with a lucky attribute. Would the Arena Master like to activate the lucky effect? Xiao Chen arrived first, opened the stone, and received a prompt from the system. Before he could trigger it, he received 4 more prompts in quick succession. Xiao Chen issued the command, "Trigger all." Trigger successful. Obtained 1 advanced skill book package, which has been placed in the warehouse. The field master can view it at any time. To activate it, you must exit the task first. Trigger successful. Obtain 1 equipment gift pack, which has been placed in the warehouse. The field owner can view it at any time. To activate it, you must exit the task first. Received 1 basic skill book package. Receive 1 yin-yang mirror, which has been placed in the warehouse and can be viewed by the field owner at any time. Obtain an unidentified spell book. You may only obtain it after exiting the task. What the heck is this nonsense? Xiao Chen first sent his coordinates to Lao Yan, who then transmitted them back. Just then, he heard Xiao Chen muttering, "What does unidentified spell mean?" Chapter 114, Led Astray by Old Yan again. Unidentified spells may yield low-level spells, but there is also a chance to obtain high-level spells. The same applies to skill types. You might get ones you can use, or ones you cannot cultivate. However, it's not too bad if you can't use them, you can always sell them for money. After finishing his words, he asked again, "How about this time? Did the system give you anything good?" "I'm not sure if it's good. The most obvious is a high-level skill book, but you can only find out what skill it is when you exit the quest. There's also an equipment package and a yin-yang mirror." "What's the yin-yang mirror for?" Xiao Chen said, taking out the mirror. It was an ancient bronze mirror with intricate patterns carved on the back, resembling some kind of symbols. The front was smooth and shiny. Xiao Chen held it up to look at himself and noticed that his features weren't very clear, and his face was slightly distorted. He wondered how people in ancient times managed to groom themselves in such a blurry mirror. It would be better to find a calm lake and use the water to groom oneself. Oh. Although Lao Yan had previously resented Xiao Chen's good fortune, after hearing this, he couldn't help but look disappointed and said, "There's really nothing good about it. This yin-yang mirror is only somewhat useful, but not very practical. It's used for seeing ghosts. I'd rather open your yin-yang eyes for you, that would be more useful." Xiao Chen shook his head, uninterested. He didn't want to see ghosts. "You can see some ghosts wearing masks. Are you sure you don't want to open it?" Lao Yan suddenly perked up. Why hadn't he thought of that before? His enthusiastic attitude made Xiao Chen deeply suspect that if he hadn't cultivated first, this guy might have made him follow him into the underworld. No way.
If I ever get bored and want to see a ghost, I'll just look in the mirror.
Xiaochen said firmly, not wanting to know too much about ghosts, as that would only cause him trouble.
A mirror isn't convenient. As soon as you take it out, the ghosts will know and hide. It's better to just open the yin-yang eyes.
Plus, the most important thing the yin-yang mirror can't do is let you see the yin path after opening the yin-yang eyes, which means you can go to the underworld to play with me.
What do you say? Open them.
Lao Yan urged him, determined not to give up until Xiaochen agreed.
Enter the underworld? Xiaochen felt a bit hesitant.
It wasn't that he was eager to see the blood-red rivers or boiling oil pits of the underworld. It was just that he recalled how, as a child, he often heard the adults in his village talk about how someone from another village could communicate with the dead. If a family had been possessed by evil spirits, they would seek out that person and ask them to go to the underworld to inquire about the situation. Then the person they asked would solemnly mutter an incantation that no one could understand, and their soul would separate from their body and go to the underworld. Upon the soul's return, they would recount the events with great solemnity, even detailing specific incidents involving the inquirer's ancestors for 8 generations. When I was young, I thought people with such abilities were magical. However, as I grew older, I came to view such folk witchcraft as laughable, believing it to be nothing more than a small trick used to swindle money, a form of superstition. When he saw similar posts online, he joined in the criticism, discussing whether souls even exist. Even if they do, could they really leave their bodies, go to the underworld, and then return to live freely again? And so on. After going through these life changes, he not only met immortals but also demons. He had an encounter with the old Yen, and the left and right ghosts appeared. He even saw the black and white unusual ones, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, and the old lady Meng. This gave him a new understanding of the world, and he now believes that anything is possible. Perhaps there really are people in the folk world who possess some minor magical abilities, allowing them to communicate between the realms of the living and the dead and earn some extra income.
Does the soul enter alone, or does it go with the body? Seeing that Xiaochen was interested, Lao Yan was very happy. He felt like he had a bit of an obsession once he had an idea. If he couldn't convince someone else, he felt like there was a knot in his heart. But once someone agreed, he felt relieved. He hurriedly said, "Of course the whole thing goes in. And if you ever want to travel quickly in the mortal world, you can take a shortcut through the underworld. The underworld is different from the immortal realm, demon beast realm, or the minor immortal realm. To cross over, one must either attain a certain level of cultivation or use a special method. However, once you open the yin-yang eyes, you can enter through the underworld path on your own and return freely. No one can restrict you. In the mortal realm, there are actually people who have opened their yin-yang eyes. They run errands for the underworld, communicate between the mortal and underworld realms, and in return, the underworld grants them certain benefits to live comfortably. Of course, I certainly can't ask you to run errands for the underworld. I can't afford to pay you. I just want you to come visit me occasionally for tea, discuss the Tao, and admire the scenery of the vast underworld realm. Or you could find a few ghost cultivators to practice your techniques with. Otherwise, with your cultivation level, who would you find to train with in the mortal realm?" Old Yen spoke with such enthusiasm that someone unaware might think he was selling yin-yang eyes, opening them for others in exchange for money. It does sound pretty good. Besides, there's nothing to lose. Let us do it. Xiaochen stroked his chin, completely convinced. Alright, wait for me. I'll have them open it for you.
Old Yen was always so calm and composed when fighting monsters, but he had become an impatient person when it came to this matter. He closed his eyes and communicated with his subordinates. Once things had settled down, Xiaochen blinked and suddenly realized that he had only asked what the yin-yang mirror was for, yet they were already preparing to open the yin-yang eyes.
Damn it! This twist is really unexpected. Damn it! That was a pretty sharp turn.
The other teams were busy fighting monsters again.
Xiaochen sighed and rubbed his forehead. He always felt that whenever he was with Lao Yan, they never got any real work done. The others were killing monsters at 3 or 4 times the rate of his team, yet he was here waiting for Lao Yan to open his third eye. Activate! Activate! Activate now!
Xiaochen felt ashamed. Seeing that old Yen was still closing his eyes and meditating, he got up and wandered around nearby, thinking about whether he could find a stone. Even if he didn't activate it himself, he could wait until old Yen opened his eyes and then hit it. Otherwise, he would feel too guilty.
How embarrassing! What a shame!
At the same time, I was thinking about the chain in the warehouse, so I wandered around and took it out. Xiaochen held it in his hand, weighed it, and waved it around a few times, finding it to his liking. But he still had no idea how to use it. The small farmer said at the right moment, "Master, the star chain is a magical artifact with a certain degree of spiritual energy. As long as you infuse a thread of spiritual energy into it, you can establish a connection with the star chain and learn the most basic methods of use."
Xiaochen followed the instructions and tried to infuse spiritual energy.
Though his technique was a bit clumsy at first, after several attempts, he succeeded.
As the small farmer had said, he felt a subtle connection with the star-piercing chain, and some basic techniques of the chain weapons were transmitted into his mind through the chain. "Alright, brother." Lao Yan interrupted Xiao Chen's eagerness, walking over with an excited expression and saying, "Come on, there's just one more step left, and it'll be activated successfully." Chapter 115, Yen the Lazy. Chapter 115, Yen the Slacker. Mysteriously led astray by old Yen, Xiao Chen was granted the ability to see the spirit world and accepted his fate. There was nothing he could do. Facing this old-timer who was unenthusiastic about doing his job but took pleasure in sending people to the underworld and opening their third eyes, Xiao Chen could only shrug his shoulders in resignation. Well, it's done now, but there was absolutely no effect afterward. This made Xiao Chen can't help but suspect that the old demon had used an expired talisman during the final step of opening his third eye. Otherwise, it should have at least made his body tremble, or his eyes open wide like two high-wattage light bulbs, shooting out two beams of light that could pierce through thousands of mountains, allowing him to see straight through from one side of the mountain to the other. "You idiot, do you think you have divine vision?" After learning of Xiao Chen's suspicions, Lao Yan felt like slapping him and exclaimed angrily. In this space, Xiao Chen wasn't sure if there were any ghosts before they arrived, but he was certain that once they arrived, especially Lao Yan, even if there were any ghosts, they would have been scared away. Therefore, they hadn't encountered a single ghost along the way, which made Xiao Chen even more eager to test the effectiveness of his yin-yang eyes. However, when they encountered a fake rock that suddenly transformed into a humanoid spirit, Xiao Chen was about to swing the star-piercing chain in his hand, making a whistling sound, and prepare to have a chat with the spirit. Just then, Lao Yan shouted from the side, telling him to concentrate his spiritual energy on his eyes and look at the spirit again. Xiao Chen followed his instructions and glanced over, and faintly saw a flower appear within the humanoid spirit. It was a bit blurry, and he couldn't make out what kind of flower it was, but the yin-yang eyes were effective. This also confirmed that Lao Yan hadn't used expired talismans to deceive him. The star chain is very useful. This chain can be disassembled and reassembled. When disassembled, the elliptical iron disc in the middle automatically expands into a shield, surrounding Xiao Chen and protecting him. The two sections of the chain reconnect, and as Xiao Chen channels more spiritual energy into it, the chain extends wildly, darting toward the spirit monster as if possessed. The spirit monster swings its jade-like hand, and countless flower petals appear out of thin air, forming a flower wall to block the star-piercing chain. On this side, the chain continued to attack the flower wall, darting up and down, constantly seeking the weakest points to strike. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen tossed the other end of the chain he was holding onto the ground. The piercing chain penetrated the earth, silently breaking through the encirclement, and stabbed toward the spirit beast from behind. The spirit beast blocked with its hands, but the flower wall in front was breached. The chain swiftly wrapped around it, binding the spirit beast in place. However, after just a few moves, Xiao Chen began to feel his spiritual energy rapidly depleting, making it increasingly difficult to control the star-piercing chain. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to summon the heavenly cold water drops and his weapon. As the flower demon managed to break free from the star-piercing chain and just began to flee, he launched the steel needles, which carried a faint chill, toward it. With two sharp sounds, they pierced into the spirit beast's body. The spirit beast, feeling the pain, counterattacked. The flower petals it hated in its hands transformed into an arrow and shot toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen controlled the shield in front of him to block the attack, but due to his insufficient spiritual energy, the shield shook violently and nearly collided with Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen noticed that Lao Yan was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, humming a tune and swaying his head, showing no intention of helping. He knew this was a deliberate attempt to force him to figure out a solution on his own. He clenched his teeth, pulled out a Tianqing pill, bit off half, and swallowed it. With a loud explosion, energy erupted within his body, transforming into spiritual energy that surged toward his dantian. Xiao Chen knew that the energy from half a Tianqing pill was still too much for him to fully absorb. Fearing it would be wasted, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as his meridians and dantian felt like they were about to explode, while frantically channeling spiritual energy into the star-piercing chain, activating it once more. With the massive spiritual energy backing it, the star-piercing chain's black glow intensified, its momentum overwhelming. The spirit beast managed to condense 3 flower walls in succession, but none could stop it. Several times, it nearly pierced him, causing his face to grow cold. He quickly formed hand seals, and countless flower petals erupted from the ground like a swarm, extending to Xiao Chen's feet. When a large expanse of petals appeared, Xiao Chen suddenly felt his spiritual energy beginning to solidify. Ha! Old Yen finally opened his eyes and glanced over, realizing that the spirit beast's move posed a significant threat to Xiao Chen. It wasn't something that could be resolved by simply replenishing spiritual energy. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw 2 ghosts carrying the soul-binding flute approaching with a clatter. He hurriedly waved them over. Come help! Your master is about to become someone else's flower fertilizer. Xiao Chen, just die of laziness. The 2 ghosts. I'll go. Xiaozhua shook his skeletal frame and stepped forward, but instead of using the soul-calming flute, he clasped his hands together in a decisive gesture. A series of dark green barriers emerged from the ground, growing rapidly.
Wherever they passed, the flower petals withered like dry grass exposed to flames, vanishing without a trace.
The spirit creature's expression changed drastically as I did a barrage of flower petal arrows toward Xiao Zhua. Xiao Chen felt the pressure ease, and his spiritual energy began to flow again. With Xiao Zhua distracting the spirit creature, he waited for the right moment to control the star-piercing chain, piercing the spirit creature through, then it returned, pierced again, and repeated the process, moving back and forth like an electric sewing machine with a switch turned on, until the spirit creature exploded into a ball of light and vanished. The star-piercing chain finally stopped, and Xiao Chen extended his hand, summoning the chain back. It automatically transformed into a thin chain, wrapping itself around his wrist, bringing the battle to an end. That feels good. Xiao Chen grinned. Chapter 116, Mastering the Mist Transformation Technique.
As soon as the battle ended, Old Yen walked over, shaking his arms, and analyzed Xiao Chen's recent battle situation. He then turned to Xiao Zhua and gave him some pointers before steering the conversation back to the yin-yang eyes, smirking proudly. How about it?
The yin-yang eyes are pretty useful, aren't they? I've activated the highest level of the yin-yang eyes for you.
Besides seeing ordinary ghosts, you can also discern some lower-level demons. Once your cultivation reaches the next 2 minor realms, the other functions of the yin-yang eyes will unlock.
You'll not only see demons' true forms more clearly but also detect simple arrays.
At that point, even without channeling spiritual energy into your eyes, you'll be able to tell if someone is human or not.
Not bad, not bad.
Xiao Chen responded politely. After all, it was something given for free, and the other party was so enthusiastic, so he had to at least respond politely. Seeing Xiao Chen's praise, Lao Yan felt incredibly pleased. He had known it all along. The things he had recommended with such enthusiasm were sure to please his brother.
He said proudly, the yin-yang eyes come in many types.
Most people in the mortal realm who have opened their yin-yang eyes have only reached the first level, allowing them to see ordinary ghosts and the underworld paths, but they cannot discern demonic forms or extremely powerful ghosts, especially masked ghosts.
Only a few have opened their yin-yang eyes to the second level, granting them the ability to discern demons. However, since they lack spiritual energy, they cannot rely on it to identify demons. Instead, they must use specially crafted talismans. When ignited, the talisman's energy allows them to briefly see the true form of demons.
But this method is very expensive for humans, as the demon-discerning talismans are extremely difficult to draw, and the materials used must be of the highest quality.
Xiao Chen didn't understand what demon-detecting talismans were, and feared that asking Lao Yan would divert the conversation again, so he ignored the topic and asked, what kind of demon is a masked ghost?
They're ghosts wearing human skin, living like normal people, but they're actually dead.
We gave them the nickname masked ghosts.
They're covered head to toe in masks. They're technically a type of vengeful spirit, but we use the term masked ghost to distinguish them from other categories of vengeful spirits.
Giving them nicknames? You really have the time for that. How strong are these masked ghosts in battle?
Old Yen estimated for a moment and said, with your current abilities plus Xiao Zhua and Xiao Yu, if you really encounter them, the 3 of you should be able to escape with your lives.
If you can't escape, just instantly enter the farm. It's no big deal.
What you're saying implies that if I were to face any masked demons now, there's a chance they might send me to you, right?
Xiao Chen smiled with genuine friendliness, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. You're thinking pretty nicely.
Seeing Lao Yan sneer and utter those words, Xiao Chen felt relieved. If there were no unexpected twists after that, things should turn out well. But as they say, what you fear most is what comes to pass. Old Yen said, the masked demon would never give up such a delicious soul like yours and send it to me. He'd probably devour it right there on the spot, chewing it up while walking, unable to wait to get home to add some seasoning.
He'd just gobble it down. Xiao Chen.
Over the next few days, whenever they encountered any supernatural beings, Xiao Chen would always go first. If he couldn't defeat the ghosts, the others would join in, and together they would wear the supernatural beings down until they were defeated.
Lao Yan had become a useless old man, the most relaxed person around.
His job was to provide post-battle commentary and, after Xiao Chen showed off a few genuine stones, to mock him with a sour tone. Other than that, it seemed like he had nothing else to do. Since breaking through the Foundation establishment realm a few days ago, Xiao Chen hasn't become instantly overpowered, but he feels the path ahead is much broader. If breaking through was like walking a narrow path before, now he is racing down a highway. Especially in his mastery of the mist dissolution technique, he has gained profound insights in an instant. Moreover, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, especially in terms of dilution. Now, when he transformed his body into mist, he could successfully fade the color of the heart flame and begin to approach transparency. Moreover, his cultivation speed was extremely fast, especially in the process of diluting the heart flame. He had already successfully diluted the color of the heart flame and was beginning to approach transparency. In terms of aura, Old Yen had voluntarily imparted a technique for concealing one's aura, the Xianin decision, allowing him to hide his own presence. As Old Yen put it, the Xianin decision was a high-tier technique among aura concealing methods. Once mastered, even if he encountered an opponent 2 major realms above him, the opponent would be unable to detect his aura, enabling him to escape unnoticed.
Escape? Xiao Chun, why does it feel like Lao Yan doesn't want him to succeed?
Either he encounters a masked ghost and runs away, or he faces an opponent 2 major realms above him and runs away again.
Besides running away, can't he do anything like taking on opponents several levels above him and defeating demons and ghosts that are way stronger than him? Is he really that cowardly?
Xiao Chen can now utilize the spiritual energy within his body to transform it into mist and has begun cultivating the control over the distance at which he can project the mist and the ability to alter its shape. Currently, he can control the mist to travel approximately 50 meters before it becomes difficult to sustain. If he attempts to extend the range further, the mist breaks free from his control and vanishes into thin air. As for manipulating the mist, Xiao Chen had unconsciously been practicing the form of a rabbit. Watching the palm-sized mist rabbit fly 55 meters away, lose control, and disappear, Xiao Chen summoned another one, controlling it to bounce and jump through the air as it continued running forward. The old earth spirit appeared again, just as Xiao Chen sat pale-faced on the ground roasting a deer leg to replenish his energy. Perhaps he had learned his lesson after being scolded by old Yen last time, so this time he wisely shouted out first before emerging from 10 meters away.
Xiao Xian wasn't here for the food.
The old man stared at the golden brown roasted deer leg, swallowing hard, and spoke in an uncertain tone.
Spit it out.
Old Yen saw the old man's expression and couldn't help but get angry, speaking in a harsh tone. The deer legs in his warehouse weren't piled up like mountains. If it weren't to encourage someone to practice monster slaying, he'd be enjoying his leisure time. Why would he be so generous as to pull out a deer leg to eat? Now that another freeloader had shown up, an old man even more shameless than him, he couldn't help but feel that what Xiao Chen was roasting wasn't a deer leg, but his own heart, sizzling with pain. Gulp! The old man swallowed hard. Regardless of the taste, this deer leg must belong to a deer demon that had been cultivating for over a century. The aroma alone carried a rich spiritual energy, and just one whiff made his entire body feel invigorated. He forced himself to look away and cautiously glanced at Lao Yan's expression before saying, "Little Immortal, I think Brother Zhao's task is almost complete. Since Brother Xiao is a man of great fortune, there's a chance he might discover all the true stones in a single moment during a certain period. Once submitted successfully, all the great immortals and Brother Xiao can depart from here and return to their respective realms. Therefore, I suggest leading Xiao Field Master to collect the fire essence soil first. It's not for anything else, it's just because the old master said you're a man of great fortune. Today, this deer leg is all yours."
What a rare opportunity to meet someone who knows how to speak and chat.
Xiao Chen glanced sideways at Lao Yan, flipping the deer leg in his hand. The fragrance around him grew even more intense. Old Yan's lips twitched violently as he rubbed his chin, scheming how to extort something from Xiao Chen.
Chapter 117, Digging Up the Soil.
After Xiao Chen took a few bites of the deer leg and stored the rest in the warehouse, he reached out his hand and asked Lao Yan to turn water out for him to wash his hands. This faucet was definitely reliable, with excellent cleaning power. It would be a shame not to use it. Old Yan, exasperated, raised a hand and tapped the air, and the most basic water gathering technique entered Xiao Chen's mind.
Damn it, I was planning to trick you out of something, but now I'm the one giving it away for free.
Old Yan finished scolding him, ignored Xiao Chen, who was grinning widely, and continued to devour the deer leg. Of course, he couldn't just stand there watching and swallowing his saliva. In the end, Old Yan reluctantly tore off another piece, cleaned it up, and handed it to Xiao Chen to roast. The spot the old earth deity mentioned was not far from where Xiao Chen was currently standing. Due to the continuous extraction of stones in recent times, their numbers have dwindled, and with the vast expanse of the Flaming Mountains, it has become increasingly difficult to encounter stones, regardless of their authenticity. Therefore, by the time they finished eating and set off for their destination, they didn't come across a single piece of furnace flame stone along the way. When they arrived at the foot of a massive mountain, the earth deity pointed and said, "The fire essence soil of this mountain has the strongest fire attributes. However, the area within 3 meters of the surface has fire attribute contents similar to other areas. So, Xiao Lao Di, should we collect the entire mountain or just dig out the inner part? If you choose the latter, you can hollow out the center and then flatten the mountain from the outside." Xiao Chen tried to condense a cloud of mist to penetrate the mountain and inspect the interior. The mist functioned like his eyes, allowing him to clearly see the conditions inside. The soil inside had changed color and was indeed different from the soil outside. Xiao Chen attempted to control the mist to scoop out a pile of soil for examination. Even Lao Yan's eyes lit up as he walked over, pinched a handful, and praised, "Such a concentrated fire attribute. It's far more potent than the outer layer. With this, no matter what you plan to use it for, the fire attribute alone is more than sufficient. Therefore, the outer layer can be completely abandoned." The only problem is that my mist can't carry the soil into the warehouse. I'll have to go in myself." Xiao Chen spoke, transforming into mist and attempting to dive inside, but was stopped by a gust of wind from Lao Yan, who laughed, "Why the rush?" Xiao Chen and the Earth Spirit were both confused. Lao Yan explained, "The mission is almost complete. Let the great sage and the others search slowly. You should take this opportunity to practice your mist transformation technique here. Start by gradually pulling the mist out bit by bit. Once you've hollowed out this mountain, your control over the mist will definitely exceed a kilometer in range. Currently, Xiaoqin could use the mist transformation technique to roll up small, lightweight objects, but heavier items were beyond his current ability. He needed further practice. Following Lao Yan's advice, he returned to his original form, condensed the mist, and began to gradually extract it outward. Whether it's controlling distance, shaping the mist, or rolling objects like he's doing now, all these techniques are highly effective for refining the mist transformation technique. Xiaoqin was practicing using this seemingly clumsy method, while Lao Yan and the Earth Elder had set up a table nearby, laid out several plates of divine fruits, and were eating and chatting. The two ghosts weren't idle either, but they weren't helping Xiaoqin. Instead, they were practicing the Ming Lai Kong technique nearby. Although using mist to roll the earth was exhausting, it had a significant effect on the cultivation of the mist transformation technique. After a few days, the progress in cultivating the mist transformation technique could be described as rapid. He had tried once to project the mist rabbit outward, and the distance had already approached a kilometer. Moreover, without using the shape condensation technique, the area of mist Xiaoqin could summon exceeded 200 square meters, which gave him a great sense of accomplishment. However, every time he grew exhausted, his face pale and legs trembling, seeing Lao Yan and the earth deity chatting and laughing nearby made him seethe with frustration. After sitting down to rest and adjust, Xiaoqin began to retrieve items from the warehouse. He would take out all the rewards he had obtained from mining genuine stones over the past few days, one by one, and play with them one by one. Then, after watching Lao Yan grow envious like a rabbit, he would grin and put them all back one by one, before continuing to dig with renewed vigor. Of course, there aren't many items that old Yan would even notice, but the few that catch his eye are enough to make him jump for joy, especially that ranch level up card. Now that 26 of the genuine furnace stones have been found, finding the remaining 23 will complete the task. Over the past 2 days, a reward from a genuine stone granted 2 randomly selected members a lucky 3 buff lasting 6 hours. Xiaoqin added Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang to the list after receiving the reward. Though the luck bonus isn't very high, it's more than enough to keep these 2 small teams grinding monsters non-stop during that time. When the 15th genuine stone was found, Xiaoqin finally obtained the much-anticipated trouble-solving luck reward, successfully removing the curse from Xiaosang. However, before Xiaoqin could celebrate for long, the next 3 stones all came with the trouble-solving luck bonus, leaving Xiaoqin wanting to curse. Additionally, 5 other stones granted a lifetime effective fortune for all reward of 1. This was a decent luck bonus, benefiting everyone involved. He judged the value of this luck based on the smug expression on old Yan's face. By the time Xiaoqin had condensed enough mist to sweep away nearly 200 pounds of soil in a single sweep, he had been digging out the mountain for nearly 10 days, working day and night without rest. When he was too exhausted to continue, he would retreat to the Yunyan Hall to sleep for 6 or 7 hours. Upon waking, old Yan and the earth deity Hen Ti even finished their conversation before Xiaoqin stretched lazily, pulled out the remaining deer leg or bear paw he had been nibbling on, took a bite, and then resumed his digging. During this time, 7 more genuine stones were discovered, but the system became increasingly stingy with its rewards, most of which were ordinary items. The only exception was a treasure called 3 drops of 7 drops of water, which caused old Yan's eyes to flash with green light. The worst of the rest was a bag of mushroom seeds, and Xiaoqin checked the warehouse. Each bag contained 100 seeds. Xiaoqin wanted to try using the 3 drops of 7 drops of water, but even without controlling the treasure's usage, its sheer weight alone nearly crushed him on the spot. Fortunately, he was protected by the bamboo silk robe and reacted quickly, immediately storing it back in the warehouse. Even so, he was still instantly slammed into the ground, leaving only his head exposed, his face twisted in bitter frustration. Is this really just 3 drops from the 7 drops of water? Old Yan looked at the head that had sprouted from the ground and said with schadenfreude, "This isn't the water from that freezing well you found the other day. Each drop of water represents the power of an entire ocean. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level and you can control these 3 drops, their sheer weight alone could crush a great immortal from the fusion realm. And if you infuse them with spiritual energy, your current spiritual energy reserves wouldn't be enough to sustain them for long. However, you're still pretty lucky. You got a mysterious reward from the main quest that opened a star-piercing chain, and now you've obtained 3 drops from the 7 drops of water. If you ever manage to collect the remaining 4 drops, you'll definitely be able to dominate other realms." Xiaoqin transformed into mist and floated out of the ground, continuing to dig. By now, more than half of the mountain had been excavated, and the project would likely be completed in a few days. While he was busy working, a man and a rabbit approached. "Hey, Yan Jun, you're actually this idle," the rabbit said discontentedly. Old Yan spoke arrogantly, rolling his eyes and saying, "I'm acting as bodyguard for our Shao field master. If a female demon suddenly appears and kidnaps him, who will be responsible?" The rabbit was still holding a grudge against Xiaoqin. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, "Which female demon would ever look at him? Have you even successfully built your foundation yet?" Sometimes the rabbit's thoughts really jump around quickly. One moment it was ready to tease Xiao Chen, and the next moment it was jumping around at Xiao Chen's feet with curiosity, checking his cultivation level. Before Xiao Chen could say a word, the rabbit's curiosity had already shifted to the mist rising from the mountain, which was enveloping the fire essence soil.
Come see something.
Xiao Chen gathered the soil, formed a mist rabbit, and hopped away, drawing the rabbit's cheers. It darted after him and hopped alongside him. Chang'e finally had a chance to finish her sentence. Just as she was about to speak, the rabbit started startling her, interrupting her before she could finish a single sentence. She laughed and said, "Not only have you successfully built your foundation, but you've also mastered a spell. You've made quite a lot of progress.
And you've even mysteriously opened the yin yang eye." Chapter 118, Mission Complete.
After the mist rabbit dashed out over 1,000 meters and dissipated, it hopped back on its own. From a distance, it turned into a white streak of light and plunged into Xiao Chen's arms, holding up its two little paws and scratching his clothes. Xiao Chen rubbed it nervously, seeing that the rabbit seemed friendly, and thought it had temporarily forgotten its vow to kill him, so he relaxed and rubbed it again.
The sensation was truly addictive.
After learning that Xiao Chen was using this method to practice the mist transformation technique, Chang'e handed him the few furnace flame stones she had collected, snatched the rabbit from his arms, and went out to continue searching for more stones.
Lao Yan remained seated there casually, acting as Xiao Chen's bodyguard, chatting with the earth deity, not the least bit embarrassed.
Xiao Chen was puzzled as to how they could have so much to talk about. It had been days, yet they were still chatting enthusiastically, their expressions full of excitement. Originally, Xiao Chen had wanted to lean in to listen, but old Yan rudely shooed him away, saying it wasn't suitable for children and that he should go back to digging in the dirt.
Damn it, the stuff that's not suitable for children is exactly what I want to hear.
Even if you paid me properly, I wouldn't get involved. A few days later, Xiao Chen finally rolled out the last handful of soil, leaving the entire mountain completely empty. The cultivation of the mist dissolution technique had reached a new height, with the mist rabbit's range approaching 3,000 meters, its weight capable of lifting 500 pounds, and its mist area exceeding 600 square meters. As for the mountain that had been hollowed out, Xiao Chen found it still relatively sturdy, so he decided not to demolish it. Looking at the fire essence soil in the warehouse, Xiao Chen felt fortunate that the farm's warehouse had unlimited storage capacity. Otherwise, storing such a large mountain would have been a major problem. Lately, everyone must have felt that the fake stone spirits were too weak in battle, and having two immortals teaming up was overkill, so they had all scattered. According to information received by Lao Yan, Shasang had been holding back his anger before the curse was lifted. Once freed, he immediately charged forward alone, wielding his weapon with bloodshot eyes, moving wildly in all directions, and eliminating monsters at an extremely fast pace, venting all the pent-up frustration he had accumulated over several days. Therefore, by the time Xiao Chen finished dealing with the fire spirit soil, only 8 genuine stones remained before the task could be completed. As for the rewards, skill books and weapons were the most common, with some crop seeds and younglings as well. There were also a few empty shells.
In summary, rare items are no longer available.
Finding work has become increasingly difficult, and sometimes I go an entire day without even finding a single real stone, let alone a fake one. Once his training here was finished, Xiao Chen dragged Lao Yan along to look for stones. The earth deity didn't join them. After bidding farewell to Xiao Chen, he immediately vanished into the ground. Xiao Chen, full of enthusiasm, turned into mist and had Lao Yan continue to fan him. When a strong gust of wind hit him, Xiao Chen was able to remain stationary. Lao Yan added more magical power to his fan, but Xiao Chen merely swayed slightly before quickly regaining his balance.
The progress is quite good. It seems digging is well suited for you. Should we go back and find another mountain to dig?
Lao Yan said, continuing to fan harder to make him resist.
Forget it, if the final reward for this task is distributed based on need, you'll be crying.
Xiao Chen pushed forward against the wind, unable to resist taking a dig at Old Yen. When a monkey finally came from a distance, they saw Old Yen occasionally raise his arm, while a faint mist struggled to drift around him. The monkey thought it was some kind of demon, but upon closer inspection, it realized it was Xiao Chen in disguise. His interest was piqued. After getting closer to ask what was going on, he told Lao Yan to step aside and began to fan the monkey. It's only been a few days, but my brother has made great progress. As he spoke, he stirred up a whirlwind, allowing Xiao Chen to cultivate within it. He then said, "You can study the Great Simplified Decision. If you can grasp even a little of its essence, it will greatly benefit your cultivation." Xiao Chen was nearly sick from the whirlwind, struggling to resist its relentless assault and prevent himself from being spun too quickly. With great effort, he managed to say, "All right, once we return from here, I will study it thoroughly." The Great Simplification Technique is a mental practice that can accommodate all the skills you have cultivated, simplifying the complex into the simple.
It is a skill in itself and extremely powerful. I understand.
Xiao Chen could feel his head splitting with pain. If he could vomit a cloud of mist, he probably would have already done so. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his mind. Another friend had found a stone, but unfortunately, it was fake, not the real one. The monkey played with Xiao Chun for a while, watching him spin around in the whirlwind, and couldn't help but chuckle. After playing enough, he finally picked up his stick, summoned a cloud, and floated off to find the stone. The remaining 8 stones were not all collected until 7 days later. The rewards provided by the system were as follows: 10 spirit nurturing pills, 1 small stall upgrade card, 1 unidentified magical artifact, 1 farm processing workshop secret recipe, 1 vegetable stealing penalty waiver card, 1 seed gift pack, 10 foundation building pills, and 1 land nutrient solution gift pack. Xiao Chen summoned everyone to gather at the coordinates he had just sent. Everyone handed over their furnace flame stones to Xiao Chen, asking him to submit the task. Once the submission is successful, all the immortals will be summoned back to the celestial court, while Xiao Chen will return to the previous entrance. What a pity! I wanted to stay in the mortal world for a few more days. The rabbit burrowed into Xiao Chen's embrace and said dejectedly. The great sage also felt reluctant to leave, finding the mortal world too much fun to leave. Shu Beiji was even more so. He was still thinking about the ice pops he had eaten before and asked Xiao Chen to bring some back when he returned to the farm. Don't be so sentimental. We can always gather at the farm in the future. Xiao Chen also found the situation a bit awkward and smiled at the other immortals. What gathering? We're not here because we're attached to the mortal world. We're not attached to you. Alright, the rabbit began its revenge, but its paws didn't let go of Xiao Chen's clothes, muttering under its breath. It didn't matter that Tang Sang was the most open-minded. He actually thought the mortal world was too terrifying now. He said, wait until the day when Xiao Shizhu's cultivation reaches a higher level, then you can come to the immortal realm to play. Oof, brother, come find me, old pig, sooner. Sha Sang and Chang'e were nodding in agreement beside them. Only old Yen remained, looking calm and composed. Before Xiao Chen could speak up to submit the task, he casually dropped a line to stir up some tension. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already given Xiao brother the ability to see through the veil of life and death. We can always meet up for tea anytime. Task submitted. Countless curses faded away along with the system reward notifications, disappearing into several beams of light. Xiao Chen also activated his invisibility function at the same time. Otherwise, if he suddenly descended and it happened to be daytime, there would be no way to explain it. Chapter 119, Full of Ghosts. When Xiao Chen finally regained his bearings and returned to the previous entrance, he looked around at the scene and couldn't help but exclaim with joy, we're back. Though both were flaming mountains, they were undeniably 2 distinct places. Xiao Chen felt a strong sense of belonging welling up inside him. As the saying goes, a golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse, even though he hadn't truly returned to his own doghouse yet. Since this area was close to the core region of the Flaming Mountains, it was considered a restricted zone within the scenic area. He wasn't sure if any staff members would appear here, so he had returned while keeping a low profile. Once he had walked back to a spot where he could see people, Xiao Chen took a pair of shoes from the warehouse, replaced the large red shoes on his feet, and entered the scenic area while still maintaining his invisibility. After all, he couldn't explain why he had come out of the restricted area. There were quite a few tourists today. Seeing the crowded crowd with many people dressed in strange costumes and ancient attire, he wondered, are they playing cosplay? Mom, there are so many ghosts. When he saw that many tourists were chatting and laughing with their companions while passing through other people's bodies without feeling anything, and those who were passed through were still dancing happily, he felt his senses were in chaos. However, after this period of training, he had made significant progress both in his cultivation and mental state. Now, seeing so many ghosts, he simply felt momentarily overwhelmed and did not feel afraid. Earlier, during missions, he had been eager to find a ghost to test the effectiveness of his yin-yang vision. But now, as he looked at the ghosts mingling among the crowd, he found it difficult to distinguish them quickly, and the overall scene seemed somewhat chaotic. At the same time, he noticed that many ghosts were walking over with a serious expression, bowing respectfully to Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu. Greetings, honorable masters. Xiao Chen watched with curiosity for a moment, noticing that no matter who approached them, the 2 ghosts remained aloof and ignored them. He wondered, why aren't you responding to them when they're talking to you? Master, there are simply too many ghosts coming to greet us. Even if we just nod in response without speaking, our cervical vertebrae would get tired. Plus, if we respond, it might disturb the master, so we just ignore them. Xiaozhua spoke earnestly. As he spoke, more ghosts gathered around to greet them, but the 2 ghosts acted as if they hadn't heard a thing, keeping their faces stern as they followed Xiao Chen out. That's true. Xiao Chen noticed that although the 2 ghosts didn't acknowledge the others, the ghosts who came to greet them didn't seem to mind at all. They looked respectful yet fearful, and even after greeting them, they walked away to a nearby spot, looking excited and filled with a sense of honor. I didn't realize you 2 were still big shots in their eyes. The master praised you. After all, your ghost servants are also ghost immortals. Thank you for your praise, master. Your ghost servant is, after all, a ghost immortal. Although Xiaoyu still kept a stern expression, the flickering flames in her eyes betrayed her pride. Since Xiao Chen had opened his yin-yang eyes, he could always accurately meet the gaze of a ghost who was looking at him. Among them, an inconsiderate ghost came over to greet the two of them before attempting to pass through Xiao Chen's body with a teasing intent. However, Xiao Zuo reached out and grabbed the ghost by the collar, flinging him away and coldly asking, "Do you want to die?" The ghost hurriedly got up, knelt on the ground, and bowed his head in apology. The other ghosts, seeing that Xiao Zuo was angry, quickly moved aside with fearful expressions. Some even changed from walking to floating, disappearing quickly. Xiao Chen chuckled. He guessed that before the left and right ghosts appeared, he probably didn't know how many times he had been possessed by ghosts, but he didn't really care. However, here at these two skeleton frames, he had violated a taboo. It was also the first time he realized that his two ghost servants were so busy in their daily lives. Before, he hadn't noticed them, but now that he saw them, he found it amusing. He watched with interest as a few bolder ghosts approached to greet him, puzzled. I thought old Yen mentioned that some ghosts would run away upon seeing him. Shouldn't they be more respectful? Why did they all flee? Xiao Yu's glance made Xiao Chun feel like the skeleton was looking down on him. She explained, "Master, do you think Yen Jun is so kind to everyone?" When Yen Jun stands there, the aura of authority emanating from him alone is enough to strike fear into the hearts of ghosts. They'd rather run away than come over to greet him. Alright. He really couldn't imagine what old Yen looked like with a stern expression. As he approached the entrance, Xiao Chun was relieved that he had remained invisible the entire time, otherwise, he had no idea how he would have gotten past the ticket inspector. Once he had exited the scenic area, he found a secluded spot to deactivate his invisibility and emerged once more. He took out his phone to check the date and time and realized that the warehouse's preservation function was truly remarkable. When he had put it in, it was a certain date and time, and now, when he took it out, it was still the same. Xiao Chen scratched his head. He had been in there for days on end and hadn't even bothered to note the date. With no other option, he approached a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar and prepared to ask for directions. Just as he politely called out, "Excuse me, could you help me?" The man bowed to the two ghosts and greeted them, then gave Xiao Chen a puzzled look before floating away. Xiao Chen was left standing there, feeling utterly disoriented. A middle-aged woman approached him. Before Xiao Chen could properly confirm whether she was human or not, she looked panicked and asked him, "Young man, who were you talking to just now?" "Ah, Auntie, I was just rehearsing a play with my classmates. I got so into it that I acted it out without thinking. Haha, I'm sorry for scaring you." Xiao Chen was also startled. He dismissed the aunt and quickly asked the two ghosts, "How do you turn the yin-yang eyes on and off?" "Let's turn them off first. We can turn them on when we need them. Otherwise, this is too unsettling." The two ghosts looked at Xiao Chen in shock and said, "Master, didn't Yen Jun explain this clearly to you? Once the yin-yang eyes are activated, they can only remain in one state and cannot be turned on or off at will." Xiao Chen. By the time they hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of a hotel, Xiao Chen had finally learned how to accurately distinguish between humans and ghosts amidst the crowd of pedestrians. Of course, those dressed in overly ancient attire or floating around like ordinary ghosts didn't count. The most important thing was to identify those who were clearly ghosts but insisted on pretending to be human. These ghosts, whether in terms of their attire or their movements, are particularly difficult to distinguish at a glance if they happen to be standing in a shadowy area. For example, the old man ghost I mistakenly asked earlier. He chose a clean room, instructed the front desk to book the earliest flight, and after taking a quick shower, he lay on the bed smoking and began to go through the pile of messages on his phone. Chapter 120, The Compensation Offered. From the start of the mission to its conclusion, Xiao Chen realized that he had spent nearly 1.5 months using the hotel's computer after synchronizing the dates. Before entering, he had specifically informed his family and friends to turn off their phones for 1 or 2 months, so the messages he received on his phone were mostly asking when he would be returning. Xiao Chen glanced at the message notifications. His family had called a few days ago, worried that his parents were anxious, so he didn't bother to check the other messages and called them back first. The sound on the other end of the line was chaotic, with several people shouting excitedly. For example, a loud voice boomed, 3 against 1. "You bastard! I don't want it! Mom, are you playing cards or watching others play cards?" Xiao Chen couldn't help but raise his voice and asked. "I'm playing cards with your uncles and aunts. Why did you come out so quickly? Didn't you say it would take at least 2 months?" His mother's voice was loud and cheerful, as if she had just burst into laughter before answering the phone, and her joy was contagious. "Out? Why does that sound so awkward? Xiao Chen, work finished early. I saw that you and my dad called me, so I hurried to call you guys." "Where's my dad?" "Oh, your dad is organizing the cargo containers." "You mean that call?" "It was nothing important. It was just that your Uncle Yang's son wants to come over to your place to look for a job, so he asked us to give you a call and see if you have any suggestions. Since you didn't answer, we knew you hadn't come out yet. There's nothing else, okay? I'll hang up now." A familiar neighbor's voice came from nearby. "Aren't you on the phone with your son?" "Morning, Mom, can't you even play cards while on the phone?" 3 of a kind, go. "Xiao Chen, can you focus on talking to your son? I'll come back in a few days." It's not even New Year's or any holiday.
Why are you coming back? I'll have to wait on you and cook for you.
Just wait until New Year's, and maybe there'll be some girl who's not too picky and willing to marry you.
I'll bring her back for you, and you can have a third wife. Ha ha. Mother, did they give me away as a free gift with a phone plan?
Xiao Chen was speechless.
Ha, you're such a funny kid. Free with a phone credit top-up?
If that's the case, we'd be rolling in oil by now.
I knew you had something up your sleeve. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Having such carefree parents is truly heartwarming.
Despite being scolded by his mother, he still planned to go home in a few days to visit his parents, bring them over, and tell them about his current situation. After replying to Wei Yan's brothers, he noticed an unanswered call and text message from Zhao Gu from the delivery company. Since he rarely contacted Zhao Gu, he hadn't sent him a message when he started the task, so Zhao Ji's message was urgent. Chener, old Shou is back, still at his old post.
Why can't I get through to you? He bragging that you were scared and left B City. Could that be true? Did he really send someone after you? Why didn't you even tell brother Zhao where you were going? That's really inconsiderate. What's going on? Why can't I get through on the phone? Are you okay, Chener?
Xiao Chen felt a warm glow in his heart and replied to Zhao Gu, nothing.
I'm out of town for training and can't turn on my phone during this time.
I just finished my work here and will be flying back tomorrow.
As for the person he was looking for, I haven't come across them. Ha, still acting all high and mighty? After sending the message, Xiao Chen opened WeChat. Zhou Shiyu had the most messages.
Xiao Chen smiled as he read them. This girl had nothing else to do but report her daily life to him one message at a time, with every word and sentence filled with special feelings.
Scrolling to the oldest message, I quit my job there.
Xiao Chen furrowed his brows.
Had she run into trouble?
He called her, but no one answered after several rings. Assuming she might be busy, he sent her a WeChat message, telling her he would return tomorrow and come find her after handling some minor matters. Lu Manqing's message, however, was reporting to her boss that the filming was going smoothly and that they could all gather together once he returned.
Wang Xiaoning also sent him a WeChat message asking when he was coming back.
Additionally, there was a message from Yili, who sent him several links to entertainment articles she had written, asking him to review them.
Lu, the designer, sent him a few photos of the villa after it was renovated, informing him that it was completed, and transferred the remaining funds to Xiao Chen's account. After finishing his work, Xiao Chen entered the farm in 100% mode.
After such a long time, it felt incredibly familiar. He checked out the small stalls, took a stroll around the pasture, and returned to catch up on the chat. Before the previous task ended, he remembered the system had sent a reward and asked him something, but at the time, the other immortals were shouting at Old Yen so loudly that he didn't hear clearly. Therefore, while replying to the Bull Demon King's message, he asked the peasant, "What did the system ask me earlier?"
Oh, was it about submitting the task items to the field master? Xiao Chen typed rapidly, "The task is done. I haven't had time to chat properly lately. Everything went smoothly. Old Pig is still alive and kicking." After finishing, he sent it to the Bull Demon King and muttered, "What's the difference between submitting it and not submitting it?" He then opened the Nine-Tailed Fox's message, glanced at it, closed it, and switched to the chat window with the red boy. At the same time, he heard Xiaonong say, "If you plan to keep the task items, you need to exchange them using this task's gift package, otherwise, you'll be rewarded with a gift package." What a catch! Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and asked, "What's in that gift package? Which one is more worthwhile?" Xiaonong thought for a moment before saying, "It's about the same. Sometimes it's seeds, and other times it might be equipment, elixirs, or spells. If the quest giver really needs furnace stones, it's best to keep them, mainly because they're hard to buy." The small farmer pondered for a moment before saying, "They're pretty much the same. Sometimes they're seeds, and other times they might be equipment, elixirs, or spells. If the arena master really needs furnace stones, it's best to keep them, as they're hard to come by." Xiao Chen carefully estimated the situation. He had obtained a few skill books and pieces of equipment when he previously acquired the genuine stones, and there should also be usable items among the pile of junk he had collected for Xiaohua earlier. Moreover, the quantity shouldn't be small. However, given his current cultivation level and circumstances, having too many items would be unnecessary. The furnace flame stones, on the other hand, were relatively more important, primarily due to their rarity. After careful consideration, he decided not to hand them over. However, when he received the system's response, he added, "How about the compensation for me? Have you decided yet? Did anyone get hurt? Was anyone killed? System, after some discussion, we've decided to compensate you with an additional farming attribute point. How does that sound?" In this mission, Xiao Chen, as the main task holder, received 5 attribute points, while the other immortals each received 2. He quickly glanced through the messages sent by Monkey Brother after he returned and discovered that the 2 attribute points they received were actually considered high in the mysterious task. Most others would only receive 1 attribute point, and some unlucky ones might even get 0.5.
Everyone was thrilled and suggested forming a fixed team, so that they could prioritize bringing him along when they encountered hidden tasks in the future. Meanwhile, the small farmer mentioned that after adding the attribute points to his farm, he experienced 2 consecutive lucky events while harvesting crops. From this, it can be concluded that the attribute points become more useful the later they are used, although he is currently unable to perceive this.
Chapter 121, Property Owners Cause Trouble.
One should not be too greedy in life, as it may diminish one's blessings. After obtaining 1 attribute point, Xiao Chen let go of the system and ceased his relentless pursuit. After all, his previous unexpected turn of events had been a stroke of great fortune. If he continued to stubbornly confront the system, it might disrupt his fortune, which would be detrimental. After giving himself this pep talk, Xiao Chen handled the messages from his chat account and logged out. After downing this bowl of chicken soup for himself, Xiao Chen handled the messages from his chat account and logged out. The hotel front desk also called to inform him that the next available flight was at 8:30 a.m. the following morning, and they had already booked it for him.
Master, aren't you planning to go back? Xiao Yu asked. Float back?
Xiao Chen shook his head. He really had no such intention. Before he had established his foundation, his floating speed was about the same as riding a bicycle after establishing his foundation and using spiritual energy to propel himself. It was only as fast as an electric bike. How many years would it take to get home at that speed?
Ah, if only he could teleport. He couldn't help but envy the 2 ghosts.
Xiao Yu suggested taking the underworld path again, but Xiao Chen refused. On the way here by taxi, the 2 ghosts had pointed out the underworld path to him. He hadn't fully adapted to these relatively friendly ghosts in the mortal world yet, so he'd wait until he was bored one day to try the underworld path. All he wanted now was to lie comfortably in bed and return home in a normal way, like a regular person. Later, he went out to buy some specialties from Xinjiang. Otherwise, coming all this way and returning empty-handed would feel embarrassing. The next day, Xiao Chen boarded the flight back to City B. The flight landed on schedule around 10:30 a.m., and Xiao Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight for Irenhuayuan. During this time, Zhou Shiyu had not returned his calls or messages, leaving Xiao Chen feeling a bit worried. Designer Liu handed his keys to the sales office, and Xiao Chen called ahead to ask them to deliver the keys to the entrance. When they arrived at the entrance of Irenhuayuan community, they found a crowd of people gathered there in a commotion. The grandly decorated gate of the community had traces of something that had been posted and then torn off, and judging by the amount of glue left behind, it must have happened before they arrived. On the outskirts of the crowd stood a middle-aged man carrying a large box, watching the arguing crowd with a calm expression. Because he stood out so much, Xiao Chen couldn't help but take a closer look at him, especially the large box in his hands. Xiao Chen noticed that there were also quite a few ghosts near the residential area, but they seemed to be wary of something, keeping their distance and gathering at the edges of the neighborhood. As he approached, he heard someone speaking excitedly to the property management. Why isn't this working? It's not just our family who noticed this situation. Several households have reported feeling something in their homes. How are we supposed to live like this? When we reported it to you a few days ago, only 3 households had reported it, but now there's another one. How do you explain this? Are you going to wait until every resident in the neighborhood is affected before you take this seriously? The property management staff looked somewhat flustered. Although it was already early autumn and the wind had grown cool, sweat kept pouring down this person's face, too much to wipe away. They pressed on, arguing logically. This must be a misunderstanding. What kind of ghosts or spirits are you talking about? Superstition is illegal. If other residents report this, what will we do? The person softened his tone, speaking with a pleading voice. Auntie, I understand your feelings. If you just want to bring your guests in and register with security, that's fine. But putting that symbol on the main gate is absolutely not allowed. What will other residents think? What will passers-by think? You need to consider others' feelings, consider our feelings too. How else can we summon the entity without the talisman? My daughter was so scared she had a high fever for days. Going to the hospital didn't help, but using this master's talisman worked immediately. Is that just a placebo effect? Another auntie, looking haggard, shouted. The woman next to her immediately chimed in. I didn't believe in this kind of thing either, but after seeing it with my own eyes, I can't help but believe it. If something happens to us, can you take responsibility? No, auntie, listen to me. The property manager looks like he is about to break down, patiently dealing with those homeowners. What's going on? Xiao Chen asked Xiao Sun, who was coming over to give him the keys. Xiao Sun shrank his neck and said, I don't know what's going on. A few days ago, a resident came over complaining that they saw a child running around in their house in the middle of the night, which scared them half to death. As he spoke, Xiao Sun shuddered and said, That's really creepy. If it was just one household complaining, it wouldn't be so unusual, but several households have come forward, which is definitely out of the ordinary. The first few days were even more chaotic, and other residents even called the police. The police came and took them away for a talk, but they still wouldn't give up. Then Xiao Sun lowered his voice and said, although the government doesn't encourage superstition and even suppresses it, many influential people believe in it more than ordinary folks like us. Their businesses are big, and they're afraid of trouble, so they secretly hire famous priests or Taoist masters. I've even heard that some of them keep little ghosts at home. Cough, cough. What about today's incident? Should we not report it? Xiao Chen laughed. What about today's incident? Are we not going to report it? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. He has 2 of them. Calling the police won't help. There wasn't any major conflict, and if they take them to the station, they'll just give them a lecture and let them go. However, Xiao Sun said mysteriously, our leaders secretly agreed to let them hire someone to exorcise the evil spirits, but they caused too much of a commotion. They insisted on posting talismans at the entrance of the community. This would be hard to justify, both openly and secretly. We have to consider the other residents. If we post talismans, wouldn't that prove that the feng shui of this community really has issues? In any case, some things shouldn't be too overt. I heard, and this is just hearsay, that when this area was developed, they specifically hired someone to inspect it. The design was intentionally laid out as a feng shui array. Otherwise, how could Iran Huayuan rise so quickly? There are many underlying factors we're unaware of. How can there still be evil spirits with a feng shui array? Xiao Chen smiled. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have believed it either, but now he knew there were too many intricacies involved. However, his current yin-yang vision couldn't discern any formations. After chatting with Xiao Sun for a moment, he prepared to head home. As he walked past the group of people with his keys, he couldn't help but glance again at the large box being carried by someone. It seemed as though there were some energy fluctuations coming from inside the box, and the person carrying it was likely the Taoist priest hired by the homeowners. However, none of the people in this group gave him the impression that they had summoned any evil spirits. Because if someone had been possessed by an evil spirit, his yin-yang vision would have definitely detected it. Chapter 122, Peeking at the Taoist Priest Casting Spells. Xiao Chen walked slowly along the path paved with pebbles, with lush bamboo on both sides. The emerald green bamboo leaves formed a large umbrella overhead, and the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the leaves echoed in his ears, making him want to stop and listen to the harmonious melody played by nature. This was his home. The place where he will settle down permanently in the future. Xiao Chen took a look around, admired the surroundings, and then entered the house. The furniture in the house, both in style and color, had been carefully selected in consultation with designer Liu. Through the designer's skillful arrangement, the elegant, simple, and luxurious styles were seamlessly blended together, creating a harmonious and cohesive atmosphere. Before seeing the actual space, I couldn't fully appreciate it just from the blueprints. Now that I've seen the finished result, I'm even more impressed with the designer I chose. After comparing options, it truly exceeded my expectations. Xiao Chen walked around the upper and lower floors, and finally chose a room on the second floor with the most sunlight as his bedroom. After taking a shower, he lay on the comfortable bed, unable to suppress a smile, and exclaimed, "New place, not bad." After enjoying the moment for a while, Xiao Chen got up and left the bedroom. He saw the 2 ghosts still eagerly examining the new home and laughed, "You 2 can choose whichever bedroom you like best, no need to be polite." The 2 ghosts, however, pointed simultaneously at the spacious hall on the first floor and said, "That's the most spacious place. We won't have to worry about feeling cramped. We'll stay there." "Well, it's up to you then. Different habits, impossible to communicate." Before leaving, Xiao Chen had already connected to the internet, brought his laptop down to the first floor lobby, sat down to connect, and was preparing to buy snacks for the 2 ghosts. The 2 ghosts had undergone a transformation after this mission, especially when they were outdoors. He could clearly see changes in their skeletal structures, with faint streams of light moving along their bones, and they seemed to have a slightly translucent, crystalline appearance. It must be due to their improved cultivation. While searching for incense and candles, he couldn't help but recall what the property manager had mentioned earlier about how the layout of Iran Huayuan had been specially designed during its construction. Though he couldn't discern any feng shui formations at the moment, his curiosity couldn't be contained. He condensed a cloud of mist and released it into the air, allowing it to hover above and survey the entire panorama of Iran Huayuan. There were quite a few types of incense and candles online. He had never bought such things before in his life, so he really had no idea which ones were good. After all, he's never tried them before. He called over 2 ghosts to take a look, but they couldn't tell either. Xiao Chen had no choice but to order a little of each variety, so he could have the 2 ghosts taste them later and make a comparison. That way, he could decide where to buy them in the future. The mist that had flown out drifted to the sky above the residential area. Due to the limited control over the distance, it couldn't get any closer to the center, but the entire scene was now clearly visible. It's actually quite impressive. Looking down from above, the layout of the entire Iran Huayuan is shaped like an ingot. The villa area forms a circle at the top of the ingot, while the high-end residential buildings serve as the base, arranged like a small boat encircling the villa area. No wonder I noticed earlier that the outer roads around the villa area weren't straight but rather semicircular. It was all designed to complement the overall layout. Xiao Chen marveled. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Sun happened to mention it and I was able to transform into mist and float up to the sky, I would never have known the inner workings of this place. From a distance, Xiao Chen's mist saw the group of residents who had been arguing with the property management at the entrance, leading the man carrying the suitcase into the community. Xiao Chen controlled the mist and drifted over. He noticed that the group was treating the middle-aged man carrying the briefcase with the utmost respect. Their attitude was beyond devout. Xiao Chen's curiosity piqued. He controlled the mist to get closer. He saw the group discuss briefly on the spot before one of them led the Taoist priest who had arrived earlier away. Seeing that the distance was just within the range of his control over the mist, Xiao Chen followed closely behind. This homeowner was also from the villa district, though it was the lower-end section on the outskirts of the entire villa area. The homeowner was chatting with the Taoist priest along the way, occasionally wiping away tears. However, Xiao Chen's mist lacked the ability to hear, so he couldn't make out what they were saying. Upon entering the homeowner's house, Xiao Chen controlled the mist to cling to the ceiling, forming a thin layer. Although he had already diluted the mist, he had not yet achieved true invisibility. To avoid being detected and causing trouble for the homeowner, he had to proceed with caution. The Taoist priest was greeted with great respect by the homeowner and led into a bedroom on the second floor. Xiao Chen immediately recognized it as a girl's room from the decor, and there lay a pale-faced girl on the bed. Xiao Chen recalled hearing someone mention earlier that their daughter had been frightened into a high fever for several days, and he assumed it must be this family's daughter. Xiao Chen also noticed a bowl of water on the girl's bedside table. The water contained some noticeable impurities. If he was correct, it was likely water mixed with talisman ash. But didn't they say the Taoist priest's talisman was supposed to work? Why is she still so weak? The Taoist priest must have said something to the homeowner's family. The family first looked terrified, their faces turning pale with fear. Then they kept bowing to the Taoist priest. The female homeowner even started crying and knelt down to kowtow to the Taoist priest, but he helped her up halfway. Then the male homeowner pushed her out. The expressions on everyone's faces were somber. However, Xiao Chen was still confused because he saw the girl as if she had been touched by something unclean, but at that moment, her body was clean and free of any evil presence. After that, the family bustled about, placing a stainless steel basin at the girl's bedside and setting up an altar with offerings in front of her door. The Taoist priest took out a wooden sword from a box, waved it back and forth in front of the girl's bed, then lit a talisman and burned it in the stainless steel basin. He mixed the ashes with water, took out a brush, dipped it in the mixture, and began to draw symbols on the ground. He then poured red liquid from a small bottle, dipped another brush into it, and drew talismanic symbols on the palms of the girl's hands. After that, he walked to the altar table by the door, lit some incense, and began muttering incomprehensible incantations. Anyway, he looked very serious and angry. But the mist that Xiao Chen conjured up really wanted to widen its eyes to express its surprise. Because after the Taoist priest had finished his incantation, a child ran in from the doorway. Xiao Chen knew this wasn't an ordinary boy, as the homeowner's family didn't seem to notice anything and showed no signs of panic, all of them watching the Taoist priest's actions with focused, intense expressions. The little boy appeared behind the offering table, and Xiao Chen clearly saw the Taoist priest's expression change. How to put it? The Taoist priest seemed to sense the boy's presence. His gaze darted in that direction, and the stern expression on his face, which had earlier exuded an air of righteousness and determination to exorcise demons, quickly gave way to a mix of reverence and supplication. However, these emotions vanished just as swiftly, and he resumed his previous demeanor, as if ready to rid the world of evil. He muttered a few incantations, and then the boy waved his hand. The incense, which had been burning only a third of the way down, suddenly burned halfway through, yet the incense ash remained upright, standing straight and still, a truly sight. The homeowner, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but change his expression, quickly kneeling down and bowing his head, pleading with a desperate expression on his face. Xiao Chen was certain that the Taoist priest could see the little boy, because when he noticed the impatient expression on the boy's face, he quickly shouted, and the homeowner immediately stood up with an apologetic expression, standing by silently and trembling with fear. However, Xiao Chen felt that the Taoist priest and the little boy weren't human, they were probably ghosts. Their interaction seemed rather eerie. Chapter 123: Fishing for People. When the Taoist priest left a few talismans and took a thick stack of cash from the homeowner before walking out the door, it confirmed what Xiao Chen had suspected all along. After leaving the house, the little ghost walked over, grabbed the Taoist priest's clothes, and together they headed toward another household. There's definitely something fishy going on here. The exorcism methods of the next few places were all pretty much the same. The only significant difference is that when the Taoist priest entered, his waist pouch was empty, but now it is full. Xiao Chen shook his head in silence. After watching the last homeowner escort the Taoist priest out with great respect, the priest did not hurry to leave. He must have said something to the homeowner, who nodded repeatedly and looked deeply grateful. The Taoist priest began to wander around the neighborhood. During this time, the little ghost pointed his finger in a certain direction. The Taoist priest looked pensive, nodded, and then led the little ghost toward the direction he had just pointed. The mist that Xiao Chen had conjured followed behind them, growing more familiar with each step. Once the Taoist priest stopped, Xiao Chen's physical form inside the house sighed, "We're at my front door.
Should we fast and bathe to welcome the guests? I'm so nervous."
The Taoist priest spoke a few words to the little ghost by his side, took out some candies for the little ghost to eat, then pulled out a small plaque. The little demon ate the candies and entered the small plaque. The Taoist priest looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then swung his arm around the iron gate and tossed the small plaque into the bamboo grove within Xiao Chen's garden. He then turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Chen with a rather stylish silhouette.
Wow, that was so cool. You scared me to death. The two ghosts had already sensed something strange had infiltrated their space.
They grabbed their sticks and were about to go out to find the ghost, but were stopped by Xiao Chen. He controlled the mist to wrap around the sign.
No other meaning. It was like locking the door from the outside for that little ghost.
Though Xiao Chen still couldn't be considered a particularly powerful fighter, in front of him, this ghost was nothing but trash. "Master, I have 100 ways to make that ghost brat spill the truth." Xiao Zhua, as a skeleton frame, also sensed something was off and spoke angrily.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "Am I interested? But since we have a guest, we should at least show some hospitality.
Just cover him with a cotton blanket and let him rest inside.
The rest of you can handle it later. There's definitely something fishy going on here."
But what good would it do for a ghost to reveal the truth?
Besides those who witnessed the miracle, who would believe some ghostly tale? People might even think he was possessed, making the other residents think he was the troublemaker. Some things are better left unsaid.
Fishing? No, fishing for people. I hope the person who wants to raise this little ghost won't abandon this poor ghost child and make him wait too long.
After sealing the sign, Xiao Chen continued to tease the online store customer service girl.
During this time, he purchased several sets of clothes online and kept pestering the customer service girl to give him some free items.
His phone rang.
Xiao Chen picked it up and saw it was Zhao Gu.
He hurriedly answered and heard the other person say, "Chener, are you back?" "Xiao Chen, are you back?"
"I'm back, Zhao Gu.
When are you free to grab a drink? I mentioned inviting you last time, but I haven't had the chance yet. Let's find a place to chat when you're available."
Last time, someone secretly told him about the Zhou family, and Xiao Chen said he'd treat him to a drink, but he's been too busy to make it happen. This man was named Zhao Gang, around 35 or 36 years old, with a loud voice.
He said, "Let's skip the drinks. There's no need to be so formal between us." Since that man surnamed Shou returned, he's become even more unruly.
Everyone in the company knows about you reporting him, and now he's always using your example to boast about how capable he is. Be careful when you go out, don't let him or anyone else from the company see you, or they'll cause trouble for you.
Xiao Chen understood. Regardless of the circumstances, the man surnamed Shou was still the manager here.
The income difference between good districts and those with fewer business opportunities was significant, so there would always be people eager to curry favor.
Is this considered a spy?
Xiao Chen suddenly felt a stir in his heart and asked, "Brother Zhao, which district are you in now?"
"Me? Oh, I've been transferred to the northern area. It's closer to home, hee. The Bayan district?"
Sure enough, Xiao Chen had guessed correctly. This guy surnamed Shou knew that he had been under Zhao Gang's tutelage in the past, so after returning, he started making life difficult for Zhao Gang by transferring him to a more remote location. The monthly income of this district is estimated to be less than a third of what Zhao Gang used to earn.
"Alright, I understand. Xiao Gu, you go ahead and get back to work."
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen found another candle shop and changed the delivery address, planning to pick up the items in person in a couple of days. Let you squirm for a couple more days. Although Xiao Chen wasn't afraid of this guy surnamed Shou, being constantly targeted by him wasn't something he could ignore. Plus, it was dragging Zhao Gang into it and making him suffer too. He couldn't just keep treating him like trash and ignoring him anymore. After finishing all this, Xiao Chen remembered that Zhou Shiyu still hadn't replied, and he couldn't help but frown. He dialed her number again. After several rings, the phone finally picked up. It wasn't Zhou Shiyu, but a middle-aged man with a deep, resonant voice. "Hello, is this Xiao, Shiyu's classmate?"
"Ha? Oh, it's me. I don't know who you are." Hello, Xiao. I'm Shia's father. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhou."
Calling me Uncle Zhou is fine, but the title comrade makes Xiao Chen feel a bit awkward.
"Are you in the military?"
"Hello, Uncle Zhou.
Is Shiyu at home?" Xiao Chen asked politely.
Shiyu has been spending time with her grandparents these past 2 days and forgot to bring her phone. Don't worry, I'll let her know when she gets back, and she'll call you back."
"Oh, that's good. Thanks for your trouble, Uncle." "No trouble at all, hee. Come over to my place for tea sometime, and we can meet up."
"What?"
"Oh, okay, Uncle Zhou. I'll definitely come visit you when I have time."
Xiao Chen hung up the phone feeling completely confused, as if everything was shrouded in a mist. On the other end of the line, the other person also hung up.
"Alright, I've called them back as you requested. Please don't keep giving me the cold shoulder, okay?"
A middle-aged woman dressed appropriately standing beside him snorted coldly, "I just don't want Shiyu to get involved in family matters." No matter what, she's just a girl, and her brother is already involved.
My daughter is out of the question. Let's meet the boy first and get to know him.
If he's a good person, even if he's poor, as long as she is willing, I'll marry him to our daughter.
As for that by family, forget about it. Dad, I don't agree either. You care about your daughter but not about me? Otherwise, why would I let my daughter grow up without learning anything about the family business? But Dad's attitude. I don't care. You figure out a way to bring our daughter back. Otherwise, what else can I do? Don't be ridiculous. This isn't a trivial matter.
Joe's father looked agitated, stood up, and scolded him.
What could be more important than your daughter's happiness?
If it were Irue making the decision to take over the family business, we would have accepted it. After all, he's a boy.
But you're saying to let a girl take on that role? How will people look at her in the future?
Joe's mother began to cry as she spoke, while Joe's father paced back and forth impatiently beside her.
Why can't a girl do it?
Old Jan's daughter is not only willing, but she's also learned it well and can do it herself.
But the main problem is that our daughter refuses to take over.
But it's just that she's destiny is tied to this. Otherwise, as Dad said, if our daughter doesn't take over, our family will face trouble.
What are we supposed to do? Joe's mother sneered disdainfully. Life is but 100 years. Even if nothing goes wrong at home, I haven't seen anyone from the Zhou family achieve anything great.
She stood up, turned her back to Joe's father, and entered the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her, refusing to come out.
You!
Joe Dad sighed, his face looking dejected as he sat down on the sofa.
What if that Xiao kid doesn't mind?
Joe Dad's eyes lit up as he began to think seriously. On Xiao Chen's side, after locking up that little devil for 4 days, he finally welcomed the guest he had been waiting for.
Chapter 124, come on, let's twist. I wonder what this old man wants.
Xiao Chen stood at the front door, arms crossed, legs trembling, glancing sideways at the approaching figure. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Chen had instructed the two ghosts to keep an eye on the homeowners whose homes had previously been exorcised. Since he didn't have enough human or supernatural help on his side and couldn't figure out which family the Taoist priest would contact, he didn't hold out much hope of finding out anything.
But sometimes things just happen by chance.
The place the Taoist priest called happened to be the one Xiao Yu was keeping an eye on. Seeing the guy using the pretext of a follow-up inspection, he boldly had the homeowner let him in. Of course, he went through the motions of inspecting the place before heading over to his side.
Xiao Chen opened the door and came out to greet the guest personally. What else could it be? He's the only one at home. May I ask how this young gentleman prefers to be addressed?
Xiao Chen jumped up in surprise and said, Uncle, you're really clever.
How did you know my surname is Xiao? Come in and have some tea.
Saying that, he walked up and hooked the Taoist priest's neck, dragging him inside. Before the Taoist priest could figure out what was going on, he was already sitting at the coffee table in Xiao Chen's living room.
Tea. It's freshly brewed and still steaming.
Uncle, you've been quite famous around Iran Huayuan lately.
Don't forget to leave a signed photo for your brother before you leave.
Who knows, maybe one day your brother could sell your signed photo and strike it rich.
Cough.
The Taoist priest spit out a mouthful of tea, grabbed a tissue from the coffee table to wipe his mouth, and for a moment felt unable to continue the conversation with this person. He was a bit confused by the fact that there was tea on the table as soon as he walked in, but he decided not to mention it for now. He also didn't bother to point out that the young man in front of him was speaking in a completely disorganized manner. Living in such a luxurious villa, he couldn't take his eyes off it after entering the door.
He even said he was counting on his autographed photo to make a fortune? What the hell is this? Nothing, you're too kind, young man. Ha.
The Taoist's face stiffened slightly. Oh, of course it's flattery. I was just speaking off the cuff.
Don't take it seriously, sir.
The Taoist's eyes and mouth twitched wildly, but he had no words to respond.
What's your name, sir? Xiao Chen took a sip of tea. This is some fine tea Guanyin.
It tastes really good.
It seems the tea seller didn't rip him off.
He'd better buy a few more packets after finishing this.
Cough, I'm just a humble traveler.
Xiao Chen waved his hand and said earnestly, Sir, please be more refined.
Let's not use vulgar language.
Here, let's see who dares to call you a bully.
By the way, what kind of person is a bully? Cough.
Little brother, you're really humorous.
Ha. The Taoist priest thought he was dealing with a lunatic. Otherwise, whose child was this brat? Was there no adult in his family?
The Taoist priest really wanted to leave, but he hadn't gotten the item yet and couldn't leave. By the way, what brings you here, sir?
Xiao Chen suddenly put on a polite expression, smiling warmly, showing no signs of anything amiss. You didn't even ask what he wanted before dragging him into your house?
Oh. It's like this, Xiao brother. After the Taoist priest finished speaking and confirmed that Xiao Chen hadn't split, he continued, A few days ago, I passed by here and accidentally dropped the amulet I was carrying.
I came to ask if you found any amulets? Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so earlier?
Xiaochen slapped his thigh, looking regretful for some reason, still holding his breath.
Damn it, did you even give me a chance to speak?
The Taoist master forced a smile, banishing the 10,000 divine beasts from his mind, and said, "It was my oversight." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiaochen let out a sigh of relief and said, "You wasted a whole pot of tea."
What the hell are you talking about? Did I beg you to let me drink your tea?
Before the Taoist priest could catch his breath, Xiaochen suddenly pointed outside the door. "Look, a gray plane."
The Taoist priest instinctively turned his head and realized he'd been tricked again.
Just as he turned back with a grim expression, ready to confront Xiaochen head-on, he saw Xiaochen split back into his original form, looking serious once more, and smiling at him. However, the Taoist priest instantly flew into a rage, letting out a loud howl. His face turned pale, and he trembled as he pointed at Xiaochen, his lips quivering so much he couldn't utter a single word. Indeed, Xiaochen was smiling amicably, but he was holding a child in his hand.
You can actually touch a spirit body? The Taoist's voice was trembling so badly that Xiaochen couldn't hear clearly. He politely asked the Taoist to repeat himself, and after a moment, he said, "It feels pretty good.
Why don't you give it a try?
Touch your sister." He just wanted to cry. Was someone stopping him?
Seeing the Taoist priest's unusual expression and trembling legs, Xiaochen immediately shouted, "Don't pee. If you dare to pee in my house, I'll go to your house and take a big dump."
Being able to see spirits is already a very rare existence in the industry. To actually be able to touch them, this is really terrifying.
I can't control myself anymore.
Great Master, your disciple is ignorant and did not recognize your greatness. Please forgive me.
Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "Don't go around claiming connections.
A person should know when to keep their dignity."
He then turned his head and addressed the trembling little demon in his hand. "Come here, give me a twist."
The little guy obediently twisted himself.
"That's a good twist.
Go play outside. I'll have a chat with your master."
Xiaochen patted the little ghost on the head, then turned to look at the Taoist priest who was about to faint. This time, he was completely serious.
"Please believe Xiaochen," he said, "tell me everything that happened."
He picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and smiled, ready to listen to the story.
Chapter 125, Revealing the Truth.
The Taoist priest felt that forgetting to toss a coin to determine good fortune before leaving home was a huge mistake. Or perhaps this family had set up some kind of mystical array that he couldn't see, because ever since he first laid eyes on Xiaochen, everything had felt off. Every step he took was a trap, and he didn't even have time to react before being knocked down. The worst part was that even after falling into the pit, he still didn't understand what was happening, spouting all sorts of nonsense.
All I know is that I really want to cry right now.
Especially when Master Xiao said something so profound and enigmatic, he couldn't figure out what Master Xiao had managed to extract from the young disciple. If he said the wrong thing and offended him, all the hard work he'd put into building his reputation over the years would be ruined. But if he spoke, he would have to reveal many unsavory details, effectively exposing his own past, all while pretending to do so willingly.
This is probably what they mean by "you reap what you sow."
I'm just asking for trouble.
There's no way out.
You dug the hole yourself, so you'll have to fill it in, even if it means crying while doing it. Alright, the Taoist priest insisted on having Xiaochen, the big shot, call in Little Fong. Xiaochen tried it once and felt a bit queasy, so he reluctantly changed it to Old Fong.
Lao Fong's real name is Fong Xinghua.
After some consideration, he decided to come clean and hope that Master Xiao would take pity on him and spare his life. He was completely stunned by Xiaochen's incredible ability to subdue a ghost with his bare hands, especially since it was a ghost he had raised for so many years. Even in front of it, he felt a bit nervous, and sometimes he had to follow the ghost's lead. When Xiaochen told it to twist, it twisted immediately, without even a moment's hesitation.
In his mind, Xiaochen was already classified as a master-level practitioner, there was no denying it. Even among the renowned masters in the industry, none dared to casually have a little ghost twist itself for their amusement.
Fong Xinghua decided to assess the situation and play his cards right, hoping to use this opportunity to climb onto Master Zhao's coattails. He carefully crafted his emotions and revealed his true colors. "This little rascal, I've been raising him for 3 years, and before that."
In today's society, competition is fierce in every industry.
This field is no exception, and it's hard to make a name for oneself. When he was learning the trade, he wasn't among the most outstanding disciples of his master. After completing his apprenticeship, he went out on his own and struggled for 7 or 8 years without achieving any recognition. Seeing that some of his peers from the same class had already made a name for themselves, he found himself without any connections and not favored by his master. Over the years, he barely managed to make ends meet by fortune-telling for others. When faced with more complicated or troublesome cases involving malevolent spirits, people would go to great lengths to find someone with deep expertise and a good reputation to handle the matter. They wouldn't entrust such important matters to an unknown person without a track record. Even if he volunteered his services, once people found out he had no reputation, how could they trust him? Therefore, even though Fang Xinguo lowered his prices significantly, people not only refused to hire him but also dismissed him with the saying, "You get what you pay for," effectively turning him away. After hitting a dead end repeatedly, Fang Xinguo grew frustrated. He felt that after all those years of hard study, he had ended up as a street fortune teller. How could he accept that? He had also opened a Zhouyi and Bagua studio, but it went bankrupt. It wasn't because he had a deep desire to rid the world of evil, exorcise demons, and protect world peace. He just wanted to make money. This kind of making money isn't about making a little cash by telling people their fortunes, but about taking on big jobs to make big money. However, the prerequisite for taking on big projects is having a good reputation. Without a reputation, who would trust you? He's probably stuck in this vicious cycle and can't break out of it. So, after several years of dedicated research and effort, he finally encountered his life-changing mentor. This mentor was renowned in the industry for his expertise in raising little ghosts. He persuaded Fang Xinguo to buy a spirit from him. After 2 years of devout worship, the spirit finally acknowledged him, granted him some privileges, and agreed to collaborate with him to make money and enhance their reputation. As a result, Fang Xinguo has only recently begun to gain some fame. Especially with the Unraveling incident, those homeowners were praising him so much they were almost blowing him up. I took on an apprentice and had him work at a renovation company. Whenever there was a high-end residential complex with new homes under renovation, I would collect the spirits and have my apprentice bring them in. We would then identify which homes had good conditions and place the spirit tablets there. Once the spirits manifested, my apprentice would subtly recommend me to the homeowners, and I would then come to perform the exorcism. This method isn't very humane, but it's fast-paced, profitable, and builds a reputation quickly. Now we're already taking on big jobs. Renovation? Xiao Chen's face darkened, but he didn't say anything and continued to listen to Fang Xinguo recount his rise to wealth. I've never harmed anyone, cough cough. I've never caused anyone's death. I just scare them a bit, make the little ghosts show themselves, and once they're scared, I step in to exorcise the ghosts. Of course, all of this requires the little ghosts' cooperation. Master Xiao, with your powerful magical abilities, you should be able to tell, right? I really haven't caused anyone's death. Master Xiao didn't want to comment on this issue. He looked mysterious, picked up his teacup, and took a sip to avoid the topic. However, his expression was so convincing, combined with his earlier skillful gesture of pinching a ghost, that Fang Xinguo had no reason to doubt him. He thought to himself, the master is truly a master. He must have already seen through everything. He dared not hide anything anymore, sniffling and crying. Originally, seeing how luxurious the master's villa was, if I could cough up a little trouble, come back and have the master resolve it, with the master's fortune, wouldn't he have to give a big red envelope? However, he never expected that the master's house had been empty for days. But after the disciple brought the little ghost inside, they couldn't just sit around doing nothing, so they waited for the master's arrival while making some extra money on the side. Finally, when someone arrived at the master's house, the result was, I fell into a trap. If I hadn't come back, were you planning to cause trouble for all the residents in the neighborhood? Xiao Chen sneered. Of course not, I wouldn't dare. I know when to stop. If I keep causing trouble for them and can't take the little ghost away, won't they think I'm not capable? Fang Xinguo said weakly. Damn it, it's not the ghost who is harming everyone, it's him. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Why did he have to mix with the construction crew and bring the kid along? This Iran was originally designed by a master, so ordinary workers wouldn't be able to get in, right? Could the master not tell? Of course I can see it. Otherwise, why would I choose this place to settle down? I just wanted to see if what you said matches what the common folk say. Xiao Chen poured himself some tea and spoke indifferently. He couldn't tell the difference if he tried. Xiao Chen was well aware of his own abilities. If it came to drawing feng shui diagrams, exorcising evil spirits, or warding off misfortune, well, he knew nothing about that. Among the rewards from the main quest, there was a seed from the I Ching. The peasant had helped him cultivate it, but he hadn't had a chance to eat it yet. That's all? Xiao Chen laughed. Chapter 126, Making You Admit Defeat. That's all there is. Master Xiao, I really haven't hidden anything from you. I swear on my life. Fang Guoshuan's attitude was utterly sincere, almost to the point of banging his head against a pillar to prove his innocence. Xiao Chen said nothing and took another sip of tea. Fang Guoshuan, who was watching, swallowed hard and thought to himself, Master, please don't drink tea. Say something. What else do you want to know? Or should I tell you about the time I slept with a client's wife? Let's leave it at that for now. Xiao Chen looked at Fang Guoshuan, whose face was covered in sweat, and could smell the stench of sweat even through the coffee table. Since there's nothing else to bluff about, let's not bluff anymore. This truth alone was enough to startle Xiao Chen. Truly, there are masters everywhere in this world. Fang Xinguo, who had just escaped with his life, let out a sigh of relief, only to hear Xiao Chen say in a deep voice, So, how do you plan to handle this? Solve? Resolve? Fang Xinguo let out the breath he had held, but it rose again. A master's words were concise and to the point, leaving him no room to speculate. After thinking it over, Fang Xinghua looked dejected, glancing nervously at Xiao Chen's expression, and said, "Master, I dare not do it again. Please spare me this time. I'll return the money to the person who gave it to me, but I can't talk about the matter of the little ghost. If I do, I'm finished. Please spare me, master. I beg you for mercy." Xiao Chen rubbed his temples in frustration and sighed. "No wonder you've worked so hard all these years and still haven't made a name for yourself in the industry. You've got a head full of cement. Hush money? Hush money? I don't understand. Do I have to spell it out? Who cares about your mess?" However, bringing this trouble into the picture, from another perspective, is somewhat related to him, so we should consider how to compensate him. Of course, it's not his responsibility to compensate them, let the Fong family figure it out themselves. As for the rest, he really didn't want to get involved too much. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Xiao Chen didn't want to be chased and killed endlessly in the future. "If I didn't have some cultivation, I might have fallen into your trap." Xiao Chen mentioned this vaguely before breaking into a smile. Snap! Fang Xinghua suddenly slapped his own head and exclaimed, "Look at my brain. Yes, this matter is truly shameful. It's only because you are so magnanimous. If this had fallen into someone else's hands, my life would be ruined." As he spoke, Fang Xinghua reached into his bag and pulled out a book, running his fingers over it reluctantly before finally clenching his teeth and saying, "Someone like you wouldn't stoop to talking about money. I happened to come across this ancient book, and after reading it several times, I still can't understand it. I'm sure only a master like you could appreciate its true value. It's a unique copy, absolutely unique. I went to great lengths to obtain it. Master, would you be so kind as to take a look and see if it meets your standards? Talking about money isn't vulgar at all." Xiao Chen gave Fang Xinghua a meaningful look, then took the book with the air of a master. The Book of Symbols and Charms. Xiao Chen flipped through it and saw nothing but circles, crosses, and crooked lines. What on earth were these? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Fang Xinghua across from him staring intently at him, his eyes flashing with an unclear meaning. "Humph." Xiao Chen sneered. Was this fellow testing him? He's trying to see how deep this pond really is, isn't he? However, Xiao Chen felt that he might really be exposed. After all, he truly couldn't understand it. Admit the value of this book. If it's just trash, then he'll lose face, but if you don't admit it, what if it turns out to be true? But what if it's exposed? If he can make that little brat twist it for him, he can make that little brat twist this Fang guy to death. A single book is all it takes to control him? Humph. Xiao Chen is about to unleash his ultimate move. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Low-level spellbook detected. Do you wish to learn it? HM? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Communicating with the system using his consciousness, how do I learn? Will the books disappear? System, detected as ordinary paper, it will not disappear but will absorb the content. Learn. Even if it's useless, it'll at least shake him up a bit. Learning success. Snap. Fang Xinghua saw that Xiao Chen hadn't moved, staring at the book with a clearly confused expression, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, hoping to secure forgiveness at the lowest possible cost. It seems the plan is set. And this kid doesn't have any other tricks up his sleeve, does he? If I play my cards right, I could give him a boost, and in the future, I'll have a few more reliable allies on my side. Fang Xinghua's mind was racing as he quietly calculated his next moves. He gave a sly smile, just about to start his flattery again, when he saw Xiao Chen slam the book down on the table with a thud. Great job! Using this trash to fool people. Xiao Chen sneered, then waved his hand, summoning the little minion Fang Xinghua had been keeping around. How did this guy get here? Make sure he goes back the same way he came. You know what to do. The little ghost bowed respectfully. He knew how powerful Xiao Chen was, and even more so the two ghost immortals, so he dared not disobey Xiao Chen's orders. He immediately summoned a wisp of black energy in his palm, preparing to channel it into Fang Xinghua's body. Whether Fang Xinghua had any real abilities was uncertain, but one thing was certain: he recognized this force. His expression changed drastically, and with a thud, he knelt before the little ghost, banging his head on the ground with a loud thud. Ghost Lord, spare my life. Ghost Lord, spare my life. He then turned to Xiao Chen and began to kowtow to him, his voice trembling with tears. Master, spare my life. Master, spare my life. It was my fault for being blind. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He was truly terrified now. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face, the sound echoing loudly, showing no mercy. Damn it, I really messed up. I hadn't even processed Xiao Chen's tactics yet, and now I've dug myself another hole. Damn it, I'm really asking for trouble. I haven't even processed what Xiao Chen did to me yet, and now I've gone and dug myself another hole. Xiao Chen raised his hand, and a cloud of mist lifted Fang Xinghua into the air. Fang Xinghua felt himself being held up by an invisible force, his eyes filled with shock and fear. He wanted to kneel down and kowtow, but his body wouldn't move an inch. He wanted to cry, but when he tried to open his mouth, no tears came out. His expression was so agonizing it looked like he had swallowed a fly, unable to express the frustration he felt. Master Xiao. The dark aura surrounding the little ghost is the of a ghost. If it were to strike Fang Shenghua, there would be no need for anyone else to act. The resentment he has accumulated in his heart over the years would transform into a heart demon, capable of tormenting him to the point of unbearable agony, making him wish for death. Such trivial tricks. I stopped playing with them when I was 5 years old. Yet you dare to use them to deceive me. Xiao Chen sneered, boasting arrogantly. However, he refused to let Fang Shenghua kneel, insisting on kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Setting aside whether he could bear it or not, now that the other party was begging like this, would he forgive him or not? Therefore, it's best not to keep begging. Showing some concrete action is the way to go. Xiao Chen gave him a glance, and the young man withdrew the black energy from his palm, standing there with a cold expression. Humanity? For such a brat, he probably doesn't even know what humanity means. Those with power serve, and those without are crushed. I'm the fool. Fang Shenghua surrendered, regretting that he had dared to test Xiao Chen. He wanted to slap himself a few more times. How could someone who could crush a ghost with his bare hands not even know the symbols? Fang Shenghua, with a sorrowful expression, trembling hands, took out a yellow-covered book from his bag again, and cautiously pushed it toward Xiao Chen, staring at him nervously. The system beeped again. A high-level spellbook has been discovered. Do you wish to learn it? Learn. Xiao Chen picked up the book and flipped through it casually, smiling in a way that made Fang Shenghua's heart race. Still not satisfied? Chapter 127, Preparing to Receive the Goods. It's nothing special. Take it back and play with it yourself. After absorbing the information from the talisman book, Xiao Chen returned it. No, Master Xiao, Grandmaster, Grandfather. Fang Shenghua flew into a rage, wailing and begging, this is truly a precious item. It's the best thing I possess. If you dare to deceive the master again, let this worthless being be struck by lightning and thunder. Please spare this worthless being, Master. It's a good thing for you, but for me, although the talisman book is a high-grade one, I know you're not lying to me, but what use is it if I've already mastered it? Xiao Chen shook his head and laughed, forget it. Seeing Fang Shenghua's dejected expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. He knew this might be his limit. Xiao Chen really wanted to give up. He wasn't short of money, and the man was scared to death. If he pushed him further and he died in front of him, what would he do? Xiao Chen really wanted to give up. He wasn't short of money, and he was so scared he was about to wet himself. If he pushed him further, what if he ended up dying in front of him? After all, he is a grown man. It's not easy to get away with such tricks without getting beaten to death. As I always say, one mustn't be too greedy in life. Fang Shenghua sighed in relief when Xiao Chen mentioned the advanced talisman book. Since the other party recognized its value, he knew it wasn't worth much and that he wasn't being deceived. However, after letting out a sigh of relief, he began to worry again. If the other party didn't even bother to look at the advanced talisman book, what could he possibly trade to satisfy this gentleman? Such high-level talisman books are not commonly found on the market. He had gone to great lengths to obtain it. However, due to his limited cultivation, after studying it for over a year, he could only understand the surface. Yet the master flipped through it and said he already knew everything, leaving Fang Shenghua curious about Xiao Chen's family background. What kind of profoundly rooted mystical family must they be to have such a young descendant already mastering advanced talismanic arts? Xiao Chen's forgiveness, however, was met with unforgiveness and disappointment in Fang Shenghua. He regretted even more for having provoked someone he shouldn't have, and began scheming in his mind to find someone else to inquire about, hoping to acquire some rare trinkets to appease this gentleman's grievances. Xiao Chen was unaware of Fang Shenhua's inner thoughts. He spoke casually, as for those property owners, no matter what you do, you're effectively tarnishing my reputation. I don't care how you compensate them, you figure it out yourself. I won't cut off your options, but I don't want to be involved in such unethical matters. You handle it. Yes. Thank you, Master, for your forgiveness. I will definitely find a way to compensate the homeowners. We're in big trouble this time. Not only did we not make any money, but we might even have to pay everything back. But we have to pay, don't we? Others can just refund the money and be done with it, at least their reputation is saved. But this guy has something even more valuable than high-grade talismans. Just thinking about its value makes my heart ache. Xiao Chen sent the little ghost away again and continued, don't blame me for not warning you. The most important thing about keeping a little ghost is having a pure heart, especially for someone like you with weak magical power. If your heart isn't pure, you'll transfer your resentment to the little ghost. It won't cause problems in the short term, but over time, the little ghost might break free from your control. The consequences? You should already know it'll turn against you. Even if he doesn't transfer the ghost's resentment onto you today, sooner or later you'll be controlled by it and end up torturing yourself to death. So, you'd better figure out how to deal with this little ghost. Fang Shenghua was now fully convinced and pleaded, I know that raising a spirit can lead to backlash if not handled properly, but at this point, I can't even send it away. Please save me, Master. Before he could finish, he was about to kneel again, but Xiao Chen raised his hand and lifted him up. I won't send any little ghosts. The two ghosts mentioned earlier that this little ghost is an infant spirit, which is already difficult to reincarnate. Having followed Fang Shengguo for these years, due to his inability to achieve success, it has harbored deep resentment. The little ghost it nurtures naturally absorbs this negative energy, making reincarnation even more challenging. The energy is already very intense. It's a real hassle to deal with. Xiao Chen doesn't want to get involved in this karma. But he had a question. You've opened the yin-yang eyes, right? How did you choose an infant spirit when selecting the little ghosts? Fang Xingguo was a bit confused. Yin-yang eyes? Why did the master say that? Xiao Chen smirked and said, the day you came out of the homeowner's house, your little ghost was pulling on your clothes. Didn't you follow the direction he pointed to and end up here? Not only that, but you also fed the little ghost candy. Ha ha. Can you see ghosts because you have the ability to see the spirit world? Xiao Chen is actually seriously asking for some science. Fang Shengguo was startled for a moment, then raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. It turned out that the master had been watching his interactions with the youngster all along. This Master Xiao, is he even human? Fang Shengguo knew nothing about Xiao Chen's background, but he grew increasingly certain that this man was no ordinary person. If there had been even a sliver of hope left in his heart before, it was now completely gone. His expression was one of reverence mixed with shame as he said, I dare not hide the truth from you, master. The yin-yang eyes can only be opened by those with a special connection. I am unworthy and lack the necessary fortune. The reason I can see the little ghost I've been raising is because it granted me this privilege after all these years. It can touch me, but I can only see it and not touch it. As for the candies, they are made using a special method. Little ghosts love them. This is to reward it for helping me earn money. Fang Xingguo said, reaching into his pocket and placing a few candies on the coffee table. Xiao Chen caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and felt a bit queasy. However, he was curious about how the candy was made, so he forced himself to ignore the discomfort, summoning a cloud of mist to cover the candy, lest the foul smell make him feel worse. He planned to take it outside to examine it more closely later. Did you make it? No, I don't have the ability to refine something for ghosts to eat. I bought it from a specialized place. Fang Xingguo said mysteriously. Just as they were talking, Xiao Chen's phone rang. After answering it, he felt a sudden urge and asked, do you have any bad luck charms on you? I'm out of them and need one urgently. The bad luck talisman was something he had learned about while briefly flipping through the new talisman book he had just started studying. And it was the first low-level talisman book. Cough, cough, there are two of them. Fang Xingguo cleared his throat awkwardly, looking embarrassed. Clearly, he believed that Xiao Chen had seen through his thoughts and knew that he had used the bad luck talismans extensively to boost his performance. Xiao Chen, however, wasn't in the mood to think about it. The items he had purchased had arrived, though the delivery location wasn't here. Time to go pick up the delivery. Just give me one. Who offended the master? Should I step in and handle it for you? Fang Xingguo couldn't help but want to run errands for Xiao Chen, feeling that following him would make his future path smoother. He even asked, does the master take apprentices? Xiao Chen took the talisman Fang Xingguo handed him and said, take on disciples? Ha ha. Not interested. Chapter 128, I'll go get the delivery. Taking on an apprentice? Ha ha. Looks matter, but gender matters even more. What on earth is he taking this guy on for? Setting that aside, Fang Xingguo didn't rise to his current position through legitimate means. The mess he's left behind is so extensive it could probably circle the earth multiple times. As long as no one exposes him now, things are manageable. But if someone ever does, it'll be like a domino effect. Once one falls, the rest will follow. To be his master? Go play somewhere else. Before leaving, Xiao Chen gave a stern warning, or rather, a threat to Fang Xingguo, telling him to keep his mouth shut. If he dared to reveal any of the tactics Xiao Chen had displayed today, he'd better think carefully about whether he wanted to continue in this line of work. Fang Xingguo knew how formidable Xiao Chen was, and besides, there was a traitor he had nurtured for years by his side. This traitor was now a ticking time bomb at Xiao Chen's command. He wouldn't even think twice about betraying those who had fed and sheltered him for years. Therefore, Fang Xingguo dared not say anything else. He had the young man put on the amulet and leave. Xiao Chen condensed a ball of mist, watching Fang Xingguo no longer pull any tricks before retrieving it. He then closed his eyes to digest the contents of the two talisman books he had just learned. Xiao Chen condensed a cloud of mist, watched Fang Xingguo stop his tricks, then withdrew it. He then closed his eyes to digest the contents of the two talisman books he had just learned. After studying it carefully, he picked up the misfortune talisman Fang Xingguo had given him, examined the symbols closely, and felt the faint energy fluctuations emanating from it. With his current knowledge, he commented, the talisman drawing technique is crude, but it's barely usable. He put the talisman in his pocket, checked the time, had lunch, then got into his car and drove to his previous workplace, the branch office of Kuayan Kita Company in City B. At this time of day, most of the delivery personnel were out on deliveries or picking up packages, so there weren't many people left in the office. Xiao Chen walked to the company's reception area. The duty officer was the familiar Uncle Zhang. He handed him a cigarette and greeted him. "Uncle Zhang, how have you been lately?" "Oh, it's you, kid?" Uncle Zhang smiled as he took the cigarette and said, "It's been a few days since I saw you, but you look more energetic." "Ha, youth is great. Thanks to you, I'm managing." Xiao Chen lit the cigarette, took a puff, and laughed. "I bought some things online earlier and forgot to change the address, so they were sent here."
"Do you know where my package is, Uncle Zhang?" "Uncle Zhang?"
Zhang Shu's expression turned serious. He looked around, though no one was there, and lowered his voice. The moment the package arrived, it was only a few minutes before Manager Chiu found out and sent someone to take it. "He said to tell you to go to his office when you arrive." I asked, "What did you do to get on his bad side?" "You've been a cautionary tale at the company lately." "A cautionary example? That's truly an honor." "A cautionary example? That's truly an honor." "Ha, it's nothing. I didn't start it." "Alright, Uncle Zhang, you go ahead. I'll go get the package," Xiao Chen said, extinguishing the cigarette he had only taken a few puffs of, and prepared to go find the guy surnamed Xiao. "Wait." Uncle Zhang quickly grabbed him and said, "A few people who look tough went in before you. Why don't you wait a bit longer?" He acted quickly, making good use of the time he had been given to prepare. Xiao Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this and said, "No need, Uncle Zhang. I'll go find him." "Someone who looks tough to deal with? I hope they're not really that tough, otherwise it wouldn't be any fun. Be careful, a wise man doesn't take a loss in front of him. Don't keep pushing back." Zhang Shu gave him a warning, but seeing Xiao Chen didn't seem to care, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. He's still too young and impulsive. At the company, there were a few delivery men returning to restock, but they were all unfamiliar faces, apparently having arrived after Xiao Chen had left. "Who are you looking for?" One of them stepped forward and asked in a sharp tone. "Xiao Chen, I'm here to find someone surnamed Xiao." "Xiao Chen? Someone surnamed Xiao? That's the Xiao Chen." A couple of delivery guys paused for a moment before realizing who he was, the company's famous figure. Seeing Xiao Chen head straight for the manager's office, they quickly gathered together to discuss. "It's him. He does look pretty sharp, but wait, wasn't he kicked out of B City by the manager? Who knows? Maybe he knows he's in trouble and is hiding somewhere. But what's he doing here today? Isn't he coming to apologize?" One of them said, watching Xiao Chen's back. "Back down? Listen to the way he's talking. He hasn't learned his lesson yet. Didn't you say you were going to sue Manager Chiu? That's pretty bold." Another said. A young guy just starting out in society, completely unaware of his own worth, always thinking he is more educated than others. At the slightest disagreement, he resorts to asserting his rights. I wonder where this guy works now. If his current boss finds out about this, will they still dare to keep him on? Our boss isn't someone to mess with. Let's finish restocking and get out of here quickly. Don't get involved. Let's go. Another person urged, starting his motorized tricycle and driving off. The other two were curious but dared not approach. They had been working at the company for some time and had already heard that the manager here was connected to the underworld and not someone to mess with. This guy isn't staying far away, he's actually moving closer. He really doesn't know what's good for him. He's just young and reckless. He'll learn his lesson the hard way someday. Come on, let's go. Everyone else gradually left, and Xiao Chen made his way confidently to the manager's office door. The door was ajar, just a crack open. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, pushed the door open, and stepped inside in a flash. Chapter 129, Go ahead, the surveillance is off. As he had expected, there was a pit in the house. The moment he pushed the door open, he could sense someone on the other side. But who was Xiao Chen? How many people could react to his speed now? By the time he stood before Qiuzhen's stunned face with a smile on his face, the person hiding behind the door was still completely focused, wearing an expression of patient anticipation. Bang! Xiao Chen waved his hand, and a powerful force slammed the door shut with a loud bang. The guard was startled and looked inside, only then realizing that someone had already entered. Inside the house, three men with menacing expressions were still sitting on the sofa. With their bulging muscles, they do look pretty fierce. But now they all look startled. One of them rushed to the door and shouted, "What the hell are you doing guarding the door?" The two who were scolded felt their faces tighten, dared not argue back, but both blamed it on Xiao Chen and began clenching their fists. A cloud of mist sealed off the entire office, making it impossible for anyone inside or outside to see anything unusual. However, the sounds from within could not be heard outside. Ha, the little bastard actually dared to come? He's got some guts. Although Mr. Chiu was somewhat surprised by Xiao Chen's speed, he didn't think much of it. He leaned back, crossed his legs, and raised the corner of his mouth in a cold smile. Where have you been hiding these days? Scared to come out? You're not so tough after all. Someone on the sofa snorted derisively. Is that all he's got? Old Xiu, you're really underestimating him. Any of our brothers could beat him up and make him beg for mercy. Why make such a big deal out of it? Exactly, Xiu Gu. This little bastard will be taken care of by the brothers. The gatekeeper had his face saved by Xiao Chen and was even scolded, leaving a ball of anger in his heart. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles cracked, glaring at Xiao Chen with a savage smile. Xiaojun waved his hand casually and said, "Everyone, go ahead and do your thing. The surveillance cameras have already been turned off." He then gave Xiao Chen a dismissive smile and added, "Kid, when you crawl out of here later, don't forget to hire a lawyer to sue me." The three people on the sofa burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. One of them even gestured to the person about to act, signaling to go ahead, as there was more to come. "Alright, leave it to me. I'll make him beg for mercy in a moment." The man laughed heartily, clearly unable to contain his excitement. When Xiao Chen entered the courtyard, they had already spotted him. Their original plan was for one of them to hide on one side and the other on the other side. Once Xiao Chen entered the door, one would quickly close it, and the other would rush forward and kick him, knocking him to the ground first before giving him a good beating. They would then make him kneel before Xiaojun, offer him cigarettes, and apologize, before throwing him out of the office, so he would know the consequences of provoking someone he shouldn't have. Learn your lesson and get out of B City. But Xiao Chen was too fast, they didn't even see him before he was already inside. This is a bit embarrassing. Hey! The man grinned maliciously as he closed in, swinging his fist toward Xiao Chen's cheek. "You insolent brat." Humph. A calm, mocking laugh came from ahead. The man felt his fist being gripped by a powerful force, leaving him unable to move. You've got some skills, huh? The man grunted and tried to forcefully shake off Xiao Chen, but no matter how hard he strained, the young man in front of him stood as firm as a mountain, completely unshakable. Feeling the force from Xiao Chen's side, the man's expression changed, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly twisted his body, preparing to execute the most traditional move, a shoulder throw on Xiao Chen. Slap! A hand slapped down on his shoulder, pressing firmly. Instantly, he felt as though a mountain had been placed on his shoulder. His body couldn't withstand the force and began to sink. His legs strained to support him, and he pushed back with all his might, his face turning bright red. The veins on his temples bulged, and he looked as though he might explode at any moment. Despite this, not only did he fail to stand upright, but his legs began to tremble under the immense force, and he felt as though every bone in his body was aching. Damn it, such insane strength. Are you done playing? The voice behind him was calm, but cold. Before he could react, a faint cracking sound echoed, causing him to involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. A searing pain instantly spread from his wrist to his heart, making him instinctively want to scream out in agony. But before the sound could escape his lips, his shoulder was struck again with a force that sent another wave of pain coursing through his body. The man broke out in a cold sweat as his shoulder shattered. Ah! The piercing, echoing screams made everyone in the office turn pale. As Xiao Chen let go, the man collapsed onto the ground with a thud, clutching his shoulder, his body trembling violently. He likely didn't even have the strength to roll over. Damn it! A man on the sofa grabbed the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Xiao Chen. The others reacted quickly, grabbing whatever was within reach and swinging it at Xiao Chen. Xiaojun was completely stunned. Sitting in his chair, he watched the scene in disbelief. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the ashtray flying toward him was slapped away with a loud thud, landing with a clang on the desk in front of Xiaojun, causing him to jump in fright and turn pale. Chapter 130, What is the Way of the Underworld? Over here, after the ashtray was knocked flying, he first kicked away the first person who charged forward, then his body flickered repeatedly. His left hand grabbed an arm, his right hand grabbed a flying leg, and both hands twisted with force, accompanied by cracking sounds as he pushed outward. With two thuds, two figures flew out, crashing heavily into the office filing cabinet and coffee table. After two muffled groans, there was no further movement. Damn, I hit the wrong spot. Xiao Chen muttered regretfully, he passed out so quickly. No fun now. Another person, still as powerful as ever, let out a loud shout and swung a solid wooden stool toward Xiao Chen's head with all his might. Xiao Chen met the swing with a punch, and with a loud bang, the solid wooden stool shattered into pieces under the force, sending debris flying everywhere. One of the shards was skillfully guided by Xiao Chen to strike Xiaojun's face, with the sharp wood embedding itself halfway into his skin. Ah! Xiaojun clutched his face in pain, his eyes filled with fear, and began to shout for help loudly. Help! Help! But no one dared to move. The battle was raging on the other side, and they feared that if they ran out, they might get caught in the crossfire, which would be disastrous. Therefore, they covered their faces, locked themselves to their chairs, and screamed at the top of their lungs, "Someone's been killed." The sound was deafening, full of vigor. Over here, the man who had been swinging the round stool at them felt something was wrong after Xiao Chen shattered the stool with a single punch. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. He didn't even see how Xiao Chen moved. All he felt was a flash before his eyes, followed by excruciating pain in his jaw, and his body flew backward. Strangely, even though he had been facing away from Xiaojun, his body somehow spun mid-air and landed with a thud at Xiaojun's feet. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Old Xiao, stop shouting. How the hell does this kid know martial arts? In the office, aside from Xiaojun, only the man who had been kicked flying by Xiao Chen earlier was still somewhat intact. After being kicked out, he had hit the ground hard and was gasping for breath. Now that he had regained his breath, he struggled to get up, growled angrily, and swung his fist toward Xiao Chen. At least he has some backbone, he's not backing down. Xiao Chen covered his face, his hands covered in blood, which dripped down his chin. After being shouted at, he collapsed like a deflated balloon, trembling uncontrollably and unable to utter a sound. The 5 men he had brought were all skilled in martial arts, yet they couldn't withstand a single blow from Xiao Chen. Moreover, he couldn't recall Xiao Chen ever mentioning that he knew martial arts. All he knew was that this beggar had been the easiest person to deal with when he worked at the company. He was honest and would just smile and keep quiet if you shouted at him. How could someone like that suddenly know martial arts? How dare you? Xiao Chen dodged to the side, struck upward from below, landing a palm strike on the man's armpit, then kicked him with his foot, sending the man, who had just let out a scream, flying backward and landing on the ground, unconscious. Mr. Chiu. Xiao Chen, looking like he had just finished a job, brushed imaginary dust off his hands, turned around, and smiled faintly. I just came to pick up a package. Was it really necessary to make such a big fuss to welcome me? You, Xiao Chen, you, don't do that. I'll call the police. Xiao Chen saw Xiao Chen walking toward him, covered his face, and tried to step back, but his upper body suddenly leaned backward, and his feet were tripped, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward, taking the chair with him. Mr. Chiu, you sure have a sense of humor. You even have the energy to put on a show like that. That was truly impressive, haha. Xiao Chen laughed at Xiao Zhen's embarrassing state. Then he stepped forward, kindly grabbed Xiao Zhen's ankle, and lifted him up, tossing him onto the relatively open floor in the middle of the office. Ah! Xiao Zhen, who usually acted so arrogant and loud, was cowardly when it came down to it. After being thrown to the ground by Xiao Chen, he let out a cry and closed his eyes, pretending to be dead. Slap! Playing dead won't work. Xiao Chen slapped him across the face and said, I hear your background is in the underworld? This blow completely forced the remaining fragments back into his body, causing Xiao Zhen to let out an agonizing scream as he came to his senses. Before he could react, Xiao Chen raised his hand and slapped him again. What kind of underworld are you talking about? You tell me what the underworld is. Where is this underworld? Smack! Smack! The slaps were crisp and loud, 2 in quick succession. Xiao Chen hit hard, and after taking those slaps, Xiao Zhen's cheeks puffed up like balloons, making it hard for him to speak. It's not dark anymore. What did you say? I can't hear you. Speak up. I can't. Xiao Zhen's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He couldn't believe the person in front of him was the same person he had seen earlier. Don't be fooled by his smile, it's terrifying, you know? Ha, scared? Weren't you planning to make me call you grandpa? Xiao Chen gently tapped Xiao Zhen's swollen cheek. This action made Xiao Zhen's body tremble violently, and he burst into tears, mumbling incoherently, No, don't hit me anymore. Whoa! Damn it, that's disgusting. Xiao Chen stood up, aimed at Xiao Zhen's thigh, raised his foot, and brought it down with a loud crack. A horrifying scream echoed through the room, waking up those who had fainted. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen with fear in their eyes. He was too ruthless. Damn it, he didn't hold back at all, leaving no one unharmed. Where the hell did this kid come from? Xiao Chen proceeded to check the phones of several people. Those with intimidating appearances dared not utter a word, allowing him to search their bodies and take their phones. After photographing all the contact lists, Xiao Chen tossed the phones onto the table and laughed, thanks to Mr. Chiu for turning off the surveillance cameras. You handled this beautifully. He then tapped the table, as if afraid they weren't listening carefully. You few, I've remembered your faces. I hope I don't see any of you in B City again. And you, Mr. Chiu, Xiao Chen's voice turned cold, his entire demeanor sharp and intimidating. He spoke each word clearly, get out of City B within 3 days. Xiao Chen glanced at the misfortune talisman on Xiao Zhen's face, which began to glow, then stepped over the others and walked out the door. Chapter 131, The Curse Amulet begins to take effect. As the door opened and the person walked out, everyone lying in the house sighed in relief. Especially the first one who had attacked Xiao Chen. He still remembered the force of that hand pressing down on his shoulder, a strength he had only ever encountered in descriptions of fantasy novels. If he were to tell his companions now, even those who had been injured by Xiao Chen himself would likely find it hard to believe. They would just think Xiao Chen was skilled in combat. Such exaggerated force, who would believe it unless they experienced it firsthand? Who, throw me the phone and call for help. The man lying in the corner said in a hoarse voice. We're screwed, damn it. This idiot only said he was a beggar boy when he provided the information. Anyone from the Alliance could have beaten him to a pulp. That's why we arranged for 5 people to come and back up Xiao Zhen. We thought he was just a weakling, and who could knock him down with his fists alone, so none of us brought weapons. But thinking back to the momentum just now, even if we had brought weapons, it probably wouldn't have made a difference. Unless we had guns. A gun? The man narrowed his eyes, a flash of determination gleaming in them. Yes, boss. The man called who was closest to the table but had the worst injuries, his voice trembling and his face as pale as a ghost. He struggled to move over and grab his phone. Damn it, call a few more guys.
Maybe that kid hasn't gone far yet.
Xiaojun lay on the ground, barely breathing, his voice trembling with tears.
You bastard.
Out of Xiaojun's sight, the man who had ordered someone to take out their phone silently spat at Xiaojun, his eyes filled with contempt. I never thought that Qiu Song's older brother's younger cousin would be such a coward.
His behavior just now was utterly embarrassing.
We called a few brothers to take us to the hospital. The other person also forced back his frustration and patiently said,
Still hitting? Not enough people got hurt yet? I'll have someone from the company call an ambulance. Eru, throw me my phone.
Xiaojun's voice trembled violently as he said. Who had just struggled to hand the phone to his boss, and was now lying on the ground gasping for breath, too exhausted to even throw the phone.
Hearing Xiaojun's words, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, just because I called you Brother Qiu, you think you're the boss?
With your pathetic looks, if it weren't for your cousin protecting you, you'd probably have been beaten up 1,000 times by now. The leader of the two tigers saw Xiaojun ordering his men around and felt annoyed. He spoke in a cold, hard tone, let our people handle this. How are we supposed to explain this to the authorities if we go to a proper hospital?
Yes, hurry up. It hurts so much.
The others are just pretending to be dead, they're too lazy to respond.
Who doesn't feel pain? Damn it. Xia. At that moment, the door opened. Sorry.
It was the familiar voice, the familiar tone, still with a smile. I forgot to pick up my package. After saying that, Xiaoqin ignored the terrified glances from the others, walked leisurely over to his desk to verify his information, then carried a large box and stepped over the crowd once more, walking out. Not a single person dared to utter a word throughout the entire incident. Xiaoqian received a call from Zhao Ge the next day. Zhao Ge vented his frustration over the phone. Shortly after Xiaoqian left, someone from the company went to knock on the door trying to enter the office to get Manager Qiu's signature, but no one responded no matter what they did, and the door wouldn't open even when they tried to push it. Later, a large group of intimidating-looking individuals arrived and also tried to open the office door, banging on it loudly, but there was still no movement inside. After receiving a phone call, the group began urging everyone to smash the door. However, despite their combined strength, it took them over half an hour to break down the door, which had seemed like it could be kicked down with a single kick. When they rushed inside, they found that the people inside were barely clinging to life. What sent a chill down their spines was when one of the people inside asked, "Did you get the wrong door? Didn't you say you'd already arrived? Why did you just come in now?" One of the men who had been breaking down the door said, "Boss, we've been trying to break down this door the whole time."
"What is this door made of? It took us half an hour to get it open. Didn't you hear any noise?"
They assumed there was a communication breakdown and didn't pursue the topic further. Later, when everyone was helping people out, the two men responsible for carrying Qiujian tripped over something, stumbled, and let go of him, causing him to fall down the steps. The horrifying screams were too terrible to bear.
Shortly thereafter, on the way to the hospital they had designated, the car carrying Lao Qiujian was involved in a traffic accident.
Fortunately, no one was killed, and even Lao Qiujian, who was seriously injured, survived. However, his injuries were exacerbated by the impact of the accident. During treatment at the hospital, for some unknown reason, the needle broke off inside Qiujian's vein. Xiao Chun, of course, knew all that had happened earlier. After leaving the express delivery company yesterday, he drove the car to a location approximately 3 kilometers away from the company and controlled the fog inside the office to prevent anyone from entering. After allowing those inside to endure the excruciating pain of broken bones, Xiao Chun finally dispersed the fog. As for the subsequent car accident and the needle breaking, the company's senior management learned about it after visiting Qiujian at the hospital.
Didn't the police come to ask questions? Xiao Chen laughed.
The cursed talisman's effect has only just begun.
According to Xiao Chen's understanding, this cursed talisman can trigger 7 misfortunes before it loses its effect. This is just the beginning.
The effect of the bad luck charm has only just begun. According to Xiao Chen's understanding, this charm can trigger bad luck 7 more times before it loses its power.
This is just the beginning.
No, those intimidating-looking guys threatened all the employees present, telling them not to call the police, or else they'd make their lives miserable.
Ha, same old trick. By the way, with such a major incident occurring, how is the company handling it?
They temporarily transferred someone from another district to handle the situation. The company is taking this matter very seriously and sent someone to check the surveillance footage. However, all the surveillance cameras at the company were offline that day. The investigation team only restored them after discovering the issue. Then, he asked uncertainly, "Chun'er, were you okay yesterday?"
"Oh, I'm fine. I just picked up the package and came back."
Xiao Chen wasn't intentionally hiding anything, it was just that this matter was of great importance. If Zhao Ge found out too much, it might be detrimental to him, so he gave a vague response.
"Alright, as long as you're okay, the rest doesn't matter." Zhao Ge wasn't the type to pry, though he did find yesterday's events a bit odd. Since Xiao Chen didn't mention it, he didn't press further. I suddenly remembered your sister-in-law should be about to give birth, right? No wonder you always come up with excuses to go out drinking.
Xiao Chen watched as Xiaoyu quietly slipped in, lit 2 candles, and then tiptoed out again. Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head, sliding his right hand over the mouse as he looked at the webpage filled with rental listings for large orchards and farmland, and asked, "You still remembered that? The due date is mid-next month, haha. Only about 20 days left. Alright, don't forget to let me know when the wedding banquet is. I won't bother you anymore for now." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen also closed the webpage. The places he was trying to sublet either didn't meet his requirements in terms of size or location, none of them were suitable. After closing the webpage, Xiao Chen glanced at the box on the coffee table. Inside were a few pieces of candy, which he hadn't had a chance to examine yet. Recalling the strange odor that had wafted out when Fang Shenghua had taken the candy out earlier, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, enveloping it in mist, and summoned the 2 ghosts to accompany him to the backyard of the villa complex. Chapter 132, The Arrival of Uninvited Guests? They say this is something ghosts like to eat. What's with your expressions? Xiao Chen gathered the mist in a more spacious area of the space, had Xiaozhua peel open the candy, but the moment he got it in his hands, he tossed it back into the air and used his magical power to remove the outer candy coating. His expression was as though he had seen something disgusting. Xiao Yu, a proper ghost wouldn't eat this. A proper ghost? Xiao Chen was taken aback, realizing that his 2 ghost servants were getting more and more talkative, especially in recent days. They had been mimicking their master's daily routines, occasionally going into the bathroom to take a quick shower before coming out. Alright, you're both very proper. You have to give your ghost servants some face, right? After all, these past few days, he's been relying on the 2 ghost servants to clear the way whenever he goes out. Otherwise, the ghosts floating around on the road would constantly obstruct his vision and slow down his driving. Back when he couldn't see them, it was fine. But now that he can see they exist, he can no longer casually pass through their bodies. These things ignore the traffic on the road and roam freely, and whenever he sees them, he instinctively wants to avoid them, which greatly affects his driving safety. What's inside those things? Why do you all despise them so much? The other ingredients are fine, but this has baby oil mixed in. Proper ghosts won't eat it, but those with evil intentions love it. What the heck is baby oil? Ugh. Cough. Xiao Chen thought of a possibility, especially the disgusting thing the left and right ghosts had passed to him. He immediately felt a wave of nausea, wiped his mouth, and said, "Damn it, old Fang will eventually be killed by his little ghosts. There are truly too many evil things in this world. It's like a different world altogether." Though I haven't officially entered this field yet, the superficial information I've gathered so far is already shocking enough. Refining such substances to feed ghosts is likely far more than just giving them snacks. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Of course, as ghosts, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu know more than Xiao Chen. Xiaozhua said, "This stuff is addictive for ghosts. Using dark magic on corrupted little ghosts can enhance their cultivation. Plus, the people who refine this must have added special techniques. No matter how many little ghosts they release, they'll eventually be controlled by the ones who refined them. Just as the master deduced, it's definitely not that simple. However, that little ghost is currently no threat. It has only just been cultivated and will need a long time to truly unleash its power." Xiao Chen condensed a cloud of mist, summoned high temperatures to destroy the candies, then wrapped them in the mist and sent them out of his garden before the foul odor dissipated. Although Fang Shenghua could summon minor spirits, his cultivation was too shallow. Judging by his expression, he likely couldn't detect the peculiar odor emanating from the candies. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of approaching him to clarify the matter. Some people only learn their lesson after tasting the bitter consequences. By eagerly offering himself up, he might not necessarily come out on top. Especially someone like Fang Shenghua, who is solely motivated by personal gain. He clearly knows that keeping a little ghost for too long will eventually turn against him and cause him trouble, yet he still brought it back. This clearly shows his intentions to seek personal benefit. Xiao Chen returned indoors and stopped thinking about it. He had plenty of other matters to attend to and simply couldn't spare the mental energy for anything else. He needed to find a suitable location, keep an eye on the alchemy tools from the nine-tailed fox, continue his cultivation, and worry about Zhou Shiyu. He hadn't received any news from her in the past few days. For now, he needed to go out and buy some tools for drawing talismans to practice drawing them. He planned to draw talismans on his vehicle so that when he went out, he wouldn't have to have the left and right ghosts clear the way ahead of him. Instead, he could simply have those floating entities make way for him. Just then, the phone on the coffee table rang. Xiao Chen looked up, sighed helplessly, and answered it. Xing. Lu Manqing had called him several times over the past 2 days, inviting him to visit the filming location. Xiao Chen had repeatedly declined, never finding the time to go. He assumed she was calling again to confront him. "You're still busy? Your tone sounds a bit off." Xiao Chen laughed. "I was just about to go out and thought I'd stop by your place, but your call came in at the wrong time." "Ha," Lu Manqing said, "you're such a hands-off boss." "What do you mean unfortunately your call came in? I think if I hadn't called, you probably wouldn't have even stopped by. Since I caught you, come on over and take a look, Mr. Xiao." "You're right. If that call hadn't come in, Xiao Chen really hadn't planned to go. But since you've said it like that, I'll go take a look. Alright, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen drove straight toward the upscale residential building ahead. He thought that if he could escape, he would continue with his original plan and go to the market. As he drove along the wide streets of the residential area, Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how clean it was. He grew curious about the array that must have been set up to keep the ghosts out and maintain such cleanliness within the compound. It must not be an ordinary array. After a few minutes' drive, he arrived at the front of Building 55 before he could finish his thoughts. Downstairs, there were quite a few crew members busy setting up equipment, with several cameras set up, but no filming was taking place. Instead, a few people were gathered around one of the cameras discussing something. It seemed like they were filming an indoor scene and hadn't reached this location yet. Xiao Chen parked his car and started walking inside, but was stopped by a staff member. Upstairs, filming had just wrapped up for the day. On the outskirts of the filming area, a handsome young man sat with his eyes fixed on a woman inside who was retouching her makeup. She was elegant yet poised, and a fiery gaze burned in his eyes. Zhou Xiao sure has patience. Our big star isn't wrapping up early today, is she? The speaker was Lu Manqing, standing beside the young man with a teasing tone. No problem, waiting for the beauty to finish work is my honor. The man called Zhou Xiao raised his thin lips slightly, his expression undeniably seductive. Lu Manqing sighed inwardly, then thought for a moment before softly reminding him, Rushuan has a bright future ahead of her. I hope Zhou Xiao will show mercy. Zhou Xiao was notorious for being a playboy, and any female celebrities he had been involved with usually ended up with tarnished reputations. Rushuan was currently the top star being heavily promoted by Fei Wu, and no one wanted such a talented actress to be ruined by Zhou Xiao, the reckless playboy. Although she was somewhat intimidated by Zhou Xiao's family background, Lu Manqing still mustered the courage to bring it up. The young man seemed dissatisfied with this statement, furrowing his brows and saying, Rest assured, Director Lu. I am sincere about Rushuan. I can't even bear to harm her, let alone destroy her. Lu Manqing rolled her eyes. The cheapest thing in the world is probably Zhou Dashi's so-called true feelings. Just as she was about to say more, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and said, The guests I invited have arrived. I'll go down to greet them. Mr. Zhou, please have a seat. Lu Manqing said, then turned and pressed the elevator button to go downstairs. On this side, Zhou Xiao furrowed his brows. Which heavyweight figure has arrived? Who could be so important that Lu Manqing had to go down personally to greet them? Zhou Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity at the thought of the upcoming guest. Chapter 133, Beating Up the Older Brother-in-Law. The elevator doors opened. Lu Manqing and Xiao Chen walked in, chatting and laughing. The previous Zhou Xiao glanced back, shook his head, and withdrew his gaze, showing no interest. I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a young heartthrob. He's probably one of the artists Fei Wu is currently trying to recruit. But this artist looks unfamiliar. He is always only interested in female artists. Even the most popular male artists only get a few mentions on his page, but this young heartthrob is pretty fresh. Climbing onto Lu Manqing's powerful connection should help him gain some fame for a while. Let's see how it goes. They just finished a shoot inside, you can go take a look around. Let's see how it goes. Xiao Chen smiled and said, I won't disturb your filming. I'll just take a quick look outside. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he spotted a woman inside holding a script and discussing something with the people around her. Lin Rushuan? Last year's Best Actress, a super popular star. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her acting is top-notch. Since I'm already here, getting an autograph or a photo with a big star wouldn't be a bad idea. Then I'll go out and buy some more things. There's really not much else to see here. Xiao Chen. A familiar voice echoed through the air, followed by a woman rushing out of the room. Wang Xiaoning. You finally arrived. Where have you been all this time? No word from you, you busy person. I had a few things to take care of, but I'm done now. No one noticed that when Wang Xiaoning called out the name Xiao Chen. Zhou Xiao, who had been sitting there lazily, froze for a moment, quickly turned his head to look back, then opened his phone and flipped through it quickly. He stared at the screen for a few seconds before looking back at Xiao Chen with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Xiao Chen, with his keen senses, could clearly feel a pair of eyes fixed on him, even while he was talking with Wang Xiaoning and the others. Following the gaze, Xiao Chen paused slightly. Who was this person? He looked like a pretentious individual, but at least he wasn't as handsome as Xiao Chen. He then relaxed, continuing the previous conversation with Wang Xiaoning while secretly keeping an eye on the commotion over there. Because when he withdrew his gaze, Zhou Xiao was still sizing him up over there. You're Xiao Chen? A lazy voice drifted over, and Xiao Chen stopped mid-sentence, looking straight ahead. I'm Xiao Chen, but I don't seem to recognize you. After taking a closer look, Xiao Chen realized that this person looked somewhat familiar. Familiar? Despite his exceptional memory, even after a thorough search, he couldn't find the slightest bit of information about this person in his intelligent mind. As Xiao Chen finished speaking, the expressions of those around him froze, and fear flashed in their eyes.
Lu Manqing even forced a stiff smile and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhou, this is Xiao Chun. Ha, of course you don't know me. Zhou Xiao's smile grew more amused as he interrupted Lu Manqing, raising the corner of his mouth and saying, I hear you have quick reflexes? Reaction. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. Zhou Xiao on the other side had already moved, swinging his fist toward him. The speed was so swift that even Xiao Chen couldn't help but admire it. This level of skill, even though he had only shown one move, was far beyond what those so-called gangsters could match. However, no matter how fast Zhou Xiao is, he's no match for Xiao Chen. He calmly caught Zhou Xiao's punch and smiled indifferently. This way of communicating by resorting to violence at the slightest provocation is really not very good. He's got some skills. He's got some skills. Zhou Xiao's eyes widened in shock. His next move once again caught Xiao Chen off guard. He suddenly wriggled free from Xiao Chen's grip, spun around, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged effortlessly. Though the man before him was clearly unstable, Xiao Chen could sense that he had no ill intent and didn't seem like someone who would come after him for revenge. He wasn't the reckless type to get into a fight to the death on a whim. Since this person wanted to play, he'd let him have his fun. Everyone around them was terrified. After a few initial screams, they froze in place, too scared to move. It was Lu Manqing who reacted quickly, rushing over to stop them. Stop! Don't hit him! Stop hitting him! Zhou Xiao, stop right now! Zhou Xiao, stunned by Xiao Chen's speed, also showed a gleam in his eyes. His speed grew faster and faster, but no matter how much he increased his speed, Xiao Chen always managed to dodge effortlessly. After dodging several times in a row, Xiao Chen grew annoyed and exclaimed, Damn it, are you going to attack again? If you do, I'll hit you. Seeing Zhou Xiao swing his fist again, Xiao Chen sidestepped, punched out, and with a loud thud, struck Zhou Xiao's eye socket, sending him flying through the air and ending the boring fight. Ah! A few screams echoed through the scene. The actors, cameramen, and makeup artists inside the house had already rushed out. Upon seeing Xiao Chen strike Zhou Xiao, they looked at him with a mix of surprise and sympathy. Master! The man who had been serving Zhou Xiao by bringing him tea and water rushed over to help him up, then turned to Xiao Chen angrily and shouted, Do you know who you hit? Do you want to die? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. He had seen that Zhou Xiao had no ill intent, which is why he hadn't struck him so hard. However, that didn't prove he was a pushover. He coldly replied, Do you know who you're supporting? He attacked me for no reason. If I hadn't sensed his lack of malice, it wouldn't have been just a single punch. As soon as he finished speaking, a collective gasp echoed around him. Zhou Xiao was being scolded to his face? Who is this young man? Even Lu Manqing's face turned pale. She hurriedly pulled at Xiao Chen's clothes, signaling him with her eyes to leave immediately. The man supporting Zhou Xiao also froze in shock. He was too scared to move. He couldn't guarantee how Zhou Xiao's anger would escalate, but he was certain that this insolent young man was in for trouble. The people around them fell silent, but Zhou Xiao stood up, brushed off his clothes, and pointed at Xiao Chen, saying, You're the one. The people around him were stunned. Is this really Zhou Xiao? Before anyone could react, Zhou Xiao muttered, Damn it, my sister would never go for someone like this. Xiao Chen. Zhou Xiao rubbed his sore eyes and flicked a business card toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen caught it steadily and looked at the name on it, Zhou Irui. No title, just a name and a phone number. Zhou Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He finally noticed that Zhou Irui had inadvertently revealed an expression similar to Zhou Shiyu's. However, their facial features were different, which explained why he hadn't noticed the resemblance before. Is Shiyu your sister? Yes, Zhou Irui rubbed his eyes and sat back lazily in his chair. My idiot sister asked me to look for you everywhere, and I didn't expect to run into you here. Ha, you're pretty ruthless. You. Xiao Chen also got angry. Your sister told you to find me and attack me? The surroundings fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. This sudden turn of events had completely overwhelmed their comprehension. Whether it was Lu Manqing and Wang Xiaoning, who knew Xiao Chen, or the other passersby who didn't, everyone stared at the young man in shock. Who was he? This Zhou Xiao was a real handful, but how come he completely changed his personality when he saw his own sister's boyfriend? Once again, I can't help but wonder, is this really Zhou Xiao? I just wanted to give it a try. My sister said you're good at parkour and wanted to test your reaction skills. I'll give it a shot, but it's not my thing. Sigh. Forget it, don't involve Zhou Shiyu. Forget it, damn it. Xiao Chen regretted being too lenient. Although, if by some chance he had ended up with Zhou Shiyu, the person in front of him would be his brother-in-law. But so what? He hadn't wanted to hit anyone earlier, but now he suddenly felt like beating him to a pulp. Let's go find a place to talk about my sister. Zhou Irui, with his sharp eyes, sensed the intense anger emanating from Xiao Chen, which seemed like he wanted to tear him apart, and spoke up at the right moment, saving his own life. Chapter 134, The Mysterious Tea House. Ignoring the astonishment of those waiting upstairs, Zhou Xiao once again displayed the spoiled temperament of the Zhou family's eldest son, leaving the beautiful woman behind and running off. Lin Ruxuan, who had been hoping for a romantic date today, bit her lip in frustration and looked at the slowly closing elevator doors with a look of resentment.
Lu Manqing, on the other hand, looked at Lin Ruxuan's expression, then recalled Zhou Xiao's earlier promises and his current attitude toward Xiao Chun, and sighed softly to herself. She gave the assistant director a nod, and immediately shouted for the crew to start filming. Everyone else suppressed the various rumors swirling in their minds and threw themselves into the intense filming work. However, everyone was deeply curious about Xiao Chun, especially Lu Manqing. She had known him longer than anyone else present, and while her previous investments and properties were nothing to write home about, the fact that he had caused the eldest son of the Zhou family to lose his composure meant that his background was certainly no ordinary one. Xiao Chen, whose background was far from ordinary, walked downstairs, pressed the car key, and opened the door of a Maybach. At that moment, Zhou Irue, who was walking toward a limited edition Cadillac, had his eyes lit up. "So this car is yours now? You really know how to keep things under wraps." He walked over, slapped Xiao Chen on the shoulder, and said in a hostile tone, "You called a taxi to pick up my sister, yet you show up here in a Maybach to show off? Where does my sister stand in your heart? Or is it just her one-sided feelings?" By the end, his voice had turned icy cold. "You sure did your homework." Xiao Chen felt awkward and scratched his nose. He really couldn't explain this. Was he supposed to say that your sister had bad luck and couldn't even get her car out when she asked him out? Looking at Zhou Irue's meaningful gaze, Xiao Chen felt that if he were still the beggar Chen from before, he would probably be so embarrassed that he would kneel down right now. If his hunch was correct, Zhou Irue probably already knew that he was the one who had been sent to deal with him. Looking at Zhou Irue's meaningful gaze, Xiao Chen felt that if he were still the beggar Chen he used to be, he would probably be so embarrassed that he would kneel down right now. If his hunch was correct, Zhou Irue probably already knew about certain things that happened during his university days. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. He never imagined that Zhou Shiyu came from such a powerful family. The Zhou family, whose young master Zhou Xiao could make even Lu Manqing and others wary, was someone he would have to investigate thoroughly in the future. It was simply because such families were so far removed from his own that he had always paid far more attention to any video game than to those aristocratic clans. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled wryly to himself, gaining a new understanding of Zhou Shiyu. With such a powerful family background, she remained so low-key during her school days, never using her family connections to bully her classmates. Even when she was publicly humiliated by Su Jiaojiao, she simply endured it silently, continuing to grow quietly yet stubbornly, like an inconspicuous little flower in the corner. If Zhou Shiyu had ever resorted to any underhanded tactics back then, it would have been enough to drive both him and Su Jiaojiao out of school. However, she didn't. Instead, she chose to endure or be tolerant. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen felt a deep sense of guilt and intense pity welling up in his heart. At the same time, there had never been a moment when he wanted to see her more than he did now, desperate to see Zhou Shiyu and stay by her side. "Where is Shiyu?" Xiao Chen took a step forward, reaching out to stop Zhou Irue from getting into the car, and asked with a stern expression, his voice carrying an air of authority. In that instant, Zhou Irue felt as though he were standing in the shadow of a ferocious beast, one he could not possibly overpower. The pressure, immense and overwhelming, bore down on him. This feeling caused Zhou Irue's body to stiffen suddenly. He paused for a moment, then shook off the strange sensation and said seriously, "If you truly wish to be with my sister, you must first understand and accept certain things. Come with me." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing that Zhou Irue's attitude suggested the matter was more complicated than it seemed. He nodded, turned, and got into his own car. Half an hour later, a limited edition Maserati and a limited edition Maybach pulled up one after the other in front of the Kuming Tea House. Stepping out of the car, Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh again. Kuming Tea House. This was one of the most renowned high-end tea houses in B City, rumored to be frequented only by those of exceptional status. Entry through its doors was not granted by money, but by a specially made tea-colored VIP card. As for how one obtained such a card, it remained a mystery to both the past and present Xiao Chen. In the eyes of many beggars, the Kuming Tea House was also one of the most enigmatic landmarks in B City. Judging by Zhou Irue's demeanor, he must be a regular here. Presenting his VIP card, Zhou Irue tossed the car keys to the doorman, and Xiao Chen also handed over his keys before following Zhou Irue inside. No one came to greet them. The quiet tea house lobby was completely empty. Zhou Irue seemed unfazed by this, leading Xiao Chen upstairs with ease. They walked straight to a private room near the window in the middle of the second floor, opened the door, and walked in. Xiao Chen, following behind him, was once again stunned. From the moment he entered the door, he had sensed energy fluctuations in this tea house weak, but not strong enough to escape Xiao Chen's senses. This fluctuation was peculiar, not spiritual energy, but a high-quality form of energy second only to spiritual energy. Xiao Chen silently released a mist to investigate, discovering that all the energy fluctuations were emanating from the doors of every private room in the tea house. They formed a specific pattern, slowly circulating throughout the entire tea house. It's an array formation. Xiao Zhuo and Xiao Yu also reminded him from the side, "There's a large formation here." Xiao Chen nodded silently and transmitted his voice to the two ghosts using his spiritual energy, "Just look around. If you feel any danger or something else is amiss, come back immediately." After giving his instructions, Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on the half-carved floral patterns on the door frames of the private room. Glancing around, Xiao Chen entered without a word and sat down at Zhou Rui's invitation. Those intricately carved patterns were imbued with ancient runes. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that there was still so much he didn't understand. For example, formations. He decided that upon returning, he would first sort through the pile of junk he had collected from Xiaohua to see if he could find anything related to array formations for further study. Zhou Yurui tapped on a certain spot, and shortly afterward, a staff member brought in a tea tray with pastries, politely greeted the two, and quietly withdrew. Try some of these specially made tea snacks. Zhou Yurui smiled slightly, pointing to the clear tea in front of Xiao Chen, and said. Xiao Chen, however, detected a hint of playful testing in Zhou Yurui's eyes. Chapter 135, The Unknown Guest. A faint tea aroma lingered in Xiao Chen's nostrils, carrying the crisp fragrance of premium Tiguanyin tea, yet it seemed to be infused with something else. Xiao Chen concentrated his senses to discern the faint, almost imperceptible scent of medicine. He lifted the teacup and took a sip. Immediately, a surge of energy coursed through his stomach. However, for someone who had grown accustomed to the energy of divine peaches, this was nothing more than a gentle sensation. Aside from a momentary surprise at the tea's preparation, his expression remained unchanged. As he finished the cup of tea, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's quite tasty." Zhou Rui across from him, however, stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, unsure as he asked, "Just the taste is good? This isn't just any ordinary tea. The energy it contains is something ordinary people can't handle. Even someone as skilled as Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to handle it. Unless one can master a portion of the mystical arts, it is impossible to neutralize that energy." He had already prepared to intervene when Xiao Chen was writhing on the ground clutching his stomach, but to his surprise, after drinking a cup of tea, the other person showed no signs of distress and even remarked that it tasted quite good. As far as he knew, there were no family surnamed Xiao in this circle. What else? What else do you want to show off? Xiao Chen had already vaguely guessed what Zhou Rui was testing him for, but he planned to reveal a portion of his abilities to infiltrate this circle. Because he had discovered that there were far too many things in this world that he had previously been unaware of. Now that he had caught a glimpse of the edge, he wanted to continue exploring further. Without a certain level of strength, would the people in this circle even bother to take you under their wing? No way. No, that's not right. Looking at Xiao Chen's calm demeanor, Zhou Rui lost his composure. He didn't bother with manners, reaching out to grab Xiao Chen's teacup and holding it under his nose to sniff. He then looked up at Xiao Chen with a shocked expression, his expression growing serious, even hostile, and coldly asked, "Who are you? What's your purpose in approaching my sister?" "That's exactly what I want to ask you. What's the Zhou family's background? Is Xia in a bit of trouble now?" As Xiao Chen spoke, he surveyed the private room and asked slowly, "Who owns this tea house? Can you tell?" Zhou Rui, shocked, flashed a dangerous gleam in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a sharp dagger whistled through the air, aiming not at any part of Xiao Chen's body, but at the side of his ear. Even so, Xiao Chen didn't let him succeed. Zhou Rui's technique was quite good, and at such close range, most people wouldn't have been able to block it. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, his speed was still too slow. His movements were calm and composed, and with a casual flick of his slender fingers, he intercepted Zhou Rui's sharp knife. He remained unfazed, casually holding it before his eyes and examining it. This was the kind of hidden weapon he had been seeking. No, this hidden weapon was still too weak. It was only a few grades better than the scrap metal in his warehouse. However, it probably couldn't be bought on the market either. Zhou Rui now revealed another side of himself, calm, wise, and exuding the aura of a superior. He spoke casually, "My sister has fallen for you. For the Zhou family, I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. Please make it clear, Mr. Xiao." Strangeness was the most vivid sensation Xiao Chen currently felt. This Zhou Rui gives off an ever-changing impression, making it impossible to discern which mask is the real one. The abilities I displayed actually aroused hostility in the other party? The situation seems to be more complicated than it appears. He reached out, pinched a piece of pastry, and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. Xiao Chen spoke slowly, "I have no interest in your Zhou family. I only want to know where Xia is. What is she facing now?" Zhou Rui didn't respond to his words. Instead, he reached into his robe and pulled out a red envelope. Just as Xiao Chen's lips twitched, thinking this guy was about to pull out a check to get him to stay away from Zhou Xiyu in some melodramatic scene, he saw Zhou Rui open the envelope, take out a talisman, and push it toward Xiao Chen. At this point, you can see the hint, and there is no point in hiding it anymore. Take a look at this, do you understand? The symbol. Xiao Chen picked up the talisman and examined it carefully. It was just an ordinary talisman for protection, but the person who drew it had exceptional skill, and the materials used were all of the highest quality. They had transformed a low-grade talisman into one of much higher value. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from it, Xiao Chen smiled and tossed it back, saying, "Nice technique. The effect will last a long time." Zhou Yurui smiled and said, "You're really something.
Joey Rue sighed wryly. You're truly no ordinary person. You're wrong. I'm very simple.
Although I'm not sure what you mean by purpose, my interactions with Shia have been purely emotional, with no other intentions. I hope you don't overcomplicate things.
I hope so, Joey Rue sighed, rubbing his temples, and whispered, anyway, my sister has already fallen for you. You're in an important position. Because of this, I've fallen out with my grandfather. Currently, I'm under house arrest by him. However, you really surprised me.
I don't know if this discovery is a blessing or a curse for me. In any case, my sister is worried that entering this industry might make you uncomfortable, so she's refusing to follow my grandfather's arrangements no matter what.
Of course, Joey Rue sighed, picked up his teacup, took a sip, closed his eyes to absorb the energy within him, paused for a moment, then continued, she's never been interested in these things since she was a child, and my mother is even more so. She strictly forbade my sister from taking over the family affairs, so she's never been taught the family's mystical arts. However, now that things have come to this. Joey Rue paused, then laughed, some secrets can't be revealed to outsiders. Therefore, I cannot reveal more details. I am merely here on my sister's behalf to find you and pass on her message. She will contact you again once she is free in the coming days. As for Xiao Chen, Joey Rue felt he needed further observation. After all, family matters were of great importance. If leaked, it would be problematic if the other party was friendly, but if they were plotting to extract information, it could endanger the Zhou family. Therefore, Joey Rue only revealed what could be disclosed, keeping the most critical details confidential. After all, what he had revealed was no secret within this circle. If Xiao Chen was truly interested, he would eventually find out on his own. Hiding the truth would only make him appear less straightforward. Where is Xia? That's what Xiao Chen cares about most. I don't know. Joey Rue said firmly, I really don't know right now. Grandfather moved her to a different place, and I'm afraid even my parents don't know. Take me to meet your grandfather. Old geezer, maybe tying him up and beating him would fix him. If one beating doesn't work, try two. Xiao Chen thought maliciously. Mystical arts? Xiao Chen thought of that talisman. Is the Zhou family a family of feng shui masters? Do they understand the connection between yin and yang and act as messengers for the underworld? Joey Rue saw Xiao Chen's cold and stern gaze and realized that if he didn't agree, he might not be able to leave this place. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll find a way. At that moment, a faint wind chime sounded inside the private room. Joey Rue looked over and smiled. Guests have arrived. Guests? Anyone who can enter this tea house isn't ordinary. Who could this guest be? Chapter 136, Shared Purpose. Joey Rue stood up and opened the door. A warm voice came from outside. I heard that Mr. Zhou is here. Come over and say hello. Bai Ershao? Joey Rue's voice betrayed a hint of displeasure as he replied. Bai Ershao was thoughtful, but I'm currently entertaining a guest. Zhou Xiao's friend is my friend, Bai Chengkuan. Why be so formal? The intruder interrupted Joey Rue's words, smiled, patted his shoulder, and pushed his way in with ease. I'm Bai Chengkuan from the Bai family. Let's chat. Does this friend mind? Bai Chengkuan ignored Zhou Xiao's displeased expression and greeted Xiao Chen with a friendly smile. Xiao Chen immediately gave the man a thorough once-over from head to toe. In his late 20s, he was tall and well-built, with a handsome face. However, there was a hint of darkness in his brows, suggesting he wasn't someone to be messed with. Additionally, he sensed other energies emanating from this individual, and these energies seemed to have only recently departed. Xiao Chen condensed a cloud of mist and sent it out to investigate. At the entrance of the Kuming tea house, he discovered two ghosts. He could now accurately distinguish between different types of ghosts. These two were clearly ghosts that had been kept by someone for some time, as the aura they emitted was different from that of ordinary wandering ghosts. It seemed they had been blocked by Kuming's array and couldn't enter. It seems that his ghost servants are still the best. Ordinary arrays cannot detect their presence, allowing them to move freely. Seeing the man greet him, Xiao Chen didn't bother to stand up. He smiled indifferently and said, as long as Zhou Xiao doesn't mind, I don't care. He could tell that Zhou Xiao didn't have a friendly attitude toward this man, so he certainly wouldn't go out of his way to be overly friendly. Instead, he acted as if he was reluctantly accepting the greeting, hoping that the man wasn't blind and would understand to leave quickly. Sure enough, after Bai Chengkuan revealed his name, seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, a flash of darkness crossed his eyes. He sat down arrogantly and turned to Joey Rue, who was also sitting there with a helpless expression, saying, Zhou Xiao, why not introduce your friend? Someone who can be invited by Zhou Xiao to this place must not be an ordinary person. May I ask what family this friend belongs to? Sai, your circle is too high class. We common folk can only look up to you. You're just using your family connections. If you have the ability, why not talk about your personal strength? You just bring up your family background. If you're so capable, why not talk about your own abilities? Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. The Xiao family? Xiao Chen. Bai Chengkuan was stunned for a moment before finally saying in a halting voice, forgive my ignorance, but I've never heard of it. He then glanced at Joey Rue over there, his eyes filled with confusion.
Joey Rue took a sip of tea, holding the cup in his hand and playing with it, but did not respond. Not only did he not know, but even if he did, he probably had no intention of commenting. The shock that Xiao Chen had caused him in just a short while had not yet subsided. He was even more curious about Xiao Chen's background than Bai Chenkuan, so he planned to listen to how Xiao Chen would handle the situation next, in order to gauge his true capabilities. It's all because of his troublesome younger sister. Just because she thinks someone is handsome, she didn't even bother to get to know him before throwing herself into it. If it turns out well, then everyone will be happy. But if it doesn't, there will probably be another storm of trouble at home. Both of them have feelings for his sister. The one surnamed Bai has already made his intentions clear. It's all about some kind of deal, though he might also be attracted to Zhou Shiyu's beauty. But the most terrifying one is this guy surnamed Xiao. He has an unknown background, yet he dares to swear to the heavens that it's all about love. That's what makes him even more terrifying. He understands the mystical arts, and coincidentally, the daughter of the Zhou family has fallen into his love trap. Is this just a coincidence? In any case, he wasn't too keen on either of them becoming his brother-in-law. Joey Rue played with the cup in his hands, silently complaining to himself, while listening to the two of them exchange sharp words. I wonder what aspect of the Xiao family's business ventures this involves. Bai Chenkuan couldn't let it go. He had never heard of the Xiao family before, but the fact that Joey Rue had brought him here to entertain him meant that this person was no ordinary individual. He had heard from his subordinates that Joey Rue had brought a stranger here for a meeting, and he was worried that the Zhou family had aligned themselves with some other powerful faction. That's why he had rushed over to investigate. But he never expected the other party to be so young, and after hearing about the Bai family's reputation, not only did he not even flinch, but he even seemed impatient. He was determined to find out exactly who this person was. Oh, Xiao Chen was a bit speechless at the way the tea house served tea. Just 1 cup per person, then eat the pastries dry? He sighed and picked up another piece of pastry, savoring it slowly. My family runs a small business selling daily necessities. It's enough to get by. At the same time, he was puzzled. What on earth was this Bai family? Bai Chenkuan. Zhou Yurue? Bai Chenkuan smiled wryly and said, Xiao brother, you're really mysterious. Xiao Chen's calmness and frankness were seen as mysterious in their eyes. One had witnessed Xiao Chen's extraordinary skills, while the other believed that anyone capable of bringing Joey Rue here to entertain him must be no ordinary person. Therefore, Xiao Chen's answer not only failed to clarify things for the two, but instead made them even more curious about the background behind Xiao Chen. Where is the Xiao family's main business venture being developed? Are they planning to establish themselves in City B? Bai Chenkuan asked patiently. Xiao Chen blinked in confusion and asked, is the small shop business in the capital city really that booming? I'll go check it out. If it's good, I'll ask my parents to open another small shop in City B. At the very least, we can make enough to cover 3 meals a day. Bai Chenkuan. What on earth are you talking about? Zhou Yurue? You're driving a limited edition Maybach, and you're telling me your family runs a small shop? Bai Chenkuan looked at Xiao Chen in confusion, then turned to look at Joey Rue, who was equally confused. The confused expression on his face turned into a capital, bold one. Joey Rue and Bai Chenkuan had lost all patience and asked Joey Rue, who is this Xiao brother? Oh. Joey Rue put down his teacup and said, running a small shop isn't bad either. There are 360 trades, and every trade has its master. By the way, Bai Ershio, I have something to discuss with Xiao Chen. After we finish here, I'll come over to your place for a proper drink. Joey Rue was even more confused than Bai Chenkuan. He wanted to get rid of the Bai family first so he could ask this Xiao fellow some questions. Could he possibly be telling the truth? Is he trying to get rid of him? Bai Chenkuan lowered his eyelids to hide the gloom in his eyes and smiled, alright, then I won't disturb you too. Speaking to Joey Rue, he added, if you have time to go home in a few days, I plan to formally come to your house to propose marriage. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for the new son-in-law to make his first visit. Bai Chenkuan. Joey Rue's face darkened, cutting off Bai Chenkuan's words, and coldly said, this matter has not yet been agreed upon by the family. It's best to. Bai Ershio. Xiao Chen cut him off, looking at Joey Rue and said, what kind of marriage are you talking about? Ha? Bai Chenkuan looked at Xiao Chen, narrowed his eyes, and coldly asked, why are you so excited, Xiao brother? Joey Rue gave Xiao Chen a meaningful look and said, we haven't even discussed this matter yet, and Bai Ershio has already arrived. Bai Chenkuan, who had originally intended to leave, stayed behind. The look in his eyes toward Xiao Chen had lost its curiosity and gained hostility. It seemed he had made the right bet. Earlier, he had been unable to pry any information about Xiao Chen's background, and he didn't know why Joey Rue was treating him with such courtesy. Moreover, Xiao Chen was of the same age as Zhou Shiyu and had an extraordinary appearance. If there was no other collaboration, then their goals must be the same, an alliance through marriage. Chapter 137, Stirring Up Trouble in Plain Sight. Are you, the Xiao family, intending to oppose and become enemies with the Bai family? Bai Chenkuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous gleam flashed in his narrow, elongated eyes as he spoke coldly. Xiao Chen had already regained his composure. He waved his hand at Bai Chengkuan and smiled. How could that be? Bai Chengkuan's expression softened slightly, a confident smile curling the corners of his lips, as he cast a casual glance at Zhou Rui, whose face had turned pale. He had thought this young man was so capable. But wasn't he just afraid of the power of the Bai family? At that moment, a calm voice drifted into their ears. I can handle this on my own. Bai Chengkuan's face turned ashen, and a murderous intent emanated from his body, bearing down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen seemed completely unfazed, dragging a plate of fruit over, then slowly picked up a slice of watermelon with a fork, placing it in his mouth and chewing it slowly. The texture is good, but it's still not as good as the one back home. The private room was tense, and the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Zhou Rui sighed in relief when Xiao Chen spoke those words, stepping forward first to break the deadlock. He said, this matter is not something any one of us three can decide. We need to consult the family's decision. The family's decision? Two cold stares fixed on Zhou Rui, making him feel as though every hair on his body was standing on end, as if he were being pierced by those two gazes. Bai Chengkuan knew full well that Zhou Shiyu didn't like him, and she was strongly opposed to the marriage between the Zhou and Bai families. Within the Zhou family, only the old patriarch approved. However, everyone in the Bai family knew that this approval was born out of necessity. If the Zhou family hadn't been facing this major obstacle, perhaps even the old patriarch wouldn't have agreed, would he? Regardless, Zhou Shiyu is his to have. According to his master, obtaining Zhou Shiyu would bring immense benefits to him and the Bai family. It's no small matter. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, inferred from Bai Chengkuan's attitude that Zhou Shiyu is currently facing immense pressure. Judging by Bai Chengkuan's confident demeanor, it seems likely that the Zhou family has agreed to the marriage alliance between the Zhou and Bai families. Could it be because of Shiyu's unique destiny? Xiao Chen recalled the incident earlier when the two ghosts had sensed Shiyu's unique destiny and had specifically come to warn him. As ghost immortals, the two ghosts could sense that Zhou Shiyu's destiny was no ordinary one. However, thinking about the two little ghosts at the door, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The Zhou family was no ordinary family, and neither was the Bai family. Moreover, it was clear that Zhou Rui currently harbored some apprehension toward the man surnamed Bai. It seemed likely that the Bai family was currently outmatching the Zhou family. However, he doesn't pay much attention to the matter of a special destiny. It was just that during their second encounter, her graceful figure had left a deep impression on him. The most important issue is that this girl has always liked him. Now that he also likes her, no matter what happens, he is determined to have her. Bai Chengkuan felt he must leave immediately and begin investigating this Xiao fellow thoroughly. He coldly remarked, to challenge the Bai family? You're truly overestimating yourself. Don't end up dying without even knowing how you died. Bai Chengkuan. Zhou Rui's expression darkened. This man named Bai was openly insulting his guest in front of him, which was a direct insult to him. A fierce aura emanated from him as he snorted. Are you betting that I dare not lay a finger on you? In terms of personal strength, Bai Chengkuan might not be his match. Where? Bai Chengkuan laughed, but you have to consider the consequences, don't you? The consequences of attacking me. Have you really considered whether you can afford them? Arrogant. How dare he act so brazenly in front of Zhou Rui? What does this guy with the surname Bai rely on? Xiao Chen sensed the sudden drop in Zhou Rui's aura after Bai Chengkuan spoke those words and speculated silently. He could tell that Zhou Rui was currently suppressing his rage with great effort, choosing to endure. The consequences must be extremely severe. At the same time, Xiao Chen suppressed the urge to crush Bai Chengkuan with a single finger. At this moment, whoever lost their composure first would be the one to lose. After undergoing the trials of Flaming Mountain, he had learned to cultivate his mind and understood that action should not be driven by impulse alone. The rivalry between the Zhou and Bai families was growing increasingly complex. Even if he chose to intervene, he needed to do so with clarity and purpose, rather than charging in blindly. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. I hope the Bai family can truly demonstrate some high-level skills. Otherwise, it won't be worth watching. Overestimating your abilities. Bai Chengkuan snorted coldly, gave Xiao Chen a piercing glance, and walked out the door. Speak your mind. Xiao Chen looked at Zhou Rui, whose face was as dark as storm clouds, and said, though your schemes are well hidden, no one is a pushover. Even for Xia, I don't want to be used as a pawn. At the same time, he sent a private message to Xiao Zhua, instructing him to keep an eye on Bai Chengkuan. Zhou Rui, you're just trying to pull a fast one on your own sister. At first, he spoke with some confidence, but by the end, he sounded defeated. He had remained neutral earlier, hoping that Xiao Chen and Bai Chengkuan would clash, and even more so, he wanted to use Xiao Chen to undermine the Bai family. Even if he couldn't weaken them significantly, it would at least buy the Zhou family some time to catch their breath. This idea only formed after witnessing Xiao Chen's tactics, and coincidentally, during the brief time Bai Chengkuan dropped by. Zhou Rui, seeing that Xiao Chen didn't respond, sighed wryly. If you were just an ordinary person with some martial arts skills but no knowledge of mystical arts, I wouldn't just let you get involved in this mess. I'd do everything in my power to protect you and my sister. After all, my sister loves you, and she's only happy when she's with you.
However, now the Bai family and the Zhou family are both mystical clans. The Bai family has always relied on the Zhou family for survival.
When Bai family members see Zhou family members, they act like lapdogs, utterly despicable. Joey Rue said angrily, but in recent years, the Bai family's fortune has turned around, and they've somehow found a reclusive master, whom they worship at home. The Bai family has also received the sage's guidance, greatly increasing their power and leaving the Zhou family far behind. Now, whenever the Bai family sees the Zhou family, they look down on them with disdain.
Ha Joey Rue sneered, if it weren't for the Zhou family coming to their aid time and again in the past, the Bai family would have been wiped out long ago. Now that their power has grown, their arrogance has followed suit. They've completely forgotten the Zhou family's past support.
Now they're rubbing salt into the Zhou family's wounds, taking advantage of our family's current crisis to force my sister to marry him.
Humph. Doesn't he think about it? Even a rotten ship has 3 nails left.
If the Zhou family survives this crisis, our future development will soar to new heights.
At that time, will the Bai family be able to withstand the Zhou family's wrath? What crisis is the Zhou family facing? What does it have to do with marrying Xia? Chapter 138, Are you a monkey sent here to make a fool of yourself?
Joey Rue rubbed his forehead and said, I can't answer the first question right now. As for the second question, Joey Rue hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and saying, My sister's destiny is intertwined with the essence of the mystical energies. You might not believe me, but if there were anyone in this world capable of cultivating immortality, it would undoubtedly be my sister. Joey Rue didn't know how to explain it to Xiao Chun, so he scratched his head in frustration and said, Well, I don't know if you read novels about cultivating immortality, but it's about talent.
Yes, talent.
If my sister had the chance to enter the path of cultivation, she would definitely be the most talented cultivator, and her cultivation progress would be incredibly fast.
Xiao Chen, I really want to smash a watermelon on you. Can the speed of cultivating immortality be explained with the sound of swoosh swoosh? Still washing it off?
Joey Rue thought this explanation made sense and ignored Xiao Chun, who was already boiling inside. He continued, I don't know where the Bai family found out about my sister's destiny, but they even heard that practicing dual cultivation with her could enhance his mystical arts cultivation.
Damn it, he really thinks his mystical arts and ancient martial arts are the path to immortality. Does he think that by marrying my sister, he'll reach the threshold of immortality? He's just dreaming. Our Zhou family has been searching for so many years and hasn't found a single clue about cultivating immortality.
If there's really such a thing in this world, I, Zhou Rue, will kneel before him.
Kneel before whom? Xiao Chen asked with a laugh. To whom? Xiao Chen asked with a smile.
Of course, to kneel before the cultivators.
Beg them to take me as their disciple. Joey Rue answered instinctively. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled, not responding further. What are you laughing at? As a practitioner of mystical arts, I don't believe you're not tempted. Joey Rue glared at him. Tempted? Cultivating immortality? Who wouldn't be tempted? Xiao Chen stood up.
He knew he wouldn't get any valuable information from Joey Rue. He had to wait until he met Joey Rue's old man to find out what the Zhou family was facing and why the Bai family stood to gain from cultivating together with Zhou Shiyu. Only then would he know how to respond.
Without resolving these issues, the path ahead would be blocked. But could the Bai family also have someone who practices immortality? Otherwise, why would Bai Qingkuan place such importance on Zhou Shiyu's destiny? Based on Xiao Chen's current knowledge, someone with such a destiny would gain nothing from practicing both immortality and mystical arts.
The Bai family seems to have deeper waters than they appear. There must be some secret that the Zhou family is unaware of. Therefore, he stood up and said, Let me see your old man as soon as possible. Remember, the sooner the better. I'm worried about Xia's safety. Zhou Yurue hesitated for a moment before asking, Who is your master? He couldn't pry out his family background, but if he could find out Xiao Chen's master, that would be helpful. At least he could gauge Xiao Chen's strength. If Xiao Chen was powerful, he'd be happy to have an extra ally. If Xiao Chen was on par with his Zhou family, he'd better figure out a way to protect him and his sister and get them out of B City and hide somewhere safe. Let the Zhou family deal with that major crisis. As the eldest son of the family, it was his duty to handle it.
Me.
Xiao Chen grabbed the phone on the table and walked out, saying, Self-taught.
Everyone has secrets the Zhou family does, and the Bai family does too. But I bet the combined secrets of both families don't add up to as big as his secret. You. Joey Rue gritted his teeth. Can't this brat say something useful? Cunning, too cunning.
How could my sister fall for such a guy?
Oh, right.
Xiao Chen ignored Joey Rue's utterly disgraced expression and sincerely asked for advice. I want to buy some tools for drawing symbols.
Where can I find some good ones? There are a few shops on the middle section of Wujing Street, number 3 road that have decent goods. But if you want to get the real deal, you have to go to the ghost market.
After saying this, he was so surprised that his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, You don't know where to buy such things? Xiao Chen, oh, I just learned how to draw them and haven't had a chance to practice yet. I'm planning to buy some tools to practice with.
What's the ghost market?
Xiao Chen, oh, I just learned how to do it. I haven't had a chance to practice drawing the symbols yet. I'm planning to buy some tools to practice with.
What's this ghost market you're talking about? Where is it? Joey Rue? Are you a monkey sent here to entertain us?
On Monday, Rue felt that if he continued talking to Xiao Chen, he might not be able to resist punching him. The problem was that he wasn't even sure he could win, so he decided it was best to ignore him. He walked out with long strides, completely uninterested in answering another fool's question.
Just like that? Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Damn it!
When Xiao Chen and Xiaoyu stepped out the door, they just happened to see Joey Rue's Maserati speeding past with a loud roar, giving Xiao Chen the middle finger as it passed. Joey Rue then flicked a card at Xiao Chen, who caught it and flipped the Maserati the bird before taking a closer look at the card.
A tea-colored VIP card.
Xiao Chen turned to look at the Kuming tea house and asked the doorman beside him, "How do you use this thing?" "Sir, when you arrive, simply present this card to gain direct access.
The second floor private room marked you will be your designated space.
No one else may use it except you. For instructions on how to use the facilities within the room, please refer to the information provided."
It's like this, sir. When you come in, just show this card and you can go straight in.
The private room on the second floor with the character U is your designated room.
No one else can use it except you.
As for how to use the facilities inside the room, just unlock the symbol in the middle of the card and you'll know. Xiao Chen finally noticed that the tea-colored card had runes drawn in the middle, but this wasn't the time to study them.
He asked, "What if I can't unlock it?"
"If you can't unlock it, the card is invalid, and you will no longer be able to enter the Kuming tea house."
Xiao Chen found it interesting and put the card away.
Upon entering the Kuming tea house, it turned out that access was granted based on the strength of the Xianmen sect. Without sufficient qualifications, one would not be recognized by the sect, and the gates would remain closed. Only those whose strength was acknowledged by the sect could come and go as they pleased.
What a vast and wondrous world! Xiao Chen marveled. But now that he had begun cultivating immortality, were these oddities still considered oddities?
Seeing that his car had already been driven out of the parking lot by the hotel staff and parked nearby, Xiao Chen walked over. However, during the handover with the staff, he suddenly sensed something unusual about his car, as if someone had placed something inside. Xiao Chen glanced at the valet with a thoughtful expression and got into the car without making a sound. As he drove the car out, he exhaled a large amount of mist, beginning to inspect every corner of the vehicle. Soon, a cloud of mist swirled out from a hidden spot in the trunk, revealing an object.
Chapter 139, Dark Arts, Death Squads. These are poisonous insects, Master.
Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat with a serious expression, carefully fastening her seatbelt. No one understood why she was doing this, but she was becoming more and more like a rule-abiding person. Xiao Chen had grown accustomed to the absurd behavior of these two lately.
He slowed down, watching the golden worm struggling in the mist, and couldn't help but get goosebumps. These are poisonous insects?
Xiao Chen dared not underestimate them. Though he had never truly experienced their power, he could sense the brutal energy emanating from them through the mist, and knew these creatures were not to be messed with. Xiao Chen opened the car window, controlled the mist to envelop the insect, and flew it high into the sky. He then condensed a burst of fire to instantly eliminate the poisonous insect, before releasing a large amount of mist that spread out around him. At the same moment he eliminated the poisonous insects, in a secluded part of the city, someone's face turned ashen, and they roared hoarsely, "Kill him! Kill him!"
Xiao Chen's mist-like search detected a suspicious-looking business vehicle after a moment. "We're being followed. Continue to disperse the mist outward, locate the target, and prepare to eliminate this trouble that has come knocking."
Half an hour later, he came to a secluded spot and stopped.
He parked the vehicle in the warehouse and hid it. After waiting a few minutes, a Honda minivan pulled up.
Immediately, a cloud of mist rose slowly behind the minivan, sealing off the entrance and completely surrounding the area.
Xiao Chen stepped forward.
The car door opened, and 7 people got out, all dressed in black combat gear and carrying different weapons.
"Ha, you're pretty bold, aren't you?
Aren't you afraid of dying here with no one to bury you?" one of them cackled.
"As long as you're not worried, why should I be?" Xiao Chen laughed. "Are you from the Bai family? You're not so stupid after all." One of them coldly remarked, "I heard you were bragging about challenging the Bai family on your own."
"Those who dare to say such things don't exist in this world."
"It seems another one is about to join their ranks."
"Old 5, your words are too soft."
"Death? How can we let this brat off so easily?"
The second young master said to beat him into a pulp first, then bring him back to the Bai family for proper punishment. Let him taste the agony of wanting to live but unable to die, and he'll regret how foolish he was to defy the second young master today.
They're just a bunch of white family lackeys. They're not worth looking at."
Xiao Chen sneered. Behind them, a ghostly figure appeared, originally staring at him menacingly. But when it saw Xiao Chen's side suddenly appear, it was so frightened that its ghostly form paled, and it let out a piercing scream as it tried to flee. Xiaoyu teleported over in an instant, grabbed the ghost, and threw it to the ground. He raised his bony foot and stomped on it, causing the ghost to be so terrified it couldn't even utter a word of surrender.
Humph. Sharp-tongued and cunning, let's see if you can talk now. Don't waste your breath on him. Just go for it.
Let's get this over with quickly, or else someone will come and cause trouble. Upon hearing this, several others flashed forward, and 4 of them attacked together. Among those left behind, someone drew a powerful crossbow, raised it slowly, and aimed the cold arrow, filled with a murderous intent, at Xiao Chun. One of the attackers on this side swung a large sword toward Xiao Chun.
Impressive skills. But you're no match for me.
Xiao Chun flickered his wrist, sending a steel ball flying out, which pierced the man's wrist. The sword he had raised in the air clattered to the ground with a loud clang. The man clutched his wrist and grunted before retreating swiftly.
Well trained.
Judging from his simple movements, he must have undergone rigorous training over a long period of time. Xiao Chen nodded to himself, gaining a deeper understanding of the power that the Bai family had cultivated.
Ugh.
The man whose wrist had been pierced by Xiao Chen endured the pain, reached into his robe, and pulled out a blood-red talisman. He placed it on his wrist and lit it with a lighter. His face turned pale as he endured the excruciating pain, his body convulsing several times. He then exhaled, looked at the wound on his wrist healing rapidly, and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, revealing a cruel expression.
You little bastard. Once I catch you, I'll skin you alive. How dare you hurt me? Damn it.
He raised his knife again and charged forward.
Xiao Chen, upon realizing the other's tactics, was startled.
Based on his understanding of talisman culture, there was no such talisman that could resurrect the dead and turn bones into flesh.
Upon discovering the opponent's methods, Xiao Chen was secretly alarmed.
Based on his understanding of symbol culture, there was no such symbol that could resurrect the dead and turn bones into flesh. This was definitely some form of black magic he had never encountered before.
I now understand the Bai family's strength a little better.
Having seen this, there was no need to hold back any further.
In the blink of an eye, another person swung a stick at him. Xiao Chen executed a sidekick, aiming for the person's wrist.
Having learned from his companion's mistake, the man dared not take any chances and quickly stepped back to avoid the attack. However, before he could react, he felt a sudden chill in his chest, followed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He clutched his chest, stumbled a few steps, and collapsed to the ground. Looking down, he saw the dagger completely embedded in his chest. His head drooped, and he ceased struggling. Old 4. Unlike the previous supernatural beings, this was the first time Xiao Chen had truly killed someone. However, he felt no emotion. When he first spotted these people, he had no intention of letting them live. He had originally planned to wait for them to approach and then use the mist to kill them. But upon seeing that these individuals were accompanied by ghosts, he temporarily abandoned that idea, wanting to test their abilities further before taking action against the first one who attacked him.
Now it seems his decision was correct.
A thick fog has already sealed off this area, and before coming over here, he had already sent Xiaoyu out to deal with a few ghosts and control the cameras nearby. Therefore, he wasn't worried about being discovered. The other person also used hidden weapons, throwing several darts at him. Xiao Chen dodged them easily, then with a flick of his wrist, the darts whistled back toward the attacker. The man quickly stepped out of the attack range. Xiao Chen smiled lightly, then snapped his fingers in the air, causing the darts to change course mid-flight. Before the man could react, several darts pierced his body. In an instant, the man struck by his own darts began foaming at the mouth and collapsed to the ground.
Those darts were poisoned.
Third brother. The man standing by the car's eyes widened in shock as he rushed over, wielding a large hammer. Whoosh! The powerful crossbows fired simultaneously, and an arrow transformed into a streak of light, rushing toward Xiao Chen. At such a distance and speed, anyone would have been certain that Xiao Chen couldn't dodge it. Yet, sometimes, many things defy conventional logic. Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a mist gathered in his palm, catching the arrow. The arrow seemed to be nailed to the wall, its tail trembling slightly before coming to a stop. Xiao Chen extended his hand, and a cloud of misted in his palm, catching the arrow. The arrow seemed to be nailed to the wall, its tip trembling slightly before coming to a stop. The man holding the powerful crossbow saw Xiao Chen's skill and his expression changed drastically, but he remained composed. He quickly reloaded another arrow and aimed it at Xiao Chen, firing it toward him. With a cold laugh, Xiao Chen flickered his wrist, and the arrow shot out faster than the one fired from the crossbow. Before the enemy's arrow could reach him, it struck its target first, and the man clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Boss, I'll fight you to the death. Before he could finish speaking, the man swinging the sledgehammer watched in horror as the weapon he had swung through the air spun bizarrely, shattering the skull of one of his companions. A mixture of white and red fluid flowed across the ground. 4. The person wielding the hammer didn't even have time to react before feeling his body slip out of his control. The massive hammer in his hands was suddenly seized by an eerie force, striking another companion with precise and ruthless precision. 5. The cold, clear count echoed like the soul-reaping demons of the underworld, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who heard it. Ghost Lord, save me. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Xiaochen appeared to him like a god of death descended from the heavens, no, even more terrifying than a god of death. When the last of his companions fell at his hands, the man dropped the large hammer he held and stumbled unsteadily toward the vehicle. However, his legs were too weak, and he fell to the ground several times. By the time he stumbled and collapsed in front of the car, the ghost that had been trampled under Xiaoyu's feet was lying nearby, unable to cry. Your ghostly master is right here. The ghost's life is in danger, may he find his own way. Ghost master, help us. The man trembled as he held a talisman in one hand and tried to light it with the other, but his hands shook so violently that the lighter failed to produce a flame no matter how many times he pressed it. Is that a summoning talisman? A cold voice came from behind him. His face turned pale instantly, and he felt the talisman slip from his grasp, as if it had been snatched away. The person turned around in despair, trembling lips uttering a single phrase, "The Bai family will not let you off." As the words left his mouth, his head lolled to the side, and a trail of white foam trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was dead. A suicide assassin? Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, turned around, and glared coldly at the ghost who was nearly scared out of his wits. He ordered, "Take him back and interrogate him about everything related to the Bai family. Black magic and well-trained assassins. The Bai family destroyed all evidence related to him here." Using mist, he searched the bodies of several people and retrieved several talismans used to heal wounds. Xiaochen transformed into a cloud of mist and departed from the area. An hour later, dozens of people dressed in black, tight-fitting garments crept over and saw the bodies of their companions on the ground. One of them pulled out several talismans, waved them in the air, and the talismans burst into flames. They moved through the space, as if inspecting something. Chapter 140, First Time Buying Talismans. Xiaochen transformed into a mist and watched from high above as the burning talisman lights danced around like clowns for a while before turning into a puff of ash and falling to the ground. The talisman user's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with fear as he frantically looked around. He then whispered something to the others swiftly loaded the bodies onto the vehicle. The symbol caster attempted to produce another symbol, flicking it into the air. The paper ignited, erasing all traces of their presence. As the erasure symbol fulfilled its purpose, the caster cast a complex glance at the space before him, jumped into the vehicle, and departed in haste. After they had left, Xiaochen moved swiftly and headed toward Wujing Street. This was B City's most famous large-scale market for antiques, jewelry, and other items. Although it was called Wujing Street, it couldn't really be considered an ordinary street. The entire Wujing Street was divided into 6 major districts, each with several alleys, categorized by type and offering a wide variety of goods. As they approached the entrance to Boundless Street, the ghost in the small right hand began to struggle violently, emitting piercing screams, its face filled with terror as it stared toward Boundless Street. Xiaoyu explained, "Master, the energy field in that area is too powerful. If this ghost gets any closer than 20 meters, it might lose half its life." Xiaochen finally noticed that the area 2 miles away from Wujing Street was spotlessly clean, likely due to the presence of something capable of suppressing impurities. He could only say, "Wait here for me." After speaking, he circled the air once, found a public restroom, and floated inside. He chose an empty stall, revealed his form, then pinched his nose and stepped out. "Mom, that uncle didn't wash his hands after using the restroom." The hand-washing area in this public restroom is located between the men's and women's restrooms, and there are no separate sinks inside the restrooms. The soft voice of a young girl echoed from behind, causing Xiaochen, who had just stepped out of the restroom, to stumble. "Damn it, this is so embarrassing." "Don't talk nonsense," the little girl's mother scolded gently. "I didn't say anything. The teacher said to wash your hands after using the restroom." Xiaochen covered his face and ran wildly. After killing someone, he had used the water-gathering technique to thoroughly clean himself, washing away all the blood and gore. Now, his entire body was clean and fresh, and his aura was concealed. Not only ordinary people, but even those with cultivation would find it difficult to sense his presence. But how could he explain that he had come out of the bathroom without washing his hands? "Sai, let's go. Target A, Route 3. However, after being mentioned by the little girl, Xiaochen suddenly felt as though his hands were covered in bacteria. He rubbed his hands together to create a layer of water, then rinsed them again before feeling much better. Glancing at the time, there were less than 2 hours left before the clearance and closure of Wujing Street, so he decided to head straight to the places Joey Rue had mentioned. While searching for bus route 3, he pulled out a fruit to munch on. It was a fruit from the secret manual for refining feng shui artifacts. Passers-by who noticed Xiaochen only saw the child holding a fruit to his mouth, taking one bite after another. In reality, he devoured one in 2 or 3 bites, immediately moving on to the next. The fruit dissolved into energy information as soon as it entered his body, allowing him to eat at an astonishing speed. After finishing the fruit containing the secret manual for refining feng shui artifacts, he slowly digested the information while walking, then took out the fruit related to the I Ching and continued on his way. Since there was enough time from now until the clearance of Wujing Street to buy what he wanted, he didn't rush to ask for directions and hurry over. Instead, he strolled leisurely while searching for Jia 3 Road.
After finishing the last joey fruit, Xiaochen stood at the entrance of Jia 3 Road.
At the same time, the energy field of the entire Warjing Street underwent a drastic transformation in his eyes. Previously, there were some things he could discern or sense through his yin-yang eyes and his foundation establishment stage cultivation, but he only had a superficial understanding of the inner workings. Now, after assimilating some of the energy information from Joey, he had filled in a significant gap in his knowledge.
No wonder this place is so clean.
There are hundreds of large and small feng shui arrays here, forming a powerful energy field. Not to mention the numerous demon-revealing mirrors hanging openly or discreetly at the entrances of many shops. Xiao Chen looked closely and saw that each demon-revealing mirror emitted significant energy fluctuations.
Ordinary impurities would struggle to withstand that energy.
Xiao Chen stood in front of several target shops, feeling a bit nervous. He had never bought such items before in his life. After observing through the open doors, he chose a shop called Jushin Shanghong, which looked antique and traditional, and walked inside. There were no other customers in the store. The owner was leisurely listening to a tune, playing with 2 decorative walnuts in his hands.
When he noticed Xiao Chen enter, he lifted his eyelids lazily and greeted him indifferently. "What can I help you with?"
"Jusha talisman paper." The shopkeeper's expression froze, quickly glancing up and down at Xiao Chen a few times, clearly not believing that such a young man would come to buy such an item.
"Running errands for your master?" the shopkeeper asked cautiously.
"Running errands for your master?" the shopkeeper asked cautiously.
Yes.
Xiao Chen smiled helplessly.
"All right, which one should we get? How many?"
Xiao Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. He really had no idea how to distinguish between the types and prices of such items in the market, so he could only say, "Just bring them all out for me to look at." The shopkeeper eyed him suspiciously and brought out 7 or 8 boxes of various sizes. Xiao Chen randomly picked up a box and flipped through the papers inside. These talismans were part of feng shui artifacts, and since he had mastered their creation, he could tell at a glance that these were only of average quality. They might be suitable for drawing low-grade talismans, but for higher-grade ones, they likely wouldn't withstand too much spiritual energy. Setting the talisman paper aside, Xiao Chen turned his attention to a more intricately designed box nearby. At a glance, he could tell that the talisman paper inside was significantly better than the previous one, though it still wasn't perfect.
"Get 1,000 of each of these 2 different grades and sizes.
Buy more just in case, so we don't have to waste time running back and forth later."
He added, "Get another box of cinnabar. Do you have any rooster blood? And some wolf hair brushes for drawing talismans."
"Yes, we have it." During this time, the boss kept trying to pry information out of Xiao Chen, wanting to know who he had apprenticed under, but Xiao Chen kept evading the question. Later, he selected several pieces of high-quality jade, crystal, peachwood carvings, and willowwood amulets from the shop. Since Xiao Chen had a keen eye for discerning the quality of these items, the shop owner's gaze toward him grew even more inquisitive.
Once everything was purchased, Xiao Chen paid and left.
He walked to an empty area, stored the items in the warehouse, then transformed into mist and floated over to meet Xiao Yu. He placed the ghostly child into the spirit tablet and returned to Iran Yuan.
Chapter 141, Transfer of Destiny. Chapter 141, Transfer of Destiny.
Returning to the villa, Xiao Chen clutched the Yin tablet and entered the Yunyan Hall. He then released the ghost from the Yin tablet. As soon as the ghost emerged, Xiao Chen condensed a cloud of mist and struck it. The mist, infused with a trace of his heart's fire, was like sulfuric acid to the ghost. Upon contact, it emitted a piercing hiss, causing the ghost to curl up in a ball, its eyes filled with fear as it trembled and begged for mercy.
"Speak. Tell me about the Bai family."
Yes, spare my life, sir. I'll tell you. That ghost was trembling in fear. The very existence of a ghostly immortal in this world was enough to astonish him, and now there's a human capable of performing advanced magical arts that left him both shocked and filled with dread. He said, "I was only raised by the Bai family for a little over 3 years. As far as I know, the Bai family is a prominent clan that combines mystical arts and ancient martial arts. They were originally entrusted by the underworld to resolve conflicts between heaven, earth, humans, and ghosts, and to eliminate supernatural phenomena that should not exist in the human world. As compensation and to enhance the Bai family's ability to protect themselves in dangerous situations, the underworld's officials extracted the advanced martial arts manuals from ancient ghosts and bestowed them upon the Bai family's ancestors. The Bai family used these 2 abilities to grow their clan even stronger. However, several decades ago, the descendants of the Bai family were consumed by greed. Despite the vast fortune their ancestors had amassed, they succumbed to the allure of immense wealth and ventured into the illicit tomb raiding business, thereby inviting misfortune upon themselves. Over the years, the Bai family had accumulated enough power to disregard these minor misfortunes, even going to extreme lengths to eliminate them. However, during a botched tomb raiding operation, the Bai family inadvertently offended a powerful figure they could not afford to provoke. They were subjected to relentless retaliation, and had it not been for the intervention of someone, the Bai family would likely have been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart stirred. He suspected that the Zhou family was the one who had come to the Bai family's aid.
What kind of influential figure could it be? The ghost shook his head and said, "This is a taboo of the Bai family. No one from the Bai family mentions it anymore. It's best not to speak of it." He continued, because that incident exceeded the scope of what was permitted by the underworld at the time. The Bai family sought help from the underworld's officials, but not only did they not receive assistance, they were instead punished. The Bai family suffered another round of punishment. Fortunately, they had a benefactor who helped them, otherwise, the Bai family would have been destroyed. Such a grave mistake? Did the underworld not revoke their authority? Xiao Chen asked. Did they commit such a grave error? Did the underworld not revoke its authority? Xiao Chen asked.
Every time they replaced the ghost officer responsible for the handover with the Bai family offered substantial bribes. The ghost officers, having taken their money, couldn't bring themselves to withdraw their support. Moreover, supporting such a family wasn't easy, so after the underworld imposed its punishment, they didn't inquire further. Does this mean that the ghost officials responsible for handling matters with the Bai family are merely ordinary officials within the underworld, and not judges or the 10 kings of the underworld? Of course not. The ghost explained, the underworld has countless tasks to handle. Such minor matters are naturally delegated to the lower-ranking ghost officers. If the judges had to personally handle every single one, they'd be exhausted to death. Exhausted to death? That description is rather inappropriate. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. Listening to the ghost continue, he said, however, the Bai family has recently been supporting a high-ranking individual. Under his guidance, the family's influence has grown steadily, and they now have interests in various legitimate and illegitimate industries. They handle tasks assigned by the underworld with minimal effort, yet they collectively risk their lives for that high-ranking individual, engaging in activities that defy conventional norms. For example, they began to recruit malevolent spirits, which were originally tasked by the underworld to apprehend these malevolent spirits. Now, however, they are being cultivated and used to help them harm humanity. Who exactly is that mysterious figure? The ghost shook its head and said, I have never seen him before. He is quite mysterious. However, several young disciples from the Bai family have joined that master's discipleship and begun their cultivation. I had the fortune to witness the eldest young master of the Bai family practicing his cultivation. It was not ordinary mystical arts or ancient martial arts. The aura he emitted was somewhat similar to that of demon cultivators. Demon cultivators? Even Xiao Chen, with his strong resolve, couldn't help but change his expression. He thought to himself, has another cultivator emerged in the mortal world? The ghost replied, yes. After the underworld punished the Bai family last time, the Bai family developed a grudge against the underworld. Now, that sage somehow convinced the Bai family that if they joined his sect, once they mastered cultivation, they would gain the power to rival the underworld. Even if that failed, the sage had a massive power behind him. After witnessing the sage's abilities, the Bai family grew bold and reckless. Xiao Chen felt a sense of gravity rise in his heart. If the Bai family truly embraced the path of demonic cultivation, then their obsession with Zhou Shiyu would make sense. The demonic path is also a form of the Tao, and it is not limited to cultivating with those of unique destinies. It can be practiced alongside other paths as well. At the same time, Xiao Chen considered another possibility and asked, assisting the Bai family's benefactor is equivalent to indirectly becoming entangled in a great evil karma. Will this lead to calamity? Your Excellency, please discern clearly. That family has indeed been tainted by the Bai family's evil karma. The greater the benefits they obtain through means that violate proper norms, the more the evil karma of the family assisting the Bai family will increase. In the near future, they will likely have to endure the consequences of that evil karma. Xiao Chen looked deeply at the ghost and said, you were once an ordinary wandering spirit. When your time came, you would have naturally entered the 6 realms of reincarnation. Now that you have been driven by the Bai family and have also been tainted by their evil karma, are you seeking to be annihilated? The ghost crawled on the ground and knelt before Xiao Chen, pleading, please save me, sir. This evil karma is hard to eradicate. Xiao Chen seemed to be speaking to the ghost, yet also sighing for someone else. Look at that family that aided the Bai clan. The calamities and disasters that will follow will be difficult to withstand. Such evil karma is hard to eradicate. Xiao Chen spoke as if addressing the ghost, yet it seemed he was sighing on behalf of someone else. Look at the family that aided the Bai clan. The calamities that will follow will be difficult to withstand. The ghost trembled and said, before I met you, my cultivation was too shallow to break free from their control. If you could lend a hand and help me join forces with that family to stop the Bai family from expanding their power through illegal means, it would be a great deed. Both that family and I would have some of our evil karma reduced. Then, we could gradually accumulate merit until all the evil karma is completely eliminated. I humbly beg for your assistance. It seems you still have some things you haven't revealed, Xiao Chen said coldly. Dare not. It was merely a chance encounter, and I cannot be certain. Speak. The Bai family has gathered all the symbol masters to draw the life transfer symbol. Life transfer symbol? If I'm not mistaken, it's a form of black magic that forcibly transfers another person's destiny.
Boom! Xiao Chen felt as though something had exploded in his mind. He sealed the ghost into the Yin tablet and rushed out of the Yunyang Palace. Chapter 142, Rushing to the Zhou family. Xiao Chen dialed Zhou Yirui's phone and said, "Tell me Xia's exact birth date and time. Also, contact your grandfather immediately. Xia is in danger. Hurry! What's going on? What did you find out?" Zhou Yirui's voice changed as he spoke, sounding anxious. "First, ask your grandfather about Xia's recent condition. Is there anything unusual going on around her? Don't waste time on other matters. Every minute counts. Xia's danger is immeasurable. If you don't believe me, consult a master of fate divination in your family and have them calculate Xia's fate to see if there's anything amiss. In any case, the sooner the better. I'll get right on it." Zhou Yurui knew that this was a serious matter and didn't dare to delay, so he hurried to make contact. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen took out the pendant. He removed all the spatial equipment inside and then focused his attention on examining what had originally been inside the pendant. Inside the pendant were tens of thousands of stones emitting a strong spiritual energy. Could these be the legendary spirit stones? Xiao Chen's heart raced. He knew how important these things were. It seemed that the various species that had fallen in the flaming mountains were all from other realms. Simply by using his consciousness, he could sense the dense spiritual energy emanating from the space, causing his heart to leap with joy. Spiritual energy was scarce in the mortal realm, and with these spirit stones, his cultivation would become much smoother in the future. In addition, there were dozens of manuals. Xiao Chen flipped through them one by one: the secret of the ghostly coffin, the blade palm technique, the fire whirl bell, the leopard stomp technique, the void shattering leg technique, the red-bellied eagle technique. Xiao Chen shook his head, then glanced at some equipment and magical artifacts lying in the spatial pocket. He took out a sword and a dagger, holding them in his hands to examine them. The system promptly issued a prompt: Yen Mei Sword, a high-grade transcendent divine artifact containing a vast amount of sword intent combat laws. The artifact spirit possesses a strong killing intent. It is not recommended for the host to use at this stage. Xianren Dagger, a high-grade transcendent divine weapon, is a new item and has not yet cultivated a spirit. The arena master may use it at this stage. This system feature is pretty neat. Xiao Chen stored the Yen Mei sword in the warehouse and retrieved a bunch of flying swords from the pendant. System: these are ordinary flying swords. The arena master can keep them for fun. Xiao Chen. At least it can be used as a dart. A cultivator's item is far superior to his pile of ordinary iron. As for those skills, Xiao Chen extracted them all and had the system appraise them. With his current cultivation level, only the sharp blade palm manual was usable, and he successfully learned it with the system's assistance. He then took out a ring, a seal, and a bell from the category of magical artifacts. After the system appraised them, he kept the ring and stored the other two magical artifacts for now. Time was tight, and Xiao Chen didn't have time to study each item in detail. He quickly opened and inspected the other spatial equipment one by one. Without exception, most of them contained spirit stones, each one rich beyond belief. Even with Xiao Chen flipping through them quickly and taking out piles of items for the system to inspect, it still took over an hour to get a general overview. Finally, within a bag-like spatial equipment item, he discovered what he had been searching for: the 10,000 array diagram and the ancient symbols and scriptures. As for skills, there were 4 or 5 he could currently use. Xiao Chen knew well the saying "greed leads to failure," so after screening them, he chose to learn one: the thunder technique. Among the numerous magical artifacts, he chose a shrinking gold coin, a substitute puppet, and a mixed yuan fan. These 3 artifacts are relatively easy for him to control at his current cultivation level. Additionally, there is the ring. Although he is unsure of Bai Chengkuan's demon cultivation rank, he believes that even if the other party is more powerful than him, he should be able to hold his own for a while. The key lies in the mysterious figure behind the Bai family. The shrinking land coin can be activated to enable instant teleportation, but it can only be used 3 times a day. Only one of these teleportations can be directed toward the user's intended target, while the other 2 are random teleportations within the current space. Substitute puppet: this puppet blocks damage for the user, redirecting the damage to itself. The number of times it can be used depends on the damage it has taken. Chaotic fan reflects damage, bouncing the opponent's attacks back at them with varying probability. As for the ring, its full name is the attribute ring. When the user performs a technique attack, activating the ring can enhance the primary attribute energy of that technique. The extent of the enhancement depends on the user's own cultivation level. Xiao Chen activated the water gathering technique while simultaneously activating the ring, discovering that his water attribute abilities had increased several-fold. The water he condensed became significantly heavier, and even without infusing spiritual energy to propel it, a water column as thick as a finger was sufficient to overpower an ordinary burly man. After a thorough discussion with the system, he learned that cultivating immortality was divided into 4 major realms, encompassing 12 minor realms: opening the light, fusion, heart movement, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, split soul, merging bodies, emptiness, great perfection, and tribulation.
Above the tribulation realm lay even higher ranks such as true immortal. Currently, every minor realm he had explored, except for the Foundation Establishment realm, was further divided into 9 grades. At present, Xiao Chen is still consolidating his Foundation Establishment stage and has not yet begun to break through to the opening of the Eyes realm. The corresponding realms for demon cultivators are Qi Gathering, Body Tempering, Yuan Condensation, Intent, Devouring, Demon Infant, Soul Departure, Mind Separation, Body Merging, Void Shattering, Great Perfection, and Tribulation Crossing. Other paths such as Demon, Spirit, and Buddha each have their own distinct stages of cultivation.
Each of these paths should not be underestimated.
Xiao Chen was closing his eyes to process the vast amount of information from the 10,000 array diagram when he felt his phone vibrate. Opening his eyes, he saw that it was Joey Rue calling. Gritting his teeth to suppress the throbbing pain in his head, he answered. On the other end, Joey Rue's voice was filled with suppressed rage. Damn it, my sister has been looking listless and sickly these past few days. My grandfather didn't believe me after I told him, because when he examined Shiyu's facial features, he couldn't detect anything unusual. My grandfather analyzed Shiya's birth chart thoroughly and found nothing unusual, so he still didn't believe me. However, considering the recent aggressive behavior from the Bai family, he dared not take any chances. He used our family's secret technique, sacrificing a drop of ancestral blood to reanalyze the situation. Finally, he discovered that Shiya's birth chart was being replaced by an ordinary one, but so far only a small portion had been transferred.
What should we do? We've never encountered such a before. Is there any way to break it?
I need to see Shiya first to understand her current condition before I can determine if there's a way to break the spell.
Alright, I'll send you the address.
Xiao Chen said, give me an hour to prepare. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen entered the Yunyang Palace, adjusted the time ratio, and began meditating, systematically digesting the 10,000 array diagram and the ancient symbol's secret.
5 hours later, he had finally fully assimilated the information from the 10,000 array diagram and the ancient symbol's secret.
Xiao Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out.
He got into his car and drove toward the Zhou family. Chapter 143, The Bai Family's Secret Room. Plop!
In a secret room somewhere, a middle-aged man holding a wolf hairbrush collapsed on the ground with a pale face. Help! A cold command was issued, and several men dressed in black, sleek attire rushed in and carried the man out. The one giving the orders was none other than Bai Chenkuan, the second young master of the Bai family. Standing beside him was a woman whose appearance bore a resemblance to Bai Chenkuan.
She was Bai Chenkuan's twin sister, Bai Shulei.
In this secret room, there was another beautiful woman lying quietly on a makeshift bed in the center of the room. The bed was surrounded by runes, and the woman's forehead, palms, and exposed arms were covered in various runes. Her expression was slightly pained. At the other end of the chamber, 5 middle-aged symbol masters held wolf hairbrushes, swiftly drawing symbols on sheets of paper that appeared obscure and incomprehensible to outsiders. However, their faces were pale, clearly indicating that their current level of cultivation was insufficient to match the symbols beneath them.
Bang!
A talisman master's talisman paper exploded, turning into a wisp of green smoke that quickly vanished.
The talisman drawing failed.
Such incidents were likely commonplace, and the symbolist merely sighed, took a new sheet of paper, dipped the wolf hairbrush into the black liquid in the small dish beside him, and began drawing again with renewed concentration. Suddenly, a bright black light flashed in the room. One of the talisman masters exclaimed with joy, "It worked! It worked! It worked!" Before his excitement had even subsided, he began foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing violently, and he collapsed to the ground.
Help! Bai Chenkuan gave a cold order, and the person was carried out again. Afterward, Bai Chenkuan's expression turned excited.
A faint black glow flashed in his hand, and he effortlessly drew the successful talisman paper toward him.
His eyes burned with intensity as he laughed heartily. Not bad. The speed is getting faster and faster. Once the talisman masters have repaired them, the speed will definitely double. The Zhou family's precious top-tier destiny is now completely in my hands.
Bai Shulei, standing beside him, watched Bai Chenkuan perform that technique with envy and joy in her eyes. Her younger brother's talent was indeed superior to hers and her elder brother's. The techniques their master had taught them, they hadn't even begun to grasp, but her brother had already mastered them.
She could even envision the Bai family reaching new heights under Bai Chenkuan's leadership.
At the same time, she said, the method our master passed down is truly powerful. If we can successfully transfer the life force, you'll be able to practice dual cultivation with UXIN.
As for that Zhou family, she wants to marry into our Bai family? We don't even care. No.
Bai Chenkuan coldly said, "Sister, I won't let Zhou Shiyu go easily. That girl, whether it's her appearance or her figure, she's a real catch." As he spoke, he licked his lips, a greedy look flashing in his eyes.
A dual cultivation partner? There's no rule that says we have to get married. Bai Chenkuan's cold gaze fell on the woman on the bed.
She was beautiful, but her family was too weak to be worth an alliance. Chenkuan, to be precise, the Zhou family's heritage is deeper than the Bai family's. Don't ever think that the Zhou family will be ruined after this ordeal.
If you think that, you're wrong. If the Zhou family can survive this, their future development will be formidable. Although we currently have our master's guidance and have cultivated some secret forces, my cultivation and that of my older brother are progressing very slowly. To reach a level where we can crush the Zhou family with just our own strength, it will likely take another 10 or 20 years. Once the Zhou family gets through this ordeal, if they decide to confront the Bai family head-on, we will also face trouble. And our master has made it clear that he will not interfere in mundane affairs unless the Bai family is facing extinction. Bai Shulei said solemnly. Moreover, our master has recognized your potential and has paired you with someone of a unique destiny for dual cultivation, saying that it will accelerate your progress. However, since we have yet to attempt this, no one can say for certain what the outcome will be. For now, it is best not to completely sever ties with the Zhou family. Our only hope is that the Zhou family does not discover any clues before the destiny transfer is successful. Sister, don't worry. I'll find a way to divert the Zhou family's attention. The master also said that this secret technique is not something of this world, but from his own realm, so it's hard for ordinary people to discover. Even if the Zhou family notices something amiss, they likely won't think to look into it further. They certainly wouldn't waste their ancestral blood to take over that girl's destiny just because something seems off on the surface. What kind of coincidence would that be? Once the fate transferring array is complete, even if they sense something as wrong, what good will it do them? The Zhou family's great calamity is imminent. I'll find a way to add fuel to the fire, and then we'll see which side they choose to support. Bai Chengkuan sneered. However, the old fox of the Zhou family agreed to an alliance with our Bai family. Wasn't that just to buy time and try to drag us down to help them through their crisis? If the fate transfer succeeds, Rain and I will practice together, and our cultivation will skyrocket. Even if the Zhou family survives their calamity, they won't be able to recover to their peak in a short time. By then, our Bai family's power might have reached a level they can't handle. Zhou Shiyu, this young master can toy with her however I please. That's true. Once they discover the transfer of Zhou Shiyu's unique destiny, they will inevitably turn against us. I just hope that step comes as late as possible. By then, perhaps our Bai family will truly reach a height they can't touch, and crushing them will be no problem. Alright, you need to keep an eye on things here for now. You probably won't have time to cultivate. I'm different from my older brother. I need to work hard to cultivate and quickly improve my strength. I'll go cultivate with my master first. You stay here and keep an eye on things, don't let them notice anything suspicious. Bai Shulei said. Don't worry. There are 3 layers of protective arrays here. Even if the old patriarch of the Zhou family were to intervene personally, he would find it difficult to break through. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and the talisman stuck firmly to the woman's Baihui acupoint. The woman's brows furrowed, and her face paled slightly. Strangely enough, despite the intense pain, not a single drop of sweat appeared on her body. Bai Shulei glanced at the situation inside the room and turned to leave. Over here, Xiao Chen had already spotted the Zhou family's gate, with several figures standing there waiting. Chapter 144, Don't worry, I'm here. From a distance, Xiao Chen spotted a slender figure standing at the door, looking around anxiously. He stepped on the gas pedal, and the car accelerated toward the Zhou family's gate, coming to a smooth stop with a stylish drift. Xiao Chen. Xia. The two met again, their eyes filled with unspoken emotions. Seeing Zhou Shiyu's slightly pale complexion, Xiao Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. He vowed that once this matter was resolved, he would take Shiyu away. Ignoring the others around them, Xiao Chen reached out his arm and embraced Zhou Shiyu tightly. His voice was soft but firm as he said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Zhou Shiyu's face flushed red, a mix of shyness, excitement, and a strong sense of security welling up in her heart. Her beautiful eyes were misty, and her voice carried absolute trust in Xiao Chen as she softly nodded in agreement. After that, she blushed and struggled to get out of Xiao Chen's arms, turning to the middle-aged couple behind her and said, "This is my father, and this is my mother." "Hello, uncle and auntie." Xiao Chen greeted them with a natural and composed demeanor. Good. Zhou's mother's eyes were filled with worry, but it didn't stop her from looking at Xiao Chen with surprise and satisfaction. She stepped forward, took Xiao Chen's hand, and examined him up and down, her voice filled with excitement. "Oh my, how wonderful! It's truly wonderful!" Xiao Chen's calm demeanor made him feel a bit uneasy under Zhou's mother's admiring gaze as she looked at her future son-in-law. Zhou's father, standing beside him, smiled and intervened, "Don't stand at the door. Come in and talk. He then added sincerely, "Thank you for noticing something was wrong with Shiyu. We're afraid we'll need your help. We've never heard of such a before, and we're at a loss for what to do." By the end of his words, there was no hiding the anger in his voice. The Bai family really has the nerve to frame my precious daughter like this. Once this matter is resolved, I will settle the score with the Bai family once and for all. Uncle Zhou is too kind. I will do my best, and I hope you will offer some guidance when the time comes. Xiao Chen said politely. "Stay humble and composed, good boy." Mr. Zhou patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, pleased with his composure. For some reason, he felt a sense of reassurance in his heart. He found it a bit odd that he was having such thoughts about himself. Right, let's go in first. Look at me.
Zhou's mother suppressed the tenderness she felt for her daughter and the hatred she harbored toward the Bai family. Though she spoke those words, her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Chen, as if her eyes were glued to him. She glanced at him, then at her shy daughter standing beside her, and despite the heaviness in her heart, a smile couldn't help but spread across her face. Her daughter has such good taste. Such a fine young man 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than that one from the Bai family. She made up her mind, no matter what, she would do everything in her power to secure Xiao Chen for her daughter. My brother went out to buy something and hasn't come back yet. Zhou Shiyu walked calmly, keeping a half step behind Xiao Chen, and spoke softly. She was as docile as a young wife who regards her husband as her world. Before Xiao Chen arrived, he sent Zhou Rui a large pile of materials he needed, instructing him to prepare them. Xiao Chen took Zhou Shiyu's small hand and, with a determined expression, followed Zhou's parents into the house. In the living room sat an elderly man over 60. Upon seeing Xiao Chen leading Zhou Shiyu by the hand into the room, he paused slightly, his expression complex as he emitted a faint, cold snort. Moments later, he snapped out of it, his eyes filled with shock and doubt as he looked back, unsure of himself.
You're the young man Rui mentioned? Zhou Shiyu hurriedly introduced Xiao Chen with a tense expression. This is my grandfather. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Xiao Chen nodded indifferently. If it weren't for Zhou Shiyu's parents being present, he might have blurted out, the old man is still alive?
Mr. and Mrs. Zhou exchanged glances. Xiao Chen addressed them as uncle and aunt, but when it came to the old man, he used the formal Mr. Zhou, indicating that this young man knew something and harbored a grudge against the old man. A hint of helplessness flashed in Mr. Zhou's eyes, while Mrs. Zhou's eyes sparkled with a look of approval.
Humph.
Zhou Laoyi snorted coldly, wanting to express his dissatisfaction with Xiao Chen, but because of Xiao Chen's deductions, he had seen through the Bai family's dirty tricks. He wanted to ask Xiao Chen where he had studied and how he had discovered that his granddaughter's fate had been altered, but he felt too ashamed to ask, and for a moment, he didn't know what expression to make. Just then, Zhou Shiyu let out a muffled groan, raised her hand to her forehead, her face contorted in pain, and her body swayed slightly. Xiao Chen acted swiftly, catching Zhou Shiyu by the shoulders and focusing his spiritual energy on her eyes. He noticed that her life force had shifted slightly again and immediately said with a serious expression, "This is bad. There's been another development over there."
What? This damn Bai family. Do they really think the Zhou family is a pushover? What should we do now?
For a moment, the Zhou family was too preoccupied to exchange pleasantries, and the atmosphere grew tense.
There's still time.
Xiao Chen carefully observed Zhou Shiyu's body and noticed that the progress of the evil spell was slow. He assumed there must be an unknown reason behind it and hurriedly said, "I'll draw a few talismans first to stabilize Shiyu's life force. Then we'll go to the Bai family and break this evil spell." Before arriving, Xiao Chen had already purified himself using the water gathering technique, and brought out the talisman paper, cinnabar, and wolf hairbrush. The Zhou family had already cleared a clean table for Xiao Chen to use. However, when Xiao Chen picked up the wolf hairbrush, he realized he faced a major problem. Mastering the techniques and symbols did not guarantee smooth execution. Those runes, which appeared to outsiders as a tangled mess, required a single, uninterrupted stroke with even pressure, with no pauses in between. Holding the wolf hairbrush, he felt the resistance in his hands.
Suppressing his embarrassment, Xiao Chen asked, "Could you provide me with a spacious room and 1 to 2 hours of preparation time?"
Of course.
Xiao Chen asked the Zhou family for a few clean small plates and some clean water.
The Zhou family members didn't notice anything unusual, assuming that the symbols on Xiao Chen's hands were secret and not meant for others to see. They respected his request and led him to the study on the second floor, closing the door behind them to allow Xiao Chen to focus on drawing the symbols.
Zhou's mother called the housekeeper into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 145, Fu's Cultivation. The old patriarch of the Zhou family wore an expression of dissatisfaction and doubt. However, due to the sudden nature of the incident and the unfamiliar nature of the opponent's methods, he mobilized a large number of his subordinates to search through records, yet they could not find any information about the origin of this evil technique of transferring one's fate, let alone any methods to counter it. Facing the urgent danger, he had no choice but to suppress his discomfort, sitting in the first-floor living room with a stern expression, saying nothing. The materials from Zhou Rui hadn't arrived yet, so Xiao Chen calmed himself down, sealed the study with mist, took out the Yunyang Palace, adjusted the time ratio, and began to sharpen his skills at the last minute. He dissolved the cinnabar, added a drop of rooster blood, and stirred it evenly with a wolf hairbrush. He then took out the medium-grade talisman paper, infused it with a thread of spiritual energy, and began drawing the talisman. Bang! The rune exploded halfway through the drawing, and the paper beneath it burst open. Failure! Was the paper unable to withstand the energy of the advanced runes, or was it unable to handle the spiritual energy? Or was it due to uneven pressure when drawing? Xiao Chen tried different methods, but no matter what he did, the paper exploded midway through the drawing. An hour later, Xiao Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and began to change his strategy. He switched to a clean wolf hairbrush, dipped it in water without infusing any spiritual energy, and focused solely on refining his technique and controlling the force of his strokes.
Fortunately, he had cultivation techniques to rely on and spiritual energy to support him, so his wrist remained steady as he held the brush. Even after drawing continuously for over an hour with his arms suspended in the air, he felt no discomfort at all. He channeled his spiritual energy to complete a small circulation, dispelling the mental fatigue caused by spending an extended period of time in the Yunyang Hall, and resumed his work with renewed vigor. After 7 or 8 hours, his writing flowed more smoothly, and the intricate runes were completed in one go without any unevenness in force. Xiao Chen looked at the few remaining medium-grade symbol papers, switched back to the wolf hairbrush dipped in rooster blood in cinnabar, and drew one without infusing any spiritual energy. Success! Xiao Chen felt the energy fluctuations emanating from the talisman paper and was overjoyed. Bang! It didn't last long before the talisman paper exploded. Xiao Chen shook his head, knowing that the talisman was of too high a grade for the paper to withstand such energy. Xiao Chen shook his head, knowing that the talisman S grade was too high for the paper to withstand such energy. However, being able to keep the mid-grade talisman paper intact for a moment without infusing spiritual energy proved that he had made significant progress. He put away the remaining mid-grade talismans and took out the high-grade talismans. Glancing at the time, over an hour had passed outside. Though his talisman drawing technique had become much smoother, breaking the opponent's life-altering talisman required infusing some spiritual energy into the high-grade talisman paper. Further practice and refinement were still needed. He took a bite of a peach, then focused his mind for a moment. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, picked up the wolf hairbrush, and began drawing on the high-quality talisman paper. Bang! 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 The talismans in his hands exploded one after another. Time ticked away slowly. After drawing over 300 sketches in one go, he finally managed to create one that was successful. Feeling the intense energy fluctuations on the paper, Xiao Chen exhaled deeply, continuing to draw while envisioning the old demon judge wielding a judgment brush as a weapon in battle. Thinking of that carefree, effortless, and composed demeanor, Xiao Chen was influenced by the combat style he had witnessed in his memories, and his mind gradually grew calm. Perhaps he had been too impatient. As his mind relaxed, the tension of drawing the symbols faded away. The familiar runes began to flow smoothly in his mind, naturally guiding his wolf hairbrush. He focused his spiritual energy, hearing only the rustling sound of the brush tip against the symbol paper. His heart gradually merged into a transcendent state of stillness. Bang! Bang! The talismans continued to explode, but Xiao Chen felt no emotion. He spread out new talismans one by one and continued to draw with his wolf hairbrush. Outside the room, 2 hours had passed. Joey Rue had also returned, his face looking anxious. He kept glancing up at the second floor and said, "Why hasn't he come out yet? Should we go up and check? Drawing talismans is mentally exhausting. I hope nothing has happened." Zhou Laoyi, standing nearby, snorted coldly, "Drawing a symbol takes so long? I wonder if it even works." "Grandfather, I believe in Xiao Chen, he can do it," Zhou Shiyu said firmly, her beautiful eyes filled with displeasure. You've been defying me repeatedly for this good-for-nothing boy. Is he really that special? I think I should contact a few old associates. Together, we might be able to uncover something and foil the Bai family's scheme. The old man glanced at the wall clock. It was already past 8 in the evening. The food the maid had set on the table had grown cold. The entire family was waiting for Xiao Chen to come out and eat, their expressions filled with dissatisfaction. Zhou Shiyu didn't respond, instead tiptoeing upstairs and standing quietly at the study door, waiting. Inside the study, the symbol ash on the floor had covered Xiao Chen's shoes. When the last symbol paper was drawn and did not explode, he stood up straight, satisfied with the 78 successful symbol papers on the table, and said, "Out of the last 10, 8 were successful. Not bad." After speaking, he swallowed half a Tianqing pill to replenish the spiritual energy and mental energy consumed in his body. At the same time, he felt that his cultivation had become significantly more solid in just a few hours. He realized that drawing talismans could also help improve one's cultivation, and this discovery filled him with great joy. Shaking the talisman dust off his feet, Xiao Chen checked the time and realized that over 17 hours had passed. Outside, nearly 2.5 hours had elapsed. He quickly picked up the successful talismans, packed his belongings, exited the Yunyang Hall, stored it in the warehouse, dispelled the fog that had sealed the entrance, and opened the study door. Xiao Chen quickly picked up the successful talisman, packed his belongings, exited the Yunyang Palace, stored it in the warehouse, dispelled the fog that had sealed the area, and opened the study door. As soon as he entered, he was immediately drawn into Zhou Shiyu's eyes, which were filled with concern. "Are you out? Are you okay? Are you tired? Are you hungry? My mom prepared some food. Why don't you go down and eat something first? You must be exhausted." Zhou Shiyu stammered. She wasn't pretending not to worry about Xiao Chen's safety, but she also understood that he had chosen to work alone to avoid disturbances. The longer he took, the more anxious she became. Now that he had emerged, though she saw no signs of discomfort, all her concern and worry welled up, making her unusually talkative. "Silly girl, you worried me. I'm fine. Xiaochen gently teased Zhou Shiyu's nose, took her hand, and led her downstairs. Looking at the cold food on the table, Xiaochen felt a slight pang of emotion. Zhou's mother also immediately checked on his condition, then apologetically pulled Xiaochen to the head of the table and said, "You must be exhausted. Sit down and rest for a moment. Have something to eat." However, when Zhou Laoyi saw the talisman paper in Xiaochen's hand, his expression changed drastically. He didn't even bother to speak, snatching one from Xiaochen's hand and examining it closely. Especially when he felt the extremely intense energy fluctuations on it, his eyes filled with excitement, and he said in a trembling voice, "Did you draw this?" After saying that, he felt it was inappropriate and corrected himself, "No, it's just too astonishing." "Young man, Xiaochen, you have truly left me speechless." The other members of the Zhou family heard this and were all stunned. After all, their old master was known for his perfectionist nature, and it was rare for anyone to receive even a single word of praise from him. Such a loss of composure was something that had never happened in all these years. Who was this young man named Xiaochen? Praise from Mr. Xie Zhou. Facing everyone's astonishment, Xiaochen merely smiled faintly and said, "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Let's eat first. Tonight will likely be a busy one. The talisman paper is just one step in the process. The opponent's evil sorcery is highly skilled, relying on just a few talisman papers won't suffice. Right, let's eat first." Thinking about the situation they were about to face, everyone's hearts grew heavy once again. Xiaochen ate the rice in his bowl, his mind racing. Tonight, he would help Zhou Shiyu stabilize her fate. Tomorrow, he would head straight for the Bai family. Chapter 146, Breaking the Formation. During the meal, the young farmer called out to the fieldmaster, saying, "The nine-tailed fox has brought the alchemy tools. Should the fieldmaster come in now?" Xiaochen quietly replied, "Have her leave the items first. I have something to attend to here. I'll contact her once I'm done." Xiaonong went to deal with the nine-tailed fox, while Xiaochen finished his dinner. The atmosphere at the Zhou household was tense. The old patriarch hesitated several times, but ultimately sighed silently, unable to voice his suspicions. To place such trust in such a young man and entrust him with such an important matter, this was likely the first time in his entire life that he had ever done such a thing. But looking at his granddaughter's unwavering gaze and his daughter-in-law's occasional words of support, Mr. Zhou couldn't help but wonder if he had truly grown old and was no longer keeping up with the times. However, when he thought of Xiaochen's newly created talisman, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zhou Laoye's eyes. The energy fluctuations emanating from the talisman seemed different from those he and other talisman masters had ever created. Though unfamiliar, the energy felt pure and untarnished. Its value far surpassed anything a renowned talisman master could create on the market. Zhou Laoye couldn't even estimate its worth, acknowledging he lacked the expertise to do so. However, this also indicated that this young man had extraordinary luck and was destined for great things. Perhaps this is the nobleman of the Zhou family after all. After dinner, Xiaochen had Zhou Shiyu take a bath and clean herself, then changed into a clean set of pajamas and lay down in her own bed. "Don't worry, the process of retrieving your destiny may be painful, but you must endure it and persevere, and everything will be fine," Xiaochen said comfortingly upon hearing this. Zhou Shiyu gripped Xiaochen's hand and asked, "Will you be in danger?" "No, I have to protect you. There can't be any danger." Xiaochen smiled, pinched Zhou Shiyu's nose, and said, "Don't think about anything. Once we get through tomorrow, everything will be fine. The 10,000 array diagram and the ancient symbol's secret are no ordinary items. They are also from another world, containing the accumulated wisdom of tens of thousands of years. Among them are the array formations and methods for the life-transferring symbols. I wonder what the White family, who went to so much trouble to prepare those things, will look like once they are read. Xiaochen, remember this, if you ever find yourself in danger, stop immediately. Don't push yourself. Promise me." Xiaochen's revelation had left Zhou Shiyu speechless with shock. Yet for some reason, standing beside this man, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Having been exposed to bizarre events since childhood, she had long understood the principle that there are always greater beings beyond one's imagination. Thus, faced with Xiaochen's sudden display of power, she chose to remain silent and trust him implicitly. Xiaochen looked at this foolish girl who was clearly in great danger yet still repeatedly worried about his safety. He didn't know what to say, so he simply said, "Don't worry. Trust me." Zhou Shiyu nodded and closed her eyes. Xiaochen also took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Then, he pinched 16 talismans and flicked them into the air. The talismans emitted intense energy fluctuations as they flew out, pairing up in groups of 2 and flying toward 8 different directions, stabilizing above Zhou Shiyu. This display left the Zhou family members standing behind him, watching anxiously, unable to hide their expressions of shock. The Zhou family had been passed down for so many years, yet no one had ever achieved this level of skill. Then, he took the materials purchased by Zhou Irue, picked up 8 jade seals, and with a flick of his wrist, pressed them down on 8 different directions. He then took a compass, wielded a wolf hairbrush in his hand, and drew intricate symbols all over the compass. After finishing, he threw it toward the center of the talisman paper, where it hovered in mid-air, motionless. He then dipped the wolf hairbrush, which had been coated with cinnabar and rooster blood, into a small dish filled with gold powder, and began to write in mid-air. With each stroke, a golden light formed in the air and lingered without dissipating. When he reached the end, Xiaochen shouted, "Return to your positions." A golden character, shimmering with light, drifted toward the compass and came to a halt. He wrote 7 more in one breath, arranging the golden characters in order, which were precisely Xian, Kuan, Jin, Sun, Ken, Zhen, Li, and Dui. The 8 characters took shape, rotating around the compass. A visible energy shield slowly took shape within the room, resembling a transparent membrane. Xiaochen once again dipped his fingers in the golden powder and drew intricate runes across the transparent membrane. He then pointed to the 2 pieces of jade, one white and one black, brought back by Joey Rue, and said, "When I make your phone ring, don't answer it. After hanging up, remember to wash your hands. Then throw these 2 pieces of jade into the array. Don't worry about anything else. If Shia feels uncomfortable and can't help but cry out in pain, remind her not to move around. Is that clear?" "Alright." Joey Rue asked again, unsure, "Just throw them over?" Xiaochen's technique left him utterly astonished. Compared to the trivial methods they had used in previous paranormal incidents, his skills were utterly inadequate. How was he supposed to handle such matters effectively in the future? The blow was huge. Yes, the formation will draw them in on its own. Once these 2 jade stones are back in place, the formation will be complete, and their destinies will be drawn back. Joey Rue suddenly realized what was happening and exclaimed in shock, "You're going to the Bai family?" "Yes." Xiao Chen glanced at the time. After setting up the formation, it was already past 4 in the morning. The Zhou family members, who had stayed up all night, showed no signs of fatigue, waiting for the situation to turn around. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly shifted, and though his tone sounded calm, it carried a sharp intensity. He said, "Go to the Bai family." "Damn it, I'm going with you." Joey Rue clenched his teeth, his hatred for the Bai family's tactics running deep, and spoke coldly. "No need." Xiaochen felt awkward about discouraging him, thinking to himself, "If you go, you won't be able to help, and I'll probably have to protect you. It's better if you stay home and avoid getting involved." The most critical issue was that the Bai family was no longer the Bai family they once knew. According to the information Xiao Zhua had gathered over the past few days, Bai Chenkuan was currently in a secret room. The array outside the room was beyond Xiao Zhua's capabilities, leaving him no choice but to stay outside. If anything went wrong, it could alert Bai Chenkuan, and bringing Joey Rue along would only complicate matters further. Seeing Xiao Chen's resolute attitude, Joey Rue had no choice but to give up. The Zhou family members all gave Xiao Chen some final instructions before watching him leave. After exiting the Zhou family compound, Xiao Chen found a secluded spot, activated his invisibility ability, and activated the shrinking ground coin, instantly teleporting himself to Xiao Zhua's side. The location was precisely outside the Bai family's secret chamber. With a chuckle, Xiao Chen looked at the 3-layered array outside the secret room and dialed Joey Rue's phone. Chapter 147, The Assassination of Bai Chenkuan. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhua said, "That Bai Chenkuan hasn't left." "Perfect." Xiao Chen glanced at the first layer of the array, gave a single order to the 2 ghosts, "Wait for my summons." Then he transformed into a cloud of mist and drifted along a specific trajectory within the array's active circuit, disappearing into it. Second layer, pass through. Third layer, pass. These 3 formations, Xiao Chen immediately understood the layout and movement patterns of the formations. As long as he timed it right and slipped through the gaps before one trajectory connected with the previous one, he could quickly dash through. Even in a sealed chamber with the highest level of airtightness, there are always gaps. The mist seeped through every opening, and Xiao Chen effortlessly drifted into the chamber. "It's you?" As soon as Xiao Chen entered the chamber and revealed his form, Bai Chenkuan, who was meditating on the other side, noticed something amiss. He sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with shock, but more so with darkness. "How did you get in here? How did you get in?" As Xiao Chen quickly surveyed the room, he flicked his hand, sending a cloud of mist sweeping out. It peeled off the talismans attached to the woman's body and set them ablaze with a burst of fire. Squeak! A chilling scream erupted from the burning talismans. Bai Chenkuan's expression turned pale in an instant. He clearly hadn't expected Xiao Chen to have such a tactic and rushed forward to block him. Xiao Chen's mind flickered, and he dragged the talismans, which hadn't yet burned completely, 2 meters away. Bai Chenkuan turned and glared at him with hatred, shouting furiously, "You're asking for death." He then swung his fist toward Xiao Chen. At the same time, he was secretly alarmed. How had the Zhou family discovered this? How had this young man managed to evade the 3 layers of protective arrays outside and enter? After all, that array had been passed down from his newly adopted master, a high-ranking expert from another realm, designed to showcase his master's prowess against ordinary mortals. No one had ever broken it before. Where had this kid gotten such abilities? As he pondered, a faint black mist swirled around his fist, swiftly closing in on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged nimbly while activating the circular ring, unleashing the newly learned blade palm technique. He condensed a tattered spiritual energy greatsword and swung it fiercely at Bai Chenkuan's arm. Cough! How embarrassing!
It's my first time using this technique, at least give me some face. I ended up forming a broken blade. Bai Chengquan reacted quickly, turning around to block the attack. With a loud crash, his defense collided heavily with Xiao Chen's strike, sending both of them staggering backward. Shock flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, silently concluding that Bai Chengquan's cultivation was one minor realm higher than his own, having already entered the body-tempering realm. I underestimated you. Bai Chengquan coldly replied, but so what? You're merely at the foundation establishment realm. Let's see how I crush you. As he finished speaking, he stomped his foot heavily, causing the demonic energy within his body to surge rapidly. An afterimage appeared behind him as he charged toward Xiao Chen once more with even greater ferocity. The violent demonic energy engulfed the sky, attempting to swallow Xiao Chen whole. The latter dodged repeatedly, as if he could see through Bai Chengquan's attacks, not allowing a single thread of the violent energy to touch his sleeves. Suddenly, Xiao Chen struck. A dark figure darted through the energy like a flash of lightning, accurately targeting Bai Chengquan's chest. It was a lethal strike, showing no mercy. Bai Chengquan sensed the murderous intent closing in on him, his body darting aside at lightning speed. However, due to the close proximity, he could only narrowly avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. With a sharp thud, a chill and excruciating pain shot through his shoulder, causing him to stumble backward. Simultaneously, he channeled his internal energy at an incredible speed, forcing the chain that had pierced his shoulder back out. Xiao Chen didn't give his opponent any time to react. As the chain was forced out, he swiftly turned around and began spinning at high speed in a spiral pattern. The gleaming blades closed in step by step. I'll kill you. Bai Chengquan, in pain and enraged, shouted. He hurriedly sealed the acupoints on his shoulder, his face darkening as if it were about to drip with sweat. At the same time, he transformed his fist into a palm, and a skull appeared in the center of his hand. The skull rapidly grew larger, emitting an overwhelming pressure as it opened its mouth and expelled a foul-smelling breath, rushing toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen activated the circular barrier, enveloping himself in a thick mist that was as solid as a wall, completely sealing him off. He then channeled his inner fire, incinerating the foul-smelling gas, which was clearly laced with poison, leaving no trace behind. The attacks continued unabated. The pitch-black chains, as if possessed by a sentient being, closed in. Bai Chengquan dodged while his eyes betrayed a mix of jealousy and greed. Had he activated the spirit of his weapon? He had followed his master in cultivation yet had never obtained a decent weapon. If he could kill Xiao Chen now, this treasure would be his. At this thought, Bai Chengquan's face twisted into a ferocious expression. He quickly gathered his strength, curling his hands into claws. A colossal surge of demonic energy surged wildly within his body, all of it rushing toward his hands, aiming to strike Xiao Chen down with a single blow. The woman on the bed in the secret room let out a painful moan. Xiao Chen threw a misty ball at her, enveloping her. The life-transferring process had not yet been completed, so the woman could not die yet, otherwise, Zhou Shiyu would suffer significant repercussions. Clearly, Bai Chengquan was even more determined than him to prevent any harm coming to the woman. He controlled the immense energy emanating from his body and avoided the area. Is this your ultimate move? Xiao Chen laughed. Humph. This move will be the end of you. Bai Chengquan stomped his foot heavily, his body transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward Xiao Chen. He shouted, soul-shattering claws. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing the terrifying power of the attack. If he were hit, he would surely die. As the attack approached, Xiao Chen gave a sinister smile. That's not necessarily the case. The Han Yuan fan, activate. Bang! This strike, which channeled all of Bai Chengquan's strength, struck the suddenly enlarged feather fan with tremendous force. The feather fan flashed with a brilliant light. Dong! A figure flew backward, crashing heavily onto the hard floor of the secret room, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out as the figure clutched his chest, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror. You! Ha! So tough? Xiao Chen looked at the Han Yuan fan, nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Bai Chengquan. The star chain continued to move, and with a whoosh, it stabbed toward Bai Chengquan's chest, ready to take his life. Stop! A shadowy figure suddenly appeared in the secret room, blocking Xiao Chen's attack, and said in a deep voice, "This person is under the jurisdiction of the underworld, he must not be killed. Get out of the way." Xiao Chen flew into a rage, swept his sleeve, and flung the underworld official aside. Bai Chengquan was terrified and hurriedly cried out for help. "Sir, save me. Are you intending to defy the underworld?" The grim-faced underworld official asked. This man has already surrendered to the demonic cultivators. When the time comes, he will break free from the underworld's influence and even become its enemy. Are you protecting him? Xiao Chen sneered. The underworld official shook his head and said, "This is not something you can meddle in. This person is under the protection of the underworld. How much did you receive from the Bai family?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with danger, carefully studying the underworld official and committing his appearance to memory.
The underworld official's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Mind your own business.
Get out of here immediately." Bang!
Xiaochen struck out, hitting the underworld official, while simultaneously moving his mind, causing Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu to appear in the secret room. The underworld official hurriedly dodged, his expression changing drastically as he exclaimed, "Eight-character ghost servant?" He looked at Xiao Chun with a serious expression and asked, "Who are you? How do you have a ghost servant?"
Bai Chengkuan couldn't see the ghost servant.
Seeing the underworld official's unusual expression and sensing his life force draining away, he frantically pleaded with the underworld official, "You promised my grandfather.
Save me."
Taking advantage of the ghostly official's momentary shock, the star chain whizzed through the air and pierced Bai Chengkuan's heart. Bai Chengkuan glared with wide, unwilling eyes before drawing his last breath and dying. Bai Wuchang descended, stretched lazily with a look of dissatisfaction, and glanced at Xiao Chen indifferently. "At least let me sleep in before coming to kill someone."
"You'll never die from sleeping." Xiao Chen's face darkened. What kind of demons are these under Old Yan's command?
The underworld official was already trembling on the ground.
Bai Wuchang kicked him and said, "How dare you scold Xiao Chen?"
Bai Chengkuan's soul had already been separated from his body.
He glared at Xiao Chen angrily and shouted, "Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. My grandfather, my master, and my entire family won't let you off either."
Xiao Chen coldly glanced at him and said, "Just wait and see.
If the Bai family still has the ability to do so. You can actually see me? Who are you? Who are you? The power that could bring down the Bai family."
Bai Wuchang kicked Bai Chengkuan's soul and answered for Xiao Chen before turning to say, "The Lord of the Underworld has already prepared tea and is waiting for Xiao Field Master to visit the Underworld.
Don't forget to pay him a visit after you're done.
Send a few more Underworld officials over.
You'll have your hands full from now on," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Bai Wuchang tossed over a token. "Crush this token, and the contract between the Underworld and the Bai family will be nullified. All abilities granted to the Bai family by the Underworld over the years will be revoked. You can crush it whenever you feel like it."
Xiao Chen took it, held it in his hand, and played with it, then smiled and thanked Bai Wuchang.
No, don't."
Bai Chengkuan screamed in fear, struggling to alert his clan but unable to do so.
Slap! The white ghost slapped Bai Chengkuan's soul on the head. "You're dead, so behave yourself."
After speaking, he grabbed the ghost officer with his other hand and left. The secret room fell silent as Xiao Chen approached the woman whose fate was intertwined with Zhou Shiyu's.
Chapter 148, Stealing.
Xiao Chen activated his invisibility mode and stood outside the secret room, playing with the token in his hand.
Old Yan's move was truly ingenious.
The Bai family has committed countless atrocities over the years, armed with mystical arts and ancient martial arts, and raising a group of demons to serve them, committing countless acts of cruelty and injustice. Previously, they were protected by ghost officers from the underworld and backed by the accumulated karma from several lifetimes. The evil karma they had accumulated was suppressed by the Bai family using extreme measures. If the contract is broken and the energy is withdrawn, the accumulated evil karma will likely surge forth collectively, leaving the Bai family as fragile as the ashes of a burned incense stick. A mere breath could topple them. The most critical point is that, through this method, no matter what happens to the Bai family in the future, even if they are completely annihilated, it will have nothing to do with Xiao Chun. Whether it is investigated openly or analyzed by any expert, the former will only lead to more confusion. The latter, well, if someone dares to defy the underworld for the Bai family, let them go ahead. After all, Old Yen is just complaining about being tired, but in reality, he is bored out of his mind. Feeling his phone vibrate, Xiao Chen picked it up to see that it was a message from Zhou Irui, informing him that Zhou Shiyu's fate had been completely redirected back. Through the mist left in the secret room, Xiao Chen saw that the talisman he had placed on the woman's body before leaving had lost all its energy fluctuations, and even the inscriptions on it had vanished completely, leaving nothing but a piece of worthless paper.
The time has come.
The Bai family, face the catastrophic disaster you have brought upon yourselves. Slap! Without hesitation, Xiao Chen crushed the token in his hand. A character formed by light exploded in the air with a loud crack and vanished.
As the contract was broken, countless agonizing screams echoed throughout every corner of the city. No! What is this? Why is the energy within my body disappearing?
An elderly man, though past his prime, yet still appearing vigorous, roared with fear and anxiety. As soon as his words fell, his once vibrant spirit began to fade, his body suddenly hunched over, and a wave of weakness swept over him, causing his once strong voice to grow hoarse and weak. In an instant, he transformed into an elderly man who appeared to be over 80 years old. "No, someone, the old man shouted in panic. After finishing his scream, he began to pant heavily, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear and resentment. What was happening? What had occurred? He trembled as he reached for the phone, but as his hand touched the device, his body collapsed, and he ceased to breathe. Ugh! My body, my eyes. Ghost 5, why can't I see you? Why can't I see you? Did you go out? Ghost 5. Ghost 5? A middle-aged man felt a strong sense of unease the moment Bai Chengkuan hung up.
He was trying to figure out what had happened and was about to order the little ghost he had raised for over a decade to investigate. However, the moment the token shattered, besides the power instantly draining from his body, his eyes also felt a sharp pain. The little ghost that had been clearly visible in front of him suddenly became transparent. He shouted, "Hee, master, oh, no, you lowly human. The Ghost Lord has helped you accumulate quite a fortune over the years. Now it is time for the Ghost Lord to collect the interest." A wisp of yang energy drifted out from the middle of the middle-aged man's forehead. The man let out a piercing scream, but it was cut short as his body collapsed to the ground in an eerie position, his corpse shriveled and lifeless. "What's going on? No, don't. The time has come for me to avenge the torment you inflicted on me back then. What delicious yang energy. Ah, you dare to rebel? Shout." The wails of countless ghosts and the agonizing screams of the injured echoed throughout every corner of City B. The phones in the provincial office rang incessantly, one after another, all anonymous complaints about the Bai family's various illegal activities. The cases of infants disappearing without a trace in recent years, several murder cases, bodies mysteriously disappearing from the hospital morgue, including the recent string of homicide cases and smuggling activities, have all resurfaced, with irrefutable evidence pointing directly at the Bai family. This has left many law enforcement officials shocked and overwhelmed. Cases that were previously suppressed or unsolved have suddenly resurfaced, even drawing the attention of central authorities to the Bai family. Although they had also benefited from the Bai family, given the current situation, it seemed like the Bai family was in a position where everyone would abandon them once the wall fell. Although there had been no prior rumors, with the orders from above and the irrefutable evidence, everyone felt no need to hold back. One after another, police cars with their sirens blaring set off from various locations, rushing toward the Bai family. All the armed police in the city are fully armed and assembled, following orders to head toward the Bai family's several villas. In a villa far from City B, Bai Shulei and Bai Chengqian, the eldest son of the Bai family, who were in the midst of their cultivation, suddenly stiffened, their expressions changing as they struggled to comprehend what was happening. Assuming they had lost control during their practice, they hurriedly ceased their cultivation, but they could not stop the energy from flowing out of their bodies. More importantly, they felt that something that had been present in their minds had suddenly vanished. A chilling wind swept in, enveloping the two of them in a powerful sense of unease. Suddenly, an invisible energy fluctuation, emanating a demonic aura, appeared before the two, blocking the vengeful ghost that had come to claim their lives. Realizing that something was terribly wrong, the two struggled to their feet and staggered toward the secret chamber where their master was in seclusion. The chaos outside had nothing to do with Xiao Chen. At that moment, he was standing in a basement of the Bai family's main headquarters, grinning widely as he tracked the locations of the two ghosts. "This is the Bai family's true treasure trove. We've come all this way, we can't go back empty-handed. Anyway, the Bai family has already been dealt with, so breaking a little more of their fortune won't hurt. This basement is even more secluded, built beneath the villa." Without the ghost's location tracking and the dense fog he released to confuse those exploring above and below, it would be extremely difficult to find. Compared to this one, the other secret room we found earlier doesn't even come close. All the treasures accumulated by the Bai family over generations are here. Of course, as the foundation of the Bai family, the security measures are even more stringent. Various traps and protective arrays are in place, and anyone who accidentally touches any of them will die instantly. However, even the most robust security measures cannot stop Xiao Chen at this point. "Go!" Xiao Chen gave a light shout, and all the talisman papers stuck to the sealed box were torn off and burned immediately. He then took out a wolf hair brush and drew a wave of talismanic symbols in mid-air, which struck the box. The talismanic array originally drawn on the box was completely erased. He then swept his sleeves and cleared the entire secret room, stepping back and exiting. Stealing something, after all, requires leaving no traces behind. Little did he know that those talisman papers and runes had been imbued with some form of dark magic. By violently erasing them, he had no further concerns. As for the changes in the Bai family after the destruction of the token, we'll just have to wait for tomorrow's news. Xiao Chen was floating leisurely in the sky, intending to whistle to express his joy, but as a cloud of mist, he couldn't produce any sound. Instead, he kept changing into various stylish poses in the sky. Chapter 149, The Outsider Seed. The Zhou family, who had not slept all night, were waiting for Xiao Chen's return. On this day, the entire city was in upheaval, and the Zhou family was thrown into complete chaos. Their understanding of Xiao Chen was nothing but shock, pure, unadulterated shock. To single-handedly bring down the entire Bai family, just how terrifying is this man's power? Therefore, when Xiao Chen met the Zhou family again, he noticed that their eyes were filled with excitement, passion, and relief, but they also cautiously hid a trace of fear. The elders were still manageable, but Zhou Rui's adoring gaze made Xiao Chen's scalp tingle. However, this was too much blame to take on, and Xiao Chen didn't want to bear it. He chose another way to explain the Bai family's self-destruction. On this day, both humans and spirits were busy. The vengeful spirits the Bai family had been keeping were no longer restrained and began to roam freely, much to the delight of Xiaozuo and Xiaoyu.
They shook off their skeletal frames and joined the underworld officials in hunting down the vengeful spirits, with whoever captured them earning merit. Merit could be converted into ghostly energy for their cultivation, who would turn down more of that. Damn it, I found this first. You old fossil, stop right there. An official jumped up in anger, but Xiao's was snatched it and ran off. Instead of wasting time here, he should go find more. Up ahead, there was another merit being fought over by Yin officials. The flames in Xiao's was eyes flickered with excitement. With a swift movement, he teleported over and, without a word, delivered a single blow that left the battered ghost gasping for its life. Evil spirits are called merit by him, as a sign of respect for them. Just thinking about it makes the ghosts excited. Damn it, I've been fighting you for ages, you worthless skeleton. Who the hell are you, some ghost servant? How dare you be so shameless? I want to know too, damn it. You're so shameless, you took 2 of mine. Another underworld official who had been robbed came over with a dark expression and said, let's go complain to the second lord of the underworld. Just as they had drifted a short distance away, the 2 underworld officials who had teamed up to file a complaint were startled to see something ahead. They stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock, and stammered, are my eyes playing tricks on me? If your eyes aren't blind, then mine aren't either. How did another skeleton appear? Of course, that's not the point. The point is that someone actually snatched a vengeful spirit from Black Lord's hands. Black Lord didn't go up to dismantle that skeleton, and he even touched the dead skeleton's head? Let's go, get out of here. The underworld official looked gloomy. Damn it, I hate ghosts with connections. The Zhou family. The super powerful background behind the left and right ghosts, Xiao Chun, the Bai family is simply bringing about their own downfall. In fact, none of this matters anymore. What's most important is the mysterious figure behind the Bai family. Now that things have escalated to this point, that so-called high-ranking figure hasn't even shown his face. If there is no one here who can intimidate him, then he must be plotting another scheme. Everyone should be on guard from now on. Though he said this, Xiao Chen secretly suspected that the demon cultivator had likely sensed that the underworld had intervened, and was hesitating to act due to some apprehension. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen actually hoped that the so-called highly skilled individual was indeed a demon cultivator from another realm. If that were the case, such a being would dare not cause chaos in the mortal realm, as it would inevitably be destroyed by the barrier's power or banished back to its own world. The real concern was that the individual might be like him, a mortal cultivator from the mortal realm. However, Xiao Chen's guess was spot on. Xiao Chen was indeed correct in his guess. After listening to Bai Chengqian and Bai Shulei's account, the mysterious expert released a massive burst of energy to probe their surroundings, and his expression immediately changed. He had previously promised to come to the aid of the Bai family if they faced annihilation, but that promise was limited to protecting the Bai family. If he were asked to disrupt humanity for the sake of the Bai family, he had his own reservations. Engage in combat with the underworld? That would be courting trouble and drawing attention to oneself. Wouldn't he that alert the higher-ups of the underworld to the presence of an otherworldly being who shouldn't he exist in the mortal realm? He entered the mortal realm through extraordinary means, sustaining severe injuries, and hasn't fully recovered yet. Stepping forward now would be nothing short of suicide. After careful consideration, he decided to leave the place where he was currently in seclusion and take the children of the Bai family with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen finished handling some matters, went in to check on Zhou Shiyu, who had fainted from extreme weakness, and left a talisman for the Zhou family to burn and dissolve in water for her to drink once she woke up, to help restore her weakened constitution. Xiao Chen then departed and returned to his villa. The reason for his hasty departure was the system's summons. According to the system, it had detected usable items in the farm and pasture in his warehouse, but since they were blocked by other items, the system wasn't entirely sure and urged him to open them immediately. Xiao Chen was also surprised to learn that the system could get impatient. Xiao Chen thought that since it was identifying farm and ranch items, and he planned to chat with the nine-tailed fox, he first put the rocking chair from his house into the warehouse, then entered the farm in real-time mode. There were actually guests. Long time no see, Big Wang. Xiao Chen greeted the dog sitting at the edge of the field. According to the small farmer, this dog comes around every other day, and those who don't know better think it's Erlang Shen's dog guarding the house. Could this dead dog have taken a liking to the little farmer's family? Xiao Chen was startled by the thought that popped into his head, but when he saw the big dog staring at the strawberries in the field with green eyes, he immediately calmed down. Otherwise, I'd have to block them all. Wang, it's been a while. You've really stepped up your game. Seeing Xiao Tianquan wagging his tail happily as he approached, Xiao Chen worried that the dog hadn't changed his ways and would start sniffing around everywhere. He hurriedly took out the rocking chair he had stored in the warehouse, sat down, and started rocking back and forth. When the dog's head poked out, he paused for a moment before realizing it was begging for a pat. He quickly reached out and scratched the dog's head, fulfilling the big dog's little wish, then continued to take out the boxes and open them to check. It's passable. I'll play with it first and take a look at the other items. Xiao Chen took out the jade from the box and examined it. The quality was excellent, and since it had been stored in the Bai family's treasure vault, it must be quite valuable. However, the system didn't respond, so he put it back and opened another box. Xiaonong flew over. She had become close with De Wang in recent days and didn't bother with formalities, simply shooing the dog away. Big Wang, however, knew better. He gave Xiao Chen a nod and left. The system detected an alien seed in the mortal realm. Should it be planted? Xiao Chen stared at the black, oddly shaped object in his hand, listening to the system's prompt and was completely stunned. Is this a seed? Yes, master. The small farmer added. What kind of strange seeds? Unknown, we'll only know once they're harvested. The system's voice resumed its calm tone. Damn it, you've been nagging me all day like you're trying to kill me, and all you come up with is unknown? Chapter 150, New Features at the Farm. Why did the Bai family obtain an unknown seed? According to Xiao Chen's understanding, the divine tier farming and herding system is most commonly possessed by powerful beings from other realms. In the mortal realm, only he currently possesses it. How did the Bai family detect and confirm the value of this item? Why did the Bai family obtain an unknown seed? According to Xiao Chen's understanding, the divine tier farming and livestock system is the most widely possessed by powerful beings from other realms. Among mortals, only he currently possesses it. How did the Bai family detect and confirm the value of this item? And they even treat it like a treasure. The small farmer stepped forward to take a look and said, Master, you can inject a small amount of divine consciousness into it to take a look. This seed doesn't look like anything special on the outside, but it contains a vast amount of life energy. I imagine that whoever obtained it detected that life energy but didn't know what to do with it, so they kept it. Xiao Chen usually used the mist transformation technique to inspect things he couldn't see, but upon hearing Xiaonong's suggestion, he began to try releasing his divine sense. Xiao Chen usually used the mist transformation technique to inspect things he couldn't see with his eyes. Upon hearing the small farmer's suggestion, he began to try releasing his divine sense. He held his breath, focused his mind, and directed his spiritual energy toward the seed. Fortunately, the practice of drawing talismans had greatly enhanced his spiritual energy cultivation, so after a brief pause, his spiritual energy penetrated the seed's outer layer and entered its core. The seed appeared small in size, roughly the size of an adult man's fist, but the immense vitality emanating from the pale green solid mass inside left Xiao Chen speechless. He felt a surge of excitement rise from the depths of his soul, unable to resist the urge to touch and caress the object before him. Xiao Chen suppressed the restless urge within him and reluctantly withdrew. The young peasant girl clenched her tiny fists and held her breath beside him. When she saw her master open his eyes, she finally exhaled. How about it? The small farmer asked anxiously. Can you feel it? I can feel it. Xiao Chen's face turned pale with shock. Such a dense vitality energy. I almost couldn't resist swallowing that energy. Indeed, when he sensed that intense life force, his body emitted a strong urge to devour it. Fortunately, he had strong self-control. Seeing how serious the system looked, he knew this thing was important and quickly withdrew his divine sense. However, Xiao Chen was certain that if he had consumed that life force, it would have greatly benefited his mental power. Yet, driven by curiosity about what might grow from the seed, he managed to resist the temptation. Xiao Chen took the seed to the fields. Due to the constant fertilization over the past few days, the amount of fertilizer in the warehouse was decreasing rapidly. Therefore, Xiao Chen instructed the farmers to stop fertilizing continuously and instead apply fertilizer occasionally based on the situation. The farm, thanks to the diligent efforts of qualified assistants, has reached the late stage of level 18. With less than 3,000 experience points remaining, it will soon reach level 19, at which point another plot of land can be expanded. To plant this mysterious seed, Xiao Chen personally took the initiative to hasten the ripening of a strawberry plant and removed it, then tossed the black, odd-looking seed into the newly cleared plot of land. Swish! Swish! The experience bar surged by 5,000 experience points, propelling him to level 19 simultaneously. A lucky bag appeared out of nowhere, nearly blinding Xiao Chen. The system quickly followed up with several consecutive sounds. For the first time planting an alien seed, the system rewards 5,000 experience points. Trigger 1 mandatory side quest, successfully use the harvested exotic fruit in the world where the field owner is located. Upon success, you will receive any one item urgently needed by the field owner. Failure will result in the closure of your stall for 30 days. Congratulations! You have been visited by the god of luck. A lucky bag has been discovered in your field. Hurry and open it to see what treasures await. Wow! Level 19 already. I have no idea what's going on. Triggered the lucky event. Xiao Chen's emotions were like a roller coaster ride, filled with excitement. Before he could process what was happening, another notification sound rang out. Congratulations! You have successfully planted an exotic seed and obtained a farm invisibility card. Would you like to activate it? Invisible feature? Activate it first, then worry about the rest. Xiao Chen was momentarily dazed, but he knew this final reward was sure to be game-changing, so he hurriedly replied.
Activation successful. Congratulations to the farm owner for successfully activating the farm seed collection feature. Daily access is granted once, allowing you to collect seeds from mature crops in the fields once per session, with no restrictions on seed types. This feature can be upgraded through evolution. We hope the farm owner will continue to strive for excellence. Following the successful activation, all crops currently planted in the farm have undergone changes. On top of their original state, each crop now has a raised bump at its base. Xiaoqun crouched down to inspect it and touched it with his hand, prompting a notification: this crop has not yet matured, and the seeds have not formed. They cannot be collected. After reading the detailed description, Xiaoqun exclaimed with joy, "Can I choose any one of the crops I've planted to collect seeds?" "Yes, farm owner." The small farmer was also delighted and said, "Although this feature is at the lowest level, if we encounter high-grade crops, we can collect seeds of higher-grade crops during harvest, which will make things much more convenient in the future." "That'll save money." Xiaoqun let out a startled cry, making the small farmer jump in surprise. "Alright, that's not a bad way of looking at it." Xiaoqun circled around the cold star and frost of the Supreme Old Lord several times, revealing a sly smile. With this ability, once the cold star and frost matured, he could obtain the seeds of this crop and grow another one. These were rare, unrestricted seeds, something the Old Lord had waited countless years and triggered countless lucky events to obtain. Their value was beyond imagination. What a pleasant surprise! This feature is indeed quite useful. In the farm, after consuming the fruits of any harvested crops, the seeds left behind, such as watermelon seeds, are not recognized by the farmland. They cannot be directly reused for planting and will disappear on their own. Instead, they must be purchased from the store or a vendor. The mysterious seed he unexpectedly obtained has activated this incredible feature, and he can't thank the Bai family enough. Xiaoqun glanced at his experience bar level 19, currently with over 2,000 experience points, which had skyrocketed earlier. However, to reach level 20 and trigger the main quest, he still needed over 30,000 more experience points, and the higher the level, the harder it would be to level up. He spent 150,000 gold coins to successfully unlock the 8th plot of land. At this level, he could now purchase pineapple seeds. Xiaoqun entered the store, bought a pineapple seed, planted it, and then retrieved the lucky bag he had obtained earlier, issuing the command to open it. Opening successful. Congratulations on obtaining an intermediate fruit and vegetable basket. Chapter 151, If you want to make money, you have to sell. What is this? Xiaoqun looked down in surprise at the ground, where a basket had appeared alongside the watering can, insecticide, herbicide, and shovel, and asked. The small farmer looked excited and said, "It's a magical basket, master." The farmer picked up the basket, went into the warehouse, and carefully selected 6 different items: carrots, white radishes, apples, strawberries, pineapples, and a large watermelon, and arranged them inside. The basket could hold 20 more items than a regular stall, and larger items like the watermelon automatically shrunk in size when placed inside, returning to their original size when removed. Once the basket was full, a transparent film covered the fruits inside, forming the fruit basket. The vendor can estimate the price based on the type and quantity of fruits in the basket and then proceed to sell them. After this adjustment, although the fruits are still the same, they now look much more upscale and sophisticated. It's indeed a magical basket. Xiaoqun couldn't help but laugh. Everything needs packaging, doesn't it? Adding a basket makes it look so much more upscale. The most crucial issue is that this basket is like a water bottle or weed killer. It can be used infinitely. After customers purchase it, they simply remove the contents, and the basket automatically disappears. It's self-regulating, eco-friendly, and doesn't waste any resources. At the small stall, a container of strawberries had just sold out. Xiaoqun placed the fruit basket on the stall, and a price range popped up, allowing Xiaoqun to choose between 10,000 gold coins and 120,000 gold coins. As long as you're not mentally impaired, you'd obviously choose the highest price to list. The small farmer chimed in at the right moment. Baskets cost money too. Xiaoqun looked utterly serious and indignant. This is so unfair. But I like it. Ha ha. The total amount of gold coins on the farm, after being converted into RMB during that exchange, had reached over 60 billion after the recent surge in sales. The sheer number of gold coins made Xiaoqun's blood boil, but when he looked at what the other immortals were selling and converted the gold coins into divine currency, the total amount was only around 30,000 divine vouchers. According to the price of a single peach from the Queen Mother, which was 2.3 million divine currency, he could barely afford a fraction of one. Therefore, Xiaoqun is now a wealthy mortal in the mortal realm but a penniless immortal in the divine realm. He's not as good as some, but better than others. Keep striving. The other display cases on the small stall also sold out one after another. With a wave of positive reviews, the stall leveled up right before Xiaoqun's eyes, unlocking another display case. This was his primary source of income. Although he winced at the sight of the 360,000 gold coins required to unlock the current display case, he quickly unlocked the 6th display case on the stall. Damn it, making money. Opening a cargo container is more expensive than buying a plot of land at this stage.
Xiao Chen clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and, unusually enthusiastic, started advertising in the chat. Some of the system's flaws have also become apparent. Not only does it lack a group chat feature, but it doesn't even have the basic functionality to create a group. Xiao Chen looked at it and suddenly thought of something. He started scheming in his mind, considering bringing this up with the system later to see if he could trade this brilliant idea for something useful. While handling the messages sent by several fellow immortals, he casually added a reply: "The small stall has newly launched exquisite fruit baskets, rich in variety, delicious in taste, and best of all, affordably priced. Don't forget to drop by and check them out." Niu Wang, damn it, I can never catch you when I try to chat, but you pop up when you're selling stuff. Xiao Chen, if you want to buy, go ahead. If not, forget it. Niu Wang, buy it. Nine-tailed fox, rare indeed. Master Xiao actually took the time to reply. What fruit basket? Let me take a look. Also, have you seen the items? Can we discuss the chicken issue now? Xiao Chen bit into an apple and replied, not yet, I'm still finishing the ad. Lousy, Xiao brother finally has some time. I heard you did well this time. Let's chat sometime. I'll go check out your fruit basket first. Xiao Chen took the apple out of his mouth and shouted at the young farmer, get the goods ready. Hurry up, the customer is here. Messages were sent out one after another. Some were for immediate delivery, while others were for appointments the next day since today's purchase limit had been reached. Just as he was busy, he suddenly received a reply from Lei Gong, Xiao Field Master, your business is thriving. It's even made it to the Heavenly Court's small newspaper. Keep up the good work and aim for the front page of the Heavenly Court. Xiao Chen, what? Lei Gong, what? Xiao Chen, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Alright, let's not talk about that. What's this Heavenly Court newsletter? What's it for? Can you eat it? Lei Gong, your focus is a bit off, brother. At our current position, it's not very useful, but if you can make it to the front page of the Heavenly Court, you'll gain attention from all sectors, which will greatly help expand your small business. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen agreed wholeheartedly. It's like an advertising spot, the more prominent the location, the more attention it gets, and the greater the influence. The path forward will naturally unfold from there. The system was beeping again, prompting Xiao Chen to continue opening boxes. Xiao Chen now had many friends, and he was so busy replying to ads that his hands were sore. He took the time to chat with those who responded, and after over an hour of hustle and bustle, he finally had a moment to attend to the system. One by one, he opened the boxes, large and small. Inside were ancient jade artifacts, ceramics from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, headpieces once worn by empresses or concubines from unknown dynasties, ancient calligraphy and paintings, various jewels, coral, crystal, agate, ancient books, and an old-looking compass. As he neared the end of opening the boxes, the system finally showed some activity. Chapter 152, Arena Master, come hatch an egg. The system has detected an immortal bird egg. Shall we proceed? Bird egg? Xiao Chen stared blankly at the box that had been opened from the box. It was a completely sealed box with no visible switches on the outside. When he probed it with his divine sense, it seemed as though there was some kind of restriction inside, preventing his divine sense from penetrating further. Missed? It's also blocked. However, Xiao Chen picked it up, held it to his ear, and shook it vigorously. He could hear faint tapping sounds coming from inside, proving that it was hollow and contained something. Open it. Just open it and you'll see. Accompanied by a beam of light that seemed auspicious, a tree about the length of a palm appeared before Xiao Chen. The tree was somewhat withered and looked desolate. On the largest branch, there was a bird's nest containing an egg. A phoenix? Isn't that a phoenix? Xiao Chen stared at the pair of tree eggs in front of him, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Damn it, if there are any surviving descendants of the Bai family still alive in this world, and if they were to discover that such a treasure exists in their family vault, would they not die from shock? Indeed, the eldest son of the Bai family, under the protection of that powerful demon cultivator, sneaked into the secret chamber intending to take away the accumulated treasures of several generations. But when he saw the empty chamber before him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward, his body stiff as a board. The entire Bai family, numbering dozens of people, along with the hundreds of subordinates they had spent a fortune to cultivate, were all killed in a highly unusual manner within just half a day, leaving no useful clues behind. How devastating is that? Before they could recover from such a devastating blow, the vast wealth accumulated by the Bai family over generations has vanished without a trace, leaving not even a trace behind. You must understand that every single item in this secret chamber is priceless. A double blow so devastating that one would feel ashamed not to spit blood. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was still basking in the immense surprise of summoning the Phoenix of Immortality. He heard the system say, since the sacred bird was obtained by the field master themselves, this triggers an unrestricted quest. Quest content, hatch the egg. Upon successful completion, you will receive a recipe for a rapid growth can for the farm. If you fail, as long as the field master is willing, this quest will not fail, so there will be no punishment. Do you accept? Accept.
It's a surefire way to make a profit, little cutie. No way would I refuse. Xiaochen smiled broadly and casually asked, who's going to hatch the eggs? Acceptance successful. If the farm owner takes no action within 3 days, the farm will be infected with a plague. We hope the farm owner will begin hatching the eggs immediately.
The system was patient and continued. The farm owner must hatch the eggs personally, place them in the farm, and begin hatching. We look forward to you becoming a bird dad soon. The system finished speaking, ignored Xiaochen, who was left in a daze, and disappeared completely.
Incubate eggs? Bird dad?
Xiaochen pointed at himself, unsure, and turned to the small farmer, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning.
For heaven's sake, do I have to sing songs to it every day, recite nursery rhymes for prenatal education, or what? Xiaonon laughed. The farm owner is personally incubating the eggs, so the little phoenixes that hatch will be his own.
The farm owner should hurry to the pasture and start incubating the eggs. Enima had always thought the system was a rip-off, but today he realized it had taught him to have no shame. Xiaochen stood there dumbfounded for a moment before hugging the wither tree and making his way to the pasture, taking one step forward and one step back. After all, while receiving a surprise, he also experienced a huge shock.
What happened to no punishment? Why am I being hit with a plague just because I didn't start working immediately? Damn it, this is just a setup.
He tossed the withered tree into the pasture, and instantly, a glow of light shone forth. The once palm-sized tree suddenly grew to dozens of feet tall, and the bird's nest on top of it expanded several times in size. A huge egg spun around and settled securely in the nest.
A phoenix.
The legendary auspicious bird. Xiaochen imagined the scene of carrying a phoenix chick, looking incredibly stylish, then gritted his teeth and decided to temporarily set aside his pride.
He leaped forward and resignedly lay down on the egg. Sun Wukong received Xiaochen's message but didn't see it at the time.
By the time he finished his tasks and replied, Xiaochen was already gone. The monkey, feeling bored, decided to head straight to the farm to look for Xiaochen.
Hey, little girl, where's your farm owner?
The monkey crouched in front of the strange seed, looking left and right.
The seed's information displayed a row of question marks, and he wondered, what on earth is this thing? I don't know yet, great sage. Our farm manager went to the pasture. Do you want to wait here?
The young farmer smiled. The alien seeds are quite capricious.
Currently, there is no information available, and they are arrogantly displaying a string of symbols above their heads? Well, I'll go to the pasture to find it.
The monkey waved goodbye and headed to the pasture.
At first glance, no one was there.
Just as I called out, I heard a familiar voice above me, "Monkey brother, come up and play." The monkey looked up and froze.
Hey, buddy, have you been eating something moldy lately? Why are you playing with that egg and lying on top of it? Xiaochen blinked. How could I?
My brother was lucky enough to find this poor orphan child.
I have to hatch it for him.
The monkey froze for a moment, then leaped into the air, curling its tail around a tree trunk and laughing so hard it was shaking all over.
Hey, ha, ha.
The monkey pounded the tree and laughed loudly. Xiaochen shouted from the side, be careful, be careful. If you scare my little bird, I'll never forgive you.
Haha, you've laughed me to death, old son. Ha ha. Still laughing.
Xiaochen's face turned dark, and he wanted to cut ties with the monkey.
Chapter 153, Being a Bird Dad Isn't Easy.
After laughing his fill, the monkey finally dragged Xiaochen off the egg and informed him that incubating such eggs required communicating with them using one's divine consciousness and then nurturing them with spiritual energy. Communicating with the egg involved transmitting one's friendly intentions to it so as not to scare it, while nurturing it with spiritual energy helped replenish its energy, akin to feeding it, not the method he had been using.
Xiaochen's face flushed red.
He struggled to roll off the massive egg and sat cross-legged on another branch. He attempted to communicate using his divine consciousness and spiritual energy. Once the arrogant egg accepted his goodwill, he quickly offered it a delicious meal to nurture the enormous bird egg. The so-called communication was nothing more than a special way of showing affection, not an actual conversation with the living being inside. When he successfully entered the lower layers by controlling his consciousness and spiritual energy, he could clearly sense that the egg was very weak, and a feeling of loneliness and abandonment was transmitted to Xiaochen's heart. Once his consciousness was accepted by the egg, it moved slightly, coming closer to him, and transmitted a sense of intimacy. However, Xiaochen only nurtured it for a moment before feeling a strong sense of fatigue within his body. He did not dare to be careless and withdrew his consciousness and spiritual energy. The egg rolled forward a bit, then stopped moving after no longer sensing Xiaochen's consciousness. For some reason, Xiaochen could feel a sense of loss emanating from within the egg. The intense fatigue, coupled with overwhelming hunger, caused Xiaochen to feel dizzy. He consumed half a pill of Tianqing Dan, closed his eyes, and meditated for a moment before releasing his divine sense and spiritual energy once more to nurture the pitiful egg. The monkey speculated beside him, explaining that this ancient divine bird must have encountered some kind of calamity, using its own energy to refine countless Polonia trees, carefully sealing and protecting itself within them. It was unclear whether it was because the energy it had stored was insufficient or if it had sealed itself too tightly during the initial process, preventing it from completing its incubation and achieving rebirth through phoenix-like rebirth.
Xiao Chen nodded in agreement.
Otherwise, such a formidable creature wouldn't have been captured by the Bai family, treated as an unknown yet prestigious treasure, and raised with such care. Now, it's a fortunate turn of events for him. During this time, Xiao Chen continuously incubated the egg. When he grew exhausted, he would replenish his energy and rest for a moment. Once his spirit was restored, he would continue nurturing it. After repeating this process several times, he clearly sensed that the egg seemed full. The spiritual energy he sent out was no longer being absorbed, and his divine sense detected that the egg appeared to have fallen asleep. Only then did Xiao Chen cease his work for the day.
What an appetite! Xiao Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead.
He had originally thought that incubating eggs simply involved lying on top of them whenever he had nothing else to do, and eventually the eggs would crack open, revealing a little phoenix hatching from within. It turns out to be hard physical labor, even more tiring than fighting monsters, and to top it off, it's expensive.
But it doesn't cost money?
This time, just replenishing energy alone consumed 2 entire Tianqing Dan. If you calculate it carefully, it won't be long before you've spent all your savings. Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly feeling like he'd taken on the responsibility of raising a child. From now on, he had to take care of this child's every need: feeding, clothing, and shelter, and make plans for the child's future. A real child would require considerations like schooling, employment, buying a house, and finding a spouse. But the child he was raising needed him to figure out how to obtain more Tianqing Dan from Lao Jun. He certainly doesn't think Tianqing Dan is as common as candy beans, something you can give a child a few packets of a day without batting an eyelid. Chances are, he couldn't afford even a single pill of Tianqing Dan with all his current assets. After Sun Wukong finished his speech, he didn't bother Xiao Chen anymore and quietly left. Xiao Chen finished incubating the eggs, returned to the farm, and went straight to Tai Shan Lao Jun's small stall. The heart-nourishing pill costs 800,000 divine currency per bottle, containing 6 pills. Yuling Dan, 1,080,000 divine currency per bottle, containing 3 pills. Life Pulse pill, 960,000 divine currency per bottle, containing 6 pills. Tianqing Dan, 1.28 million divine currency per bottle, containing 6 pills. So that means, at that gathering, the monkey casually dug a hole and ended up uncovering a super expensive material that even Xiao Chen couldn't even begin to fathom. Xiao Chen had taken 1 box at the time, which contained 12 pieces. Now, including what he had eaten himself and what had just been consumed, he opened his warehouse to check and found that there were only 7 Tianqing Dan left. For an egg, 4 days' worth of food wouldn't be enough. Oh, and there were also quite a few pills, rare treasures, and medicinal herbs among the junk we collected from Xiaohu earlier. Apart from that, he currently has very few treasures as powerful as the Tianqing pill, which contains such dense divine energy and spiritual power. Besides the Tianqing pill, there are the peaches of immortality, but Chang'e only gave him 20 of them, and he's already eaten most of them, leaving only a few remaining. The fruits from his farm and the poultry from his pasture can barely sustain his cultivation level.
A phoenix? Ha ha. The small farmer noticed his farm owner, looking utterly dejected, constantly pulling things out of the warehouse. The empty ground was covered with a pile of items. He would count one type of pill, then rummage through another, then lift his despairing face, stare at the number of gold coins in the farm, point with his finger, and mutter over and over, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. The way he was going, it seemed like he wouldn't stop until he added another 100 billion after 10 billion. The small farmer hurried over to comfort his master's shattered heart and said, "Master, there's no need to worry too much. The unborn little phoenixes require more energy in the early stages, but once they reach the later stages of incubation, they will occasionally fall into a deep sleep and won't need to be incubated every day." Xiao Chen looked blankly ahead, as he had calculated that, based on today's food intake, it would barely be enough to feed the little phoenix for 2 months. An ancient divine bird, if someone claimed it only took 2 short months to grow to this size, he wouldn't believe it. And that doesn't even account for whether its appetite will increase in a few days. If it does, 2 months might not even be enough. Even if the little phoenix falls into a deep sleep after 2 months, it would still have already drained him of all his resources. Once that brat is born, I hope it gives me a surprise. Otherwise, I'll roast it and eat phoenix meat. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and said. Though he spoke these words, after putting the items away in the warehouse, he hurried off to the pasture, gently patting the egg as if soothing a child. Seeing that it was sleeping soundly, he finally relaxed and carefully jumped down from the Polonia tree. He glanced at the poultry in the pasture, then checked the milk supply in the warehouse, which numbered over 60 barrels. He processed 3 mini cans in the workshop and fed the chickens afterward. Though it was only a short hour, it wasn't too bad. At the ranch, we need to speed up production as much as possible. After all, we still owe the nine-tailed fox a huge debt. Make money, make money.
Xiaochen clenched his fists and let out a loud shout, startling the chickens, cows, and sheep, who shivered and bleated in a chaotic mess, huddling together in fear as they looked at their master. They didn't understand if they had done something wrong or if they had accidentally touched this human's nerves, causing him to stand there acting crazy for everyone to see. Chapter 154, Helping My Own Skeleton Steal a Ghost. No matter how Xiaochen calculated it, he felt like he had been screwed over by the system. Damn it, there's no such thing as a surefire way to make a fortune in this world. Xiaochen was at a loss for words. After returning to the farm, he stood in front of the small stall, staring at the display case. Unfortunately, the stall didn't have a loudspeaker, otherwise this kid would have been shouting and hawking his wares all day long. The unusual seeds have yet to reveal what kind of fruit they will bear, and Xiaochen cannot begin planning their sale in the mortal realm just yet. He can only stare at the small stall for a while, then flip through the buyers' reviews. He notices that while many buyers with strange-looking purchases have generously left positive reviews, none of them have taken the initiative to add him as a friend. Xiaochen found their chat IDs and added them one by one. After all, once they're friends, if they want to buy something, they can go straight to his stall for an instant purchase. Without being friends, they can only refresh the page daily. If they see something they like, they buy it. If not, they just skip a few days of snacking. Cravings aren't like practicing something they can be interrupted at any time. But it affects buying and selling. In the past, he didn't think much of it, but now that he's raising eggs, he suddenly feels the pressure mounting, and making money has become his top priority. By adding him as a friend, he could now hassle him individually to sell other varieties of fruit in the future, just like he had done before by going door to door. Sure enough, he managed to catch a few people who hadn't come to buy anything today, and they ended up taking several baskets of fruit home, earning him another profit. If you don't promote it, that money is gone. Even a single gold coin is precious. Isn't a family fortune built up one gold coin at a time? But there's no point in rushing. He's more eager to receive a few more good tasks or trigger a major stroke of luck before the grain storage is cleared, so he can achieve a permanent solution in one go. Well, daydreams are nice, but they're just bubbles. They don't need others to burst them. He'll burst them himself. After submitting the application, Xiaochen rummaged through the warehouse and pulled out the alchemy tools that the nine-tailed fox had found for him. It's not about knowing too much, it's about knowing too little. Whether it's refining weapons, drawing talismans, or even crafting clothing-related equipment and feng shui artifacts, each has its own unique principles. The process of refining them also allows one to gain a deeper understanding of the skills that need to be mastered. Take drawing talismans as an example. Simply drawing them requires a high level of mental focus to complete. If one infuses them with spiritual energy, one must repeatedly refine their control over the spiritual energy. Moreover, there are many types of symbols, and each type has different requirements for the infusion of spiritual energy. Therefore, during the process of drawing symbols, one is simultaneously cultivating their mental strength and refining their control over spiritual energy. Every breath he takes is a form of cultivation. He needs this multifaceted cultivation method to solidify his current realm, the foundation establishment stage. It was like incubating an egg. To a large extent, he had become a conductor, channeling the energy of the Tianqing Dan into the egg and then back into his own body. Though each cycle left him exhausted, he could feel his cultivation changing, becoming more solid and refined. Incubating an egg, isn't that also a form of cultivation? Xiaochen held the tripod brought by the nine-tailed fox and examined it carefully. Named the divine gold melting tripod, he glanced at its attributes. Besides being able to forge magical artifacts and equipment, it could also refine some low-grade pills. It can only refine low-grade elixirs? Xiaochen thought about it and realized that this was likely just an additional feature of the divine gold melting cauldron. However, if he were to master the alchemy skill, he could use this cauldron as a practice tool. However, this also indicated that the divine gold melting cauldron wasn't an absolutely top-tier item, otherwise, it wouldn't have been given to him in exchange for just 500 chickens. But 500 chickens. That's a huge debt. Let's just consider this practice. Once we find better alchemy cauldrons in the future, we can replace the current ones. Next, I need to find a piece of land. Besides planning to grow crops on a large scale, I also need to build a separate forge room. He didn't think he could guarantee that the extraordinary raw materials and alchemy symbols wouldn't explode during his first attempt at forging. If he ended up blowing up the villa, he wouldn't even care about the impact, he'd be heartbroken. The new house? He'd only been living there for a few days. After finishing all this, Xiaochen felt mentally exhausted. Just earlier, he had spent several hours in the Yunyan Hall trying to comprehend the 10,000 array diagram and the ancient symbols manual, followed by practicing drawing symbols for another dozen hours. Then he had to tidy up the Bai family's place and was tricked by the system into hatching an egg. As a result, he was utterly exhausted. All he wanted now was to get a good night's sleep and recharge his energy. After exchanging greetings with the farmer, Xiaochen yawned as he left the farm. Out of habit, he checked his phone and found several missed calls and WeChat messages, all from Joey Rue. Worried that something might have happened with Joshiyu, Xiaochen quickly opened the messages to check. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This guy actually wanted to learn how to draw symbols from him. Xiaochen shook his head with a smile, went to freshen up, lay down on the bed, and prepared to catch up on some sleep. Feeling that his cultivation had improved, Xiaochen tried to condense a mist and send it out to test the distance. Previously, when he released it, the distance had already exceeded 3,000 meters. After the battle with Bai Chenkuan and several consecutive egg incubation cultivation sessions, the mist now expanded outward by nearly 2,000 meters, breaking through the 5,000 meter mark overall. On a large scale, it has also reached 1,000 square meters. Xiao Chen was delighted. He condensed a cloud of mist and excitedly circled the perimeter of the Iran Huayuan garden. Just as he was about to recall it, he noticed that the older, more cautious individuals on the outskirts of the garden were trembling in fear, as if they had been startled by something, all gazing in the same direction. The mist followed their gaze and saw a fierce ghost fleeing in panic, with a Grim Reaper chasing after it. The attacks the Grim Reaper launched were all deflected by the fierce ghost. Seeing this, the Grim Reaper could only continue chasing while muttering curses under his breath, his expression filled with anger. The ghost must have been quite powerful in its cultivation, as it had managed to render the underworld official helpless for a short time, forcing him to chase it around the city. Xiao Chen was about to step in to help, but he couldn't help but laugh. He saw his ghost servant following closely behind the underworld official, looking quite excited. Xiao Chen acted swiftly, activating the circular ring on his wrist. A denser mist merged and enveloped the fierce ghost, wrapping it up and flinging it past the underworld official with a loud slap, landing it in front of his own skeleton frame. It was Xiaoyu. He was startled for a moment, then overjoyed. He quickly performed a hand seal, unleashing a wave of emerald green barriers to trap the malevolent spirit in the center. He then kicked and punched it relentlessly. By the time the underworld official arrived, the malevolent spirit had already died in Xiaoyu's hands. The mist in the air saw the underworld official jumping up and down in anger, then growled something at Xiaoyu before storming off, still fuming. After the underworld official departed, the crowd of timid souls cautiously approached Xiaoyu to greet him, seemingly grateful that he had intervened to eliminate the malevolent spirit. They feared that without his intervention, they would have been devoured by the malevolent spirit and their souls would have been obliterated. Xiaoyu, the young master, was arrogant and coldly nodded at them before plunging the soul-binding flute into his ribs and continuing his search with a series of clicks. It looks like I'll be busy for a while. Xiao Chen withdrew the mist, yawned widely, rolled over, and went to play chess with Zhou Gong. Chapter 155, Understanding Ghostly Affairs. Xiao Chen hadn't expected that he would sleep for over 10 hours straight. He got out of bed, stretched, and felt every bone in his body crack and pop, a sensation that was indescribably pleasant. The two ghosts hadn't returned yet. Xiao Chen condensed a cloud of mist around him and looked around. He didn't see any shadows of underworld officials, and the ghosts lingering around the serene garden seemed relaxed and carefree. It seemed that the nearby malevolent spirits had all been cleared out. He performed a hand seal to summon a water dragon, which washed his body and clothes. He then activated the fire energy within the mist dissipation technique to dry himself off, leaving him looking refreshed and invigorated. The gathering water technique was far more effective than the water flowing from the pipes at home. No soap or shower gel was needed, yet the cleaning power was remarkable. As a result, after mastering the gathering water technique, he used the shower at home much less frequently. Xiao Chen thought it over and decided to first raise a few chickens to send to the nine-tailed fox to settle the debt, then go hatch the eggs. 500 chickens didn't need to be paid for all at once. The nine-tailed fox also preferred to receive a few every now and then to satisfy its cravings. He found a few recipes for roasted chicken online, jotted down the ingredients he needed, and strolled over to the nearby market. On his way back home with a black plastic bag full of ingredients, he was startled by a cat that suddenly darted out from the dense holly bushes beside him. It was a cat with pure black fur, not very old, skinny, probably only 3 or 4 months old, but it had a temper. Damn it, humans these days are so inconsiderate. They don't throw away leftovers sooner, they have to wait until they've gone bad before cleaning them up. Are they trying to feed the stray cats? Ugh, this is going to kill me. The little black cat meowed in complaint as it walked out, glancing at Xiao Chen. It seems to be a stray cat that accidentally ate some moldy food. Xiao Chen watched the dirty little black cat, paused for a moment, stood there with a pained expression, then returned to the green belt. You ate something bad. Xiao Chen peered through a row of holly bushes, amused by the sight of the kitten digging in the dirt to bury its waste, and asked. Meow, mind your own business. Forget it, I was actually going to buy you some medicine, but never mind. Xiao Chen's face darkened, and he turned and walked away. Meow? Meow. Hey! That's not right. The little black cat was feeling weak, but it forced itself to endure the discomfort and emerged from the holly bush, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Can you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Chen knelt down, looking at the weak little black cat trembling slightly, its eyes still sharp and clear, and its expression showing a forced strength. He reached out and scratched its chin, smiling, Of course I can. Did you eat something bad? Do you need me to take you to see a doctor? All right.
The little creature nodded, then, with a look that seemed to say it wouldn't let him off the hook, it waved its paw generously and declared to Xiao Chun, "You saved my life this time. From now on, I'll share half of the mice in this area with you." Gently tapping the little guy on the head, Xiao Chun reached out with a large hand, grabbed the little guy, and said, "No way, you should keep them all for yourself to enjoy slowly. I have a light palate, I'm not that into it." He released a puff of mist to survey the area and noticed a pet hospital nearby. Xiao Chun changed his course on the spot, cradling the black kitten in his arms as he made his way toward the pet hospital. A few ghosts were crouched by the roadside. Upon seeing Xiao Chun approach and glance their way, their expressions clearly showed they had noticed them. The ghosts nudged each other, then approached hesitantly to greet him. "Sir." Xiao Chun was taken aback. One of them whispered, "Word has spread throughout this area that 2 ghostly immortals are serving under you." He spoke with a hint of fear, glancing at the small black cat in Xiao Chun's hand. This market was near the Iran Garden, and the entire neighborhood was surrounded by such honest souls. It seemed that they had seen him leading the 2 ghosts in and out, and the news had spread from one to another, making Xiao Chun a prominent figure among the ghosts in this area. Xiao Chun nodded. He had nothing else to say. Seeing their nervous expressions, he assumed they were afraid his ghost servants would cause trouble for them. He placed the bag on the ground, took out his phone, and pretended to make a call. He told them, "Do your jobs properly. As long as you don't harm others, my ghostly master won't come looking for trouble with you. As a responsible master, one must always give one's own ghost servants some face." In front of these stray ghosts, he maintained a superior attitude toward left and right, referring to them as ghost immortals. Perhaps they hadn't expected Xiao Chun to respond to them, and with such a friendly attitude, the ghosts looked a bit excited, waving their hands and nodding frantically, all talking at once. No, we still want to wait for the right opportunity to reincarnate. We dare not do anything bad. Thank you, sir, for your kindness." Though these ghosts came forward to greet him, none dared to approach within a meter of Xiao Chun, and some of them occasionally glanced at the little black cat. Xiao Chun wasn't sure what to call the ghosts either. The term sir felt a bit awkward, so he just smiled and said, "That's good. By the way, why do you all like to gather around here?" Xiao Chun had noticed recently that there were an unusually large number of ghosts near the pleasant garden, and they always huddled together, preventing other ghosts from approaching. Xiao Chun had witnessed several instances of ghosts fighting in groups while coming and going, but he was curious yet didn't he feel it was something he absolutely had to know, so he hadn't bothered to ask. "The feng shui here is excellent, it's very comfortable to stay here," a ghost replied honestly. "So that's how it is." Chapter 156, "You have to take responsibility for me." Another ghost also rushed to answer. Being able to speak to the leader of the ghost immortals was enough for him to boast about his status in this territory for a while, so he quickly said, "Good feng shui means good energy. Staying in a place with good feng shui helps us purify our minds. Over time, we might even absorb some good luck, and who knows, we might even get the opportunity to reincarnate and escape the cycle of rebirth sooner." "That makes sense." Xiao Chun nodded. The protective array of Iran Huayuan indeed gathered good feng shui while also blocking out impure entities. Even these docile ghosts, according to the rules of the mortal world, were indeed considered impure entities. They couldn't enter the array, but they could absorb the good energy it emitted from the nearest distance. As for that Fang Shengguo from last time, he can only use a Yin talisman to bring his own little spirits inside. This is also a drawback of the Iran Garden Grand Array. It only has an outer layer of protection. Once that layer is breached and one enters the inner area, the feng shui array lacks the ability to clear it. After all, it's just a feng shui array designed to attract wealth, not specifically to target these ghosts. Why not prevent ghosts from other areas from approaching? Those ghosts are too dirty, a ghost said with a look of disgust on its face. Plus, we don't know where they picked up that blood energy. If too many of them gather, it'll disrupt the feng shui array and contaminate the energy here. This is really complicated. Xiao Chun found it amusing. It seems like every type has its own considerations. No wonder these ghosts stick together, it's a way of maintaining the feng shui array. It also proves a point, just as people have their own aspirations, so do ghosts. These ghosts have no evil intentions, they only wish to be reincarnated as soon as possible and refuse to be disturbed by other factors. On the other hand, those ghosts tainted by blood have various evil thoughts in their hearts. Otherwise, why would they linger in unclean places for so long, allowing their ghostly energy to be tainted by impurities? Only ghosts that have been in prolonged contact with blood energy are susceptible to its influence. Those who merely pass through or stay briefly in such environments are generally unaffected. It's better this way. Keep your pure heart, and you will surely obtain the qualification to be reincarnated soon. Yes, thank you for your wise words, sir. The ghosts were so excited they were even moved to tears. This left Xiao Chun feeling utterly baffled. Is there anything we can do to assist you, sir? If there is, we are at your disposal. A ghost standing at the back asked cautiously. Xiao Chun, afraid of scaring the ghost, spoke softly, not at the moment. If we need anything, we'll come find you.
After saying that, he looked around to make sure no one had noticed his unusual behavior. Feeling relieved, he bid farewell to the ghosts, tucked his phone away, picked up his bag, and carried the black cat toward the pet hospital. He truly didn't intend to involve these ghosts too much in the mundane world. After all, their spiritual cultivation was too shallow, and even the slightest unfavorable factors could affect their fate. If it was minor, it might delay their reincarnation. If it was severe, they might even contract bad karma, leading to the loss of their reincarnation eligibility. There was an even more severe consequence: the complete dissolution of their souls. On the road, the little black cat in his hand spoke up. You can actually see them? And communicate with them? According to the little black cat's understanding over the past few days, many people cannot see these things, let alone communicate with them. Of course I can. I can even communicate with you. What else is so strange? Xiao Chen laughed. The little black cat had been born only recently, and its knowledge was still limited. It felt something was off, but its little brain couldn't process it all at once. So it just rolled its big, clever eyes around and stayed silent. But it didn't stay silent for long. With a smug expression, it declared, "I've got them all under control." Xiao Chen was stunned, then began to understand. Black cats could ward off evil spirits. It was in their nature to suppress unclean things, just as they instinctively hunted mice. However, it seemed that the more malevolent the ghost, the more suppression it received. These docile ghosts might fear the black cat, but that didn't necessarily mean they would be harmed by the aura it emitted. Nevertheless, the little creature's smug expression was rather amusing, so Xiao Chen chose not to expose it, lest he hurt its pride. Soon enough, the smugness faded away. At the pet hospital, they gave the little black cat a thorough checkup, gave it a shot, and fed it some medicine. The once confident little creature showed a moment of fear when it saw the needle. Xiao Chen was worried that the kitten might misbehave during the injection and medication, so he had already intimidated it beforehand. As a result, even though the kitten was scared, it stubbornly cooperated, not causing any trouble during the injection or medication. Its defiant expression also seemed to be a refusal to let Xiao Chen look down on it. The person giving the black kitten the injection was an intern at the pet hospital. Seeing this, he praised, "What a good little guy. So obedient." He then smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Cats this obedient are rare. Obey my ass. You just stuck me with 2 needles. I really want to scratch your face." The little black cat meowed at the intern, but in the intern's eyes, it was just being cute. The intern exclaimed in surprise, "It's so understanding. It seems like it can understand what I'm saying." Saying this, the intern smiled and reached out to pet the little black cat's head, looking utterly delighted. "You idiot." The little black cat meowed in response, and the intern laughed even harder. Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation, pressing his forehead against his hand to suppress a laugh. He threatened the little black cat with a raised eyebrow, making his meaning clear: "Behave yourself. Your life is in my hands." The intern, whether out of nervousness or because the black cat was too small and its veins were hard to find, had to try twice before finally hitting the vein. The black cat's complaints were understandable. He was worried that this temperamental little creature might not be able to resist scratching the person's face, so he spoke up to warn them. The little black cat heard this, his big eyes darting around, and turned to Xiao Chen. "Do you need someone to assist you? I know my way around here pretty well. I can help you gather some information or something." Xiao Chen ignored it and instructed the staff at the pet hospital, "Once it's mostly recovered, give it a bath and do some deworming." "I don't have any parasites, why do I need deworming?" The little black cat waved its paws in protest, then asked, "Will you come to pick me up?" looking pitiful. "I have cats under my command, they can help you." Seeing that Xiao Chen wasn't paying attention to it, the little black cat grew impatient. "Alright, don't worry." The intern glanced back at the black kitten meowing nonstop and smiled at Xiao Chen. "Maybe it knows you're leaving and is getting anxious." The little black cat was holding a grudge and glared at the intern angrily. "Do I need you to tell me if I'm in a hurry or not?" In the next second, it changed its expression and continued to act cute toward Xiao Chen. "I even understand bird language, and I have a sparrow under my command." The little black cat was clever. It knew this human wasn't ordinary and could understand cat language. It wanted to expand its territory, recruit more cat soldiers and generals to help it fight, and drive away the big spotted cat that had been bullying it for days. Without a backup, it couldn't succeed. It hurriedly showed off all the skills it had mastered to prove that it was no ordinary cat. Xiao Chen was indeed a bit surprised. He ended his conversation with the intern, walked over, patted its head, then grabbed the skin at the back of its neck and lifted it up, while using the other hand to pull at its 2 hind legs. Taking advantage of the intern's distraction as he greeted the newly arrived guests, he lowered his voice and said, "Don't keep saying my master like that. You're a female cat." The little black cat kicked its hind legs wildly, trying to bring them together but unable to stand up, so it gave up struggling and looked at Xiao Chen seriously. "You saw my testicles. You have to take responsibility for me." Xiao Chen. Chapter 157, The First Wave of Reviews. Just be honest here. If you want to eat something, tell the doctor. "Oh, I forgot. I'll take you to pick out some cat food." Xiao Chen tapped his head and took the little black cat to choose some cat food.
A beautiful Persian cat in the cage next to them looked at the little black cat with disdain and said, "It's obviously a stray cat. How dirty." The little black cat's fur stood on end, and it screeched angrily, "Get lost, you filthy thing. You're the dirty one, and your whole family is dirty. Dare you come out and fight me one-on-one?" Xiao Chen laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. He didn't know which brand of cat food was good, so he tried to calm the little black cat in his arms while threatening the Persian cat. "It's a cat that's killed other cats before. Don't provoke it." He then quietly asked another folded-eared cat in a nearby cage, which brand of cat food is good. He was warning the Persian cat because he was worried that the little black cat would regain its energy and cause a commotion at the pet hospital. After all, that cat had such a bad temper. What if it got into trouble and got hurt? It was still so young. The Persian cat was a bit startled, but eventually calmed down, lying quietly in the cage without making a sound. The folded-ear cat replied in a soft voice, "The one on your left with the Garfield photo is tastier." Thanks." After giving the little black cat a good scolding, Xiao Chen left his phone number with the store staff and prepared to leave. "Mr. Xiao, what is the name of your beloved pet?" The store clerk, seeing that Xiao Chen had chosen items generously, asked with a smile. It clearly looked like a stray cat, but seeing how much Mr. Xiao valued it, the staff member was very polite. Xiao Chen glanced at the little black cat, who hurriedly introduced himself. "Black King, my name is Black Net." Xiao Chen laughed and said, "Call yourself Little Vegetable." "Little Xiao, what a unique name. It really suits your personality." The shop assistant smiled sweetly, but inside, he was rolling his eyes. "What kind of charm?" Xiao Kai grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Black King, what a majestic name. The two cats and the sparrow under his command all call him that. Why call him Xiao Kai? It sounds like leftover food he accidentally ate, making the cat's stomachs ache." After making arrangements, he left Xiao Kai at the pet hospital and departed. He didn't notice that Xiao Kai was watching his departing figure, looking a bit lost. After saying all that, he still didn't agree to come back and pick her up. "Little Kai, be a good girl and get into this cage, okay?" The store clerk picked a cage in the isolation area, placed the dejected Xiao Kai inside, and prepared to wait until it perked up a bit before administering the deworming treatment. Seeing how downcast it was, the clerk didn't bother to check if Xiao Kai could understand and comforted it. "Your owner really loves you. They chose such good cat food for you, a very comfortable bed, a scratching post, and toys. Once you're better, you can go home." Xiao Kai perked up its ears. Did that human really choose a bed and toys for it? Does that mean they won't abandon it? Meow. Xiao Kai seemed to be thanking the store clerk for the information, rare for him to express gratitude so gently. The shop assistant didn't understand, but seeing the kitten respond, he knew it was a clever little thing. He patted its head and told it to be good and listen, and that it could eat tomorrow, then locked Xiao Kai's cage and went back to work. This spot was conveniently within Xiao Chen's exploration range. Though the others had left, they had left a group of people stationed on the roof to monitor Xiao Kai's condition. Meeting this little black cat was fate, and such a clever and agile one at that. However, having been out on its own for so long, it had developed a slightly fierce personality, and somehow even managed to gather a following. Xiao Chen felt quite content and thought that having a little cat wasn't such a bad idea after all. Upon returning home, he prepared the chicken, opened the recipe on his computer, followed each step meticulously to season the dish, placed it in the oven, set the timer, and headed to the farm. Upon arriving, I rushed straight to the small stall. The small farmer smiled and said, "The fruit baskets are selling well," but then his tone changed, and he said angrily, "Two Demon Clan members gave a neutral review, saying that while the fruit is delicious, it lacks spiritual energy, and the baskets also cost extra." Damn it! Xiao Chen hurried over to check and found the two demonic beings who had left the average reviews. One was called Golden Spider Ancestor, and the other was called Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign. These two powerful demons were new customers and hadn't added them as friends. Unfortunately, the small stall doesn't have the functionality to block customers or leave reviews for buyers, and there's not even a way to defend oneself. Xiao Chen went to the chat room, where a few of the friend requests he had sent yesterday were accepted. He took the carrots he had taken off the shelf for a while, 2 carrots per pack, and mailed them to his new friends, leaving a message asking them to support his business. Then he approached the 9-tailed fox. "Do you know the Golden Spider Ancestor and the Iron Lizard Demon Lord? Do you have any connections with them?" 9-tailed fox replied quickly, "I know them. We've fought a few times, and our strengths are evenly matched." "What's going on?" Xiao Chen, "Never mind then. Those two gave me 2 average reviews, costing me 10 experience points." Experience points at the small stall increase very slowly. Selling one item only increases 2 experience points, but losing 10 points at once really hurts. 9-tailed fox, 10 fruit baskets plus a sheep. I'll find someone to leave 10 negative reviews for each of these 2 powerful demon street stalls. Are you in? You're after my sheep again? Again? However, Xiao Chen immediately replied, "Let's do it." 9-tailed fox, "Alright, deal. You won't have to pay for the items belonging to those 2 great demons." Xiao Chen pretended not to understand and simply said thank you. "Don't mention feelings with him now, it'll only cost you money."
But don't be too harsh either. Xiao Chen glanced at the few remaining sugarcane stalks in the warehouse, packed them up, and sent them to the nine-tailed fox. He added, add a sheep, and send my chat ID to a few more of your friends so they can buy from me. No matter what items they buy, once they reach 100 purchases, I'll give you a special fruit and vegetable gift box. The nine-tailed fox haggled, a poultry gift pack. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, alright. Just don't sell me out when you're leaving a bad review. Nine-tailed fox, no problem, I've done this before and made them beg for mercy. I know exactly what to do. Xiao Chen, alright, you're not human, you win. By the way, aren't you afraid he'll turn on you? Nine-tailed fox, who cares? If he wants to backstab, let him. Let's see who can afford to lose. Besides, why is my stall level only a little higher than yours, you newbie? And by the way, do more quests. Who knows, maybe one day I'll get a stall reset card and use it on whoever I don't like. That'll settle any grudges. Is there such a thing? Is it for sale? How much? Xiao Chen was so excited his hands were trembling. He opened the nine-tailed fox's stall to take a look and was truly impressed. This fox is ruthless. Using tactics like hurting the enemy 1,000 times while hurting yourself 800, she casually brings it out to compete with others at a small stall. At least I've learned something. I'll be more careful in the future. Watch out for fire, theft, and that ruthless nine-tailed fox. It's not for sale. It's priceless. Super rare. I've lived this long and only managed to get one. There are some field masters who've been around for tens of thousands of years and have never even seen what it looks like. The nine-tailed fox replied. That's really eye-opening. Chapter 158, Ghost Market. The nine-tailed fox was relatively trustworthy. She immediately summoned a mirror made of condensed magical energy and showed Xiao Chen the situation at the two great demon stalls, saying, once I've finished clearing them out, I'll show you again. Ha! This feature is pretty handy, like taking a screenshot. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen didn't know how to use it, so he just replied with a few polite words. Let's go check the oven. The two ghosts are back. Full of energy. After informing Xiao Chen of the situation outside, he began his cultivation, refining and absorbing the ghostly energy he had obtained through merit. From the two ghosts, he learned that the Bai family, except for the eldest son and daughter, had been completely wiped out. However, the eldest son and daughter of the Bai family are protected by a powerful figure, and there is currently no information about their whereabouts. Xiao Chen pondered setting up an intelligence network to investigate the movements of these two individuals. He didn't want them to suddenly appear out of nowhere and strike him from behind, which would be disastrous. After the chickens were ready, Xiao Chen kept 2 and packed the remaining 8 to send to the nine-tailed fox. He then headed to the farm to hatch the eggs. The eggs had already hatched, and upon sensing Xiao Chen's mental communication, they rolled toward him, showing great affection. However, it seems that due to its young age, its appetite hasn't increased yet. After feeding the eggs until they were full, I cleaned up the manure in the pasture, collected the milk and the lambs, and returned to the farm to check on the strange seed. There were no changes in its growth stage. A row of question marks still stood proudly atop its head. Xiao Chen decided to use some fertilizer to accelerate the current stage and see what this thing really was, but he was prompted, non-mutant fertilizer cannot be used on this. Recalling the 2 unidentified gift boxes he had earlier, Xiao Chen took them out and asked the farmer, how do I identify these two? Master, you need to use an identification symbol to identify them. Xiao Nong replied. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 unidentified gift boxes in his hands, and a series of information prompts kept popping up. Sorry, insufficient identification symbols, unable to identify. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 unknown gift boxes in his hands, with constant information prompts popping up. Sorry, insufficient identification symbols, unable to perform identification. Identification symbols. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. He recalled that there seemed to be such symbols in the ancient symbol manuals, but he hadn't paid much attention to them at the time since he didn't know their purpose. Now it turned out they were used for identifying unknown gift boxes. However, the identification symbol was a high-level symbol, with strict requirements for the quality of the symbol paper. Additionally, the paper must contain the juice of a plant called the 7-headed flower. Only by using this specific paper could the symbol be drawn onto it. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he continued browsing the stalls, but after searching around, he couldn't find anyone selling appraisal talismans. How much does this thing cost? Xiao Chen scratched his head impatiently and asked. I really don't know, but it seems pretty rare. You could ask the Grandmaster. Right, ask Lao Jun, and get some 7-headed flowers while you're at it. Xiao Chen said, then went to send Lao Jun a message. If it's rare, it'd be best if not many people can draw the symbol, then he could refine it and sell it. Lao Jun isn't online. This old man seems pretty busy. Xiao Chen instructed the farmer to notify him as soon as Lao Jun replied, then exited the farm and floated directly to Wujing Street. First, to replenish the talisman papers, and second, to ask the shop owner if he knew about talisman papers made from the 7-headed flower. 7-headed flower talismans? Where did you hear about that, Xiao brother? The shop owner asked in surprise. However, since Xiao Chen had purchased over 10,000 high-quality talisman papers, 2 boxes of cinnabar, a large bucket of rooster blood, a batch of black dog blood, and a large quantity of other materials all at once, he was quite patient.
Maybe I heard wrong.
Xiao Chen scratched his head and lied. I just overheard my master talking about this name, but when I asked him later, he wouldn't tell me, so I wanted to ask you if you knew.
Oh, maybe you really did hear wrong.
These talismans made from banyan, locust, and willow trees are specifically used for communicating with the underworld, summoning ghostly messengers, or for ghosts themselves.
As for that 7-headed flower you mentioned, I've never heard of it before.
The shopkeeper smiled warmly, pushed the teacup in front of him, and invited Xiao Chen to drink some tea. I'll try to get more information from my master later.
Xiao Chen took a symbolic sip of tea and bid farewell to the shopkeeper.
With plenty of time today, Xiao Chen planned to stroll around the market to see if he could find anything of value. Before he could finish browsing, he received another call from Joey Rue. Hey, the ghost market is open tomorrow.
Want to come take a look? Ghost market?
Xiao Chen remembered Joey Rue saying that if you want to find better items, you have to go to the ghost market.
Let's go. What time tomorrow?
Meet me at the entrance of Kuming Tea House at 4 a.m.
I'll take you there. By the way, have you activated the card I gave you?
That card can be used to book a VIP room at the ghost market.
Monday, Rue Dao. Card?
Xiao Chen pulled out the tea-colored card.
Activating it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 159, Crystallization Mist.
After hanging up on Joey Rue, Xiao Chen stuffed the card into his pocket, intending to activate it later that evening when he returned home.
He continued to wander aimlessly through Wujing Street. The first area he chose was the antique jade section, intending to look for some suitable jade to buy and carve into talismans for making spirit-gathering plaques.
He also prepared some additional materials to set up a spirit-gathering array and a protective array at home. This way, no matter what he does at home, he won't have to worry about being spied on.
Although the Yunyan Hall is convenient, he can't do everything there. It's like a farm, with mobile signals blocked.
If it's just for secluded cultivation, it's fine, but for other miscellaneous matters, it's actually quite inconvenient.
Unlike the spirit-gathering array, spirit-gathering tablets can also surrounding spiritual energy.
Though they're not as effective as the array, they can be carried with you, so even if you're not at home, you can spiritual energy anytime, anywhere for cultivation. Prepare a few just in case. Wujing Street has a wide variety of products, but the quality varies. When it comes to distinguishing the quality of jade, Xiao Chen has little to worry about. He is well versed in the art of feng shui and the creation of magical artifacts, and jade, crystal, and agate all play crucial roles in feng shui. Having mastered this skill, identifying the authenticity and quality of jade is a breeze for him. Of course, he didn't necessarily need to purchase the most exquisite jade.
As long as it was decent and could withstand the energy of the runes, it would suffice.
On the other hand, overly precious jade, such as the ancient jade pieces he had collected from the Bai family, was simply too valuable to use for engraving symbols. After all, spirit-gathering jade plaques have a limited lifespan. Once used a certain number of times, the jade will eventually be unable to withstand the energy of the symbols and shatter. Therefore, as long as it is of medium quality or higher, free from artificial fillers, even if it contains some natural impurities, it is acceptable.
Is there anything good here? There really is. However, none of them were large enough to satisfy Xiao Chen.
Those that were larger were either carved into intricate patterns or had overly elaborate designs. If he bought any of those, he would have to go through an additional step of polishing and refining them. As a result, he didn't find any jade that truly met his standards. By the time he had finished browsing, Xiao Chen decided to spread out the mist and walk down the middle of the street, using the mist to explore the jade shops on either side. He first looked for jade pieces of suitable size, then examined their quality. Even so, it wasn't until he was almost done exploring the entire jade district that he finally found a piece of jade that met both his size and quality standards. At the same time, the mist that had seeped into the shop seemed to pause for a moment before swarming toward a large stone standing in the southeast corner of the shop. The stone was half a person's height and had a skylight cut into it, and the mist rushed toward it, covering it completely. According to the sensation transmitted by the mist, it seemed as though it was somewhat reluctant to leave the stone, as if drawn to some scent within it. Xiao Chen was puzzled, quickly withdrew the mist, and entered the shop without showing any emotion on his face. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man with a stocky build, currently attending to a customer who had tattoos on his arms, a small golden Bodhi pendant hanging around his neck, a string of star moon Bodhi beads on his wrist, and 2 carved walnuts spinning in his hands. He appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter, the shop owner raised his eyelids slightly. Perhaps because the customer who walked in was too young, he didn't think he looked like a high-end buyer, so he casually greeted him with a "take a look around," before continuing to enthusiastically promote a jade pendant with excellent quality and luster to the man. Xiao Chen, looking curious, walked around the counter, examining the various jade pieces on display. When he reached the piece he had his eye on, he took a closer look and glanced at the price tag beside it, which read 1.88 million. This was a jade ornament, unlike the others in the store, which had been carved into auspicious symbols like paishio or cabbage. This was a simple jade plaque 5 centimeters thick, 30 centimeters wide, and 45 centimeters tall, made of pure white, smooth-textured Hutyan jade. Based on its size and price, this piece of jade can only be considered average quality. However, according to his requirements, it meets the standards. Seeing that the boss was still busy, Xiaochen went to look at the stone that had caused his mist to go out of control. As he got closer, he felt an unusual emotion surge through his body, like a starving person who had just spotted their favorite dish, unable to resist swallowing hard. Curious, Xiaochen quietly condensed a cloud of mist and controlled it to burrow into the stone. As soon as he broke through the outer layer of weathered rock, Xiaochen felt a suction force from within the stone, pulling his mist inside. In that instant, Xiaochen clearly saw what was inside, and then the mist was swallowed up. Encased within the weathered crust was a jade stone of a uniform emerald green. The outer layer, visible to the naked eye, was smooth and translucent, but as one looked deeper, impurities became more prevalent. Judging solely by the standards of jade, this is only ordinary jade and has little value. However, within the jade, there was a small piece with a mix of light green and milky white. It was this piece that had absorbed the mist that Xiaochen had projected out. What exactly is this? As Xiaochen was puzzled, the young farmer suddenly said cheerfully, "Master, there's something out there with the same mist element as the one you're cultivating. I'll go take a look." Then Xiaonong flew out, covering the large stone with his pale, delicate hands, and began to sense it carefully. The same substance as the mist? Xiaochen wondered. The peasant nodded and said, "That's right. It's a crystallized mist that's close to an elemental seed." The arena master had cultivated the mist transformation technique, condensing the mist elements from the heavens and earth. If he were to unfortunately enter an array or ancient secret realm that could suppress elements, causing the mist transformation technique to fail, he could still swallow this crystallized mist. Over time, the arena master could refine it into something within his body, unrelated to elements yet far surpassing mist elements in quality. In such situations, the field master can ignore those laws and continue to cast the mist transformation technique. In such cases, the rules are ignored, allowing the mist transformation technique to continue. How could there be crystallized mist here? Xiaochen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart as he asked. He was deeply curious about the origin of the crystallized mist. If it were truly as the peasant had said, this would effectively be an enhanced and upgraded version of the misty transformation technique. It's hard to say for sure, but it's possible that when this stone was formed, there happened to be mist inside it. Over the years, through compression and fusion with the energy of the jade, this substance was produced. Of course, there are other possible causes, but considering the circumstances in the mortal world, those causes are less likely. I still believe the first explanation is more plausible. Alright, then let's buy this stone as well. As Xiaochen spoke, he instinctively reached out to touch it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Hey, whose thing is that? Don't just touch it." Xiaochen turned around in surprise and saw that it was the customer who had been shopping in the store. He was holding a box with a very elegant appearance, which seemed to have been purchased. The man spoke harshly again, "You're so careless. Don't you know what you're touching? If you break it, can you afford to pay for it?" Xiaochen laughed in disbelief. "What? Did you buy this stone? Buy it immediately." That person was very arrogant, acting as if he had already bought it. He then turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Look, I bought $3,000 worth of your goods. I won't even ask you to give me a discount. I'll add $1,000 and take that stone too." Chapter 159, A Major Financial Loss. Chapter 160, Losing Money, but Losing Big. The shopkeeper, unsure whether he was trying to raise the price or truly had no intention of selling, looked hesitant and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but this stone is not for sale." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Not planning to sell and not selling are two different things. The former means that if the buyer offers a high price, there is room for negotiation. The latter means that due to certain reasons, the item will not be sold regardless of the price offered. However, Xiaochen didn't believe the shopkeeper had bought the unknown jade with only a palm-sized opening for decorative purposes. This was a shop meant to make money. Why would they display something like that right under their noses for people to admire? If they truly liked it, they would have taken it home long ago. Why would they keep it with the merchandise? Moreover, there were several smaller stones with skylights displayed in the shop, clearly intended to attract interested buyers and boost sales. Enough, enough, enough. The customer frowned impatiently. "If you're not selling it, why keep it in the store? I've already bought $3,000 worth of items from you. I'm not asking for a gift. I'll add $1,000. The owner can make a little less. I'm mainly interested in the size of this stone. It's perfect for the space in my office. Otherwise, I wouldn't even pay $100. This person was clearly not just targeting Xiaochen. He probably had some money to burn and was acting a bit reckless. The boss heard this and felt a bit embarrassed, glancing at Xiaochen. Although no one expected Xiaochen to buy anything, if someone could help drive up the price and dampen this guy's arrogance, there might be a chance to make a little extra income. However, judging by Xiao Chen's age, he seemed like a student who had just entered society, probably just out for a stroll.
The shop owner didn't hold out any hope. Don't give me that. What are you looking at him for? Do you really expect him to pull out $1,000 to buy your stones?
Seeing the boss's expression, the man grew even more impatient, his face betraying his anger. He turned around and shot Xiao Chen a disdainful glance. $1,000 is probably a fortune for a kid like him. Xiao Chen shook his head silently. If it weren't for the valuable substance inside the stone, the jade itself wouldn't be worth 1,000 yuan. But with the crystallized mist, its value was beyond what money could measure.
Sir, what's the normal price for this stone?
I'll take it. Even without the crystallized mist, Xiao Chen had decided to haggle with the seller, who kept overestimating its value. Besides, he was determined to have it at any cost.
The small farmer muttered angrily beside him, Master, is $1,000 a lot of money in the mortal world? It depends on the person.
And without the crystallized mist, this stone isn't worth 1,000 yuan at all.
But with the crystallized mist, I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Xiao Chen replied silently. Ha!
In that case, the auctioneer could just swallow it.
Swallow the crystallized mist and make that person waste their money buying it.
The small-minded person clenched his fists, wanting to slap him, and said,
You reminded me.
Directly devouring it might not work. He was worried that if he devoured it, the stone might explode, sending a mass of something flying out and directly into his body, or, like in those fantasy novels, he might experience all sorts of pain, leading to unnecessary trouble.
Therefore, he asked, is there a way to remove that crystal without being noticed?
The crystal isn't mist, he could try to pull it out. But a solid object like a crystal at his current level, he probably can't do it without anyone noticing. The young farmer replied cheerfully, consuming it on the spot might be a bit painful, but taking it away quietly is possible.
Leave it to me.
As he spoke, the young farmer moved behind the stone, pinched his white, delicate hands into a seal, and aimed it at the base of the stone. Xiao Chen, who was closer to the stone and taller, caught a glimpse with the corner of his eye. A misty glow of white and green light was being quietly drawn out from the base of the stone by the young farmer, then transformed back into its original crystal form, which he held in his hand and returned directly to the farm. Upon further investigation with the mist, Xiao Chen discovered that after the stone had been removed, there was some collapse inside, and cracks were beginning to spread outward toward the surface.
Xiao Chen felt a surge of excitement. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's offer, the man's expression hardened, a look of hostility flashing across his brow. He pointed at Xiao Chen and said, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Don't you dare meddle in this. Watch out, or I'll make sure you never leave this place.
After berating Xiao Chen, he turned to the shop owner with a stern expression and demanded, 1,500.
Not a penny more.
If this kid is willing to pay, I'll take it off your hands, even the jade itself. The shop owner, scolded by the man, looked uneasy but was genuinely worried that the goods he had finally managed to sell would be returned. Seeing that Xiao Chen was clearly unwilling to back down but seemed to fear the man and was about to give in, the shop owner sighed and said, Forget it. It's an honor for our small shop that both of you have taken an interest in our items. Let's both give a little. Young man, I'm sorry, but please take a look around the shop for something you like.
I'll give you a discount as compensation. This stone will be sold to this gentleman. Damn it, I just wasted $500. The man looked unwilling, turned around, and glared angrily at Xiao Chen before paying the shopkeeper.
He then had someone help him load the stone into the trunk of his car and drove away. As the man drove away triumphantly down the street, the car suddenly jerked to a halt. The trunk lid slammed open with a loud bang, as if by some mysterious force, and the stone inside flew out, shattering into several pieces on the ground. Even the low-quality jade inside was shattered beyond recognition. The man noticed the commotion and his face turned pale. He had specifically consulted a fortune teller, who had calculated that only a stone of this size and containing jade could alter the feng shui of his home, bringing him a fortune this year. Additionally, the jade pendant perfectly aligned with the words of the feng shui master, pair it with a fine piece of jade and place it at the source of the jade, it will bring endless prosperity and wealth. He quickly stopped the car and got out to check. Upon seeing that the stone had been shattered, he muttered a curse under his breath. However, after taking just a few steps, despite feeling that his steps were steady, his feet suddenly felt as though they had been tripped, causing him to stumble forward. With a loud thud, he fell flat on his face, his jaw and nose crashing heavily into the pile of broken stones, instantly covered in blood.
But that wasn't the end of it.
The jade pendant he had tucked into his pocket, worth $3,000, fell out.
The box shattered, and the jade pendant bounced to the ground, shattering into two pieces. Ouch!
The man struggled to get up, but as he pushed off the ground with his back foot to climb to his feet, he accidentally stepped on a small stone, slipped, and fell face first onto the ground, leaving several more dents on his face.
Damn it, what a huge loss.
That feng shui master probably didn't tell him that too much fire energy can sometimes lead to financial loss. There were quite a few people out shopping nearby, and they all gathered around in a crowd. Some were there to watch the commotion and take photos, others were recording short videos, and some were concerned in asking questions. The scene was chaotic.
On Xiao Chen's side, he was haggling fiercely with the boss. The guarantee we just negotiated must be enforced. The boss was stunned by Xiao Chen. He never expected this young man, who didn't look very old, to want to buy something worth tens of thousands of dollars from his store. Holy cow, this is the real deal. God, this little boss, 165,000, that's the lowest. It's really the lowest. This discount is making me spit blood. If I hadn't just bumped into the little boss, I'd rather die than give you 165,000. The boss's face was red with emotion, or perhaps pain, as he emphasized his loss-making deal with a tone of exclamation. Xiao Chen smiled without a word, tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers, seemingly oblivious to the commotion outside as he examined a string of high-quality jade beads inside the counter. The young shop owner, unsure of Xiao Chen's intentions, feared losing the sale. He hurriedly offered cigarettes, poured tea, and spoke flatteringly. Running a small shop is tough these days. The prices for jade are so transparent in this market. If you go out and ask around, you'll see that the price I'm offering you is really not high. 13,000 plus the string of jade beads and that bag of jade fragments. I may need a large quantity of jade in the future, so I'll place my order with you. If you agree, I'll swipe my card right away. If not, I'll go look around elsewhere. Xiao Chen pulled out a black bank card, which made the shopkeeper's eyes widen. This was the premium black card Xiao Chen had obtained from the bank during his free time. The shopkeeper wasn't inexperienced in big deals, he had some discernment. Anyone holding such a supreme black card must be either extremely wealthy or of high status. They probably aren't really concerned about a few $1,000s. They likely purchase such items frequently, understand the market, know the bottom line, and can make a small profit for themselves. Therefore, they quoted a price that isn't too high but still makes the buyer extremely happy. 13,000, that's still a profit. Chapter 161, The Guest Arrives. Deal. The jade shop owner gritted his teeth and said. Soon, he gave himself 32 likes for this decision. After saying the words deal, Xiao Chen didn't rush to pay. Instead, he borrowed some paper and a pen from him, sketched a few rough designs, marked the dimensions, and said, help me find some more stones like these. The quality should be the same as that piece of Hatian jade, or even a bit better, but it must be 100% natural. Even if there are more impurities, there must be no artificial colorants added. The type of jade doesn't matter. As for the craftsmanship, just remove the weathered outer layer. This should be cheaper, right? Of course. How many do you need? The shopkeeper asked cautiously. Let's start with 20, okay? Xiao Chen paused for a moment before giving his price. The boss heard this and his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly agreed, no problem. No problem. Whether it's quality or price, we'll make sure the young boss is satisfied. From the sound of it, he wanted raw jade, and he had the connections. If he could seal this deal, it might even be more profitable than the piece of Hatian jade he just sold. As a result, he looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a god of wealth. While speaking, he led Xiao Chen toward the golden cypresswood tea table. Please this way, young boss. Just call me Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't rush to stand up. He continued writing and drawing on the paper, listing everything he needed, including the exact dimensions. If this shop owner could get everything for him, it would save him the trouble of making multiple trips here. If he couldn't find something satisfactory, he'd have to look elsewhere. Well, I'll take the liberty of addressing you by your first name. The shopkeeper smiled broadly, introducing himself. My name is Zhang Bingjian. Everyone around here calls me Fat Zhang. You can call me Fat Zhang or Old Zhang, either is fine. Come on, Xiao Chen, sit over here. Fat Zhang had been around the market for years and didn't dare treat Xiao Chen like an ordinary young man. Not only can Xiao Chen call him Old Zhang, but even if he calls him Little Zhang, he wouldn't mind. Upon closer inspection, this young man, who looked only a few years older than his own younger cousins, exuded a powerful aura. The previous customer, who had spent $3,000 on items, had haggled with him for hours, complaining about the price of one item and the quality of another, and then repeatedly emphasized his superiority. If that customer knew that Xiao Chen had just spent over $10,000, and that he'd probably order even more than that next time, what kind of face would he make? 1,000 yuan is a fortune in their eyes? Probably 1,000,000 yuan would barely qualify as a fortune in their eyes. He is blind. He almost offended the real moneymaker just for that fool. Luckily, the young man was generous, otherwise. Fat Zhang Yu felt more and more scared as he thought about it. He hurriedly brewed some premium Longjing tea, pulled out a pack of unopened Huangdalo cigarettes, and handed them over with a forced smile. Not bad. Xiao Chen could tell that the fat man Zhang was nervous. He thought that if he didn't take the cigarettes, the other guy might get even more anxious, so he took them, held them under his nose to smell them, glanced at the pack, and smiled. At least 1,000 yuan a pack, right? Hee, you've got good eyes. Zhang the Fat saw that Xiao Chen was smiling broadly, and his nervousness vanished instantly. He spoke more freely, looking at the paper in his hand covered in writing, and said, no problem, Crystal. Zhang the Fat saw the numbers marked beside the items and couldn't help but take a deep breath, asking, did you write the numbers correctly? No, just calculate how much deposit is needed, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Fat Zhang Meng slapped his thigh and immediately agreed, deal. I'll go to Lianyungang myself and find my guys there. Just wait and see. Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment before reacting.
Fat Zhang also introduced him, saying that Lianyungang was famous for its crystal, and he had a close friend who specialized in the crystal business, dealing not only in domestically produced crystal but also imported crystal from Brazil, South Africa, and other places. This Fat Zhang was going to personally go to Lianyungang to pick up the goods for him. Fat Zhang treated his customers like gods, and Xiao Chen was more than happy to play the role of a god. He wasn't worried about getting poor quality goods, but he feared that the quality of goods ordered over the phone might be inconsistent, which would require additional effort later on. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to make his requests. When it came time to settle the bill and leave, in addition to the pearl and jade fragments he had requested as gifts, Fat Zhang also gave him an uncarved jade seal. It was made of ice glutinous rice variety jade, with good water quality. Xiao Chen had initially intended to decline, but suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and he graciously accepted it. After all, the batch of goods he had ordered was worth no less than 2 million if Zhang the Fat could secure the entire order for him. This complimentary item was something he could accept without any qualms. Seeing that he had accepted the item, Fat Zhang actually sighed in relief. As a shrewd businessman, he had noticed that when Xiao Chen had just set the price for the jade, he had said, 21st, implying that there would be more to come. He enthusiastically escorted Xiao Chen to the door, watching until he turned the corner and disappeared from sight. Only then did he withdraw his gaze with a pleased expression, glancing casually at the street in front of the door before turning to the shop assistant standing outside the neighboring store and asking in surprise, "What's going on over there? What are all those people looking at?" "Oh, a customer who just came into the store said someone broke a stone they had just bought, and the person was injured so badly their parents couldn't recognize them. They were crying hysterically and taken to the hospital by an ambulance. What a disaster." Fat Zhang shook his head regretfully, grinned, and turned to enter his jade shop. Xiao Chen had just floated to his own doorstep when he saw a half-familiar figure crouched by the front gate. "Ha! What's this guy doing here?" Xiao Chen simply ignored him and floated into his living room. Chapter 162, The Remnants of the Nine Escapes. Chapter 162, The Remnants of the Nine Escapes. After revealing his figure, Xiao Chen took out his phone and checked it. Sure enough, there were several missed calls. All of them were from that guy who had been lurking outside his front door. Fang Shenhua. Xiao Chen felt that he wouldn't have any further dealings with this guy, and he had no idea why he was lurking outside his house like a stalker. He condensed a cloud of mist and saw Fang Shenhua shift from crouching to pacing back and forth, his expression still somewhat impatient. Then, after glancing left and right to make sure no one was around, he slipped away like a rat, moving a considerable distance before unbuttoning his pants and relieving himself on the roadside greenery. Fortunately, this guy still had a shred of conscience and ran outside the villa area to urinate. Otherwise, Xiao Chen wouldn't have minded making him impotent for life. Then, Xiao Chen watched Fang Shenhua finish draining the water, tidy up his clothes, and return to his usual self, walking back while pulling out his phone to make a call. His phone rang. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. He didn't know him well. If this guy kept showing up at his door every few days, it could become a problem. Better to ask what was going on first. "Hello? Hello? Master. Are you home?" Fang Shenhua spoke softly, as if afraid of startling Xiao Chen, his tone tinged with a hint of flattery. Xiao Chen looked at Fang Shenhua standing outside the gate, grinning like a fool, and was speechless. "What's the matter?" "Oh, it's like this, Master Xiao. I've been running all over town these past few days and finally managed to find a rare item. I hurried over to present it to you, Master. I've already reached your doorstep. Are you home?" "I didn't dare to say I've been waiting for a while." Xiao Chen looked at Fang Shenhua, who was already standing outside his front door. He directly used mist to control the door and opened it, saying, "Come in." Fang Shenhua held the phone in his hand, his expression clearly startled for a moment before giving way to a look of reverence. He thought to himself, a master is a master, even the way they open a door is different. He looked around nervously before cautiously stepping inside. Xiao Chen filled the kettle with water, using the steam to quickly bring it to a boil. By the time Fang Shenhua had walked through the winding path and entered the room, the tea was already poured and waiting on the tea table. "Hey, how's it going, Master? Hope I'm not bothering you." Fang Shenhua smiled broadly, bowed slightly, and spoke in a flattering tone. Xiao Chen, however, frowned as he looked at him. The two ghosts by his side had awakened from their meditation the moment Fang Shenhua entered the room and instantly teleported over, standing guard beside Xiao Chen with a look of caution on their faces. Earlier, when he had been surveying the area from above, he hadn't given this man a proper glance. Now that he had entered the room, he noticed that despite not having seen him for several days, the man was now surrounded by ghostly. However, Xiao Chen did not mention this outright. He pointed to a chair and said, "I'm fine. Sit down." Fang Shenhua cautiously leaned forward and sat down on the edge of the chair. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and smiled. He didn't seem to have acted that fierce, did he? Why was this guy acting like he'd encountered a wild beast? Xiao Chun himself didn't know that after Fang Xinguo left here last time, based on the strength Xiao Chun had demonstrated, he had reviewed a large amount of information and secretly consulted several so-called masters. He discovered that the ability to touch a spirit body and bypass a ghost keeper to arbitrarily command the ghosts they were raising was truly unheard of in the industry. The so-called masters he had been pestering with this question even mocked him, saying he had lost his mind. Just then, the front door opened silently, startling him once more. When Fang Xingwei entered, he quickly glanced around but saw no advanced remote-controlled devices on the door. He recalled the last time his spirit tablet was sealed, nearly killing the little ghost he had been raising, and how he had grabbed the little ghost by the neck and made it twist its body, a trick he had learned from the master. He realized that the master had once again demonstrated a supernatural ability beyond the capabilities of ordinary people, and thus felt even greater reverence for him. If he could, this young-looking master standing before him could easily kill him with a single finger. However, what concerns him more at the moment is whether the items he has acquired this time will meet the master's expectations. This thing cost him a pretty penny. Redemption is one thing, but climbing the ladder is another. Whether he can successfully climb onto the master's powerful ladder depends on the piece of turtle shell in his hand. Fang Xingwei tried to relax himself, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and just as he was about to reach into his bag to take something out, he heard the master across from him say indifferently, "Why don't you go wash your hands first?" If he wasn't mistaken, the item the man was about to take out of his bag was definitely meant for him. Coughing with the same hand, he still felt a bit chilled. Oh, right. Such a precious item should be handled with clean hands to show respect. Fang Xingwei had clearly misunderstood. He asked for directions to the restroom, walked there quickly without looking around, washed his hands, dried them on his clothes, then took a blackish object from his bag and handed it to Xiao Chun with a smile, saying, "This junior is still inexperienced and can only roughly determine that this item is quite old. However, I cannot identify the patterns on it, I only know they are runes. I went through several connections to obtain it. Please take a look and see if it meets your expectations." Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. What the hell? Am I that old? In this industry, respect is earned through status, not age. Your mastery is light years ahead of mine, so you're the big brother, and I'm your little brother. Fang Xingwo wiped his hands on his pants again, wiping the sweat from his palms. His face was tense and expectant as he looked at the turtle shell he had placed on the coffee table, wondering if this thing would catch the master's eye. Xiao Chun shook his head in silence, unsure how he had scared the old man so much. Calling himself a junior? If he were to take on a disciple, he'd never choose someone like this flabby, unable to fight, and even getting backfired by the ghost he was trying to raise. What use would he be? He wasn't pleasing to the eye, couldn't entertain, and was even less useful than raising two ghosts. But giving gifts? Xiao Chun pondered for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. This guy must be feeling guilty about me confiscating his stuff last time. He probably thinks I wasn't satisfied with what he gave me, so he went out and found what he considers to be even better treasures to try to win me over. It seemed that this mysterious black object was something he had to accept, otherwise this guy might cause trouble again once he returned. Xiao Chun casually picked up the A4-sized object to take a closer look. Before he could ask what it was, he heard the system prompt, "Ancient 9 escape fragments detected. Do you wish to learn? 9 escape? Isn't that the 9 gates escape technique? I studied that in the I Ching." Xiao Chan asked silently. The system explained, the information contained in the I Ching fruits is simple deduction and prediction. This chapter is the original text of the 9 escapes from the I Ching, which is an immortal technique that ordinary mortals cannot cultivate today. After cultivation, the master can use it to manipulate the field to create illusions and deceive others. However, the original text is extremely profound and difficult to comprehend. It is said that only the 9 immortals of the 9 heavens were able to master it in ancient times. System: the information contained in the I Ching is simple deduction and prediction. This chapter is an immortal technique that ordinary mortals cannot cultivate today. It is equivalent to the original version of the 9 escapes in the I Ching. After cultivation, the field master can use any element to escape into the vast world. It is not merely simple deduction and prediction. Xiao Chun heard this and couldn't help but glance at Fang Xingwei, who was looking tense, suppressing the joy in his heart. He replied to the system, "This is exactly what I want. It's almost like teleportation. I'll study it, study it." Xiao Chun heard this and couldn't help but glance at Fang Xingwei, who looked tense, suppressing his excitement. He responded to the system, "This is exactly what I wanted. It's almost like teleportation. I must study this, study this. Learning successful." The system added, "Unfortunately, it's only a fragment. It is not recommended for the arena master to use this technique before it is fully refined." Why is that? This could lead to a situation where you're heading in the opposite direction. The system spoke and then vanished, leaving Xiao Chun, who had been struck by lightning, standing in the living room, disheveled and exposed to the wind. Chapter 163, Eagerly Seeking a Master. Going in opposite directions. In other words, this technique is incomplete. If he were to forcefully use the earth-splitting technique, his position might end up surprising him. It might even be like a malfunctioning navigation system, leading you who knows where. This bucket of cold water was like a hailstorm, instantly dampening his excitement. Master, please? By the time Xiao Chen finished stretching, Fang Xinguo on the other side of the table was already drenched in sweat, rubbing his hands back and forth on his pants. All right. Xiao Chen snapped back to reality and gave Fang Xinguo a bright smile, saying, excellent. This part, what? A turtle shell? Fang Xuanguo's voice trembled slightly, and he couldn't make out what it was. That must be no good, master. The material doesn't matter. Xiao Chen saw through Fang Xinguo's concerns and said, you said it yourself, this thing is old, it has value, and I really like it. Yes. Fang Xinguo heard this and his mood lifted. He said joyfully, there are some patterns on it, though they're heavily worn. But with the master's skill, you should be able to figure it out. I'd also like to ask the master what kind of symbol it is. Yes. Fang Xinguo heard this and his mood improved. He said happily, there are some patterns on it, though they're quite worn. But with the master's skill, he should be able to figure it out. I'd also like to ask the master what kind of symbol this is. Symbol? Xiao Chen looked down at the turtle shell in his hand, examined it carefully, and realized that the patterns on it were indeed not symbols. He could only pass the question on to Xiao Nong. Xiao Nong came out to take a look and said, this is an ancient language, but not one used by humans. I can't identify it, but the system has already deciphered it and transmitted the contents to the arena master. It was transmitted to him, but once the information reached his mind, it became modern language that he could understand. So ancient language? I really don't get it. However, this matter is of great importance, so Xiao Chen directly asked Fang Xinguo about the history of this item. He learned that it had been looted by a toon raiding gang from a cemetery a few years ago. After it was sold, the person who bought it kept it for several years, but due to financial difficulties, they had to auction it off to raise funds. However, no other value could be detected, so it was eventually purchased by a collector as an ordinary antique. Fang Xinguo happened to come across this turtle shell and noticed the unusual patterns on it, so he had someone buy it from the previous owner at a high price. In fact, regarding the blurry patterns on it, he initially found someone to study and translate them. After several years of research, they all agreed that the patterns contained no information and might have been something the toon's owner used to play with during their lifetime, leaving behind random patterns from the shell being bumped and scratched. Xiao Chen was speechless. However, since it's an ancient language from a non-human civilization, it's understandable that it can't be deciphered. Xiao Chen asked if there were any more turtle shells like that, and Fang Xinguo finally relaxed, realizing that Xiao Chen was truly interested in the turtle shells. Otherwise, why would he keep asking? He would have to put some effort into this and see if he could collect a few more turtle shells in the future. However, he hadn't heard of any more being available at the moment. Regarding the doubts about Fang Xinguo's talisman, Xiao Chen stated that further research was needed, as the talisman was severely worn, with many patterns completely flattened and numerous breaks in the middle, making it impossible to identify. Fang Xinguo agreed. To further calm Fang Xinguo's restless heart, Xiao Chen stared at him for a moment and said, let out the little devil you've been raising. Oh, okay. Although Fang Xinguo didn't understand what was going on, he immediately released the little ghost from the spirit tablet. As soon as the little ghost emerged, it tried to run out. Xiao Chen threw a ball of mist at it, trapping the little ghost and using the fire within to refine it. The little demon let out a piercing scream. It scared Fang Xinguo speechless. Trembling, he pointed at the little ghost struggling in agony and asked, Master, what is this? Xiao Chen coldly glanced at him and said, the ghost's resentment has grown stronger, and it's already affecting you. If you don't deal with it soon, you'll either end up a corpse in your own home or be torn apart by ghosts in a few days. Xiao Chen gave him a cold glance and said, this ghost's resentment has grown stronger, and it's already affecting you. If we don't deal with it soon, you'll either end up a corpse in your home or in the wilderness. Either way, it won't be a good end. Fang Xinguo was so scared he collapsed on the ground. His heart ached at the thought of the large sum of money spent on the turtle shell flower, and he instantly felt it couldn't have been worth it. Don't feed it candy anymore. When you get back, burn all the candy in your hands. Fang Xinguo hurriedly nodded with a pale face, forgetting to ask why. The piercing screams of the little ghost echoed in his ears, making his whole body go weak. He forced himself to sit back down in the chair. He felt he had made the right decision to visit Xiao Chen. Otherwise, even if he had made a fortune, he wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy it. The ghosts on either side had sensed the ghostly resentment on Fang Xinguo's body and were worried about their master's safety, so they immediately withdrew from their cultivation to come and protect their master. Xiao Chen secretly transferred the task of refining the ghostly resentment to the two ghosts. He took out talisman paper, cinnabar, and rooster blood, and drew several talismans in front of Fang Xinguo. He picked up one of the completed talismans, shook it in the air, and it burst into flames, turning into talisman ash that fell into the teacup in front of Fang Xinguo. He then tossed the remaining talismans to him and said, drink the water first. Fang Xinguo picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Xiao Chen continued, when handling the candies, burn one talisman along with them.
You should be able to fold the remaining few bagua talismans, right? Once folded, carry them close to your body. From now on, this little ghost will no longer be able to harm you.
Yes, I can fold them. Thank you so much, Master. Fang Xinghua didn't know whether he was scared or grateful for Xiao Chen's life-saving grace. He was crying uncontrollably and tried to kowtow to Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop him and sent him back to his chair.
I want to follow the master to learn the mystical arts. I beg the master to take me as a disciple.
Fang Xinghua wanted to kneel but couldn't, so he fidgeted excitedly in his chair, pleading with a desperate expression. Taking on disciples is unnecessary, he said indifferently, seeing the extreme disappointment on Fang Xinhua's face.
Instead, send me the techniques you've mastered via phone. After I review them, I'll send you a few talismans.
You can try drawing them following my examples. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime provided I'm not in seclusion.
Thank you, Master. No, thank you, Master.
Fang Xinghua adopted a solemn expression, as if making a solemn vow, and said, although you have no intention of taking me as a disciple, you are my master in my heart.
Once a master, always a master. From now on, I will follow your every command. If I ever disobey, may heaven strike me down.
Xiao Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead, unwilling to argue further.
Let him be. He'll figure it out later when he realizes I don't have the time to teach him personally. Leave the little demon here for a few days. Once I've taught him a lesson, you can come back to take him. Find a temple or another master and send him away. With your current mindset, you're really not suited to raising a little demon. Fang Xinghua is very greedy and lacks spiritual cultivation.
No matter how pure the intentions of the little ghost he keeps, it will eventually be influenced by his negative emotions. Over time, trouble will inevitably arise.
Yes, I'll follow your instructions, Master.
Fang Xinghua knew when to stop and, realizing that someone as busy as his master must have important matters to attend to, rose to take his leave.
Chapter 164, Fly Infestation at the Ranch. Master Xiao is indeed very busy.
After sending Fang Xinghua away, he took out the tea-colored card. The runes on it were as easy for Xiao Chen as using a key to unlock a door, no challenge at all.
To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Chen did not use his spiritual energy.
Instead, he took a clean wolf hairbrush, dipped it in a bit of cinnabar, and made a few adjustments to the strokes in the center of the runes. Soon, a row of text appeared on the card in his hand.
Xiao Chen quickly scanned through it, gaining a thorough understanding of Kuming's hospitality etiquette. Interesting.
The Zhou, Bai, Yan, and Ho families' several clans versed in mystical arts have formed the so-called Mystic Gate and jointly opened the Kuming Tea House.
Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head.
The arrangements within Kuming were indeed mysterious to ordinary people, but the methods employed there were nothing special in Xiao Chen's eyes. Apart from the mystical tea and wine, which had been specially processed and could cost tens of thousands of dollars per cup, the other gimmicks were merely meant to enhance the tea house's air of mystery. The high entry barrier, unique hospitality style, and the presence of a powerful array make it suitable for discussing confidential matters, but none of that matters to him.
He could easily overpower any array in the tea ceremony with just a few talismans.
He put the cards away, gave instructions to the two ghosts, then asked the peasant for the crystallized mist. Xiao Nong immediately flew out, handed the crystallized mist to Xiao Chen, and instructed, Master, when the crystallized mist is consumed, there will be some pain, but it won't take too long.
The key is that the refinement process is a bit more difficult because the mist is difficult to refine.
Xiao Nong flew out directly, handed the crystallized mist to Xiao Chen, and instructed, Master of the arena, consuming the crystallized mist will cause some pain, but it won't take too long. The key is that refining it is a bit more difficult because the mist has already crystallized, making it hard to absorb the energy inside. It needs to be extracted bit by bit, which may take quite some time.
I understand, Xiao Chen nodded.
As long as the consumption doesn't take too long, he said, glancing at his watch. From now until 3 in the morning tomorrow, there were still 9 hours left. After consuming the crystallized mist, he could familiarize himself with the refinement technique. He turned off his phone, took the crystallized mist, and headed toward the training ground.
The absorption shouldn't take too long. He glanced at his watch. There were still 9 hours left until 3 o'clock tomorrow morning.
After absorbing the crystallized mist, he could familiarize himself with the refinement techniques once more. He then turned off his phone, took the crystallized mist, and entered the Yunyan Hall. After adjusting the time ratio and setting a reminder, Xiao Chen crossed his legs and sat down, staring at the crystal-like object in his hand, which was about the size of a grown man's fist.
How was he supposed to devour this thing? Was he really supposed to just gnaw on it? Suddenly, a faint sensation arose in his heart.
Xiao Chen paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. The Hua Wu Ju he cultivated instinctively knew how to devour what he desired, and this sensation was transmitted to him. Xiao Chen held his breath, focused his mind, and adjusted his breathing for a moment. Then he activated the circular ring on his wrist, instantly condensing a mist filled with dense spiritual energy. He swiftly enveloped the crystallized mist within it and violently compressed it outward. The crystallized mist trembled and struggled, attempting to swallow the surrounding mist, but its speed couldn't match Xiao Chen's full force. The fist-sized crystal was quickly compressed into the size of a peanut, which Xiao Chen then sucked into his mouth and swallowed. Once inside his body, the crystals instantly reformed and began to collide wildly within his abdomen, attempting to reverse refine the mist energy within Xiao Chen's body. This sensation was unpleasant, but after enduring the fiery body refinement, Xiao Chen no longer found this pain worth mentioning. He channeled the mist transformation technique, combining it with his spiritual energy, and fiercely clashed with the crystallized mist. Inside his body, a fierce battle erupted as the stones collided violently, attempting to break through the constraints binding his body and escape. Surrender, stone brat. As time passed, the crystallized mist inside his body finally began to settle down, subdued by his mist dissolving technique. It slowly began to decompose into a liquid state, then into mist, and was then drawn by his spiritual energy and transferred into his dantian. Once inside the dantian, the mist-like crystallized mist solidified once more, returning to its previous crystalline state. However, unlike before, it no longer absorbed and covered the mist surrounding the crystals. Xiao Chen began to control the mist within his body, extracting minute amounts of mist elements from the crystals to strengthen his mist dissolution technique. This was akin to trying to drink water from an incredibly hard block of ice using only your mouth, ignoring the heat from your breath that would melt the ice. After exhausting yourself until your cheeks ached, you could barely extract a tiny drop. Suddenly, the tiny flame in his dantian surged upward, transforming into a ball of light that enveloped the crystallized mist, burning wildly. Ugh! Xiao Chen frowned, a look of pain flashing across his face. He still couldn't fully control the flame at the tip of his heart. Once it ignited on its own, the intense heat would cause him considerable pain. However, this time, the heart-tip flame was not burning his entire body but was instead burning the crystal with all its might. Could the heart-burning flame be fixated on this thing? This is mine. Xiao Chen tried several times to pull the heart-burning flame away from the crystal, but it remained unmoved, continuing to burn with relentless intensity. The pain in his dantian was unbearable, as if a part of his body was about to cook. He felt like sprinkling some cumin and chili on it and then eating it. Suddenly, he saw some blackish-gray impurities falling from the crystallized mist. Then, the flames flickered, and those impurities were forced out through the pores by a strange energy. The volume of the crystallized mist was also shrinking. Xiao Chen realized that the heart-piercing flame had no intention of taking his belongings, it was helping him purify them. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Xiao Chen patiently waited for the purification process to conclude. As impurities were continuously refined and expelled, the volume of the crystalline mist shrank by nearly a third when no more impurities appeared. Then the flames faded away, reforming into a small flame that leaped onto the lotus pod within his body, gently swaying before settling down. Xiao Chen was drenched in sweat. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He saw that the energy, which should have been slowly refined to be fully absorbed and crystallized into mist, was rapidly beginning to decompose. A thick, indissoluble mist continuously emerged and was swallowed by the mist he had recondensed, the speed of which left Xiao Chen speechless. After being purified, it could actually accelerate the refinement process? Xiao Chen was overjoyed, feeling that the pain he had endured was well worth it. It turns out that the heart-tip flame not only refines the body but also aids in purification. This function is quite useful. I was wrong to blame you. Xiao Chen felt ashamed. After a short while, Xiao Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, opened his eyes, and a fleeting mist of flame-like vapor flickered in his eyes before vanishing. He immediately ceased his practice, stood up, and checked the time, only to find that just over 5 hours had passed within the Yunyang Hall. Xiao Chen stepped outside, feeling the significantly enhanced energy within his body. He suppressed the urge to let out a long, satisfying roar, flicked his wrist, and sent a misty cloud flying out. He dashed out of the villa, slicing through the sky like a soaring eagle, gliding outward with grace. Originally, he had already broken the 5,000-meter barrier. Now, after enhancing the mist transformation technique, that distance can no longer be measured in meters. After breaking through the original limit, the mist continues to rush outward at an extremely fast speed, covering distances of 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. Finally, after reaching a distance of 680 kilometers, the mist broke free from Xiao Chen's control and dissipated into the air. And this distance was covered in less than an hour. In terms of speed, it was countless times faster than before. Xiao Chen reformed a cloud of mist and flew out, circling above a small town 120 kilometers away from City B before plunging into a village like an invisible meteor. Luowan Village, Xiao Chen's home. The mist condensed and clung to a tree. He saw his father and mother sitting in the courtyard eating. His mother held a palm fan in her hand, sipping porridge while gently tapping it against her ankles to shoo away mosquitoes. There were guests at home, his uncle who was arguing with his father over pouring wine. His father must have said something, causing his mother, who was drinking porridge, to choke on it. She put down her bowl and laughed as she went to twist her husband's ear. His uncle was sitting beside them, laughing heartily while slapping the table. Xiao Chen watched, and his true self couldn't help but smile warmly. Ding! Just as he was engrossed in the scene, a sound resembling an alarm suddenly rang out in his mind. Xiao Chen startled, dispelling the mist, and then heard the peasant ask, "Is the master here?" "Yes, what was that sound?" "It's a warning signal. The flies are attacking the farm. The farm manager must come quickly." Xiao Nong's anxious and excited voice echoed, leaving Xiao Chen stunned. "It's an alarm. The horseflies are attacking the ranch. The ranch owner must come quickly." The anxious yet excited voice of the small farmer echoed, leaving Xiao Chen stunned. Chapter 165, Crazy, Crazy. Fly infestation? Xiao Chen darted forward and instantly entered the farm. Upon entering the farm, he noticed a large banner floating above the newsstand, "Alert! Alert! A large number of idle red-headed flies have invaded your divine-level farm. If not cleared promptly, they will cause significant damage to the farm. All farm owners are requested to proceed to the farm and eliminate them. Double experience points will be awarded for 2 hours." Double experience points? This isn't a disaster, it's a free points event. Xiao Chen was overjoyed and rushed to the farm. Buzz. Hum. As soon as he stepped into the pasture, a swarm of red-headed flies swarmed toward him, nearly burying him, sending a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. The ranch owner exclaimed, "The fly infestation has been going on for 2 hours, kill them all and double your experience. This is a rare opportunity to level up on the ranch, hurry up." The small farmer swung his fly swatter, making a loud smacking sound. Some flies were killed instantly and fell to the ground, disappearing without a trace, while others were knocked to the ground but struggled to fly back up, continuing to buzz around. Unlike the flies that usually appear in the pasture, these are harder to kill. Damn it! Xiao Chen was excited, but damn it, with just a fly swatter, how was he supposed to do it? When the arena master enters the store, a temporary item vending machine will appear. Buy a fly swatter from it. The faster you hit, the faster they respawn, and the more experience you gain. With 2 of us, we can definitely earn more experience than others' farms. The small farmer shouted, "Oh, buy 2. Use the temporary item to hit them faster." All right. Xiao Chen waved his hand to disperse the swarm of flies in front of him and dived into the farm store. Damn it! 1,000,000 gold coins for 1 sword? Why doesn't the system just go eat? Xiao Chen felt his teeth grinding in anger. However, he knew that experience at the ranch was more valuable than anything else. If he could level up in the next 2 hours, he could expand his hut and his shed, and increase the number of animals he could raise. So, the value of this opportunity was definitely worth more than 2,000,000 gold coins. He bought them. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth, purchased 2 larger fly swatters than the ones provided at the ranch, and handed one to the small farmer. He held it in his hand, weighed it, and then swung it at the swarm of pests. These are indeed more effective than the ones that came with the farm. The original ones were fine for regular flies, 1 swat and they were dead. But with these pests, you have to swat 2 or 3 times just to kill one. It's not worth the effort. The fly swatter in my hand swings with force, aiming at a fly and smacking it down 1 down. Xiao Chen struck twice, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He looked up and saw his eggs being harassed by flies. He leaped forward, delivering 9 swift strikes in rapid succession, while swinging his other hand to create a gust of wind that drove the remaining flies away from the eggs. Then he stood in the bird's nest, guarding his eggs. Damn it, die! Now Xiao Chen was certain he could keep going non-stop for 2 hours straight, because as soon as one wave of red-headed flies was eliminated, another wave would immediately spawn. The sheer number and speed of them were so overwhelming that it made his scalp tingle and goosebumps break out in waves, but other than that, he didn't feel much else. Oh, right. The experience points were increasing so rapidly that it looked like they were exploding on the screen. With a loud bang, several 4s appear, and then you watch as the experience slowly moves up. These flies, aside from being annoying to look at, didn't attack them. However, they did cause the chickens, sheep, and cows to become agitated and frightened. This affects egg laying and lambing. The Fly King launched an attack but made a mistake, accidentally releasing 20 red-headed flies carrying treasures. Find them, eliminate them, and the treasures are yours. As the system. Can we tell which ones are carrying treasures? Xiao Chen asked, his hands moving even faster. No way, the arena master. If we can eliminate this wave before new flies appear, we won't be able to escape. Xiaonong shouted back, swinging his fly swatter even faster. This was a rare opportunity, they had to eliminate every single fly in this wave. Come on, don't let any escape. Ah! Xiaonong had gone mad. The previous 2 waves weren't completely cleared before they respawned. Are all the farms like this? Xiao Chen did the same, swinging the fly swatter to create a trail of afterimages, then smacking it down on the densest area, eliminating over a dozen at once. It's like this everywhere. However, if some ranch owners are busy with special tasks, they can't enter. A small farmer covered her mouth and shouted, afraid the flies would fly into her mouth, saying, "This is an event where you earn experience and treasures. Once this event ends, there will probably be many ranch owners beating their chests in regret. Besides losing a lot of experience and treasures, the divine beasts they raise on their ranches will also suffer. Some may contract plagues and be cured, but others may die outright, causing huge losses. Although I feel sorry for them, I still can't help but laugh unethically 3 times. Sometimes, these events are all about luck. When you get something and others don't, it feels really satisfying inside. Suddenly, a treasure chest appeared out of nowhere and opened right up. The system prompted, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 baby chicks. This is the fly carrying the treasure." Before the ranch, under the management of small farmers, it had already reached level 7. Now, with the experience bar steadily increasing, it is nearing level 8. As the number of flies in the ranch continues to decrease, a series of notifications pop up one after another. "Congratulations, farm owner. You have obtained 20 speed cans. Congratulations to the field owner for receiving a bag of millet seeds. Congratulations to the field owner on winning a bag of corn seeds. Congratulations to the farm owner. You have received a card that doubles the number of baby animals you can collect from your farm. You have also obtained a 10-minute double experience boost for fly extermination, now active." As the boost activates, the experience bar continuously explodes with waves of 8, leaving Xiao Chun thrilled. "Obtain 5 donkeys. 10 black pigs. I don't mind. Xiao Chun grinned widely and shouted excitedly, truly not caring. After all, even though there were no top quality items, it didn't cost anything, did it? He just glanced over the bag of corn seeds and millet seeds. They weren't for planting on the farm, but for real-life use. Once he found a suitable spot, he could sprinkle the sacred soil on them and they'd be ready to use. He also obtained wheat seeds, a processing workshop recipe card, 5,000 units of forage, expansion cards for the shed and nest, a limited edition luxury decoration set, canned goods of various grades, and animal cubs. When this pair of money-hungry individuals were sitting on the ground, panting with their tongues hanging out, not a single fly escaped this wave. They were all eliminated. For 20 flies carrying treasures, the 2 of them nearly swung their arms off their shoulders. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. For the first time, they had wiped out every single one before the screen refreshed. The farm also reached level 8. And the event has only been going on for 15 minutes. Before they could catch their breath, it refreshed again. Although the system didn't indicate that there were any treasures, the 2 dared not relax. If they didn't even bother to try for the free experience, how could they expect the system to favor them? "Let's go for it." Xiao Chen let out a loud cry to the heavens, "Ah!" In the midst of the battle, a treasure chest suddenly exploded in the middle of the pasture. Xiao Chen froze. The group that didn't have any treasures also had a treasure chest? "Yes, there are, farm owner. However, the chances are low." At the same time, the system prompts, "Congratulations, farm owner, you have obtained 1 farm animal adoption card. Chapter 166 Reward. What the heck is a foster care card?" Xiao Chun was completely baffled. "Haha, spit. The little peasant was so arrogant she almost swallowed a fly, making her gag twice before she could reply. "The name sounds nice, but it's actually stealing." With this borrowed pet card, the farm owner only needs to know the other person's chat ID, then designate it for use. The card will steal a divine beast from the other person's farm. Once the divine beast gives birth to its offspring or lays its eggs, the adult divine beast will automatically return, and the offspring or eggs it produces become ours. Whoever gets robbed bleeds, and the thief's information isn't even displayed. Pfft, grass. Xiao Chen burst into laughter, nearly choking on his spit. He quickly spat twice, mimicking a peasant covering his mouth. "If we get another one, that'd be awesome. We could each steal one from those 2 who gave us mediocre reviews." "How rare." The peasant mercilessly mocked the host, saying, "This isn't cabbage." Bang! Another treasure chest explodes. The system says, "Congratulations, Arena Master. You have obtained a farm plague talisman." Xiao Non covered his mouth and laughed wildly. "This is better than the foster card. The farm owner can use it on anyone they don't like to cause some trouble. The usage is the same as the foster card." "Great, that's awesome. Damn it, that spider and lizard, just wait to be cooked." Xiao Chen switched hands and hit a new high. Those who came specifically to deliver treasures didn't bring anything good, but the ones who were just grinding experience ended up giving him 2 treasures that made him ecstatic. The best part is that he already had a specific target in mind. Life is sometimes so upside down, but Xiao Chen really enjoys this kind of upside downness. Even though it's not very comfortable to laugh while covering your mouth, at least you can still see each other's eyes. An hour later, the ranch reached level 9 and received an upgrade package, but the rewards were nothing special. The Fly King appeared again. What a careless mistake. Before that, several lucky bags appeared, one of which contained 5 unidentified elixir seeds. Xiao Chen bit his lip to feign indifference, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his excitement. This kid was over the moon. "Attack!" the little farmer roared, switching hands and flapping his wings to herd the flies in one direction. With a single swat, he sent a cloud of them flying. Land Nutrient Solution Package, Processing Workshop Recipes, Seeds, Younglings, Canned Food, Fertilizer, Double Event Experience, Small Stall Cooldown Monthly Pass, and Grass. He and the small farmers killed over 10 of them along with their treasures. At that moment, a prompt appeared in the pasture space, coordinates, Demon Realm. A mid-level pasture level up card has appeared.
Congratulations! Xiao Chen now fully understood Old Yan's behavior at the time.
He clutched his chest, wanting to collapse and convulse on the ground.
Who is this?
A mid-level skipping card, skipping 10 levels at once.
Xiao Chen couldn't stay calm anymore, turning his jealousy into strength and swinging the drumsticks with fierce energy. The small farmers were also wailing, why not us? Many farm owners would be green with envy.
Tip, in the Divine Realm, a level up card for a basic farm has appeared. Congratulations.
Sis, for heaven's sake. Xiao Chen feels like spitting blood. The system is really bleeding today. Xiaonong's eyes turned red with anger.
Congratulations to the field owner.
You've earned 5,000 units of grass. Damn it, someone just got a level up card, and you give me a bunch of rotten grass. Xiao Chen wanted to curse.
He planned to poison the spider and lizard after the event ended, otherwise he couldn't release the jealousy and resentment in his heart, which would affect his spiritual cultivation.
Xiao Chen thought to himself.
Congratulations to the Arena Master for obtaining 1 rank up access card.
Oh, I can unlock the Hall of Fame now.
It doesn't really do much, but at least I can check out other field owners' information when I'm bored.
The small farmer forced a happy expression and said, people shouldn't be too greedy. Xiao Chen laughed, we're already doing pretty well.
Of course, if I could get another stall reset card, that would be even better. A treasure chest exploded with a bang, followed by a prompt that interrupted Xiao Chen's words. Congratulations, Arena Master.
You have obtained 1 small stall level clear card. What the hell?
Xiao Chen was so stunned he forgot to swing his fly swatter, yelling, damn it, I should have known to get the farm level up card.
Give me a higher level one. I regret it so much.
But he also knew that this was truly just a coincidence. If his mouth had really been blessed with the ability to speak freely, the system would probably have been worried about going bankrupt and banned him, right?
Xiao Chen chuckled, I'm content.
The better treasures we got this time seem to all be cursed.
Xiaonong also laughed.
That's good. From now on, if anyone gives a bad review, just reset their rating to 0. The remaining few treasure chests had mediocre prizes, none of them contained anything that would make Xiao Chen go crazy with excitement.
The event is nearing its end.
Xiao Chen anxiously watched the experience bar, snapping photos while muttering, I don't care about anything else, just get me to level 10 before the event ends.
I don't want any other treasures.
Level 10 means I'll get the main quest, and the farm will jump to a whole new level.
However, looking at the time, it feels a bit hopeless. Snap! Another treasure chest appears out of nowhere. Xiao Chen was numb, truly numb.
This event was like opening treasure chests until your hands went numb, every kind of thrill imaginable. But when this particular treasure chest popped up, I just felt nothing. Congratulations to the host for winning a farm level up card.
The system announced. Chapter 167, It's Indeed Ugly.
Immediately afterward, a prompt popped up in the pasture space, coordinates, Mortal Realm. A high-level pasture upgrade card has appeared.
Congratulations! A high-level upgrade card. Xiao Chen was speechless, momentarily forgetting to swat the fly. Ah! Advanced, it's advanced. Just hold on, wait until the event ends.
Xiao Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, his voice trembling from the effort to suppress it.
A few minutes later, the event ended.
Xiao Chen led his little assistants in a wild dance of laughter and joy for several minutes to vent their overwhelming excitement. Advanced level up card jumped 30 levels in one go. Host, should we use it now?
Xiaonong's voice trembled slightly, his face flushed with excitement as he asked. Let me take a look first.
Xiao Chen glanced at the experience bar of the ranch. After the event ended, it was exactly as he had predicted. It hadn't reached level 10 yet, but with just over 200 more experience points, it would jump to level 10. Glancing at the poultry he was raising in the coop and the pen, Xiao Chen used a few cans of feed based on their remaining growth time at their current stage. After that, he rushed to produce, harvest eggs, milk, and lambs, then stored the mature poultry in the warehouse. The experience bar shot to the top, and the entire farm flashed with a glow. The system prompted, Congratulations, farm owner. Thanks to your diligent farming, your farm has reached level 10 and can now unlock the first main quest of the farm system. If you have any questions, your assistant, Little Farmer, will be happy to assist you. Wishing you a pleasant farming experience. I remember that for the first stage, the farm levels required to reach max level for Wo and Pang were 24 and 28, right?
Xiao Chen asked.
Yes, farm manager.
The young farmer's eyes sparkled as he asked, should we use the level skip cards to max them out right away?
Go for it. According to his original plan, he intended to wait until the farm reached its later stages, when upgrades became difficult, before using them. However, after discovering that he was genuinely poor in this god-tier farming system, he changed his mind. The items produced by the farm were valuable, but development was extremely slow. The so-called later stages were far too distant. It would be better to use the 2 cards now, upgrade the pens and sheds to the top level of the first stage, increase the number of animals, and start making money quickly. There are plenty of tasks ahead, and who knows, maybe one day he'll get lucky and draw another level up card. Even if you don't get one, at the current stage, raising 10 animals versus 20 animals on the farm makes a huge difference in both experience and income. There's no comparison between the two. Moreover, the system loves to show off, immediately revealing his coordinates. And in the entire farming and livestock system, he's the only one from the mortal realm. Whether he reveals himself or not, it's all the same. Xiaochen took out the basic level up card he had obtained earlier and the advanced level up card he had just acquired, struck an extremely flashy pose, and said with a delighted smile, "Use." As he spoke, the experience bar exploded several times in quick succession, jumping from the current level 10 straight to level 45. Awesome! Next up is upgrading the nest and the shed. Previously, the shelter was level 2 and the nest was level 3. Now that the farm has reached the required level, both the shelter and nest need to be manually upgraded using gold coins. Xiaochen calculated that upgrading both to the maximum level would require a total of 2.93 million gold coins. This figure was enough to make his teeth ache. However, he had recently obtained 1 expansion card for the nest and 1 for the shed. Using these cards could save a significant amount of costs, but Xiaochen did not plan to use these items at this stage. In the ranch system, the current highest level is 8, which can be upgraded using gold coins or expansion cards. However, once you reach the top level of the first stage and enter the second stage, further upgrades can only be done with expansion cards, which are not sold in the expansion card store. The only option is to hope that the system will be kind enough to reward him with a few more cards through various future tasks and activities. Therefore, at present, even if you have over 2 million gold coins, you would still have to spend them and save up expansion cards, accumulating 3 of each type, to use for upgrading to the second stage. So whether it's a hut or a shack, upgrading from level 8 to level 9 requires 3 expansion cards of each type. After reducing the gold coin limit by 2.93 million, the total number of animals in the entire farm has reached the maximum for the current stage, which is 20. Xiaochen did not immediately choose poultry for breeding but instead took out the limited edition luxury decorations he had obtained earlier and decided to use them. As a dazzling burst of light faded, the once monotonous and somewhat barren landscape of the farm transformed completely. The entire farm underwent a complete metamorphosis. This is a decorative scene themed around red maple trees. The outer ring is a maple forest, with the leaves in their most vibrant autumn colors. Adjacent to it is a circle of fences of varying heights, arranged in a neat and orderly manner. The once rudimentary thatched huts and shelters now resemble castles. Lavish shops, workshops, and warehouses feature feed troughs carved from a single block of white marble. And shrouded in thick, ethereal mist, the entire ranch has become incredibly magical and instantly upscale. It's a sight that's truly a feast for the eyes. Xiaochen was so engrossed in his admiration when he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his nose. Looking up, he saw that it had started to drizzle lightly, feeling very real. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. The key is that this luxurious decoration also comes with experience bonuses. All tasks such as swatting flies, cleaning up messes, and harvesting young ones all grant an extra point of experience. However, the experience bonus only takes effect after 24 hours. Otherwise, you could have earned a lot of extra experience from the recent fly infestation. Xiaochen placed 10 chicks in his newly upgraded nest, checked the items in his farm inventory, and added the flamingo and llama chicks obtained from the farm's beginner tasks, as well as the donkey obtained from the recent event. He also purchased a sheep and added it to the farm, making the entire farm bustling with activity. We have visitors at the farm, the little farmer said, then hurried back to the farm. Guests? Xiaochen paused for a moment, then added some feed and headed to the farm as well. There wasn't just one guest, all sorts of strange creatures, oddly shaped beings, and various other creatures filled the place, standing shoulder to shoulder. One group here, another there, all shouting and arguing, as if they were about to start a fight. As soon as Xiaochen appeared, everyone fell silent. What was this? Let's treat everyone. Talking about other things is useless. The monkey jumped over first, draped himself over Xiaochen's shoulder, and chuckled, "We made the list. Let's treat everyone." Right, Xiaochen should treat us. If you don't, we're staying here. A fair-skinned youth with a mouthful of sparkling white teeth, his face brimming with envy and resentment, shouted. Xiaochen recognized him immediately. It was Hong Haier. Hey, the illegitimate son of the system is just different. The old woman wants to eat a meat feast. Xiaochen's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. This old devil deserves to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. You think you've won? A towering monster with a massive bull's head approached, pushing aside the monkey's claws. With a loud slap, he struck Xiaochen's shoulder with such force that Xiaochen stumbled backward, stammering, "My old bull and my family of 3 have come to eat." It was none other than the Bull Demon King. Xiaochen looked up at the old ox, who was as tall as a small mountain, and said, "You're really ugly." Chapter 168, Making the Headlines. Xiao brother, what did you say?
The bull demon king's voice boomed, making Xiao Chen's ears ring. He stared with eyes as wide as a calf's, looking completely bewildered. "You're really skinny. I'm complimenting you on your slim figure," Xiao Chen said boldly, telling a blatant lie. Lao was flattered, chuckled, and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao brother, you really have good taste." Xiao Chen struggled to steady himself before finally taking the time to carefully examine all the guests who had arrived, and he now understood why he had looked ready to fight earlier. These guests represented all three races, immortals, ghosts, and demons. Though peace and coexistence were now advocated, deep down, everyone still harbored racial prejudice. They immediately start attacking each other upon meeting. For example, the self-proclaimed superior Xiao Tianquan chases the nine-tailed fox around the entire venue, barking incessantly, "Woof, you Tai Fox, let's have a fight and see who can beat who." The nine-tailed fox's face turned pale, and she called out to a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes on the other side in a soft, resentful voice, "Wolf King, won't you help me?" Xiao Chen heard the nine-tailed fox's cry amidst the chaos and looked in the direction of the voice, only to discover that the creature that looked human was actually a wolf demon. However, it had transformed into a rather handsome form, and it really did look quite human. But that person just gave a casual glance and stood there motionless, quite aloof. Xiao Changju's resentful voice sent a chill down Xiao Chen's spine. Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation, rubbed his forehead, then clapped his hands and shouted, "Quiet down." Seeing that he was still chasing the fox, he barked, "Big dog, come here and sit down. Listen to me." Xiao Tian the dog finally glared at the nine-tailed fox, wagged his tail, and walked over to sit beside Xiao Chen. He first extended his dog head under Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen stroked the dog head while addressing everyone, "Everyone, thank you for your concern for this young man." In truth, his teeth were aching, and he was cursing under his breath at the thought of how much he would have to spend to host this banquet for all these demons and monsters. However, he forced a gentle smile and said, "This was unexpected. Please give me some time to prepare. In 3 days, I will host a grand banquet. I hope you will all honor me with your presence." "We'll definitely come. I'll definitely come." We agreed, 3 days from now. "Alright, 3 days from now. Xiao Fieldmaster, please go ahead with your work. We'll come back in 3 days. Can we bring our families along? We'll add your entire family as friends. Mr. Xiao, please remember to accept the requests." Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and smiled broadly, hesitating whether to muster the courage to tell these guys that coming empty-handed was actually quite impolite. Just then, Monkey led the way with a bold wave of his hand, saying, "We're not here to freeload. The main reason is to congratulate our brother on obtaining a rare treasure and the ranch reaching a new height. So when we come, we all bring a small gift. Brother, don't refuse it when the time comes. If you refuse, it's like you're not giving face to old son." The words were meant for Xiao Chen, but his eyes darted around the room, scanning everyone present. The meaning was crystal clear. The monkey is the coolest. If it were a female, Xiao Chen wouldn't mind turning its face around and taking a bite, but given the circumstances, it's best to leave it at that. This brotherly bond is something to keep in the heart, no need to be sentimental about it. Xiao Chen smiled politely and said, "No need to refuse. No need to refuse. It's just that you've all gone out of your way for me." He wasn't that naive. Most of these people were strangers to him, and they only exchanged a few casual words during their online chats. Plus, the most important thing was that everyone present was wealthier than him. Why should he be the one to foot the bill? The others either genuinely agreed or reluctantly nodded along, saying, "Of course. You're the one who invited us." Finally, after most of the unfamiliar demons and monsters had dispersed, Xiao Chen opened his chat account and sent out invitations one by one. 3 days from now, at noon, a banquet will be held. Please honor us with your presence." Then he whispered to the monkey and pointed to Old Yen as a temporary extra. "What for?" "To keep track of the accounts and collect gifts." The monkey's eyes lit up, and he praised, "This is a good method. Is this part of your earthly customs?" "Yes, it's a custom of the mortal world. During various banquets and events, someone is assigned to collect gifts and keep records. This way, when someone attends a banquet in the future and there's a similar event, they can give a return gift based on the gift they received," Xiao Chen explained. The monkey waved his hand, "No need to return the gift. Keeping a record is mainly to see who's bold enough to show up with their head on their shoulders, and then I'll go knock some sense into them." "You're ruthless." Xiao Chen admits defeat. Old Yen rolled his eyes and said, "Why do I have to be the one to do all the hard work? You're the best. You're so good with a pen." Xiao Chen and the monkey said in unison. China and the rabbit arrived late because they hadn't had time to check the invitation Xiao Chen had sent on the chat app. Upon entering, they heard him mention the banquet and immediately agreed. The rabbit also pulled out a golden silk scroll and handed it to Xiao Chen, saying, "It's on the front page." The report came out so quickly. "You just received the advanced level up card, and the tabloid already published it. The small newspapers of the Celestial Court are all crafted using divine energy, so they don't require printing. As a result, they can be published at any time and in any quantity, with no restrictions. Is this the Heavenly Court's newsletter?" Xiao Chen took it and looked at it.
Well, the headline, a full page, they really do favor him. The headline read, Fly Infestation Exposes High-Calorie Feed at Farm, Mysterious Owner's Background Revealed. Below, thousands of words are spent detailing the rare occurrence of a high-level farm upgrade card in the legendary farming system, which has been in existence for tens of thousands of years. The first card's recipient remains unidentified, while the second card's acquisition has fallen into the hands of a farm owner from the mortal realm. What secrets lie behind this? Why has this mortal farm owner been favored by the system? Of course, after all the sensationalist headlines, none of them managed to uncover any real secrets. On another page, the report focuses on the intermediate and beginner level skip cards issued during this fly infestation event, as well as who was unable to participate in the event and the damage suffered by the farm. I can't help but feel that the tone of this report is a bit sarcastic. Are they trying to take a dig at me? Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Typical behavior, don't pay attention to it. Lao Yan said, but you've done well this time. I see you even used that beginner level 1. The farm is already level 45. Yeah, I used it. Anyway, everyone knows it's mine, so keeping it might attract unnecessary trouble. Plus, raising the farm level means more livestock, which means more profit. That's true. Everyone chatted for a while, and Xiao Chen asked about the rules for hosting such a banquet. Monkey and the others then left. Chang Liu sent a friend request notification. Xiao Chen accepted all of them, sent an invitation, and then took out the foster care card and farm plague talisman he had obtained earlier, heading toward the small stall. Chapter 169, Plague, let's go. Chapter 169, Plague, let's go. Use previous purchase records to find the chat IDs of the Golden Spider Ancestor and the Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign. Xiao Nong also joined in excitedly and said, let's use the borrowing card to see whose farm has better livestock first, then we'll snatch them. Xiao Chun checked according to the instructions. Unlike the animals he currently raises, these gods and demons are not raised for their meat, but for their demon cores. Once the demon beasts reach maturity, they expel their demon cores, losing all their essence. The demon beast then reverts to its juvenile form, requiring refarming and a slow process of forming a new core. However, this varies by species. Some demon beasts only form a demon core once after expelling it, the adult demon beast dies. Similarly, some demon beasts can form demon cores repeatedly, with the maximum number not exceeding 3 times. In the 10,000 Demons Garden or other divine beings' breeding grounds, the time required for demon beasts and divine beasts to develop differs significantly from the outside world. For example, a demon beast that would take 3,000 years to form a demon core in the outside world can do so in just 300 years in the 10,000 Demons Garden or a breeding ground. If the owner of the pasture does not require demon cores of a certain age, they can adjust the time required for condensation, using ones that are a few hundred years old instead. In such cases, raising a demon beast for 3 to 5 years in the 10,000 Demons Garden or a pasture would be sufficient. The Wanyao Garden of the Golden Spider Ancestor is home to a wide variety of creatures, but according to the highest ranked one is a large python with scales, carrying a 5,000-year-old demon core, about to give birth, and is about to expel the core. On the other side, the Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign's demon core is only 1,500 years old, while the target age set by the opponent is 2,000 years. If placed in the Demon Garden, it would need another 50 years to reach the required age. Xiao Chen doesn't want to wait and decides to bestow this foster care card to the Golden Spider Ancestor. The Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign side will have to endure a wave of plague. According to feedback from the foster care card, the Golden Spider Ancestor is currently managing the farm and cannot be fostered. Please try again at a later time. This prompt is great. Xiao Chen chuckled sarcastically, such a fancy name, yet they're up to no good. The system really has no shame. In the demon realm, the Golden Spider Ancestor had fed his demon beast a feast of divine ingredients. Satisfied, he glanced at the scaled python and returned to the farm. He opened his chat app and sent a message to his friend, the Iron Lizard Demon Lord. It's been tough, I've raised this demon-scaled python for 500 years, and it's finally about to spit out its demon core. Once I consume it in a few days, my cultivation will skyrocket. Then I'll go catch a litter of those pesky foxes and roast them for dinner. Iron Lizard Demon Lord replied, those Thai ES deserve a lesson. We haven't done anything to them lately, yet they came out of nowhere to give me a bad review and left. Damn it. The Golden Spider Ancestor, she left a bad review for me too. Damn it. Wait for me to go there, and I'll call you. We'll catch a bunch of foxes and strip that 9-tailed fox of all her cultivation, then bring her back for some fun. Let's kill her. Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign, by the way, are there any requests for revisions on the reviews sent out in the past few days? I received 3 gift packages, hee hee. Golden Spider Ancestor, I received 5, more than you. That human hasn't responded, how stupid. It seems the neutral reviews aren't strong enough. Should we go for some negative reviews? Iron Lizard Demon Lord, we must do it. We won't change unless they give us a real, substantial gift package. Seriously, they're not playing by the rules. Ding, your farm has been infected with a plague. Please hurry to handle it.
The Iron Lizard Demon Lord was utterly shocked. What on earth is this? How could it be infected with the plague? I can't bother chatting with the Golden Spider ancestor anymore. Negative reviews don't matter either. If we can't save it, I'll probably be coughing up blood for days. The Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign rushed frantically to his 10,000 demon garden. In just a moment, the entire garden was littered with corpses lying in every direction. My 8-armed monkey. Damn it, why is there a plague? Ah! The plague is beyond saving. The peasant chuckled, this demon has wasted hundreds of years for nothing. Xiao Chen didn't feel the least bit guilty. He had learned from the nine-tailed fox that these two demons specifically targeted weak members of their own kind or other races, tricking them into giving them negative reviews. If the victims refused to pay, the demons would follow up with an endless stream of negative reviews. Facing such despicable creatures, one couldn't show mercy. A heavy blow was necessary to teach them a lesson, or else they'd never understand why the flowers were blooming so vibrantly. The nine-tailed fox only intervened because one of her trusted subordinates was bullied by these two demons, leading her to take sides and form a grudge against them. But those two demons probably didn't expect that the nine-tailed fox was so ruthless. She was willing to sacrifice the growth of her own stall and occasionally mess with them to see who could outplay whom. Although the plague and stealing demon beasts might not stop those two demons from continuing their mischief, at least they'll have a few unpleasant days first. Xiao Chen carefully studied the plague symbol before using it. The symbol and its material were unfamiliar to him. This type of symbol was not recorded in the ancient symbol manuals he had studied. It was likely a unique creation developed by the system itself. Before using the plague talisman, Xiao Chen carefully studied the runes and materials. This type of talisman was not found in the ancient talisman manuals he had studied. It was likely a system-exclusive creation developed independently. Symbols can be created on one's own. Xiao Chen turned around to practice, but he didn't plan to use it in the farming and animal husbandry system. Even if he managed to draw it successfully, it wouldn't work here. The system has certain restrictions to maintain balance. Take the recent fly infestation as an example. Even a divine being could only use a fly swatter to kill them one by one, unable to rely on their powerful magic to eliminate them all at once. Therefore, Xiao Chen only intended to give it a try. Even if it couldn't be used in the farm, perhaps it could be useful elsewhere in the future. That giant python will spit out its pearl in 2 days. However, their Wanyao garden or ranch didn't have any time-shortening items. Xiao Chen handed the foster care card to the farmer and instructed him, use it at the right time. Otherwise, we'll have to feed it with feed, and the problem is we don't have any divine feed. We're worried it might affect the python's pearl spitting. It's better to wait until the python has eaten its fill on its final day there, then come over and take the pearl while leaving the snake behind. The farm owner is wise, and the young farmer agrees. Don't worry, we'll make sure that demon spits blood. The young farmer happily took the foster care card, double-checked the time, and temporarily stored it in the warehouse. After finishing his work, Xiao Chen didn't have time to count the items he had obtained earlier. He took a look at the arrogant and mysterious alien seed, then stepped back and left. With over 3 hours left until his appointment with Joey Rue, Xiao Chen decided not to sleep. He picked up a few pieces of jade of slightly inferior quality and entered the Yunyang Palace to practice engraving symbols. Carving symbols on jade is different from drawing them on paper. It relies entirely on spiritual energy and mental focus to etch the symbols into the hard jade, making it a challenging task. He purchased a large quantity of jade of slightly inferior quality specifically for practice. Once he has honed his skill sufficiently, he will then proceed to carve the spirit-gathering talismans. Chapter 170, Encountering Old Black on the Road. Xiao Chen condensed a cloud of mist, wrapped the few pieces of shattered jade, and rubbed them continuously. After removing all the traces and fingerprints left by the workers during processing, he placed them on the ground, selected the largest piece, and began to carve it using his spiritual energy in conjunction with his mental energy. This step was no easy feat. First, Xiao Chen had to condense the energy of the engraved symbols into a needle-like point, then control this needle-like point to smoothly trace the intricate patterns on the hard jade. Regardless of their length, the patterns must be carved in one continuous motion without stopping, and the depth of the engravings must be consistent, never varying in depth. Xiao Chen spent over 2 hours struggling to condense the energy he used for carving the symbols into a needle-like form, and his face had already begun to turn pale. Click, click. The forceed together was as hard as a real steel needle, moving with difficulty across the jade, emitting a rough friction sound. Xiao Chen knew that this was a matter of control. Once he became more skilled, such a situation would no longer occur. Unfortunately, the engraving of the patterns was like a malfunctioning steering wheel. He had intended to control the needle to draw a tiny arc to the right before turning downward, but a momentary loss of control caused it to slice straight downward to the right, creating a small notch along the edge of the jade. Xiao Chen forced himself to ignore the overwhelming fatigue, wiped the sweat from his brow, and continued practicing on the damaged piece of jade. Carving symbols required utmost concentration, with one's spiritual energy maintained in a state of readiness for an extended period. Though exhausting at first, it was indeed an excellent method for cultivating mental and spiritual energy control.
His path to immortality is not something he is in a hurry to advance. Although he has successfully established his foundation, he feels that something is missing. It seems as though the foundation he has laid is not solid enough, and there are some weak spots that need to be strengthened. An instinctive intuition tells him that by solidifying these weak areas, it will greatly benefit him when he advances to the next stage of his cultivation. Through the process of incubating eggs in the past few days, he felt that his cultivation was steadily solidifying. He sensed that continuing down this path could fill some gaps in his cultivation. The current method of carving symbols into jade was no less effective than incubating eggs, and in some ways, even more so. With a sharp crack, Xiao Chen lost control of his strength and forcefully split the jade into several pieces with an energy needle. Glancing at the time, he stopped carving the symbols, closed his eyes to regulate his breath, then stood up and walked out. After taking a shower, Xiao Chen went to check on the little ghost that had been dealt with by the two ghosts. He took out a yin tablet, sealed the little ghost inside with a symbol, and tossed it onto the coffee table in the living room. He instructed the two ghosts to stay home and practice, then drove his car out of the serene garden. The ghosts lingering around Iran Huayuan seemed to recognize his car, rushing to the roadside to bow and greet him. Xiao Chen shook the windshield wipers in response, then stepped on the gas and drove out of the residential area. It was the middle of the night, and there were many ghosts lingering on the road. Before Xiao Chen could draw talismans on his car, two more ghosts had already cleared the way, and several others failed to avoid him, passing directly through his body. Xiao Chen found this situation difficult to adapt to, so he slowed down the car, took out two talismans, and stuck one on each side of the window. A faint energy began to emanate from them, and the ghosts on the road, upon seeing them from a distance, all avoided them. This made things much smoother. As he continued driving, Xiao Chen spotted a familiar figure hanging from a streetlight ahead. He condensed a cloud of mist and circled around the figure. The figure sensed something was off, reached out to grab it, but couldn't reach it in 3 tries, and fell off the streetlight. Of course, the height wasn't enough to harm the figure, and Xiao Chen's car had reached that spot. He pulled over to the side of the road, rolled down the window, and smiled. Got nothing better to do? He opened the door. I thought it was someone else. It's you? The figure squeezed into the car and sat in the passenger seat. It's Black Wu Chang. His appearance was not a cause for celebration for a certain family in the human world. As he said, I calculated the exact time to come and collect the soul, but they managed to get a few life-prolonging talismans, extending the time by an hour. I couldn't just go back, so I came out for a stroll. Life-prolonging talismans? Xiao Chen furrowed his brows and said, normally, wouldn't there be side effects? The one who casts the talisman has to sacrifice a year of their own life to grant the recipient an extra hour of life. There must be a reason for that, right? That's right. He Wu Chang sat in the car, curiously touching this and that, and said, it's to let the old man see his grandson one last time. That's quite a sacrifice. So it seems that the person sacrificing their lifespan to fulfill filial duty must be the old man's close relative, either a son or a daughter. Right. Black Wu Chang gave Xiao Chen a knowing look and said, give me a hand, will you? Xiao Chen's lips twitched slightly, thinking it would be better to pretend not to see these things in the future. Seeing the expression on this guy's face, he knew it wasn't going to be good, so he quickly said, get out of the car. He opened the car window, summoned a cloud of mist, and threw Black Wu Chang out of the window. His mist transformation technique had been enhanced, greatly increasing its power. It could be said to have gained an additional primal force. Using the same amount of spiritual energy as before, the effect was incomparable to before. Throwing out a black wretch was child's play. He. Black Wu Chang didn't mind either, drifting back in with a smirk, saying, the sheet music for a soul-binding flute. Old Yan still owes me a spell. Xiao Chen wasn't buying it, replying coldly. Add 7 more soul-binding flutes and the ongoing merit shares for your 2 ghost servants. He Wu Chang didn't wait for Xiao Chen to speak before shouting, the authority for this matter lies with me. Yen Jun cannot overstep his authority. 8-character ghost servants are different from ordinary minor ghosts. No matter how powerful they are, they will never pose a threat to their masters. On the contrary, they will provide significant assistance. He knew that Xiao Chen regarded these 2 ghost servants as his own children, so he directed the temptation toward the 2 ghosts, which would be more effective than targeting Xiao Chen directly. Just tell me what it's about. Xiao Chen was somewhat tempted, but he still didn't want to get involved in such matters. From what Black Wu Chang implied, this favor might not have a limit on the number of times it could be requested, and it could easily become endless. That wasn't the main concern, however. The key was to determine whether involving the 2 ghost servants would unnecessarily attract heavy ghostly resentment, thereby disrupting their pure cultivation. It's not something that will be too much trouble for you. Most of the time, you won't need to get involved personally. Just have the ghost servant carry your token to carry out the task. He Wu Chang saw an opening and began to flatter Xiao Chen, brushing imaginary dust off his shoulder with a smile. It's those wayward Taoist priests and sorcerers in the human realm who, relying on their limited abilities, protect those fierce ghosts and cause unnecessary trouble for our underworld officials.
However, if we use a token from the human realm, we can break through some of their restrictions and allow the underworld officials to carry out their duties more smoothly. Currently, since you have consumed the Buddha's fruit, using an item imbued with your aura would be more effective. Black Wu Chang said. Can your underworld officials not handle those Taoist priests and sorcerers in the mortal realm?
Xiao Chen glanced sideways at Black Wu Chang, his face filled with disbelief.
Chapter 171, Strolling Through the Ghost Market.
Black Wu Chang shook his head and said, it's not that we can't handle it, it's just that there are too many rules and regulations. To put it simply, it's like in your mortal world you can't just execute someone for stealing a needle or a thread. If you're asking me or Old White to handle these guys, that's no problem. But unless we have to kill someone every time, why bother? Besides, if we could handle it ourselves, what would the underworld officials be doing? Those underworld officials can handle vengeful spirits however they want, but when it comes to humans, they're tied hand and foot. After all, they're just ordinary underworld officials. There's no need to break the rules for a few humans and risk being banished to oblivion. Plus, there are many talented individuals in the mortal world, and their magical artifacts are enhanced by other powers. Ordinary underworld officials really have their hands full. So, according to you, those malevolent spirits exist in the mortal realm because they violate some rule, but they're protected by mortals using special methods, allowing them to act with impunity? Xiao Chen asked. Mostly. Black Wu Chang sighed helplessly. The rules governing the heavens and earth are too numerous. However, it's fortunate that these rules exist to maintain order, otherwise, the mortal realm would have descended into chaos long ago. Though we are enforcers, we must avoid actions that harm others without benefiting ourselves.
Mostly.
That's why it's so frustrating. Black Wu Chang sighed helplessly. There are too many rules between heaven and earth, but fortunately, these rules keep things in order. Otherwise, the mortal world would have descended into chaos long ago. Although we are enforcers of the law, we avoid causing harm to others whenever possible. That's why we're asking for your help. All you need to do is show a token to the underworld officials when they come to you for assistance.
This world is so chaotic.
Xiao Chen, who still couldn't fully understand those rules and constraints, also found it headache-inducing and said, I'll think about it.
All right. He Wu Chang was delighted and said, all the evil karma can be transferred to the underworld. You and your ghost servant won't be affected.
If you ever need my help or old buys in the future, just give us a shout.
All right. He Wu Chang was delighted and said, all the evil karma can be transferred to the underworld.
You and your ghost servant won't be affected at all. If you ever need my help or old buys, just give us a shout.
It sounded as though Xiao Chen would definitely agree. I'm here, you can go back.
Xiao Chen looked at the Kuming tea house ahead and saw Zhou Irue already waiting for him, then said,
all right, go ahead.
I'll take a stroll. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, and he looked in another direction and said, there are a few troublemakers over there.
I'll go give them a lesson. It's boring anyway. Xiao Chen followed his gaze and saw a few dirty ghosts wandering around on the road.
He felt a pang of sympathy for them. At the same time, he heard He Wu Chang say, look at those few. They don't learn to be good, they crave blood and vitality, and they always go to unclean places. However, they haven't done anything heinous, so I can't just refine them and make their souls vanish. After all, these ghosts are registered in the underworld and have permission to stay in the mortal world. If I ignore the rules and force them back, I'll have to arrange reincarnation for them.
There are qualified ghosts waiting in line for their chance, let alone them? Taking them back would just take up space. It's better to let them stay in the mortal realm for now. Sigh, it's all so tedious. It's like when people in the mortal realm steal someone's needle.
They know it's wrong, but if left unchecked, it could lead to big trouble. But they don't yet qualify to be arrested and sent to prison.
Trouble. Can't you think of a better analogy than stealing needles and thread?
Xiao Chen looked down on He Wu Chang as he walked past, grabbed a few ghosts, and started beating them. He shook his head in disbelief, then slowly drove the car to a stop in front of the Kuming tea house.
Zhou Irue walked over and asked with a smile, why did you stop there just now? Weren't you startled by my enthusiastic welcome? He couldn't see He Wu Chang or the ghosts. Get lost. Xiao Chen laughed and scolded.
Over the past few days, he had found time to talk to Zhou Irue on the phone several times. The guy had been persistent, insisting that Xiao Chen teach him the skills. As a result, they had lost their initial awkwardness and had become quite friendly.
By the way,
Zhou Irue leaned in, placing both hands on Xiao Chen's car door and whispered, my sister has finally come around and is ready to inherit the family's mystical arts.
Do you have any thoughts on that? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. What could he possibly object to? He already knew about this.
Over the past few days, he had been in constant contact with Zhou Shiyu via WeChat, and knew that her condition had improved significantly. Moreover, the young lady had mentioned over the phone that she intended to inherit the family's mystical arts and had also asked Xiao Chen for his opinion. Xiao Chen sensed from Zhou Shiyu's words that she had changed her mind after seeing that he understood mystical arts, fearing that they would have nothing to talk about anymore. The crux of the matter is that Zhou Xia's grandfather had insisted on forcing her to marry Bai Chenkuan, intending for her to inherit the family's mystical arts and then marry into the Bai family to leverage their influence to resolve the Zhou family's difficulties. Now that Bai Chenkuan has met his end, Zhou Xia's true feelings lie with someone far superior to the Bai family. With this obstacle removed, Zhou Xiu naturally came to her senses. As long as Xiao Chen doesn't mind, that's all that matters.
He doesn't mind either. Learning some skills for self-defense is fine. It doesn't necessarily mean she has to go ghost hunting or handle karmic debts for others.
The main issue is that in this line of work, no matter how skilled a woman is, most ordinary people will first think of her as a witch doctor. Only those who understand the field might refer to her as a yin-yang master, dowsher, or sorcerer. This is likely why Zhou Xiu had previously rejected the idea.
Thinking about it, it's understandable. A beautiful young woman being called a shaman is something no one would want to accept.
Zhou Xiu intended to inherit the family legacy, and the old patriarch of the Zhou family was overjoyed. After all, the Zhou family's calamity could only be resolved by someone with Zhou Xiu's destiny inheriting it. Plus, knowing the unusual relationship between Xiao Chen and Zhou Xiu, and with Xiao Chen's abilities to back him up, the old patriarch was even more delighted that Zhou Xiu would learn the family's mystical arts. Even Zhou's mother, after considering Xiao Chen's connection, changed her initial opposition to support. If the two of them could share a common interest, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of things to talk about. As long as Xiu is happy, I have no objections. He saw that Joey Rue seemed to have let out a sigh of relief.
How much does he care about his opinion?
Also, Xiu doesn't seem to have told her family that she had already asked him.
Is she worried that her family will tease her for being too old to marry?
This girl, Xiao Chen thought to himself with a smile, shaking his head. Let's go, I'll lead the way. The two of them set off for the ghost market, one in front and one behind. The ghost market was not far from Wujing Street, just a 5-minute drive away. It was usually closed and only open during designated hours. At this time, the market is already bustling with people, and the streets are lined with various stalls. After parking the car, Joey Rue led Xiao Chen inside and said, "Let's go straight to the VIP room. The staff will bring us items carefully selected by experts one by one for us to admire. If you like any of them, you can either invite the seller to the room or use the special communication device in the room to negotiate the transaction. However, if 2 or more people are interested in the same item, an auction may be required." Compared to the so-called experts' careful selections, Xiao Chen trusted his own judgment more, so he said, "I'll accompany you to find a suite, then I'll explore the market on my own. I'll find you after I'm done."
You want to browse these small stalls outside?
There's nothing good out there. Most of it is subpar quality passed off as the real thing. If you want to browse, you can go to the main hall. That's where all the premium items are. And the ones sent to the VIP private rooms are the cream of the crop. Joey Rue was surprised but quickly said, "Then I'll accompany you while you browse."
No need to go to all that trouble, Xiao Chen laughed. I'm just here for the first time and curious. Having someone follow me around would be inconvenient. I'll just go to the VIP room once I'm done. Joey Rue wasn't clingy either.
He replied straightforwardly, "Alright, my private room is fixed.
It's room 06 in Area A. Just come find me once you're done." The two parted ways.
Joey Rue enjoyed his VIP treatment as usual, while Xiao Chen started from the beginning, browsing through the stalls set up outside.
Chapter 172, A Tattered Piece of Paper.
A wide variety of items, including antique replicas, jade, and calligraphy and paintings, are all available. As Joey Rue mentioned, there are plenty of counterfeit items being sold at the street stalls outside. Xiao Chen watched helplessly as a vendor sold a piece of red earthenware as a valuable Great Golden King artifact to an antique enthusiast at an exorbitant price. The buyer, oblivious to the scam, looked as though he had struck gold, gratefully thanking the vendor before happily carrying off the worthless red earthenware. He must be new to the antique hobby scene, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a landing red and a big golden monkey. However, this is purely a case of one willing to give and one willing to take. Even if the seller were to come back later, it wouldn't constitute deception, as the clever vendor never claimed to be selling a Dijin gang from the start.
Instead, the buyer, acting superior, walked up and asked, "How much is this string of Dijin gang?"
The vendor then gave a confusing quote and busied himself with other tasks, appearing too occupied to engage in a meaningful conversation. After some haggling, the vendor reluctantly sold it to the buyer. Landing red is also a type of cultural artifact, but its value is completely incomparable to that of the Golden Buddha.
Xiao Chen shook his head.
Such matters were none of his concern. After all, there were far too many self-proclaimed experts out there. The way they acted, as if everyone else was ignorant and only they understood, made him suspect that if he were to expose their ignorance, they might even turn around and lecture him instead. His university classmates had encountered such a thankless task before. When he kindly warned them, he nearly got beaten up by someone who thought they knew better. Continuing on his way, after walking down 2 streets, Xiao Chen stopped at a small stall. The stall didn't have many items, with no more than 10 types in total. There were a few jade carvings, a copper kettle, scattered copper coins, a paperweight, a copper mirror, a small black bowl, and a piece of paper that looked worn and tattered. No haggling. The stall owner is an elderly man who doesn't look very well off. He sits there, smoking a pipe, occasionally coughing and spitting on the ground beside him. His voice is hoarse but stubborn. As soon as someone approaches, he sternly utters this phrase, causing those who had intended to squat down and take a closer look to stand up and leave immediately. No wonder there are so few people at this stall. Xiao Chen took a look at the few pieces of jade. The dirty appearance didn't matter much, but the key was that they weren't clean. How much are you selling this paper for? Since you're not haggling, I'll just ask straight out. 3,000, I don't know what it's for, but I won't haggle. The old man said stubbornly. Xiao Chen smiled and asked, how much are these jade ornaments? To his surprise, the old man glanced at him and said, I won't sell them to you. Xiao Chen chuckled, then why are you displaying it? He then lowered his voice and asked, to scare away ghosts? The old man's smoking motion halted, and he stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. He placed the pipe on the ground and whispered, you can tell? What do you think? Xiao Chen smiled. I saw how fair-skinned and clean this child is, and I didn't want him to be harmed, so I said I wouldn't sell it. I never expected this child to have some skill. The old man looked around and said, this item isn't clean. I'd shown it to several Taoist priests, deliberately highlighting the jade, but none of them could tell what it was. So I decided to put it out here to see if anyone can figure it out and suppress them. He examined Xiao Chen up and down several times, then praised, young people these days are truly remarkable. I've been selling here for a year, and many so-called experts have passed by without noticing it. I never thought you could see it. There must be a story behind it. Xiao Chen rubbed his nose and said meaningfully. There must be a story behind this. Xiao Chen scratched his nose and said meaningfully. The old man shook his head and said angrily, I'm blind. I was deceived. I only saw that the jade was of good quality and thought that others didn't recognize its value, so I got a good deal. But after bringing it home, there's been no peace in my house. I've thrown these things out several times, but they always came back on their own in the middle of the night. Luckily, I have an ancestral sword that wards off evil spirits, so while these things have caused trouble, they haven't caused me any serious harm. However, I know that keeping these things in the house for too long will eventually affect the family's fortune and bring misfortune to future generations. That's why I wanted to put them out and see if I could find someone knowledgeable to dispose of them properly. Have you never sold any of them? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Have you never sold any of them? Xiao Chen asked curiously. The old man sighed, many people have asked about it, but they didn't seem to know what it was, so I couldn't just give it away. To put it elegantly, I'm waiting for the right person, someone who can handle such things. Otherwise, it would be a waste, and I wouldn't feel at ease knowing that someone else might suffer because of it. Let's make a deal. Xiao Chen looked at the tattered piece of paper and said, give this to me, and I'll clean the jade for you and take care of it. This thing will definitely fetch a fortune. If you can remove whatever's inside, I'll give you this torn paper and an extra $5,000. The old man stubbornly replied, I'd rather lose a little than make a quick profit. You're in this line of work, you should know that. It's like the talisman you use to ward off evil spirits. If it's something you get for free, even the best talisman will lose its power and become ineffective. I understand that, so don't refuse. I'm just worried that taking such a bargain might bring trouble. Let's keep things separate. Xiao Chen laughed, I'm in this line of work, so I understand. You're right about the talismans, but this matter isn't as mysterious as you think. Exorcising evil spirits is something where the practitioner sets the price. You just need to pay what they ask. Xiao Chen laughed, I'm in this line of work, so I know what you mean about the talisman. But this matter isn't as mysterious as you think. The value of exorcism is whatever the practitioner says it is. Just don't try to lower the price too much, and there won't be any other issues. On the other hand, the piece of paper Xiao Chen had his eye on was worth over 3,000. He planned to add the exorcism service and give a few more talismans later to barely offset the paper's value. Compared to this old man, if he wanted that paper, he wouldn't be getting a bargain. Is that really the case? The old man asked skeptically. I can tell just by looking that this thing isn't clean. My cultivation is deeper than the so-called masters you've met, right? To convince the stubborn old man, Xiao Chen had no choice but to take out a talisman and show it to him, saying, it seems you know a thing or two. How do you think this talisman compares to others? The old man took it with a serious expression, looked at it, and then gave an awkward chuckle. I can't tell. But kid, that paper is small. If you think handling this thing is dangerous, we shouldn't force it. My old house at least has some items to ward off evil spirits. We could keep it there for a few more years without any issues. But if it indirectly causes trouble for you, I'd never be at peace in this lifetime. Don't worry, the things inside aren't too troublesome. We'll just find them a new home. Xiao Chen laughed. Seeing that Xiao Chen spoke so casually and seemed to have pinpointed the issue, the old man had been waiting too long. He could tell that this young man had some skill. However, given his youth, he wasn't sure if he could truly handle it. Seeing that Xiaochen spoke so casually and seemed to have pinpointed the issue, the old man, who had been waiting for so long, could tell that this young man had some skill. However, given his young age, he wasn't too sure if he could truly handle it. But as the saying goes, even if there is no fruit on the tree, you still give it a try. How would he know without trying? Alright. I won't beat around the bush. How do we resolve this matter? Leave me your contact information, and I'll pay you the deposit. Once everything is sorted out, I'll contact you to come pick it up. However, I need to take this piece of paper with me now. Though it's a bit worn, Xiao Chen, relying on his knowledge of feng shui artifacts, knows that this talisman contains the juice of the seven-headed flower he's been searching for. The sooner he gets it, the better. Chapter 173, Stockpiling. Though he called it a deposit, the price Xiao Chen paid was the same as the current market value of the jade and talisman paper. He collected the pieces of jade and the tattered talisman paper, exchanged contact information with the old man, and continued browsing. The current price of the jade couldn't possibly compare to its value after being cleaned and processed. So Xiao Chen paid the current price as a deposit and didn't worry at all that the old man would run off with the money. In fact, that would have been a profit for Xiao Chen. After browsing the stalls outside, they began exploring the inner market. Compared to the small stalls outside, the stalls inside looked more professional, with better presented goods, though of course at higher prices. After just a quick look around, I didn't see anything like the seven-headed flower talismans again. I did find 2 decent shops, though. I placed an order for a large stone-carved fish tank, left my address and phone number, and arranged for delivery. Then I dove into another shop. This shop sold high-quality talisman papers. The owner only cut a small piece about 2 fingers wide and placed it outside as a sample, with the rest stored in the display case. Seeing Xiao Chen pick up the sample and examine it carefully, the boss laughed and said, "Young man, this isn't ordinary paper. It's not for practicing calligraphy or painting, and it's not cheap 50 yuan per sheet." He waited for Xiao Chen to show a look of shock, as he had encountered such situations countless times before. Last time, there was even a guy who jumped up in anger after hearing the price and asked him why he didn't just go rob a bank instead. "I know." Xiao Chen simply nodded indifferently, showing no other emotion, which surprised the shop owner. At present, Xiao Chen was fairly satisfied with the quality of the talisman paper, though it was far from perfect. He smiled and asked, "Is there any talisman paper that's even better than this?" Made primarily from young bamboo with a small amount of banyan tree, the ratio should be at least 31%. While the current paper primarily uses bamboo and banyan tree as raw materials, it also contains other additives, making it imperfect. That's why I asked. The shop owner's calm expression turned slightly shocked, but he quickly composed himself and dared not treat Xiao Chen as an ordinary customer anymore. He said, "I didn't expect someone so young to know so much." He shook his head and added, "Back in the day, there were talisman papers with the ratio you mentioned, but few people wanted them, and the cost was high. You should know that talisman papers with that ratio are difficult to make, so they're practically non-existent now." Looking at Xiao Chen with a more inquisitive gaze, he asked, "Are you buying those talisman papers? Those are useless to ordinary Taoist priests or sorcerers. Those who buy them are mostly using them for other purposes and don't actually draw talismans." "Yes, that's right," Xiao Chen answered obediently, feeling a bit disappointed. "Then let's get 10,000 of each type. With the experience from before, I think buying more is better than buying less. The higher grade talismans will be useful, but I can't guarantee I can draw them effortlessly. After calculating the success rate, I think 10,000 is still too few. Maybe I should add another 5,000. The boss burst into laughter, shaking his head and said, "I thought you had some knowledge, but now I see you're still just a child. Don't even mention 10,000, I can't even come up with 1,000. Xiao Chen was speechless. The shopkeeper held his stomach and laughed for a moment before finally suppressing his laughter and said, "Do you think this is radish or cabbage? Didn't your master or your elders tell you that talismans of this quality are difficult to control? Without some cultivation, ordinary people can't even draw them. And young man, if you're just practicing, ordinary talisman paper would suffice. There's no need to go to such lengths." Was he implying he was being overly ambitious? Xiao Chen felt embarrassed and forced himself to lie. "It was my master who asked me to help buy them. He just said to buy as many as possible, and I was afraid of buying too few and getting scolded when I went back. So the shopkeeper packed them all for me. There's not even 1,000 sheets. That's way too few." Xiao Chen decided on the spot to get some tools and make his own. He knew the formula, steps, and methods, but he was missing the tools. He had originally planned to just buy them if he could find them, but now everything seemed imperfect and unsatisfying. "So that is how it is." "I knew it." The shop owner smiled, pulled out an exquisitely crafted box, and joked, "It seems I found a big customer today. But you know, once these talisman papers are sold, there are no returns." He thought to himself, what a rare opportunity to find such a fool. Buying so much of this, he'll be scolded to death by his master. He currently had no idea which master of such high caliber could use talisman paper of this quality in such large quantities.
Seeing that Xiao Chen understood and didn't plan to confirm the quantity with his master, the shop owner shook his head silently and began to bring out all the goods to count them. Rarely did he come across a young man who was unaware of the situation and willing to be taken advantage of. Why wouldn't he take the opportunity? Therefore, the boss was filled with complaints inside, but put on a smile and began helping Xiao Chen tidy up. When the final count was made, Xiao Chen was speechless. There were less than 500 pieces. Perhaps noticing Xiao Chen's expression, which looked as if he were constipated, the boss laughed and said, "These talisman papers are made using the most traditional craftsmanship, entirely by hand. They're not mass-produced in a paper factory. Plus, there's not much demand for them, so production naturally can't be high. As far as I know, the quantity of these talisman papers I have is the largest available. Others only stock a dozen or so for display in their shops. They wouldn't have more." Xiao Chen nodded helplessly in resignation. After paying for the goods, Xiao Chen carried them out and placed them in the trunk, then headed to Joey Rui's VIP suite to meet him. "How did it go? Did you find anything?" Joey Rui opened the door for Xiao Chen and asked first. Some things are better left unsaid, so he shook his head and brushed it off vaguely before walking inside. There were already 2 other guests in the private room. Joey Rui introduced, "This is the eldest son of the Ho family, Ho Lin." He then pointed to another man dressed in a suit and said, "This is the eldest son of the Yen family, Yen Jitian." He then introduced Xiao Chen to the 2 men, "Xiao Chen, my brother, and my sister's boyfriend." As he spoke, he casually glanced at Xiao Chen's expression. Seeing that the latter showed no signs of displeasure, but instead looked determined, as if acknowledging his words, he felt reassured and secretly sighed in relief. Xiao Chen hadn't officially confirmed his relationship with his own sister yet, and Yen Jitian, who was by his side, also had a sister. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Xia, but in terms of abilities, she was far superior to Xia. Although he was surprised that he would be so worried about Xiao Chen being taken away by someone else, he felt it was better to emphasize it anyway, just in case others found out about Xiao Chen's abilities and started coveting him. Though he didn't want to admit it, he had to agree you were indeed quite handsome. Yen Jitian laughed heartily, stood up, and shook hands with Xiao Chen. Ho Lin also stood up and laughed. "Zhou Xiao, this guy must have sent you here to dampen our spirits." "Hello, my name is Ho Lin." These 2 men were even more handsome than Joey Rui, though Ho Lin was slightly shorter, and Yen Jitian was somewhat slender, with a beanpole-like build. It was a pity about his good-looking face, but his personality seemed cheerful and likable. Flattery. Xiao Chen shook hands with them, smiled, and sat down at Joey Rui's invitation. Chapter 174, Preparing the Banquet. These are the items that were just delivered. Take a look and see if there's anything suitable. Joey Rui pointed to several items on the coffee table and asked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen glanced at them briefly and shook his head. "The quality is good, but they're not useful to me. Let's wait a bit longer." Joey Rui's expression flashed a hint of disappointment, and he quickly pressed the bell. A staff member came in to take the items away and brought in another one shaped like a spittoon. After reading the description, they realized it was actually a flower pot. The staff explained that it was produced in the June kiln of the Song dynasty, with a glaze color called rose purple, which was quite beautiful. However, Xiao Chen wasn't an expert in such matters, and such items were beyond his area of expertise, so he wasn't particularly interested. Ho Lin, however, perked up. He mentioned that his antique collection was missing exactly such an item, then inquired about the price in detail. After exchanging greetings with Joey Rui, he headed to his private room to negotiate the price with the seller. Seeing that Xiao Chen wasn't interested, Joey Rui grew impatient and rang the bell again. Xiao Chen saw through him and laughed. "I only buy things that are useful to me. The rest doesn't matter. Besides, some things depend on fate. If you go out of your way to look for them, you might not find anything. I came here today mainly to see what the legendary ghost mayor is like and what kinds of things he has, so I can have a better idea." Ha! His collection isn't the largest, it's just more varied. He could pull out anything at random, and it would be worth a fortune. These things aren't worth looking at. Joey Rui finally realized, slapping his forehead in frustration and saying, "I completely forgot." He continued, "That's true. The ghost market is famous for its odd and rare items, but since they're so scarce, over time, antique items have become the main attraction. However, if we wait patiently, occasionally something we need might come up." The 3 of them enjoyed their tea, snacks, and fruits while chatting and laughing, and appraising the antique items being brought in one after another. Time passed quickly. During this time, several magical artifacts used by Taoist priests were also brought out, but Xiao Chen did not use any of them. Instead, Joey Rui and Yen Jitian kept a few for themselves. Soon, it was time for the ghost market to close its doors. Although Xiao Chen had mentioned earlier that the items he was seeking might require a stroke of luck, seeing him return empty-handed left Joey Rui feeling somewhat guilty. He had already prepared to foot the bill, and not spending the money left him feeling unsettled. Xiao Chen had no idea that Joey Rui had such plans. He truly hadn't found anything he liked. Though they were all decent and of high value, in his eyes, these items costing hundreds of thousands or even millions were worth less than the old piece of paper he had acquired earlier. Ho Lin and Yan Jitian enthusiastically invited Xiao Chen to have breakfast, but Xiao Chen was preoccupied with handling the jade and hatching the eggs, so he politely declined, saying they could meet another day. The two didn't take it as a slight, but instead cheerfully said that if they met another day, Xiao Chen should treat them, and they parted ways. On Monday, before Xiao Chen was about to drive off, Zhou Yurui casually handed him 2 purple sandalwood boxes, grimacing and saying, "My grandfather had these custom made years ago. He insisted that my skills were too wasteful for such fine pieces, and only someone like Master Xiao could do them justice. I'm counting on them to shine in your hands. Don't refuse. If you do, I'll turn against you." Xiao Chen smiled as he took them, opened one, and his eyes lit up. He waved them at Zhou Yurui and said, "Don't regret it. Even if you do, you won't get them back from me." He knew in his heart that the Zhou family was thanking him for his help. This gift, strictly speaking, wasn't even as valuable as an ordinary antique, but something that suited his taste was priceless to him. It couldn't be measured in money. One box contains 4 wolf hairbrushes, while the other holds a set of ink sticks as red as blood and an inkstone. The brush handles are made of purple sandalwood, and the brush heads are crafted from pure yellow weasel tail hair, with a reddish-yellow hue and a subtle, flowing luster. The ink sticks and inkstone are made according to strict proportions using cinnabar and rooster blood. He had no idea where such items could be purchased, as he hadn't found them in Wujing Street or the recently concluded Ghost Market, but he truly admired them. Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression didn't seem fake, Zhou Yurui swept away the gloom in his heart but still clenched his teeth in a grimace. "You got a good deal. By the way." Xiao Chen had noticed Zhou Yurui's psychological burden and spoke up, "Could you help me find a piece of land?" As for the requirements, Xiao Chen calculated and said, "About 10 acres, preferably in a remote location, preferably wasteland, with a longer lease term, and the price doesn't matter." "No problem." Zhou Yurui was a smart man. He didn't ask a single question about what Xiao Chen planned to use the land for. Instead, he said, "The Zhou family still has some connections. If there's anything else you need, just let me know, and I'll have someone look into it for you." Lowering his voice, he added, "The Bai family has fallen, and the few remaining families of the Xianmen are discussing how to divide up the Bai family's former territories. I'll send you a list of the Bai family's properties. If there's anything you're interested in acquiring, let me know." Xiao Chen wasn't particularly interested in this. Nothing was more valuable to him than the secret room he had cleared out, but he didn't show it on his face and smiled. "All right. Give me your address. I'll drop by for tea sometime." Zhou Yurui smiled slyly, but Xiao Chen pretended not to hear him. He started the car, stepped on the gas, and sped off, leaving Zhou Yurui behind, jumping up and down in frustration. Back home, he called the fish tank seller, who said he'd deliver it right away. After hanging up, Xiao Chen focused intently to check on the vegetables. The little guy was in good spirits, wearing a bell-shaped collar and playing with his tail in the cage. Xiao Chen, seeing no one was paying attention, condensed the mist a bit more and transformed it into a small rabbit to tease Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai sensed something was off, paused for a moment, then stretched out its claws to scratch at the mist. When it saw someone from the store approaching, Xiao Chen quickly dispersed the mist, causing it to settle back onto the top of Xiao Kai's cage. Xiao Kai stared at the top of the cage, uttering 2 dissatisfied cries, which instead drew the attention of a staff member who was retrieving items in the area. The staff member smiled and teased it before turning away and leaving. Regardless of Xiao Kai's continued protests, Xiao Chen refocused his attention and began to ponder the arrangements for the banquet 2 days later. After some thought, he felt that simply serving fruits and poultry was too monotonous, and there weren't many poultry available. Recalling that he could now transfer items from the mortal realm to his farm for use, he devised a plan that would both reduce costs and add a touch of novelty. He called Zhou Yurui and asked him to find a few skilled chefs to come and help out, and also asked the chefs to bring along a few sets of tableware, seafood, and various cooking ingredients. He also successfully obtained the address of Zhou Yurui's villa. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen entered the farm, selected all the vegetable seeds available in the store, had the small farmers plant them, and hurried them to the warehouse. He then gathered all the chickens and sheep from the pasture and released them into his bamboo grove. He waited for the chefs to arrive and handle the rest. His farm warehouse was extremely convenient. Not only did it keep items fresh, but it also preserved their original condition. Even dishes with sauces or broths wouldn't spill a single drop when stored inside. He prepared several meals in advance, planning to add a few bottles of Mount Hai later. Let those demons and monsters feast to their heart's content. Chapter 175, The New Waiter Successfully Deceived. Xiao Chen had just ordered a set of relatively primitive paper-making tools online, and the fish tank he had purchased had arrived. He called the property management company to have the security guard let him in and directed the driver to drive into his villa. "Where should we put it, sir? Let us help you carry it inside." Several delivery workers got out of the truck, smiling broadly but looking a bit nervous. "No need, just unload it there." Xiao Chen handed over a few bottles of mineral water and gave each of them a pack of cigarettes, smiling. Seeing that Xiao Chen, the buyer, not only didn't take advantage of his wealth to make things difficult for them but was also very polite, the men felt at ease. They even took more care than Xiao Chen himself, carefully unloading the massive stonefish tank from the car and placing it where they thought it wouldn't be in the way. They left their business card for Xiao Chen and said, "If you ever want to move it, just give us a call, and we'll help you carry it." They even joked, "It's free." Ha ha. It truly was a case of kindness being repaid with kindness. Xiao Chen respected these workers, and in turn, they voluntarily added an extra service beyond their regular after-sales duties, believing that helping out was something they should do whenever they had the time. "Alright, we'll definitely contact you when we need help. Come in and wash your hands." Xiao Chen invited them with a bright smile. The group looked at the lavishly decorated villa, smiled humbly, and waved their hands. "No need, no need. We still have another delivery to make. Washing would be a waste of time." Xiao Chen finally noticed a smaller fish tank in the car, different from the square one he had bought. It was round, but equally elegant. After seeing off a few people, Xiao Chen filled the villa with mist to block the view from the outside. Even if someone passed by, they could still see the inside of the villa, but they couldn't discern the unusual actions Xiao Chen was about to perform, creating a confusing effect. After setting up the defenses, Xiao Chen activated the mist to envelop the massive fish tank and submerged it in the outdoor swimming pool for cleaning. Come to think of it, he had never swum in his own pool before. He decided to give the pool its maiden swim to this massive rock. After it was mostly cleaned, he lifted it up, dried it with mist, and placed it on the villa's rooftop. He then controlled the mist to polish it several times, performed a ritual to release the water, filled the fish tank, and began setting up an array on the rooftop. The feng shui array was simple for him. He took out the relevant materials, tossed them into their corresponding positions, and secured them in place. An invisible energy shield rose up. The energy field in the area immediately changed, with all the impure air dispersing, leaving only the essence behind. Then he placed the agate, crystal, and jade beads he had purchased earlier inside, and the work was complete. This is a gemstone nurturing pool. After being nurtured in this pool for some time, the impurities within the jewelry will be completely expelled, and their shapes will become more perfect and rounded. This process can elevate the quality of jewelry that was originally not of the highest grade by several levels. Additionally, it possesses the benefits of calming the mind, attracting wealth, and ensuring safety. Once he finished his work, Zhou Yurui personally led the chef over and brought several large boxes of items. Not bad. He admired Xiao Chen's villa as he looked around, and after taking a tour of the interior, he became even more interested in the layout. After mastering the I Ching, Xiao Chen made some minor adjustments to the original design. Even those unfamiliar with feng shui would instinctively feel that the energy flow was harmonious and the space was comfortable to be in, let alone someone who understood the principles. Brilliant! I had no idea that placing ordinary tables and chairs in the Qian position could have such an unexpected effect. Joey Rui's eyes grew wider the more he looked, realizing how basic his previous knowledge was. Xiao Chen didn't have many true feng shui treasures here, but after placing ordinary furniture in positions that nurture energy and focus the mind, not only did it not affect the aesthetics, but it also brought unexpected feng shui effects. Joey Rui couldn't stop praising it, using every compliment he knew and still feeling like it wasn't enough. Ignoring Joey Rui, who was so overwhelmed he couldn't stop talking, Xiao Chen directed the chefs he had brought along to move things inside. He then calmly retrieved all the materials from his warehouse and placed them in the kitchen, asking the chefs if they needed anything else so he could go purchase it at the market. A slightly overweight chef wiped his sweat and asked, "What kind of cuisine are you preparing? What flavor profile?" Xiao Chen blushed with embarrassment. He hadn't even considered that question. He only knew he needed to prepare some meat dishes and a few vegetarian banquets. All he could think about now was how to sneak the freshly cooked delicacies into the warehouse without anyone noticing. After all, this wasn't a small amount. If the chefs discovered that the kitchen was empty of dishes after they finished cooking, they might be so shocked that they'd leave a few bowls of urine in the kitchen as a warning. Just do what you're good at. Xiao Chen racked his brain for an excuse. The real banquet isn't being held here, we might have to move it soon. Oh no. The chef sighed regretfully, I forgot to bring a few food boxes. Meaning, why didn't you tell me sooner? Xiao Chen was also at a loss for words. He had overlooked this detail, completely preoccupied with setting up the nutrient pool. He truly hadn't taken the time to carefully plan his strategy. Then, a sudden idea struck him. He hooked his arm around Joey Rui's shoulder and walked aside, speaking in a mysterious tone, "It has another purpose and must not be revealed to outsiders." Joey Rui gave her a knowing look and said, "Don't worry. Find a bigger room. I'll handle serving the food. Just make sure the chefs don't come in." That's exactly what Xiao Chen was thinking. He didn't want to stop the chefs from moving around, but he felt awkward about restricting Joey Rui's movements. Fortunately, this guy had some knowledge of supernatural events, and having Zhou Dashi personally help serve the dishes was the best possible arrangement. There was no need for further explanation, he believed it, and he believed everything. Once that was settled, Xiao Chen led the chefs out to catch chickens and sheep. The chefs marveled, "They're so fat." Of course they're fat, they're also incredibly delicious. Xiao Chen thought to himself with satisfaction. Chapter 176, The kitchen is like a battlefield. When the house began to bustle with activity, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu, who disliked the sudden commotion in the quiet home, informed Xiao Chen that they were going out to find a shadowy intersection to absorb ghostly energy for their cultivation. It took several chefs working together to tie up the fat sheep and carry it groaning and panting toward the backyard. The chosen location for the slaughter was already at the very edge of Xiao Chen's villa compound. Though the sheep were not domesticated animals bound by the 6 realms of reincarnation, and the blood from the slaughter would not be considered unclean, he was still a bit particular. He quietly created a mist to separate the area from his house. Should any bloodshed occur, the mist would begin to flow, carrying the scent of blood far away before dispersing. The chefs were sweating profusely. They were not professional butchers, they had only briefly learned how to handle such livestock during their culinary training. Once they started working at the restaurant, the meat they received was already processed, so they never had to slaughter animals themselves. As a result, they were a bit clumsy, and everyone had forgotten to eat. Finally, Xiao Chun, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, couldn't stand it anymore. He quietly infused his strength into the knife held by the chef responsible for skinning the fat sheep, allowing the process to proceed smoothly. When everyone finally finished processing the sheep and entered the living room, they were greeted by the aroma of the meal. However, they soon noticed that the table was already set with several dishes that, in their eyes, were completely unacceptable in terms of appearance, aroma, and taste. However, this did not prevent a collective wave of hunger from surging through them, and everyone felt an urge to rush over, grab a plate, and shovel the food into their mouths. After washing their hands, they sat down at the table and devoured the food in a frenzy. Then, a plump chef sighed with a look of confusion on his face. "I've never seen such poorly cooked food taste so delicious." Another chef rubs his bulging stomach and says, "The key is that after eating, you feel wide awake, better than drinking a cup of coffee. You feel full of energy, with endless strength, and just want to keep working." Xiao Chen took this as the highest praise, fully aware that if these cucumbers, tomatoes, mushrooms, potatoes, eggplants, cauliflowers, and other vegetables hadn't been grown in a divine-level farm, everyone would have been complaining while eating until he realized he had betrayed nature's gift to humanity and bowed in apology to nature. After all, in the eyes of a true chef who loves the art of cooking, making a dish too poorly is no different from committing a grave offense. They could lecture you from the history of culinary culture all the way to why flowers are so red. The few people in front of him were exactly such chefs. While they were busy butchering the sheep, Zhou Yurui had already introduced their identities to Xiao Chen. They were all senior chefs passionate about cooking, with 2 of them having won international awards. They were highly sought-after guests for many food programs, but due to their employment at a renowned hotel under the Zhou family's umbrella, they enjoyed high salaries and excellent benefits. Additionally, with intense competition among peers, these few individuals are well aware of their standing. They know that if their cooking process were broadcast live on television, it could potentially be analyzed by equally skilled competitors, who might then steal or infer some of their cooking secrets, leading to unfavorable outcomes. After all, having been chefs for so many years, some habitual methods have become second nature and are difficult to avoid revealing. Therefore, unless the Zhou family actively requests their appearance, they would carefully consider even the allure of fame before making a decision. If someone were to ask, with fame, why worry about losing your job, they would likely respond with a few dismissive laughs. As the saying goes, the first bird to fly out gets shot. There are plenty of other chefs with equally strong backgrounds who wouldn't hesitate to use their fame to climb the ranks and secure greater benefits. If they were to anger their employers and lose their backing, ending up with nothing but a broken heart and empty pockets isn't out of the question. Such situations have indeed occurred, and they happen right before their eyes. Therefore, these few individuals obediently remained at their respective hotels, diligently assisting their employers in stabilizing the catering business, with no other intentions. Xiao Chen humbly smiled and said, "You must be starving." The others nodded without hesitation, showing no mercy, which made Xiao Chen laugh heartily. He thought these chefs were straightforward and not the type to be overly polite or insincere. After dinner, the kitchen was bustling with the clanging of pots and pans as they prepared several tables of dishes, separating the meat and vegetarian options. The preliminary preparations alone were a significant undertaking. Zhou Yurui, belching contentedly, sat on the sofa drinking tea. He couldn't understand why Xiao Chen kept going into the kitchen to help. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and reluctantly got up, dragged Xiao Chen over, and sat him down on the sofa. "There, enough. You're just worrying about nothing. Are you afraid they'll mess up the food?" Xiao Chen laughed and said, "We always ask others to come and help." Zhou Yurui rolled his eyes and said, "I paid you wages. Please don't be so down to earth. It makes me look like a spoiled rich kid. People might think I'm exploiting my employees. You hired all these chefs but didn't bring anyone to help out. There must be plenty of tasks they normally wouldn't touch, right?" Zhou Yurui was speechless. He silently picked up his phone and made a call. "Send 3 more assistants over here." Then, with a displeased expression, he said, "To support your work here, I lost countless customers during lunch and have no idea how many complaints I'll receive. Yet you don't even show any gratitude." Xiao Chen thought about it too, but ultimately concluded that this guy was just too lazy.
Besides stealing his feng shui layout, he just lay on the sofa playing with his phone, completely unnoticeable. If it weren't for the fact that there were 2 bowls of rice missing from the pot at lunchtime, he would have almost forgotten that such a person even existed. Once he realized this, the last trace of guilt vanished from his heart. Pointing to several boxes of newly purchased tableware, he ordered Joe Dashi, "Go wash them clean." After speaking, he sat down leisurely on the sofa and began sipping his tea, complaining, "Damn it, why did you put so much tea leaves in the porridge? What a waste. Damn it." When the 3 busy store clerks rushed in, they saw their usually aloof and cold-hearted boss, Xiao Zhou, with his hands in a sink full of foam, stirring it vigorously, making a clanging noise. They couldn't help but stare in astonishment. His expensive t-shirt was splattered with dirty water, and his arms were covered in foam. A part-time store clerk glanced at the blue bucket by the sink with a complicated expression, then walked over hesitantly and whispered, "Mr. Zhou, you can't use laundry detergent to wash the tableware." Zhou Irue looked up in shock. He quickly glanced at the blue bucket by his side, then cast a glance at the chefs bustling around in the kitchen and the empty living room. The sound of the exhaust fan and the sizzling of the oil in the pan sounded absolutely wonderful to him. He then dashed out of the kitchen as fast as he could, leaving the kitchen in chaos, and ran to the backyard to watch Xiao Chen and another chef butchering a chicken. Chapter 177, Guidance. Platter after platter of delicious dishes were carried into an empty room on the second floor by Joe Dashi himself. As he turned and left, Xiao Chen immediately appeared, using mist to block the view from outside, and stored the dishes in the warehouse to ensure that the freshly cooked dishes did not lose too much of their flavor. By the time he served the banquet, each dish would retain its optimal taste. During this time, he took a break to visit the farm, reassessed the number of guests attending the banquet, and received several requests from friends. After accepting them, he sent out invitations and received confirmations that they would attend, then quickly exited. With a few extra hands, the work proceeded smoothly. When materials ran out midway, I sent one person to the nearby market to purchase more, and the entire project was finally completed as the streetlights began to glow. Everyone was treated to a feast. Of course, having learned from past mistakes, the chefs refused to let Xiao Chen touch the wok, believing that letting him handle such fresh vegetables was akin to wasting a precious young woman. Instead, they took charge and prepared a few of their signature dishes. Everyone enjoyed the meal, drinking, and eating to their heart's content. Before leaving, Xiao Chen pulled out several red envelopes in front of Zhou Irue as a token of gratitude. None of the chefs accepted them, declining politely. Instead, they said to Xiao Chen, "If Mr. Xiao is willing to part with them, we'd be happy to take the remaining bag of mushrooms." These few people didn't know much about Xiao Chen's background. Seeing their own boss, Zhou, being treated like a lowly worker, they assumed Xiao Chen was also a rich second-generation heir, possibly with his own businesses, so they addressed him with the same respect they showed their own boss, adding Mr. to his name. However, since they refused to take it, the assistants who had come to help dared not accept it either. Zhou Irue, standing nearby, felt a surge of admiration for Xiao Chen's thoughtfulness. He had given the red envelope openly in front of everyone, unlike the other company that had sent people to help earlier. That company had secretly slipped red envelopes to their employees afterward and tried to lure them over. Fortunately, these few people knew how to show gratitude. They immediately told him about it, and he gradually reduced his dealings with that company, slowly withdrawing their business cooperation. Seeing the reddened faces of the few people, whether from drinking too much or feeling embarrassed to ask for something, Xiao Chen smiled and scratched his head, saying, "I feel the quantity is a bit too small. I don't have the face to give it away. If you don't mind, feel free to take it." This project had almost depleted all the prepared ingredients, leaving only a small bag of mushrooms. He handed the bag of mushrooms to the chefs and said, "If you like them, I'll find a place to grow them in large quantities later, and I'll have Zhou Zong send some over to you then." "Thank you so much." The chefs didn't hesitate to accept them, holding them like treasures and exclaiming, "These mushrooms were grown by Mr. Xiao himself? They're so fresh and fragrant, it's unbelievable." The chef opened the bag several times to smell the mushrooms, his satisfaction evident. "To be honest, even though I don't know how you cultivated these vegetables, they're far superior to the ones we select for my restaurant. Just for this, I'll go back tonight and urge my staff to secure a plot of land for you. If you decide to scale up production, remember to reserve a supply quota for our Wan-Shi-Xian restaurant." Ha ha. Zhou Yurui's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he laughed. Alright, this is also a way of helping him out indirectly. Xiao Chen chuckled at Zhou Irue, expressing his gratitude. Zhou Irue didn't want to leave. After all, Xiao Chen had so many empty guest rooms. Of course, the main reason was that there were simply too many things he was curious about. For example, what kind of deities or spirits were those dishes meant for? How could they disappear so quickly after he delivered them? And at that time, Xiao Chen was clearly cleaning the backyard and hadn't used any methods like burning incense or burning talismans to communicate with the spirits, which made him feel a chill at his neck and cramps in his calves by the time he finished delivering them. Fortunately, Xiao Chen came in from outside to help him serve the dishes and told him that the friends who had taken the dishes were very kind, so he didn't need to worry. This prevented him from slipping and falling down the stairs. Of course, he wasn't the type to pry into things. If Xiaochen didn't want to talk about it, he would just pretend it never happened. He was simply too impressed by Xiaochen's abilities and wanted to sincerely seek his guidance. For example, the chefs under his command had mentioned more than once that he should ask Xiaochen where he sourced his ingredients and the origin of the livestock. However, since the number of livestock was too small, Xiaochen hadn't used dishes mixed with lamb or chicken to entertain them. Nevertheless, they could still detect that irresistibly fresh and aromatic scent during the cooking process. He desperately hoped that Wan Shixian could import some of those ingredients. For dinner, they prepared a large, plump fish and stir-fried pork purchased from the market. Meanwhile, among the dishes prepared for guests, they finally realized that not a single piece of pork had been used. The only meat dishes were chicken, fish, and lamb. Now, hearing this, it seems that Xiaochen actually grew it himself? He was extremely curious and felt it was necessary to stay. Even if he couldn't learn the techniques by observation, he could at least have a detailed discussion with Xiaochen about vegetable cultivation. However, Xiaochen had no intention of letting him stay overnight. After all, he wasn't his sister. Therefore, he roughly pushed and shoved the man into the car, while the few young men who had come to help out became the drivers, responsible for safely escorting the chefs and Jodashi back home. They were probably aware of Joey Rue's concerns. The chickens and sheep raised on the ranch contained energy that might be too overwhelming for these people, and any unexpected incidents could spell trouble. As for pork, he couldn't very well start gnawing on pig's feet in front of Zhubeiji, could he? After closing the front door, Xiaozhua and Xiaoyu returned. The two ghosts used their magical powers to clean the entire villa spotlessly, leaving not a single trace of the lingering scent of food or drink. If it weren't for Xiaochen feeling a bit too full, he might have even doubted that anything had happened at all. There was no denying it, these two ghost servants were truly amazing. After strolling around the courtyard, he went into the pasture to hatch eggs. After feeding the eggs, he came out and opened his phone to check some materials sent by Fang Shenghua. The more I read, the more I couldn't tolerate it. I was puzzled as to how Fang Shenghua had managed to survive in this circle without being beaten to death. After finishing, Xiaochen drew the simplest talisman and wrote a few practice methods on another piece of ordinary paper. He handed everything to Xiaozhua, instructing him to deliver it directly to Fang Shenghua. Once Xiaozhua returned, Xiaochen sent Fang Shenghua a message: "There's a talisman and instructions on the coffee table in your living room. Practice following them, draw it 2,000 times, then bring it back to me. If you can't do it, don't bother coming back for guidance in the future." Fang Shenghua, holding the strange talisman and paper that had mysteriously appeared on the coffee table, felt both nervous and reverent. He had originally planned to wash up and go to bed, but after receiving Xiaochen's message, he hurriedly fetched his tools and began practicing diligently. On Xiaochen's side, he had also entered the Yunyan Palace to practice carving talismans. Chapter 178, The Demon's Sealing Pill. After practicing non-stop for over 70 hours in the Yunyan Hall, Xiaochen emerged with a weary expression just as dawn broke the next day. He first went to check on the cultivation pool on the rooftop, sat by the edge of the pool to meditate and regulate his breath for a while, and after regaining some energy, he went to the nearby market, had breakfast, and bought a few pots of green plants to place on the rooftop. The small farmer informed him that the large python was about to spit out its pearl, and she had already used a foster care card to bring the python from the golden spider ancestor into the farm. Xiaochen eagerly went inside to take a look. When he had previously viewed it using a borrowed card, it was just a simple projection. Now that he was actually seeing the real thing, it still made him feel a bit uneasy. This giant python was thicker than a water barrel, covered in hard scales that glowed faintly in the light. However, since the python had entered his territory, it behaved as if it had seen its master upon seeing Xiaochen, remaining docile. Xiaochen suppressed the discomfort he felt and reached out to touch the python's scales, then tapped them with his fingers. The sound was as loud as tapping on a steel plate. Xiaochen immediately realized that this python's skin was an excellent material for refining magical artifacts. The python's skin was too thick for Xiaochen's tapping to make a sound. It extended its tongue and slowly circled the pasture before lying down and staying still. Xiaochen clearly saw the giant python's body begin to emit a faint glow, with energy radiating outwards. Xiaochen, being closest, was immediately enveloped by the energy, feeling an itching sensation on his body. Looking down, he saw that the exposed skin on his arms had begun to harden and develop scales, causing his scalp to tingle. Xiaonong noticed Xiaochen's unusual state and swiftly moved to pull him out of the energy field. At that moment, the special restrictions in the pasture had already contained the energy within a fixed space, preventing it from affecting the livestock that were slightly farther away. Damn, that's creepy. Xiaochen sat cross-legged next to the egg, summoning his spiritual energy to suppress the changes occurring in his body. Xiaonong also condensed a soft glow to help him. Fortunately, it all happened in an instant and the damage was minor. With Xiaonong's help, he quickly dispelled the abnormal energy. The arena master's cultivation was too low. Fortunately, they were in the pasture, where the restrictions helped absorb the energy. Otherwise, this change might have persisted until the arena master reached the heart-moving realm. Xiaonong's explanation made Xiao Chen realize that the reason they were able to resolve it so quickly was also due to the restrictions of the pasture. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy. This made him feel a bit relieved, as that state was simply too uncool and would have ruined his appearance. Xiao Chen continued to incubate the eggs while waiting for the giant python to finish expelling its pearl. Due to the recent incident, the system automatically strengthened the restrictions around him to prevent him from being affected again. Time passed slowly, and the giant python's expression grew increasingly painful. It emitted several faint growls, and this process continued for nearly 2 hours. Suddenly, a brilliant light filled the pasture, and a demon core the size of a human head appeared in mid-air. Before Xiao Chen could get a clear look, the young farmer swiftly flew forward, deftly snatching the core and storing it in the warehouse. The giant python's body began to shrink rapidly. Finally, a small snake as thick as a finger emerged from the massive python's head, shook its tail, and vanished into thin air. The peasant quickly gathered up the skin and put it away. Someone was about to lose their temper. The small farmer laughed. "Master, don't be too curious and accidentally take out the demon core to look at it. Otherwise, it'll really turn into a big python, and that'll be trouble." Xiao Chen gave a sheepish smile. He had actually considered doing that. He thought that by retrieving the demon core through the warehouse, it wouldn't harm him. But after hearing the small farmer's warning, he reluctantly suppressed the thought. Xiaonong was genuinely worried that his master might accidentally slip up. After thinking it over, he added seriously, "A 5,000-year-old demon core isn't something to mess with. If the energy inside backfires, it could turn into a giant python and never return to its original form." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Alright, don't worry. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, you can retrieve it and absorb the demon core's energy. It might even help boost your cultivation. It will be of great help." Xiaonong suggested that the field master wait until he reaches the out-of-body realm before using it, allowing his Yuan infant to refine and absorb it, rather than letting his main body consume it. Xiaonong smiled, his eyes curving into crescent moons, and said joyfully, "A demon core that's 5,000 years old is 2,000 years older than the one the nine-tailed fox planned to use to lure the field master. If we were to sell it, there would be countless cultivators willing to pay millions of divine scrolls for it. That python skin is also excellent material for refining magical treasures. The field master could study it further now." Xiao Chen's heart pounded twice, then he shook his head and suppressed the thought. Money can be earned slowly, but a demon core isn't something you can just obtain whenever you want. A nine-tailed fox treasured a demon core that was 3,000 years old like a precious treasure. How much more so for this 5,000-year-old demon core? Why not ask the great sage or the lord of the underworld to seal the demon core? That way, even if the arena master takes it out to play with, it won't cause any trouble. Xiaonong felt this matter was of great importance. Though the demon core was valuable, it was more dangerous than a bomb for the current Xiao Chen. He suggested anxiously. Xiao Chen chuckled, unable to resist teasing Xiaonong by gently rubbing his nose, and said, "How can I be so troublesome? I've scared you half to death." The little farmer gave a mischievous smile, flapping his tiny wings joyfully, and said, "As long as the master understands." "Xiao Chen, I understand you perfectly well. In the demon realm, the golden spider ancestor can no longer be described as simply furious. His hair was disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, and in a fit of rage, he had revealed his true form, a massive red spider as large as a small mountain. He darted into the nearest demon beast forest, wildly swinging his two front legs, splitting a mountain range into two halves. Countless tree fragments flew through the air, and he let out a howl that sounded like someone crying out in despair, "Damn it, my demonic scales! My demonic scales!" It was only when the Iron Lizard Demon Sovereign arrived to join the battle that the enraged golden spider ancestor was finally subdued, coughing up blood and calming down. However, just as the two great demons were exhausted, the nine-tailed fox appeared. Xiao Chen knew nothing of what was happening in the demon realm. The strange seed in his farm had begun to sprout. "That's really tough. I thought you hadn't learned how to sprout yet." Xiao Chen muttered under his breath, reaching out to touch the tender sprout. The sprout remained stubbornly aloof, sending no signals to its caretaker, leaving Xiao Chen speechless for a moment. Back at his villa, Xiao Chen selected a few pieces of dark-colored wood, drew symbols on them, and then took out the jade from the old man earlier. Chapter 179, Persuasion. Xiao Chen drew several runes out of thin air and murmured a spell to summon the spirits. As his words fell, several distorted figures began to emerge from the jade pieces, quickly transforming into human forms that stood before him. After the human figures appeared, they quickly gathered together, watching the person who had summoned them with suspicion, their gazes unfriendly. It was a couple in their early 30s, accompanied by a boy who looked to be around 5 or 6 years old. The woman was holding an object in her arms that was no larger than the palm of an adult's hand. Judging by their attire, they were not modern-day people. "We have no desire to meddle in worldly affairs, sir," the man said calmly, moving closer to his wife and child, his protective stance evident. The object in the woman's arms stirred, and the couple looked over with tense expressions. The woman gently rocked her body and coaxed in a loving tone, "Be good, my dear. Don't be afraid. Your father, mother, and older brother are all here. The little boy also tiptoed to get a better look at the object in the woman's arms. Xiaochen finally realized that the woman was holding an infant spirit in her arms and noticed a large gash in her lower abdomen. From this, he deduced that when this family encountered misfortune, the woman was several months pregnant, and the criminals had ruthlessly removed the fetus from her womb. He suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to make his voice sound gentle as he asked, "Have you ever considered reincarnation?" The woman's face turned slightly angry, and she said, "If we are reincarnated, what will happen to my daughter? Do you really want to tear our family of 4 apart?" Xiaochen shook his head and said, "You should know that beings like you are wandering spirits. Once the underworld's agents find you, they will forcibly take you away and subject you to severe punishment. That jade artifact cannot protect you effectively, otherwise I wouldn't have discovered it and summoned you out. If you encounter someone with malicious intent, not only will they separate you, but your daughter and son might be subjected to brutal methods of refinement to become tools for their evil deeds. In that case, you would likely meet a fate of soul-shattering annihilation. Would that be acceptable?" The woman quickly lowered her head and whispered, "We've hidden well." Seeing Xiaochen smile without responding, the woman grew angry and said, "If you hadn't meddled in our affairs, this wouldn't have happened." The man also spoke with some resentment, "If those villains hadn't taken us out of our home, this wouldn't have happened." He was likely referring to the graves where they were buried. Xiaochen didn't want to argue with the couple about who was right or wrong. He smiled and said, "Even if you wanted to stay in the mortal world, you'd need to report it to the underworld and wait for the right opportunity. Then, you might be reborn. As for your baby, have you considered letting the people of Fengdu raise her? Unborn souls who haven't been properly buried are already hard to reincarnate, and one this young probably doesn't even have that slim chance." The woman stubbornly shook her head and said, "That would mean I'd have to be separated from my child." With a look of hope in her eyes, she added, "You seem like a kind-hearted person. Would you please take us in? We've never harmed any mortals, we only wish to be reunited as a family." Xiaochen shook his head resolutely and continued, "This isn't a good solution. Look, your daughter hasn't grown at all over the years. She doesn't even know how to call father, mother, or older brother. If we entrust her to the people of Fengdu, she'll grow up quickly. By the time you're reincarnated, she might even be as tall as her older brother and call you father and mother sweetly. If you don't reincarnate for a short time, you can still visit her, buy her beautiful clothes, and even, with the consent of her foster parents, take her out to play. Isn't that better?" The couple exchanged glances, their expressions moved. The little boy waited for a long time but didn't hear what he wanted to hear, so he plucked up his courage and added in a soft voice, "He can also shout Big Brother. Yes, he can also call me Big Brother." Xiaochen smiled at the little boy, waving him over. The boy hesitated for a moment, then looked up at his parents. Seeing that they didn't object, he slowly made his way over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen gently stroked his head and asked in a gentle voice, "How old are you?" 5.5. The little boy answered shyly, but it seemed he enjoyed interacting with Xiaochen. He looked up and gave a shy smile. Xiaochen controlled the mist to retrieve the last few incense candles from the box, handed one to the boy, and smiled, "Eat it." The couple watched, unable to help but swallow hard. Xiaochen took 3 more and handed them to the couple. Seeing that Xiaochen hadn't forgotten the baby in their arms, the couple looked at him with a touch of friendliness in their eyes. After patiently waiting for them to finish eating, Xiaochen said, "You don't need to rush into a decision. I'll temporarily arrange another place for you to stay. Once you've had time to think it over, feel free to get back to me, okay?" The couple didn't even have time to speak before they sensed something amiss. They turned around and saw something that made their faces go pale. They let out a shrill scream and quickly snatched their son from Xiaochen's arms, hugging him tightly as the entire family trembled in fear. Xiaochen's expression darkened, and he snapped at the suddenly appearing underworld official, "You're here just in time, rushing to reincarnate, are you?" The underworld official, with his badge hanging from his waist, smiled bitterly and apologized, "As soon as I sensed an unregistered soul, I came over immediately. I didn't expect you, sir, to be giving a speech. It was my mistake. Please continue, sir. I'll wait here." Xiaochen sighed and rubbed his temples. The couple, however, were startled, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Xiaochen. Their tension eased slightly, and they cautiously moved closer to Xiaochen, keeping a wary eye on the underworld official. The underworld official could only force a wry smile, dared not show any other expression, and was secretly startled. So this was the mortal master that Black Lord had mentioned. He had said that they would need this master's assistance in carrying out their duties in the mortal realm, and had warned them to show respect upon meeting him. Anyone who dared to offend him would have to face the whipping from the Black and White Lords upon their return. Just as he was waiting obediently for Xiaochen to give orders, 2 skeletal frames clattering along entered from outside. The underworld official couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, his hands trembling slightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to rush forward and dismantle the bone frames. Xiaozuo and Xiaoyu, upon seeing the underworld official, paused for a moment, then acted as if nothing had happened and went over to greet him. The underworld official was furious that the 2 ghosts had stolen his merit, so he frowned and pretended not to notice. The couple grew even more tense, leaning closer to Xiao Chen as if they believed their safety depended on having a mortal nearby. Indeed, the two ghosts approached Xiao Chen to request permission to go out and cultivate. Xiao Chen nodded, and the two ghosts each stepped forward, patting the gloomy, stiff shoulders, and vanished from the spot. The couple was stunned. Thinking back to how they had just defied Xiao Chen, they were unsure whether staying close to him was safer or if surrendering to the underworld officials would lead to a better outcome. Don't be afraid, just let him wait there. I'll stand by my suggestion and give you time to consider it. Xiao Chen didn't bother to invite the underworld official to sit down, treating him as though he were merely an extra piece of furniture in the house, completely ignoring his presence. The couple whispered to each other in ghostly language, discussing their plans. Xiao Chen pretended not to understand, playing with a few pieces of jade. The underworld official glanced at Xiao Chen, then at the foolish ghost couple, and his face twisted into an odd expression. Fearing he might burst into laughter, he quickly lowered his head, pretending not to have noticed anything. Chapter 180: Farm Dog Walking and Monkey Play. A moment later, the couple spoke up. We think your arrangements are excellent. The titles are more respectful. As long as you can let it go, that's good. Xiao Chen smiled. The man asked, can we go with you to Fengdu to help Nan Nan choose someone to adopt her? Xiao Chen looked at the underworld official, who paused for a moment before realizing what they meant. He hurriedly replied, with the orders, of course we can. The couple exchanged glances, sighed in relief, and thanked Xiao Chen. The woman held the infant spirit in one arm and clutched her collar tightly with the other, her expression as if she were about to make a heroic sacrifice as she asked, can you give us some money? No problem. Xiao Chen understood the woman's thoughts, but he didn't have any joss paper on hand. He turned to the underworld official again, who said nothing but quickly pulled out a stack of joss paper from his robe and handed it to the woman. She took it carefully, turned to thank Xiao Chen first, and then expressed her gratitude to the underworld official. Xiao Chen finally gave the underworld official a friendly look and said, leave your name, I'll burn the money for you later. The underworld official quickly waved his hands and said, no need, no need. Each matter must be handled separately. Seeing Xiao Chen's firm tone, the underworld official had no choice but to present his name card with both hands, then led the couple and their two children to the underworld. After sending them off, Xiao Chen collected the unused spirit tablets, washed the jade pieces clean, and placed them in the nurturing pool on the rooftop. After thinking it over, he headed to the nearby market. He felt it was necessary to make tomorrow's banquet a grand affair, even if those demons and monsters believed that the food here was only good for a quick meal and wouldn't help their cultivation. At least they'd be eager to come back for the next party Xiao Chen threw. After all, he wanted them to feel that the gathering had something special, something fun. It was like how, during his university days, he always went to the same place for cold noodles. It wasn't that the noodles themselves were particularly delicious, but rather that the chili sauce there was exceptionally fragrant. Unlike other stalls that sold cold noodles, the chili sauce there wasn't just dry and spicy, it had a rich, aromatic flavor. Another one of his college friends always goes to the same place for buns. The buns themselves aren't that great, but the free pickles they make there are really tasty. Adhering to this philosophy, Xiao Chen believed that even if he were to use vegetables he grew himself to entertain those demons and monsters in the future, they would still find something appealing about it, prompting them to attend such banquets regularly and thereby generate some income. Of course, in addition to the small stall business, there are also small gifts. I drove to the market to buy some decorations and toys, stopped by a hardware store to pick up a few solid wood swing chairs, and had them delivered immediately to the property management office at Unraveling. I then went to a nearby liquor store to buy a few cases of manhwa, and on the way, I also ordered some cakes to decorate the farm early tomorrow morning. Upon returning to Unraveling and unloading the swing chairs into the warehouse, Joey Rue called to boast about his efficiency. There are 3 good locations, all a bit far from City B. Let's go check them out when you have time. Distance isn't an issue. How about the weekend? While talking on the phone with Joe Ruedom on Monday, Xiao Chen originally wanted to invite Zhou Shiyu to come along, but then he remembered that she had sent him a WeChat message last night, jokingly complaining that she was going into seclusion to practice, so he decided against it. Xiao Chen didn't force himself to continue practicing the engraving technique. He felt that his progress was stagnant. The 70+ hours of practice he had just finished could be described as treading water, with no real progress made. Therefore, Xiao Chen relaxed and strolled over to the pet store to check on Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai was still looking dirty and disheveled. The store clerk smiled and said they had just finished deworming him and that he could be taken home after another day or two once he was bathed. At the same time, he noticed that the little creature had some tricks up its sleeve. Despite the short time it had been there, it hadn't gotten into any fights with the other pets in the store. The dogs and cats all obeyed Xiao Kai's every command. Xiao Kai wanted to show off in front of Xiao Chen, so he meowed once. The pets in the cages all stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on Xiao Chen with a look of respect. Xiao Chen watched with a cheerful expression. The frustration from his recent symbol carving practice completely vanished. Seeing the store employees moving around, he waved them off, telling everyone to take a break. He then settled down like a normal pet, lying down and curling up.
After comforting Xiao Kai, he quietly asked about its preferences, selected a cat tree, paid a deposit. They agreed to pick up Xiao Kai together and drive back in the car, then left. Back home, Xiao Chen sat down to draw blueprints for the future large-scale farm. After having some fruit related to architectural design, such diagrams came naturally to him. Then I spent hours searching online for all the materials I could use, but the most important one wasn't available for sale. He decided to wait until he could buy it and then hand the task over to Joirue, who has connections. This kind of thing wouldn't be a problem for him. Rarely wasting a day to relax, after dinner, when he entered the Yunyang Palace to practice, he was able to control the needles made of spiritual energy and mental energy to turn on the hard jade. Though the curvature wasn't ideal, it was still progress. He practiced non-stop until dawn in the real world before finally stopping, his face pale. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing for a moment, then stored all the items he purchased yesterday in the warehouse and headed to the farm. Woof! There's someone even more eager than him. Xiao Oxianquan wagged his tail and circled around Xiao Chun. The monkey also arrived, crouching beside the Tianhan well and munching on a peach. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, he sneered, "Why did you come in so late?" Xiao Chun was speechless. "Big brother, the banquet isn't until noon." Then he started pulling out things one after another. He said to Xiao Tianquan, "I bought you a toy." Then he picked up a frisbee and threw it out. Woof woof! The big dog wagged its tail and ran after it, causing Xiao Chen to roll his eyes and say, "Stupid dog, run faster. Catch it before it lands. And don't use your magic. Come on, bring the frisbee over here." Whoosh! Thrown out again, the monkeys moved swiftly, snatching the frisbee before the big dog could catch up. Xiao Chen! Silently, he took out another ball, made a couple of tisk sounds with his mouth, and threw it out. The monkey was so fast that Xiao Chen didn't even have time to react. For a moment, the empty field of the farm was filled with darting figures. According to the rules set by Xiao Chen, neither the monkeys nor the dogs used their magical powers, chasing each other and having a great time. In one of the waves, the big dog managed to overtake the monkey, only to be grabbed by the tail and thrown back by the monkey, who then picked up the frisbee and held it in its mouth. Xiao Chen, did the big dog brush its teeth? Put! The monkey spat out the frisbee with a disgusted expression and cursed, "I'll boil the dog later." Big Wang felt wronged. "Who asked you to catch it with your mouth?" Xiao Chen took out the solid wood swing chair, set it up, and then sat down and swayed leisurely under the curious gaze of the monkey and De Wang. Chapter 181, Refreshing the Senses of the Immortals and Demons. Chapter 181, Refreshing the Senses of the Immortals and Demons. The monkeys and dogs are getting a bit confused. Of course, it's not due to hormonal imbalances or anything like that. They're just feeling anxious because they can't focus on playing with one thing properly. Before they could even finish swinging on the hammock, Xiao Chen had already pulled out a bag of colorful items and started inflating them with a pump. As Xiao Chen inflated a balloon until it was round and sealed the opening, allowing it to float up, the monkey darted forward and popped it with a loud pop. "Hee hee, this is fun. Let me try." He then snatched the tools from Xiao Chen's hands and started pumping away, but he didn't control the force properly and ended up bursting the balloon. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Go swing on the swing set or play frisbee. You can pop this one after the banquet." The monkey wasn't done playing yet, and Big Wang was still lurking nearby, holding something as he sat on the swing and began inflating a balloon, saying, "I'll handle it. I promise I won't break it." Bang! Bang! The monkey stared at the balloon blown to pieces, completely bewildered. Then his face turned red, and he immediately used his magic to inflate all the balloons and fix them in the air above the farm. Although the colorful balloons were beautiful, Xiao Chen burst out laughing and said, "Monkey brother, these balloons are supposed to float around to be fun. You fixed them in place, what's the point?" The monkey scratched his wrist awkwardly, blew a breath, and the balloons slowly began to rise and fall, moving gently. "Hee hee, they're really cool. Once the banquet is over, I'll give these to me." Xiao Chen looked at the number and found it just right. Any more would have diminished the effect. He took out 2 more packets and tossed them to the monkeys, saying, "These 2 are for you two to play with. Remember to clean up the area when guests arrive. Wang, give me another one of those magical sticks. Woof! Give me another one of those magical sticks." Big Wang stuck to Xiao Chen's side, refusing to leave. With the monkeys around, where would he have room to play? Xiao Chen paused for a moment before realizing that the magical stick De Wang was holding was an air pump. Fortunately, he had bought several, and the shopkeeper had given him 2. As he handed one to De Wang, he curiously asked, "How are you going to operate it with your claws without using your magical powers?" Big Wang gave him a disdainful look, then a flash of light, and he transformed into a burly man with disheveled hair and a face covered in scars. "How ugly!" Xiao Chen turned away, unable to bear the sight, swearing never to touch a dog's head again. He couldn't bring himself to do it. The monkey, who was having a blast popping balloons, helped him conjure up a few lush trees in the open space. He took out the colorful ribbons he had bought, tied them between the trees, wrapped them with flower garlands, placed a few flower arrangements along the path, and scattered some petals on the ground. Finally, he gestured and explained, then took out his phone with no signal and flipped through a few pictures for the monkeys to see. After pondering for a moment, the monkeys pointed upward, and several large lights with multicolored beams appeared above the farm. The colorful lights flickered alternately, transforming the previously somewhat rudimentary farm into a scene reminiscent of a party venue. When Old Yen walked in, he stared up at the balloons floating in the sky and the lights, then glanced around the farm. He scolded the big dog, who was blowing up and popping balloons, shouting, "Turn back! How can you look so ugly? Shouty-on dog!" The monkey burst into laughter and gave Old Yen a balloon to play with. Big Wang ignored him, turned his back to Old Yen, and continued enthusiastically pumping air into the balloon with the pump. This chair is nice." Old Yen sat on the swing and swayed back and forth. "Give me one when you're done." "Get me one too." Monkey chimed in. "Big Wang wants one too." "What do you want?" A figure flashed across the farm, and Piggy and Sandy arrived together. Curious, they took a look at the hanging chairs and immediately rushed over to sit on them and swing back and forth. Xiao Chen began to have the monkey transform into tables and chairs. He took out a few decks of playing cards. "Let's play landlord." "I want to play too." With that, the rabbit and Chang'e walked in. The rabbit rushed over to Xiao Chen without saying a word, curiously looking at the playing cards and asking, "What are these? How do you play them?" Turning her head, she spotted the hanging chair. Xiao Chen had just picked up the cards to explain, but noticed that the rabbit had already dragged De Wang off the hanging chair and sat down herself. The banquet was still early, and these close friends had actually come to help. However, in reality, they seemed to have forgotten their original purpose and were all busy having a great time. By the time guests began arriving, the only one still there was De Wang, who was still endlessly playing with balloons. The other 6 had split into 2 groups, played several rounds of cards, and even figured out the rules of landlord. The rule was that no one was allowed to use their magical powers, otherwise what would be the fun in it? Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had nothing to do. After pulling out a few weeds that had sprouted in the field, he grabbed Chang'e, who had just finished playing cards, and had her conjure up 2 long tables on either side of the farm. He then arranged various small plates on the tables according to the photos on his phone, and had Chang'e continue playing while he called over the small farmers who had just finished setting up their stalls. Together, they began arranging cakes and pastries on the long tables on both sides. Since getting the fruit basket, they've mostly been sold in combinations, no longer just single items like before. Old Yen reluctantly handed over his cards, threatening the young man who was replacing him, "If you dare to lose this hand, I'll hang you on that tree." Then he sat down with a miserable expression, studying the ledger that Xiao Chen had brought from the mortal world. However, while his eyes were fixed on the ledger, his mind was elsewhere, confidently believing that his current card skills could challenge Xiao Chen. Thinking this, he couldn't help but feel a bit itchy to play. But before he could suppress the thought, a sweet fragrance wafted to his nostrils. Xiao Chen was busy serving the newly arrived 9-tailed fox some cake. "Ha! What's this all about?" Old Yen curiously walked over to take a look, grabbed a piece of cake, and stuffed it into his mouth while listening to Xiao Chen say, "Dessert. Everyone is welcome to help themselves after coming in." The monkeys gathered around, holding their cards in their hands. Xiao Chen ate elegantly with a small fork, and the other immortals and demons imitated him skillfully. In truth, Xiao Chen was secretly complaining to himself, fearing that they might all end up like Old Yen, devouring one piece after another without waiting for the other guests to arrive. If that happened, he'd have to rush out to restock. But if he really had to go restock, well, everyone was a glutton, cough cough, a foodie, so who cares about appearances? After saying goodbye to Old Yen, he logged out of the farm. Chapter 182, Before the Banquet Begins. The nearest cake shop to his home was no longer able to supply Xiao Chen with a large quantity of desserts, as they had only just placed an order earlier. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, opened his computer, searched online, and placed orders with several nearby cake shops. Phone calls started coming in one after another, with the shops confirming the quantities, types, and delivery times with Xiao Chen. Of course, the sooner the better. After receiving the full payment from Xiao Chen, several cake shops thought they had found a long-term major customer, so they hurriedly mobilized all their staff to work together to make the cakes, aiming to deliver the goods by the time Xiao Chen had specified. During the waiting period, he took advantage of the downtime to greet the customers who had come in. With Monkey leading the way, he taught them how to play landlord, established the rules, and soon the demons and monsters rolled up their sleeves and started playing with enthusiasm. Among them were Chang'e, the 9-tailed fox, and the 2 daughters of the Jade Emperor. These few gathered together to compete in beauty and elegance, and the farm was filled with graceful figures, adding a touch of color to Xiao Chen's banquet. During the banquet, Xiao Chen brought in some newly purchased red wine, casually grabbed a fairy, and had her transform into a row of wine glasses. He then poured the wine into them, placed them on a tray, and tapped the shoulder of a handsome young man who wasn't playing cards. He said, "Brother, help me carry these around the banquet hall." The man looked at Xiao Chen in surprise, took the tray, and left the room. Xiao Chen took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, walked over with his red wine glass, and took a look at the notebook in Lao Yan's hands. He was very satisfied. It was almost filled with 2 pages of writing. He placed the glass of red wine on the table in front of Lao Yan, then glanced discreetly at the temporary storage box at his feet. A pile of golden ingots nearly blinded him with their brilliance. Who's that?
Xiao Chen looked up, raised his wineglass toward a stranger he didn't recognize, and smiled broadly, but in reality, he squeezed out a question through gritted teeth and whispered to Lao Yan. Lao Yan downed the rest of his drink in one gulp, rolled his eyes, and said, "Who else could it be? Besides old Zhao, who treats ingots like they're worthless, who else here is so vulgar?" Xiao Chen grinned widely, showing his pearly whites, and laughed heartily. I love friends who are this tacky. Point me to the god of wealth." When he followed old Yan's gaze, he heard a loud shout, "I've got it." Looking at the rough-looking man with a scruffy beard smirking at his card-playing friends, Xiao Chen couldn't help but admire, "He's so handsome." Old Yan. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, and he looked at the young man holding the red wine with some surprise. The wine in the glass was untouched? That's not right. Everyone usually rushes to grab such a novelty, why would anyone spare it? Then, he saw Zhu Beiji reach out to take a glass of red wine from the plate, only to have it slapped away by the young man with a righteous expression. The young man then said something seriously, and Zhu Beiji nodded in understanding. He then shook his pig ears and walked over to the table on the side where the red wine was placed, picked up a glass, and returned to his card table. The young man continued to pace around the room holding a plate of red wine. "Xiao Chen, something doesn't feel right here. Is the food almost gone?" The rabbit waved its empty plate at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Oh! The new desserts should be arriving soon. I'll go check." Xiao Chen shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, eat less cake. There's a big meal coming up soon." His voice was drowned out by the sound of a pair of twos, a three, and a king a winning hand. "Leave it for me at home. Haha, we won. Come on, hand over the immortal pill with both hands." Xiao Chen returned home, checked the time, and knew he had to wait a little longer. He drove out to buy various dried fruits. The delivery staff from the cake shop arrived one after another, drove their delivery vehicles into the house, sent them on their way, and stored everything in the warehouse. After the last delivery arrived, Xiao Chen returned to the farm. It was almost time for dinner. Another group of guests arrived at the farm, just in time, but upon seeing the lively scene, they all regretted coming so late. A few helpers went up to explain the banquet qualifications to them. The new guests watched as Xiao Chen rearranged the desserts, red wine, and dried fruits, their eyes lighting up. "Interesting, interesting," said a man with a sharp nose, a pair of gray whiskers at the corners of his mouth, and small ears covered in gray hair. The rat demon and the nine-tailed fox introduced him to add him as a friend. For such an unremarkable yet distinctly distinctive species, Xiao Chen could recognize them at a glance. After greeting them, he glanced around the venue and asked the beautiful but unfamiliar woman beside him, "Who's that guy?" The woman followed his gaze and giggled, "Mujia." Xiao Chen rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly, "I told him to carry it and serve everyone wine. Why won't he give it to anyone who asks?" "Oh, I see." The woman covered her mouth and laughed, he was confused too. He thought you asked him to help patrol the area, but he didn't understand why he had to carry those things while patrolling. Is that some kind of custom in the mortal world? Xiao Chen was initially flustered, then burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, he straightened up and asked, "Who are you?" The woman gave him a playful glance, looking a bit put out, and said, "We've talked a few times, and you don't even know who I am." I won't tell you." With that, she left Xiao Chen with a graceful retreat, heading over to grab some pistachios from the table to eat. "Is it Tianrong or Tianyu?" Xiao Chen scanned the room, noticing another woman who bore a resemblance to the one he had just spoken with. He scratched his nose awkwardly, trying to figure it out. Just then, another friend request notification popped up. Xiao Chen wasn't sure which friend had introduced the guest, so he hurried over to confirm. Upon seeing the name displayed, he paused for a moment before realizing, the old monk from Linging Temple is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Ji Gong. After Xiao Chen accepted, an old man with a somewhat lecherous appearance, wearing a tattered hat, a ragged robe, and waving a broken fan, walked in. "Hey, you youngster, you're quite fair-skinned." The old monk, Daoji, approached him with ease, patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder, and praised him. "It's just the outer shell, it doesn't matter, Xiao Chen humbly laughed, but before he could finish, the old Taoist interrupted him, nodded, and said, "That's the truth." Xiao Chen. He wasn't the shy type either, and smiled as he made small talk. "It's been so many years, and you still haven't replaced that tattered divine-grade treasure robe? Lao Daoji paused for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, "Haha, material possessions are trivial matters. You're a fine young man, Lao Daoji likes you. Come visit me sometime." The monkey came over to lead the way, grabbing Ji Gong's sleeve to let the wind out and dragging him toward old Yen, saying, "Don't think you can get away with just talking to my brother without giving a gift. Come on, let me see what you've prepared. Don't try to pull a fast one. If you dare to take off your shoes and fight me outside, I'll show you what I've got." Finally, Ji Gong smiled triumphantly at the monkey jumping beside him. He reached out and produced a gourd, saying, "A bottle of old wine." He placed the gourd on the table, fanned himself with one hand, pulled the monkey with the other, and looked up at the colorful balloons floating in the air, asking, "What are these things?" Chapter 183, Xiao Changju was still just a child.
Xiao Chen and Old Yan stood there, shouting at the top of their lungs, but their voices couldn't drown out the deafening noise in the middle of the arena.
Monkey was gesturing wildly to Ji Gong not far from Xiao Chen, telling him about some interesting things happening in the arena.
Hearing the two of them shouting, he walked over to ask what was going on.
Lao Yen pointed at the demons and monsters in the arena and said angrily, "Damn it, all they know how to do is fight. They just play cards and don't eat.
Damn it, it's making my hands itch. Damn it, it's making my hands itch." Lao Daoji smiled, tapped Xiao Chen's shoulder with his fan, and said, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry, don't be in such a hurry." As he spoke, he turned around and raised his fan toward the arena, saying, "Settle." The entire arena fell silent, with everyone frozen in place, their expressions varied and their postures odd. Lao Daoji turned to Xiao Chen and said leisurely, "Young man, speak quickly. Otherwise, they'll start stacking on top of each other soon." Xiao Chen, not understanding what was going on, glanced at the old monk Daoji with a puzzled look. He was somewhat envious of the trick the monk had just performed and said, "Everyone, let's wash our hands and get ready to eat." Then, one by one, the crowd broke free from the restraining spells binding them and let out a loud cry as they pounced forward, pinning the old Taoist monk Ji to the ground. Oh, so it was just a regular human pyramid. Xiao Chen watched them play with such enthusiasm and didn't want to interrupt. He went over to collect the cards on the table but noticed that the number of cards was off. He then saw that most of the people stacking the cards had their own cards clutched in their hands. While stacking the cards, they had made sure to keep the faces of their cards facing down to prevent their opponents from stealing them. Next time, I'll bring in a few sets of mahjong tiles for you, Xiao Chen thought to himself with a smile. After a commotion, they successfully pinned Ji Gong deeply into the ground. Everyone then came over with apologetic expressions and said to Xiao Chen, "We got too into it and didn't notice. Xiao Field Master, please don't mind. This place is so interesting. This banquet was truly well organized. It's rare to gather so many people together without any fights, and everyone is having a great time regardless of their background. Xiao Chen, despite your young age, you are already so intelligent and talented. You have a bright future ahead of you," said a man wearing branches on his head. "Xiao Chen, what kind of logic does a dead tree demon use to compliment someone? I just noticed that the vegetables in your garden are almost ripe. I won't be leaving tonight." Xiao Tian mentioned that he often comes over here to play, causing trouble for Mr. Xiao. A handsome man coldly thanked Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at the large dog wagging its tail at his feet. Xiao Chen only then noticed that Erlangshan had arrived unnoticed, but where was his third eye? "Open it so everyone can see." Before he could exchange a few words with Erlangshan, someone else spoke up. "The fruit is delicious, and the cards are fun to play with. After the banquet is over, I want to discuss with Mr. Xiao about placing a special order for fruit baskets. I want to send the same ones. Money is no object. I've been eating for ages and haven't asked yet, but what is that white, sweet, and fragrant thing? I didn't see it for sale at your stall." From what Xiao Changju said, there are other things to eat? Finally, someone asked the right question. "Everyone, listen up. Of course," Xiao Chen commanded, "those who eat meat sit at this table, and those who eat vegetarian food go to that table. What about those who don't mind either meat or vegetables?" asked the mouse spirit. "You can visit," Xiao Chen said with a friendly smile. The immortals began to take their seats one after another. Then, the tables and chairs on the meat side were insufficient, so everyone cleverly moved the tables and chairs from the vegetarian side over. Xiao Chen looked over and saw that the vegetarian side only had one piggy 8 sitting there. He was looking at his fellow disciples who had sat down at the meat banquet table, completely confused and unaware of what was happening. The monkey said, "What we're eating is raised on a farm. It doesn't enter the 6 realms of reincarnation. Come over here, the master isn't here anyway." Xiao Chen finally remembered that Tang Sanzang had been helping others with tasks lately and had left the management of the place to his 3 disciples. Xiao Chen finally remembered that Tang Sang had been helping someone else with a task lately and had left the place in the care of his 3 disciples. As a result, there was no need to separate the meals into vegetarian and non-vegetarian options. However, Xiao Chen was very thoughtful and placed dishes like chopped chili fish head, braised carp, steamed perch, and red braised prawns on tables farther away from the Buddhist monks. Everyone understood implicitly that each followed their own path, and no one interfered with another's affairs. Just as they finished setting up, several figures flashed across the scene. Laozi, the black and white guards, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, and Mang Laopa arrived together. The group looked at each other in confusion. The Black Warden asked the Supreme Elder, "We're busy with work and had to rush over here to eat quickly before heading back. Why didn't the Divine Being arrive earlier?" "Don't mention it, don't mention it." Laozi shook his head helplessly and said, "The new formula we developed didn't work. The furnace exploded, and we haven't finished cleaning up yet. We were also planning to eat quickly and then hurry back." As he spoke, he walked over to see who looked approachable and pushed them aside. He didn't hesitate, conjured a chair out of thin air, and sat down as if nothing had happened. Before the people on either side could laugh or scold him, Laozi stood up again and moved to another spot.
He went over and shooed away the rat demon sitting next to Xiao Chen, then disdainfully shoved the untouched utensils along with the person to the wronged rat demon. He then conjured up a new set for himself and sat down next to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was still bringing dishes out and handing them to the young farmer to arrange on other tables, so he didn't have time to greet the others. The meat and vegetarian dishes were combined and arranged on 5 tables in total. Soon, the aroma of food and wine filled the air, and many demons, upon catching the scent of the Maotai wine, had their eyes light up. The monkeys, on the other hand, were drinking osmanthus wine. Xiao Chen raised his cup, stood up, and said a few words of welcome, such as, "It's an honor to have you all here and my humble abode is honored by your presence." But he noticed everyone seemed a bit impatient, so he quickly said, "All right, let's eat. Everyone, eat well and drink well." The sound of chopsticks being picked up, small spoons clinking against plates, and the slurping of wine made Xiao Chen awkwardly swallow the rest of his words. "Damn it, couldn't you at least have offered to let me go first? At least be polite." The monkey was eating the chili-spiced Sichuan chicken, eating so nervously that he couldn't sit still. He kept taking deep breaths, guzzling water, yet refusing to put down the chicken leg in his hand. To use chopsticks and eat like a normal person, the rabbit and dog transformed into human form, sitting upright and carefully picking food with chopsticks and placing it into their empty plates. Still unable to bear it, Erlangshan gently scolded the big dog, "Can't you be a little more ambitious? There's no room left for the food." After speaking, he lowered his head to eat the delicious food piled up like a small mountain on his own plate. "This wine, is it from a bar in the mortal world? It's fragrant, rich, and most importantly, it packs a punch." The god of wealth downed half a cup in one gulp, quickly scooped a small spoonful of kung pao chicken into his mouth, chewed it vigorously, and praised it. "Is this mortal wine any good?" Xiao Chen asked nervously, worried that mortal wine might taste like plain water to them. If that were the case, he'd have to follow local customs and buy celestial wine for future banquets. The problem is, celestial wine is so expensive. "Excellent, excellent. The wine is rich and aromatic, with a lingering aftertaste. Fine wine, fine wine." Seeing Xiao Chen's nervousness, Zhao Gongming seemed to have read his mind, laughing heartily. "You don't think we need to use our magical powers for everything, do you? Ha! This is fine wine, not poison. If we became immortals and everything tasted bland, what fun would that be? Ha ha! Ha! Ha, that must be exhausting, right? Ha, Xiao Changju is still just a kid. Xiao Field Master is so amusing and adorable." Upon hearing this, the demons and monsters nearly spat out the food in their mouths. Especially when they saw Xiao Chen's slightly startled expression, they couldn't help but adopt the expression of a kind-hearted elder looking at a child. Xiao Chen smiled innocently, but inwardly he was thinking, "That's for the best, it'll save money." Chapter 184, Drawing Circles in the Soup. A few mischievous demons began challenging the immortals to a drinking contest. The rules were the same as in the previous game of Landlord, where no divine powers could be used to alleviate the discomfort of excessive drinking. Instead, participants had to rely solely on the strength of their bodies cultivated through cultivation. Xiao Chen secretly counted the number of drinks he had ordered and watched the commotion with interest. Lao Jun whispered from the side, "Those guys were all taught a lesson by the chosen drinking opponents earlier. So there's such a connection." Xiao Chen laughed, then worried, "Will they start fighting?" "No, they won't. The farm has taboos, so they're not afraid. At most, they'll get kicked a few times, but it's no big deal." Lao Jun continued, "I've been too busy lately and didn't have time to drop by. I just saw that you've started up again." "No, there are taboos on the farm, so they're not afraid. At most, they'll get kicked a few times, but it's no big deal." Lao Jun continued, "I've been too busy lately to drop by. I just noticed you've activated the collection feature?" Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was about to put on a serious expression to warn the old man not to set his sights on the Hanxing Bing Shuang seeds, but he heard Lao Jun say, "This feature is great. Few people have activated it. After the banquet ends, many people will come to you to discuss renting land. Don't rush to agree. First, find out the market conditions. Also, I won't take the Hanxing Bing Shuang seeds, but if you want to sell them later, remember to give me priority." "No problem." Xiao Chen thought Lao Jun was getting cooler and cooler. He asked, "What do you mean by market conditions? How do I find out?" "Check the rankings hall. You haven't opened it yet." "It's open now. I got a Hall of Fame opening card, but I haven't had a chance to use it yet," Xiao Chen said casually. Lao Jun was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head and took a few bites of cumin lamb before saying, "You're so lucky. Just look at that, it seems like the price has dropped to a minimum of 1.8 million divine coins per year now." Xiao Chen's piece of cauliflower fell from his chopsticks onto the ground. After a moment of shock, he looked around cautiously and whispered excitedly, "That high?" Lao Jun rolled his eyes at him and said, "It has seeds. If the other party wants to grow high-grade crops, the rent will be even higher. So don't rush to agree. Wait 2 months and see how the market looks. It's likely to go up." Xiao Chen was confused. As more people enable this feature, shouldn't the price go down? "Price drop my foot." Lao Jun took a bite of Sichuan pepper, kept his mouth open for a while without moving, then muttered indistinctly, "Just now, was that it?"
The flour-decorated palanquin is for seasoning, it's not meant to be eaten. Answer my question.
Xiaochen said, continuing his actions without pause, worried he'd miss out on a lot of bites.
Sighing, Lao Jun took a deep breath before saying, "Didn't you see the Heavenly Court newsletter?
It speculates that the system controlling the activation of the collection function has limited the number of activations and will not release any more in the short term.
Moreover, even if they do release more, the quantity will be extremely limited and won't affect the bigger picture.
But if the information is accurate, it's good news for all field masters with this function."
Indeed, it's good news.
Xiaochen turned to look at his own land, feeling that every plot was emitting a golden glow. Before he knew it, a large pile of gold ingots burst out from within, nearly crushing him. Old Yen, sitting on the other side of Xiaochen, suddenly stood up and looked around the room. Xiaochen was puzzled, then watched as Lao Yen picked up his own chopsticks and moved to another table to eat the fish dish. The people at that table went wild, quickly helping Lao Yen finish the fish, then pushing and shoving everyone else away. Old Yen remained unfazed, glancing aside. Wherever his gaze fell, everyone worked together, with many hands covering the fish on their tables.
What a loser! Lao Yen shook his head, unsure whether he was commenting on himself or others.
After sitting back down, he said to Xiaochen, "Go to the underworld and find me when you get back. I'll find you some ghosts to practice on and see if you've made any progress lately.
Of course, don't come empty-handed, or I might not have time."
Xiaochen was speechless.
It sounded like he was eager to go. Then he remembered the matter of the seven-headed flower and asked Lao Jun, "Did you see the message I sent earlier?"
"I did." Lao Jun carefully moved the Sichuan peppercorns to the side of the plate, put down his chopsticks, reached into his robe, and pulled out a packet of seeds. He handed them directly to Xiaochen and said, "Here, grow them, and I'll take half."